Family, who understands? I crossed over into Naruto and became the infamous garbage collector at school, only to awaken a god-level garbage collection system. Just by picking up a crumpled piece of paper, I learned the shadow clone technique. Picking up a milk carton allowed me to master the multi-shadow clone technique. Now, with hundreds of clones, I've completely filled that small grove. I tell you, just a second ago, the whole class thought I was a joke, and the next moment, hundreds of my clones filled that grove. At that time, my teacher Irika and that rogue ninja named Mizuki almost dropped their jaws in shock. But this story starts from when I first opened my eyes. Goodness, when I opened my eyes, it was the Hidden Leaf Village. God, I've crossed over. Before I could even feel happy, I found myself sitting in a classroom at the Ninja Academy, surrounded by a group of little fangirls screaming madly at Sasuke on the podium. I glanced over, and that arrogant Sasuke had just performed a shadow clone technique, standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. His arrogance was off the charts, even more than in the anime. I was internally complaining, isn't it just a shadow clone technique? What's so great about it? When suddenly, teacher Irika called my name. Kazama, it's your turn. I was dumbfounded. The classmates immediately erupted, shouting things like the garbage collector is going on stage, and he won't create a pile of garbage, will he? The mocking laughter was enough to blow the roof off. It was at that moment I realized that the original owner of this body was also named Kazama, an orphan who swept the school floors in exchange for tuition, nicknamed garbage collector, and the most bottom-tier student in the school. Family, who understands? Just after crossing over, I had to face the graduation exam, and it was testing me on the shadow clone technique that I didn't even know. Isn't that starting at hellish difficulty? I gritted my teeth and walked up to the podium. Teacher Irika probably felt sorry for me and comforted me a bit, saying if I failed, I could come back next year. While he was talking, he suddenly sneezed, pulled out a tissue, wiped his nose, and casually threw it on the floor. In that instant, the DNA in my body activated. Perhaps it was due to the original owner's habit of picking up garbage. I pounced like a hungry tiger and swiftly picked up that tissue. The whole class went silent, then erupted into even louder laughter. Teacher Irika was speechless and asked me what I was doing. I was so embarrassed I could have used my toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. But just then, ding, I heard a ding in my head. Ding, garbage picked up successfully, starting to bind god-level garbage collection system for the host. I almost fainted from anger. I said, "System, are you out of your mind? Everyone calls me a garbage collector, and you give me a garbage collection system?" The system replied, "Wrong. It's a god-level garbage collection system that can extract the original owner's ninjutsu from garbage." Ding. Picked up a used tissue discarded by Irika. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Irika's exclusive skill, shadow clone technique. What the heck? MV Alhet. I was so happy I was worried about not being able to graduate, and now this skill just came to me. The people below saw me grinning like an idiot and thought I'd gone crazy. Especially a rich kid named Koizumi Shinichiro, who usually bullied me, was laughing the loudest. "Just wait, you." Without a word, I quickly formed hand seals and silently chanted the shadow clone technique I just received. With a bang, a clone that looked exactly like me stood beside me. The entire classroom fell silent. Koizumi Shinichiro's eyes were about to pop out. I tell you, their expressions were like seeing a dog speaking human language. Teacher Irika was also shocked, giving me a thumbs up and saying my shadow clone technique was almost on par with his. I thought to myself, of course, using the skills of others to defeat them. I immediately mocked Koizumi, bringing up his past blunder of creating a half-dead clone, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. That kid's face turned green with anger, still stubbornly saying, "Sasuke can make 2. What is your 1 count for? Oh, you want to compare?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to him with another bang bang bang. I created 3 more clones, making a total of 4 standing in a neat row. Now, Koizumi Shinichiro was so scared he fell directly to the ground. Even Sasuke's eternally icy face couldn't hold up, written all over with what the heck. Teacher Irika excitedly said that even he could only make 4 clones. I secretly chuckled. How could he not be excited? He was witnessing his own copy-paste version. After showing off, I instantly felt my body drained, chakra running low. But then the system dinged again, ding. First successful use of the shadow clone technique. Additional reward of Chunin level chakra for the host. Wow. I instantly revived with full chakra. The system also hinted that there would be extra rewards the first time using new ninjutsu in the future, making it a beginner's gift package. I passed the graduation exam, and I thought I should hurry and get some new skills. My work area also included cleaning the 3rd Hokage's office, which was a treasure trove. I said goodbye to teacher Irika and headed straight for the Hokage's office. As soon as I entered, I saw a pile of crumpled papers in the trash can, and I excitedly reached out to grab them. That sticky feeling made me wonder, did the third Hokage catch a cold? Ding! Picked up a tissue used by the third Hokage to wipe that part. Congratulations, host, for acquiring fire style. Great fireball technique. I was stunned. Wipe. Which part? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Getting in a rank ninjutsu is all that counts. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to clean out the entire trash can, but the system alerted me that I could only extract the same type of garbage once. Fine, I can't just keep milking the same cow. As soon as I stepped outside, I bumped into that Koizumi Shinichiro again, who had brought people to block me. He thought that since I only knew the ShadowClone technique, I had no offensive power and charged at me with a kunai. Perfect, let's test my new toy on you. I took a stance, concentrated my energy, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." But nothing happened. I forgot to form the hand seals, and the situation became extremely awkward. That kid Koizumi laughed at me, saying if I could do the great fireball, he would eat the fireball. Then you better open wide. This time, I formed the hand seals quickly, and a gigantic fireball shot out. With a scream reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, Koizumi Shinichiro turned into a delicious roast pig. Ding! First successful use of the fire style, great fireball technique, rewarding the host with the summoning technique of the Sarutobi clan. What the heck? The Monkey King? I was so excited that I immediately used the summoning technique, and with a bang, smoke cleared to reveal a mini monkey not even as tall as my calf, calling itself Sun Shaoshan. It pulled out a sewing needle from its pants, blew on it, and it instantly grew to an enormous size, claiming to be as tough as the Monkey King. All right, potential stock, I accept. But it was handsome for only 3 seconds. Sun Shaoshun disappeared again due to my lack of chakra. Sigh. In the end, I still didn't have enough chakra. What to do when short on chakra? Find the prince. Naruto has the 9 tails, a supersized power bank inside him. Under the cover of night, I snuck into Naruto's house. Goodness, what a mess with ramen buckets and milk cartons everywhere. To others, this looked like a garbage dump, but to me, it was a treasure trove of SSR. I immediately kicked my single speed into high gear and started collecting frantically. Ding! Picked up an empty ramen bucket. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 tails chakra reserves. A series of notifications followed, with the ShadowClone technique, great fireball, and summoning technique all turning into unlimited uses. I instantly transformed from a low chakra mage into an infinite firepower cheat. I suddenly remembered, according to the timeline, Naruto should be tricked by Mizuki into stealing the Forbidden Scroll right now. The multi-shadow clone technique. This is a godly skill. I must get my hands on it. I quickly grabbed a few boxes of expired milk and ran to the small grove outside the village. You asked me why I brought expired milk? To create garbage. Family, this is called professionalism. Sure enough, when I arrived, Naruto was panting like a dog, exhausted from just learning the ShadowClone technique. I approached him like a creepy uncle and handed him a box of expired milk. Here, replenish your energy. Naruto was a straightforward kid. He gulped it down and casually tossed the box aside. I was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to pick it up. Ding! You have picked up the milk box discarded by Naruto. Congratulations. The host has obtained the multiple shadow clone technique. It worked. Just then, that guy Mizuki appeared, looking like a villain. Naruto, foolishly thinking he could graduate, was shattered by my words. Mizuki, furious and embarrassed, came up ready to fight. That hot-blooded fool Naruto tried to block me, insisting on going up himself, only to get kicked around by Mizuki. Just when it seemed Naruto was done for, his stomach suddenly growled. My heart sank. Oh no. The effects of the expired milk were kicking in. I quickly took 3 big steps back. Mizuki, clueless about the danger, charged in to deliver a fatal blow. Then, Naruto shouted, I can't hold it in anymore. Uffed. Folks, I can only say that was a flavorful light. With the powerful recoil from his backside, Naruto instantly transformed into a human rocket, sending Mizuki flying over 10 meters, with a continuous spray that knocked Mizuki's leftovers out of him. By the time Naruto finished, Mizuki was done for. Just then, Iruka Sensei arrived, but it was dark and slippery, and he stepped right into Naruto's masterpiece, losing his fighting ability as well. Mizuki struggled and still wanted to fight, so I stepped forward. He looked at me with disdain on his face. You garbage collector, your teacher is down, and you still want to fight? I couldn't be bothered to talk back to him and clapped my hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, hundreds of me filled the entire forest. Mizuki and Iruka, lying on the ground, had their eyes wide open, mouths agape enough to fit a fist inside. Mizuki, frightened, stammered, in no way. You loser. How could you use a forbidden technique? That I looked at him, and hundreds of me grinned simultaneously. I forgot to tell you, starting today, I will no longer be at the bottom. As soon as I finished speaking, let me tell you, that Shuei Mu immediately exploded. He looked like he had taken hormones, growing a bunch of tiger stripes, howling as he charged at me, his mouth not clean. Little brat, do you think a few hundred clones can scare me? Your main body is just trash. I burst out laughing at that moment, thinking to myself, dude, haven't you updated your version? I slapped my hands on the ground and used Earth Release, Earth Flow River. In an instant, the entire forest floor transformed into a mudslide swamp. That guy Mizuki had just struck a pose, and suddenly his feet sank, leaving him stuck like a radish, unable to move. Just then, I heard a ding in my head, and I was back in action. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Sealing Speed. I was stunned at the time. Super Sealing Speed? ISNT that, just like Uchiha Itachi's one-handed Jackson speed? Before I could even feel happy about it, I saw Mizuki, undeterred, activating his Cursed Seal's second stage, preparing to force his way out and try to snatch the scroll from Naruto. He was even talking big, saying, "You brat, just wait. When I see Lord Orochimaru, I'll make sure to tear you to pieces." But as soon as he lunged next to Naruto, he heard a rumbling sound coming from Naruto's stomach. Mizuki, being the curious type, leaned in close to Naruto's backside to investigate, and his mouth instinctively opened. And then guess what happened? Puffed. Let me tell you, that scene was just like the launch event for the latest bioweapon in 2025, extremely overwhelming. I couldn't help but turn my head away, silently giving him a thumbs up in my heart. What was even more unbelievable was that after Naruto finished spraying, Mizuki actually burped. He looked at me in confusion and asked, did I just eat it all? I nodded solemnly. It seems so. He immediately broke down, let out a howl to the sky, and ran off with the scroll. Trying to escape? I let out a cold laugh. I just got my hands on the super sealing technique, so why not show it off? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Earth release. Earth flow river. Let me tell you, my hundreds of clones can form seals so quickly that you can't even see the afterimages. The fire release and earth release seamlessly connect, and I can weave ninjutsu of both attributes in the blink of an eye. That guy Mizuki barely took half a step before he was hit on the spot by my fireball and mudslide, and he just let out a cry and fainted, mumbling, You're a monster. I just finished my work, and the system rewards have arrived. Congratulations, host. You have gained super perception, capable of sensing within 100 miles. Wow. As soon as I got it, I felt it. Several strong chakra signatures were rapidly approaching us. Definitely at the level of Jonin. I hurriedly told Irika Sensei, Sensei, quickly take Naruto and hide. There are enemies. But Irika Sensei was still bragging, looking confident. Ma, you're too nervous. I've been through countless battles, and any movement within 10 miles can't escape my keen eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, several people appeared in front of us as if they had teleported. My friends, who understands? That slap to the face could be heard from 2 miles away. Irika Sensei's face turned green, and he awkwardly asked, Who are you? The leader, a guy wearing a mask, said, We are from the Umbu, under orders from the third Hokage to investigate forbidden jutsu scrolls. Upon hearing they were on our side, Irika relaxed and casually mentioned, Ma was just worried you might be accomplices of Mizuki. As soon as those words came out, the Umbu members exploded, all staring at me with eyes as if they were looking at an alien. Are you saying he sensed our movements before we arrived? Irika Sensei was so proud, immediately entering bragging mode. That's right. Not long ago, Ma was the bottom of our school, but under my careful guidance. He and T finished boasting when the Umbu members pushed him aside and started observing me from all angles. One said, Not bad looking, just a bit of a rural hairstyle. Another said, looking at his clothes, he must come from a poor family. And one went even further, whispering, He probably lacks abilities in that area too. Damn, how can I tolerate this? I wanted to give them a combo punch right on the spot. One of the Umbu saw my expression was off and quickly explained, Sorry, it's just that you shocked us too much. Let me tell you, at that time they even forgot about the scrolls and just surrounded me to study. The Umbu, they're the special forces of Konoha, coming and going without a trace. As a result, a newly graduated student like me discovered them in advance. Who wouldn't be baffled by this? As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I quickly brought the topic back. Hey guys, the thief who stole the scroll is lying there. Shouldn't you get to work? Only then did they react and go over to see it was Mizuki. They thought it was Irika Sensei who did it and kept praising him. In response, Irika Sensei honestly waved his hand and said, Don't get it wrong. It was Kazama who took him down. What? The faces of those Umbu members almost couldn't hide their shock behind their masks. I was feeling really distressed. It was over. Now I couldn't even low-key pick up trash. Irika Sensei was still there hyping me up, gesturing wildly as he described how I turned the tide at that moment. almost ready to shout out a set of praises for me. I quickly stopped him. Sensei, that's enough. That's not in style anymore. Before the Umbu members left, they even nodded at me, and the look in their eyes was completely that of looking at a peer-level ninja. Irika-sensei patted my shoulder and said, Kazama, just wait for Lord Third's reward. Thank you so much, Irika-sensei. How am I supposed to go to the Hokage office to pick up garbage in the future? Sure enough, early the next morning, the third Hokage came to the school in person and praised me in front of all the teachers and students, saying that I was a hero of Konoha. The classmates below were so jealous, whispering, what kind of luck did this garbage collector stumble upon? Then the third Hokage started to give out awards, and the old man cleared his throat to recognize student Kazama a special reward of a Lamborghini. I was so weak in my legs at that moment. Then he leisurely added, the key is one, me. Another reward, a seaside villa. This must be real, right? There's one broom inside. I completely broke down at that moment. The old man saw me slumped on the ground and pulled me up, looking pleased as he said, I know you want to decline, but you deserve it. Just then, the third generation took a puff of his cigarette and knocked off the ash. My professional instinct kicked in, and in front of the entire school, I managed to catch that bit of ash steadily. The whole place fell into a dead silence. I can only awkwardly laugh and say, sorry, it's a professional habit. A professional habit. But in my mind, there's a ding. I've picked up a handful of ash from the third Hokage, rewarding the host with the ShadowClone technique. Just then, a cold voice sounded. I don't believe he could defeat Mizuki. Goodness, Uchiha Sasuke stood up, looking unconvinced. Lord Third, Kazama is just a bottom feeder. This is definitely fake. I want to challenge him in front of everyone. Teacher Irika wanted to give me an out, saying I was exhausted from fighting yesterday. Sasuke directly sneered. Teacher, you're too biased. Well, I guess I understand now why all protagonists in transmigration novels have to deal with Sasuke first. This guy really has a bit of a if you can do it, then you go ahead syndrome. It feels uncomfortable not to give him a good beating. I directly walked onto the arena. All right, let me show you the gap between us. The match began, and Sasuke threw dozens of shurikens, while the crowd of fangirls cheered. As for me, I only threw one. Everyone was laughing at me. Then, I formed hand seals with one hand and used the shadow shuriken technique. In the next moment, the sky was filled with my shurikens, not only shattering all of his dozens of shurikens, but also forcing him to run around the arena like a stray dog. The whole crowd was dumbfounded, including the third Hokage. Then came the most flashy move of the match. In front of everyone, I started picking up the shurikens that had fallen on the arena. The audience erupted in laughter, saying I really was a garbage collector. But they didn't know. My mind was ringing like I'd just hit the jackpot. I gained the body flicker technique. I gained the Uchiha clan's physique. Awesome. This was a huge profit. Sasuke saw me picking up trash, thinking I was humiliating him, and his face turned green with anger as he roared and charged at me. I looked at him and coldly smiled. I'm not looking down on you because I've never even looked at you properly. Shadow Clone Technique. 10 of me appeared in an instant, surrounding Sasuke. Shadow Dance Leaf. 10 consecutive hits. After a few exchanges, Sasuke was directly beaten into a pulp. It was truly a disaster. He still wouldn't admit defeat, lying on the ground and shouting, I still want to fight you for 3,000 rounds. I walked over and patted him. Save your strength and lie down. Don't push yourself. Sasuke was taken aback, and then with a thud, he fainted. The third Hokage looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration. Kazama, you really have impressed me. Would you be willing to learn by my side? Wow, the old man wants to take me as his apprentice. The people below are so jealous their eyes are about to turn red. And what about me? Sorry, Hokage-sama. I still want to follow my classmates and complete missions with the Jonin. Family, they don't understand. How can being his apprentice level me up faster than picking up trash? The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Good. You have ambition. Do you have any requests? If possible, I hope Hokage-sama can place me in the same class as Naruto. All right, no problem. The third Hokage agreed readily. As soon as I saw there was hope, I quickly said, by the way, Hokage-sama, I wonder if you could agree to one more request for me. As soon as I said this, before the third Hokage could respond, my classmates around us erupted. I can't believe you. You're really pushing your luck. Exactly. The Hokage kindly took you on as a disciple. And you're here asking for more? I think you're really being greedy. Others chimed in, saying I must be dissatisfied with the money and want to ask for more. I told you that old man from the third generation wasn't angry at all. He smiled and looked at me, asking if I really thought the money was too little. I quickly shook my head and said, Lord Hokage, you misunderstand. I just want to continue sweeping the floors at school and your office to earn some pocket money. As soon as I said that, the entire place went silent. A bunch of classmates collapsed to the ground. Someone pointed at my nose and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? You're already a genius. And you're still thinking about sweeping garbage? What's wrong with you?" I sneered internally. You guys don't understand anything. What you see is trash, to me, is pure white ninja art. The third Hokage chuckled and said I was truly unpredictable. I then began to speak seriously, yet absurdly, saying that I had been sweeping the floor since I was little, and if I didn't do it for a day, I would feel uncomfortable all over. It was a commendable virtue of loving labor, and I hoped he would support it. Actually, what I was really thinking about were the treasures in his office trash can. I swore to collect all his ninja techniques. Then, the entire Konoha would be mine. Well, surprisingly, the third agreed, saying that loving labor was a good thing, and he approved. Yes, the plan worked. I was overjoyed. Once the third left, my classmates surrounded me again, throwing insults like a useless person can't even be propped up and good for nothing, as if they had forgotten who had just knocked Sasuke down. Let me tell you, I really can't stand flies buzzing around. I swung my hand and slapped the loudest one away. I pointed at his nose and said, "Keep your mouth clean. If picking up trash makes me a loser, then you litterbugs are even worse than losers, right?" That kid wanted to stand up and fight back. But then he realized that I could take down Middle Ninja Mizuki and Genius Sasuke, so coming at me would just be serving himself up on a platter. He could only crawl away in defeat. Once I used this tactic to scare him, the others immediately scattered like birds and beasts, and the world finally became quiet. By nightfall, I stealthily slipped into the Hokage's office. To my surprise, there were no paper balls in the trash can this time. I thought to myself, has the third Hokage quit this habit? Whatever, let's open the box first. Ding. Picked up a discarded smelly sock from the third Hokage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ding. Picked up a discarded pair of leggings from the third Hokage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining lightning release. Thunderclap. Ding. Picked up a discarded lace panty from the third Hokage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining wind release. Cyclone. I was shocked at the time with leggings and lace. The third Hokage. You really know how to have fun, huh? But it doesn't matter. With the previous fire release and earth release, I've mastered all 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Who understand, my friends? The third Hokage spent over a decade mastering the 5 natures, and I did it in less than a minute by scavenging. If he knew about this, wouldn't he have a heart attack on the spot? I cleaned out the trash can, leaving not a single hair behind, humming a little tune as I slipped away with stealthy steps. Just as I was about to find a deserted place to try out my new moves, my human radar started beeping. Goodness, there were dozens of ninjas hiding outside the Hokage building, all of them Chunin level. Leading them was that little idiot Koizumi, who I had beaten up a couple of days ago. "Oh, you little brat, I give you a chance and you're still useless. And you dare to call people to shake me down? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." I dashed into the small woods outside, deliberately leading them over so I could go all out against them. Sure enough, just as I arrived, Koizumi and dozens of others surrounded me. The trash collector, about to meet his end, still dares to act cool. He was so arrogant, relying on their numbers. I laughed. Didn't we just see each other last night? Who was it that I beat down to the ground begging for mercy? His face flushed, and he directly lost his composure, waving his hand. "Get them to me." I looked at the crowd rushing towards me and couldn't help but want to laugh. Do you think you have more people than me? You must not understand the situation. ShadowClone technique. In less than half a second, bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of me appeared instantly, surrounding their dozens of people so tightly that not even water could leak through. Koizumi Fulichiro was completely stunned, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. "You. How do you know the ShadowClone technique?" I crossed my arms and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, is this the legendary forbidden technique? I thought it was some mediocre clone technique." He gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "No matter how many clones you have, you're still a lower ninja. My subordinates are all middle ninjas, and they will take you down." As soon as he finished speaking, my hundreds of shadow clones began to form hand signs simultaneously. What drove them even more crazy was that the hand signs were different. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Lightning style, Thunderclap Technique. Wind style, Cyclone Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a ninja technique version of a firework festival. With 5 types of ninjutsu firing hundreds of shots simultaneously, Kobayashi subordinates didn't even have time to react and were instantly thrown into chaos, wailing everywhere. Kobayashi Shunichiro was the worst off. He was so scared that he lost control of his bowels. I walked over, pinching my nose. Do you have any sense of public morality? Defecating everywhere, fine. Only then did he react, trembling as he asked me who I really was. Just as I was about to chat with him, he suddenly contorted his face and began to form seals. As a member of the prestigious Koizumi family, how could I possibly lose to you? Let me show you our family's ancestral spirit beast. Goodness, he actually used those dozens of severely injured subordinates as sacrifices, merging them into a spirit beast. This technique is too sinister. I wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. After a burst of smoke, a blue and white wolf-like demon beast appeared in front of me. As soon as I saw it, I thought, why does this thing look so familiar? What is the name of your spirit beast? He laughed proudly and said, listen carefully, this is called Garuramon. I almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Family, who understands? Am I in Naruto or in the Digimon set? Is Garuramon here? Don't tell me you also have a name called Ahi. Enough nonsense. Garuramon, go for it. Oh, you want to play dirty? Huh? Then I won't hold back. Come out, son Wukong. Here I come. As soon as Koizumi Chwanoro saw me summon a little milk monkey, he burst out laughing. But the next second, Son Wukong swung his staff and sent Garuramon flying, hitting Koizumi Chwanoro squarely and knocking him down. He still wouldn't give up. Roaring, Garuramon, use tail whip. I was living in Bungbu at that time, and this world is too crazy, right? Garuramon spraying rat tail juice? Fine. You young people don't respect martial arts, so don't blame me. Sun Shaosheng, give him a lightning 5-strike whip. Sun Shaosheng even mocked me. Master, I'm using a stick. It should be a lightning 5-strike stick. Whip sound better, just go. After a few strikes, Garuramon was directly beaten into oblivion. I never expected that the half-dead Koizumi Chanichiro actually made it to me, holding a shuriken in his hand, stuck out his tongue and licked it, then said with a creepy smile, Kid, Garuramon was just a feint. This shuriken coated with rat tail juice is the real deal. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze, as if he had been electrocuted. Did I just lick the shuriken? I nodded. Seems like it. With a thud. Koizumi Shunichiro died. Let me tell you, this way of dying is simply the best joke of the year. After dealing with these people, I thought no one would know, but it turned out that Danzo and the third Hokage were all aware of it. Danzo was so angry that he slammed the table because the Koizumi family was his supplier of beauties, and now that source was cut off. He shouted, the dignified Shimura Danzo, am not a lecher, but secretly told his subordinates, hurry up and find a backup supplier. Also, wait until that kid graduates and goes on a mission. Take care of him out there. The third Hokage immediately arranged for the Umbu to protect me while monitoring Danzo. He believed I was the hope of Konoha, a future ninja of the level of Hokage. The next day was graduation grouping. As soon as I entered the classroom, a classic scene unfolded. Naruto was staring intently at Sasuke. I knew a historic first kiss was about to happen. But Sasuke, that idiot, completely ignored Naruto and walked straight up to me with fiery eyes. I want to duel with you. I was speechless. All right, but you're too weak right now. We'll talk when you grow up. He actually argued with me, saying he would keep staring at me unless we had a duel. I thought, isn't that a bit crazy? As a result, his group of fangirls started yelling at me, and Naruto even wanted to stand up for me. But he got punched away by Sakura. Oh no, when I saw Naruto's trajectory, he was headed straight for Sasuke's back, and I was standing right in front of Sasuke. I didn't have time to dodge, and with a smack, my lips ended up kissing Sasuke. Damn, my first kiss. I puked on the spot. And so did Sasuke. I originally came to witness a classic scene, but how did I end up participating? Irika-sensei rushed over, pulled us apart, and sighed, no wonder there are fewer and fewer newborns in our village. The group results were announced. Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and me. Hee. Just as I thought. Now I have a chance to get my hands on the Nine Tails power and Kakashi's Sharingan. My primary target is to fleece Kakashi. How can I make him throw out the trash? While I was pondering, I saw Naruto put a chalkboard eraser on the doorframe. I had a sudden idea and said to him, Naruto, that's not strong enough. Why not put a bucket of paint upon hearing this? Naruto thought it was a good idea and immediately brought up a bucket of paint. Sasuke sneered from the side. Two idiots. How could a Jainin fall for such a trap before he finished speaking? The door opened, and Kakashi walked in. He shouted angrily, bastards, who put glue on the door? Glue? I turned to look at Naruto, and he was shrugging at me. Damn, this fool can't even tell paint from glue. Kakashi was struggling with the glue bucket, and Sasuke, that traitor, wanted to stand up and snitch. The moment he got close to Kakashi and called out Sensei, Kakashi didn't even turn around and hit him with 1,000 years of death. It turned out to be you. Take this. With a puff, Sasuke shot up to the ceiling like a rocket. Kakashi struggled for quite a while before splitting the glue bucket with a lightning cutter, leaving himself covered in dirt. He glanced at us. The first impression you guys give me is quite annoying. Time for the exercise, grab the bells. At the training ground, Kakashi took out 3 bells. The rules were clear. For people for 3 bells, one must be eliminated. I didn't care about the bells at all. My mind was solely on how to make him throw out the trash. I targeted his habit of wanting to watch Intimate Paradise and pulled out my treasured Japanese adult film manga edition. At the start of the bell grabbing, Sasuke wanted to show off and was forming hand signs for ages. I simply used a ShadowClone jutsu, and hundreds of me sent him flying. Kakashi was surprised by my chakra amount. I directed several clones to simultaneously use 5 different nature transformations to shock him, and the remaining hundreds of clones rushed up to pin him down. Now's the chance. I quickly switched places, swapping the Intimate Paradise from his pocket with my treasure. After Kakashi broke free, he thought I had run away, chuckling and shaking his head as he took out a book to read. He paused, huh? This isn't Intimate Paradise? Driven by curiosity, he flipped open a page. The next second, a spectacular blood-red rainbow erupted from his nose, cutting across the sky. I hid in the shadows, chuckling to myself. Kakashi was scolding me while pretending to be a gentleman. Stuffing a book into his inner pocket before sneaking off to another place to throw away the tissue he dropped while wiping his nosebleed when he exchanged books with me. Good. Now's the time. I immediately revealed myself to pick up the tissue. Ding. You picked up a used tissue that Kakashi wiped his nosebleed with. Congratulations, host. You've obtained S-rank lightning release ninjutsu, Raikiri. Awesome. I was about to give it a try when Sasuke silently crept up behind me, intending to ambush me. Just as I finished forming the hand signs, Ugly monkey, lightning release, Raikiri. All with a scream, Sasuke was directly struck by the residual power of Raikiri, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground, convulsing. I looked back and everyone was stunned. Does Sasuke have epilepsy? The manga never mentioned that. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding. Successfully used Raikage for the first time. Extra reward for the host. Advanced body flicker technique. Before I could figure out, Kakashi appeared behind me and coldly said, the first rule of being a ninja is to never turn your back on the enemy. Bang. He only hit a ShadowClone. Using the advanced body flicker technique, I instantly appeared behind him and joined my hands together. The second rule of being a ninja is to never leave your rear vulnerable to the enemy. Kakashi was startled and quickly used Earth Wall for defense. I grinned. Kakashi-sensei, you are too naive. Taste my self-created ninjutsu. Raikage, 1,000 years of pain? With a thunderous sound, the Earth Wall was instantly pierced by my Raikage. Although Kakashi barely dodged the fatal blow, he was still greatly frightened, his face full of disbelief. You actually learned my Raikage and integrated it into your 1,000 years of pain. Sakura and Naruto, who were hiding nearby, were dumbfounded. Sakura's eyes sparkled. KazamaGains is amazing, right? He can actually go head-to-head with Jonin Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was still unconvinced. Kazama is pretty strong, but he's still a bit lacking compared to me. Sakura shot him a glare. Go wash up and sleep. You can forget it. I immediately launched another Raikage and went straight at Kakashi-sensei. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Lightning, earth, fire, water techniques were flying out like no one's business. We were just standing there exchanging moves. It was a dazzling display. Then a scream came from the side, and I turned to see Sasuke almost getting turned into a pig's head by the shockwaves of our techniques, foaming at the mouth. Family, who understands? This was purely area damage. It was really not intentional. I quickly told Kakashi-sensei, let's change the place to fight. If we keep this up, Sasuke will have to head to the afterlife early. Kakashi-sensei agreed, and we fought while moving. Good grief, we went straight from Konoha to Orochimaru's lair, then circled around the Akatsuki base and almost caught the live broadcast of the top war. The commotion was so great that the third Hokage received reports from the Umbu, and it is said that he was shocked at the time, saying that a genin could fight like this against Kakashi was simply inhuman. Umbu nearby honestly replied, he is human. I saw him standing and peeing in the bathroom. I tell you, it's not just the third Hokage. Even that old ghost Danzo has received the news. His subordinates are puzzled, wondering if picking up trash can boost their strength and if they should change careers. Danzo's face turned dark at that moment, and he directly ordered to find a chance to bring me over, wanting to recruit me. Actually, the reason I could hold my ground against Kakashi for so long was all thanks to the high-level body flicker technique I had just acquired, which allowed me to dodge skills quickly, plus the infinite stamina from the Nine Tails chakra. I was like a perpetual motion machine. Kakashi-sensei, on the other hand, was running low on chakra, and couldn't really go all out. Using only 70 of his strength to play with me was already quite generous. But I was clear about the situation. This exam was about teamwork. While I was exchanging blows with Kakashi, I sent my shadow clones to communicate with Naruto and Sakura, pulling them into the battle. Kakashi-sensei was fully focused on dealing with me, so he couldn't pay attention to them. As a result, when he wasn't looking, Naruto shouted, "Got it!" Kakashi touched his waist and realized that all 3 bells were gone. He could only helplessly announce that we had passed. Naruto, being very loyal, said that all the credit was mine and that he would give me the bells. I thought, since I was definitely going to pass, I pretended to be modest and said it wasn't necessary, that going back to school was fine. Sakura, seeing my noble demeanor, was also moved and wanted to give me the bells. Sasuke, standing nearby, turned green with envy. I had stolen all the spotlight. He angrily walked over and handed the bells to me, probably calculating that I wouldn't take them, wanted to show off a bit. But I snatched them from him and thanked him. Sasuke immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, completely dumbfounded. Kakashi saw us pushing him back and forth, and he directly announced that everyone had passed. Then he took us to the memorial stone and started giving a motivational speech, saying that those who violate the rules of a ninja are worthless, but I immediately interjected. Those who ignore the lives of their comrades are the real worthless ones. Kakashi gave me a thumbs up at that moment. Sasuke, not satisfied, insisted on adding to the drama, shouting, "Those who don't treat their comrades like their parents are the absolute worst." I thought to myself, is this kid a bit crazy about wanting to be a son? Sure enough, the 4 of us silently walked up to him and asked in unison, "So, does that mean we've raised our status?" We officially formed Team 7, and next up was the mission to the Land of Waves. I was thinking to myself that I needed to form my own team. Working alone was too inefficient, and Zabuza and Haku were the best targets. But to recruit them, my current strength was still lacking. So, I sent a shadow clone to follow them on a cat-catching Durank mission, while my main body directly used body flicker to sneak into Kakashi-sensei's house, aiming for the Sharingan. I was shocked as soon as I entered his house, with the entire room filled with pirated CDs featuring names like Matsushima Kid and Aoi Sora, all old artists with both talent and virtue. At that moment, I realized why Kakashi-sensei was always so short on chakra. It turns out he was using the Sharingan to the fullest. I casually pocketed a few discs and headed towards his trash can. Ding! I picked up a damaged small inflatable doll, and congratulations to the host for obtaining lightning release. Double lightning strike. Ding! I picked up a damaged medium inflatable doll, and congratulations to the host for obtaining earth release. Multiple earth wall. Damn, Kakashi-sensei really goes through a lot of dolls. Finally, I heard a heavenly sound from a shattered large doll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3-Tomo Sharingan. I was instantly amazed when I looked in the mirror. I looked incredibly handsome. Plus, I found that this thing hardly consumed any of my energy, and I could keep it activated permanently without any issues. Just as I was admiring myself, the 3-Tomo started spinning on their own, and I felt a bit dizzy, nearly hypnotizing myself. Family, it's all about making things happen for myself. The system was quite considerate, saying that since I was using it for the first time, I would receive an additional reward, enhanced hearing. With the Sharingan, I should be able to easily defeat Zabuza, but I was worried he might refuse to give up. Suddenly, an idea struck me, the Kodoame Tsukumi. That technique is the strongest Jinjutsu and can permanently change a person's will. And that eye is in Danzo's hands. Just as I was about to send a shadow clone to sneak into the route for some intel, I sensed a skilled ninja approaching me. I quickly hid my real body and left a shadow clone behind. The next moment, a root ninja appeared. "Kazama, Lord Danzo requests your presence." My shadow clone followed along. Danzo, that old guy, started trying to win me over by boasting about all the good deeds he's done, talking about the peddler from Bela's Wang, the hunter from Haifengling. His subordinate even added, and the widow from the east side of the village. I almost couldn't hold it together. He was rambling on, yet he didn't mention any real business. I wasn't in a hurry, so I just wandered around his office, looking for a trash can. Seeing me hesitate, Danzo thought I was inexperienced and started showing off his collectibles, like the bandages of the 2nd Suchikage, the wrist guards of the 4th Reikage, and even the stockings of Terumi Mei from the Mist Village. I grabbed those stockings and I tell you, I was shocked. "Mun, your XP system is a bit ahead of its time." Seeing that I was genuinely interested, Danzo snatched them back, saying they were a treasure and couldn't be given away. What a cheapskate. I should have sniffed them first. I spent half a day in his office and didn't see a single piece of trash. In the end, I had no choice but to pretend to agree to consider his proposal, thinking I would find another opportunity later. Danzo was quite straightforward and said he would give me a response before the Chunin exam. As soon as I stepped out, I saw a huge garbage bin around the corner of the hallway. It turned out to be centralized disposal. I immediately told the ninja next to me that my occupational habit kicked in, and I felt uncomfortable not picking up trash when I saw it. That guy looked at me with disdain, but still let me take the trash away. I ran to a deserted place with the trash can, and my main body followed quickly, shoving my hands inside and frantically digging. Ding! Obtain the heart-to-heart puppet seal technique. Ding! Obtain the insect emission technique. Just as I was about to empty the trash, I still hadn't found anything from Danzo, and I started to panic. I took a deep breath at the last piece of trash and shouted, "Fujin roasted rat! Come out, beasts of the gods!" Ding! Picked up a broken bandage from Danzo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest illusion technique, beasts of the gods. Damn, it really happened. My 3-Tomo Sharingan instantly evolved into Shursue's Mangeki. I thought to myself, if Danzo knew about this, he would probably die on the spot from anger. The system also notified me that the cooldown for the 10 tails was 10 years. But that's not a big deal. I'll just get Hashirama cells later. Even better, the system rewarded me with a healing ability like Karen's, which lets others bite themselves to heal. The next day, the mission in the Land of Waves officially began. Along the way, Sasuke was like a fly, insisting on competing with me. He lost at everything, but he just wouldn't admit it. In the end, he got frustrated and pointed at a puddle in the middle of the road, saying, "If you have the guts, let's see who can pee further." Sakura was shyly covering her eyes next to him, but her fingers were spread wider than the East African Rift Valley. I was speechless, just thinking about when Zabuza would show up, having no time to deal with him. Seeing that I didn't T-respond, Sasuke opened the floodgates first. I looked closely, and to my surprise, there were 2 hidden mist assassins hiding in that puddle. I shouted, "Not good," and immediately used a lightning release technique to attack. Those 2 guys in the water met their end with the Sage of 6 Paths. And Sasuke outside screamed in agony because the electricity from his urine turned his little brother into crispy tempura. Sasuke rolled on the ground in pain, crying and cursing at me. I held back my laughter until tears came out, quickly went over, pried his mouth open, and shoved my middle finger in, activating the healing ability. I have to say, this technique really worked. He was back to normal in no time. Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded, especially the client, Tazuna, who looked at me with a strange expression, probably thinking about his second spring. After dealing with the assassins, Tazuna confessed that he had no money and that he had actually sent us the payment for a C-rank mission, but the task was Barank. Kakashi hesitated a bit, considering the 3 of us were deadweight. Tazuna began to play the sympathy card, saying that if he died, only his 10-year-old grandson would be left crying, and his daughter would hate Konoha for life. Kakashi had no choice but to look at me. I figured since Zabuza hadn't collected yet, we had to go, so I nodded. We took a boat to the other side, and just after Sasuke was healed, he started causing trouble again. He ran ahead to scout, but in reality, he was secretly chopping down the roots of a large tree, tried to set a trap for me. Once he had set up the trap, he waved at me. "Come quick, I have something good to show you." But at that moment, I sensed Zabuza was coming. I immediately shouted at him, "Get down." Just as my words fell, Zabuza's decapitating blade struck the tree next to Sasuke with a loud crash, and Zabuza elegantly stood on the back of the blade, completing his iconic entrance. However, just as he was about to introduce himself, the tree creaked and collapsed, directly pinning him underneath. Zabuza, trapped under the tree, was furious and cursed loudly. When he finally managed to crawl out, he found another tree and posed again, just about to say, "Not bad, I am." When I interrupted him, "High-waisted pants Zabuza," he immediately lost his composure and threatened to make us die without a burial place. Teacher Kakashi also got serious, pulling back his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, ready to go all out. Zabuza, seeing this, got excited and immediately used the mist jutsu, causing thick fog to envelop the area. Naruto and the others were stunned when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan. I'm telling you, Sasuke's little brain is probably already staging an 8 o'clock drama. Like Kakashi, could he be my long-lost second uncle from the Uchiha clan? Just when his CPU is about to overheat, that guy Zabuza starts acting up again, listing off body parts: throat, spine, liver, carotid artery. "Just point to where you want me to stab." I couldn't hold back at that moment and directly pointed at his hair. Wow, this really stirred up a hornet's nest. Naruto and the others followed suit, arranging for everything from nails to nose hairs and armpit hair. Zabuza was about to explode, pointing at me and saying, "It's you. You're the one who called me high-waisted pants earlier. I'm coming for you first today." After saying that, he suddenly appeared right in front of me and slashed me away with one blow. Hey, let me tell you, this is purely an act. Just him. I could activate my Sharingan, and he wouldn't even touch a single hair on me. But I had to give Naruto a chance. If I didn't push him hard enough, that big fox inside him wouldn't come out of work. So I decided to play the role today and focus on slacking off. When Kakashi-sensei saw me go down, he panicked and immediately teleported behind Zabuza with a kunai. But then, poof, Zabuza turned into a puddle of water. Water clone? Just as Kakashi finished muttering, Zabuza really popped up behind him again. Hey, guess what? Kakashi poofed too and turned into water. I was lying on the ground laughing. Were these two playing Russian nesting dolls? One water clone from here, another water clone from there, splashing everywhere, creating a visual spectacle. In the end, Kakashi-sensei proved to be more skilled, using Jinjutsu followed by a series of copied ninjutsu to take Zabuza down. I saw my chance. I knew that tool named Haku was about to appear to shoot needles and save him. My task was to cause chaos, making it impossible for these two to fake death and forcing Naruto to unleash his power right there. Just as I thought, a silver needle shot through the air, and I reflexively threw a shuriken. I originally intended to knock it away, but who knew? Family, I missed and guided that needle straight towards Zabuza's backside. A scream echoed through the sky. Zabuza forced that needle out with his internal strength, his face turning green as he shouted at us. Don't hit people in the face. And don't stab people in the backside. You guys have no martial ethics. Mist technique. Wow, this time the mist got thicker, so dense that even Kakashi's Sharingan became useless. Haku also took the opportunity to appear, trapping Naruto and Sasuke in a magic mirror ice crystal. As soon as I saw it, Kakashi-sensei's chakra was running low. If Zabuza didn't step in, he was going to unleash his power. It was time to end my lazy play. I charged straight into the thick fog, and Sasuke was still shouting from inside the ice. Kazama, you bastard, come save me. I thought to myself, are you still cursing me? Just enjoy the high-level beating in there. It's just right for you to bring out your cheat. Sure enough, inside the fog, Kakashi-sensei was being pressed by Zabuza. Just as Zabuza was about to go for the kill, I quickly blocked his decapitating sword with a kunai. Manjiki Sharingan. The moment I activated it, both Kakashi and Zabuza were shocked. Zabuza, still not believing it, exclaimed, impossible. My mist can obscure all sight. You think a mere kunai can block my sword? I smiled at him. Wrong, the kunai is just for show. Raikiri. As soon as I finished speaking, I unleashed a Raikiri from another direction, directly breaking his precious sword. Kakashi-sensei was so stunned he didn't know what to say, staring at my eyes for a long time before finally managing to say, Kazama, those eyes of yours. I told him, this is the strongest heavenly eye, the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei's gaze towards me changed from shock to admiration. He turned to shout into the fog. Zabuza, you are truly lucky to encounter two Sharingan ninjas, one of whom has the Manjiki. At that moment, Sasuke, still trapped in ice, opened his eyes as well. Kakashi-sensei was even more excited. Zabuza, you are incredibly fortunate. You are facing 3 pairs of Sharingan. Zabuza shouted back from the fog. Your team has 5 people, and 3 of them have Sharingan. And you tell me it's 1 in a million? Is Konoha a wholesale store for Sharingan? Kakashi was furious and told me to go first. I said with my current abilities, I could kill Zabuza 1,000 times. But I need to subdue him. I have to beat him into submission. That guy, not knowing his fate, was holding back a big move. Water style, great waterfall technique. Kakashi panicked and shouted for me to run. Run? I directly made the same hand signs in front of him. Earth style, multiple earth wall. I blocked him directly. Kakashi and Zabuza's eyes nearly popped out. But that wasn't all. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. I unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu from all 5 elements, making Zabuza question his life choices, and he turned to run. Wanna run? No way. Konoha 1,000 slashes. I created thousands of shadow clones to surround him, followed by a brutal physical education lesson, including techniques like the old man pushing the cart and Guanyin sitting on a lotus. By the time I was done, Zabuza was already slumped on the ground, foaming at the mouth, begging for a quick end. Meanwhile, the powered-up Naruto and Sasuke had also taken down Haku, breaking his mask. Naruto looked and exclaimed, wow, a pretty girl, instantly falling into love mode. But then Haku said, sorry, I'm a guy. Naruto's second first love dead. Humiliated, Naruto was furious and ready to strike. But Haku kicked him away to save Zabuza and ran off with him on his back. I stopped Kakashi-sensei, who wanted to kill Steel, and said I'd handle it. Then I deliberately let them run deep into the forest. but I was too injured and passed out directly, so I coolly swooped in to catch him, while Zabuza fell face first into the mud. He was still unconvinced, saying, "Are you part of a beauty association? You only catch him and not me." I smiled and told him that I wanted them to submit to me. Zabuza still talked back, saying that even if I did a Leaf Village 1000 Shinobi slash again, he wouldn't yield. Fine then, don't blame me for being rude. With a snap of my fingers, the strongest Genjutsu was unleashed. In the previous second, Zabuza was defiant. And in the next second, he respectfully called me master and even asked if I wanted to eat shit. I quickly stopped him and prioritized saving the person. I stretched my arm into the white mouth and activated my healing ability, instantly bringing them back to full health. When Bai woke up, he wiped his mouth and weakly asked me, "Master, how long has it been since you took a shower?" I confidently replied, "I took one just last year." Both of them were instantly petrified. When it was Zabuza's turn, he saw me about to take off my shoes and refused to be treated, insisting he was fine, even doing a few squats on the spot to prove it. After subduing these two, we immediately formed a group called the Explosive Sky Gang. I sent a ShadowClone back to inform Kakashi, saying that I had already killed the person. Then, I took out 2 specially made Bado soldier food pills and gave them to the 2 of them. They were so moved that they swallowed them whole. In just a few seconds, both of them started to feel their stomachs churning violently and rushed off to find a place to relieve themselves. I secretly followed them. When they finished and came back, I found myself standing right in front of their 2 piles with both hands still inside. Let me tell you, I felt socially dead at that moment. Really, it was like I died on the spot. The way they looked at me was as if they were asking, "Boss, are you hungry? Or do you want to warm yourself up in this cold weather?" I could only force myself to stay calm, pull my hands out, and elegantly toss my hair. Don't get me wrong, I was just afraid the enemy would track you down, helping you destroy the evidence. Fortunately, the system notification sound went off, and I successfully extracted the mist concealment technique and the crystal mirror ice. With the new ninjutsu, I immediately thought of a bold move to add the potency of the euphorbia to the mist concealment technique. From now on, anyone who inhales my mist will have to spray on the spot. Just as I was thinking about this, I sensed that Danzo had sent 2 root ninjas to trouble me, and they even started fighting with Kakashi and the others. I rushed over to support them, while also testing my new move, Water Release, Euphorbia Mist Concealment Technique. A thick fog instantly enveloped the entire area. The 2 root ninjas were still unaware of their fate. One of them, with keen senses, took a deep breath trying to locate me. The next second, the sound of flowing water came from his pants. The other, just about to mock him, also let out a spray with a whoosh. And it didn't stop there. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also not spared. The entire forest was filled with the sound of spraying. It was simply a feast of flying. I held my breath and went to pick up the trash one by one. First, I extracted half of the Nine Tails power for Naruto Nice. Then, passing by Sakura's convenient spot, I thought that her brute strength was pretty impressive too, so why not take a little? But when I reached out, why is it so hard? Is Sakura constipated? I pulled with all my might, and with a pop, I knew it was bad. Immediately, Sakura let out a scream that echoed through the sky. My soul nearly flew away. I had gone in the wrong place. I tried to run, but guess what? I couldn't pull it out. Then I was dragged by Sakura. Frantically rubbing against the ground, her face was, sliding for hundreds of meters on all sorts of fresh stuff. I gritted my teeth and didn't make a sound, and finally, after much effort, I managed to grab a tree to pull my hand out. When Kakashi and the others arrived, I had to pretend to be innocent. Oh dear, what happened? The enemy is too perverted. Once the mist cleared, we quickly fled from that smelly forest. I sent my ShadowClone to follow them, while my main body, along with Zabuza and Haku, headed straight for Kato's lair. As soon as Kato saw us, he started spouting off, saying Zabuza had failed the mission and still had the nerve to come back. Zabuza, now my man, got furious and grabbed his half-broken sword to chop him. Kato laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Then he waved his hand, and hundreds of samurai emerged from the forest, surrounding us. Zabuza and Haku were a bit panicked, but in my eyes, those hundreds of minions were no different from a bunch of cabbages. I directly said to Kato, "Transfer all your properties and all your little money to me, and I'll consider sparing your life." Kato laughed even more, saying I was small but had a big mouth. I thought to myself, I haven't even eaten garlic today. He immediately ordered, "Leave that one in women's clothing and chop the other 2 into minced meat." I told you that group of warriors rushed and shouting, and Jean Boujon and Bai were a bit flustered, asking me if I wanted to strategically retreat first. I thought, what's there to be flustered about? I directly handed each of them a Nine Tails power bank and said to them, "Afraid of being outnumbered? Come, Feel what it's like to be at 100 power? Goodness. Those two were suddenly enveloped in red light. Their eyes lit up, and they were full of energy, like they had been injected with adrenaline. Jean Boujon let out a roar and charged in. Guess what? The half of the hilt he had in hand instantly stood up, and it grew rapidly, transforming into a 40-meter-long sword. I was stunned. Even the Italian cannon isn't this outrageous. Those hundreds of warriors in front of them fell like wheat being cut down. That old man Cardo was so scared he went limp on the spot. His pants probably got wet, trembling on the ground and asking us what kind of monsters we were. I walked up to him, too lazy to waste words, glared at him, opened the kaleidoscope, and directly fried his CPU, making him completely enter my program. I asked him how much he could earn in a day, and guess what he said? 100 million. Wow. Do you have a money printing machine at home? I asked him to list his businesses, and it turns out there aren't many legitimate ones. Most are related to kidnapping, extortion, and murder. Things are not respectable. All right. There's also one in the sex industry. At first, I didn't react, so I asked him what that was about. He said it was for filming those kinds of romantic action movies. At that moment, I understood. No wonder Kakashi-sensei is always holding a little disc to watch. The source of those feelings is with you. I waved my hand and told them to stop the murder and arson, but as for the sex industry, cough. That must be kept. After all, it's an important cultural industry. After sorting this out, I directly ordered Zabuza and Haku to use Kato as an ATM and empty his assets to serve as startup funds for our explosive gang. Once that's done, we'll just throw Kato back to the people of the Land of Waves and let them handle it themselves. I finished my business here and went back to find Kakashi and the others. After all, the mission isn't over yet. We have to wait for the bridge to be repaired. Guess what happened? Old man Dazna said that because they lack manpower, it would take 10 years to fix the bridge. 10 years. I was stunned. The fourth great ninja war would be over by then. As a result, Naruto, not wanting to back down, insisted on showing off. He used 1,000 shadow clones and collapsed the bridge in one go. Great. Now it's going to take 20 years. Does anyone understand? At that time, I thought a person's heart can't be hidden. There was no way out. I had to call Zabuza and have him get more money to get things done. Money really is powerful. He had the bridge repaired in just a few days. On the day of completion, Dazna insisted on naming the bridge after me. I thought that wouldn't he do. I still need to develop in peace. Being too high profile isn't good. So, I had a clever idea and pushed all the credit to Naruto. At that moment, Kakashi and the others looked at me differently. They must have been wondering if there was something inappropriate between me and Naruto. I just left, and that old schemer Danzo was already preparing to ambush me on the road. But he doesn't know I'm already a step ahead. I directly had Zabuza take a lot of money from Kato and threw it into Konoha, saying it was to thank me. As soon as the third Hokage heard this, he exclaimed, "Oh my, the god of wealth has arrived." He immediately brought all the high-ranking officials of the village to welcome me at the village entrance with drums and gongs. When Danzo saw that he couldn't assassinate me, he got so angry that he ordered the village gates to be closed, trying to give me a warning. But just as I reached the entrance, I pushed the gate open. Bang. Good grief, the old man was slammed by the door again, falling down like a dog eating poop. His expression at that moment was as if he was saying, "Is your character designed to always collide with me when opening the door?" I thought, "Isn't your character just waiting behind the door for me to crash into you?" The third Hokage immediately called him to his office for tea, and I bet he got scolded thoroughly. After the team disbanded, Sakura surprisingly approached me with a flushed face to ask me out. Just thinking about that incident in the forest made my fingers hurt, so I quickly found an excuse to slip away. She then turned to find Sasuke, making him angry as she said she treated him like a backup. I don't have time to deal with those young people in love. Danzo was called to have tea with the third Hokage, which is a perfect opportunity, right? I immediately teleported to his bedroom to start my garbage sorting project. And guess what I found? Pink handcuffs, a small whip, and cat ears with a collar. I was like an old man on the subway, looking at my phone, thinking these old guys are pretty wild in their spare time. The system chimed, and I got the vacuum release, wood release, and most importantly, the Senju Hashirama's physique, all in my hands. The cooldown time for the divine techniques was greatly reduced. Awesome. Before I left, I had to leave some souvenirs for old man Danzo. So in front of his beloved thermos, I refilled it with hot water, all natural, no additives. When I returned to gather, Kakashi had already distributed the registration forms for the Chunin exam. Naruto was once again chasing his dream of becoming Hokage, while Sasuke sulked and challenged me to a fight. At that moment, Naruto suddenly chimed in, saying he had developed a new technique and wanted my guidance. I thought to myself, can this guy really develop new techniques? Then he shouted, "Harem jutsu! What the heck?" Dozens of beautiful women appeared out of nowhere. And both Sasuke and I couldn't handle it. Our noses bleeding. Sasuke was bending over, trying to hold himself up. Naruto was still not satisfied and said the details of his technique weren't perfect enough, asking if I understood and wanted to improve it. I casually remarked that he might as well go to a women's bathhouse for field research. To my surprise, he took it seriously and insisted on dragging me along. I thought for the sake of my brother's strength and for the research of ninjutsu, sacrificing a bit of my dignity. Sacrificing a bit of my morals would also count as contributing to Konoha. Sasuke, while saying no, honestly followed along. The three of us sneaked to the outside of the women's hot spring, only to find that the mist inside was so thick that we couldn't see anything. At that moment, I heard someone mumbling in the bushes nearby. "Byakugan. Wow, there's someone else here." We tiptoed over and found it was Neji. This guy was focused. Using his Byakugan, Naruto rushed over to uphold justice, but when Neji realized he was exposed, he wiped his nosebleed, tossed the tissue aside, and tried to run. I was quick and snatched up that tissue. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained the eye technique. Byakugan. Haha, what a score. But then things took a turn for the worse. Naruto couldn't stop in time while chasing Neji and crashed into me, sending me straight into the women's hot spring. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. With bathrobes and splashes flying everywhere and countless big white bunnies swaying in front of my eyes, I almost died on the spot. In the end, I transformed into a girl to sneak out. Now the mission was a bust, but Naruto wasn't ready to give up. He came up with a new plan. He suggested that he wear sexy women's clothes and use the harem technique to show us the effect. The three of us discussed it and aimed straight for Sakura's house. While Sakura was away, we sneaked into her room. Naruto was so skilled, he directly rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out a camisole and a lace dress. At that moment, I suspected this guy had definitely been there before. He put on the lace dress, and after using the harem technique, Sasuke even came over to help him fix his outfit, saying this wasn't right and that needed to be adjusted. Wow, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Seeing that I had transformed before, Naruto encouraged me to try it too, so he could have a reference. I initially wanted to refuse. After all, I was a strapping young man. How could I wear women's clothes? But then I thought, since I was already here with so many fun things in the Naruto world, wouldn't it be a loss not to experience it? I tell you, the moment the thought crossed my mind, my body was faster than my brain. I quickly slipped into Sakura's pink spaghetti strap dress. Wow, I have to say, it actually fits quite well. Naruto and Sasuke, those two clowns, were yelling beside me. One saying my figure is better than Sakura's, and the other saying I could debut and make money right away. I was posing in front of the mirror with my hands on my hips when suddenly the bedroom door opened. Sakura was standing there, with a gaze that held 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts pure murderous intent. I tell you, the situation was extremely awkward. Just as I was about to explain that I was actually a girl, a statement that I didn't even believe myself, Sakura's fist was already coming at me. Goodness. There was me, Naruto, and Sasuke who wanted to slip away, all neatly sent off to be revived in the countdown. Who understand my family? Just because I wore a dress, I almost got physically taken out by my teammates. The next day, the Chunin exams kicked off, and the 3 of us were as honest as quails. To make up for my mistake, I even took the initiative to open the main door for Sakura. Guess what happened? As soon as the door opened, bam, it knocked Danzo flying right past. I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thinking, why is this old man not watching where he's going? Just after that incident, Naruto couldn't help but run his mouth, saying that none of Sakura's clothes were sexy, and Sasuke chimed in, saying she was like an airport, no matter how sexy. She couldn't fill it out. Then, those two were chased down the street by Sakura for 8 blocks. While I was watching the show, someone from Naruto suddenly popped up and said Danzo was looking for me. My heart skipped a beat. This old guy really holds grudges. He was out to get me, but I thought the 3rd Hokage was right there. He wouldn't dare go too far, and I had just acquired Hashirama's physique. So if the deity's cool down was over, who was afraid of whom? When I went over, I saw Danzo with his head bandaged up, and I couldn't help but ask, "Oh, why are you still bleeding?" He glared at me fiercely and said, "What do you mean?" "It's because you knocked the door into me." I pretended to be clueless. Really? I don't know. This old guy was so furious that he was shaking, leaving behind a threat that he'd get me one day before walking away. Damn, you called me over just for this? Fine, just wait. I summoned my monkey, son Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng, how small can the Rui Jingu Bang get? Master, it can get smaller than a needle. Good. Place it on that old guy's chair, pointy end up. Once everything was set up, I waited to watch the show. Just as the 3rd Hokage started his passionate speech, I commanded Xiaosheng, activate. Slowly extend. I'll tell you, On the viewing platform, Danzo's old face turned pale all of a sudden, like he stepped on an electric switch, and he jumped up abruptly. The high-ranking officials around him were stunned, and he had to force himself to calm down and wave his hand, saying it was nothing. I stifled a laugh and continued giving orders. Increase the intensity, and let S do a 360-degree spin. Well, this time Danzo completely lost it, starting to tremble violently, feeling an unbearable itch, wanting to scratch but unable to reach. He let out a howl and accidentally dashed to the center of the venue. The third Hokage saw this and thought he was going to liven up the opening ceremony, so he waved his hand and had someone play background music. At that moment, the entire Konoha fell silent, with only Danzo performing a brand new dance. The steps, lifting his hips and tiptoeing, sliding wildly, emphasize a unique aesthetic of movement. The audience below thought he was a hidden master of Konoha, and applause erupted. The three young men from the Sound Ninja Village were even more heavyweight, seeing the moonwalk. They rushed up wanting to battle dance, shouting something like, "I say Sound Ninja, you say you." Danzo was going crazy, having no time to play with them. Unable to endure any longer, he retaliated with 3 swift strikes and knocked those 3 dance kings down. Then he covered his butt and dashed to the restroom with devilish speed. After seeing him learn his lesson, I let my clone retract its abilities. The system even rewarded me with a super attack speed, which was quite profitable. Soon after, the Chunin exams officially began. I sent a ShadowClone to participate in the written test, while my main body was set to completely deal with the thorn in my side, Danzo. Who would have thought that halfway there I was blocked by a guy in a green bodysuit with thick eyebrows? Rock Lee. He came up and said I didn't deserve the title of the strongest genin. Naruto, hearing this, was unhappy and charged up first, only to be sent flying with a smack. Sasuke was even more unconvinced, activated his 2-Tomo Sharingan, acted all tough, and ended up getting knocked down with a single move as well. I was quite helpless and told him that he was currently just a Gua Sha master and couldn't even touch him. In the end, it had to be me. I figured I needed to keep my Sharingan and would release for dealing with Danzo and couldn't expose them here. So, I simply closed my eyes and relied solely on my super perception. Little Lee was fast, but to me, it was like slow motion playback. He feinted with a move, and his true body circled around the back. Without even turning my head, I countered with a lightning cutter. Just as I was about to hit him, guy suddenly flashed over and blocked me. Wow, he was trying to mediate, but why grab me? I felt a bit awkward, said he grabbed me by mistake, and then directly declared me the winner. After dealing with Little Lee, I sent my ShadowClone to follow Naruto and the others to the exam venue, even giving them a spoiler before leaving, telling them to turn in blank papers until the 10th question. As for my main body, I went straight to Danzo's lair, the root. Danzo, seeing me walk into the trap, turned green with anger and immediately unleashed his signature wind release. I countered with a double power vacuum wave and pushed it back at him. He was dumbfounded, asking where I learned it. Could I tell him I picked it up from the trash he threw away? No way. I directly opened hundreds of ShadowClones, filling the sky with wind techniques, completely confusing him. Taking advantage of his inability to distinguish which one was the real me, I teleported behind him, activated my Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and said, "Kagura's eye, activate. Submit to me for eternity." Yes. Well, this old guy is quite international. After taking care of that, the first thing I did was to have him create garbage for me on the spot. Let me tell you, all those wind techniques with techniques sealing techniques, and even his trump card, Izanagi, which costs a life for a single use, were all copied and pasted by me with one click. It's all about sustainable resource harvesting. I even ordered him to collect garbage from various clans while Orochimaru attacked Konoha. I want it all. Meanwhile, I had just subdued Danzo, and over at the exam site, Naruto and the others managed to pass the first exam smoothly by submitting blank papers. Next up was the second round, the Forest of Death. The proctor, Mitarashi Anko, was dressed quite revealingly. Naruto was babbling on and got slapped into a daze by Anko. Then a bunch of people started asking bizarre questions, like what to do if they wanted to go to the bathroom, and one guy even asked what to do if he wanted to use traditional techniques. Anko simply replied, "Chop it off," and the whole place fell silent in an instant. I know that Orochimaru is about to appear and plant strawberries for Sasuke. Is that possible? Sasuke is going to be my future garbage production powerhouse. My main body is rushing to the Death Forest, and on the way, I urgently need to go to the bathroom. So, I even created a technique for hurrying along, focusing on solving the problem while running. I tell you, it was a close call. When I arrived, Orochimaru's mouth was wide open like a hippopotamus, ready to bite into Sasuke's neck. I shouted stop, but I rushed in too quickly, couldn't break in time, and couldn't retract my golden spear. I just heard a crisp sound, and I landed a solid hot stamp on Orochimaru's face with my unique weapon. Goodness, Orochimaru was knocked down to the ground on the spot, with a long 18-centimeter thumb-width mark on his face, completely dazed, covering his face and roaring, which bastard ambushed me. When I tidied up my outfit and came out again, I directly activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at the sight, looking at me as if he had seen a rare treasure, and he immediately forgot about Sasuke next to him. He probably remembered the fear of being dominated by Itachi back in the day and didn't dare to make the first move, just staring at me intently. His expression was a mix of love and hate. Let me tell you, that scene was so awkward. We were like two door gods, staring at each other wide-eyed, neither of us willing to make a move. I was also calculating in my mind, it's not wise to confront Uncle Snake head-on while the gods are still on cooldown. My main task is to wait for him to create chaos in Konoha so I can pick up the scraps. Goodness, we stood there for 1 hour, 2 hours. My legs were almost numb, and I thought this Orochimaru really knows how to hold it in. And guess what? Sasuke and Sakura, who were lying nearby, couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Hey, Naruto, how's the battle going? Why is there no movement at all? This kid Naruto, let me tell you, he's quite the character." When he saw us engaging in this silent standoff, he thought he couldn't report back like this. In a moment of inspiration, he actually pulled out Kakashi's treasured book, Make Out Paradise. Who understands this? He was actually going to use this as live commentary. Sasuke was urging him again, "Naruto, hurry up and say something." Naruto cleared his throat, opened the book, and began to read a hymn. At this moment, Orochimaru unleashed a technique to absorb stars, trying to trap Fuma. But Fuma smoothly took advantage of the situation, wielding a golden spear, diving straight into Orochimaru's giant flower. I was completely blown away, bro. Here I am, having an epic showdown with you, and my commentator is over there narrating some yellow text live? Orochimaru's face instantly changed from white to red, then from red to purple, like a color palette. His little minions were also looking at each other, probably wondering if this was some new type of paid battlefield. You know what's ridiculous? Sasuke and Sakura were actually enjoying it. Sakura even had a blush on her face, urging, "Wow, is the battle this intense?" And then what? Naruto saw there was a market, got pumped up, and directly shouted, "Kaze no Kaze shows no mercy," pushing Orochimaru to the ground. And under such violent tactics, Orochimaru became unusually excited, his eyes dreamy, spitting out fragrant words. Damn it! Orochimaru immediately broke down, his rationality completely offline, turning to Naruto and roaring, "Do you even know how to commentate? If you don't, shut up." Naruto also got mad. "You fight your fight. What does it have to do with how I commentate? You two have been standing there like logs for ages. Without commentary, the readers will give bad reviews, you know? Screw you." Orochimaru was furious, directly launching a shadow snake hand attack towards Naruto and the others. I looked at this and thought it wouldn't work, so I hurriedly used Earth Style. Multiple Earth Wall. I blocked him directly. Just then, one of his subordinates ran over and said, "Lord Orochimaru, the Umbu are here." Orochimaru snorted coldly, not getting tangled up any longer. And before leaving, he threw a flirtatious glance. No, it was a harsh remark. "Kazama, I'm going to take your body." Then he vanished in an instant. Once they left, I quickly went over to heal Naruto and the others, stuffing my fingers into their mouths one by one to activate my healing abilities. As a result, these three were all scared out of their wits by Orochimaru, repeatedly saying they couldn't win. They couldn't win. I said, "All right, don't be afraid. Just leave the task of grabbing the scroll to me." After that, I directly created dozens of shadow clones and told the three of them, "Next, hold your breath. This move is a bit taxing. Banana Mista technique." Goodness, with dozens of shadow clones exerting their power simultaneously, the scene was incredible. The entire death forest was instantly shrouded in an indescribable thick fog. Immediately, sounds of popping and hissing echoed through the forest, and streams of smoke shot up into the sky. The sight was so beautiful that I dare not look. The entire death forest was like a large-scale driving test, except it was a jet fighter simulation. Naruto and the others caught a whiff of that familiar scent, paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in unison, "Wow. Isn't this the technique we encountered in the Land of Waves?" I nodded. "That's right, it's that one." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt 3 death glares behind me. Oh no, I forgot that back in the Land of Waves, I lied to them saying it was the enemy who did it. Now, I had just confessed without realizing it. I could only smile awkwardly and say, well, at that time, the situation was urgent. I had no choice. Sakura, with a dark expression, pulled me aside and asked through gritted teeth, KazamaGains, let me ask you, back in the forest when you were touching me. My survival instinct instantly kicked in, and I waved my hands frantically. It's not me. I didn't point at you. Damn, I let it slip. Kazama, you bastard. Accompanied by a powerful punch from Sakura, my scream echoed throughout the Xiangxun sausage forest. After that, things were simple. My shadow clones easily collected enough earth and sky scrolls from the groups of candidates who were still running to the bathroom. But I believe in making the most of everything. I had my shadow clone stuff all the excess scrolls into the scattered xiang, then deliberately spread the word that the scrolls were hidden all over the forest. Can you believe it? Those guys, desperate to advance, really rushed in and started a frenzied gold rush. The result was that, except for our group, all the candidates arrived at the finish line covered in indescribable golden garments. This was exactly what I wanted. When they reached the finish line, the first thing they would do was definitely to take a shower and change clothes. Those clothes covered in xiang would just become discarded trash, right? I immediately instructed my shadow clone to pick up all the clothes they had thrown away and started my garbage sorting project. Ding! Picked up the vest discarded by Niji. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gentle fist technique. Bagua empty palm. Ding! Picked up the leggings discarded by Ino. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mind transfer technique. Ding! Picked up the long johns discarded by Shikamaru. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shadow imitation technique. Ding! Picked up the outerwear discarded by Gaara. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sand binding coffin. Ding! Picked up the underwear discarded by Gaara. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sand waterfall funeral. I feel so happy inside. My buddy Gaara is really straightforward. He threw everything out, giving me a complete set. With these new skills, I feel more confident going up against Orochimaru. After all, the Shikaku is my trump card and shouldn't be used casually in front of the third Hokage. When everyone gradually finished their showers and left, I realized a problem. Gaara was still in the bathroom. He had no clothes to wear. He only had one piece left, and I had picked it up. Kankuro was outside shouting, "Gaara, are you done yet?" Gaara hid behind the door and said in a low voice, "You go first, I'll be out in a moment." After Kankuro left, Gaara planned to sneak out when no one was around in the middle of the night. As a result, it got dark, and the gatekeeper came in to check, asking if there was anyone inside. Gaara didn't dare to make a sound. Once the gatekeeper left, he casually locked the bathroom door. Gaara pushed the door open and was stunned. He was locked inside. On the other side, the people of Sunagakure discovered that Gaara was missing and were anxious, searching everywhere. Kankuro and Temari could only return to the bathhouse to look for him. Temari, with her sharp eyes, spotted a pale figure in the bathroom. Kankuro took a look and recognized the red-haired figure with dark circles under the eyes. It was Gaara. He kicked the door open with one swift motion. Gaara quickly covered his key parts in fear. Shikamaru, on the other hand, remained calm. "All right, I'm your sister, what haven't I seen? Besides, it doesn't make much difference whether the enoki mushrooms are blocked or not." Gaara became self-conscious on the spot and wanted to argue, but facts speak louder than words. He was so angry that he cursed, saying his clothes were stolen by some bastard. Kankuro almost laughed to death beside him. Temari tossed a package over. "All right, just put on the spare clothes for now." Gaara opened it and turned pale. "You gave me women's clothing?" Temari replied confidently. "Yes, this is my spare outfit." Gaara went to see Kankuro, who quickly covered his clothes and stepped back, saying, "This is the only one I have." With no choice, Gaara had to change into it with tears in his eyes. Goodness, it was a green dress, white stockings, and red high heels. Kankuro was trying hard not to laugh, his face twitching. Temari even comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, there's no one around at this hour." Just as she opened the bathroom door, they heard a loud shout from outside. "Found it! Gaara is here!" Suddenly, hundreds of ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure blocked the bathroom door, all staring at this newly transformed crossdresser. Gaara was instantly petrified, ascending on the spot, giving the entire ninja world a little shock with his cross-dressing. Due to this series of incidents involving the spray and cross-dressing, the higher-ups of Konoha decided to pause the third exam for everyone to take a breather. Kakashi took the opportunity to arrange special training for us. Sasuke trained with him, Naruto followed Ebisu, and Sakura. Well, Sakura's period came, so she was left in my care. I was thinking, with this plot, Jiraiya should be back in the village soon. If I could get something from him, wouldn't it be more reliable to deal with Orochimaru? So I decided to take action. I activated my Byakugan to scan the whole city, and sure enough, I found that familiar figure at the Red Romance bathhouse. This old pervert Jiraiya. The bathhouse isn't even open yet, and he's already lurking outside the women's bath. How can I make him throw away his trash? He peeks and doesn't even get a nosebleed. Got it. just like in the forest of death. I'll kick him into the women's bath, and once his clothes are wet, he'll have to throw them away. I quietly approached, first using a technique called sand binding coffin to immobilize him. Then I aimed at him with a newly learned soft fist technique, empty palm, prepare and strike him. However, since it was my first time using it, I didn't control the force well, and my palm missed the target, hitting him directly on his dragon root point instead. The next moment, I heard a poof sound, and Jiraiya's ultimate move, the super gun, instantly pierced through the wooden board and directly plunged into the women's hot spring pool. I was completely stunned at that moment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Its power is so great. I thought my empty palm technique wasn't strong enough, so I kept hitting the same spots several times. All I could hear was Jiraiya letting out suppressed grunts from over there. The bow on gun was growing longer, just like Pinocchio's nose, stretching across the entire bathhouse. At that moment, the women's bath started to fill up with people. The mist was too thick, and those women couldn't see what it was, thinking it was a newly installed clothes rack. One lady even draped a scalding towel over it. Jiraiya, outside the wooden boards, was trembling from a pain. Even more outrageous, there was a beautiful woman tapping a raw egg on it, and the eggshell was getting embedded. Jiraiya was on the verge of passing out from the pain. The last straw that broke the camel's back was when another lady walked over with a durian in her arms. I couldn't take it anymore. Jiraiya let out a miserable scream, burst with rage, broke free from the sand binding, and ran away with the bawang gun. As soon as I saw the plan fail, I quickly grabbed a band-aid and followed along, pretending to be a passerby. "Oh, isn't that Lord Jiraiya? Why is your face so pale? Are you injured?" "I have a band-aid." Jiraiya was in so much pain that he didn't think much and just tore open the package. Great throw. I was delighted and swiftly picked up the discarded packaging. Ding! Picking up the band-aid packaging discarded by Jiraiya. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiral sphere. Done. I felt elated. The spiral sphere is an essential skill for home, travel, and even for killing and arson. Jiraiya looked at me picking up the trash with a puzzled expression, probably wondering why this genius had such a habit. I seized the opportunity and said, "Lord Jiraiya, can I train with you?" He initially wanted to refuse, but I quickly pulled out my treasure copy of the second volume of the Action Comics of Love from the Island. "Wait, fellow cultivator." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Please let me read it." As he looked at the content of the book, he nearly drooled. I struck while the iron was hot. "As long as you take me as your disciple, this book is yours." The old pervert hesitated for a moment, then with a sly smile said, "All right, but you have to pass a test. Within 3 days, learn this technique." With that, he formed a spiral sphere in his hand. I thought to myself, you must be kidding, still trying to make things difficult for me? I smiled slightly and stretched out my hand, saying, "I could do it right now. No need to wait 3 days." "Haha, you little brat. You're just bluffing." Before he could finish speaking, a perfectly identical Rasengan appeared in my hand. Jiraiya was stunned at that moment, his jaw almost dropping to the ground, probably wondering if I was the legendary one's second man. He stammered, "WL, after the exam, come find me." As soon as he left, I immediately tried to infuse it with the Nine-Tails chakra. Wow, the Rasengan, which was originally the size of a bun, suddenly expanded by more than 100 times, and a supersized Great Ball Rasengan was born in my hand just like that. A few days later, the third exam finally began. In the waiting area, that kid Niji came over to provoke me again, talking about the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Naruto and the others stood behind me for support, showing their loyalty. As luck would have it, the first match was me against Hooligan Niji. Naruto and the others cheered for me from below, while Niji arrogantly stepped onto the stage, striking a pose. "Next, I'll let you know the difference between a genius and an ordinary person." As soon as the match began, he started commentating live, only to be interrupted by Sakura with a slap. On the stage, Niji was indeed giving it his all, starting with the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, combined with his 360-degree Byakugan, making the entire arena filled with his shadows. As for me, I was just dodging. The audience started mocking me, saying that the so-called strongest newcomer was nothing special. Even Guy turned to Kakashi and said, "Sorry, but your beloved student is about to lose." Kakashi feigned humility, but I bet he was already laughing inside, knowing I must have been holding back a big move. In fact, he was overthinking it. I was just suffering from decision paralysis. I had too many techniques at my disposal and couldn't decide which one would be low-key yet still flashy. Using the Byakugan gentle fist, I was afraid of causing trouble with the Hyuga clan. Using Raikiri, I was worried I might electrocute him. The mist concealment technique? That was definitely out of the question. He would be completely exhausted. After thinking for a long time, I decided to go with the weakest technique. ShadowClone Jutsu. I instantly created dozens of shadow clones. Niji looked disdainful. Just with these shadow clones? I laughed. Not just shadow clones, but this too. As soon as I finished speaking, my dozens of shadow clones simultaneously formed shining Razengans in their hands and charged toward him. Niji activated his Byakugan, and as he looked at the dozens of rapidly spinning chakra balls, the arrogance on his face instantly froze. I tell you, that scene was just incredible. He must have been thinking at that moment, does this kid have a direct connection to the Konoha water supply? With dozens of shadow clones, each one throwing a Rasengan. Who can withstand that? Niji was tough too. He shouted right away, gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Try to block it all. But what is the Rasengan for? It's specifically designed to disrupt your chakra, similar in principle to his gentle fist, a case of magic defeating magic. As soon as they clashed, his technique was rendered useless, and he was sent reeling back. On the stands, Kakashi and the third Hokage were shocked. ISNT that the fourth S technique? Sakura down below was cheering, shouting something like, "Oh, Kazama-kun, let us hang out tonight." Goodness, I almost burned out my CPU. Niji, seeing he was about to lose, panicked and activated his so-called absolute defense, the heavenly spin, wrapping himself up like a top and spinning wildly. I saw this and was amused. Just right. I wanted to test whether my Rasengan was harder or his defense was tougher. Without hesitation, I summoned dozens more shadow clones and continued to launch Rasengans at him. On the stands, Guy turned pale and asked Kakashi how much chakra I had. Kakashi, that sly guy, pretended not to know and said on a normal day, I could make millions of shadow clones, and today was just a bad day for me. I couldn't help but laugh. Niji was getting dizzy in that heavenly spin, looking at my shadow clones multiplying outside, filling up the entire arena, with some even starting to stack on top of each other, directly standing on my head. I shouted to him, "Niji, next you'll be out of heavenly spin." As soon as I finished speaking, there was a bang, and his spinning top was crushed by me, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Not sure if he was knocked out by the Rasengan, or if my shadow clones just overwhelmed him. The whole place erupted. The genius of the Hyuga clan, just like that? I heard this guy is even a garbage-picking orphan. I was just about to say, I haven't even tried hard yet, and you fell down? When Niji had already disappeared. The referee, stifling a laugh, announced Niji has, rushed to the restroom due to personal physiological reasons. Kazama wins this match. I looked at the spot where he had been standing, and there was a large wet patch on the ground. Family, who understands? They directly scared the genius into peeing himself. To avoid making it too awkward for him, I immediately performed a giant Rasen shuriken even bigger than his, and the entire venue fell silent. The third Hokage was so startled he swallowed his smoke. Now everyone thought Niji had run away because of my move. Perfect. Naruto and Sakura rushed over and tossed me into the air to celebrate our Team 7's glory. But halfway through the toss, the next match between Naruto and Kiba started, and those two completely forgot about me and ran off to watch the match. I crashed to the ground, completely dazed. When our Team 7 all advanced, during the intermission, Gaara finally couldn't sit still anymore. He had dark circles under his eyes and was mumbling to Kankuro, saying there's an old saying in our sand village. The more mountains, the more foxes. It's all about the society, sis. He had even learned that phrase, making me wary, and told Kankuro to investigate my background. He specifically instructed, just make sure you don't ask the dumbest guy. Kankuro has a keen eye. He scanned the area and accurately locked on a Naruto, who was dancing around celebrating. He slyly approached, and just as he was about to speak, Naruto clenched his fist and declared, I will achieve ultimate victory. Kankuro, who asked you that? Naruto want to defeat me? Dream on. Kankuro went pale. Are you crazy? Naruto, not convinced? Come at me, you idiot. Ha. In the end, Kankuro walked back with his head down and told Gaara, I asked out of boredom. That guy is a lunatic. Then the next moment, the referee shouted, the match continues. Kazama versus Gaara. Well, no need to investigate now. It's time to fight. Gaara stepped onto the stage, his eyes sharp as knives, and said that last time I had beaten him so badly he was left exposed, and this time he would return the favor double. Just as he was about to start, a Chunin stopped him. Classmate, you can't bring your backpack onto the arena. Gaara's face darkened. This is my ninja tool. The audience was discussing, saying that Gaara had completed assassination missions, so he must be stronger than me. Gaara thought so too. He pulled out the cord from his gourd and ominously said, Next, let you taste my sand. Just as he spoke the word sand, I immediately interjected, Sand binding coffin. Before the words even left my mouth, the sand on the ground instantly whipped up and wrapped around him. What? The entire venue was stunned. Gaara was also bewildered. How do you know my technique? The Sand Village ninjas in the stands nearly had their jaws drop. And one of the leaders ran to ask Kankuro, "Is this Kazama your long-lost relative?" I looked at Gaara, who had a confused expression, and laughed. "What technique did you just say you were going to use? It won't be the same as mine, right?" Gaara's face turned purple with anger. "You think you can win against me just by secretly learning my technique?" I said, "Sure. Sand burial." Then I saw the sand mass suddenly squeeze. Gaara was so frightened that he quickly used his sand shuriken to break free and sent several sand clones charging at me. He thought I would only use those two moves, but I didn't change my skills at all and kept using sand binding coffin and sand burial in an infinite loop against his clones. His main body, wearing the sand armor, charged at me with a cold laugh, saying, "So you only know these two moves? I really overestimated you." I said, "Oh, are you tired of it? All right, then I'll change the program for you and give you a little Konoha shock." I immediately formed the hand seal, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Gaara is laughing. "Are you stupid? There isn't a drop of water in this place. What are you using for water release? Who told you that you can't use water release without water?" The next second, a water dragon, even thicker than him, appeared out of nowhere and smacked him in the face. He hurriedly used the sand shield to block it. I told him, "Brother, whether you can use water release doesn't depend on the geographical location, but on whether you have enough chakra in your body." As I spoke, I started repeating myself. "Water Dragon Jutsu! Water Dragon Jutsu! Water Dragon Jutsu!" I tell you, the scene was like opening a fire hydrant, one after another, without any pause. The third Hokage on the stands was amused, saying he had never seen a ninja throw ninjutsu around like it was cabbage. Before long, the entire arena turned into a swimming pool, and both the referee and the audience put on swimming rings. Naruto even took out a bath towel. I shouted at Gaara, "If you can't do it, just admit defeat." I haven't taken a shower in a long time either. This directly triggered him. It was too much. He wanted to rage on the spot, saying, "I will make sure you all have no place to be buried." Then he used the sleep technique. With a loud bang, the enormous body of Shikaku appeared right in the center of the venue. As soon as Shikaku appeared, chaos erupted in the entire place. This was the signal for Orochimaru to attack Konoha. I looked up, and sure enough, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazakage, had already made his move, directly kidnapping the third Hokage to the rooftop and setting up a barrier. A Chunin ran over, patted me on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Kazama, you need to deal with Shikaku. I'll help evacuate everyone." At that moment, I was like, "Are you kidding me, big brother? You want me, a lowly genin, to fight a tailed beast?" He looked at me with complete trust and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. I believe you already have the strength of a jounin. Go." Then he picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Classmate Kazekage is going to deal with the tailed beast. Let's evacuate quickly." Damn it. Does anyone understand? Thousands of people just ran away in a flash, leaving me alone facing the huge raccoon. As soon as the guard crane saw it was just me left, it let out a roar and charged at me. I had no choice but to summon my son Wukong. I told him to lure the raccoon outside the village, and I'd take care of Orochimaru and come help him. Son Wukong's golden staff grew taller than the guard crane and smashed down directly. I quickly rushed to the rooftop where Orochimaru and the third Hokage were fighting. Outside the four purple flames formation, several Umbu were anxiously pacing back and forth. When they saw me, they hurriedly advised me, "Kazama, quickly leave. This is not a battle you can interfere in. This barrier can only be broken from the inside." I completely ignored them and walked straight up to the barrier guard called Gatonmaru. He was still mocking me, saying, "Kid, even the Umbu can't get in. What are you doing here as a mere genin?" I let out a cold laugh, activated my Sharingan, and then asked you to help me open it. With a single illusion, Gatonmaru immediately acted as if he had been possessed, obediently creating an opening in the barrier. His teammates were stunned. "Gatonmaru, are you crazy?" The Umbu outside were also confused. I turned to them and said, "You guys shouldn't come in. It will disturb me." I felt a bit pretentious saying that, but surprisingly, they really did back off. As soon as I entered the barrier, Orochimaru and the third Hokage were both stunned. The third Hokage even wanted me to leave quickly, but that guy Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and came lapping over, saying, "Kid, I'll take your Sharingan." I said, "If you have the ability, come and take it." Without saying a word, hundreds of shadow clones instantly filled the entire area. Orochimaru sneered and said, "Shadow clones won't work on me," and charged directly at my main body. As a result, my hundreds of clones simultaneously formed hand seals, and with earth style, multiple earth wall, layers of earthen walls instantly surrounded him like a maze. Orochimaru thought I was running low on chakra, but I told him that my chakra is limitless. He used wind style to break through the walls, and I used an even stronger wind style to blow him back, leaving him in a sorry state. That's when he realized he had underestimated me. I stood on the earthen wall, watching him, wondering what Orochimaru was thinking, having a spring dream. He was furious and about to unleash his ultimate move, but I preempted him. 5 Natures, great multi-shadow clone technique. I tell you that scene. With hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously using the 5 elemental jutsu of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. It was like a torrential rain of jutsu attacking from all directions without any blind spots. Orochimaru was dumbfounded, no matter how many defenses he used. Like the triple Rashomon and the Serpent's Formation, he was still hit like a dog. He could never have imagined that he, a renowned Sannin, would be drowned to death by a mere Chunin's jutsu. In desperation, he tried to use Edo Tensei, but just as the coffin started to emerge, I smashed it back into the ground with a round of 5 Natures. Great bullet. Orochimaru was almost out of chakra, crying out, "Are you annoying? Can you use some other jutsu?" I said, "All right, I'll satisfy you." Then I pulled out fish balls, meatballs, and shrimp balls from my tool pouch. Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage were both dumbfounded. I chuckled and said, "Shadow clone technique. Fish balls and meatballs." Thousands of balls came crashing down. This thing has no damage, but is extremely insulting. Orochimaru had no choice but to charge through, and on the way, he actually got hungry and ate several. After finishing, he complained, "What is with this pungent smell?" I told him, "By the way, I forgot to mention, these are all my second-hand processed urinal beef balls. The balls are real beef balls, and the urine is real urine." Damn it. Orochimaru immediately vomited. The opportunity came. I had my shadow clones collect all the balls he vomited. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Obtained triple Rashomon. Ding. Obtained impure world reincarnation. Ding. Obtained Kusanagi sword manipulation technique. This was a huge profit. Orochimaru thought my chakra was exhausted, and he pulled out the Kusanagi sword to attack me. I directly told him that I had plenty of shadow clones left, and my chakra was still full. Then, hundreds of shadow clones attacked simultaneously, using sand binding coffin. They tied him up tightly. I grabbed his grass-cutting sword in one go. The 3rd was still shouting from behind, "Throw it away. He can control that sword." Orochimaru was also grinning, trying to use the sword to counterattack me. However, the sword remained completely still in my hand. I laughed. "What is wrong? Your precious one isn't obedient anymore? I just obtained the highest authority over this sword." With a thought, the Kusanagi sword flew up by itself, and, with a swoosh, it directly cut off his flowing long hair into a buzz cut. Orochimaru was completely stunned, looking at the sword in my hand, then touching his chilly bald head, and he was utterly broken. He was falling apart, yet still trying to act tough. "Kid, you've got guts. We'll meet again." After saying that, he performed the snake clone technique and quickly disappeared into the sand, scurrying away with his few sound ninja subordinates. I told you, I never really intended to kill him. After all, I need him to work for me in the future, so I just put on a symbolic performance. The 3rd Hokage saw me completely dominating Orochimaru and was both surprised and delighted, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. He insisted on composing a poem for me on the spot, starting with, "Kaze no Ma, you truly are blue surpassing green. And no matter how many green hats you wear, it's still not too green." Goodness, I just wanted to punch him at that moment. I said, "Grandpa 3rd, if you don't have much education, don't force it. In this day and age, making random poetry can get you beaten up, you know? I just finished here. But the battlefield on the other side is in chaos. My spirit beast, Sun Shaosheng, is locked in a fierce battle with a tailed beast, Shikaku. After all, it's a tailed beast, and Sun Shaosheng is having a bit of a hard time. But even so, he managed to hold off that big raccoon cat, preventing it from destroying Konoha. When Shikaku saw that it was dominating yet couldn't take it down after a long time, it got anxious and opened its mouth to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Let me tell you, that thing is like a small nuclear bomb. Kakashi and his group of Jonin turned pale at the sight. If it hit, Konoha would be obliterated on the spot. Just at that critical moment, I swear. The scene was intense. Boom, boom, boom. 3 gigantic Ashura gates shot up from the ground, directly blocking that tailed beast bomb. Kakashi and the others were stunned, each exclaiming, "Oh my god, who cast this ultimate defense technique?" Some speculated it was the 3rd Hokage. But the next second, I appeared right on top of the 1st Rashomon gate, with the wind blowing through my clothes, looking incredibly stylish. Kazakage. It was Kazakage. The people below were almost losing their minds, especially Sakura and the other female ninjas, their eyes sparkling with stars. I couldn't help but smile at them with a domineering seal-like grin. Don't fall in love with me. There's no future unless Hanakawa has been through me. As soon as I finished speaking, Sun Xiaosheng, all bruised and battered, came over. Master, can you stop showing off for a moment? This big raccoon cat has too high a defense. I can't hit it. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. High defense? No matter how high the defense is, it still has its weaknesses. I directly told the monkey. I'll take it head on. You go get a 1,000-year kill plus. What for? To blow its backside? Family. Who understands? This is a famous scene from the comic. I thought to myself, even if this guy is in his complete form, that Spot must still be the weakest. As soon as Sun Wukong heard this, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he shrank the golden staff and went around to the back. I charged forward with the Kusanagi sword in hand. The guardian crane was still mocking me. A mere human dares to clash with me? It opened its mouth to unleash a practice shot. I immediately countered with a wind release. Vacuum wave, followed by a great fireball. The wind aided the flames, you understand? A massive fiery tornado engulfed it. And what was the result? This creature had thick skin and tough meat. It was completely unharmed. I sneered. No matter how strong the defense, there will always be a day it gets broken. As I spoke, the Kusanagi sword in my hand suddenly extended several hundred meters, and with a stab, I pierced straight through its chest. The guardian crane was momentarily stunned. What kind of sword is this? It can break through my absolute defense? Little did it know, this was just the beginning. It reacted quickly, immediately using its body muscles to clamp down on my sword, trying to restrict my movement. I couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm foolish enough to go head-to-head with you? Upon hearing this, it felt a jolt of realization. It suddenly remembered that Sun Xiaosheng was missing. Too late. Just as it was about to move, it felt a tightness in its rear, and then heard Sun Xiaosheng shouting, "Big, big, big." I told you about that scene, the golden cudgel, right? It could be big or small, you know what I mean. It just, TSK. The scene is too beautiful for me to look at. Anyway, it gave him a big penetration from bottom to top, piercing through the rear and coming out of the mouth like a grilled skewer. Below, Naruto was stroking his chin, muttering, with such a big raccoon cat. How much cumin would it take? This guy got penetrated and immediately started to vomit, spewing out a pile of golden, shining things that looked like fecal balls. I took a look and thought, wow, isn't this loot? Without thinking, I rushed over and stuck my hand in. Ding! You picked up a fecal ball vomited by Shikaku. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power of Shikaku. Wow, I've struck gold. I couldn't help but burst into laughter right there, seeing that Shikaku was still spitting. I flew over and punched it, saying still sleeping. Get up and do your winter break homework. As soon as Gaara woke up, Shikaku was sucked back in. At that moment, the system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the second use of the Rui Jingu Bang. Inimus. Additional reward. The beast transformation technique for tail beasts. This technique can turn the tail beast powers I control into a mini pet. It can also change size at will. Doesn't this mean I've got a mobile tail beast baby? I immediately ran to a deserted place to try out, and with a bang, a mini Shikaku about the size of Sun Wukong appeared in my hand. Don't be fooled by its small size. It is quite the temper. As soon as it came out, it shouted, "Who summoned me? The great lord. How dare you? I'm a dignified, one-tailed Shikaku. How did my body become so small?" It continued to grumble. If that stinky fox sees me, it'll laugh me to death. I comforted it. Don't worry. It won't be long before you have a nine-tailed fox just as big as you to keep you company. It immediately got angry. Who wants to be with that stinky fox? I won't submit to you humans. Send me back. Hey, my temper is flaring. I said, you don't accept it, right? Come on, let's spar. It was quite bold. I know I can't beat you, but I just won't accept it. I'm just being stubborn. So what? Goodness, it's all about rebellion. As it said this, it even pulled out its little tail and pointed it at me. I flicked it with my finger, causing it to shiver all over and collapse on the ground. I laughed heartily and casually took out a bandage to make it a makeshift diaper, preventing it from making a mess everywhere. It yelled in anger, but seeing its swollen little member, it didn't dare to resist. I told it, here with me, you're not a tool, but a companion. It then snorted proudly and said, all right, for now, I'll submit to you and see how you perform later. Goodness, I've summoned a grandpa here. I couldn't help but laugh and cry as I sent it back, then flew directly to the root of Danzo. I had previously asked him to take advantage of the chaos to collect junk from various clans, and now it was time to reap the rewards. However, as soon as I arrived at the entrance, I was blocked by two root ninjas who mocked me, saying, hey kid, do you think this is a vegetable market? I see you like a night owl, just asking for trouble. And what's with all these freshly graduated lower ninjas wanting to become Hokage? I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, so I told them to go call Danzo. As a result, the two of them laughed even harder. You, a mere genin, think you deserve to meet Lord Danzo? One of them was about to make a move to teach me a lesson when, suddenly, Danzo appeared like a ghost, slapped each of them, and almost killed them on the spot. I stopped them and said it would still be useful. Danzo kicked these two guys in front of me and made them bow. The two ninjas were completely confused, unable to understand why their leader was afraid of a garbage collector like me. After I went in with Danzo, let me tell you, these two guys had such unique thought processes that they could win a Nobel Prize. One of them even analyzed, saying, "I get it. Lord Danzo must have changed his preferences and taken a liking to that kid." The other one, after hearing this, actually showed a strange smile to his companion. Suddenly, there were screams from outside the door. I used my perception to take a look and almost threw up the leftover food. I said to the newly emerged Danzo, from now on, let them do this kind of thing in their rooms. What kind of decorum is this in broad daylight? Danzo nodded repeatedly, then pointed at a large pile of broken bottles and cans, saying, "Lord Kazama, the trash you wanted is all here." I rubbed my hands and went over. Ding! I found Hyuga Hinata's wooden clogs and gained to be a Kugan from the main family. Hey, now I'm 360 degrees invincible. Ding! I found Niji's binoculars and obtained 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What the heck? Why would I need binoculars with the Byakugan? This kid must have some side business. Then I got Inuzuka's beast mimicry jutsu, Akimichi's meat tank technique, and the super enlargement technique. Awesome. Just as I was about to try out my new skills, Danzo brought bad news. After Orochimaru ran away, he sent his subordinates to kidnap Sasuke. Naruto and the others have already chased after them. Damn it. That Orochimaru. Just right. I'll take this opportunity to use Kodoame Tsukumi on him. I immediately locked onto Naruto's position, and without saying a word, I activated the newly acquired meat tank, wrapping it in a layer of Nine-Tails chakra, resembling a flaming bowling ball as I charged out with sparks and lightning. Before long, I caught up with Niji, who was being mercilessly beaten by Kidamaru's curse technique and was about to be shot dead by an arrow. Meat tank, with a loud boom, before Kidamaru could react. I crushed him. Niji thought it was CHG who had come, but then he heard my voice. "Genius, don't give up on yourself." And I continued to charge forward. Along the way, many of them were taken out by my Nine-Tails bowling ball in one go. Finally, I saw Lee engaged in a fierce battle with Kimimaro, thinking this guy's bone technique was quite impressive, so I might as well take him too. I summoned Mini Shikaku and tied Kimimaro up tightly with sand, then disappeared with him. Kimimaro was tough. Even bound, he struggled desperately with his curse technique, which ignited Mini Shikaku's temper, who wanted to crush him. I quickly stopped him and said to Kimimaro, "Give up. You already have a serious illness. No one can save you if you keep struggling." Upon hearing this, he was stunned, not expecting me to know him so well. He thought I was a jonin, but I told him I was just a chunin. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. I persuaded him to join me, and he remained loyal. Do you want me to betray Lord Orochimaru? Dream on. All right, I like loyalty. When I arrived at Orochimaru's secret base, that guy was indeed waiting for me. He sneered, saying that stealing Sasuke was a ruse to lure me in, claiming that I was his perfect vessel. I laughed directly. "Did you forget the last time I shaved your head in Konoha?" He laughed heartily. "Kid, this is my territory." After that, he unleashed the 8-headed serpent technique, and a giant 8-headed snake monster, bigger than a tailed beast, appeared. As soon as I saw it, I thought, hey, it's just the right time to test my new abilities. I immediately summoned Sun Shaosheng and then combined the beast ninja technique, followed by the super multiplication technique. In an instant, a black giant ape holding the golden cudgel soared into the sky. Orochimaru was left dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? I proudly told him. This is my own technique, named the technique of the big monkey. After hearing this name, Orochimaru's 8 heads twitched, and he held back his laughter and said to me, "Before we start fighting, I beg you, don't mention the name of your technique again. I want to laugh, but the occasion is not right. Do you know how painful that is?" I got furious on the spot, raised my stick, and smashed it down. We started fighting like there was no tomorrow. Jumuru watched below, dumbfounded, and tried to come up to help, but I sent him flying a few hundred meters with just a fart. Yes, you heard me right, a fart. Orochimaru's 8 heads can regenerate after I smash them, which is truly troublesome. As soon as I took a look, I thought, that's it, I've tested my strength, it's time to wrap things up. Just when he thought victory was assured and coiled around me with his serpent body, I opened my eyes, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan lit up. Orochimaru, have you ever seen these eyes? When he saw the pattern of my kaleidoscope, all 8 of his heads broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized it. This was Shirsue's Konoha Village. He quickly closed his eyes, but unfortunately, it was too late. Konoha Village doesn't require eye contact at all. Forever loyal to me. As my words fell, Orochimaru instantly froze, and the 8-headed serpent vanished. One moment he was trying to kill me, and the next he was standing respectfully in front of me. Master. I asked about Junmaru, and the little snake went to look for him, only to find out that the guy was already dead. Then I remembered that he seemed to have been killed by my fart. Wow, my fart's power is comparable to a gas bomb. Orochimaru even comforted me by saying that Junmaru was already seriously ill and wouldn't live long. I said, what is there to fear about death? I can bring him back to life directly. With the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was surprised again. He couldn't understand how I could perform such a forbidden technique. He said he didn't have enough chakra, and I replied, no problem, I'll handle it. He quickly found a notorious bandit from the lab to use as a sacrifice. So, I immediately began to form hand seals and perform the impure world reincarnation. Then Kimimaro was revived using the body of this bandit. At that moment, the revived Kimimaro saw Kazama right in front of him. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. When Junmaru was just resurrected, his eyes hadn't even focused yet. And as soon as he saw me, wow, the killing intent surged instantly, and without saying a word, he charged at my face. But then, bam, he was intercepted by Orochimaru. At that moment, I thought, Uncle Snake, your reaction speed is impressive. Then Orochimaru whispered something in his ear, explaining the whole situation. How I had him pinned down and how I had turned him into my subordinate with the use of a Shiki F-Gene technique. After hearing this, Junmaru was stunned. His expression was like someone who dropped their phone in the toilet. I tell you, he had followed Orochimaru for so many years, and in his heart, Orochimaru was like a god, someone who could even stand up to the 3rd Hokage. And now, he was actually bowing down to a low-ranking ninja like me. At that moment, he realized that I was definitely not simple. So, with a quick thought, he plopped down and knelt alongside Orochimaru in front of me. I cleared my throat and began to paint a bright future for the new employees. Kisame, don't worry, I'll use the Edo Tensei to bring you back. I'm not sending you to be cannon fodder. Look at this body, it doesn't get sick or break out in acne. Even if it's beaten to a pulp, it can be put back together again, focusing on resurrection. Of course, there are a few counters that can deal with you, but that's a discussion for later. From today on, you two, Orochimaru and Kisame, officially join my Exploding Heaven gang. Now for your first mission. You two team up and locate the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the wooden dummy's position. The Akatsuki is watching, so we need to act first. Once you finish, come find me in Konoha. I know Orochimaru's intelligence abilities well. They are top tier, so I trust him completely with this task. Then, the most critical part came. While they weren't paying attention, I bent down and picked up the trash they had just thrown away. Things like bamboo skewers and ragged cloth. Hey, you'd be surprised by the haul. I got Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique and Kisame's Kekai Genkai, the Shikatsumiyaku, all in my hands. However, Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique is a bit of a hassle. I need to go to the Dragon Cave to get a VIP pass to use it. So that's on hold for now. But Kisame's Shikatsumiyaku is tailor-made for me. I used to have a shortcoming in physical techniques, but now, with this thing, I can grow bones all over my body, combining offense and defense. I'm telling you, I feel like I can tear apart a Gundam right now. Just when I was ready to return home in glory with Sasuke, something happened. Orochimaru ran over to report to me. Lord Kazama, Sasuke is here. But the medic Kabuto who was in charge of watching him is missing. I felt a jolt in my heart. This is bad. Oh, that guy must be hiding in some corner, watching the entire process of me controlling Orochimaru with the other gods. This kid seemed unremarkable at first, but later turned out to be a real trickster. At that moment, I was thinking of capturing Uncle Snake, with him as a subordinate. It would be a piece of cake, but I was careless and let him slip away. If he leaks information about the other gods, I'm in big trouble. I immediately assigned a task to Snake Uncle and the others. When you find the Two-Tails, make sure to bring back that traitor from Akatsuki alive as well. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office in Konoha Village, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The old man was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, anxious. It's over. Sasuke must have fallen into Orochimaru's hands this time. How am I going to explain this to Itachi? The high-ranking officials beside him had expressions that suggested they were constipated. Hokage-sama, the village has just finished a battle, and all the Jonin are deployed. Relying solely on the genin to rescue him is just sending them to their doom, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the Umbu appeared with a whoosh. Report, Hokage-sama. Kazakage. has brought Sasuke back. What? Everyone in the office was shocked, their jaws almost dropping. A genin completed an S-rank mission that even Jonin couldn't accomplish? The third Hokage was so excited that he slammed the table. Hold a celebration. We must hold a celebration for him. The highest standard. Let me tell you, this is the first time in Konoha that a low-ranking ninja is having a celebration party. Even the Chunin don't get this treatment. I originally wanted to keep a low profile. After all, my goal is the stars and the sea, not to be a local emperor in the village. But then that old fox, the third Hokage, came over and winked at me, saying, "Don't worry, it's internal, not for the public." Moreover, after the celebration party, there is going to be a smaller celebration, if you know what I mean. I understood it instantly. All right, for your enthusiasm, I'll reluctantly participate. It's definitely not for that little celebration. So, what time does it start? The celebration venue was packed with people. Teacher Irika helped me clip the wireless mic to my collar and reminded me of the process when I go on stage. Goodness, it was my first time seeing such a big scene, and I got so nervous that I suddenly needed to use the restroom. Need to go to the bathroom. I rushed to the restroom, crossing my legs. It was supposed to be a small matter, but with the nerves kicking in, it escalated into a big deal. There was no choice but to resolve it first. Just as I stepped into the stall, Teacher Irika thought I was done and kindly turned on my mic backstage. Then, the entire venue with hundreds of people clearly heard through the surround sound. Puffed. A series of indescribable, rhythmically impressive symphonies. The third Hokage, who was speaking on stage, was completely thrown off, frozen there. What is that noise? Irika looked innocent. It might be some audio noise, it's fine. Just as the third Hokage was about to continue, another series of rhythmic farts echoed through the speakers. The audience exploded. What the heck? The Hokage can beatbox. No, wait, why does it sound like diarrhea? In the restroom, I finished my business, pressed the flush, and was dumbfounded. It was clogged. If someone finds out, I could never hold my head up in Konoha again. In a moment of desperation, I impulsively formed a Rasengan with my hands and slammed it down. Guess what? The contents went down, but my little ball caused the entire sewage system to boil over. Out of curiosity, I peered down into the toilet, and I realized the power of the Rasengan was so great that it stirred up everything in the sewage, forming a dragon tornado. And this thing was rushing towards me through the pipes. I was so scared that my soul left my body, and I turned to run, but I ended up crashing into the door, forgetting to unlock it. With that bounce, I was accurately propelled back, right above the squat toilet. I just opened my mouth to curse, and then the great spiral tornado suddenly roared out, splattering my face completely. In that moment, I felt like I tasted the myriad flavors of life. Outside, the third Hokage had just finished speaking, and with great enthusiasm, he waved his hand. Next, let us welcome the hero of Konoha, Kazama, to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the bathroom door exploded open with a bang, and a tremendous spiral tornado swept me up, breaking through the roof and soaring into the sky. All the ninjas in the audience were dumbfounded as they saw a figure at the top of the spiral tornado, me, spinning at high speed. The third Hokage even commented, "Kazama's core strength is impressive. He can maintain balance while spinning like this. I've seen tornadoes before, but I've truly never seen such a spiral tornado. No wonder he's the strongest genin of Konoha." This entrance was truly spectacular. Soon after, other bathrooms in the venue began to respond, with spiral tornadoes shooting up into the sky for dragons dancing together, creating an incredibly grand scene. Then started pouring down spiral rain from above. The crowd, who had just been marveling, instantly panicked and fled. Only Naruto stood in the center of the venue, holding an umbrella and looking up at me in awe. Is this the flying technique that Kazama invented? Truly terrifying. From that day on, I gained a loud title in Konoha, Konoha's flying brother. This incident made me extremely depressed. Fortunately, I received good news from Orochimaru. They found Kabuto. That kid actually ran back to the Akatsuki to be a double agent again. Upon hearing this, I secretly thought it was bad news. He would definitely tell Obito about my use of the body flicker technique. I must quickly become stronger, follow Jiraiya to train, and learn all the ninjutsu he has. Just as I was thinking this, the third Hokage came to find me. As soon as I entered the office, the old man, while smoking a cigar, comforted me. Don't take it to heart. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Besides, the title Konoha's flying brother I sent something just anyone can have. Thank you. I'd rather not. I walked over expressionlessly and picked up the cigar, but he had finished in the ashtray. Ding. Obtained fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet technique. Sigh. I become a hero. Yet I still remember to pick up trash, Truly a good example for our Konoha. The third Hokage was still reminiscing about it. I told a lie to get by. Then he revealed his true intentions. Since you're feeling down, I'll approve a business trip for you to relax. By the way, could you help me out and go find Tsunade to come back as the fifth Hokage? I thought to myself, wow, they're setting me up here. But being able to meet the legendary Tsunade is worth it. I've been craving her incredible strength for a long time. As a result, the third Hokage pulled out a brand new 1 yuan bill and handed it to me, saying, "This is your budget." Me? Don't think it's too little. As a hero, you deserve it. By the way, remember to hand over the remaining money when you come back. And bring me a cup of milk tea and a sandwich. At that time, I wanted to blow him up along with Hokage Rock. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto came bouncing over and said that Jiraiya also wanted to take us along for training. On the way, we planned to go eat at Ichiraka Ramen. But along the way, all the villagers warmly greeted me. "Good morning, Xiangji. Are you going out on a mission?" I turned pale. Didn't they say only ninjas know? Naruto explained innocently beside me. There are no walls in the village that don't let sound through. So I told everyone in advance. My fists were clenched, ready to let him experience what a fist the size of a clay pot feels like. Suddenly, I spotted Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai standing at the entrance of a nearby snack shop. My heart stirred, and when I looked inside the shop, sure enough, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki from the Akatsuki were sitting there. The opportunity had come. I had long wanted to take Itachi's Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. I immediately sent Naruto away, and by the time I returned, everyone inside and outside the shop had vanished. I knew they must have started fighting. I wasn't in a hurry to rescue anyone. Instead, I went back to the snack shop and picked up the trash left by Itachi and Kisame. Ding! Picked up the bamboo skewer discarded by Itachi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the illusion technique. Tsukuyomi. Ding! Picked up the bamboo skewer discarded by Kisame. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Shark Bomb technique. Ding! Picked up the broken cup discarded by Kisame. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water style. Great Exploding Water Wave technique. Alas, it's a pity I only got Tsukuyomi. Itachi, can't you eat a bit more? By the time I reached the battlefield, Asuma and Kurenai were already on the verge of collapse. Without saying a word, I made my entrance. First throwing some banter to confuse Kisame, then countering with a Great Shark Bomb, followed by a Great Exploding Water Wave, returning their ninjutsu right back at them and trapping Kisame in a water prison. Kisame was bewildered in the water prison. "Who the hell are you? How do you know my technique?" At that moment, Kakashi also arrived. He glanced at the trapped Kisame, then at the unharmed Itachi, and with a sense of responsibility, said to me, "Kazama, Kisame is strong. I'll handle him. You take care of Uchiha Itachi. Go ahead without worry." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Itachi looked at me, and his expression changed. I didn't waste any words and directly activated my Mangeki Sharingan. Itachi was shocked on the spot because my eyes were exactly the same as those of his dear friend, Uchiha Shursui. Getting distracted in battle is not a good habit. I rushed in with activating all my corpse bone veins and we exchanged blows. This guy wanted to use on me, but I activated as well. And the two illusion spaces collided, canceling each other out. Itachi was completely stunned. "Who are you?" I lowered my voice and said in a tone only he could hear. "I'm just like you. We're both here to protect Konoha." As soon as I said this, Itachi's movements slowed for a moment. I took the opportunity to say, "The Umbu are coming. We need to hurry. If you want to know the secret of the eyes, come find me alone next time." Itachi and Kisame retreated. Only then did I let out a sigh of relief. The side effects of the Mangeki are no joke. My vision was starting to blur. Next time I see Itachi, I must be prepared with peanuts and sunflower seeds, throwing them while we fight. And I have to strip him of all his skills. After that, Naruto, Jiraiya, and I set off on a journey to find Tsunade. Before long, we found her in a casino in a small town. Goodness, she was completely drunk, swaying as she walked. Jiraiya told us to keep our distance and approach her himself. As a result, the drunken Tsunade suddenly hugged Jiraiya, who seemed to enjoy it and closed his eyes, wanting to kiss her. The next second, Tsunade let out a loud ah and threw up right into Jiraiya's mouth. Due to the suddenness of the event, Jiraiya didn't react in time. His throat gurgled, and his stomach visibly bulged. By the time he realized what happened, he let out a loud wow and vomited even worse than Tsunade. At that moment, I felt that the opportunity had come. I covered my nose and rushed forward, with one hand reaching into Tsunade's vomit and the other into Jiraiya's. Ding! Collected the milky white protein mixture that Tsunade vomited. Congratulations to the host for gaining super strength. Ding! Collected the clear seafood soup that Jiraiya vomited. Congratulations to the host for gaining Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya was vomiting while looking at me with a perverted gaze. I calmly took out a tissue and handed it to him, then picked up the tissue he used to wipe his mouth. Ding! Collected a tissue used by Jiraiya to wipe vomit. Congratulations to the host for gaining ninja technique. Needle Xidagarba. I tell you, this is a huge profit. I was just thinking of using the same trick to go to Tsunade's side and scoop up some more, but she was already completely drunk and passed out. Alas, I can only wait for her to wake up. But that old pervert Jiraiya couldn't wait even a second. Without saying a word, he splashed a bucket of cold water on Tsunade, soaking her through. Man, I tell you, Tsunade woke up and I almost sprayed blood on the spot. The scene, TSK, completely drenched, and her clothes were thin. It's unbelievable. I seriously suspect that Jiraiya old fellow did it on purpose. Tsunade shot up in a panic, still unaware that she had just vomited all over him. Seeing herself in that state, she was about to explode. Jiraiya, you old bastard! She shouted for Shizen to get her some clothes. But Jiraiya, covered in her vomit, had the audacity to seriously block Shizen, saying something like, "Don't put on a cloak, you'll catch a cold," I spit. "I think you're the one worried about catching a cold." Before Tsunade could explode, Jiraiya quickly got to the point, saying that the Konoha higher-ups had decided to ask her to return as the 5th Hokage. Before he could finish, that kid Naruto jumped up. "Wait a minute, didn't we agree to go train? How could you be Hokage? If anyone should be, it's me." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked who this was. Jiraiya introduced him, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as Tsunade heard that surname, she understood immediately. But the way she looked at Naruto was like looking at a stray dog on the street. "So are you going back?" Jiraiya asked again. Tsunade flatly replied, "I refuse." Why? For those who understand her, her reason was simply explosive. Because he's too ugly. She pointed at Naruto and said, "Your disciple, aside from hair color. What part of him looks like the 4th? His looks, his brain, his eloquence, it's downright painful to look at." Naruto was instantly petrified, pointing at his own nose and asking Jiraiya and me, "Am I ugly?" We both nodded in perfect harmony. Naruto got anxious. "What does my ugliness have to do with you being Hokage?" Tsunade sneered. "Of course it matters. If I have to look at that face every day, how can I handle village affairs? It affects my work efficiency." Now Naruto was really pissed off, his fist cracking. Jiraiya hastily tried to smooth things over, saying that in the future, Naruto might surpass the 4th, so she should reconsider. But Tsunade went all out. No need to reconsider. Being Hokage is something only a fool would do. As soon as she said that, not only Jiraiya but Naruto completely exploded. Tsunade kept going, saying that the 1st and 2nd died for the village. The 4th also died for the village, and the 3rd was even more foolish, stubbornly holding on at his age. What she said was basically trampling on Naruto's idol group one by one. Naruto let out a roar and jumped on the table, throwing a punch at Tsunade's face while shouting, "You old hag. How dare you insult Grandpa Hokage in the 4th? I'll take you down too." Man, that momentum. I gave Naruto a thumbs up on the spot. Although I knew he was about to get beaten into a pig's head, I admired that spirit. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'm here. I won't let you take a beating for nothing." Seeing Naruto like that, Tsunade just laughed and stood up, saying, "All right, kid, you've got guts. Let's go outside and practice. If you can beat me, not only will I apologize, but I'll immediately go back to being Hokage. How about that?" When Naruto heard this, he was like he had been injected with adrenaline. "All right, I'll take you down in one move." Saying that, he was about to jump down. I grabbed him right away. "You going out now is purely a waste of time. Wait for me." I leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, then smiled at Tsunade and said, "You're one of the legendary Sannin. It's unfair for you to start fighting us directly. How about this? Give us one night, and we'll fight tomorrow morning, okay?" Tsunade didn't take us seriously at all. "Don't say one night. A year would be fine." After saying that, she elegantly walked away with Shizen. Jiraiya looked at us with a bitter smile. "You two kids really don't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Even I am afraid of Tsunade's monstrous strength. There's no way you can come up with anything in one night." I directly told him, "Don't worry about it. Just teach Naruto the trick to the Rasengan right now." Naruto was still confused. "We're about to fight. What are we doing with this ball?" I really wanted to slap him. "Idiot. It's a ninja technique." Then Jiraiya started teaching, "But this thing can't be learned in one night." Naruto was sweating profusely, unable to form even a single sphere. Jiraiya completely gave up, shaking his head, and said to me, "Kid, Naruto is not you. One night is simply impossible." I said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Upon hearing this, he shrugged it off and wandered off to that little house in the distance with the ambiguous red light. Once he left, I walked directly in front of Naruto. He was worried, saying this technique was too difficult. I patted him on the shoulder. With me here, one night is enough. Tsukuyami. As soon as my Sharingan activated, I instantly dragged his consciousness into my illusion space. Naruto looked at the illusory scenery around him. Dumbfounded. Where is this? I explained to him. This is my illusion space. I control the flow of time here. The amount of time you spend here corresponds to just a moment in the real world. Next, you'll practice the Rasengan here to your heart's content. Well, Tsukuyami was originally used to mess with people's minds, but now I've turned it into a mental time chamber, focusing on efficient use. I tell you, while I was giving Naruto intense training here, the Akatsuki organization went into chaos. I heard that I had recruited Orochimaru, and Pain's group couldn't sit still. They held an online meeting to discuss me. They said they could defeat Orochimaru in one move and suspected that I had used Konoha Village. Itachi, that sly guy, was pretending, saying that I only knew water style and ShadowClone jutsu. Kisame was furious, still holding a grudge against me for saying he makes dried persimmons, and claiming that I don't even have Sharingan. So how could I use Konoha Village? In the end, Pain made the decision. No, this kid has some skills. I need to meet him in person. On the other side, Obito and Zetsu, those old schemers, were secretly observing. They didn't believe Itachi's nonsense and concluded that I must have gotten my hands on Shusui's eyes. Obito directly ordered Zetsu to follow Pain and look for an opportunity to gouge out my eyes. Back to my side, Naruto had been training hard in my Tsukuyami world for a month. Finally, he had mastered the Rasengan, and it was so impressive that he could use multiple shadow clones, each with a Rasengan. In the real world, only a moment had passed. This moment was just enough for Jiraiya to come out of that little red room, feeling satisfied. The strength of the three ninjas is terrifying. Once the Tsukuyami was lifted, Naruto and I both collapsed to the ground. After a month of mental strain, I was exhausted. Naruto was incredibly excited, repeatedly thanking me. However, I was covering my eyes, in severe pain, my vision starting to blur and double. I was cursing in my heart. The side effects of this Mangeki Sharingan are too severe. I need to find a way to get an eternal Mangeki. The next morning, Naruto stood confidently in front of Tsunade. Tsunade extended a middle finger and disdainfully said, "Kid, let me show you what a true god is. I'll deal with you using just one finger." Naruto didn't waste words and clapped his hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a bang, hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the area. And the most impressive part was that each shadow clone was spinning a shiny Rasengan in their hands. What? Tsunade and Jiraiya were almost shocked speechless. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Isn't this the fourth Hokage's technique? He learned it in one night and mastered it so well. This kid is a genius. Just as Naruto was about to charge in, Tsunade suddenly shouted, "Wait." Naruto was taken aback. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Then Tsunade turned her finger and pointed directly at me. "I'm not fighting you. I want to duel with the kid behind you, who is 185 centimeters tall, has a six-pack, and looks incredibly handsome. Kid, come out. I've been holding back on you for a long time. Don't think I want to fight you just because you're good-looking. All right." I stepped forward, too lazy to form any hand seals, and directly created a giant Rasengan that was dozens of times bigger than Naruto's. At this moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out. Jiraiya must have been roaring in his heart. What the hell? I never taught him this move. What kind of monster is this kid? Tsunade looked at the orb in my hand, which was comparable to a small sun, swallowed hard, and immediately waved her hand. All right, that's big enough, bigger than mine. I declare the duel over. After saying that, she tried to slip away. Jiraiya wouldn't let her run, blocking her path. Not so fast. We agreed on this. If you still refuse to become Hokage, I might just take action. Tsunade smiled wickedly. Is that so? Just based on your current state? As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiraiya felt his whole body go soft. He couldn't even muster his chakra. You poisoned me. Tsunade said proudly. That's right, while you were drunk. Right now, you just can't gather chakra, but soon you won't even be able to stand. Jiraiya collapsed with a thud. Just as Tsunade was about to leave, a cold voice echoed throughout the arena. If that's the case, then it will be easy for me to take action. Immediately, two guys dressed in Akatsuki's red cloud cloaks, with orange-yellow hair, appeared in front of us. As soon as I saw it, I thought, good grief. The animal path and human path from Pain are indeed working with that traitor, Toby, who has sold all my intel. My plan instantly ran through my mind. The animal path would use a summoning beast, a chameleon, to become invisible and approach me with the human path, then extract my soul and take my eyes. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. They had never seen two people with Rinnegan at the same time. Jiraiya even shouted in disbelief. Nagato. Meanwhile, Nagato's real body, hiding in the shadows, was clearly observing our situation through the Rinnegan. Jiraiya was poisoned, and Tsunade had hemophobia. The plan was on. He directly ordered the two Pains to attack. Just as I was about to move, Tsunade pushed Jiraiya aside. Although she claimed to dislike ninjas, her body was quite honest. She was the first to rush forward to protect her companion. As a result, the human path and animal path didn't even intend to fight her. Both of them simultaneously cut their palms and splattered their blood onto Tsunade. This is bad, I thought to myself. As soon as Tsunade saw the blood, she instantly triggered her hemophobia, her whole body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, completely losing her combat ability. The Akatsuki organization really does its intelligence work thoroughly. Immediately after, the animal path summoned a massive hellhound, charging towards us. With Jiraiya poisoned and Tsunade incapacitated, it was now up to me and Naruto. I asked Naruto to protect them while I prepared to take action myself. To my surprise, Jiraiya stood firm in front of me, saying, "You little brat, this opponent is not someone you can handle. Watch me, the great Jiraiya." He jumped in front of the summoning beast, struck a cool pose, and began reciting a long and cheesy introduction. Finally, he shouted, "Summoning technique. Come forth, Fros." With a loud bang, out came a toad no bigger than my palm. Jiraiya fell flat on his face. In that moment, the hellhound had already pounced on us. Jiraiya, low on chakra, attempted to use the underworld swamp, but the swamp was barely the size of a bathtub and couldn't trap anything. He shouted in panic, "You all need to leave. Staying behind means certain death." That hot-blooded idiot Naruto, rubbing his Rasengan, stood in front and declared, "I will never abandon you." I shook my head and stepped forward, saying, "Earth style, right? I can do that too. Earth style, underworld swamp." As soon as I made my move, a super swamp that covered the entire battlefield appeared, instantly swallowing those hellhounds. Jiraiya and Tsunade were left dumbfounded. I didn't have time to pay attention to them and directly activated my Mangekyou Sharingan, locking onto the positions of the invisible chameleon and the human path amidst the swirling dust. My eyes felt like they were being pricked by needles, but there was no choice. I had to tough it out. To make matters worse, Black Zetsu had quietly crept up beneath me, preparing for a sneak attack. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, I activated the ShadowClone technique, with hundreds of me forming hand seals simultaneously. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The overwhelming flames turned the ground into magma, roasting Black Zetsu, hiding underground into charcoal. From the shadows, Pain realized I indeed had the eyes of Shursui and stopped playing games. The animal path began to summon a frenzy of creatures. Stone pandas, Yada no Kagami, hell crabs, rhinos, bulls, centipedes. The summoning beasts poured out as if they were free. Seeing the situation, I knew it was serious. I summoned the mini Shikaku, who was displeased at being underestimated and instantly transformed into a one-tailed beast, engaging the hellhounds. Black Zetsu, not giving up, attempted another sneak attack. So I used the beast mimicry technique combined with the super amplification technique, transforming into a massive black gorilla the size of a mountain, crushing him in a chocolate sauce with one foot. Then I swatted down the Yada no Kagami in the sky with a stick. Tsunade and Jiraiya were completely stunned, probably questioning their lives. Is this really a low-ranking ninja? Is this the fighting style a low-ranking ninja should have? But Pain's summoning beasts were simply too many. Like a tide, Shikaku and I could barely hold them back, and several had already circled around to charge at Jiraiya and Tsunade. This was bad. If this continued, they would be doomed. There was no choice but to use my ultimate skill. I shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, run." Naruto understood instantly, grabbing Jiraiya and Tsunade and sprinting away. I took a deep breath and began to form hand seals. Flight release ultimate technique. Nano-level Castor Beam, mist concealment technique. I tell you, this move is a modified nano-poison bug technique that I secretly learned from the Oil Woman, which can catalyze the Castor Beam into a nano-level. Even if the enemy doesn't breathe, it can penetrate the skin. In an instant, a colorless and odorless mist spread out. Pain's two corpses were fine, but those summoned beasts suffered, each one instantly having diarrhea, their combat effectiveness reduced to zero. For a moment, rain of filth fell on the battlefield, with splattering sounds echoing. In the distance, Jiraiya and the others were not spared either, getting drenched. Jiraiya's white hair was directly dyed golden, resembling Super Saiyan 3. Only Naruto, not knowing where he pulled out several rolls of toilet paper, wiped himself clean, and explained it's essential to carry this when acting with Kazakage. On Nagato's side, looking at this battlefield covered in filth through the Rinnegan, there were black lines all over his forehead. Conan asked him what was wrong, and after holding in for a long time, he said, "I can't describe it. I know that I can't keep wasting time like this." Taking advantage of the cover of the Bado mist, I directly created a shadow clone and rushed towards the location of Nagato's main body that I had sensed long ago. My clone had a smooth journey and quickly reached Nagato and Conan. Nagato was quite confident and wanted to use the universal pull to draw me in and extract my soul. Just as my clone was being pulled in front of him, I detonated. I tell you, this is my flying thunder god shadow clone. Boom! With a loud explosion, a golden blast covered Nagato and Conan's faces. These two, who called themselves gods and messengers of gods, probably had never experienced such humiliation in their lives, and they were frozen in place. Conan, looking at her golden holy armor, couldn't take it anymore and urged Nagato to retreat quickly. Nagato also couldn't withstand it and could only flee with pain and Conan in a panic. Once they left, my main body immediately rushed to the scene. Hey, guess what? These two neat freaks actually threw away the dirty Akatsuki cloak and the bandages used for wiping. I quickly went to pick up the leftovers. Ding! Picking up Conan's discarded outerwear. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the paper dance technique. Ding! Picked up a pair of black stockings discarded by Conan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the paper manipulation technique. Damn, this is a jackpot. I can fly now and also create 600 billion explosive tags. I scanned the area with my Byakugan, hoping to find some underwear or something, but there was nothing left. How stingy. I picked up another bandage. Ding! I found a bandage discarded by Nagato. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Uzumaki clan physique. Awesome. With this super strong vitality, my almost blind eyes can hold on for a while longer. I quietly tried out the newly acquired dance of the paper, transforming into a paper piece and flying back to Jiraiya and the others. Just before I got there, I transformed back. Gotta keep some tricks up my sleeve. When they saw me return, they quickly asked if the enemy had retreated. I said it was taken care of. Jiraiya excitedly patted my shoulder, thanking me repeatedly. As for Tsunade, she just walked over and gave me a kiss on the forehead. I told you just that moment I felt, cough, a rush of hot blood straight to my forehead. Really, right to my forehead. I quickly bent down, holding my waist, and said, "Ouch, no way. I just hurt my back while fighting." That fool Naruto was still asking me what happened. Of course, I can't tell him that I'm getting back up, right? I'm trying to stay calm right now, so I don't have time to waste with them. I have to find a reason to sneak away. I immediately created a shadow clone to accompany Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others back to the village to perform. As for my main body, I directly teleported and summoned several core members of my explosive gang. Let me tell you, when this lineup came out, it was quite impressive. First, there were Zabuza and Haku, my old crew. Then there was Kimimaro, one of my people, and finally, the heavyweight guest, Orochimaru. I cleared my throat and said, "Come on, everyone, let's get to know each other. We're all in the same boat. The same organization, so let's not cause any trouble." Then I shifted my gaze and locked on Orochimaru. "Snake Uncle, have you secured the Two Tails Jinchuriki?" Orochimaru nodded, looking very professional. We could take the leader there anytime. However, he paused, his snake-like eyes filled with calculation. "Leader, you're not looking for her just to extract the tail beast, are you?" Of course. I thought there was no need to hide anything from him since he was already under my control with my special technique. But my plan to retrieve her was different from that of the Akatsuki's violent methods. I'm a civilized person. I intend to extract the Two Tails chakra from the garbage discarded by the Jinchuriki and then create a mini Two Tails as a pet, aiming for a stealthy approach. I share my grand plan with him. Gather all 9 mini-tailed beasts and summon the dragon. Oh wait, become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. But then Orochimaru silenced me with one sentence. "Well, leader, before my defection, the Akatsuki had already sealed the 5 Tails and 7 Tails. Good grief. I was stunned at that moment. How could I have forgotten about that? It really played out like that in the manga. Now it's all over. My pet collection plan has been cut in half, missing 2, and my prestige has dropped instantly. It seems I'll have to change my strategy. I need to get the Rinnegan first, and later I can forcibly take it from the Outer Path Golem." I quickly gave Orochimaru a new order. Keep a close watch on the Wooden Man, and as soon as the Akatsuki makes a move, immediately notify me. Originally, I wanted to directly use the Kodoha Mitsukami to turn the Wooden Man into one of my own, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But that's not possible. If I use such a powerful technique like Kodoha Mitsukami again with this pair of Mangeki Sharingan, I estimate I'll end up blind as a bat. I can only wait until I upgrade to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Then I started discussing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan with Orochimaru. I asked him, Snake Uncle, you're into research. If I transplant a pair of unrelated Mangeki Sharingan, what are the chances of success? Orochimaru looked troubled and said, Leader, the odds are akin to the national football team winning the championship. However, he changed his tone. If you could get a pair, I can genetically modify them to forcibly create a blood relationship between you, which would guarantee a 100 success rate. The only problem is that most of the Uchiha eyes are with Danzo, and that old man is now armed to the teeth like a Gundam, making it nearly impossible to pry an eye from him. Hearing this, I laughed out loud. Snake Uncle, your perspective is too narrow, don't you think? Do you think Danzo is just anyone's? Orochimaru's pupils trembled. What? Even Danzo? Family, who understands? Seeing Orochimaru's expression of missing out on $1 billion was simply delightful. I told him that getting Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan from Danzo would be as easy as reaching into my own pocket. After sorting things out with Orochimaru, I turned to Zabuza and asked about our Kado Group's operations. Zabuza seriously reported that the group's revenue is booming, especially in the entertainment industry. Oh, I perked up immediately. Tell me more. Report, Leader. Recently, we not only released many new works, but also brought in 2 newcomers, and they always top the sales charts. Not bad, not bad. I stood up to stretch and said, Quick, call them over. I want to personally guide them on their acting skills and have a candlelit chat with them. By the way, what are the names of these 2 newcomers? One is called Jorgumo, and the other is called 4 Emperor's Big Mom. I was petrified on the spot and quickly made my escape. I just remembered I have a meeting, so I'll be leaving now. On the other hand, Tsunade had just returned to Konoha, and the first thing she did was look for the 3rd Hokage to say she wanted to investigate me. As a result, the 3rd Hokage gave her a stern lecture and sent her back. He used the example of the Uchiha clan massacre to tell her that a place that S2 pure has no fish, and said that as long as I, Kazama, don't harm Konoha, anyone who touches me will face consequences. No mercy. While the 3rd Hokage's protective attitude really moved me. In the end, he even suggested that Tsunade organize a Konoha sports festival to divert attention. As soon as I returned to the village, I was blocked by Jiraiya. He kept asking me about those bizarre ninjutsu I used in the previous fight. Can I tell him the truth? Of course not. I rolled my eyes and started to talk nonsense seriously. That wasn't Shikaku. It was its neighbor, Old Wong. That gorilla is just for show. It looks intimidating, but actually has no attack power. Jiraiya looked skeptical. Then give these techniques names, so I can write them into my novel. I thought for a moment, and it needed a powerful name, so I blurted out, This is a combination of ninjutsu, named, I'll Take Your Life 3000. Jiraiya almost stumbled and fell. Bro, I'm writing a novel. That name is too cheesy. How about something trendier? Trendy? I thought for a bit and came up with it. Let us call it, I'll Take Your Life 3000 plus. Jiraiya immediately decided on that. His hand holding the pen froze in midair, as if he saw the shadow of his disciple Minato on me. The next day, the Konoha Sports Festival officially began. No ninjutsu allowed throughout, just pure physical strength. My first match, on the horizontal bar, against Niji. This guy doesn't play fair. When he couldn't win, he played dirty, letting go and dropping down while yanking my pants down more than halfway. I was really anxious at that moment. It was about to be too late. Just as I was about to let go and give up on holding my pants, that kid Naruto rushed over like a hero, holding a jacket in his hand. Don't be afraid, Kazama. I'm here to help you. I was so moved, my good brother. As a result, this guy slipped and fell flat on the ground, and his jacket didn't cover him, which ended up completely pulling down my remaining pants. The whole place burst into laughter. From then on, I gained a loud and proud nickname in Konoha, King Mushroom. Over at the Akatsuki, Obito and Zetsu were also reviewing the situation. They couldn't understand how I managed to summon the One Tail. In the end, Obito made the call to change the plan. Instead of capturing me directly, they decided to kidnap Naruto and force Konoha to trade me for him. The plan worked, and Zetsu quickly infiltrated Konoha and took Naruto away, leaving behind a message for the exchange. As soon as the village's upper echelons heard this, they immediately wanted to sell me out. But Tsunade stood her ground and slammed the table. Kazama is a hero. We can exchange, but let him lead the team to rescue Naruto. I had just received Fugaku's Sharingan from Danzo and was about to find Orochimaru when I got the news. I immediately rushed into the Hokage's office, looking righteous. Tsunade-sama, I am willing to exchange myself for Naruto. Tsunade was so moved that she gave me a big hug. The smell of Tiansu is really nice. Jiraiya next to us was so jealous that his eyes turned red and also wanted to come over for a hug, but Tsunade kicked him away. And I think I even heard the sound of an egg cracking. I set off according to the intel, but halfway I encountered Itachi. He told me that the exchange location was a trap and that Deidara and Sasori were lying in wait for me. He then revealed to me the true hiding place of Naruto. I thought it was just right. I would first meet those two art enthusiasts and extract some abilities from them. Before I left, I wanted to give Itachi a bunch of natto so he could throw it away for me to pick up later. But this guy said he wouldn't eat while on a mission, leaving me to eat it all by myself. When I arrived at the agreed location, my stomach was already rumbling from the natto. I used my Byakugan to see through Deidara's explosive clay trap and cleared it with a lightning jutsu. Deidara showed up, and just as he was about to brag about his art, I couldn't hold it in and let out a loud noise. He froze for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically as he remembered the rumor from Pain that I could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Without saying a word, he took out a raincoat from his pocket and put it on. Who understands this? This move highlighted his preparedness. Fearing that my Flying Thunder God would leave him without dignity, he threw a bunch of clay grasshoppers and puppets at me, and I took to the skies with a large-scale lightning jutsu, completely frying all his creations. I casually picked up some of the ineffective clay, and the system notification sounded. Deidara's bloodline limit, explosion release, acquired. I immediately showed him what high-level art is, combining paper shurikens with explosive release, leaving him covered in dirt and his clothes in tatters. This kid still wasn't convinced and tried to self-destruct, but I used my shadow clones to swarm him and paralyze him with lightning release. After dealing with this side, I quickly rushed over to Naruto. Black Zetsu tried to sneak attack me from underground, but just as he emerged, he was hit by my second wave of natto fart and was sent crashing back underground by my chain of farts. I saved Naruto and returned to the village, where Tsunade gave me a rewarding hug. This time it smelled like Amuxi. Afterwards, Sasuke found me, looking conflicted, and said he was too weak and wanted me to teach him some powerful ninjutsu. I thought for a moment, and since Sasuke really needed to strengthen himself for the future battle against Kagaya, I decided to teach him the concept of Kirin in advance. I told him, Sasuke, I'm going to teach you an S-rank ninjutsu, Kirin. The secret to this technique is that to master Kirin, you must first practice the Kirin arm. Upon hearing this, Sasuke had a look of realization on his face and said, I understand. Then he turned and dashed towards the village's video store. A promising student indeed. Watching his retreating figure, I nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Sasuke's Kirin arm would be perfected soon. But just as I turned around, I saw that kid holding a CD, looking as happy as a 200-pound child. I leaned to take a look, and the cover clearly read two big words, Empress, produced by the Kato Group. My heart sank. It was over. Zabuza and Haku, those two old tricksters, were recruiting new people again without telling me. I had to check on this. Just as I was about to head to the video store to catch them, Orochimaru called me directly, saying the goods had arrived and to come quickly. I was feeling weak, but when I heard the Mangekyou Sharingan had been successfully modified, I was jolted upright like someone on the brink of death. Dragging my weak legs, I rushed over. The surgery was a success. Let me tell you, the moment my vision cleared up again, it felt like the entire world had been remastered in high definition. Plus, the system sent me a huge red envelope. Ding. The Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is online, with a bonus luxury skill package, God's Radiance. Wow, this thing was like the 2025 Pro Max version of Tsukuyami, directly dragging people's spirits into a little dark room. I could have him call me dad if I wanted, and the best part was there were no side effects. The only drawback was a cooldown time of 1 day. I initially thought about testing it on Orochimaru, but then reconsidered, what if I needed it urgently? To reward Uncle Snake, I returned his Kusanagi sword to him. After all, I wasn't using a sword, and if he got stronger, it meant I got stronger too. This deal was not a loss. I just finished upgrading here. The Akatsuki members tried to get me twice, but failed, probably because they were frustrated. That guy Obito doesn't dare to provoke me for now, so he sent Deidara and Sasori to target Gaara. Poor Gaara, having to fight and protect the village at the same time, he was directly caught off guard by Deidara. Kankuro went to save him, but ended up being taken down by Sasori's poison. Sasori acted all high and mighty, saying he wouldn't kill Kankuro since he's also a puppet master, but the poison will kick in after 3 days, so enjoy it. Deidara was there mocking him, saying, 3 days? Even if you give him rat poison, he won't last a day. These two are like a comedy duo. I just got my new eyes, and the intel from Danzo came like a death warrant. Akatsuki has made a move on Gaara. Damn, this is bad. Although I have the power of one tail. If Gaara dies, The ninja world will be thrown into chaos. I immediately rushed to Sunagakure. By the time I arrived, Kakashi and the others were already engaged with Deidara and Sasori, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. When Deidara saw the Leaf Village ninjas, he recalled how I had previously beaten him, and he vented all his anger on Kakashi and the others, shouting that they were trash from Konoha and should die. Just when Deidara was shouting the loudest, I made my grand entrance. "Hey, little Deidara, miss me?" Then I clapped my hands together and used explosive release. I turned my body into countless explosive shurikens. The nearby Sand Village ninjas were left dumbfounded. Wow, what a powerful name. My family, who understands? I really nailed it with naming. In the next second, the overwhelming explosive shurikens bombarded Deidara and Sasori, causing chaos. They may have more battle experience than me, but I have more chakra, so I just bombed them until they couldn't use any of their skills. Deidara's new clothes got blown to shreds, and in his anger, he even tossed Gaara aside. I shouted to Kakashi, "Teacher, you guys save him. I'll chase them." After saying that, I was gone. Deidara still wanted to lure me to their hideout, but I thought, why bother with that? I directly activated my new skill by Ishinshin Radiance. In an instant, both of them were forced to stand still, their minds dragged into a little dark room. Deidara was confused. "I didn't even look at your eyes." Sasori was also stunned. "My puppet body has no 5 senses. I laid it all out. This move attacks the mind, as long as you have a brain. Even if you only have a USB drive left, I can still format you. I won't waste any time." I directly used another deity to brainwash those two into my undercover agents, allowing them to stay in the Akatsuki and act as my eyes and ears. Once I took care of them, I thought I could take a break, but then Orochimaru contacted me, saying that Haiden and Kakuzu, the immortal duo, had captured the two-tails Jinchuriki from the Wooden Man. I rushed over, but I was still a step too late. What's even crazier is that Obito and his group discovered I was collecting tailed beasts, and to avoid exposing their base, they actually had Haiden and Kakuzu lure me to the frigid land of snow. Then, the Akatsuki held an online meeting, and let me tell you, it was something else. They were discussing how to get to the land of snow, but the conversation went completely off track. There was talk about a guy from the village whose wife ran off with someone else, and how he took revenge on society by smashing all the sleds, and how Kato could now be selling fake passes. I mean, this wasn't tea and Akatsuki meeting. It was basically a cyber tea party of 2025, just missing a fruit platter. In the end, they decided to have Deidara fly over. That kid Deidara is now on my side and immediately sold me the intel. The land of snow, huh? All right, I'm on my way. While I was back in the village packing my things, I ran into Naruto. He said he also received a mission to go to the land of snow to protect an actress named Fujikaze Yuki. What a coincidence. Isn't that the princess of the land of snow, Koyuki? The plot just collided. At the train station, Naruto was so excited about taking the train for the first time that he got scammed by an old man pretending to be a victim, almost losing his underwear. I was completely speechless. I rolled my eyes and realized that old man was sent by the Windflower Fury with layers of outsourcing, and by the time it reached him, the reward was barely enough to buy a pancake. I went up and schooled him, and in the process, found out that Kakashi and the others had already started fighting. I thought, this is bad, and quickly used my paper dance technique to whisk Naruto away to the center of the land of snow. By the time we arrived, Kakashi and the others were being pressured by Haiden, Kakuzu, and the rampaging Two Tails. When Haiden saw I hadn't come, he was still cursing. I descended from the sky and said, "Sorry for being late, everyone." Kakashi and the others looked at me like they were seeing a long-lost family member. Naruto was waving his hands on the side, saying, "Hey, I'm here too," but no one paid him any attention. Kakuzu and Haiden were staring at me, and Haiden, feeling a bit jealous, said, "It's just because you're handsome and talented." I laughed and thought, wow, if you can see my talent, I'll have to take good care of you. I directly activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope, and the system prompt came again. Ding. First time using the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Reward. No seal skill from now on. Ninjutsu can be performed with just a clap of the hands. Damn. The system is also taking a holiday for the Spring Festival. This function just started working now. Kakuzu looked at my eyes, which were even flashier than Itachi's, and immediately sent the Two Tails charging at me. Kakashi reminded me to be careful, and I said, "Don't worry, sensei. I'll solve it with one move." I originally wanted to use the different Heaven S deity technique, but the system prompted, "Cooling down, still 1 hour left." Damn it. There was no choice but to hold on for a while. I clapped my hands and used water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakuzu and Haiden's eyes were about to pop out, a jutsu with 44 hand seals. And I just clapped my hands and it came out. While unleashing the water dragon bullet, I shouted to Kakashi and the others, "Run." That big-headed guy is Haiden. He can reflect damage. The one wearing a mask is Kakuzu. He has 5 hearts. Now, not only Kakashi, but even Kakuzu and Haiden were stunned. How did this kid strip us of our last defenses like he had God's perspective? Haiden, furious, charged at Naruto, and I raised my hand to unleash countless exploding shurikens. While attacking, I also persuaded, "You two, stop fighting, come with me, I'll introduce you to rich women. With your bodies, making 15,000 a day is no problem." Haiden was almost crying for my endless exploding shurikens and trash talk, shouting, "If you have the ability, change your move." I thought, sure thing. I directly used the peanut. Sunflowerseed, viaTrash-Picking technique. Yes, you heard it right, throwing garbage at people. It was highly insulting, but the effect was outstanding. The system prompt sounded crazily in my head. Ding. Picked up the peanut shell dropped by Haiden. Gained immortality. Ding. Picked up the beer bottle shards dropped by Kakuzu. Gained the earth grudge fear. Goodness, so it turns out that high-level battles rely on picking up garbage to level up. After getting the skills, I immediately put them to use, instantly teleporting to slash Haiden, directly using his curse ritual. Kakuzu didn't know. A wind release came over and split Haiden into 8 pieces. While I had no issues at all, my stamina healed instantly. Haiden was almost crying. "I told you not to move." Haiden was still unconvinced and asked me to change my move again. Kakuzu was almost going crazy. "You're still letting him change?" Haiden said, "Don't worry. His techniques will run out soon." I directly created 4 shadow clones, and Haiden happily thought I was running out of tricks. But the next second, my 4 clones and I clapped our hands simultaneously. 5 nature transformation big continuous bomb technique. Attacks of wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth attributes came pouring in like they were free. Kakuzu stubbornly said I didn't have enough chakra, and I directly started DJing on the spot. Smack. A 5 nature transformation big continuous bomb. Smack. Another one. I tell you, I was like a perpetual motion machine, blasting them until they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. Just then, the system prompt rang. Ding. The cooldown for different Heaven S deity has ended. Okay, here we go. I leaped into the air and used one move to pull everyone, including Haiden, the Two Tails, and Kakashi, into my illusion space. This place, I tell you, is simply my personal spiritual time room. 1 second outside, and time flows freely inside. I pulled them in to conduct extreme training, otherwise with their current strength. If I didn't arrive in time one day, that old schemer Kagaya would definitely take them out one by one, right? So they had to be trained hard. Kakuzu, Haiden, and the Two Tails would not be collected for now. They would serve as the top-tier sparring partners, purely wild, no additives. I cleared my throat and began the pre-battle mobilization. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, don't panic. Welcome to my home ground. Here, your stamina and chakra are all unlimited refills. Feel free to go wild. So, your mission is to fight like crazy against Kakuzu and Haiden for a while. Alright. As soon as Kakashi and the others heard they could level up quickly, their eyes lit up. I will continue to distribute the cheats. Kakashi-sensei, you, and that guy over there. The 2 pillars, your tasks are the most special. Come on, let's watch. As soon as I finished speaking, hundreds of romantic action films piled up in front of Kakashi, with all sorts of genres available. Kakashi was stunned. Huh? This? No way. This is an ancient secret technique. Playing chess can heal wounds. Watching films can train the Sharingan. Have you heard of it? Just use your Sharingan to watch pixel by pixel until it evolves into a kaleidoscope. I conjured up hundreds of boxes of kidney tonic pills and stuffed them into Sasuke's hands. You too, you can watch, focusing on the Kirin arm. If your waist hurts, take one. It's powerful. Naruto saw this good thing and immediately came over. What about me? What about me? Can I also? What are you dreaming about? You and Sakura should just go up and brawl with Kakuzu and Haiden. Naruto's face immediately fell. Huh? Why does it have to be so boring for me? Of course. You haven't even passed the second test, and you want to speed on the highway? Your skills aren't enough. Just fight honestly and force the Nine Tails power out of me. Sakura, don't hide your super strength. Smash for me. Alright. Naruto and Sakura charged in, yelling. The result? 1 second later, they were down. No worries. We have plenty of revival coins. Kakuzu and Haiden were almost driven crazy by these 2 indestructible cockroaches. They fought like this for a whole year. A year, folks. Of course, it was just a year in the illusion space. When I pulled them out, everyone had undergone a complete transformation. Kakashi, wow, managed to manifest a kaleidoscope of divine might. Sasuke, the Kirin arm, was perfected, and he was better than anyone at using Chidori and Chidori Sharp Spear. Naruto exploded with 4 tails. Sakura has truly become One Punch Man now. I quickly brought everyone out, serving them peanuts, melon seeds, and small beers. They were all exhausted. Then, my most anticipated moment arrived. Teacher Kakashi casually threw a beer bottle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the space-time ninjutsu, Kimui. Awesome. On Sasuke's side, things got even crazier with a bloody tissue. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the lightning release, Kirin. Then came a roll of bandages. Ding! Chidori. Ding! Chidori Sharp Spear. Ding! Chidori Thousand Birds. And then there was Naruto's aura. Ding! The power of a 9 tails and 4 tails. I was simply winning big. Once they all fell asleep, my spiritual body returned to the illusion space, quietly capturing Kaku, Haiden, and the Wooden Man. I let Kakuzu and Haiden go back to the Akatsuki organization to continue being my undercover agents. And then I looked at the Wooden Man. Wow. When I looked at her, my nosebleed shot out. She had just transformed and was left with only a little pair of torn panties. She seemed quite shy. Master, please don't look at me like that. I quickly put on a virtuous demeanor, swallowing hard as I said, You misunderstood, in my eyes, men and women. They're all just code. Yes, just a bunch of code. She pointed to my lower region. Then why does it? I immediately put my hand in my pocket and forcefully explained. This is my kunai. As a ninja, carrying a kunai with me is quite normal, right? Saying that, I turned around, pretending not to look, and activated my Byakugan. 360-degree high-definition vision activated. My nosebleed got even worse. Hey, Mirin, you should throw away that little underwear of yours. The quality is too poor. I pretended to care. I have new ones. You can change into them first. She actually believed me, picked up that torn piece, and threw it away, then went to find Orochimaru. As soon as she left, I rushed over and picked up her little underwear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of the 2 tails. But then she came back, just in time to see me holding her little underwear. At that moment, I was incredibly anxious, but I still managed to keep a calm face. You've misunderstood. I'm a bit of a neat freak. I just can't help but want to pick up trash when I see it. It's perfectly normal and quite logical. She walked away, half convinced, and I estimated that my image in her mind had already shattered into pieces. But who knows? What she was really thinking was, I never expected the master to look so dignified, yet be such a weirdo. It's really too exciting. I summoned the mini 2 tails, and together with the mini Shikaku and Sun Shaoshin, we formed a trio of tailed beasts. After watching them bicker for a while, Kakashi and the others woke up. Just as we returned to Konoha, Tsunade came with a new mission, to capture the 3 tails at the border of the Land of Water. Tsunade also secretly told me that there's an ancient ruin at the bottom of the lake where the 3 tails is located, containing the Grial Stone, which can amplify chakra and may even be related to immortality. Wow, we definitely need to get our hands on that. I set off as soon as I received the order, but guess who I ran into halfway? It was Itachi again. He just won't go away. He opened his mouth and said the same thing. Kakashi, how did you get the Sharingan? Bro, I really didn't think a good excuse. I could only say, oh no, I have a stomachache today. I need to use the restroom first. Let's talk another day. Just as I was about to sneak away, I suddenly remembered that I failed to use Amaterasu and Susanoo on him last time. And today, isn't this a perfect opportunity? I took out a box of Bado brand 3 color balls. Itachi, you've given so much for Konoha. Here, have some local specialties. He took it and directly shoved it into his pocket. I don't eat while on a mission. Plan A failed. I immediately activated Plan B, extending my hand. Then let's shake hands, thank you. When he reached out, I immediately made a disgusted face and said, oh, I'm sorry, I just wiped my nose. My hands are all sticky. I casually handed him a tissue. His face darkened, and he took the tissue and started rubbing furiously. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one. That's the one I just used. I handed him a towel instead. By the time he threw away both the tissue and the towel in disgust, I was overjoyed inside. Success. I pretended to go to the bathroom, and when he left, I came back to pick them up. But this guy was actually waiting for me at the bathroom door. No choice, I had to force myself to squat down inside. While I was thinking about how to escape, I heard a gurgling sound from Itachi's side. Wow, he couldn't hold it in and ate my box of Bado balls. Now, it was his turn to be anxious. His aloof persona couldn't break, and he felt embarrassed to urge me. So he could only squeeze his legs and shuffle his way into the small woods. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. It is said that he even encountered picnickers and couples while trying to find a secluded spot. What a disaster. When he finally managed to solve his problem. I also came out, strolled back, and picked up the tissue and towel he had thrown away. Ding. Obtained Amaterasu. Ding. Obtained the 3 Sacred Treasures version of Susanoo. This was a huge profit. I rushed to the location of the 3 Tails and found that the hidden mist village was using a child called Gyukimaru to lure the 3 Tails. This child is one of Orochimaru's people, which means he is my ally, and I must save him. I just met up with Kakashi and the others, and we agreed to wait until both sides were weakened before making our move. But what happened? Naruto was the first to charge in. Then it was Sasuke, then me, and then Kakashi and Sakura. Right after that, Orochimaru and the people from the village of Wood showed up, and my 4 undercover members from the Akatsuki also arrived. Good grief, we haven't even captured the 3 Tails yet, and we're already setting up a mahjong table. As soon as I heard movement in the air, I knew that Ju was nearby, hiding and spying. I immediately signaled my 4 little brothers, "Showtime, hit them hard." I executed a mini Shoha with a backhand and made it grow. Smash it towards those weaklings in the hidden mist village. They must be mumbling over there. So I directly summoned the 2 Tails above their heads, like Mount Tai pressing down. It scared him so much that he directly burrowed into the ground. Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded, wondering how both the 1 Tail and the 2 Tails appeared. Orochimaru and he understood right away. One transformed into the 8-headed serpent, and the other also turned into the 2 Tails, instantly creating 2 Tails on the field. Naruto was so scared he almost peed himself, hugging the 9 Tails leg and shouting, "9 Tails, give me your power. I want to transform and join the fun too." The 9 Tails just told him scram. I was afraid that my people would start fighting, so I pretended to shout, "Kakashi-sensei, leave the Akatsuki and Orochimaru to me. You all focus on dealing with the 3 Tails." Then I took Orochimaru and Deidara with me, pretending to fight fiercely until we reached a place where Kakashi and the others couldn't see us. I quickly told Deidara and the others, "Ju is monitoring you. You need to act completely and hide on the spot. Once I deal with the 3 Tails, I'll credit the achievement to you, which will dispel Akatsuki's suspicions." They immediately nodded and found a place to hide. At that moment, Orochimaru and the Wooden Man had also returned to their original appearances. I wasn't idle either. I directly gave Orochimaru orders to hurry and bring the wooden puppet and that kid named Joimaru back to the base. I specifically reminded him that the Akatsuki has been acting like crazy dogs, capturing tailed beasts everywhere, so he must protect the 2 Tails and not take any risks. As soon as they left, I immediately turned around and rushed toward the 3 Tails. As soon as I left, the situation on the field instantly reversed. The 3 Tails, which had just been pressed down and rubbed against the ground by Orochi and the 2 Tails, now became the dominant force on the field. And guess what? Our second pillar, Sasuke, fell back into his old habits. He had gained some power in the other dimension and got a bit cocky, seeing the 3 Tails being beaten by my people. He thought he could join in, thinking he had encountered a soft target, and directly unleashed a lightning release, Kirin attack. Folks, who understands? A middle school boy in his rebellious phase is just that confident. Kakashi was behind, anxiously shouting for Sasuke to come back, but he didn't even pay attention. What happened then? The 3 Tails swatted him like a top, and if Kakashi hadn't used his Kimyui to save him, I estimate Sasuke could have performed a planetary orbit right there. This slap didn't subdue the 3 Tails. Instead, it made it go berserk. When a tailed beast goes berserk, its combat power skyrockets. Kakashi and the others were already at a disadvantage, and now they had to deal with an unconscious Sasuke, making matters worse. The 3 Tails didn't care about that at all. It directly formed a gigantic tailed beast ball and smashed it over. Kakashi's little Kimyui was like a squirt gun. It was impossible to redirect such a massive tailed beast ball. Just when he thought he was going to meet his end, I made my shining entrance. Susanoo, a towering red giant, appeared in front of them with a bang, and with the 8-foot mirror in hand, it directly deflected the tailed beast ball back. With a loud explosion, the 3 Tails was blasted hundreds of meters away by its own attack. Kakashi and the others were left dumbfounded, their jaws dropped to the ground, probably wondering what kind of divine ninja technique this was. I originally planned to give this big guy something to make it have diarrhea so I could extract its abilities. But when I checked my pocket, damn it, where's my ancestral Bado Bing Liangwan? It's gone. This is awkward. How can I extract the abilities from a tailed beast if it doesn't have diarrhea? I was still mumbling to myself, wondering which unfortunate soul picked up my pill. That was a dosage meant for a tailed beast. If a regular person took it, they'd be stuck in the bathroom for a year and a half. At this moment, in an unknown little grove, Itachi was leaning against the wall, his legs trembling, feeling like his life was over. Just when I was in a daze, the system, my only sister, sent me a package a single explosive diarrhea pill. It even came with a manual. It can make the user spray for a whole year. Oh my goodness. This reward came at just the right time. Without a second thought, I directly popped this pill, which smelled quite potent, into the mouth of the Three Tails. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. As soon as Sanwei swallowed, the entire lake, Duong, instantly transformed into the trendiest mustard yellow color of 2025. From then on, this lake had a loud new name, Xiang Lake. I quickly jumped in and started rummaging around. Ding! I picked up Sanwei Xiang, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of Sanwei's Ishi. Done. I immediately used this newly acquired ability to summon a mini Sanwei right on spot. As soon as the little Sanwei appeared, it shouted, "Which bastard summoned me?" I couldn't help but retort, "Come on, bro, can you change your entrance lines a bit?" The mini Sanwei looked quite aggrieved. "Bro, I'm just a supporting character. They don't even give me a box lunch, and now they want me to change my lines? That's too much. All right, you have a point." Over there, the large Sanwei that had taken the medicine was still spewing, but its fighting power hadn't decreased at all, and it was charging over with the tailed beast orb. I waved my hand. "You guys go for it." "Oh wait, just one of you. Mini Sanwei, take it down." My mini Three Tails suddenly grew large and started fighting with the original in the lake. For a moment, the lake was splashing everywhere as the two Three Tails battled joyfully. Kakashi and the others were completely stunned, probably filled with question marks. First two Tails, and now two Three Tails. What on earth is happening in this world? Just as I dealt with one situation, two oblivious ones, Black and White Zetsu, appeared. They were hiding in the shadows, whispering to each other about how strange this wind was, how it could produce a second Three Tails, and they must capture it for research. Do they think I'm deaf? I heard everything clearly, just as White Zetsu was about to leave. I trapped him with a Doton, Yellow Spring Marsh, then appeared in front of both of them. They were startled, probably confused about how I discovered them. I couldn't be bothered to talk, so I lashed out at Black Zetsu, the mastermind, with a swift Amaterasu to his face. Black Zetsu was shocked, probably wondering how Itachi's Amaterasu appeared with me. But this guy was like a cockroach that wouldn't die. He actually tore off the burning half of himself and arrogantly declared that physical attacks, Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, couldn't kill him. "Fine, you're impressive. System, my dear sister. Just send me a new skill, Kindling Fire Palm." As soon as I heard the name, I understood. I struck at both of them with a palm. At first, they mocked me, saying it was a useless move that wouldn't hurt. The next second, their expressions changed. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. It was like a live version of Love Like Fire, and the two of them immediately embraced and began an in-depth exchange in various poses. It was painfully awkward, so I quickly slipped away. After dealing with those two noticeable nuisances, the ground beneath me suddenly collapsed with a loud rumble, creating a huge hole, and a massive suction force pulled us all in, including the two Three Tails. When I woke up again, I found myself in a pitch-black cave. The worst part was that I had no chakra left. Not a single bit could be extracted. Kakashi and the others also realized this, and they were all panicking. I used my super perception to scan around and understood that we had entered a massive magnetic field created by those special stones, the Grial stones. I told them not to panic and just follow me. As a result, this damn place was like a maze. We walked for 2 days and nights, starving to the point where our stomachs were touching our backs. That kid Naruto was still not thinking straight and went to ask Sakura if she had any milk. And as you can imagine, he got sent flying with a punch, just when everyone's morale was about to break. Kakashi wanted to tell his old hypnotic story about a mountain, but I quickly stopped him. I told a joke from an experienced driver, which finally cheered them up a bit, and we barely made it to the exit. As soon as we stepped out of the magnetic field, our chakra instantly returned. But we still felt extremely weak. Teacher Kakashi insisted on performing his water dragon jutsu with 44 hand seals to quench our thirst. But by the time he finished the seals, we would have turned into mummies. I just clapped my hands, and the water dragon jutsu was taken care of. However, before we could even take a sip of water, our clones popped out from the shadows, looking just like us. As soon as I saw it, I understood that this was the work of the Stone of Greer, created using the chakra that had been siphoned from us before. I immediately ordered, "We cannot fight our own copies, it will never end. Switch opponents. Kakashi, you forego deal with my copies, and I'll take care of yours." I was chopping vegetables when Amaterasu was activated, and instantly, the copies of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke disappeared. The fake Kakashi managed to use Kamui to absorb my Amaterasu. At the same time, in the Kamui dimension, Obito shouted and rushed out, with black smoke billowing from his shoulder, probably wondering how Kakashi could use Amaterasu. I intensified my attack and directly turned the fake Kakashi into ashes. But on Kakashi's side, they were in trouble. 4 of them were being beaten badly by my clones, and they were about to lose their reputation for being evenly matched. Kakashi panicked and shouted at me, "Kamikaze, what is your weakness? Hurry up and tell me. Can I say something? I don't care about face, okay?" I can only grit my teeth and say, "I'm sorry, I really have no flaws." As a result, Naruto, that big mouth, directly shouted out my nickname, Konoha Golden Needle Mushroom. The next second, Sakura understood, and with a heavy punch, she struck right at the heart of my clone. My clone instantly turned into light and was defeated. I had only one idea at the time. I must eat kidneys every day when I go back. It's a must. Just as I was feeling awkward, the original 3 tails that had been sucked in earlier rushed out again. Just in time, my Kodoeme Tsukumi had cooled down. I pretended to be selfless and drew its attention away, gaining some favor in front of Kakashi and the others, saying I would hold it off. In reality, I secretly used Kodoeme Tsukumi on it, completely taking control, and then handed it over to Deidara and the others to report back. After returning, I casually made up a reason, saying the Akatsuki had taken the 3 tails, and they actually believed me, each one feeling quite sympathetic. I casually pried a piece of Greer stone off the wall for Kakashi, telling him to take it back to Lady Tsunade. I even bragged to him that this thing could keep you from being kidney deficient 10 times a day. You should have seen their expressions. Their eyes lit up like wolves. Once they left, I looked at the entire Greer mineral vein in this cave and smiled. ISNT this a ready-made base? I directly copied the previous magnetic field formation and transformed this place into my new old nest. Then I made a call to gather people, inviting Orochimaru, Murun, and Junmaro for a meeting, and by the way, haha, I didn't tell them about the formation, just let them walk right in. As soon as they stepped in with a snap, it was like the phone signal entering an underground garage, and the chakra of the 3 individuals instantly disappeared. I tell you, Orochimaru's face turned green at that moment, flailing around like a headless fly, and after a long time couldn't he find a way out. Without chakra, they instantly became ordinary people, and a directionally challenged ordinary person at that. Family, who understands how big a blow this is for a tech geek? Just when the 3 of them were about to treat this place as their final destination and prepare for a survival show, I made my grand entrance and pulled them out. After hearing my explanation that this formation was set up casually by me, their gazes towards me changed completely, filled with shock and a hint of admiration, mixed with a bit of fear, like is this still a human? Uncle Snake, as expected, opened his mind instantly, his eyes shining as he said to me, "Lord Kazama, I sent it a waste to just use this place as a base. Let us directly establish a ninja village." Good heavens, his words immediately enlightened me. Right, why bother forming a gang? So low-key, let us just build a village, become the village head, take on the role of a Kage, and rise to the pinnacle of the ninja world. I decided on the spot. Let us do it. Uncle Snake, your suggestion is super cool. And the question arose, what should the village be called? They all looked at me expectantly. After all, my previous jutsu names, like a very big monkey technique and many exploding shurikens technique, were simply astonishing in their eyes. I pondered for 3 seconds, and then it hit me. ISNT, there a trend for naming things these days? Like the Hongmen and Panmen. Let us call our Steel Gate. It signifies strength like steel. What do you think? You know what? Snake Uncle and the other 2 immediately covered their noses and said this name. Has a bit of smell to it. Let me come up with another one. Orochimaru kindly educated me, saying that the names of the 5 great villages actually have backstories. For example, Konoha has nothing to do with the will of fire. It's just that the first Hokage was a bit of a wooden head, and Uchiha Madara loved to use Yi as a catchphrase, so it's called my village. Sunagakure is named because the first Kazakage was so foolish, acting like a big fool during meetings, asking people for money and land, and got beaten up, so it's called Shine Village. And then there's Kumogakure, which is named because the first Raikage's catchphrase was everything is just floating clouds. I was stunned to hear that, feeling that the Naruto I watched before was a pirated version. Uncle Snake included. So, Lord Kazama, what characteristics do you have? What characteristics can I have? Does being handsome count? Guess what they said? Lord Kazama, you're the first in the ninja world to use flight. How about we call it the Hidden Flight Village? As soon as I heard it, Xiangyin Village? Sounds good. This name has a lot of weight, right? What's the village chief's name? The first generation of Xiangying. The 3 of us said in unison. Xiangying. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? I pretended to be humble for a moment. Arrogance is what suits you. All right, it's settled then. The first generation of Xiangying, am officially debuting today. Of course, I still need to keep a low profile on the surface. After all, I still have to go steel-tailed beasts. So I had Orochimaru disguise himself to act as my acting village chief. We have a village now, but with just a few of us. It feels like a makeshift troop. I asked Orochimaru to bring over his old people from the Sound Village. But Uncle Snake shrugged and said that his Sound Village had long since mutated into a music village, and the ninjas were no longer doing serious work. They either became street dance teachers or rap singers, and some even participated in the Greasy Brother 2025 talent show, reportedly doing quite well, leaving me at a loss. There's no way around it. I had to start recruiting from scratch. They were worried that our little broken village wouldn't be competitive, so I just laughed. I took out a few Greer stones and handed them to them. The feeling was instant. Their chakra surged up, their bodies heated up, and their faces turned red, making it hard for them to speak clearly. See, this is our trump card. I told them about my business model, which would be called the narco plan of the ninja world. In the early stage, I would give this stuff away for free to the 5 great nations. Let them taste the sweetness and get addicted. Once they can't live without it, won't the price be set by me then? Not only that, but I also had them use a lot of money to build a high-end club in the village that combined bathing, sauna, and massage. I told those old men from the 5 great nations that if they didn't want to spend money on stones, they could send their village's elite jonin, shadow-level masters, to come consume here, and consumption would be rewarded. My goal was certainly not to earn their small change. It was to collect the trash left behind after their spending. As long as they came, I could secretly extract all their abilities without them noticing. While I was busy with infrastructure, the Akatsuki organization wasn't idle either. That guy Obito, suspecting Deidara, started to have doubts about Itachi. He believed that his previous failures in stealing tailed beasts must have been due to Itachi warning me. This kid is crafty. Knowing he might not be able to beat Itachi, he came up with a plan to use someone else's knife to kill, sending Black Zetsu to deceive Sasuke. Let me tell you, when Black Zetsu found Sasuke, it was an incredibly awkward scene. Sasuke was locking the door and practicing the Chidori while watching a little movie. Just as he entered sage time and looked up, bam, he saw a pitch-black thing in front of him. This old guy Black Zetsu knows about PUA. He immediately started feeding Sasuke a bunch of truths, saying that the Uchiha massacre was done by the Konoha higher-ups in collusion with Itachi, and also said that Kazama had known all this but kept it from him just to steal the power of his Sharingan. Just 3 sentences filled Sasuke's anger meter to the max, and he was ready to go after me right then and there. Black Zetsu quickly stopped him, saying that he couldn't beat Kazama right now, and that he needed to kill Itachi first and unlock the Manjiki Sharingan to have the qualifications to confront him. This idiot, in just a moment of persuasion, took the bait and happily followed Black Zetsu. But neither of them knew that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow finch is behind. Just as Black Zetsu brought Sasuke to Itachi's hideout, he turned around and saw me smiling with my arms crossed, looking at him. The expression on his face was like a 2G network trying to load a 4K video, his face twitching and muttering, "This is impossible." I had already anticipated that Obito would pull this trick, so I gave Sasuke a heads up in advance, telling him the set of words that Kurizetsu would say, treating it as a lie that an enemy would use to deceive him in the future. So as soon as Kurizetsu opened his mouth, Sasuke already knew the script and secretly left me markers along the way. I went up wanting to use a different god to control Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind everything. But guess what? The system prompted me. Control failed. Wow, this dark thing is actually immune to my strongest control technique. Black Zetsu noticed it too, laughed maniacally, dropped a few harsh words, and slipped away. Although I was a bit annoyed, it wasn't a big deal. But over here, Sasuke's stubbornness flared up again. He said that even though he knew it was a trap, he had finally found Itachi, and he had to take revenge. No matter how I tried to persuade him, it was useless, so I had no choice but to follow him in, thinking I had to find a way to save Itachi later. At this moment, Itachi had just finished his business and was feeling weak, leaning on a stone seat like Rodan's thinker. He had felt Sasuke's presence long ago and was contemplating how to let him win just enough to take revenge and help him awaken his eyes. But when he looked up and saw me standing next to Sasuke, he was stunned. Sasuke, however, was quite spirited and shouted at me, "Kazama, you don't need to help." Of course, I had no intention of helping him in the first place. The battle between the brothers began. Let me tell you, that scene was like a large-scale teaching demonstration by Itachi on how to let go. First, he activated Tsukuyami, trying to teach Sasuke a lesson in the illusion. But Sasuke was so clueless that he didn't even realize he had fallen into a Jinjutsu, still feeling good about himself and launching skills, landing a Chidori that pierced Itachi's crow clone, thinking he looked super cool. Itachi was almost at his wit's end, thinking he had let go too much, wondering how his foolish brother just couldn't get it. In the Genjutsu, Itachi walked over slowly like a sloth, almost with "quickly break me" written on his forehead. But Sasuke still didn't T-react. With no other choice, Itachi had to dig out Sasuke's eyes in the Genjutsu, causing Sasuke to roll on the ground in pain. But he still didn't T-wake up. Itachi was truly out of options, so he resorted to a ruthless move, directly taking away his manhood in the illusion. This worked. Sasuke saw it and thought, wait a minute, this is clearly the sweet and spicy shape I got roasted into with lightning release before. How come what you have looks like sushi? Suddenly, ding, he realized it was an illusion. Relying on this detail, he managed to break Tsukuyami. After breaking the illusion, Sasuke felt like he was on top of the world and started fighting Itachi hand-to-hand. However, Itachi's shuriken skills were top-notch. Sasuke could only move his right hand quickly while his left hand lagged behind, and he was quickly pushed back. Seeing that the shuriken was about to injure Sasuke, Itachi hurriedly flew over to block it with his body, but Sasuke thought he had exposed a flaw and kicked him over, followed by a big move, Kirin. Itachi had no choice but to activate Susanoo to withstand it. He originally wanted Sasuke to see a higher realm of the Sharingan, but as soon as Susanoo appeared, the pressure was so intense that it scared the living daylights out of Sasuke, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. Watching this farcical battle, Itachi had a bitter expression. I then walked over with a smile, helped the weak Itachi up, and said, "You don't have to die. If you want him to awaken his eyes, just create an illusion." Itachi shook his head, saying he had a terminal illness and wouldn't live long anyway. So it was better to use his life to fulfill Sasuke. I laughed at that. With just Sasuke alone, how can you bring glory to your family? Even if you give him 2 golden kidneys, he won't be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, Itachi suddenly realized, right, how'd I not think of that step? But I won't live long either. He sighed. Who said that? I patted his shoulder and said, I can't cure your illness, but there is someone who can. Who? Orochimaru. Upon hearing this name, Itachi turned pale and waved his hands repeatedly. No. That guy has always been after my body, wanting to steal my Sharingan. How could I possibly ask him to treat me? I laughed. Don't worry. Orochimaru has completely submitted to me now. As soon as those words came out, Itachi was stunned. His expression seemed to ask, what on earth is happening in this world? One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who even the 3rd Hokage couldn't control, has actually become your subordinate? Now do you believe me? I'm telling you, Orochimaru is now as obedient as can be. He wouldn't dare to go west if I told him to go east. But Itachi is still stubborn, insisting on asking me where Shirsue's eyes came from. I didn't have time to argue with him about that. I immediately came up with a classic excuse. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to turn off the faucet when I left. As soon as I finished speaking, I grabbed the still dazed Sasuke beside me, and with a quick move, I slipped away. To make Itachi completely disappear, I also casually spread a rumor, saying that Uchiha Itachi had been executed by his younger brother Sasuke in a just act, giving him a social death. Perfect. I just left, and on the other side, Black Zetsu has already run back to the Akatsuki base to report to Obito. He told Obito that my Konoha Tsukumi was ineffective against him, and Obito was immediately stunned. His expression was quite something, both surprised and delighted. He was surprised because, wow, isn't Konoha Tsukumi supposed to have a cooldown of over 10 years? How come it works like a machine gun, controlling anyone? He was delighted because, hey, Black Zetsu cells are actually immune to magic. Who is Obito? His brain works faster than anyone else's, and he immediately ordered, Zetsu, stop talking. Give me some of your cells too, hurry. Black Zetsu was internally screaming a million curses, thinking, what do you take me for, Clay? You think you could just rip off my cells? Obito, you sly one. You know PUA? But there was no choice for the plan to resurrect Kagaya. He had to endure it. Obito is also extremely cautious, fearing that doing it alone might not be safe. So he had Black Zetsu provide the entire Akatsuki organization with an upgrade package to resist Konoha Tsukumi. Of course, this trick wouldn't work on people like Deidara, who I had already controlled. It was a case of system incompatibility. To test if this upgrade package actually worked, Obito immediately had Nagato send Kisame to stir up trouble for me. I was dragging the terrified Air Juzi back to Konoha when suddenly, at the village entrance, a guy with blue skin jumped out of the bushes, wielding a large machete. It was Kisame. I thought to myself, oh, a free head on platter? Without saying a word, I activated my eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the light of the Emotogikura shone down. As a result, ding. System prompt. Detected black Zetsu cells within the target. Control failed. Upgrade to Rinnegan to break the seal. Damn, there's this too? Alright, Konoha Village, Reincarnation Eye. I've noted it down. The ghost shark has no idea about the twists and turns in my mind. He saw me glare at him and fell silent. Thinking I was scared, he immediately started shouting, "You little bastard, what are you looking at? Today, I must turn you into caviar." I thought to myself, killing you would be boring, capturing you would be much more fun. So I clasped my hands together and, facing Guy and his big sword, did a move called kindling fire with dry firewood. Goodness, in the next second, a classic scene was born. Guy uncontrollably hugged the sword, starting an indescribable intimate interaction. Family. Who understands? That scene was simply the ultimate form of, as long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness belongs to others. Guy's shark face was nearly twisted into a braid, shouting Yammy while his body behaved quite obediently, embodying the concept of being verbally reluctant but physically honest. After dealing with Guy, as soon as I stepped into Konoha, Tsunade pulled me into her office. She urgently said to me, "Kazama, hurry, Jiraiya went alone to investigate the Akatsuki in the Rain Village, and I'm worried. You need to go help him." When I heard this, I thought, isn't this just perfect? I was just troubled about not having an excuse to get Nagato's Rinnegan. Seeing that I agreed readily, Tsunade added, "I bet he will die this time. You know I always lose when I gamble, so he is likely to survive. But just in case, you still have to protect him." I thought to myself, sister, this time you're definitely winning the bet, as in the original story. Jiraiya indeed fell there. Don't worry, with me around, the script will be rewritten. I rushed to Rain Hidden Village, and wow, this place rains every day, like it has prostatitis. When I found Jiraiya, he was just coming out of a small red house that I can't describe, looking all wise and muttering, "Sigh." I still couldn't get the intel. I was speechless at that moment, like, dude, are you here for intel or for something else? We were chatting when a wooden stick fell from upstairs and hit Jiraiya on the head, just as he was about to curse. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman leaning against the window. He immediately put on a lecherous grin, nearly drooling. The woman introduced herself as Miss Pan and invited him upstairs for tea. Seeing the setup, I thought, oh no, this is definitely a trap. Just as I was about to stop him, Jiraiya, that old pervert, firmly refused. As a dignified white-haired sage, how can I drink tea with a stranger like you? I was about to give him a thumbs up when he turned to me and said, "Kazama, I'm hungry, go buy me a bun." I hadn't even reacted when he had already dashed upstairs. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, there was a clattering sound from above. Jiraiya jumped down from the window while pulling up his pants, still stubbornly saying, "Fortunately, I was clever and saw through the enemy's scheme." I really didn't want to call him out on it. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the Rain Village, Nagato and Conan had sensed us through the rain spread throughout the village. Nagato was incredibly confident. Last time we fought away, but this time it's on my turf. He must not return. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 paths of pain were deployed. As soon as the 6 figures in Akatsuki's red cloud cloaks appeared, Jiraiya turned pale. I directly activated my heavenly eye and revealed the secret of the 6 paths of pain to him. Don't panic. These 6 are all corpses, remote-controlled. Their real bodies are hidden elsewhere. This message was synchronized through Pain's vision to Nagato's ears, and he was shocked on the spot, wondering how I knew his greatest secret. Now he was even more intent on killing. The next scene made me laugh. The 6 paths of pain completely ignored Jiraiya, with 6 pairs of Rinnegan locking onto me, throwing various ninjutsu at me as if they were free. Jiraiya was jumping around beside them, but nobody looked at him, which made him so angry that he was stomping his feet. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, am I really that insignificant? Am I invisible? Of course. I don't have time to play with these remote-controlled toys. My target is the internet-addicted kid behind them. I directly split off thousands of shadow clones to hold Pain back, while my main body activates super perception to scan the city for Nagato's location. This kid has learned well. He hid really deep this time. Just then, Obito received the news and was ready to use Kamui to come over and fight us. As soon as he stepped into the Kamui space, I used my own Kamui to transfer the almighty push of Tendo Pain into it. Good grief. Obito had just entered and was blasted out by a repulsion cannon, looking extremely disheveled. He still didn't believe it and tried again, only to be hit in the face by the Azura Pass rocket launcher, turning him into a pig's head. The 3rd time was even worse. He was knocked out by the Animal Pass summoning hellhounds. It was then that Obito finally realized, his face full of disbelief, this kid Kazama. How can he also use Kamui? I finally locked onto Nagato's chakra in a tall tower. By the time I teleported over, he had already run away. But he was in such a hurry that he didn't have time to take the trash with him. I took a closer look, and oh my, there was a pile of diapers in the corner that he hadn't managed to deal with. Seriously, Nagato, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes. Can't you take care of yourself? Adhering to the spirit of not leaving empty-handed, I picked one up. Ding! My mind exploded with the system's notifications. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Rinnegan. The power of the six paths has been unlocked. The heavenly god of the other world has evolved into the six paths heavenly god. Folks, who would have thought that this incredible wealth actually came from picking up trash? I just finished upgrading, and Nagato had Pain's six paths come back to life. Jiraiya saw that I wasn't there and wanted to show off, but after a few rounds, he ended up with a bruised face, lying on the ground questioning his life, thinking he was done for. Just at the most critical moment, I made my dazzling entrance, my Rinnegan exuding power. I raised my hand and unleashed a Shinra Tensei, directly blasting away the Azura path, who was about to deliver the final blow to Jiraiya. Nagato, Konan, and Jiraiya all had their pupils shake in shock. Rinnegan? How do you have Rinnegan? Nagato's voice started to tremble. Next was my personal showcase. Whatever Nagato could do, I could do all of it. And I had more chakra than him. Universal pull, heavenly life, we matched each other blow for blow. In the end, I activated Susanoo, and in just a few moments, I dismantled Pain six paths into pieces. Nagato realized he couldn't win and wanted Konan to take him away, but it was too late. I instantly appeared in front of them. Without saying a word, I activated the upgraded six paths of Pain's divine judgment, a Jinjutsu that even Rinnegan could control. Nagato and Konan didn't even have a chance to react. Their eyes instantly changed, and they bowed to me on the spot. Subordinate greets Lord Kazama. Done. I had them continue to infiltrate the Akatsuki as my undercover agents. Before I left, I noticed that Conan's black stockings had a hole in them. I can't stand to see girls being mistreated, so I immediately said, "Is your Akatsuki organization so tight on funds? I'll have my family corporation send you a box of new ones." I asked for the old ones to see the size. Konan obediently took them off, and I took them and smelled them in front of my nose. Conan's face turned red, and I quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm nearsighted, and even the Rinnegan can't fix it. I need to see the size clearly." I was happily preparing to go home to collect the still warm stockings when I ran into Jiraiya. He saw that I was fine and let out a sigh of relief, then noticed the black stockings in my hand and mistook them for a towel. He snatched them away to wipe the sweat off his face. I'm all sweaty. Let me borrow your towel." "No," I screamed in despair, but it was too late. Looking at the black stockings soaked in Jiraiya's stinky sweat, I was furious and kicked him away for hundreds of meters. Now, besides Obito, Black Zetsu, and Kisame, most of the Akatsuki members are on my side. I returned to Konoha, intending to rest for a couple of days. But then Orochimaru came to report that our previously established Sky Hidden Village was ambushed by the Mist Village. Here is what happened. We wanted to trade the Grey Rill Stone with the Mist Village, so we sent them some for free. As a result, those greedy bastards wanted to swallow our entire mine and set a trap to lure Orochimaru and the others out for an ambush. If it weren't for our formation, we would have lost people. As soon as I heard that, I got furious. Who dares to challenge me? Immediately, I led Orochimaru and the others to the hidden Mist Village. To avoid revealing my identity, I even changed my appearance. As soon as I left the village, I ran into a team of ambushing Mist assassination forces. I couldn't be bothered to talk. I activated my Rinnegan and used Shinra Tensei to clear the area in an instant. Ching and Shijiro from the hidden Mist Village rushed over with a large group. That guy Ching had to be a Kogan, and, seeing that we were outnumbered, acted arrogantly, pointing at my nose and scolding me. I instantly teleported in front of him, and when he saw my Rinnegan, he was so shocked he froze. I didn't go easy on him. With one move, I shattered both his legs and casually plucked out the Byakugan that didn't belong to him. Soon after, Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage of the hidden Mist Village, also arrived. Orochimaru, trying to show off again, insisted on a one-on-one fight, but was knocked over by Terumi Mei's water technique, yelling in knee-deep water, "Leader, save me. I can't swim." I really couldn't believe it. A snake is afraid of water? I pulled him back and personally confronted Koyomi. Her proud water release was completely drained by my hungry ghost technique. It tasted a bit salty, as expected from the daughter of the sea. When Koyomi saw that water release was ineffective, her face turned green, and she immediately unleashed her powerful technique, lava release. The scalding magma came pouring down on me like a tidal wave. I tell you, that thing looks scary, but in front of me, the hungry ghost path. It's like the soup base of a buffet. I reach out my hand, no matter what molten magma it is, gurgle gurgle. I can suck it all dry in one go, and it tastes quite rich. The Mist Village people were dumbfounded, watching their two big moves being devoured by me, their faces turning green. I thought to myself, this sister is not bad, looks pretty good too, it's enough to teach her a lesson, no need to go all out. So, I used a reverse move, Shinra Tensei, there you go, fly away. I directly blasted her hundreds of meters away. But that's not the end. I have to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let these little brothers from the Mist Village see how I play with their big sister like a yo-yo. I made a gesture, universal pull, ready to suck her back. Guess what happened? Family, who understands, my suction might have been a bit too strong. I didn't T-pull her in, but the two most important pieces of fabric on her flew straight into my hand. And they still had warmth. I was completely stunned at that moment and instinctively glanced over there. Wow, that scene was simply premium content. I felt a surge of heat shooting out of my nose like a fire hydrant, and then everything went dark in front of me due to excessive blood loss. And I just collapsed. When I regained consciousness, I was already being carried away by Orochimaru and the others. I was still tightly clutching those two trophies in my hand. And then you should hear what they said. The leader is indeed impressive. Even when he fainted, he didn't forget to collect the enemy's equipment. This is to take it as a shame and motivate himself. I thank you all. Such imagination is a pity not to write novels. Anyway, even though I fainted in front of everyone, the four of us had taken down the entire Hidden Mist Village. They were so scared that they turned to Konoha for help. When they told Tsunade, they mentioned that a powerful guy with the Rinnegan had beaten them. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, immediately connected the dots and said it must be pain from the Akatsuki, most likely that rebellious disciple Nagato. Then the most outrageous move came. Jiraiya suggested to Tsunade, we need to send Kazama for this. When I received the order, I almost laughed out loud. Asking me to hit myself? Isn't this KPI a freebie? I thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Isn't this just an opportunity to make money for myself? I pretended to run to the Hidden Mist Village and said to them, hey, I've talked to the leader of the Shy Ninja Village, and they said that if you don't want to get beaten, you can buy their Greer Stone at a high price. As soon as Terumi May and the others heard this, they asked how high the price was. I replied, not too much, just about 10 times higher than before. The poor guys turned pale, not to mention 10 times, they could barely afford even one time. Seeing their reaction, I kindly offered a second option. The leader also said that if you can't afford it, that's fine. You can send your village's experts to our village's new bathhouse for a full-service experience, and you can exchange it for stone. What do I want? What I want is the garbage they leave behind after spending there. This way, I can extract their ninjutsu. As soon as these people heard about this good deal and thought of the wonderful use of the Greer Stone, without a second thought, they immediately agreed and hurried to form a group to get their cards. You know what? My business model became a hit right away. The neighboring Iwagakure village heard about it and came to cooperate. The old man Inoki, that Suchikage, is wealthy. He waved his hand and bought a large number of stones, even bringing a group of experts to my bathhouse to spend. I was overjoyed. Now, I could collect the local specialties from both the Mizukage and Suchikage. I told Orochimaru to let them spend a few more times to build up a big wave, and after 10 days or half a month, I would do a garbage classification and extract everything at once, just as I was planning. I received news from Nagato that they had found the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki in a place called the Land of Puppets. This country is interesting. Everyone plays with puppets and looks down on us who practice ninjutsu, thinking we are on a crooked path. As soon as I heard it, I thought, great, a new mission has arrived. Time to set off to catch Four Tails. But right now, I'm too conspicuous in Konoha, and Tsunade is keeping a close eye on me, making it hard to slip away. However, this doesn't faze me. I directly leveraged my status as a hero of Konoha and lied to Tsunade, saying I had taken a private commission and needed to go to the Land of Puppets. Without a second thought, she believed me and, worried that I might run into trouble, sent Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura along with me to form a team. At that moment, I thought to myself, what the hell? I'm really in a bind. I'm here to do some private work, and I have to bring these deadweights along. But I couldn't refuse, so I had to tough it out and take them with me. When we reached the border of the Puppet Nation, I repeatedly warned them that the locals hated ninjas and to never expose our identities. Just as I finished speaking, Naruto's frog wallet got stolen. This kid immediately blew up and was about to chase after the thief using ninja speed. I grabbed him and said, are you crazy? If you run, the whole world will know we're ninjas. I pointed to a bicycle by the roadside and said, ride that to chase him. And what happened? Naruto couldn't even ride a bicycle. Sasuke and I had to hold the bike, one of us holding the handlebars and the other holding the back seat. teaching him like we were teaching a kid for a whole day. By the time he finally learned, that thief had long since disappeared. All right, let's get back to business. Based on Nagato's intel, I quickly found the Four Tails Jinchuriki. To my surprise, there was a group of mysterious puppet masters already extracting his tail beast. Their leader was laughing maniacally, saying he would use the Four Tails power to enhance his 6 golden puppets and then flatten the 5 great nations. As soon as I heard this, my eyes lit up. Indestructible diamond puppets? Isn't this just the perfect preparation for my 6 paths of pain? How thoughtful. I immediately changed my plan. I want the Four Tails. And I want those 6 puppets too. Kakashi even asked me, Kazama, are you here to capture the Four Tails? I nodded, thinking to myself, and I'll pack a few more toys along the way. To avoid causing a big commotion, I clapped my hands and directly used a large-scale mist concealment technique. I told Kakashi and the others, hold your breath, this mist is toxic. Those puppet masters had never encountered such a devious trick before and immediately started to spray, instantly reducing their combat effectiveness to 0. But those 6 diamond puppets were fine. They didn't need to use the restroom. The leader, who was on the verge of collapse, surprisingly still held on and commanded the puppets to charge at us. That kid Sasuke, with his show-off DNA kicking in, shouted that these were just wooden puppets and dashed in with a Chidori. As a result, with a loud bang, the puppet was unharmed and countered with a punch that sent Sasuke crashing to the ground. Sasuke was not willing to accept defeat, got up, and used all his Chidori techniques, but ended up being surrounded and turned into a punching bag by the 6 puppets, quickly getting beaten into a pulp. In his frustration, he was actually preparing to unleash his big move, the Kirin. I quickly flew over and held him down. Big brother, we're here to steal something. Are you trying to attract the whole country's people by summoning a Chilin? I had Kakashi and the other 2 go help and lure the puppet to a deserted area. I slipped up to the leader who was still struggling on the toilet. After a month of reading, I got the methods and intelligence for controlling the puppets all figured out. It turns out these puppets could also inject the user's ninjutsu, with each puppet having its own ability. Wow, this is simply tailor-made. But just then, the extraction ritual was interrupted, and the Four Tails went berserk. The huge commotion instantly attracted everyone from the puppet country. Seeing this, I thought, I can't hide anymore, so I decided not to. I directly summoned the 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails, shouting, go, give everyone a new shock. The 3-tailed beast scattered and successfully led the pursuers away. Meanwhile, the rampaging 4 tails charged at me. I immediately summoned my spirit beast, son Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng is incredibly strong now, directly entering Hellfire mode, and started a fight with the 4 tails. Don't underestimate the 4 tails just because it has lava release. Xiaosheng's Hellfire is no joke either. In the end, Xiaosheng pulled out the golden staff, sneaked behind the 4 tails, and delivered a 1,000-year kill right to its rear. I told you about that scene, when the 4 tails let out a roar. A column of magma shot out directly from its flower. I was shocked at that moment, truly worthy of the lava release. Even the projectile was infused with fire attributes. I quickly used the Hungry Ghost path to absorb all that magma. As soon as the system notification sounded, ding, congratulations to me, I obtained the power of the 4 tails. At that moment, Deidara and the others from the Akatsuki organization also arrived. I thought I still needed to rely on them to find the remaining tailed beasts, so I didn't pay them any mind and let them take away the severely weakened 4 tails. Then, I used Kamui, and right in front of Kakashi, I sucked all 6 of the gold dust puppets into the other space. Kakashi was dumbfounded, but he was quite understanding and didn't ask much. I pulled him aside, and he directly said, don't worry, I can keep a secret. You still owe me several discs, and when are you going to take me to spar with the newcomers? All right. The unspoken understanding between men was thus established. When I returned to my own shinobi village, just as I was preparing to install the 6-path system on my new puppets and extract the high-level junk from Terumi, Mei, and Inoki, Orochimaru rushed over in a panic. Not good, Lord Kazakage. The Cloud Village knows we have the Jinchuriki here and sent someone to demand it, saying if we don't hand them over, they will raze our village to the ground. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Yanin Village? Quite a bold name. I told Orochimaru not to act yet and to lure them into the Greer stone array I had set up at the village entrance. Over at the Hidden Cloud Village, the leaders were Omoi and Karui. Omoi is a classic worrywart. Even before entering the village, he was concerned that it was full of SH, afraid he would fall in and drown. Karui kicked him aside and charged in with her team. As soon as they entered the village, the array drained all their chakra, instantly turning them into ordinary people. Omoi completely broke down. asking if the next step was to melt. Although Karui was also panicking, she managed to find the exit I had left and ran out of the array, restoring their chakra. Just as she sighed in relief and looked up, she saw a group of ninjas who looked exactly like them. Omoy was shocked. Could be my long-lost twin brother. Before he could finish his sentence, Karui kicked him to the ground. This girl knocked Omoy down and turned to her people, rallying them like a sales pitch, shouting, "Don't be afraid. This is definitely an illusion. It's a technical adjustment. Give it your all." Folks, she was still too young and seriously underestimated the value of my array. This wasn't an illusion at all. It was a solid chakra conglomerate. Practically a bunch of self-aware shadow clones. As soon as they engaged, Karui and her team were stunned to find that these copies could counter their moves. If you use a Rasengan, they'd retaliate with a big Rasengan. If you used a lightning cutter, they'd hit you back with a lightning cutter plus, showcasing a clear superiority. How were they supposed to fight? In no time, the Hidden Cloud team had drained all their chakra and were exhausted. Just then, Kazama, finally made my new toy, the Pain 6 Pads Vajra version, shine on the stage. I hid in the shadows, shaking my head as I thought, is there really no one left for the fourth Raikage? Did they just send the likes of Omoy and Karui to deliver their heads? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of a super shadow-level big shot like me, that fourth Raikage is only slightly better than the old man selling roasted sweet potatoes at the village entrance. I directly activated a full-scale broadcast through the diamond puppet, and the voice was incredibly imposing. I said, "Isn't it true that everyone from Yunin Village likes to brag? You claim you want to flatten my Xiangyin Village. But what happened? You can't even break through the security booth at the entrance of my village. With such strength, you still want to take back the two wooden men? What a daydream." The opposing side was directly blown away. They had never seen a talking puppet before, and that kid Omoy, with his big mouth, immediately said, "Did this puppet eat too much dung and become sentient?" Before he finished speaking, I sent one puppet over, giving him a slap that spun him around 720 degrees like a Thomas spin. Karui, with her bad temper, couldn't take it anymore and drew her sword for her signature move, Cloud Flow Front Slash. In her eyes, a puppet was just a hunk of metal with one slash. Even if she couldn't break it, she could at least cut the chakra line behind it. But guess what happened? With a loud clang, her sword broke. Yes, you heard it right, the sword broke. My diamond puppet is powered by the 6 paths of strength with max defense. Don't mention her broken sword. Even a Gundam would struggle to make a dent. Family, who understands? In that moment, Karui's expression was such that you could fit an entire durian in her mouth. She was completely stunned. I looked at the situation and was a bit speechless. I originally thought it would be Karabi or the Raikage himself. And I want to practice with my new toy, but this? Just this? If my 6 paths puppet activated its ultimate, those two probably wouldn't even make it to the queue for reincarnation. Forget it. I'm in a good mood. So I just opened my mic to mock them. All right, you two are too weak. Hurry up and get lost. If you want to fight, bring that sunglasses-wearing rapper from your village, and that guy who's always wearing arm guards doing traditional crafts. You two aren't even qualified. As soon as I said that, Karui instantly understood. His face turned red in an instant, both angry and embarrassed, probably wondering how I knew Lord Raikage's secret. Without saying a word, he dragged Omoy and ran back to the village to get reinforcements. When the news reached Kyomogakure, the fourth Raikage slammed the table into powder on the spot. Let me tell you, he wasn't angry about losing the fight. He was furious that I revealed his exclusive secret technique for practicing traditional skills while wearing armor. He must have been panicking inside. Damn, even Killer Bee doesn't know about this. How does he know? If this gets out, where will I put the face of a macho man in the ninja world? No way, I have to silence him. The Raikage immediately dispatched his right-hand man. The future 5th Raikage, Darui. This guy is strong, but he has a problem. His catchphrase is really weak. It feels like he has some sort of electronic fatigue syndrome, and he can't go a day without saying it. Darui led those two rookies over, and along the way, listening to them stammer and not being able to clearly explain their opponent's strength, Darui's expression was so unamused it looked like it was about to drop into his pants. As for me, I had already discovered them with my super perception. To avoid exposing my own home, I proactively dispatched 6 puppets and intercepted them halfway. The druid saw these 6 shining puppets and immediately became serious, his body enveloped in yellow lightning, attempting to sneak around for a surprise attack in an instant. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. With a single Shinra Tensei, I sent him flying like a cannonball. If it weren't for his lightning armor protecting him, he would have gone to meet the 6 paths sage. That guy Omoy was still nearby, complaining, "Damn, this puppet not only can talk, but also can fart." This made Karui furious, and she kicked him again. The druid got up, completely dazed, wondering what the heck this was. How could a mere puppet be so powerful? He was unwilling to accept it and directly activated his ultimate move, combining water release with lightning release, trying to give me a hydrotherapy electric shock combo. Unfortunately, my other puppet opened its mouth and sucked in, activating the hungry ghost path ability, performing a live meal presentation, absorbing all ninjutsu. Now the druid was completely stunned. Was there really a way to absorb ninjutsu? He didn't believe it, thinking his output was insufficient. So, he used his bloodline limit, a move with a long name called Wind Release, Gale Disruption Locking Technique. Just listening to it made me feel tired for him. Countless lasers shot over, and their power was indeed impressive. This time, I didn't let the puppet absorb the hit. I just wanted to test its defense. As a result, my several diamond puppets took a hit and were blasted away, but then they dusted themselves off and had no injuries at all, not even a scratch. The druid became emo on the spot, completely losing his composure. He started to rage helplessly, shouting at my puppets. If you have the guts, come out yourself. What's the point of using puppets like a man? I couldn't help but laugh out loud and replied through the puppet. My main body is out now, and you're just a box. Want to see me? First, take down these few toys of mine. This completely infuriated the druid, who then unleashed his secret technique. The third generation Rakeage, Black Lightning. The special effects were dark and intimidating, but in the end, I managed to defeat it with a single ninja technique vacuum cleaner. The druid let out a cry and squatted on the ground, hugging his head and drawing circles. Seeing that he had used up most of his skills, it was my turn to perform. I commanded the puppets to launch an assault, with Shinra Tensei blasting him away, and then Universal Pull bringing him back, followed by the Azura Path's missiles hitting his face, and the Animal Path's three-headed Hellhound attacking him. A smooth little combo had those three crying and running for their lives. At this point, the fourth Rakeage could no longer sit still and was about to rally his forces for a full-scale war against my hidden Cloud Village. Just then, his secretary Samui, who had a figure comparable to Tsunade, stopped him. Samui analyzed the situation, saying that although my hidden Cloud Village was newly established, it had already connected with the Mist Village and the Stone Village, starting an exclusive business with the Griel Stone. This thing could enhance strength, and once used, one couldn't live without it. So those two villages now had a look at my face. If the Cloud Village dared to take action, I could easily rally the others. And it would be 3 against 1. Could you withstand that? Upon hearing this, the Rakeage calmed down and asked what to do. Samui suggested a cunning plan. Send someone to negotiate with the Mist and Stone villages, telling them that as long as they helped eliminate the hidden Cloud Village, the Griel Stone would be given to them for free in the future. What a devious strategy, trying to sow discord among my business partners. The Rakeage was pleased to hear this, thinking it was a solid plan. Unfortunately, the content of their meeting was overheard by me, the sneaky infiltrator in the Cloud Village. I couldn't help but laugh. You want to play alliances with me? I'll make your alliance explode on the spot. I immediately returned to the village and had Orochimaru take out the treasure trash collected from our village's bathing center. First, there were the items from the third Tsuchikage. Anoki, a pile of tissue paper and packaging boxes for kidney tonics. This old man is in good shape. As soon as I touched them, ding. Congratulations to me. I directly obtained the bloodline elimination technique that surpasses the bloodline limit. Dust release. Original world separation technique. I was laughing like crazy at that moment. This was the signature skill of the Tsuchikage. Then, I looked over at the pile of trash discarded by Terumi, made from the Hidden Mist Village. Let me tell you, Orochimaru understands me. Not only did he keep it for me, but he also did some special preservation treatment. When I picked it up, it was surprisingly warm. While I was justifiably criticizing him for being a pervert, I stuffed Terumi May's little underwear into my mouth to taste it. Don't ask. I was just testing to see if it was really green and harmless. Ding. Bloodline limit. Dissolution. Ding. Bloodline limit. Boil. All acquired. Haha. With the unique skills of the Rock and Mist villages in hand, the real show is just beginning. Over there, the 3 villages of Cloud, Mist, and Rock have indeed formed a plastic alliance, dreaming of dividing up my hidden Sound Village. Meanwhile, the army from the Cloud Village is once again charging over with great momentum. I directly created hundreds of shadow clones, some of which transformed into the appearance of Rock hidden ninjas, while others turned into Mist hidden ninjas, standing in front of my Xiong hidden villages formation. Samui, who led the team from Cloud Hidden Village, was instantly stunned. What's going on? Didn't we agree to attack together? Why are you standing with Xiong Hidden Village? My Rock clone let out a cold laugh and said, to tell you the truth, we have already allied with the Hidden Feathers Village. Today is the end for your Hidden Cloud Village. Sam, despite saying he didn't believe it, was already panicking inside. Just then, my rock clone quickly clasped its hands together and unleashed the dust release, primitive world stripping technique at the hidden cloud army. With a whoosh, a white light flashed, and dozens of people on the opposite side instantly vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind an ash container. The remaining hidden cloud ninjas were so frightened that their souls were scattering, pointing at my clone and exclaiming, "It's the dust release from the hidden rock village. WH. Who are you?" My clone, full of bravado, puffed out his chest and declared, "That's right. I am the old lover of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki." Wow. The whole place was shocked. Before they could react, another clone disguised as a hidden mist village ninja also took action, using the liquid and boil release techniques to create chaos, directly announcing, "That's right. I am the fiancé of Terumi Mei. Come for me." Now, the people of the hidden cloud village were completely convinced and fled back, crying for their mothers. When the news reached the Alliance's main base, the fourth Raikage immediately started a fight with the third Tsuchikage and the elders of the hidden mist village. "Inoki, you old man, do you still have an old lover? You even taught dust release to someone." The Tsuchikage's old face turned as red as liver, unable to defend himself. Then the Raikage yelled at the people of the hidden mist village, "And you guys, when did Terumi Mei get a fiancé?" A situation that was supposed to deal with me turned into a complete mess, leading to infighting and disbandment of the three village alliance. The Raikage angrily took his people away. As for me, the plan succeeded. Seeing that I had them dancing in circles, I decided it was time to personally visit my two new allies, the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Mist Village. However, when those two old foxes, Inoki and the Mizukage, heard that the leader of the Hidden Shower Village had come, they thought I was there to settle accounts and were so scared that they tried to run away, shouting for their subordinates to stop me. As if their subordinates, a bunch of misfits, could do anything. What a joke. I tell you, I didn't even give them a chance to react. In a flash, I appeared right in front of them with 6 golden puppets. My purple-ringed eyes were fixed on them, watching as their calves trembled. Goodness, these two old actors, one second they wanted to run, and the next second they started putting on a performance. Daimyu said he needed to go to the bathroom, and Yuancher said his stomach hurt terribly. I thought to myself, are you two putting on a duet here? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them, so I directly threw down the bombshell. From now on, the Grellstone from our Xiangyin village will be cut off to your 2 villages. Huh. As soon as these words came out, the 2 old men turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Let me tell you, the Grellstone is to them what our electronic pickled vegetables are to us. Without it for a day, they feel miserable and their combat effectiveness drops by half. It's not just the 2 of them who are addicted. The entire village's ninjas have become dependent on it. If it gets cut off, it would be strange if there wasn't a coup in the village. Just a second ago, they were urgently rushing to the toilet. And the next second, they were practically hugging my leg and calling me daddy with a big smile on their faces, asking me why. I crossed my legs and sat down leisurely, glancing at them. Are you not in a hurry to have diarrhea now? The 2 old men looked so awkward. One said he could hold it, while the other said he wasn't in a rush. I finally revealed my true intentions and told them that our Xiangyin village is also looking for an ally. From now on, this stone will only be sold to our own people. Goodness, these 2 old men almost got into a fight just to become my family. Daimyu said he loves forming alliances the most, and Yuancher said his nickname is Yuan Alliance. I was really taken aback with how quickly you 2 changed your expressions. Even a master of Sichuan opera would have to hand you a cigarette. All right, seeing their sincerity, I reluctantly agreed. Then I grinned and added, however, starting today, the gray air stone will cost extra. As soon as I said this, a hot-headed young man next to me exploded. It was Daimu's foolish son, Huang Tu. He pointed at my nose and cursed, saying he wanted to show me the strength of their rock-hidden village. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. That guy hadn't even rolled up his sleeves yet, and I sent a puppet in with a single move, Shinra Tensei, and whoosh, he was gone without a trace. But that's not all. Immediately after, I used Universal Pull to bring him back. With another puppet, the Azura Path ability, my arm transformed into a cannon, and fingers shot like missiles straight at his forehead, executing the whole process with fluidity. The entire venue was silent, jaws dropped everywhere. I glanced at the old man Noki, who was starting to prepare his dust release technique with his hands behind his back. But I wasn't too worried at all. I smiled and asked him, Noki, your son is too impulsive. Let me discipline him for you. Is that okay? The old man's face turned purple, but in the end he lowered his hands. Why? Because if he dared to make a move, his son would truly become a pile of dust. Done. After finishing my business, I flew away with my puppet. Before leaving, I turned back and asked, "Old man, were you just trying to use dust release on me?" To my surprise, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground, cold sweat pouring down. His foolish son was still there arguing, saying I'd secretly learned techniques from their village. Noki quickly silenced him with a harsh glare, as if to say, "Aren't you embarrassed enough?" After dealing with those old folks, I returned to the village, and guess what? My family knows what I mean. I unexpectedly ran into love. Kuratsuchi, the beautiful lady from the Hidden Mist village, was blocking my village entrance. I hadn't used a disguise, and Orochimaru was standing next to me. Kuratsuchi recognized Orochimaru at a glance, and used this to threaten me. In the end, that sly Orochimaru sold me out, pointing at me and saying, "That's him, your fiancé." After that, he leaned in to whisper that she was interested in me and that I should seize the opportunity, then slipped away. I couldn't be bothered with her, and just flew away. As a result, this girl got all worked up and insisted on chasing me, trying to pull off a beauty trap. My perception was fully activated, and I easily dodged her. Then I noticed in the sea ahead, good grief, Jiraiya the old pervert was there peeping, with nosebleed gushing out like a fire hydrant. I went over and patted him. "Master, are you feeling hot?" He turned around and blamed me for not introducing him to more beautiful women in the local brothels. He told me not to take the sea route, saying there were pirates flying a skull and straw hat flag. I thought to myself, what on earth is this? Do we mix things up? After taking a detour, I arrive at the land of ghosts, just in time for Tsunade to assign me a task to protect a priestess named Cheyenne, saying that this priestess could seal a big demon called Morio. When I found Naruto and the others, man. As soon as Neji finished saying he was going to sneak out, Naruto rushed out like he turned on a loudspeaker, yelling and charging ahead. The enemy almost took Naruto out with a combo attack, but I appeared in a flash, using a combination of water release and earth release techniques to directly control those four unfortunate guys, making them run away in a panic. Then I went to rescue people in the palace, where there were a bunch of people. I thought to myself, since it's a shrine maiden, it must be the prettiest one. I picked up a graceful and beautiful woman and ran outside. But when I came out, everyone was stunned. Neji pointed to how should I put it, a woman with a substantial figure behind me, and said, "Bro, you picked the wrong person, that's Ziyuan." I was stunned at that moment, looking at the beautiful woman in my arms, then glancing at the fat priestess. Family, this online romance coming to reality is not even this exciting. That fat priestess was quite aggressive, launching a verbal attack on me, then started casting spells, claiming she had foreseen my death. I asked her how I would die, and she said, "You will die from me breaking your butt." At that time, the subway old man's phone. JPG, is this girl playing so extravagantly? What's even more outrageous is that she specifically asked me to carry her. That kidney was sneaking a laugh beside us. What could I do? It was a task, so I could only hold my nose and accept it. I had just gotten the silver she gave me back when those four unlucky guys caught up, looking like they were on drugs, full of aggression. As soon as I saw that Neji and the others couldn't hold on, I shoved that chubby priestess into Neji's arms and told him to run quickly while I held off Naruto. Those four guys thought they were capable again and came up to unleash their new skills like water release and lightning release, catching Naruto off guard. As soon as I activated my Rinnegan, I instantly understood that their power was borrowed. They still wanted to act tough in front of me with borrowed strength. I directly activated the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path. Their flashy ninjutsu hadn't even touched the hem of my clothes before it was all absorbed in an instant. Not just the ninjutsu, but even the chakra within their bodies was sucked dry by me in one go. Goodness, this directly burned out the CPUs of those two guys. Think about it. Without chakra, a ninja is no different from an ordinary person, right? The remaining two, who were originally going to chase after Ziyuan, saw their teammate turn into a fragile target in an instant and panicked, turning around to rush back. I told you, those two who were drained still had some backbone, shouting at him, "Don't mind us, go complete the mission." Who understands, family? Why does this villain have such a Konoha vibe? They really value loyalty. At that moment, I even appreciated them a bit. But, well, appreciation is one thing, but they still had to be dealt with. I stretched out my hands, and with a zap, the remaining two also became dried-up husks. I walked over with a kunai in hand and asked slowly, "So, the four of you looking so conspicuous, what are you planning to do now that you don't have any chakra left?" And guess what happened? The first two stood up wobbly, blocking my way, as if to say, "If you want to touch my brother, you'll have to step over us first." It left me and Naruto stunned, as if I were the real villain. Naruto also came over and started to speak with righteous indignation about how we from Konoha don't kill the innocent. Those guys were pretty tough, claiming they were street performers before, and even retorted that the number of people Konoha had killed was not small either. Then the funniest part came. The two blocking my way directly took a horse stance and shouted, "Don't think we're afraid just because we've lost our chakra. Our taijutsu is still very strong." One of them pounded his chest, saying, "I've been practicing Iron Head skill for decades." The other one puffed out his chest and said, "I've encountered countless people with Iron Crotch skill. Met countless people." Before he could finish, Naruto punched the one who claimed to have Iron Crotch skill right on the head. That guy was stunned, covering his head and shouting, "Big brother, I'm Iron Crotch skill. He's the one with Iron Head skill." Naruto ignored him and said, "Iron Head skill, huh?" and punched him again. I really couldn't take it anymore. I kicked the guy who was shouting Iron Head technique right in the vital spot. With a snap, I felt like the whole world went silent. That guy covered his head, tears streaming down his face. "Hey, I'm Iron Head technique." Unbelievable. These two were like the legendary duo, completely mismatched in information. Naruto asked me what to do, and I said to ignore it for now and focus on protecting Zun. Saying that, I swiftly used a technique to send those 4 troublemakers into my alternate space. A loyal person like me needs to keep them for myself. Then Naruto and I quickly chased after them, and when we arrived at that shrine in the land of Marsh, good grief. Niji and the others had already been turned into a sieve. Hundreds of stone golem soldiers, each over 10 meters tall, with iron heads and arms. And the key was that they could piece themselves back together after being shattered. Who could withstand that? Just then, Kakashi-sensei made a grand entrance, Raikiri. He cut down a bunch of them and quickly shouted, "You all hurry and take Zun inside. I don't have much chakra left." Niji and the others rushed in. By the time Naruto and I got there, Kakashi yelled again, "You two hurry inside too. I can hold out for at most half a minute." And what happened? After I went inside, I heard he had been fighting those things outside for several hours. Kakashi-sensei's chakra really is like SC Char Dinger's blue bar. Once inside the shrine, I was stunned. The space was as big as a football field. I knew the big boss, the Wraith, must be scheming inside. But that was just right. I never intended for Zun to seal him so quickly. Let me tell you, I've been eyeing his ghost army for a long time. Although its defense isn't as good as my own diamond puppet, the infinite resurrection and attack power are simply a bug. I had it all planned out. After I figured out the control methods, I would take all these hundreds of soldiers and bring them back to my village to have my puppet masters modify them. But as soon as I walked in, I gasped in shock. Those few hundred outside were just appetizers. Inside, there were tens of thousands packed in like sardines. Good grief. I had stumbled into a nest of soldiers. At that moment, half of me thought, "This is it, I'm done," while the other half thought, "If I get all of this, my hidden Xiang village will take off and go toe-to-toe with the 5 great nations." Niji and the others were already struggling, especially Sasuke, who had definitely been showing off earlier and was now beaten up with his clothes torn into tatters. Just then, the main event appeared, heading straight for Cheyenne. Can I let him succeed? Dream on. I instantly teleported in front of Zun, extended my hand, and unleashed Shinra Tensei. With a bang, I sent that wraith flying. The guy looked completely dumbfounded, probably wondering if there was anyone in this world who could hurt him. As for Zun, when she saw I saved her, her attitude did a complete 180, and she started throwing me flirtatious glances, almost making me lose my composure. I quickly told her to go somewhere cool. The wraith got back up and shouted at me, "You're that Leaf Village tuning those for useless guys talked about?" He mocked me, saying how before. Sasuke acted all tough in front of him, only to get beaten into a pulp. Then, with a bang, he transformed into a snake-like monster with hundreds of heads, looking even more intimidating than Orochimaru's Yamada no Orochi. Hey, is that a transformation? Who am I afraid of? Just the right opportunity to practice. I immediately summoned the 1 tails, 2 tails, 3 tails, and my Hellfire son Xiaosheng. The wraith's eyes nearly popped out. "Aren't you just a chunin?" Naruto was beside me fanning the flames. He's a chunin. He used to pick up trash at school. Before he could finish, the wraith swatted him away with its tail. That's what you get for being so talkative. I tell you, this wraith is indeed quite formidable. With my few tail beasts plus son Xiaosheng, I surprisingly couldn't take him down for a while, and I was even a bit on the defensive. Seeing this, the wraith burst into laughter, thinking I had exhausted my tricks. Laugh. He has no idea that I was only using a fraction of my strength. I scoffed coldly, clapped my hands, and activated the beast path. Hellhounds, Yada no Kagami, giant centipedes, rhinos, a whole swarm of spiritual beasts emerged. The wraith was so furious that he started cursing. "Are you running a zoo or what?" The situation reversed in an instant. But my goal wasn't to kill him. I wanted him to throw away garbage so I could find a way to control the Ghost Legion. So I unleashed my unique secret technique, the Bodhi Mist Concealment Technique. I tell you, once this move is unleashed, my spirit beasts understand it better than anyone else, and they all zoomed back on their own, fearing to get involved. When the Wraith saw the spirit beasts were gone, it thought I had no more tricks up my sleeve and laughed as it charged towards me, diving straight into my poison gas. The result was awkward. This move surprisingly didn't work on it. It's a magical creature and doesn't even have a digestive system. While I was still in shock, I heard a series of spluttering sounds behind me. I turned around and saw Naruto, Niji, and that Cheyenne, each one holding their stomachs, looking worse than if they had eaten something disgusting, and the ground beneath them was already a flood of vomit. Cheyenne's face turned green, and she yelled at me, "Kazama, you bastard. Do you think a dignified priestess has no pride?" I could only awkwardly wave my hand. "Sorry, I forgot you were still here." Plan A failed, so it was time for Plan B. I directly activated my Kimyui, and a massive vortex appeared, sucking in tens of thousands of ghostly troops into my alternate space. When the Wraith saw that I had completely emptied its reserves, it was so scared that it turned around and fled. I urged Ziyuan to hurry up and use the sealing technique. As a result, she was so exhausted that she could barely stand. Well, it looks like I had to rely on myself. I activated Susanoo directly, drew the Tensigen, and with one sword strike, I sealed the Wraith. However, I never expected that this old guy had learned bad habits from Orochimaru, and in the last moment, he actually split off a small part of his body and burrowed underground to escape. Coincidentally, Black Zetsu happened to be wandering nearby. He blocked that lump of mud and started to persuade him. Our common enemy is Kazama. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Join our Akatsuki organization and help you take revenge. With no way out, the Wraith ended up on the pirate ship. Black Zetsu, calculating in his mind, wanted the Wraith to use his abilities to modify his 100,000 white Zetsu army. I thought everything was done and returned to Shangin Village with my spoils. Those four lively ninja stubbornly refused to submit to me. Their resistance was quite strong. Even Orochimaru threatened to eat them, but it was useless. There was no choice but to use a big move. I cast a 6 paths level Kodoame Tsukumi, and immediately, the four of them became more obedient than dogs. Then I unleashed my 100,000 ghost army, and they stood there like terracotta warriors. My chief puppeteer's eyes lit up when he saw this, and said he could merge them with my Vajra puppets, but it would take 5 to 6 years. What a joke. By then it would be too late. After thinking for a moment, the puppeteer said there was a way to get a treasure called Mirror Flower Watermoon from Kirigakure. This thing is a mirror that can replicate abilities. As long as he successfully modifies one, he can use the mirror to mass-produce the rest in just a few days. The Mirror Flower Watermoon has been passed down through generations of the Mizukage and is definitely in Terumi Mei's hands now. I was worried about how to get it from that woman, especially since last time she wanted me to fall under her black stockings, and I ignored her. Guess who showed up? Jiraiya-sensei. He came over with a lewd expression and asked me, "Kaze, are you familiar with someone named Terumi Mei?" I only found out after asking that he had secretly watched someone take a shower before and was captivated, wanting me to set them up. At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head. How convenient is that? I came up with a plan to have Jiraiya act as the flower thief, and then I would play the hero to save the beauty. Wouldn't that make it easy to achieve this illusion? But you see, I have to tell you, that old pervert Jiraiya definitely wouldn't be willing to do it willingly. So I immediately gave a mischievous smile that you know, and said to him, "Lord Jiraiya, you want to meet Tsunade, right? No problem. I have some connections with her. I can introduce you." Goodness, when he heard that, his eyes lit up, and he kept thanking me. I said, "You wait here," then turned and ran. Halfway through, I suddenly transformed into Jiraiya, and then dashed straight into the hidden mist village. I was going to create as much commotion as possible to draw everyone's attention to Jiraiya, the flower thief. As soon as I opened my eyes, my super perception swept across. And hey, I found her. Koji Mei was indeed taking a shower. I directly appeared in front of her. The moment she saw my face resembling Jiraiya's, she instantly exploded with rage, recalling the previous incident at the beach where she was peeped at. Trembling with anger, "You white-haired pervert. Are you addicted to peeping now?" I directly entered the scene, chuckling. "That's right. Not only do I want to peep, but today I also want to pick this delicate flower of yours." Boldly, Koizumi Mei immediately put on her clothes and rushed over. My goal was achieved, so I turned and ran, leading her outside the village. Behind me, the commotion was immense. Not only Koizumi Mei, but also the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village, along with her entourage of close maidservants, all of whom were elite jonin, were in hot pursuit. Originally, My plan was to lead them to the real Jiraiya, and then I would make a grand entrance to save the beauty. But halfway through, I thought, isn't it a bit unethical to set up my master like that? So, I focused my thoughts and created several shadow clones, primarily to create a diversion and lead the Umbu and Koizumi Mei in different directions. Then, I activated my eternal Mangeki Sharingan on those maidservants. With a Genjutsu, the real Jiraiya in front of them transformed into their master, Koizumi Mei. Just imagine that scene. Teacher Jiraiya was hiding, and suddenly, without waiting, several beautiful maidservants surrounded him. He was completely dumbfounded, and those maidservants rushed up to him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Lady Koizumi Mei?" Teacher Jiraiya immediately understood and realized I was up to something, just as he was about to scold me for being unreliable. Those maidservants spoke again. "My lady, it's getting late, and it's dangerous outside. Let's hurry back to your room so we can serve you while you sleep." What? Let me tell you, the expression on Teacher Jiraiya's face was priceless. It instantly changed from disdain to good disciple. "You understand me." He cleared his throat and, mimicking a woman's tone, said, "Oh, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you give me a back rub?" Those maidservants were still under my Genjutsu, respectfully responding, "Don't mention just a back rub. If you want us to wash together, we will comply." Goodness, who understands this? Such overwhelming wealth was just dropped on Teacher Jiraiya's head. He was so delighted that he could barely walk and secretly popped several soldier pills, preparing for a grand battle. On the other side, my main body made a flashy entrance and easily drove away my shadow clone impersonating Jiraiya. This whole act had many flaws, but Koizumi Mei had just been disturbed and was still shaken. Plus, she already had a bit of a good impression of me, so she didn't T-suspect anything and gratefully thanked me. "Thank you so much. I never expected that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, could be so lewd." I was overjoyed inside, but I humbly said, "Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It's only natural." She insisted on repaying me, which was quite convenient, wasn't it? I immediately said, "No need for help. I just heard that your village has a holy artifact called Mirror Flower Water Moon, which has been famous for a long time. I wonder if I could have a look?" Mei Ming hesitated for a moment. This thing was a treasure passed down through generations in their Shui-ing clan, and normally, if a regular person made such a request, they would be dealt with harshly. But the situation was special. I had just saved her. Our village held their economic lifeline, the Greer Stone, and, considering my strength, she figured it would be wise to maintain a good relationship with me. So she nodded and directly pulled out a palm-sized mirror from her underwear. When I took it over and looked at it, I was a bit confused. Such a divine treasure is so small. Zao Miming noticed my doubt and quickly explained, "Don't underestimate it. As long as you shine it on a creature with chakra, it can perfectly copy the chakra attributes and characteristics of the target onto another ninja of equal strength." As soon as I heard it, I understood. No wonder the Mist Village couldn't mass-produce shadow-level experts. The limitation is that they need to be of equal strength. Where can you find so many identical strong individuals? Once I figured out how to use it, I wasn't going to hold back anymore. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, activate again. The top-tier Genjutsu directly hit her face. Terumi Mei's strength is good, but she couldn't withstand my vastly superior ocular techniques and fell for it on the spot. In her eyes, I had respectfully returned the mirror to her. After I said goodbye to her, I tucked the true mirror away and headed straight back to the village. I don't plan to keep this thing permanently, since illusions have a time limit. My top priority now is to deal with Black Absolute, and I can't afford any distractions. I immediately had my puppet master work overtime, using this mirror to start producing troops and create my 100,000 ghost army. Just when I was busy ramping up production, something happened in Konoha. A rogue ninja named Bairuhu has mastered a bug ability called the Ghost Bud Technique, which allows him to absorb others' bloodline limits. He already has 4 types and is just missing Kakashi's Sharingan. Once he collects 5, he can achieve immortality. This guy is quite the player. He set up a holographic projection above Konoha and announced to the entire village, "Within 3 days, hand over Kakashi. Otherwise, I'll attack the other 4 great nations and tell them it's all because you Konoha didn't hand over the person." You can imagine the trouble this cost. Tsunade and the others were furious. Sakura got so mad that she pointed at the projection and shouted, "If you have the guts, come down and fight." What kind of skill is this sneaky stuff? If you want Kakashi-sensei, you'll have to step over my dead body first. And guess what? Bairuhu stared at Sakura for 2 seconds, smirked lewdly, and said, "All right, you have guts. I've changed my mind. I don't want Kakashi anymore. I want you, this female ninja." Damn, the whole place was shocked. Sakura was stunned herself. She originally wanted to stand up for her teacher, but ended up putting herself in danger. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward and stood in front of Sakura. "How dare you? My disciple is not someone you can touch." As soon as Bairu saw Tsunade, his eyes went wide and he drooled all over the place. "Tsunade, it's been years, you've grown quite a bit." "Great. I've changed my mind. I don't want Kakashi anymore, and I don't want this little girl either. I want you, the Hokage." Kakashi, standing nearby, was completely speechless and complained, "Dude, are you just placing an order here? Can you be a little more focused?" After making his threats, Bairu's projection disappeared. The high-level officials of Konoha discussed for a long time and decided to send Team 7 out, using Kakashi as bait to take him down. However, Tsunade knew that Bairu was not easy to deal with and was worried about the village being left vulnerable if a large force was mobilized. So she ultimately sent a rescue letter to me. I learned about this from the ShadowClone technique of Konoha. I originally didn't want to get involved, but once I heard about that Ghost Yarrow technique, I became interested. Isn't this just a moving bloodline limit package? Moreover, Bairu's strength is good, and our village is short on manpower. If I can recruit him, Steel Release, Swift Release, Nether Release, and Storm Release will all be mine. This deal is worth it. I immediately accepted the mission and set off with Kakashi and the others. On the other side, Bairu was doing a slow-motion act with his left and right hands, fantasizing about Tsunade. When one of his subordinates reported, Tsunade didn't come. Only Kakashi and his 4 teammates are here. Bairu immediately got angry, shot his subordinate down, and roared, "Capture Kakashi alive and kill the others on the spot. As for that Sakura, knock her out and send her over clean." His subordinates shamelessly suggested, "My lord, no need to wash. The original flavor is more enticing." Bairu, surprisingly believing them, said, "Good, let's try the original flavor. Hurry up and bring her back." Those 3 psychic subordinates had been modified by Bairu and were incredibly powerful, completely looking down on us. Soon, they appeared before us, acting arrogantly. Our Lord Bairu said he would leave you with a complete corpse. "You 3, commit seppuku immediately." He pointed at me, Naruto, and Sasuke. "Kakashi, dig out your Sharingan yourself. As for this girl, she will go to our Lord's bridal chamber." Sakura spat and threw a punch. The 3 of them were still laughing, thinking a little girl couldn't make any waves. But the next second, I appeared in front of them. Universal pull. Without even forming a hand seal, a terrifying repulsive force erupted instantly, and the 3 arrogant individuals were blasted into a state of disbelief, their faces filled with shock. What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? I never intended to keep this kind of trash. Activating the ability of the Azura Path, I fired multiple lasers with my 5 fingers, directly turning them into a sky full of minced meat. Kakashi and the others were stunned. They knew I was strong, but they didn't expect me to be powerful enough to instantly kill a Jonin. We quickly found Bailu's lair. He was shocked to see us appear unscathed. Sasuke, the show-off, immediately jumped out to brag. "Your 3 useless subordinates have already been turned into meat paste by us." Bailu thought it was Sasuke who did it and became furious, charging straight at him. Sasuke originally just wanted to show off, but now he was dumbfounded and could only brace himself. What happened next? With one lightning release, Thundercloud Wave, Sasuke instantly turned into a smoking roasted duck. Kakashi hurriedly rescued Sasuke and brought Naruto and Sakura along, but it was completely useless. Kakashi's Raikiri was directly absorbed by Bailu's dark release and then shot back unchanged. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was shattered by the countless lightning strikes summoned by his lightning release ultimate technique, Lightning Dragon. Sakura's super strength hit his metal body, leaving no mark at all, and instead, she was blown away. I had been watching from the side, nodding in my heart. This guy's abilities were indeed flashy and quite interesting. Just as I was admiring him, Boo had already used his 4th bloodline limit to rush in front of me, moving so fast that even my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan had a hard time keeping up. He thought he had succeeded, but his attack went straight through my body. I activated my Shinra Bansho, becoming immune to physical attacks. Bailu was dumbfounded, retreating dozens of steps, looking at me with suspicion. What exactly is this ninjutsu? He unleashed his strongest attack, Wind Release, Wind Demon Dragon, but I simply stretched out one hand, activating the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path, and absorbed his world-destroying ninjutsu completely. At this point, Bailu's expression completely broke. "How is this possible? Who the hell are you?" I laughed. "Who am I? In the future, there will be plenty of time to tell you. Now it's time for you to witness my ninjutsu." As soon as I finished speaking, I unleashed the powers of Boiling Release, Melting Release, the Heavenly Path, the Azura Path, and the Human Path. With all 6 paths activated after a few exchanges, I defeated the previously arrogant below, leaving him with no power to retaliate. I tell you, Kakashi and the others beside me were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, you know? They were just a step away from pulling out their phones to record it and post it on Moments. Titled Family, who understands? Chunin smashing S-rank rogue ninja. Naruto and the others were even more stunned, probably thinking to themselves, what level of battle is this? If we went up, we'd probably disappear without even hearing a sound. That boho person was so stunned that the only word in his mind was, run. Goodness. Once he activated his swift escape, he just vanished in a flash. That speed was simply like the Usain Bolt of the ninja world. Can I let him run away? Just kidding. But I don't want to recruit him in front of Kakashi. It would be inconvenient to explain. So I decided to put on a show, shouted don't run, and then used a body flicker technique to catch up. In just a few breaths, I flashed right in front of him and blocked his way. As a result, this guy actually has some backbone. When he couldn't fight back, he started to talk tough, saying something like I am made of iron and will never die at the hands of trash like you. Oh, come on, buddy. You weren't saying that when I was using you as a punching bag. He even wanted to self-destruct. Could I give him that chance? I glared at him, used Tsukuyami, and pulled him into the mental world for a heart-to-heart. I originally thought I would definitely have to kill him, but when he heard I wanted to recruit him as my little brother, he hesitated. Mainly, he was scared. He said, after all, you are from Konoha. If I hang out with you, doesn't that mean I'm throwing myself into a trap? Won't the higher-ups in Konoha just take me out? I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. I said, aren't you thinking too small? Who told you I was going to take you back to Konoha? To be honest, I have my own village. Bairuhu was completely stunned. A guy around 17 or 18 years old, with his own ninja village? That was even more fantastical than his own ghostly technique. In the end, this guy's thought process was quite unique, as he actually asked me if I looked down on him, even saying things like you can kill me, you can torture me, you can even... Wow. I quickly interrupted him. Dude, your XP system is a bit advanced. Let's not go there. I directly laid down the conditions. My village is called Xiaonin Village, and its strength is no less than that of the 5 great nations. The Sharingan you want, I have stock here, as long as you hang out with me. I'll give you a pair as a welcome gift. The moment he heard the words Sharingan, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he almost performed a backflip on the spot, agreeing without a second thought. Of course, I had to lay down some ground rules. I warned him directly that I despise fence-sitters. Today, you are my person, and you will be my person for life. If you dare to have any second thoughts, I'll make sure you understand why the flowers are so red. After I finished speaking, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why? Because in my moon-reading space, I could clearly see what he was thinking just now. This guy was indeed planning to grab the Sharingan and run away. Now that I exposed him, he completely honest, knelt down on the spot, and started calling me Lord Kazakage in a very affectionate manner. All right, I had him under control. I immediately created a ShadowClone to go back and inform Kakashi and the others, telling them that Bailuhu had been completely defeated by me. Then my main body, along with this newly acquired little brother, headed straight for my Hidden Wind village. To give him a taste of the extraordinary, I specifically took him through the Grellstone formation. As soon as we entered, his chakra was instantly depleted, and a mirror image enemy that looked exactly like him appeared on the other side. He was dumbfounded at that moment, constantly praising how incredible this formation was, saying even the 5 Kage would have to kneel before it. But once we entered the village, he became numb. Lord Kazakage, are we even enough to make a table for Mahjong? I hadn't even spoken yet when a familiar voice floated over. There were few people, but each one was an elite. Bailuhu turned around and exclaimed, whoa, Orochimaru. His eyes were almost popping out. Snake Uncle, what are you doing here? He remembered that Orochimaru had been one of the legendary Sannin in Konoha and knew how proud he was. Now, he was actually calling me Lord, which was quite a shock. Orochimaru didn't bother with small talk and pointed to the side, introducing that one, Kimimaro, the sole heir of the Shikatsumiaka, a body of Edo Tensei, immortal and indestructible, with infinite chakra. Then he pointed to another, that one, Yagura, the two tails Jinchuriki, perfectly controlling the power of the tailed beast. Bailuhu was taken aback, and before Orochimaru could finish, he quickly apologized, admitting he didn't recognize the great talent. I hadn't even told him that more than half of the Akatsuki's elites were my people, and that there were also 100,000 ghost legions buried underground. If I revealed everything, I was afraid his heart couldn't take it. The atmosphere settled, and it was time to get down to business. I directly asked Orochimaru, where's the 6 tails? I had just received news from Deidara that the Akatsuki had found the 6 tails Jinchuriki, and this time, it was Pain himself who took action. I let out a cold laugh. Obito is getting desperate, bringing out his trump card. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't know that his ace has long been defected to my side. All right, everyone, gather up, target the six tails. Once we capture it, we'll officially go to war with the Akatsuki. Beilu, who, hearing this, felt his legs go weak. We're going to capture a tailed beast and then fight the Akatsuki? He whispered to me, "My lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The six tails is much stronger than the two tails, and the Akatsuki members are all monsters. We only have this many people." I ignored him. Orochimaru patted his shoulder and said softly, "Don't make a fuss. The Akatsuki? Half of them are our own people. This time, we are sure to win. By the time we arrive, Pain's six paths will have already had the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Yutaka, pinned to the ground. As soon as I landed, let me tell you, the scene was such that Pain's six paths all stopped and respectfully clasped their hands towards me. Bailu was standing nearby, his mouth agape enough to fit a Rasengan. Probably his worldview was reshaped on the spot. Yutaka was tough too, thinking I was from the Akatsuki. He wanted to commit suicide. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. With just a glance, six paths gave a path. One moment he was refusing to yield to death. The next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud, saying, "Master, what are your orders?" Bailu was almost scared to death beside me. I reckon the way he looks at me now is no different from how one would look at a deity descending from the heavens. With the six tails secured, I initially wanted Nagato to bring over the outer path golem and take the five-tailed and seven-tailed beasts as well. However, Nagato said that Obito was cunning. He had placed restrictions on the outer path golem, allowing it to be summoned only at the Akatsuki base. Fine, if you won't take the path to heaven, then you can break into hell. I made the decision right away. Let's infiltrate the Akatsuki base, take out Obito and Kagaya, and then capture the tailed beasts. I had Nagato send a message, saying that while capturing the six tails, I happened to get caught as well, inviting him into the trap. Obito and Black Zetsu indeed fell for it, and brought people back to the base. Looking at me unconscious, Black Zetsu laughed wildly. Obito was arrogant, coming over to dig out my eyes and wanting to slice me up for research. Just as his hand was about to touch me, I opened my eyes and sat up. "Hi, long time no see, Uchiha Obito." He was stunned, looking like he had seen a ghost. What made him even more desperate was yet to come. I snapped my fingers, and Deidara, Kaku, Haiden, and Sasori all appeared behind me in a flash. "Sorry, your organization is now under the Wind surname." Obito trembled with rage, never expecting that the Akatsuki he had painstakingly built would be wiped out by me in one fell swoop. He pointed at Nagato and shouted, "You dare betray me? Your Rinnegan was given to you by me." Before Nagato could speak, Deidara laughed. "To tell you the truth, we've been with Lord Wind for a long time. Today is the day you both die." Obito was infuriated and unleashed a fire-style Tempest Dance. This technique, infused with the power of Kamui, could absorb ninjutsu, which was indeed quite tricky. Unfortunately, he was up against me. I countered with a fire-style, Great Flame technique. Obito still sneered, saying I was inexperienced and that using fire-style against him was seeking death. His Fire Dragon Vortex absorbed my technique, but the next second, an identical fire-style emerged from his Kamui space, directly blowing him out and making him crash hard. I instantly teleported right in front of him and opened a spatial distortion right in his face. "Your divine power is indeed useful. So now it's mine. Not only yours, but I also packed up Kakashi's long-range attack." Obito was completely broken, roaring as he charged at me. With a single lightning release technique, I split him into 8 pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Just as Nagato and the others were about to cheer, I knew this wasn't over. Sure enough, the next second, that guy appeared behind me unscathed, stabbing a kunai directly through my chest. "Kid, in front of my Izanagi that can rewrite reality, you are already dead." I just laughed at that moment. Still privilege? Do you even want this luck? I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, I instantly exploded into a dazzling flash of lightning. Good heavens, that guy crashed on the spot. His old face behind a mask probably turned green. He never expected that by sacrificing one of his Sharingan to unleash a powerful move, he ended up stabbing nothing but my lightning-release ShadowClone. Before he could react, that flash of lightning hit him right in the face, followed by a loud bang, sending him flying like a broken sack, his precious mask shattered. Now, the cost of Izanagi kicked in, and his Sharingan went blind with a pop. But this guy was tough, seemingly unfazed after all. He had hoarded a bunch of Sharingan when he exterminated his clan, treating them as expendable resources. But he couldn't understand how his ultimate trump card that he relied on for a comeback was so easily broken by me, and he got counter-killed. I don't have time to waste talking to him. My main body instantly appeared in front of him, threw a punch, and knocked him out. The world became quiet. I directly had Deidara and the others tie up the unconscious Obito tightly. This guy is an important asset. Once my ultimate bug skill, 6 Paths, Heavenly God, is off cooldown, I'll have him come work for me. At this moment, I noticed that the pitch-black thing, Kagai's Black Zetsu, sensed something was off and quickly burrowed into the ground, faster than a rabbit. To be honest, I wanted to deal with him too. But he's really difficult to handle. Immune to physical attacks, slippery like an eel. Other than the 6 Paths, planetary devastation, there's basically no effective way to completely seal him. Plus, he's Kagai's will, so I can't even kill him. Forget it, I'll leave him for now. After all, he wants to resurrect his mother. So he'll have to come out and bounce around sooner or later. I'll deal with him then. I'm in a hurry to open the box from the outer path. Geto Mazo. The 5 Tails and 7 Tails are still waiting for me. The only one left on site is Kisame. Although he is known as the Tailless Beast, in front of my Akatsuki All-Star lineup, his strength is simply not enough. Nagato, Kakazu, and Sasori surrounded him and dealt a flurry of attacks. If I hadn't given a strict order to leave a live captive, Kisame would have been turned to ashes by now. In no time, he followed in Obito's footsteps and was knocked unconscious. Perfect. Now I can join Obito and wait together for my Heavenly God job invitation. I had Nagato summon the Outer Path Golem, which spat out the 5 Tails Mu and the 7 Tails Chome. Wow, these 2 big guys were pent up inside the golem, and as soon as they came out, they went berserk, attacking us without a second thought. Just as Nagato was about to make a move, I directly stopped him. Don't move, I'll handle this. I didn't get enough action earlier, so it's perfect to practice on these 2 tailed beasts. I directly activated Susanoo, and it was incredibly imposing. With the 3 sacred treasures, it was like a mobile fortress of war. The Yata mirror reflected all damage. The Yasakani no Magatama served as a cannon for unlimited firepower. And there's also the Kusanagi sword that could seal anything. Let me tell you, the 5 Tails and 7 Tails were pretty arrogant at first. After all, to them, humans are just little ants. But what happened? A few rounds in, they were getting beaten up by my Susanoo, howling and searching for their teeth all over the ground. I was still holding back, not using the Kusanagi sword. Otherwise, I could have sealed both of them with one move. I thought that if I defeated them, they would obediently listen to me, right? But then Nagato reminded me that these tailed beasts harbored resentment because they were often sealed by humans. The more I fought them, the more rebellious they became, like those stubborn types that say, "Go ahead, hit me again. Even if you kill me, I won't yield." Oh, there's such a strategy? Fine, you don't want to drink the wine I offer. Then I'll serve you the punishment wine. I immediately set up a 1-month reading plan, letting them experience despair in the illusion world first. And then I would use the planetary devastation to create 2 big spheres, sealing them inside and directly packaging them to throw into my Kamui space to cool off. Just wait. Once my other god's cooldown is over, you guys, Obito, Kisame 5 Tails, 7 Tails, none of you will escape. You'll all have to become my people. Just as I was achieving a great victory and preparing to gather my team, the fleeing Black Zetsu angrily found a guy named Wraith. Wraith had been severely beaten by me before, but unexpectedly, he was still alive and was currently helping Black Zetsu strengthen the army of 100,000 White Zetsu. When Wraith saw Black Zetsu's distressed expression, he joked, "Oh, Black, what's wrong? Did your ragtag group of Akatsuki get wiped out?" Black Zetsu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. "That's right, you got it. It's virtually non-existent now." Wraith immediately exploded. "What the hell? I just invested, and you tell me the company is going bankrupt? Are you trying to scam me?" The 2 started arguing, and Black Zetsu pointed at the 100,000 White Zetsu and said, "What's there to fear if the Akatsuki is gone? With this 100,000 army, we can still take down Winjian. Hurry up, speed up the project." Guess what Wraith said? It's already taken care of. Now, this 100,000 White Zetsu have their combat power multiplied several times. Don't even mention Winjian. They could easily flatten the 5 great nations. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu was ecstatic. The previous frustration vanished, and the fire in his heart reignited as he gritted his teeth and muttered my name. "Winjian, just wait for me." As for me, I had just returned to my hidden cloud village and was unaware of all this. I was happily planning to wait 3 more days until my big move's cooldown was over, and then I would capture both the tailed beasts in one go, significantly increasing my strength. But on the other side, Wraith couldn't wait any longer. With his enhanced army of 100,000 White Zetsu, he was coming to seek revenge on me. Yet Black Zetsu jumped out again and stopped him, saying, "Are you crazy? With such a strong army, why not go to war against the 5 great nations instead of just targeting a single Winjian?" That would be a waste of resources. Wraith, now emboldened by having soldiers, shot back. Can you control me? If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll take you down too? Black Zetsu was furious, but had no choice. Lacking combat power, he could only hold it in. He thought for a moment and began to manipulate him. All right, you're impressive, but if you want revenge on Winjian, that kid is a ninja from Konoha. Shouldn't we first go visit Konoha? Wraith, being single-minded and focused on killing me, thought this made sense and immediately agreed. He had no idea about Black Zetsu's scheme. Black Zetsu wanted him to attack Konoha, forcing them to seek aid from the other four nations, which would lead to the Ninja World War starting. This way, he could continue to stir up trouble amidst the chaos. Thus, the grand army of 100,000 white Zetsu marched towards Konoha. Konoha was taken by surprise, and their defenses were instantly torn apart. Tsunade was soaking in a bath when the alarm rang. She had no time to put on clothes and rushed into the command room, wrapped in a towel. Kakashi and the other Jonin listened to Tsunade's deployment of tasks while their eyes wandered, staring at what Tsunade was. Good grief. Kakashi's mask was almost stained red with nosebleed. When these people hit the battlefield, their legs turned to jelly. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught? The enhanced white Zetsu from Wraith not only had strong attack power and various ninjutsu, but they were also practically immortal, able to regenerate even if broken. Konoha's ninjas were forced to retreat step by step, and Tsunade had no choice but to seek help from the other four great nations. What happened next? The four great villages had one taking the lead and another accompanying as spectators, wishing Konoha would quickly fall so they could divide the spoils. Who would come to help? Now, Tsunade was furious, and Black Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, was anxious. The plan was going awry. Why weren't these people playing by the rules? No, I need to add more fuel to the fire. He ran over to Wraith and incited. Hey, after fighting for so long, where's Winjian? I estimate he must have seen the situation going south and fled to another village for refuge. Wraith's anger flared even more. What to do then? Black Zetsu secretly rejoiced, but said outwardly, it's simple. He has a connection with Tsunade, right? Now that Konoha can't hold on, he will definitely go to another village to find help. Why don't we just attack the other four villages too, and see where he runs? Wraith, with his simple mind, couldn't fathom the complexities of this and thought it made sense. He waved his hand and divided the forces, sending the 100,000 white Zetsu to simultaneously attack the five great nations. This was it. The clouds that were just watching the show, like the hidden cloud and hidden rock, were instantly left dumbfounded. 1 second they were enjoying the spectacle, the next their own doors were kicked open. Once they engaged, they realized the enemy was truly fierce, and they couldn't withstand it. With no choice, they could only run to Konoha, crying and begging for an alliance. Unfortunately, even if the five great nations united, facing this chaotic, fearless, and infinitely resurrecting army of white Zetsu, they were still crushed to pieces. Just then I, far away in Hidden Cloud Village, finally received intelligence from Orochimaru. As soon as I heard it, I was shocked. This Wraith is still alive? And causing such a big commotion? Although Hidden Wing Village is temporarily safe, I did come from Konoha, and Kakashi and the others are brothers who have watched movies together. I can't just stand by and watch them die. However, I definitely can't do it alone. I immediately found my puppet master and asked about the progress of my custom-made army of 100,000 ghosts. The puppet master looked excited and said, Lord Kazama, I was just about to report to you. It's all been modified and completed. Great. I immediately decided to lead my army of 100,000 ghosts in a battle. But Orochimaru stopped me, and he was very cautious. Lord Kazama, the higher-ups in Konoha don't know about your establishment of Hidden Wing Village. According to the rules, this is considered affection. If you make a grand appearance now, even if you save them, you might be held accountable later. I laughed. If Uncle Snake could think of it, could I not? What you said makes sense. So, this 100,000 ghost army will be led by you. Me? Orochimaru was stunned. I'm an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. That's exactly why I need you. I patted his shoulder and laid out my entire plan. Just think about it. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, leading a heavenly army to save everyone in their most desperate time. How shocking would that be? When they're grateful, you can tell them you were just following the orders of our leader from Xiangyin Village. At that time, they will only be curious about who this mysterious leader is. Once you mention my name, I will be the savior, and who will still care about my village building issues. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood. So, just when the coalition of the five great nations was on the verge of collapse, Orochimaru led my 100,000 ghost puppet army, like a divine soldier descending. and firmly blocked the attack from White Zetsu. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Tsunade, who looked at her former companion Orochimaru with an incredulous expression. Orochimaru, what? What do you want to do? Are you taking advantage of the chaos? Orochimaru was quite flamboyant. He licked his lips and smiled wickedly. Tsunade, when will your heart be as big as your big white rabbit? I am here on the orders of our Xiangyin village leader to help out. Tsunade was still in a daze. She had heard of Xiangyin village, but when did it become so powerful? And 100,000 troops? Just as they were shocked, the situation on the battlefield had already turned around. My 100,000 ghost army was no pushover. Not only were they immortal, but more importantly, I had infused the elite troops with various bloodline limits and ninjutsu that I mastered. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo, Dust Release, Lava Release. It was like a special forces team composed of countless lower-tier versions of me. On the other side, Wraith saw his former ghost puppets now being controlled by someone else, and even becoming stronger than before, which made him furious. He immediately ordered all White Zetsu to turn their guns and attack the ghost army with full force. But this was completely useless. The power gap was too great. My ghost army, wielding Susanoo and unleashing Dust Release like it was free, was mercilessly throwing them out. Wraith's 100,000 White Zetsu were crying out in distress, their numbers rapidly decreasing. Seeing this, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately recognized my handiwork. Afraid that Wraith would get scared and run away, he quickly went over to fan the flames. Wraith, don't panic. I found out that this army, on the surface, is commanded by Orochimaru, but behind it is your enemy, Kazama. Wraith had already begun to have thoughts of retreating, but upon hearing this, he was filled with rage at the sight of his enemy, and instantly became reckless, commanding the remaining White Zetsu to launch a suicidal charge. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, no amount of anger mattered. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 100,000 White Zetsu were reduced to just over 10,000 remnants. Wraith finally woke up completely. If this continued, he would lose all his assets. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. He immediately decided to retreat. When Black Zetsu saw him try to run, he panicked and wanted to stop him, continuing to deceive. Wraith, don't be afraid. Just push a little harder. You're about to win. Screw you. Wraith could no longer tolerate it and kicked Black Zetsu to the ground. Although he didn't know Black Zetsu was using him, he understood that continuing to fight would only mean death. Wraith, are you sick? I'm your companion. Black Zetsu was also furious. Wraith looked at him and sneered. Companion? Huh. I used to respect you because you had the Akatsuki organization behind you. Now that the Akatsuki is gone, what are you worth? Let me tell you, Black Zetsu, if you want to live from now on, you'll be my dog and recognize me as the boss. Otherwise, I'll swallow you right now. Being humiliated like this by a subordinate made Black Zetsu tremble with anger. But at that moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. I tell you, the moment a thought struck his mind, he suddenly came up with a wild operation. He thought to himself, I am the embodiment of Lady Kagaya's will, a being of the ancestral level of ninjas. My attack power isn't that great, but trying to kill me? Not in this lifetime. The big fool in front of me, named Wraith, has quite a bit of strength. If I deliberately let him swallow me and then initiate a mental fusion inside his belly, I could control him in return. Wouldn't that mean I get to take advantage of all his impressive abilities? Wow, this line of thinking is simply high-level strategy. Black Zetsu immediately made up his mind to go for it. So he quickly got into character, pointing at Wraith's nose and cursing loudly. You coward. What are you stalling for? If you have the guts, swallow me. Let's see who ends up killing whom. Upon hearing this, Wraith, with his explosive temper, thought, hey, I've already given you the final ultimatum, and you still dare to talk back to me? Fine, you asked for it. He immediately swallowed Black Zetsu in one gulp. Let me tell you, at this moment, Wang Liang was quite pleased, thinking he had dealt with the annoying fly. Little did he know, when Heiju entered his body, it was like coming home. It was easy to invite the deity, but hard to send it away. Before Wang Liang's stomach acid could even start working, Heiju unleashed a powerful move, mental fusion. With a buzz, Wang Liang immediately felt half of his body was unresponsive, and he went numb all over, cold sweat pouring down. He fought desperately, using all his strength to try to expel Heiju. But what happened? Heiju was rooted inside his body, completely immobile. Watching helplessly as the control over his body was gradually taken away, Wang Liang panicked completely. Just a second ago, he was shouting and cursing, and in the next moment, his face changed faster than flipping a book, immediately plastering on a smile to beg for mercy. Oh, my brother Ju, dear brother, we are ironclad allies. sharing both blessings and hardships. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to treat me this way? Ha ha ha. Ju's laughter echoed in Wang Liang's mind, playing in surround sound. Now you know to call me brother? Just a moment ago, you were saying you'd tear me to pieces? Come on, try moving a bit. Wang Liang was so embarrassed that he could only force a smile. Brother, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. I got hit by that Kazama and was angry. Those were just words said in the heat of the moment. Please be magnanimous and don't take it seriously. Stop fucking around with me. Ju was completely uninterested in his excuses, and the intensity of the mental fusion was pushed to the limit. In just a moment of confrontation, Wang Liang's consciousness was instantly formatted, and from that point on, this powerful body would be known as Hei. I tell you, the feeling of Black Zetsu taking over his new body was like a free player suddenly getting a fully leveled character with max stats. He was instantly thrilled. He immediately commanded the remaining white Zetsu army to infiltrate underground and use the abilities of the Wraith to set up a barrier, feeling the surging power within him. Laughing wildly, with Kagaya's will and the Wraith's chakra, I can finally gather the tailed beasts again and resurrect my mother. But before that, he had some accounts to settle. He set his sights on Wind's hometown, Xiangyin Village. Wind had taken 100,000 troops to the front lines for support, so his home must be empty. Perfect, the Abido, 5 tails, and 7 tails that Wind had intercepted were all there. Black Zetsu thought to himself, I need to take this opportunity to seize them all back and reprogram them with my enhanced mental fusion. By then, I will have the leverage to challenge Wind. Without hesitation, Black Zetsu controlled his new body and drilled straight from the underground towards Xiangyin Village. The ground of Wind's village was protected by a formation of grail stones, solid as a fortress, but he never expected that while they had defense against air and ground, they didn't guard against someone digging a subway. Directly in, Black Zetsu entered through the tunnel, as if in a no-man's land, and in just a few breaths, he infiltrated. Meanwhile, Wind was happily cleaning up the battlefield. Adhering to the principle of recycling waste, collecting a pile of white Zetsu corpses into his Kamui space, preparing to take them back for research. Little did he know, his hometown was about to be cleaned out. On the other side, the people from the 5 great nations, including Tsunade, were overjoyed to see the white Zetsu army being repelled. They surrounded Orochimaru, praising him profusely and casually inquiring about the true identity of the leader of Xiangyin Village. Wind had calculated everything, but he never anticipated Black Zetsu pulling such a trick to swap places, nor did he expect Black Zetsu to gain the Wraith's abilities, directly bypassing defenses to infiltrate his hometown. Therefore, he had made no special preparations against the Bido, Kisame, or those 2-tailed beasts. As a result, once Black Zetsu entered, it was like a massacre in a beginner's village. With an enhanced mental fusion, he recontrolled Abito, Kisame, 5 tails and 7 tails, all of whom were still unconscious. However, running around with the massive forms of the 5 tails and 7 tails was too conspicuous. Black Zetsu didn't want to confront Wind head-on just yet, so he had a clever idea. He used the Wraith's ability to swallow the 2-tailed beasts into his own body. Let me tell you, this operation was brilliant. He could carry them with him and summon their powers at any time, like a mobile power bank. Originally, he wanted to swallow Abito too, so he could get Kamui for free. But then he thought, no, resurrecting Madara requires Abito to use the outer path, some Sara technique, which is a one-time tool. He needed to keep him around. So, he woke Abito up. When Abito opened his eyes, he thought he was still on Wind's territory and instinctively wanted to attack. But when he focused, he was stunned to see Black Zetsu standing in front of him. It's you. Who saved me? Of course. Black Zetsu began his PUA lecture. Although he had already controlled Abito with his mental power, he didn't want to tamper with Abito's will, fearing that the guy would sense something and cause a scene, affecting his fighting ability. So, he decided to keep the deception going. Abito, we've been collaborating for so many years. Could I just stand by and watch you get locked up by Wind? I exerted tremendous effort to rescue you. Abito looked skeptical. You? How could you possibly save me from Wind? After being with Black Zetsu for so long, he knew this guy was a pure self-interested person. Would he really risk his life to save him? The sun must have risen in the west. Seeing that Abito was harder to deceive, Black Zetsu simply painted a grand picture. Abito, don't overthink it. Now that you're out, I hope that in light of me saving your life, you will join me to continue collecting the tailed beasts, launch the infinite Tsukuyami, and achieve your dream of world peace. Upon hearing infinite Tsukuyami, Abito's head heated up, and without much thought, he nodded in agreement. Just as Black Zetsu successfully swayed Abito, on the battlefield, Orochimaru, under Tsunade and others questioning, finally revealed the truth as per Wind's orders. His eerie voice floated out. No need to thank me. The true leader of Xiangyin Village is Wind. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. The 5 Kages, including Tsunade, were wide-eyed, especially Tsunade, who was so shocked that her chest jumped. She pointed at Orochimaru, her face filled with disbelief. Orochimaru, what kind of international joke are you making? Wind is a ninja from our Konoha. How could he be the leader of your village? Orochimaru, looking serious, replied, When have I, Orochimaru, ever lied? Our leader is indeed Wind. If it weren't for Lord Wind's orders, do you think I could bring 100,000 troops to help you? This statement was logical and reasonable, leaving Tsunade momentarily unable to refute it. Just then, Wind himself stepped out from the shadows. Orochimaru and the people of Xiangyin Village all knelt down on one knee in unison, respectfully bowing. At that moment, everyone believed it. I have to tell you, the expressions of the 5 great nations Kages when looking at Kazama were all different. Tsunade was shocked. Gaara felt like he had fallen behind again. And the other Kages were in complete awe. A teenager in his teens built a village and even recruited the legendary Sannin as his subordinates. It was like a wish-fulfillment story come to life. But at that moment, 2 discordant voices rang out. The 2 old relics from Konoha, Mito Gate Kurenai and Tsunade's former teammate, exploded on the spot. Preposterous. You, a mere genin from Konoha, dare to leave the village and establish your own power? This is a serious crime. Someone capture this rogue ninja Kazama, and that S-rank wanted criminal Orochimaru as well. Wait, Tsunade immediately issued a command to restrain them. These 2 old stubborn men, relying on their status, completely disregarded Tsunade and still wanted to make a scene. But they didn't expect that before Tsunade could speak. The other Kages from different villages were already unhappy. The first to stand up was Gaara, the Kazakage. I say you 2, Kazama is a genius from your Konoha. If you don't protect him and even want to punish him, what are you thinking? If you Konoha don't want him, we from Sunagakure are willing to form a permanent alliance with Kazama. We from Wagakure are willing to. We from Kirigakure are willing to. It was like a live stream where everyone was rushing to get in on the action. The Reikage from Kimogakure quickly joined in, fearing he would be left behind. Mito Gate Kurenai and Tsunade's teammate were dumbfounded on the spot, their old faces turning crimson. They never expected Kazama to have such influence now. Seeing the opportunity, Tsunade made a decisive decision. Kazama has saved the 5 great nations. His merits are unprecedented, and this matter outweighs any wrongdoing. As for Orochimaru, he has also saved Konoha. His merits and faults balance out, and from today on, Konoha's wanted order against him is officially revoked. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was so moved he almost cried. Kazama smiled and nodded at Tsunade, indicating that he would always be a part of Konoha, and that Sunagakure would also ally with Konoha. I have to tell you, this was supposed to be a happy ending for everyone, but Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the shadows, was so furious he could explode. When he saw that Kazama had actually allied with the 5 great nations, he thought, how could this be managed? With a quick twist of his mind, a poisonous scheme instantly took shape. He planned to secretly send Obito, Kisame, and a few others, whom he had re-injected with cells, back to the Hidden Sky Village. He calculated that after Kazama returned, he would definitely use the top-tier Jinjutsu, Kodo Emitsukami, to completely control them. But Kazama didn't know that his enhanced cells would make Obito and the others appear to submit on the surface, while the actual control would still be in his hands. Once Kazama introduced these people to the 5 great nations, making everyone aware they were from the Hidden Sky Village, Black Zetsu would press the remote control from behind the scenes, inciting them to attack the 4 great nations, except for Konoha. The most cunning part was that he wouldn't attack Konoha. Why? It was to make the other villages think that this was a scheme by Kazama and Konoha against them, sowing discord and turning them against each other. Sure enough, everything unfolded according to Black Zetsu's script. When Kazama returned to the village, he indeed used the 6 paths, Kodo Emitsukami on Obito and the others. Then, to showcase his strength and facilitate future cooperation, he introduced his newly recruited powerful subordinates to the 5 great nations. After that, Kazama prepared to go to the Hidden Cloud Village to find the 8 tails. However, just as he left, Black Zetsu sprang into action. Obito, Kisame, the 5 tails, the 7 tails, along with tens of thousands of resurrected white Zetsu, launched a fierce attack on the 4 villages of Mist, Rock, Sand, and Cloud simultaneously. This ignited the flames of war in the ninja world, which had just calmed down. The leaders of the four great nations directly formed a group and stormed into Konoha, blocking the entrance to Tsunade's office to demand an explanation. Tsunade was also feeling overwhelmed, but she firmly believed this was not Kazama's intention and could only advise them gently. Everyone, calm down. This matter is suspicious. Calm down. Our village is about to be leveled. How can we calm down? The leaders of the four great nations were furious, their faces turning red with anger. In fact, these old foxes knew very well that someone was behind this, but they wanted to seize the opportunity to extort Kazama. After all, the Grayrel stone from the Hidden Sky Village was too tempting, and they had been eyeing it for a long time. So they pressured Tsunade to tell Kazama that they must use the Grayrel stone as compensation. Just as they were arguing heatedly, Kazama returned. He quickly figured out that this was definitely Black Zetsu's plot. As soon as he entered, he saw the leaders of the four great nations pressuring Tsunade, even specifically demanding his Grayrel stone, which made him laugh in anger. Kazama was ruthless and said little. He flashed in front of them and coldly spoke. Everyone, your speed of changing faces really opens my eyes. Just a few days ago, you were eager to ally with me, and now that something has happened, you come to extort me? Do you think I, Kazama, am easy to bully? The four leaders felt their momentum weaken upon seeing Kazama in person, but they still tried to hold their ground. Your people attacked us. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Responsibility? Sure. Kazama sneered. I, Kazama, take full responsibility for my actions. But you, with your despicable behavior of kicking someone when they're down, can forget about taking advantage of me any further. From now on, the alliance between the Hidden Sky Village and your four villages is over. What? The four leaders instantly regretted it and tried to salvage the situation. But Kazama was too lazy to pay them any mind. His immediate priority was to capture those traitors, Obito, and the others. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, seeing his plan succeed and Kazama falling out with the four great nations, felt the opportunity had come. He immediately sneaked back to the Hidden Sky Village, hoping to steal away the other tailed beasts that Kazama had previously captured. But he never expected that Kazama had anticipated his move and upgraded the defense system of the Hidden Sky Village before going to Konoha. As soon as Black Zetsu stepped in, he found himself directly trapped in a luxurious Grayrel stone trap specially designed for him. Once the formation activated, his chakra was instantly drained, transforming him from a boss into a mere super soldier, unable to move. Just then, Kazama returned, looked at Black Zetsu trapped in the formation, and his gaze turned cold. With the evidence before him, there was no need for words. He charged in and started punching and kicking Black Zetsu, leaving him bruised and battered. Black Zetsu didn't even have a chance to fight back. Finally, Kazama raised his hand and used the 5 elements, great multi-strike technique, directly to his face, knocking the fused Black Zetsu down and leaving him half paralyzed. Let me tell you, at that moment, I stepped on his pitch-black face and I had my Raikiri ready, just preparing to send him back to his hometown. But guess what? That old cunning guy actually had a trick up his sleeve. He directly called for help and summoned the 5 tails and 7 tails. Goodness, those 2 big guys were like a rampaging bulldozer. In just a few hits, they smashed my Grayrel stone formation to pieces. At that moment, I couldn't care less about the black hole ball under my feet. I quickly activated Susanoo, knocked out the 2-tailed beasts in no time, and dragged them into the backup formation. Using the Hungry Ghost path, I extracted all the dirty things inside them that belonged to Kaguya, and that was finally sorted out. But when I turned around, hey, where did everyone go? That bastard Kaguya took advantage of the brief moment to let Obito rescue him with Kamui. I was so angry that my blood pressure shot up on the spot. A cooked duck just flew away like that. Who understands the frustration, right? On the other side, after Kaguya was rescued, he was incredibly arrogant. Obito was still mumbling, saying our plan was ruined and that the 5 great nation shadows had all backed down. What should we do next? As a result, Kaguya just laughed and said, "What failure? This wave wasn't an all-out attack at all. I was conducting a stress test. I just wanted to see if those old guys were genuinely willing to work with my brother, Wind. Now the results are out. And it turns out those old folks are all harboring bad intentions, jealous that my brother has such incredible strength at a young age. Just give them a little sweetness, and they can be turned in no time. I tell you, this guy first went after the hot-tempered 4th Raikage from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage's eyes turned red as soon as he saw him, and without saying a word, he unleashed a series of lightning jutsu combos, like Lightning Plow and Lightning Torment, throwing them down like they were free. What happened? They were all absorbed by Black Zetsu, who had fused with the body of the SH-10. These regular ninjutsu were like charging him up, not causing any harm at all. The Raikage was left dumbfounded, completely stunned. Then Black Zetsu started his PUA tactics, saying, "If you join me, I'll help you resurrect your fallen subordinates and even give you a bunch of Gray L stones for free." Goodness. He was offering Edo Tensei and mining resources all in one go. After this combo, the Raikage, being the reckless man he is, couldn't hold back and was tempted. In the end, Black Zetsu had Obito pour out a mountain of Gray L stones from the Kamui space. And the Raikage immediately pledged to send his Umbu to launch a surprise attack on me. After dealing with the Raikage, these two teleported to the hidden stone village to find the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. At that moment, Inoki was in his bedroom practicing his ancestral techniques. It was extremely awkward. The old man was so scared his pants almost fell down, and he cursed directly. This old fox was very clever and immediately guessed that Black Zetsu was there to recruit him. Black Zetsu didn't waste time. He followed the same old routine, showering Inoki with compliments, then revealing his trump card, the other half of the Gray L stone mine. Then he started sowing discord, saying, "My brother Win's admiration for you is lacking," and even mentioned Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, saying he could play with her for a year. This was simply outrageous. Inoki already had issues with Wind, and this completely broke his defenses. He immediately decided to send someone to deal with me. Before long, the assassination teams from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages made their way over. Although they were all masked, my brother's white eyes opened, and he could see the colors of their underwear clearly. He immediately realized that Black Zetsu was pulling strings behind the scenes, aiming to draw the tiger away from its mountain to steal our tail beasts. So my brother came up with a clever plan, letting Orochimaru and the others pretend to be overwhelmed, deliberately creating a flaw to lure out the big fish, Black Zetsu. This was high-level strategic gameplay. Black Zetsu, that fool, really fell for it, bringing Obito and people from both villages to attack, thinking he could seize the opportunity. But as soon as they stepped in, bam, the sky fell and the earth shattered, and they were directly trapped by my brother's super Grail stone array, their chakra instantly drained. Now they were all like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Let me tell you what's the funniest part. When Black Absolute saw that the situation was not right, he suddenly knelt down to my brother. Right on the spot, he sold out Yin-In and Yin-In, saying they were the ones who forced him. The people from those two villages were furious, pointing at him and cursing, and then a group of people started a full-on brawl in the formation, fighting against their own. My brother was watching the show nearby, and it turned out that Black Zetsu was still scheming, trying to plot an escape while getting beaten up. Unfortunately, my brother had keen hearing and understood everything clearly. He got annoyed and didn't want to waste any more words, so he directly used Fire Release, great fireball technique, burning Black Zetsu and all the fence-sitters to ashes, leaving only the unconscious Obito behind. However, there was a slip-up. My brother, in a moment of oversight, forgot to eliminate the Black Zetsu cells inside Obito, leaving a hidden danger. After dealing with that, my brother rushed to a Wagakure to settle accounts with that old coot Inoki. He kicked open the door and knocked the old man down to the ground. Inoki was so scared that he lost his wits and quickly begged for mercy, crying profusely. My brother thought about not wanting to escalate the war, so he let him off the hook for the time being. But that old man must have hated him even more in his heart. Next stop, Kimogakure. The previous grudges had been settled, and now they were causing trouble again. How could he tolerate that? This time, my brother decided not to reason with them and directly targeted Karabi, intending to give him a good beating to show Kimogakure's people who was boss. When my brother found Karabi, that guy was still in the Cloud Lightning Gorge practicing his clumsy rap. As soon as he saw my brother charging over with an imposing demeanor, that guy, who was a bit of a fool, with a brain that could rival Naruto's, rushed straight in without a second thought. Well, it seemed like he was in for a beating. That guy swung his 7 swords like a fan, slicing at my brother from every angle. Let me tell you, with that kind of momentum, an average person would have been turned into minced meat long ago. Wasn't Sasuke almost taken out by this guy's move back in the day? But the problem was, my brother was not an average person. He had steel release from the 8 tails, and his body was harder than diamond. When Karabi's 7 swords hit him, it made a crisp, clanging sound. Damage? Not a chance. My brother felt like he had just gotten a full-body blade spa. Not only did it not hurt, but it was also quite pleasant, almost making him want to sign up for a membership. Karabi was stunned. What was happening? Immune to physical attacks, huh? While he kept swinging, he quickly the 8 tails inside him. Old bull, this kid's physical defense is maxed out. This won't work. I have to use chakra. I must take him down. The 8 tails, being straightforward, asked, "What grudge do you have against him that you must go all out?" Karabi was filled with righteous indignation. He stole our village's 2 tails, the wooden man, For that reason alone, I must represent the moon. Represent the hidden cloud village and eliminate him. After saying that, he went ahead and donned the tailed beast cloak, partially transforming into a tailed beast, charging back in with even more ferocity. My brother took one look and thought, this is really going to be life and death. So why be polite? As the half-tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee lunged at him, my brother couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He just turned around and said, "Come at me, Shinra Tensei." With a loud bang, Killer Bee was sent flying like a bouncing ball, crashing hundreds of meters away. When he got up from the ground, he looked dazed, staring at my brother's eyes. One was like a kaleidoscope, and the other, oh my god, was actually a Rinnegan. The 8 tails inside him panicked. You can't beat him. His chakra level is on a completely different dimension. Hurry up and call for the rakeage. But Killer Bee, being stubborn, felt his rapper pride flaring up. No need. The mighty 8 tails Jinchuriki, the king of the rap world. How could I possibly lose? The 8 tails was speechless, thinking, does anyone understand? This has nothing to do with how good you are at rapping. Killer Bee also realized that half-tailed beast transformation definitely wouldn't cut it. So he made up his mind and directly transformed into the full 8 tails Gyuki. The massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. My brother looked at the giant beast and wanted to advise again. Killer Bee, I'm not here to catch you, but before he could finish, Killer Bee was already hyped up, and with the mouth of Gyuki, he spat out. Let's talk. When you stole the wooden man, I was in seclusion. Do you really think our Kumobikure is easy to bully? My brother got angry too. He fought with the wooden puppet and the Akatsuki for a whole day and night. And you guys from Cloud Village didn't even send a ghost shadow. I saved her life, and she willingly joined my village. Am I wrong? Yes, you are wrong. Karabi shouted, causing the mountains to shake. She was born a person of our Cloud Village and will die as our ghost. I don't care if she was willing or not. Today, you must be eliminated. Fine, if you don't want to drink the good wine. You'll have to drink the punishment wine. My brother was too lazy to waste words, clasped his hands together, and a colossal, complete body, Susanoo, rose from the ground. Its size only larger than the 8 tails. When Karabi saw this scene, his heart sank. He knew he had kicked an iron plate, but he had already made harsh words, so he could only brace himself. What happened next? The Susanoo swung down a few swords, and the 8 tails' tentacles fell off like they were being sliced. Now, Karabi was really panicking. This was his ultimate form. He opened his mouth wide, and a tailed beast ball, filled with terrifying energy, spewed out. This thing could kill just by grazing it or touching it. Unfortunately, he was facing my brother. My brother's Susanoo held the divine artifact, the 8-span mirror, and with a backhand swing, the tailed beast ball was shot right back at him. Karabi didn't have time to dodge and was hit directly in the face by his own ultimate move, leaving him dazed. Family, who understands? This guy was completely overwhelmed, directly turning his tailed beast balls into a buffet, spraying them out like they were free. My brother saw that if all of them were bounced back, the Cloud Village next door will be physically erased from the map. Although he didn't get along with the Cloud Village, he didn't want to harm the innocent. So Susanoo opened its chest, activating the hungry ghost path. Those dozens of destructive tailed beast balls were sucked in cleanly, as if they had encountered a super vacuum cleaner. Hey, guess what? The system dinged, saying my brother successfully extracted the tailed beast balls and gained the power of the 8 tails. Wow, ordering takeout and still getting a cashback review. Huh? Karabi was completely dumbfounded. All his big moves were countered, so how could he fight? He was just about to call for help, but he didn't need to. The 4th Raikage had already rushed over with a group of elite ninjas. The Raikage initially wanted to show off his authority, but when he looked up and saw that towering Susanoo, and then noticed my brother standing inside with his furious face, his expression instantly turned green. He remembered the previous attempt to assassinate my brother with Kagaya, and now it was all over. The person had come to settle the score. My brother was about to leave after gaining some benefits, but when he saw the 4th Raikage, he was amused. It was the perfect opportunity to settle old and new scores. He sneered and said, 4th Raikage, do you still dare to come here? You pretended to be a big shot in front of me and got beaten up by me, and I let you go. But what did you do? You turned around and colluded with that old 6, Kagaya, sending people to assassinate me. You really forget the pain after eating. Upon hearing this, the Raikage was almost scared out of his wits. His biggest secret had been exposed. My brother's voice grew colder. By the way, I should inform you that Black Zetsu has already died at my hands. Given my temper, you should also go down to accompany him. However, since you are a shadow of the village, killing you would cause chaos in the ninja world, so your death sentence can be commuted. The 4th Raikage just breathed a sigh of relief. But you can't escape alive. As soon as the words fell, the Tatsuka blade in Susanoo's hand moved like lightning, swish. By the time everyone reacted, The two proud arms of the fourth Raikage had already fallen to the ground, and my brother had long since disappeared without a trace, hiding his achievements and fame. The Raikage rolled on the ground in pain. But what he felt more was not gratitude, but the humiliation of being disarmed in front of all his subordinates, and his hatred for Windblade reached its peak. At that moment, a small batch of Black Zetsu's cells quietly infiltrated the underground of KazamaGains. The medical level of KazamaGains couldn't even connect to the Raikage's arms. While the Raikage was lying on the hospital bed in a fit of rage, Black Zetsu, that old sly fox, emerged like a ghost. When the Raikage saw him, he was so angry that he was about to call for help. Black Zetsu slowly spoke. "Calm down, Lord Raikage. It was Windblade who cut off your arms. Not me. What good does it do to vent your anger on me? How about this? You continue to cooperate with me, and I can not only help you restore your arms, but also hand over the command of my army of 100,000 white Zetsu to you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the Raikage, who initially wanted to take revenge but was hindered by his lack of strength, instantly brightened his eyes and agreed on the spot. Black Zetsu chuckled and proposed a condition for exchange. He wanted the cells of the third Raikage and the Gold and Silver brothers. Blinded by revenge, the Raikage agreed without a second thought. Little did he know that Black Zetsu intended to use these cells to find the elusive Orochimaru and implement his forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, to resurrect a bunch of Kaga-level powerhouses to deal with my brother. Meanwhile, my brother had finally dealt with Obito and completely subdued him using the Kodoama Tsukumi. With this subjugation, he obtained a shocking piece of information from Obito. Black Zetsu and Orochimaru were planning to use Edo Tensei to start the fourth Great Ninja War. My brother got angry as soon as he heard it, so I was busy dealing with the tail beasts and suppressing rebellions. And in the end, these guys were secretly starting the fourth Great Ninja War behind my back, right? On the other side, Black Zetsu and Kabuto's plan was going smoothly. These two, on the surface, seemed like good buddies, but inside they were calculating how to betray each other once everything was accomplished. Soon, the war broke out without any warning. Black Zetsu's 100,000 white Zetsu, along with the reanimated strong figures summoned by Kabuto, plus the two traitor villages of Cloud and Rock, launched a massive assault on Konoha, Sand and Mist. The three major villages had just finished a war and were severely weakened, unable to withstand such a large-scale surprise attack. Especially when they saw their deceased, loved ones and comrades reanimated as emotionless killing machines, they felt helpless and were pushed back steadily. Tsunade and the others were almost at their limit, so they called for reinforcements, and my brother dropped onto the battlefield with 100,000 ghost puppets. Looking at the mess in front of him, his anger was boiling, especially towards Inoki and the fourth Raikage. The two had just been spared by him, but then turned around to stab him in the back. "Don't worry, everyone, with me here, the sky won't fall." After calming everyone down, my brother's gaze locked onto the three reanimated bodies at the front, the third Raikage, the fourth Kazakage, Gaara's father, and the second Mizukage. These three were all tough characters, and Tsunade quickly informed my brother about their signature abilities. Gaara mentioned that his father used magnet release sand gold. Terumi reminded him that the second Mizukage's infinite explosive technique was very dangerous, while Tsunade emphasized that the third Raikage was a monster with both offense and defense. My brother nodded after listening, but in his heart, he thought, "Do you even need to say that? I know it very well." The three shadow-level big shots who were reincarnated within pure earth still had a bit of awareness. When they saw my brother, a young man, rushing over, they looked a little disdainful. "Hey, you little brat, get lost. Let your village chief come." My brother couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He raised his hand and unleashed a 5 elements great bomb technique, fusing 5 types of chakra into a devastating pillar of light that blasted the 3 show-off old seniors away. Tsunade and the others beside him were dumbfounded. Wow, what a powerful move right from the start. The 3 reanimated Kaga-level experts were left covered in dust and dirt, and now they were furious. They couldn't save face. The second Mizukage's steamed danger violently, the third Raikage's hell stab, and the fourth Kazakage's sand gold burial, all 3 combined in a coordinated attack, came charging in. My brother let out a cold laugh and directly summoned his 6 Paths of Pain puppet, engaging in battle with the 3 shadow-level experts. In just a few exchanges, he knocked them all down. The pharmacist, though, who was hiding in the shadows acting like a keyboard warrior, was nearly wide-eyed in shock. He couldn't understand how my brother had become this strong after not seeing him for a few years. He even had the Rinnegan. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he hurriedly summoned hundreds of reanimated corpses, tried to use a human wave tactic to overwhelm my brother. But in front of my brother, did numbers matter? He activated his ultimate technique, the complete Susanoo reappearing, wielding the Tensigen. The scene was like cleaning up trash, sealing one here, sealing a pair there. And in just a few moves, he cleared out those hundreds of people completely. After dealing with the minions, my brother scanned with his Rinnegan and instantly locked onto the pharmacist Do, hiding in a cave several kilometers away. The next second, he instantly appeared in front of pharmacist Do. Do was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He turned to run, but was blocked by my brother. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "You bastard, how on earth did you cultivate like this?" My brother looked at him and felt a bit emotional. "Yakushi Kabuto, I know your story. You've been a spy since you were young, and it's pretty miserable. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but you insisted on hanging out with Kurizetsu. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Submit to me, and I won't hold past grievances against you." Who would have thought that after hearing this? Yakushi Kabuto suddenly burst into wild laughter and threw off his cloak. Goodness, his body had already become something inhuman. Not quite human or ghost, and he had even fused with Orochimaru's cells. "Kazama, you are indeed strong, but do you think I've been slacking off all these years?" Yakushi Kabuto said with a sinister smile. "Let me tell you, I have mastered the Sage Mode that even Lord Orochimaru couldn't master." And then, as he moved, the shadows of the Sound 5 emerged, and 5 different ninjutsu attacks came rushing towards my brother simultaneously. My brother's King Kong puppet immediately shattered the illusions of those ninjutsu. And guess what? That guy Yakushi Kabuto actually laughed and sinisterly said, "Did you really think my trump card was these little minions?" As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, that guy directly held back something big. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "Senjutsu! White Surge Technique! Good heavens!" The entire space instantly began to buzz and violently shake, with ears filled with piercing noise and a blinding white light in front of me, making it impossible to see anything. It was like someone detonated 100 flashbangs and 1,000 subwoofers right next to your head. My brother Kazama's incredibly cool Susanoo shattered on the spot with a crack, like glass. Yakushi Kabuto was so pleased, laughing maniacally as he rushed over, continuously chattering, "How about it, Kazama? You're not the only one who has improved over the years. Today, I will take your body and turn you into my strongest Edo Tensei tool." Everyone knows, right? The villain dies from too much talking. This rule is truly unbreakable. His fist went right through my brother's body, and then, with a bang, he turned into a puff of smoke. ShadowClone. Yakushi Kabuto was dumbfounded. After fighting for so long, it turned out to be a high-quality copy? In that 0.5 seconds of his confusion, a giant sword, glowing red, silently came from behind him and pierced right through. It was my brother's Tank Ken. The sealing power instantly activated. My brother Kazama finally appeared. Looking coldly at him, "I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on cutting off all your options. Being merciful to an enemy like you is just cruel to myself." Yakushi Kabuto was almost sucked in, his face full of unwillingness and anger. But he was also a tough character, slippery as an eel. On the surface, he was struggling desperately. But secretly, he used Orochimaru's technique of the golden cicada shedding its shell, transforming his consciousness and chakra into an inconspicuous little snake, which quickly slithered into a crack in the ground and escaped. He thought his maneuver was flawless, but my brother saw through it clearly. However, Kazama didn't stop him, probably thinking that this kid still had some use and could be kept around as a conspicuous pawn, perhaps even useful later on. In any case, once Yakushi Kabuto ran away, the vast army of Edo Tensei on the battlefield, like game characters with their connections severed, instantly turned to ash and disappeared. On the other side, the mastermind who had been lurking in the shadows, Kurizetsu, was furious. He was cursing, "Useless trash. I knew this guy couldn't be trusted. But that's fine, it gives me a chance for a zero-cost purchase." After saying that, this black mass quickly burrowed into the ground, heading straight for Yakushi Kabuto's lair. He was calculating. If Yakushi Kabuto was still alive, he could control him as a puppet. If he was dead, he could take all his research results with him, treating it as an inheritance. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto, dragging half his life, had just crawled back to his secret base. When he looked up, Kurizetsu was standing in front of him like a ghost. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto's face was whiter than used toilet paper. They were originally plastic allies, purely using each other. Now that he was on the brink of death, and Kurizetsu was in perfect condition, wasn't this just coming to collect his head? Kurizetsu couldn't be bothered to play games anymore, directly revealing his intentions. "If you want to live, let me inject cells into your body and obediently be my puppet. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way right now." You choose. Damn, this feeling of oppression. Yakushi Kabuto immediately broke down, pointing at Kurizetsu's nose and unleashing a barrage of traditional techniques. Kurizetsu didn't hold back at all and shot back. What are you even worth? Your pathetic army is finished. Do you still have any value left? As he spoke, he was about to attack. Yakushi Kabuto, pushed to his limits, used his last bit of chakra to perform a technique called Sage Art. Inorganic rebirth, bringing all the stones in the cave to life, bombarding Kurizetsu like hail. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly made his escape. Kurizetsu, buried under the stones, broke free but couldn't be bothered to chase him. He sneered and turned to start rummaging through Yakushi Kabuto's base, using the available offerings and materials to directly resurrect his ultimate trump card, Uchiha Madara. Once Madara appears, the war will be secured. Haha. Meanwhile, on Tsunade's side, seeing the enemy's endless army of Edo Tensei suddenly disappear, morale was high, and they were ready to seize victory. Just then, a figure slowly appeared on the cliff in front of them. The person had long, flowing hair, wore red Warring States armor, and had a gaze full of disdain. Uchiha Madara had arrived. He opened his mouth as an old yin-yang master. You ants think you can dance? On seeing that Madara had been resurrected, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, immediately lost his cool and turned to Kurizetsu to question him. Kurizetsu, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me beforehand about resurrecting him? He had been beaten by Madara in his youth. It was a personal vendetta. Now that Kurizetsu had Madara as a trump card, he felt emboldened and didn't even care about Inoki, directly retorting. You old fool. Who do you think you are? How dare you question me? You're just a dog under my command. The two immediately clashed. Inoki, furious, unleashed a dust release attack, but it was useless against Kurizetsu, an abstract entity. The fourth Reikage, seeing the situation, realized he had been used as a pawn. So, the two old men conspired together and had to run back to Tsunade, apologizing and pledging loyalty, asking to rejoin the team. Tsunade, knowing that they faced a major enemy and it wasn't the time for infighting, reluctantly agreed. Inoki and the Reikage, stubborn as they were, shouted and charged at Uchiha Madara to show their determination. However, Madara didn't even raise an eyebrow. With a casual whip kick, he sent the two flying like bowling pins. This was a complete dimensional suppression. Immediately after, Tsunade, Gaara, Madarumi, and the five Kage all joined in, surrounding Madara for an intense barrage. The scene was utterly catastrophic. Meanwhile, my brother Kazama was watching closely from the side. He knew that Madara was merely a pawn resurrected through Edo Tensei. The real troublemaker was that old schemer Kurizetsu. By releasing Madara, Kurizetsu aimed to stall him, allowing him to sneak off and gather tail beasts. Kazama wasn't falling for this trick. His goal had been clear from the start. Just when Kurizetsu thought his plan was going smoothly, Kazama's figure flashed, locking onto his position, ready to deal with the mastermind first. Seeing Kazama heading straight for him, Kurizetsu panicked and hurriedly commanded Madara through Edo Tensei to block him. Madara was quite reluctant and cursed in Kurizetsu's direction. You useless waste. You can't even handle a mere genin, and you want me to come? Kurizetsu was anxious. This kid isn't an ordinary genin. Don't underestimate him. My brother Kazama has no choice but to spar with Madara for now. However, he held back and first sent out 6 golden puppets, using the power of the 6 paths to completely surround the distant Kurojitsu, rendering him unable to move. When Uchiha Madara saw the Rinnegan in Kazama's eyes, he was stunned. With a face full of disbelief, what have you done, Nagato? He thought I was taken from Nagato. My brother snickered. What a joke. These eyes of mine are original factory products. What does it have to do with Nagato? This remark completely infuriated Madara. He had paid a tremendous price to awaken these eyes. Why should this ordinary kid be able to awaken them too? It's not scientific. Madara's anger ignited in an instant, and he charged forward in a single step. Kazama was not to be outdone, immediately using the 5 Natures unification technique to withstand Madara's great fire annihilation. Following that, hundreds of shadow clones appeared, with lava release, boil release, dust release. Dozens of bloodline limits were unleashed like they were free, all crashing towards Madara's face. Madara was momentarily stunned by this display, but being a battle fanatic, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became, and he actually started to laugh maniacally. Good kid, I thought you were trash, but it turns out you've got some skills. Let me show you my true power. As soon as he finished speaking, chakra surged from his body, and a massive, complete Susanoo rose from the ground, its presence as overwhelming as a mountain. To die under this move is your honor. Madara was making a bold statement, but the next second his smile froze on his face. Because in front of him, a red, equally massive, and even more imposing complete Susanoo slowly stood up. Now, it was Madara's turn to be speechless with shock. My brother Kazama stood inside Susanoo and asked lightly, "Your Susanoo can kill someone with just one glance. I wonder what kind of existence mine is." Sharp-tongued, Madara was completely enraged, controlling his massive blue warrior and swinging his giant blade towards him. The two colossal beings clashed instantly, creating a scene that was nothing short of apocalyptic. Madara's Susanoo had 4 great swords, a wide attack range, and could endlessly launch the 8-span mirror. However, my brother Susanoo was even more overpowered, wielding the Totsuka blade that could seal everything and the Yata mirror that could reflect all attacks. It was a perfect combination of offense and defense, flawless. After several exchanges, Madara's blue Susanoo was being pushed back, cracks appearing on its body. Uchiha Madara had never suffered such humiliation. He got furious and flipped the table, refusing to continue. He formed hand seals with both hands and shouted to the heavens, "Tongai Shinsei." In the next moment, the sky darkened, and a massive meteor, larger than a mountain and trailing a long tail of flames, fell from the sky. The allied forces below were stunned, collapsing to the ground, wondering how to fight this. Just wait for death. Madara, being a reincarnated body, could revive even if he died, focusing on mutual destruction. But who was my brother Kazama? He controlled his red Susanoo to soar into the sky, first stabbing the core of the meteor with the Totsuka blade to seal it, then using the super light-heavy rock technique to lessen its weight, and finally, activating his Kamui to perform spatial distortion. With a few cracks, that meteor capable of destroying tens of thousands of people was forcefully disintegrated in mid-air. Madara was dumbfounded and then sneered, "You're really impressive, little brat. But you don't know. My Tongai Shinsei is buy one get one free." As soon as he finished speaking, behind the remnants of the first meteor, a larger and faster meteor followed and crashed down. The little hope the allied forces had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Kazama realized that this was untenable. If morale faltered, it would all be over. He immediately shouted into the mic, "Everyone, don't give up. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Just a meteor. Let us bring it down together." Everyone was inspired by his shout, reigniting their fighting spirit. Water, wind, earth techniques. Thousands of ninjutsu shot into the sky towards the second meteor like fireworks. While Kazama defended against Madara's frantic attacks, he was fully aware that dragging this out was exactly what Kagaya wanted. Sure enough, while everyone's attention was drawn to the meteor and Madara, that old trickster Black Zetsu had already begun to act. He secretly directed a large number of white Zetsu to beat up Gaara, forcing Gaara to use the power of Shikaku. The moment Shikaku appeared, Black Zetsu immediately used a secret technique to secretly extract a portion of Shikaku's chakra. Following that, he used the same method, like a ghost, to flicker across the battlefield, successively siphoning off chakra from the hosts of the 3 tails, 4 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails. Since the 2 tails was right next to my brother, Black Zetsu didn't find the opportunity, but that didn't matter anymore. He gathered a portion of chakra from the 8-tailed beasts and forcibly fused them together. Just when Madara and Kazama were locked in a fierce battle, a wave of extremely evil, chaotic chakra shot up to the sky. A deformed monster, with only half a body but exuding an endless aura of destruction, appeared in the center of the battlefield. The incomplete 10 tails. This thing was a pure lunatic, attacking anyone it saw. As soon as it appeared, a tailed beast bomb shot out, directly sending my brother flying. Kazama didn't expect that despite all his precautions, he was still caught off guard by Black Zetsu. At this moment, Uchiha Madara flew over to Black Zetsu, looking down from above, and said, "Well done. You didn't resurrect me according to my plan. I was going to kill you. But since you resurrected the 10 tails, I'll forgive you for now." Damn it. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly but maintained a smile on his face, continuing to play along. "Lord Madara, you are right. I was weak before. But rest assured, as long as we find Nagato and have him use the Rinne Tensei technique, we can truly resurrect you. At that time, you will be able to merge with this incomplete 10 tails. But can this incomplete 10 tails listen to my commands? Don't worry, as long as you possess my truly resurrected body. Along with that Rinnegan, you can fully control this incomplete 10 tails. Once we capture the 2 tails, you can easily become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Alright, if that's the case, I'll follow your words." At this moment, Uchiha Madara had no doubts about Black Zetsu's words and immediately began to act according to Black Zetsu's plan. Meanwhile, Kazama originally wanted to deal with Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. After all, Kazama knew that the two would definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. However, now that this incomplete Ten Tails had caused significant casualties to the Ninja Alliance, Kazama could not stand by. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the nearby Yamato and said, "Next, I need to absorb you into my Kimui's alternate space. Otherwise, if Black Zetsu finds you, we will have wasted our efforts." "All right, no problem." Upon hearing Kazama's command, Yamato immediately agreed. He knew that all of Kazama's decisions were correct. At this moment, after Kazama had protected Yamato alone, he immediately summoned all the tailed beasts under his command to prepare to deal with the incomplete Ten Tails. After all, Black Zetsu had already obtained the chakra of most of the tailed beasts. Hiding these tailed beasts now was of little use. As Kazama's tailed beasts joined the battle, and with Kazama as powerful Susanoo, although the incomplete Ten Tails was strong, it was still at a disadvantage in a short time. Soon, Tsunade and the other 5 Kage also joined the battle against the incomplete Ten Tails. However, at this time, since Kazama was fully focused on dealing with the incomplete Ten Tails, he did not pursue Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. This allowed Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara to easily find Nagato. At this moment, Nagato was engaged in battle with 100,000 White Zetsu alongside other Akatsuki members. Therefore, upon seeing Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara find him, he was immediately shocked. Although he didn't know Black Zetsu's next scheme, he knew he was no match for Uchiha Madara. Consequently, Nagato immediately sought Kazama for help. But at that moment, Uchiha Madara blocked Nagato's path with a single move. "Kid, I'm going to reclaim the eyes I gave you." Chapter 173. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki appears. Shinra Tensei. At this time, in order to shake off Uchiha Madara's pursuit, Nagato immediately used his Six Paths power, intending to fight Uchiha Madara. However, Nagato greatly underestimated Uchiha Madara's strength. You must understand that his Rinnegan was originally given to him by Uchiha Madara. Therefore, even though Uchiha Madara no longer had the Rinnegan, he still possessed the body of a reincarnated being. Thus, he could still use all the abilities of the Rinnegan. Now, upon seeing Nagato dare to attack him, Uchiha Madara immediately burst into laughter. Then, Shinra Tensei sent Nagato crashing to the ground. As he continued to attack Nagato, he sneered and said, "Kid, I really misjudged you. I initially thought of giving you a pair of Rinnegan to let you show off, and then I would just revive myself. But I didn't expect you to hold on to my eyes and not give them back. You're clearly just sitting on the toilet without doing anything. Today, I will make sure to tear you to pieces." "Uchiha Madara, don't be so arrogant. Even though my eyes were given to me by you, you are now the #1 enemy in the ninja world. How could I possibly collaborate with a villain like you? Kid, you really have some guts to insult me." At this moment, Uchiha Madara saw that Nagato not only refused to give him the Rinnegan, but even dared to insult him. This instantly made Uchiha Madara furious. He then used the universal pull technique to pull Nagato towards him. Following that, he utilized the powers of the 6 paths, including the human path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path. In just a few exchanges, he made Nagato retreat repeatedly. Although Nagato was using all his techniques, unfortunately, he lacked mobility, as his legs had become crippled. Therefore, in battle against Uchiha Madara, he was clearly at a disadvantage. At this moment, Kagaya's Black Zetsu saw that Nagato was at a disadvantage and quickly seized the opportunity to attach itself to Nagato. It then used mental fusion to control Nagato, forcing him to perform the outer path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, completely reviving Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Kazama, who was battling the incomplete Ten Tails, immediately sensed the true revival of Uchiha Madara with his supersensory abilities. This shocked Kazama greatly, because he knew that if Uchiha Madara were to be genuinely revived, someone would have to use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Currently, besides him, only Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, could perform this technique. It's worth noting that Nagato was Kazama's companion. If Nagato were forced to use this technique, he would definitely die from chakra exhaustion. Therefore, Kazama quickly divided half of his chakra to create a ShadowClone to continue battling the incomplete Ten Tails while he rushed towards Nagato. At this moment, just as Kazama had suspected, Nagato, controlled by Black Zetsu and forced to use the outer path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, was already dead. At this moment, Black Zetsu immediately took Nagato's Rinnegan and returned it to Uchiha Madara. With the true Rinnegan in hand, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter again. "Haha, now I can finally become the true Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Black Zetsu, you did very well. You truly are my will incarnate." Oomph. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's praise, Black Zetsu nodded in agreement on the surface, but internally, it was sneering at Uchiha Madara. You bastard, even when death is imminent. You dare to show off in front of me. Just wait. Once you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I will be able to kill you, and at that time, my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, will be able to be genuinely revived. Just as Black Zetsu was thinking this, Kazama arrived in an instant. When Kazama saw Nagato lying on the ground, devoid of life, he was filled with rage and fury. It's worth noting that Kazama had a good temper and had never been this angry before. But now, seeing his companion Nagato die because of him, how could Kazama not be enraged? At this moment, Uchiha Madara was looking to battle Kazama again. After all, he had been beaten multiple times by Kazama before, and with their arrogant personalities, they could never let it go. Thus, the fully revived Uchiha Madara, now with the Rinnegan, immediately began to laugh maniacally at Kazama. Little brat, you're just in time. I want to fight you again. As Uchiha Madara said this, he charged towards Kazama. Although Uchiha Madara no longer had the infinite chakra from the Edo Tensei, his strength after being fully revived was much greater than in that state. While Kabuto's Edo Tensei had achieved very precise control, allowing the deceased to regain much of their former strength, it only granted partial power and not the entirety. Therefore, now that Uchiha Madara was truly revived, he had reached his peak. He was determined to kill Kazama. Uchiha Madara then unleashed his complete Susanoo. This complete Susanoo was far stronger than the one he had in the Edo Tensei state. At this point, since Kazama had previously divided half of his chakra to deal with the incomplete Ten Tails, his strength was naturally greatly reduced. Moreover, Kazama's primary focus was not to engage in a life-and-death battle with Uchiha Madara, but to quickly find a way to revive Nagato. Thus, Kazama hurriedly used his Kamui to absorb Nagato into his dimension. Just then, seeing Kazama's actions, Black Zetsu was taken aback. It thought to itself, I just searched for a long time and couldn't find the two-tails Jinchuriki, the cat. Could it be that Kazama absorbed that cat into his Kamui space as well? Upon this realization, Kazama let out a cold laugh and took this opportunity to follow Nagato into the Kamui space. Seeing Black Zetsu's actions, Kazama inwardly felt alarmed. After all, the two-tails Jinchuriki was indeed in his Kamui space. If Black Zetsu found the two-tails Jinchuriki, the ninja world would fall into an even greater crisis. Therefore, Kazama quickly interrupted the transmission of the Kamui dimension. Unfortunately, although the interruption split Black Zetsu in two, it didn't cause any harm, as Black Zetsu was not a living entity but a will. Thus, even if split, it would not suffer any significant damage. At this moment, the other part of Black Zetsu completely entered Kazama's Kamui space. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo charged toward Kazama. Left with no choice, Kazama could only use shadow clones to resist Uchiha Madara, while his main body entered the Kamui space to deal with Black Zetsu. When Uchiha Madara saw that Kazama was only using shadow clones against him, he instantly exploded with rage. Uchiha Madara thought Kazama looked down on him, which is why he was using shadow clones to fight. Unfortunately for Uchiha Madara, Kazama had already entered the Kamui space, and even in his anger, he couldn't deal with Kazama. Therefore, Uchiha Madara vented his anger on Tsunade and the other Kage. At this moment, Tsunade and the others were engaged in battle with the incomplete Ten Tails. They never expected that the fully revived Uchiha Madara would come to attack them. This truly felt like misfortune coming in waves, as they were caught in an even worse situation. However, ironically, the incomplete Ten Tails was in an uncontrolled state, attacking whoever had higher abilities. Thus, it had been targeting the 5 Kage earlier, and now, seeing the even more formidable Uchiha Madara arrive, it charged straight at him. Although Uchiha Madara had long known that the incomplete Ten Tails was uncontrollable, he did not expect it to attack him. This instantly made Uchiha Madara feel shocked. With no other choice, Uchiha Madara had to engage in battle with the Ten Tails. However, since Madara intended to absorb the Ten Tails, he dared not use all his strength for fear of injuring it. At this moment, the Ten Tails, on the other hand, was using all its power. Thus, within a few exchanges, it forced Madara to retreat repeatedly. This gave Tsunade and the others a temporary opportunity to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Kaze, who had entered the Kamui space, tried to stop Black Zetsu from dealing with the wooden golem, but was ultimately a step too late. At this point, Black Zetsu had already used a secret technique to forcibly extract some of the tailed beast chakra from the wooden golem. Now that Black Zetsu had gathered chakra from 9-tailed beasts, he immediately began to laugh maniacally at Kaze. What is wrong, little Kaze? I told you before that you're not my match at all. Don't think that just because you had the upper hand at the beginning, you can laugh until the end. Do you really think you, a mere little pest, can defeat me? Oomph. Upon hearing this, Kaze replied coldly, that's right. You have indeed made a magnificent comeback and obtained some chakra from the nine-tailed beasts under my powerful attack, but you have forgotten one important point. Although you have obtained this chakra, you cannot send it out because this is my Kimui space, and you don't know any space-time ninjutsu. So tell me, how will you get out? Hearing this, Black Zetsu surprisingly laughed instead of getting angry. I say, you little pest, you are adorably foolish. True, I don't know any space-time ninjutsu, but have you forgotten? My other half is still outside. I can easily merge the chakra of the two tails into my consciousness and then directly graft it onto my other half. What? Upon hearing this, Kaze was taken aback. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, who was inside the space, had already transformed into a puddle of black mud. Then Kaze realized that Black Zetsu was indeed telling the truth, so he hurriedly flew outside. Just as Black Zetsu said, he had already transferred his consciousness to the part of his body outside and rushed to Madara's side with part of the two tails chakra. As soon as Madara saw that Black Zetsu had gathered the chakra of the two tails, he immediately laughed maniacally. He then summoned the outer path golem, throwing the incomplete 10 tails and the chakra of the two tails inside. After that, he absorbed the outer path golem. Within a few exchanges, Madara completely transformed into the 10 tails Jinchuriki and immediately summoned the divine tree. At this moment, the Rinnesh Sharingan on the divine tree directly cast the infinite Tsukuyami onto the moon. Watching Madara and Black Zetsu execute the infinite Tsukuyami so quickly, Kaze was caught off guard. He hurriedly activated his complete Susanoo because he knew that only a complete Susanoo and Edo Tensei could withstand the infinite Tsukuyami. At the same time, Tsunade and the other ninja coalition were also trapped by the infinite Tsukuyami and fell unconscious. The battlefield that had been raging with chaos was now left with only Kaze, the 10 tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu. Kaze knew that if this continued, the ninja world would truly be doomed. Fortunately, Kaze was a traveler. He understood that Black Zetsu would soon turn against Madara. Therefore, he quickly shouted to Madara, Uchiha Madara, don't think that now that you have become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and activated the infinite Tsukuyami, you have completed your plan. I tell you, Black Zetsu is not your will entity. He will soon attack you and pierce your chest to kill you. What? Upon hearing this, both Black Zetsu and Madara were shocked, especially Black Zetsu, who looked at Kaze with a face full of disbelief. It is known that Black Zetsu's features were very vague, but now he was so furious that his features were clear. This showed how shocked Black Zetsu was. After all, only he knew his true identity, and he had never revealed his real plan to anyone. Thus, upon hearing Kaze expose his identity and plan, how could Black Zetsu not be shocked? At this time, Madara immediately turned to Black Zetsu with a thoughtful expression. However, Black Zetsu knew well that with Madara's arrogant personality, he would not believe Kaze's words. So Black Zetsu quickly said to Madara, I say, Lord Uchiha Madara, you must not believe this little pest Kaze. He is clearly at the end of his rope and trying to sow discord between us. How could I not be your will entity? If I were not your will entity, why would I go through so much trouble to resurrect you? That's right. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara no longer doubted and immediately coldly charged at Kaze. Chapter 174. The second 10 tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Madara's attack power, defense, speed, and perception had all become incredibly formidable. Within a few exchanges, he forced Kaze to retreat repeatedly. Although Kaze's strength had also reached its peak, possessing dozens of bloodline limits and the Rinnegan, he could only surpass ordinary ninjas. In front of Madara, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Kaze was still slightly lacking. Even though Madara was currently composed of only a portion of tailed beast chakra, it was enough to dominate the entire ninja world. Kaze knew that if he wanted to defeat Madara, there were only two methods. One was to release his 8-tailed beast again and use the chakra of the 9 tails to deal with Madara. This might allow him to defeat him. However, if he did this, he would likely be absorbed by Madara, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and Black Zetsu. After all, Madara had already become so powerful with just a portion of tailed beast chakra. If you're to find all the tailed beast chakra, wouldn't he be even more formidable? It was likely that he could kill Kaze with a mere gesture. The second method was for Kaze to also become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Now, if Kaze wanted to become the true 10 tails Jinchuriki, he only needed one last step to have Naruto master the complete power of the Nine Tails. Only then could he extract the entire chakra of the Nine Tails from Naruto. It was important to note that although Kaze had previously extracted some of Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, it was only a small portion. After all, at that time, Naruto had not yet truly merged with the Nine Tails. Thus, while Kaze desperately defended against the attacks of Madara, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he immediately sent his Shadow Clone on another battlefield to notify Killer Bee to have Naruto train with him. He needed Naruto to merge with the Nine Tails in the shortest time possible. At this moment, due to Kaze's excessive use of Shadow Clones, his main body's power was greatly weakened. After a few rounds, he was completely knocked to the ground by Madara. Although Kaze's current strength was not enough to be killed by Madara, it was also very difficult for him to gain any advantage. Therefore, Kaze could only try the space ninjutsu Kimui to evade Madara's attacks. At this moment, when Uchiha Madara saw that he had already beaten Winjian to a pulp, just one step away from killing him, he was infuriated to see Winjian using the same trick again, entering the Kamui space. This immediately made Uchiha Madara extremely angry. Therefore, he immediately killed the ninja coalition trapped in Infinite Tsukuyami, as well as Tsunade and the other 5 Kage, to vent his frustration. At this time, Black Zetsu, seeing Madara's actions, hurried to stop him. After all, the God Tree was currently absorbing the chakra of the ninja coalition to bloom and bear fruit, which would then be consumed by Uchiha Madara to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. If Madara were to sever the connection of the God Tree absorbing everyone's chakra at this moment, the God Tree would not develop fully, and his plan to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki would fail. Of course, Black Zetsu would not express his true thoughts, but instead smiled at Madara and said, "Lord Uchiha Madara, Winjian has already been severely injured by you. Even if he escapes, he won't live long. Why bother with him? I think we should wait here for a while. As long as the God Tree absorbs all their chakra, we can devour the God Tree and grant you the power to control the entire world." At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and defeated Winjian, was feeling arrogant. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, he laughed heartily and did not refuse. Meanwhile, Winjian, through the Kamui space transfer, immediately arrived beside Killer Bee and Naruto. Winjian had previously used a Shadow Clone to protect Killer Bee and Naruto with Susanoo, so they were not affected by Infinite Tsukuyami. Winjian then absorbed Killer Bee and Naruto into his Kamui space and solemnly said to them, "Everyone, our survival in the ninja world is at this moment. Therefore, Killer Bee, you must teach Naruto to merge with the Nine Tails immediately. This is our only chance. However, to truly communicate with a tailed beast takes at least several months. Do we have that long?" Upon hearing Killer Bee's words, Winjian immediately smiled wryly and shook his head. "We don't have months, not even days, but don't worry, I have the ability to make you merge in an instant." With that, Winjian immediately cast the Tsukuyami illusion on Killer Bee and Naruto, pulling their minds into his spiritual reading space. In this space, the flow of time was controlled by Winjian. So whether it took months or even years in there, only a moment would pass outside. Then Killer Bee began to teach Naruto how to merge with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was notoriously irritable and had always viewed Naruto as an enemy. However, through Naruto's verbal skills and unyielding personality, he eventually persuaded the Nine Tails. At that moment, Winjian was overjoyed to see Naruto gain the full support of the Nine Tails. He then handed Naruto a disc, ostensibly to let him take a break and watch something, but secretly picked up the tissues Naruto discarded during the process and extracted the power of the Nine Tails. Winjian then fused all the tailed beasts together, transforming into an even more powerful Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. At this time, Uchiha Madara was waiting for the God Tree to absorb everyone's chakra. He never expected that Winjian not only survived, but also became a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails like himself. This left Uchiha Madara in disbelief. Black Zetsu was also shocked, as he had been the only one to know the method to become a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Now that Winjian had achieved it, it was beyond his comprehension. When Uchiha Madara saw that Winjian was still alive, he became even more pleased. "Good kid, I was thinking that after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I would have no rivals and feel very lonely. Now you come to show off in front of me. Fine, then you better entertain me well." As Uchiha Madara spoke, he immediately charged at Winjian. "Hee, okay, since that's the case, I'll entertain you." Winjian also charged towards Uchiha Madara. Both Jinchuriki spared no effort in their battle, using all their techniques. However, Uchiha Madara's strength was inherently inferior to Winjian's. After all, Winjian possessed Hashira micelles and the Uchiha clan system, along with the Rinnegan and dozens of bloodline limits. This was why Uchiha Madara was previously defeated by Winjian. Later, Uchiha Madara managed to turn the tide because he gained the power of the Ten Tails. Now that Winjian also possessed the power of the Ten Tails, they were on equal footing. Therefore, the previously arrogant and invincible Uchiha Madara was immediately defeated by Winjian. At this moment, the God Tree's absorption was just completed. Black Zetsu coldly smiled and immediately flew behind Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, although Winjian has defeated you, as long as you absorb the God Tree, you can easily kill Winjian. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara was overjoyed. Winjian understood that this was Black Zetsu's final step. If Uchiha Madara really absorbed the God Tree, he would be betrayed by Black Zetsu and become a sacrificial piece, leading to Kaguya Otsutsuki's revival. All of Winjian's efforts would then be in vain. To prevent the emergence of this major boss, Winjian hurriedly warned Uchiha Madara, I warn you one last time, do not absorb the God Tree, or you'll be betrayed by Black Zetsu and become a victim. Shut the hell up. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was furious. He had already regarded Winjian as his mortal enemy. How could he possibly trust Winjian's advice? Therefore, in an instant, Uchiha Madara charged towards the God Tree's fruit. Damn it! Seeing Uchiha Madara's actions, Winjian rushed to intercept him. Winjian performed dozens of body flicker techniques in succession and managed to reach Uchiha Madara's side, forcibly devouring the God Tree's fruit. This scene left both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu in shock. As Winjian devoured the fruit, his forehead opened the Nine-Tomo Rinne Sharingan. Upon sensing Winjian's immense power, Uchiha Madara was furious and exploded with rage. You little bastard, how dare you steal my victory fruit? This is infuriating. Uchiha Madara was nearly driven to madness. He recklessly charged at Winjian. But just then, Black Zetsu, hidden within Uchiha Madara, directly used mental fusion to control Uchiha Madara's actions. This left Uchiha Madara even more shocked. Black Zetsu, what the hell are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Hehe, Uchiha Madara, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Winjian is no longer someone you can deal with. Just watch me now. At this moment, Black Zetsu suddenly rushed to the front of Wind Gap with incredible speed that left everyone astonished. Even Wind Gap didn't expect Black Zetsu to be this fast. In the blink of an eye, Black Zetsu pierced through Wind Gap's chest. Seeing his plan succeed, Black Zetsu was overjoyed. Wind Gap, you little bastard. Did you really think that devouring the God Tree would make you powerful? Let me tell you, devouring the God Tree is a necessary step to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Now that you've devoured the God Tree, you will become the sacrifice to resurrect my mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. At that moment, Wind Gap, who had just been terrified, immediately looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile. How about it, Uchiha Madara? I wasn't wrong, was I? As long as you devour the God Tree's fruit, you will be betrayed by Black Zetsu. What? Hearing Wind Gap's words, Black Zetsu was taken aback. He then realized that although he had pierced through Wind Gap's chest, Wind Gap was completely fine. This left Black Zetsu in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Well, all of this is my illusion. What? An illusion? Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's surroundings suddenly changed. The challenger realized he had not pierced through Wind Gap's chest at all. Instead, he was being restrained by Wind Gap. Wind Gap was still standing there unscathed, while Uchiha Madara looked at him with a face full of anger. What? How is this possible? I am a legitimate entity. What the hell are you, to control me with an illusion? Huh? Hearing Black Zetsu's angry retort, Wind Gap laughed again. Black Zetsu, you're about to die. So I'll tell you the truth. Ordinary illusions indeed can't deal with you. But now that I've become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, my illusions have reached their peak and can completely create phantoms. So now, I'm just letting Uchiha Madara know your ambition. Let's see how you plan to use him to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Upon hearing Wind Gap's words, Black Zetsu realized his plan had been exposed. He hurriedly said to Uchiha Madara, I say, Lord Uchiha Madara, you must not listen to Wind Gap's nonsense. I really didn't. Slap, slap, slap. But before Black Zetsu could finish, Uchiha Madara unleashed a combination of punches that left Black Zetsu bruised and battered. Although he couldn't kill Black Zetsu, the feeling of being beaten was still unpleasant. Uchiha Madara then said with a face full of anger, I really thought you were my entity, but you dared to deceive me for so many years. This is intolerable. Then Wind Gap immediately used the Great Fire Annihilation technique, wanting to burn Black Zetsu to death. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu, reduced to ashes, surprisingly fused back together. At this moment, seeing that his plan was exposed, Black Zetsu decided not to hide anymore and immediately sneered at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, don't pretend to be tough. You're nothing but a fool. Otherwise, how could I have deceived you for so many years? What right do you have to act tough in front of me? I'll tell you the truth. Yes. I want to see you resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. What's wrong? Not convinced. Come and bite me. After all, you can't kill me. Seeing Black Zetsu had given up, Wind Gap quickly stopped Uchiha Madara, who was attacking Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is no longer a threat to us. Your attacks on him are useless. The current priority is to lift the infinite Tsukuyomi and revive everyone. Now that the infinite Tsukuyomi is cast by you, you should know how to undo it, right? Upon hearing Wind Gap's words, Uchiha Madara sneered. Were you? How dare you ask me to lift the infinite Tsukuyomi? Let me tell you, although Black Zetsu used me before, this infinite Tsukuyomi is also my intention. I want to plunge the ninja world into destruction. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. What? Seeing Uchiha Madara clearly knew Black Zetsu's plan, but still refused to turn back, Wind Gap was filled with anger. Chapter 175. The arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki Kinshur to set aside everything else. Wind Gap actually had a great admiration for Uchiha Madara himself. After all, Uchiha Madara was one of the founders of Konoha alongside Hashirama. Moreover, Wind Gap greatly admired Uchiha Madara's strength. However, now seeing that Uchiha Madara clearly knew Black Zetsu's conspiracy but still stubbornly insisted on destroying the ninja world, Wind Gap could hardly tolerate it. Thus, while fending off Uchiha Madara's attacks, Wind Gap earnestly said to him, I tell you, Uchiha Madara, I've already spoken kindly to you. You must not continue to do such stubborn things. You should know that your current strength is not my opponent at all. If I really unleash my power, I could beat you to a pulp with just a few punches and kicks. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was already very displeased with Wind Gap. He saw that Wind Gap, a mere outsider, possessed the Uchiha clan's dojutsu and had even surpassed his own power, becoming the second Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Thus, Uchiha Madara was filled with envy and jealousy towards Wind Gap. Now, seeing Wind Gap show off in front of him and say he could beat him to a pulp, how could Uchiha Madara patiently listen to Wind Gap's words? Therefore, he immediately unleashed the complete body Susanoo, along with the six-path power of the Rinnegan and other ultimate techniques, all directed at Wind Gap. It seemed he not only wanted to kill Wind Gap, but also to slay Tsunade and the other Kaguya absorbed by the God Tree, as well as the Ninja Alliance. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was so stubborn, Wind Gap naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. He immediately used his endless chakra as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails to summon hundreds of shadow clones. He ordered these clones to use Susanoo to protect everyone. Then, using the power of the six paths, he unleashed the planetary devastation technique, using the meteors summoned by Uchiha Madara as absorption points and absorbing all the remaining meteors. Finally, with the power of his Kamui, he devoured all the meteors summoned by Uchiha Madara into the Kamui dimension. Now that Wind Gap had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, all his abilities had been enhanced. Even Kamui was no exception. Previously, Kamui could only absorb small objects, but now Wind Gap could easily absorb meteors of 100-foot size with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, Uchiha Madara saw that his ultimate technique had been easily defeated by Wind Gap, which left him in disbelief. But now, no matter whether he believed it or not, the facts were right in front of him. Just then, Wind Gap used the body flicker technique to appear behind Uchiha Madara. Without waiting for Uchiha Madara to react, Wind Gap directly used the dust release, destruction of the original world technique on him. Uchiha Madara, originally I didn't want to kill you, but now you are too arrogant, and I have no choice but to do so. Upon hearing Wind Gap's words, Uchiha Madara not only didn't feel afraid, but instead laughed wildly. He then transformed into the true form of the Ten Tails, using part of its body to counter Wind Gap's dust release technique. With the Ten Tails' incredible cellular regenerative abilities, he restored the part that had been turned to nothingness by the dust release. At that moment, when Kazama saw Uchiha Madara transform into the Ten Tails, he was taken aback. This was not because Kazama feared the power of the Ten Tails itself, but because he knew that this Ten Tails was on the verge of madness. By unleashing the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara was essentially declaring a mutual destruction with the ninja world. Furthermore, even without a Jinchuriki, the Ten Tails was already incredibly powerful. Now that Uchiha Madara was the Jinchuriki, its strength was undoubtedly elevated to a whole new level. In this situation, Kazama, feeling helpless, could only transform into the Ten Tails to battle this incomplete form. Although Kazama's Ten Tails was much stronger than Uchiha Madara's incomplete Ten Tails, Unfortunately, this incomplete Ten Tails was in a frenzied state, launching all attacks with no defense. Coupled with the fact that Kazama's back was against the ninja alliance trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, including Tsunade and the other Kage, Kazama's transformed Ten Tails could not afford to attack recklessly. As a result, Uchihamadara's Ten Tails gained the upper hand. After a few exchanges, Kazama was forced to retreat repeatedly. Eventually, Uchihamadara's incomplete Ten Tails pierced through Kazama's transformed Ten Tails chest, seemingly attempting to absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts within Kazama. If Kazama allowed Uchihamadara to succeed, both he and the ninja world would face destruction. Therefore, Kazama quickly activated the Six Paths chains, preparing to reclaim the tailed beasts. Just at that critical moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, a towering man with pale skin and horns on his head, standing over 2 meters tall, descended from the sky, landing right in front of Kazama and Uchihamadara's Ten Tails. This muscular man reached out with one hand, not only penetrating Uchihamadara's incomplete Ten Tails, but also, after a few exchanges, absorbing all its chakra into his own hands. At that moment, Uchihamadara, as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, was also separated from it. Seeing the appearance of this mysterious muscular man, Kazama was immediately shocked. Upon looking at the man's clothing and appearance, he was further astonished. This man was none other than Kagaya, Otsutsuki's son. Kagaya's clan sent to Earth to plant the God Tree, intending for all humans on Earth to serve as nourishment for the tree, with the fruits to be handed over to the Otsutsuki clan. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki betrayed her clan halfway, absorbing the God Tree's fruit for herself, which is why she became the Ten Tails. Furthermore, the 10,000 white Zetsus commanded by Black Zetsu were not really meant to combat the ninja world, but were intended for dealing with the Otsutsuki clan, because Kagaya knew her clan would send someone here soon. As expected, Kagaya's son was the first to arrive. Kazama initially thought that the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan would occur during the era of Boruto, but he never expected that they would send someone during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although this Kagaya's son was not as powerful as Kagaya's other two sons, Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Within the current power system, Kagaya's son was still capable of wreaking havoc across the entire human realm. Kazama understood that Kagaya's son could refine human chakra into elixirs, so he quickly retracted his Ten Tails form. Just as Kazama expected, Kagaya's son had already refined the incomplete Ten Tails extracted from Uchihamadara into an elixir and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, Kagaya's son grew even larger, reaching over 10 meters tall. Although still small compared to the tailed beasts and Susanoo, his strength was incomparable. At this moment, Kagaya's son was still getting accustomed to his newfound power and momentarily ignored Kazama and the others. Kazama knew that with his own strength, he could not possibly be a match for Kagaya's son. So, he hurriedly shouted to Uchihamadara, who was sitting on the ground, separated from the tailed beasts, Uchihamadara, "This outsider is here to destroy our ninja world. With just the two of us, we cannot hope to defeat him, so we must join forces. Perhaps we can barely manage to defeat him together." Oof. Hearing Kazama's words, Uchihamadara not only did not agree, but instead sneered at Kazama. "Shut up. What are you? How dare you suggest an alliance with me?" Uchihamadara. "Besides, this muscular man merely looks strange. To me, he seems like a simpleton with brute strength. I don't sense any powerful chakra from him at all. How dare he absorb the chakra of the Ten Tails that I painstakingly acquired? I'm furious. Today, I will tear him to pieces." As Uchihamadara spoke, he charged at Kagaya's son. Kazama quickly shouted to stop him, "Don't be impulsive. The Otsutsuki clan's body structure is different from ours, so you can't sense their strength." However, before Kazama could finish, Uchihamadara's Great Fire Annihilation had already struck Kagaya's son. Unfortunately, before it could hit, Kagaya's son absorbed it completely. Still got some moves, huh? Seeing Kagaya's son could absorb ninjutsu, Uchihamadara was not overly shocked. After all, with his Rinnegan, he could also use the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb ninjutsu. Uchihamadara then used taijutsu to attack Kagaya's son. Since Kagaya's son had the ability to absorb ninjutsu, it was natural to use physical attacks against him. Uchihamadara's taijutsu was indeed formidable, but Kagaya's son was renowned for his own physical prowess. In terms of taijutsu, even Uchihamadara's other two sons, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, were not his match. Within just a few punches and kicks, Kagaya's son knocked the once mighty Uchihamadara to the ground. His powerful attacks left Uchihamadara unable to stand for a long time. What? How is this possible? Uchihamadara never expected that he would be defeated by an enemy in the very aspect he excelled at, taijutsu, in less than a round. He was knocked down by Kagaya's son, unable to stand. At that moment, Kagaya's son reached out to grab Uchiha Madara's head, seemingly intending to rip it off. Just then, Kazama hurriedly activated the universal pull technique, pulling Uchiha Madara to his side, while simultaneously using the 5 layers of the Gate of Death technique to barely block Kagaya's son's attack. However, under Kagaya's son's immense power, even the so-called strongest defense of the 5 layers of the Gate of Death crumbled. Although Uchiha Madara was saved by Kazama, his proud nature prevented him from expressing gratitude. Instead, he complained to Kazama, "I say, you little brat, you clearly have the ability of the 10 Tails. Why don't you transform into the 10 Tails and kill Kagaya's son directly?" Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kazama immediately scolded him. "Nonsense. The purpose of this Otsutsuki Kinshur is to come to our earth to absorb the tailed beasts. If I were to transform into the 10 Tails now, not to mention whether I could kill him, I wouldn't even be able to protect my own life. Therefore, when we battle Otsutsuki Kinshur now, we cannot use any of the tailed beast's power, but must use our own strength." At this moment, Kazama was saying this while immediately injecting his powerful 10 Tails chakra into Uchiha Madara's body. On one hand, it was to heal him, and on the other, to help him recover to his peak. Because now, to defeat this Otsutsuki Kinshur, only the combination of myself and Uchiha Madara could achieve that. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshur saw that Kazama dared to block him, so he immediately charged towards Kazama. Furthermore, a red ring appeared behind Otsutsuki Kinshur, within which dozens of various weapons emerged. Kazama knew that this red ring was a unique ninja tool inherited from the ancestors of Otsutsuki Kinshur. It could create various weapons in large quantities. Each one, if fully activated, possessed overwhelming power. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly used the body flicker technique with Uchiha Madara to evade to Otsutsuki Kinshi's back. But at that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshur also immediately changed the direction of his ninja tool's attack. Despite Otsutsuki Kinshi's enormous size, his reflexes were extremely sharp. Thus, the moment Kazama and Uchiha Madara flashed to Otsutsuki Kinshi's back, the dozens of weapons unleashed by Otsutsuki Kinshur, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, were already charging straight at Kazama and Uchiha Madara. Seeing the speed of Otsutsuki Kinshi's attacks, Kazama had no choice but to use the Kamui to absorb Otsutsuki Kinshi's weapons. However, what Kazama did not expect was that although his Kamui absorbed dozens of Otsutsuki Kinshi's weapons, the next moment, Otsutsuki Kinshur summoned these weapons again and charged at Kazama and Uchiha Madara with even greater speed. At that point, Kazama knew he could no longer evade. Thus, he quickly used Kamui to make himself and Uchiha Madara intangible, barely dodging Otsutsuki Kinshi's attack. After that, Kazama continued to flee towards the distance without stopping. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara saw Kazama continuously fleeing and not engaging Otsutsuki Kinshur in battle, which made him very dissatisfied. "Hey kid, you were putting in so much effort when fighting me before. Why do you just run away upon seeing this Otsutsuki Kinshur? Are you also one of those who bully the weak and fear the strong?" Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kazama couldn't help but chuckle. "Wrong, because just now, there were our ninja coalition over there. I couldn't harm the innocent, so I had to lure him here. That way I can unleash my full strength to battle." Chapter 176. The Resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. After saying this, Kazama immediately summoned thousands of shadow clones. At that moment, Uchiha Madara saw Kazama actually using shadow clones to deal with Otsutsuki Kinshur, which left him puzzled. Then Uchiha Madara angrily shouted at Kazama, "Are you out of your mind? Facing such a powerful enemy, you still divide your chakra to use shadow clones to fight? You're simply courting death. You should know that shadow clones are only meant for baiting the enemy, not for direct confrontation." "You're not wrong. But using shadow clones to bait the enemy is only for those with insufficient chakra. Now, for us who have nearly infinite 10 Tails chakra, if we don't use shadow clones, we might as well go sell roasted sweet potatoes on the street." "What?" Upon hearing Kazama's words, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized. After all, both of them had become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Although not in their complete form, their chakra was still very abundant. It could be described as endless. Therefore, they could continuously unleash ninjutsu attacks without limit. At this moment, Uchiha Madara also hurriedly summoned thousands of shadow clones. Just then, Kazama commanded his shadow clones to unleash Susanoo, all charging towards Otsutsuki Kinshur. Meanwhile, the weapons summoned by the red ring behind Otsutsuki Kinshur were also quite formidable. In just a few exchanges, they knocked down dozens of Kazama's Susanoo to the ground. But unfortunately, since Kazama's chakra was nearly infinite, even if the shadow clone Susanoo was knocked down, he could still summon them again. Thus, the thousands of Susanoo continued to charge towards Otsutsuki Kinshur. Not only that, Kazama also had his shadow clones use various bloodline limit techniques, such as lava release, boil release, steel shield, dust release, and so on. It could be said to be mindless attacks. In short, Kazama had unleashed all the ninjutsu he could use. Plus, since these were shadow clones, Kazama could fully focus on offense without defense. At this moment, as the thousands of Kazama's shadow clones launched their frenzied attacks, Otsutsuki Kinshur was also feeling the pressure. After all, Susanoo not only had powerful attack capabilities, but could also amplify the power of ninjutsu. For a moment, this area was in chaos, with the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, cries of ghosts and wolves. At this time, Uchihamadara's shadow clones also wanted to join the battle. Unfortunately, before they could get close, they were blown away by the aftermath of the battle between Kazama and Otsutsuki Kinshur. Heavens, this kid's strength is actually this formidable. Seeing that he couldn't even enter the battlefield between Kazama and Otsutsuki Kinshur, Uchihamadara was shocked. Although he had long known that Kazama's strength was high, he hadn't expected it to reach such a level. After all, Uchihamadara himself was also a 10-tails Jinchuriki, and his chakra was very abundant. However, he couldn't continuously use shadow clones to fight like Kazama. After all, Uchihamadara's body couldn't withstand such consumption. Moreover, the pain experienced after the shadow clones were attacked and disappeared was also quite severe. But Kazama was different. Not only did he possess the Uchiha clan's bloodline, but he also had the Uzumaki clan's physique. Therefore, he could fully withstand the consumption of numerous shadow clones. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshur, upon seeing Kazama's endless attacks, immediately activated his ability to absorb ninjutsu, trying to absorb all of Kazama's techniques. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kinshur underestimated the power of Kazama's ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjutsu could be absorbed, but powerful ninjutsu would reach a critical point once absorbed. Even if your absorption ability was incredible, you could not absorb endlessly forever. Thus, after Otsutsuki Kinshur absorbed only half, he was blown away by the recoil. At this time, Uchihamadara, who was watching from the side, saw Otsutsuki Kinshur being knocked to the ground by Kazama and was overjoyed. He immediately excitedly said to Kazama, "Kid, it seems we should be able to kill Otsutsuki Kinshur." As Uchihamadara said this, he immediately summoned his full Susanoo and unleashed the Susanoo Great Sword towards Otsutsuki Kinshur. Although Otsutsuki Kinshur tried his best to defend, he had suffered severe fatigue from the earlier battle with Kazama. Therefore, he was continuously pushed back by Uchihamadara's attack. Just when Uchihamadara thought he could completely kill Otsutsuki Kinshur this time, to everyone's surprise, Otsutsuki Kinshiki actually displayed the ability to phase his body. This instantly shocked both Uchiha Obito and Kazama. It should be noted that Otsutsuki Kinshiki's physical skills and ability to absorb ninjutsu were already incredibly impressive. But now, he could even make his body intangible. Doesn't that mean he can ignore all attacks? How can they possibly fight him? Just as Kazama was feeling astonished, Otsutsuki Kinshiki charged at him. With a single punch, he sent Kazama flying hundreds of meters away. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's strength was truly immense. At that moment, even Kazama's Susanoo was shattered into nothingness. Fortunately, Kazama used the steel shield technique. Otherwise, the sheer force of the punch could have torn him apart. Realizing Otsutsuki Kinshiki's power was so overwhelming, Kazama secretly thought it was bad and immediately activated the phasing ability of Kamui, transporting himself to another space. At that moment, Uchiha Obito saw Kazama abandon him and flee, which made him furious, cursing loudly. "You little bastard, it was you who insisted on fighting Otsutsuki Kinshiki with me. And now you just run away. This is really dishonorable." While Uchiha Obito was blaming Kazama, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already changed his attack direction and charged at him. Uchiha Obito knew he was no match for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but now that the enemy was attacking, he had no choice but to brace himself and fight back. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito's so-called absolute defense, the Susanoo, was no different from tofu in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With just a few punches and kicks, Otsutsuki Kinshiki shattered Uchiha Obito's defenses. At that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly missed his previous Edo Tensei body. Because if he had the Edo Tensei body, he wouldn't die even if he was smashed to pieces. Just as Otsutsuki Kinshiki was about to hit Uchiha Obito, Kazama immediately emerged from the Kamui space and saved him, allowing Uchiha Obito to temporarily escape death. However, when Uchiha Obito saw Kazama save him again, instead of feeling grateful, he started to complain again. I said, "You little brat, at least take me with you when you run away." I almost broke out in a cold sweat. Uchiha Obito, you really are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person as heart. Since you don't want to thank me, then you can continue fighting Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Huh? No. Seeing Kazama trying to push him away, Uchiha Obito quickly shook his head and waved his hands, repeatedly saying he wouldn't dare. Then Uchiha Obito said to Kazama again, "Kazama, what should we do now? We've both used up all our tricks, but this Otsutsuki Kinshiki's strength is still so high. How are we going to deal with him? Now, if we want to deal with him, there's only one way." "Oh, what way?" "Very simple. We need to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya." Upon hearing Kazama's words, Uchiha Obito hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. "Kazama, are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Kurizetsu said earlier? Otsutsuki Kagaya is the one who created and destroyed the ninja world. If she appears, she will definitely use the infinite Tsukuyami to control all ninjas, and by then, neither you nor I can survive." Although Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Kagaya have the same goal, which is to use the infinite Tsukuyami to control this world, Uchiha Obito wants to be the ruler. He doesn't want to be under Otsutsuki Kagaya's feet. I know all that, but the only one who can defeat Otsutsuki Kinshiki now is Otsutsuki Kagaya. We can only resurrect her. After all, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has no good feelings toward his humans, she has even less good feelings towards the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have betrayed the Otsutsuki clan and eaten the fruit of the divine tree alone. However, according to Kurizetsu, to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya, we must have the 10 tails Jinchuriki consume the fruit, which means we would have to sacrifice both of us. What should we do? This is very simple. We don't need to sacrifice both of us. We just need to find a white Zetsu to use as a substitute. At this moment, Kazama said, while immediately moving his body to stand in front of the restrained Kurizetsu. Since Kurizetsu had been suppressed by Uchiha Obito's fire release array, he was already on the brink of death and didn't know the current situation. Therefore, when he saw Kazama and Uchiha Obito appear, he immediately started cursing them. "You two dog bastards, you were just fighting each other, and now you've actually joined forces. This is too ridiculous." Unfortunately, before Kurizetsu could finish speaking, Uchiha Obito knocked him down again. Kazama quickly spoke up, "Kurizetsu, you don't need to continue your sweet talk in front of us. I'll tell you straight. Otsutsuki Kinshiki has descended to earth." What? Hearing Kazama's words, the originally fearless Kurizetsu was shocked. After all, Kurizetsu is the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya is afraid of the Otsutsuki clan, so naturally, Kurizetsu is also very afraid of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Kazama said to Kurizetsu again, "The only one who can deal with Otsutsuki Kinshiki now is your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. So I hope you can help us resurrect her." "No problem." Although Kurizetsu has a deep-seated grudge against Kazama and Uchiha Obito, he also knows that in order to defeat Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they can only join forces. Then Kurizetsu followed Kazama's orders and found a white Zetsu. Kazama and Uchiha Obito then injected their 10 tails chakra into that white Zetsu's body. After all, if one person injected all the 10 tails chakra, it would not only reduce their own abilities, but could also pose a life-threatening risk. Therefore, they could only each inject half. Then Kurizetsu made the white Zetsu consume the fruit of the divine tree. Next, he immediately used his secret techniques to merge Indra's and Azura's bloodlines with the 10 tails chakra. After a few moments, the progenitor of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was finally resurrected. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya resurrected, Kurizetsu was overjoyed. He immediately thought to himself, "Those two little brats, Uchiha Obito and Kazama, kept bullying me earlier. Now that my mother is resurrected, I must have her tear them to pieces." But just as Kurizetsu was thinking this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the distance seemed to have sensed Otsutsuki Kagaya's resurrection and immediately charged towards them. Seeing the enemy approaching, Kurizetsu could only change his mind. After all, compared to Kazama and Uchiha Obito, Otsutsuki Kinshiki is the strongest enemy. Therefore, Kurizetsu hurriedly explained the situation to the newly resurrected Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya learned that the Otsutsuki clan had sent someone to Earth and was taken aback. She quickly looked over at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, when she saw that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was merely a branch family member, she let out a sigh of relief. Because the Otsutsuki clan has two factions, the main family and the branch family. The main family's strength is incredibly formidable, possessing the Byakugan and Rinnegan. But the branch family is different. They only have relatively powerful physical techniques. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appear and immediately shouted at her angrily. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you traitor! Today, I will definitely bring you back to the Otsutsuki clan for punishment. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Unfortunately, before Otsutsuki Kinshiki could finish his sentence, he was transported to the lava space by Otsutsuki Kagaya, who used the heavenly illumination technique. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki relied on his ability to float, so he was not afraid of Otsutsuki Kagaya's technique. Instead, he charged at her again. However, although Otsutsuki Kinshiki was powerful, he was no match for the true form of the Ten Tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Kagaya possessed the Rinne Sharingan, which greatly enhanced all her ninjutsu. Just as Otsutsuki Kinshiki was about to strike Otsutsuki Kagaya, she had already switched places with the lava behind her using space-time ninjutsu. Immediately, the towering lava surged toward Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was startled and quickly used his absorption ability to evade the attack. But unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya's lava was endless. Therefore, after a few moments, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's absorption reached its limit, and he was completely submerged in the lava space. It should be noted that previously, KazamaGains and Uchihamadara had fought Otsutsuki Kinshiki for hundreds of rounds without victory. Yet now, Otsutsuki Kagaya had killed him in just 2 or 3 moves, demonstrating how powerful she was. After Otsutsuki Kagaya dealt with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, she returned to the outside world after a century. Seeing Otsutsuki Kinshiki defeated, KazamaGains let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Kagaya's hidden ally, Black Zetsu, coldly laughed at KazamaGains and Uchihamadara. KazamaGains, don't celebrate too early. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 177. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki arrive. It turned out that Black Zetsu saw Otsutsuki Kagaya defeat Otsutsuki Kinshiki, so he once again set his sights on KazamaGains and Uchihamadara. After all, Black Zetsu held a grudge. He remembered how KazamaGains and Uchihamadara had previously been beaten to a pulp by him, and had even used fire release to leave him badly injured. Therefore, he had long wanted to shred KazamaGains and Uchihamadara into pieces. At this moment, when KazamaGains heard this and saw Black Zetsu's cold smile, he immediately thought something was wrong. He quickly shouted at Black Zetsu, "Black Zetsu, you must not burn the bridge after crossing it. If it weren't for us helping you resurrect your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, you would never have been able to complete your plan. Now that Otsutsuki Kinshiki has just been defeated, you want to turn against us? What kind of monster are you? That's right, what kind of trash are you?" At this moment, both KazamaGains and Uchihamadara, filled with anger, began to curse at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, who already harbored murderous intent towards them, smiled instead of getting angry when he saw them daring to curse at him. "You can say whatever you want about me. Call me inhuman or trash. But I tell you, only those who laugh last are the winners. The reason I helped you deal with Otsutsuki Kinshiki was that his strength surpassed yours. Now that he is dead, you are the strongest here, so I will naturally kill you. Otherwise, how can my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, rule this world?" As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately charged at KazamaGains and Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara, realizing he couldn't communicate with Black Zetsu, quickly began to persuade Otsutsuki Kagaya. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya ignored him completely. Although she was powerful, she was notoriously a slave to her child, believing whatever he said. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya had exerted herself to give birth to Black Zetsu, so she naturally trusted him very much. Now that Black Zetsu had resurrected her, she believed whatever he said. KazamaGains hurriedly told Uchihamadara to dodge and not continue negotiating with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Unfortunately, before KazamaGains could finish his sentence, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately used the heavenly illumination technique to transport Uchihamadara to the supergravity space. Then, in the blink of an eye, she brought KazamaGains to the magma space where she had just killed Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Since KazamaGains had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he could float and was naturally unafraid. However, he knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya could endlessly manipulate magma as an offensive means in this lava space. The power of this magma was so great that it could drown Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Therefore, Kazakage couldn't let his guard down. He quickly activated Susanoo. Then he suddenly thought that the Tensigen could seal everything. He wondered if it could seal Tsutsuki Kagaya. With this in mind, Kazakage rushed forward, wielding the Tensigen toward Tsutsuki Kagaya. However, Kazakage greatly underestimated Tsutsuki Kagaya's reaction time. Although she had just been resurrected, her strength was still at its peak. Thus, before Kazakage's Tensigen could hit Tsutsuki Kagaya, she evaded with the technique H-Rai. Then, in an instant, she used H-Rai behind Kazakage. This meant that Kazakage was now attacking himself with the Tensigen. This immediately startled Kazakage, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He quickly summoned the Yata Mirror to block the Tensigen's attack. However, since the strongest defensive Tensigen and the strongest defense Yata Mirror canceled each other out, both artifacts disappeared simultaneously. Kazakage was once again taken aback. After all, the Tensigen and Yata Mirror were his most relied upon artifacts. He had hoped to use these two items to turn the tide and seal Tsutsuki Kagaya. But now he never expected that the battle had just begun, and his most relied upon artifacts had already disappeared. However, since the Tensigen and Yata Mirror were chakra products stored within Susanoo and not their true forms, even if they disappeared, they could still be restored. It would just take a lot of time. Therefore, at this moment, Kazakage could only use other techniques to attack Tsutsuki Kagaya. Meanwhile, Tsutsuki Kagaya immediately unleashed her Byakugan's pressure. Seeing this, Kazakage quickly activated the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei to defend. Although the effects of Byakugan's pressure and Shinra Tensei were similar, their power was not on the same level. Thus, after a few exchanges, Kazakage was forced to retreat repeatedly. Then, Tsutsuki Kagaya used her bloodline limit ability to merge herself with the magma space. Soon, the vast magma surged toward Kazakage. Although Kazakage had the complete Susanoo for defense, he was not faring well. After all, the power of the magma was too strong. Before long, the so-called strongest defense, Susanoo, was completely burned to a crisp. At this moment, Kazakage realized that Tsutsuki Kagaya was the true form of the Ten Tails and possessed the Rinne Sharingan. With his current strength, he was no match for her, even though he had also gained the chakra of the Ten Tails. But it was only a small part of it. Moreover, he had not evolved into the reincarnation Sharingan. Therefore, Kazama knew that in order to defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki, he must rely on Naruto and Sasuke's power. This does not mean that Naruto and Sasuke are stronger than Kazama. Rather, it is because they are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Thus, only by harnessing the power of these two can Kagaya be completely sealed. Since Kagaya had previously devoured the fruit of the God Tree, the people who had been trapped in the infinite Tsukuyami should have awakened by now. So, Kazama immediately intended to use the space-time power of Kamui to leave this place and find Naruto and Sasuke. However, what Kazama did not expect was that his previously invincible Kamui was now unfolding particularly slowly within Kagaya's dimension. By the time his Kamui had only unfolded halfway, Kagaya was already charging at him again. Kazama knew that half of Kamui was not enough to withstand his own teleportation, so he could only once again use thousands of shadow clones and initiate a sea of people tactic. He instructed many shadow clones to simultaneously use wind release, water release, lightning release, fire release, earth release, lava release, boil release, dust release, and dozens of other Kekkei Jinkai techniques, all directed at Kagaya. Although you are the ancestor of ninjas, for the peace of the ninja world, I will not let you succeed. Taste my ultimate technique, Infinite Great Rasen Shuriken. Although Kagaya's strength was formidable, she had never encountered an opponent who could master so many elemental transformations in ninjutsu, and to unleash them all at once caught her off guard. At this moment, with the many shadow clones buying him time, Kazama successfully used Kamui to escape outside. By now, although Naruto, Sasuke, and the entire ninja coalition had awakened, the situation had unfolded so suddenly that they had not yet figured out what had happened during that time. After all, they had just been fighting against 100,000 white Zetsu. But now, those 100,000 white Zetsu were either dead or injured, and the previously clear battlefield had become pockmarked. There was even the deep abyss caused by Kazama's battle with Kagaya's Kinshiki. This left everyone in disbelief. Kazama knew time was of the essence. It wouldn't be long before Kagaya appeared and found him. So, after revealing himself, he immediately brought Naruto and Sasuke into his Kamui space to buy himself some time for an explanation. At this moment, when Naruto and Sasuke saw Kazama's sudden appearance, they were naturally puzzled. Before they could ask Kazama anything, He quickly said to them, "You two, don't ask anything. You just need to know that the ninja world is in crisis. The ancestor of ninjas, Kagaya Otsutsuki, has been resurrected, and to defeat her, we must rely on both of your powers." Hearing this from Kazama, although Sasuke and Naruto were very confused, they knew that an enemy who could make Kazama so anxious must not be underestimated. Therefore, they naturally prepared to give their all. Subsequently, to further enhance Sasuke and Naruto's strength, Kazama cast the Tsukuyomi on them, pulling their minds into the Tsukuyomi space. He then began to teach Naruto the wind release Rasen Shuriken technique. With Naruto already having fused with the Nine Tails, he also mastered the Kurama mode. At this moment, Kazama commanded his shadow clones to summon Orochimaru, asking him to hand over the pair of Manjiki Sharingan he had collected to Sasuke, allowing him to unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and master the forbidden technique, Kagaya's creation. Alright, you two, your abilities have now reached their peak. Perhaps we can engage Kagaya Otsutsuki in a full battle. Just as Kazama finished speaking, Kagaya's figure appeared before them, which shocked Kazama once again. After all, this Kamui space was Kazama's unique space, and others could not enter. However, Kagaya was able to come in, which left Kazama astonished. But Kazama knew that being shocked now was of no use. The urgent matter was to deal with Kagaya. So, Kazama immediately joined forces with Naruto and Sasuke to unleash everything they had. With the chakra of the Ten Tails, Kazama could still somewhat fight against Kagaya. However, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't. Although their strength had been enhanced, they were still weak in front of the ancestor of ninjas. At this moment, while battling Kazama, Naruto, and Sasuke, Kagaya suddenly saw the figures of her children in Naruto and Sasuke. Is it Hagoromo and Hamura? No, it's Indra and Ashura. Due to Kagaya's shock, her movements slowed down significantly, providing Naruto and Sasuke with a breather. At this time, Kagaya's son, Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in her sleeve, saw that his mother didn't attack Naruto, Sasuke, and Kazama, and became anxious. He hurriedly urged Kagaya, "Mother, don't be fooled by their tricks. You must know that Hagoromo, Hamura, and Ashura are all dead. These people are merely imposters. They are nothing but scum. If they were truly your offspring, why would they attack you? Black Zetsu, you'd better shut your mouth. What your mother wants to do does not require your command." Kazama, seeing Kagaya's attack halt, immediately shouted at Black Zetsu to prevent him from continuing to manipulate Kagaya. "Black Zetsu, you are a bastard. Although you are Kagaya's child, you are truly a burden to your mother. While others burden their fathers, you insist on burdening your mother. Although you are not human, you shouldn't be this pathetic. What? You infuriate me." Black Zetsu, seeing Kazama boldly scold him even when death was imminent, became furious. He didn't care about his strength and immediately left Kagaya's side to attack Kazama. Unfortunately, without Kagaya, Black Zetsu was nothing but trash, and in one exchange, he was beaten to a pulp by Kazama. Helpless, Black Zetsu could only return to Kagaya's side. However, Kagaya's gaze remained fixed on Naruto and Sasuke, causing Black Zetsu to despair. He urged Kagaya again, "Mother, you must not be in a daze right now. If you keep dazing off, we will all be slain by these three little rascals. They are not your offspring at all. Wrong. We are all Kagaya's children." At this moment, Kazama exchanged glances with Naruto and Sasuke. They immediately began to activate their recognition mode. Kazama then said to Kagaya, "Lady Kagaya, not only does Naruto and Sasuke carry your bloodline, but I also have your blood flowing within me. If you don't believe it, you can check right now." Hearing this, Kagaya turned her gaze to Kazama. Indeed, she discovered that Kazama had a bloodline very similar to Indra and Ashura. This bloodline came from the Uchiha and Senju clans. At this moment, Black Zetsu never expected Kazama would use such a tactic against Kagaya. He was instantly furious. "Kazama, you bastard dog scum. I thought you would face my mother openly, but I didn't expect that when you couldn't win, you would start pretending to be family. How shameless. Enough with the nonsense. Anyway, the right path is to save the ninja world. Moreover, as the ancestor of ninjas, Kagaya Otsutsuki should protect the entire world, not destroy it. But now you insist on sowing discord here, and I absolutely won't let your goal succeed." No wonder the aura of Kinshiki Otsutsuki disappeared. It turns out you, the traitor, killed him. Just then, a cold voice appeared in everyone's ears. Kazama looked up and couldn't help but take several steps back in shock. The newcomers were the other two members of the Otsutsuki trio, Kinomoto Otsutsuki and Urashiki Otsutsuki. Chapter 178. Gaining the Power of the Six Paths, to crush the Otsutsuki duo dam. Upon seeing the appearance of these two, both Kaguya Otsutsuki and Kazama were startled. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto had incredulous expressions. They didn't know who Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki were. They only saw that both of them had the Byakugan and Rinnegan at the same time. This greatly refreshed their worldview. At this moment, Kazama knew that if they continued to fight among themselves, they would never be able to defeat Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki. In fact, they could very well be completely killed by the two of them, leading to the destruction of the entire ninja world. After all, as members of the Otsutsuki clan, their strength was extremely formidable. Moreover, their Rinnegan and Byakugans inside alone could suppress all of their ninjutsu. So Kazama hurriedly said to Kaguya Otsutsuki, "Now that Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki have arrived, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, you must understand their power. Therefore, if we want to defeat them, we must join forces." "What the hell are you? How dare you talk about joining forces with us?" Before Kaguya Otsutsuki could speak, Black Zetsu immediately cursed at Kazama. After all, Black Zetsu harbored deep hatred for Kazama. He didn't care about the destruction of the ninja world. His only goal was to use Kaguya Otsutsuki's power to kill Kazama. Then Black Zetsu hurriedly said to Kaguya Otsutsuki, "Mother, with your power and our remaining 100,000 white Zetsu, we can easily kill Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki. So you don't need to join forces with this scum. Who has been obstructing your resurrection?" Hearing Black Zetsu's instigation, Kaguya Otsutsuki naturally stopped paying attention to Kazama and immediately rushed towards Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki alone. At that moment, Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki coldly smiled at Kaguya Otsutsuki's actions, as they didn't take her seriously at all. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki had devoured the God Tree and become the Ten Tails essence. Awakening the Rinnegan with 3 Tomo, the power of the clan members, Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki, was not to be underestimated either. Moreover, with 2 against 1, they naturally wouldn't fear Kaguya Otsutsuki. At this time, Kaguya Otsutsuki once again used the Heavenly Chasm to bring Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki into the ice and snow space, attempting to use the freezing power here to kill them. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki might have underestimated Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki's strength after staying on Earth for too long. As soon as Kaguya Otsutsuki launched her integrated attack using ice and snow, Kinomoto Otsutsuki absorbed all of her attacks and then sent the amplified counterattack back at Kaguya Otsutsuki, instantly sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Not good. Seeing Kinomoto Otsutsuki's strength grow stronger, Kazama couldn't help but be shocked. If even Kaguya Otsutsuki was no match for Kinomoto Otsutsuki, then he certainly wouldn't be able to defeat them. At this moment, Urashiki Otsutsuki originally thought that with Kaguya Otsutsuki's power, he would have to team up with Kinomoto Otsutsuki to defeat her. But upon seeing Kaguya Otsutsuki's weakness, Urashiki Otsutsuki immediately smiled at Kinomoto Otsutsuki and said, "Now you can defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki by yourself. I'll go deal with that kid who has the chakra of the Ten Tails." "No problem." Hearing Urashiki Otsutsuki's words, Kinomoto Otsutsuki nodded in agreement. At this moment, Urashiki Otsutsuki sneered and charged towards Kazama. This was the last thing Kazama wanted to see. After all, he knew from the beginning that if he didn't join forces with Kaguya Otsutsuki, he would not be able to contend with Kinomoto and Urashiki Otsutsuki. Now that they were fighting separately, he was even less likely to defeat Urashiki Otsutsuki alone. Fortunately, as a fan of Naruto, Kazama was well aware of Urashiki Otsutsuki's combat techniques. He immediately used the space-time ninjutsu, Kamui, to enter his own dimensional space. After all, this Kamui space was his territory. Only in his own territory could he gain a geographical advantage. Though he couldn't claim to defeat Urashiki Otsutsuki, he could at least delay his defeat. At that moment, since Urashiki Otsutsuki also used space-time ninjutsu, he quickly arrived in Kazama's Kamui space using the Yellow Springs Hirai. Then, he sneered at Kazama. "You little earth brat. You can actually perform such advanced space-time ninjutsu. I really admire you. Unfortunately, your life is mine now." As soon as Urashiki Otsutsuki finished speaking, he immediately took out a red, glowing fishing rod from behind him and activated it to attack Kazama. Kazama knew the purpose of the red, glowing fishing rod. If hit, his chakra would be drained. Without chakra, how could he fight back? Therefore, Kazama immediately used thousands of shadow clones to confuse Urashiki Otsutsuki's attack. Unfortunately, Urashiki Otsutsuki was not to be underestimated. He immediately used the pressure of the Rinnegan to unleash a 360-degree blade shockwave. Kazama's numerous shadow clones hadn't even had a chance to act before being completely dispersed by Urashiki Otsutsuki. At this moment, Urashiki Otsutsuki charged towards Kazama's main body while laughing madly, saying, "I must say, kid, you have quite a bit of chakra to use so many shadow clones, but unfortunately, these clones are nothing but trash in front of me. So I advise you to hand over the 10 Tails chakra quickly. After all, that 10 Tails chakra isn't yours. Why cling to it? Enough with the nonsense." Kazama knew that the 10 Tails chakra indeed didn't belong to him, but he absolutely couldn't let Urashiki Otsutsuki take it. If Urashiki Otsutsuki got the 10 Tails chakra, the ninja world would truly be doomed. So at that moment, Kazama once again used the space-time ninjutsu Kimui to escape outside. Damn it! Seeing Kazama continuously trying to escape, Urashiki Otsutsuki was furious. According to Kazama's character, he actually didn't want to be a coward. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki now possesses the ability to extract the chakra from his own body. Therefore, he must come up with a way to counter Otsutsuki Urashiki's red light fishing rod. Otherwise, defeat is certain. Moreover, Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack speed with the red light fishing rod is too fast. Even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan struggles to perceive his attack trajectory. Thus, Kazama can only flee. At the same time, in the icy space, Otsutsuki Kagaya is also having a tough time battling Otsutsuki Momoshiki. After all, Otsutsuki Momoshiki can absorb all ninjutsu and amplify it for a counterattack. Therefore, even though Otsutsuki Kagaya is powerful, she still finds it difficult to gain any advantage over Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you traitor! Although you have consumed the fruit of the divine tree, you still cannot escape the severe punishment of our Otsutsuki clan. So I advise you to surrender now, hand over the 10 tails within you, and return with me to the Otsutsuki clan's base. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death, but be unable to die. Mother, I think he is right. You might as well surrender. At this moment, even Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, began to persuade her. Although Black Zetsu, as Kagaya's will, should be cooperating with her. Over the long years, it has developed its own thoughts. These thoughts have turned Black Zetsu into a weather vane, helping whoever is stronger. So upon seeing that his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is no match for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Black Zetsu naturally expresses disdain for her and resents her for not daring to surrender. After Black Zetsu finishes persuading Otsutsuki Kagaya, he turns to Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a smile and says, "My lord, I am currently persuading my mother. Once I have convinced her, she will surely submit to you and serve you. However, if she submits to you, I wonder if you could spare my life? After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the traitor of your Otsutsuki clan, and I have nothing to do with it." Universal poll. Unfortunately, before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, he was drawn in by Otsutsuki Momoshiki's palm and was directly turned into dust. You see, Black Zetsu had relied on being a will entity, believing it couldn't die, and for many years has been acting arrogantly in the ninja world. But now, in front of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, it turned out to be not an immortal body at all, but was instantly dealt with by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the ashes of Black Zetsu and sneered. "Were you? Do you even have the right to talk to me?" Then Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked back at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya harbored some resentment towards Black Zetsu for being cowardly, Black Zetsu is still her son. Now that he has been killed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, how could Otsutsuki Kagaya not be angry? Thus, she unleashed all her strength and charged at Otsutsuki Momoshiki again. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kinshiki has already figured out Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack patterns, so he continuously wins. Otsutsuki Kagaya is naturally forced to retreat repeatedly. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is currently an immortal body and cannot be killed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the experience of continuous defeat is still unpleasant. Moreover, Otsutsuki Momoshiki has the ability to absorb chakra, constantly devouring the chakra within Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even with her nearly endless chakra, she is still being consumed significantly by the powerful Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Kazama, who is continuously dodging Otsutsuki Urashiki's attacks, thinks to himself that if this continues, along with Otsutsuki Kagaya and many ninjas, will have nowhere to be buried. Therefore, Kazama quickly activates the Kimui space again and arrives beside Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing that Black Zetsu has been killed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Kazama feels a surge of joy because he knows that Otsutsuki Kagaya is inherently kind. The reason she has been indiscriminately killing since her resurrection is all because Black Zetsu, that bastard, has been provoking her. Now that Black Zetsu is dead, he believes he can ally with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thus, Kazama hurriedly says to Otsutsuki Kagaya, now that Black Zetsu has been killed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, even if you don't want to ally with me, you must want revenge, right? If so, why not temporarily join forces to eliminate Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki? After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Otherwise, if we continue to fight alone, we will never be able to defeat them. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya realizes that if she doesn't join forces, there are no other methods to defeat the enemy. Therefore, she immediately agrees to Kazama's plan. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki sees Otsutsuki Kagaya teaming up with Kazama and sneers again. A traitor of the Otsutsuki clan and a piece of trash from Earth. What use is it for you two to join forces? Do you think two strong ants can defeat an elephant? As soon as Otsutsuki Momoshike's words fell, Otsutsuki Urashiki also arrived at the scene. The two then charged towards Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya simultaneously. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly transferred her six paths power to Kazama. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki's red light fishing rod can take chakra from ordinary humans, now that I have given you this six paths power, his red light fishing rod will no longer work on you. As for his other abilities, I believe you can handle them on your own. Of course, what I want is the ability to defend against the red light fishing rod. After receiving Otsutsuki Kagaya's six paths power, Kazama is overjoyed. He immediately activates his complete body, Susanoo. The previously shattered Yata mirror and Tatsuka blade are also fully restored. Kazama then urges Susanoo to charge towards Otsutsuki Urashiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki initially wanted to use the same trick again to extract the Ten Tails chakra from Kazama's body with the red light fishing rod. However, he finds that his red light fishing rod cannot penetrate the seal of his six paths power. This surprises him again. Meanwhile, Kazama Susanoo has already come charging in. Otsutsuki Urashiki hurriedly uses the Rinnegan pressure to defend. Unfortunately, Kazama simultaneously activates the universal pull. Although the Rinnegan pressure is powerful, the universal pull enhanced by Susanoo is not weak either. In just a moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki is sent flying. Kazama then unleashes all his firepower. Not only does he use thousands of shadow clones, but he also lets the clones activate Susanoo. At the same time, he instructs the remaining clones to unleash various bloodline limits, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. In short, everything Kazama knows is unleashed all at once. Although this move seems simple and crude, it is very effective. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, all defenses are meaningless. After clashing with Kazama, Otsutsuki Urashiki realizes that he cannot defeat Kazama. Plus, Otsutsuki Urashiki is known for being a master of escape. Therefore, he immediately retreats from the battle and disappears using the yellow springs. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki sees that Otsutsuki Urashiki dares to escape ahead of time, which makes him furious. However, since the battle has already reached a critical point, he could only brace himself and continue to deal with Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, it was 1 against 2, and with Kaze now having obtained the power of the six paths, along with the close cooperation between him and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the previously invincible Otsutsuki Momoshiki was now being forced to retreat repeatedly. Just then, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately used the heavenly hand power to bring Otsutsuki Momoshiki to the magma space, preparing to kill him using the method that had previously defeated Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, at that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly let out a cold laugh. He reached out and absorbed a white light from the magma into his hand, then refined it into a pill and swallowed it. You two ignorant cowards. If you were to deal with me elsewhere, I might truly have no way to resist. But this space is the site of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's death. And even if our Otsutsuki clan is killed, we can still sense each other's remaining chakra. Now, I have refined a chakra of Otsutsuki Kinshiki into a golden pill and directly consumed it. My power has increased hundreds of times, and I will make sure you have no place to bury your bodies. As soon as Otsutsuki Momoshiki finished speaking, his body underwent a tremendous transformation, and his aura began to grow wildly. Chapter 179. Otsutsuki Kagaya is devoured at this moment. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki's aura increased, his appearance also changed drastically. Previously, he was only about 1.5 meters tall, but now he had grown into a monster over 3 meters tall. after merging with Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body technique. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's long-range attacks, close combat attacks, ninjutsu attacks, and physical attacks had all reached an elite level. Otsutsuki Momoshiki coldly smiled and instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kaze. Kaze knew that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength had reached its peak, but he felt no fear. After all, Kaze now possessed the power of the Six Paths, and with Tenjin Shuriki within him, his strength was also very high. Thus, Kaze directly unleashed all his power to battle Otsutsuki Momoshiki. As Kaze fought Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he discovered that not only had Momoshiki's strength changed dramatically, but his ability to absorb ninjutsu was also incredibly powerful. Every time Kaze made contact with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, a large portion of his chakra was absorbed. Even though Kaze's Ten Tails chakra was almost infinite, due to Momoshiki's terrifying ability to absorb chakra, it was not truly infinite. Therefore, Kaze hurriedly activated his Susanoo to avoid direct contact with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, Kaze did not expect that Momoshiki could absorb chakra not only through physical contact, but also through contact with his Susanoo. This made Kaze extremely furious, cursing Otsutsuki Momoshiki for using such underhanded methods. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya was not idle either. In the blink of an eye, she used her body technique to block Otsutsuki Momoshiki's relentless attacks on Kaze. Kaze wanted to warn Otsutsuki Kagaya about Momoshiki's ability to absorb chakra, but he was shocked to find that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was unable to absorb Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra. This surprised Kaze, who quickly activated his Rinnegan to observe Otsutsuki Kagaya's physical condition, only to discover that she had entered Sage Mode. At this moment, Kaze couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he had always thought that Sage Mode could only be activated by signing contracts with summoning beasts in places like Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, or Ryuchi Cave. Yet Otsutsuki Kagaya, as the ancestor of ninjas, had not signed a contract with any summoning beasts and could still use sage arts. This naturally left Kaze in disbelief. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was also completely unprepared for the fact that Otsutsuki Kagaya was not only the Ten Tails body, but also able to counter his ability to absorb ninjutsu. This caused Otsutsuki Momoshiki to curse furiously. "Kagaya, you traitor! Now that your death is imminent, you still dare to resist in front of me. I warn you one last time, surrender immediately, or I will make you wish you were dead." Unfortunately for him, Otsutsuki Kagaya ignored his furious insults and instead intensified her attacks. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength had greatly increased after absorbing Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he relied heavily on absorbing the opponent's chakra to weaken them. Now that he couldn't absorb Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra, he naturally could no longer defeat her in a straightforward fight. At this moment, Kaze knew that he also had to learn Sage Mode to fight Otsutsuki Momoshiki properly. Otherwise, if Otsutsuki Kagaya fought him alone, she would not be able to defeat him. To gain the same abilities as Otsutsuki Kagaya, he would have to pick up her discarded items. However, since Otsutsuki Kagaya was in the midst of battle, how could he ask her to throw away her trash? Thinking of this, Kaze could only resort to his old method, which was Shuinpa. Although Kaze felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for a goddess-level ninja like Otsutsuki Kagaya to vomit during a battle, he had no choice but to do so to defeat Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Therefore, while Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were engaged in battle, Kaze immediately used the Poison Mist technique, and it was at the nano level with a wider range and stronger potency. However, Kaze did not expect that Otsutsuki, being a celestial clan, was somewhat different from the humans on Earth. The Otsutsuki clan fed on chakra and did not excrete anything. Even if they absorbed the poison of the poison bean, they could not vomit. This left Kaze feeling cold inside. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had initially looked down on Kaze after his power surge, was furious when he saw Kaze daring to launch a sneak attack. Although he did not know Kaze's intentions with the Poison Mist technique, since Kaze had attacked him, he could not just sit back and do nothing. Therefore, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately left Otsutsuki Kagaya and charged towards Kaze. In this critical moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly used the yellow spring Hiryo to appear in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, blocking the fatal blow for Kaze. Kaze was utterly astonished that Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had previously been his enemy, was willing to put herself in danger to protect him in their somewhat fragile alliance. This deeply moved Kaze. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya take such a loyal action, Kaze immediately prepared to launch another attack on Otsutsuki Momoshiki. due to the overwhelming power of Tsutsuki Kinshiki. He actually pierced through Tsutsuki Kagaya's body at that moment. Although Tsutsuki Kagaya is now immortal and cannot be killed by Tsutsuki Kinshiki, both Kaze and Kagaya have greatly underestimated Kinshiki's strength. It should be noted that while Kinshiki cannot kill Kagaya, he has the ability to absorb her to enhance his own power. Therefore, before Kaze and Kagaya could react, Kinshiki directly transformed Kagaya into a chakra fruit and instantly swallowed it. This is bad. Seeing Kinshiki's actions, Kaze felt both anger and shock. After all, Kagaya had just saved his life. Kaze is someone who values gratitude. He initially wanted to team up with Kagaya again, but he never expected that Kinshiki would devour her. At this moment, Kaze, furious, lost all rationality and charged at Kinshiki while cursing. "You bastard! No matter what, Kagaya is also a member of your Tsutsuki clan. You just devoured Tsutsuki-kin and now you've swallowed Kagaya. Are you even human? Do you have any conscience?" Ha ha! Upon hearing Kaze's accusations, Kinshiki laughed heartily. Then, with a series of kicks, he knocked Kaze to the ground. "What the hell are you? Do you have the right to question me? Let me tell you, our Tsutsuki clan is nothing like you pathetic humans who are always caught up in emotions. We don't have that many feelings. We only have one goal, the pursuit of power. The so-called power is chakra. Back then, placing the god tree on your earth was to absorb all of your flesh and blood to enhance the god tree's power, which we Tsutsuki would then devour. Besides, our Tsutsuki clan follows the law of the jungle. How dare you talk about conscience in front of me? Now I'll kill you to show you whether I have a conscience." At that moment, Kinshiki charged at Kaze. Before Kaze could react, Kinshiki pierced through his body. Although Kaze does not possess the same immortality as Kagaya, his healing ability is also very strong. After all, Kaze had previously obtained the Ghost Tooth technique through Bairu. Coupled with the dozens of bloodline limits he now mastered, his body had become exceptionally strong. Although he couldn't compare to Kagaya's immortality, it was not so easy for Kinshiki to kill him. At this moment, Kinshiki thought that his strike should be enough to kill Kaze, but he did not expect Kaze to keep cursing at him. This left Kinshiki astonished. And while Kinshiki was shocked, Kaze understood that even if he was now immortal, he could not withstand Kinshiki's continuous attacks. Therefore, Kaze hurriedly used the Shinjutsu to escape outside. Kinshiki immediately followed him closely. At the same time, Kaze found Naruto and Sasuke on the other side. Now that Kagaya had been devoured by Kinshiki, Kaze could only rely on Naruto and Sasuke's strength again. He quickly instructed Sasuke to use Susanoo while asking Naruto to enter the Nine-Tails mode. Then he combined Naruto's Nine-Tails mode with his Susanoo to enhance their combat power. Unfortunately, Kinshiki did not take Kaze, Naruto, and Sasuke seriously at all. After all, the strongest Tsutsuki Kagaya had already been consumed by him. How could he possibly regard these three mere humans from Earth as a threat? However, he did not anticipate that Kaze, Naruto, and Sasuke were not just ordinary humans from Earth. They also possessed Kagaya's bloodline within them and held the power of the Six Paths. Therefore, when the three joined forces, they quickly engaged Kinshiki in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, Kinshiki's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even though Kaze, Naruto, and Sasuke had given it their all and used all their strength, they were still continuously pushed back. At this moment, Kaze realized that if things continued like this, the three of them might be killed by Kinshiki. In this ninja world, only the three of them had the strongest power. If they couldn't withstand Kinshiki, then others wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, Kaze suddenly had an idea. While continuing to team up with Naruto and Sasuke against Kinshiki, he quietly instructed them. Due to the deafening sounds of battle, Kinshiki naturally could not hear their conversation. "What? You want us to betray?" At this moment, both Naruto and Sasuke were shocked upon hearing Kaze's plan. Kaze had just suggested that they should submit to Kinshiki, but both Naruto and Sasuke were men of strong character and would never do something so treacherous. Just then, Kaze spoke to them again. "You two, don't be anxious. What I mean is to pretend to submit to Kinshiki. After all, he is powerful right now. If we continue to confront him head-on, we will never defeat him. Therefore, we must use other methods to deal with Kinshiki. I see that although Kinshiki is very strong, he is also very arrogant and enjoys subjugating others, as evidenced by his treatment of Tsutsuki-kin. So, both of you should immediately pretend to submit to Kinshiki and claim you want to team up with him. 9 times out of 10, he will agree. Then, once you get close to him and he lets his guard down, we will all attack him at the same time. Although this plan is not particularly brilliant, we have no other options left. Alright." Upon hearing Kaze's words, Naruto and Sasuke immediately agreed. At this point, they had no better methods. Meanwhile, Kinshiki was still unaware of Kaze's plan. He was just busy beating Kaze and the others and wanted to toy with him to death. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously shouted at Kinshiki, "Lord Kinshiki, we are willing to submit to you. Please spare our lives." Nani? Hearing Naruto and Sasuke's words, Kinshiki was taken aback. He never expected that the enemies who had been shouting to fight him would now want to ally with him. Chapter 180. Joining forces with Suitsuki Kinshiki. Are you two little punks trying to play me? Kinshiki, not being foolish, immediately shouted angrily at Naruto and Sasuke. Just a moment ago, you two were acting tough in front of me, shouting to fight me. Now you want to ally with me? 9 times out of 10, you just want to pretend to ally with me while plotting to ambush me. Tell me, am I right or wrong? At this moment, when Naruto and Sasuke heard Otsutsuki Kinshiki's words, they couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts. They knew that Win's plan might not succeed as smoothly as expected. However, they did not anticipate that in just a moment of facing each other, Otsutsuki Kinshiki could guess their thoughts. At this time, Wind quickly signaled Naruto and Sasuke with his eyes. Since Wind, Naruto, and Sasuke often teamed up, they had a strong tacit understanding. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke understood that Wind's gesture meant they should continue with the plan. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was facing away from Wind, so he did not see this small action. Then, Sasuke quickly came up with a clever idea and respectfully said to Otsutsuki Kinshiki, "The reason we attacked you earlier was because we were incited by Wind. Now that we have seen your strength, which is indeed very formidable, it would be better to become your subordinates rather than oppose you. After all, someone from the Otsutsuki clan like you must have subordinates to serve you, right?" This statement from Sasuke hit the mark for Otsutsuki Kinshiki. More than recovering the divine tree on Earth, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was more interested in riding on others to exert his power. Therefore, he was very pleased with Sasuke's words. Immediately, Sasuke joined forces with Naruto and charged towards Wind. At this moment, Wind saw that Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not stop them, and he was overjoyed. Wind knew that Otsutsuki Kinshiki was now half convinced. So, Wind immediately pretended to fight against Naruto and Sasuke. The three of them fought further and further away. At this time, Wind whispered to Naruto and Sasuke, "You two, your plan has succeeded halfway. Next, you must beat me to the brink of death and then bring me before Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Only in this way can our plan truly succeed." "What? But won't that put your life in danger?" Upon hearing Wind's plan, Naruto and Sasuke immediately became anxious. "You two don't need to worry. As the saying goes, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Only when the three of us approach Otsutsuki Kinshiki together and make him let his guard down can we deliver a fatal blow to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke immediately followed Wind's plan and beat Wind to the brink of death. Shortly after, the barely conscious Wind was brought to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's side. At this time, Wind was only using a small trick to make himself look like he was on the verge of death, while in reality, he had not sustained severe injuries. After all, Wind still needed to fight Otsutsuki Kinshiki, so he naturally could not let Naruto and Sasuke truly bring him to the brink of death. When Otsutsuki Kinshiki saw that Naruto and Sasuke had brought the half-dead Wind before him, he immediately burst into laughter. Then, with one hand, he reached out and grabbed Wind by the neck. This sudden turn of events was unexpected not only for Wind, but also for Naruto and Sasuke. "I say, you three little pests really like to underestimate me. Do you really think I would believe you want to join me? Let me tell you, I Otsutsuki Kinshiki am not someone just anyone can serve. You trash aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes, yet you want to be my subordinates? Now, I will first kill Wind, and then crush you two into ashes." As soon as Otsutsuki Kinshiki finished speaking, he immediately snapped Wind's neck. Although Wind had an immortal body, not all types of attacks were ineffective. Now, the technique Otsutsuki Kinshiki used was a unique taijutsu of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, even with Wind's immortality, it was of no use. At this moment, when Naruto and Sasuke saw that Wind had really died, they were filled with anger. They immediately used all their strength to attack Otsutsuki Kinshiki. But unfortunately, even Wind was not a match for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, so how could Naruto and Sasuke possibly defeat him? Before long, Sasuke and Naruto were continuously forced back by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this point, Otsutsuki Kinshiki could have instantly killed Naruto and Sasuke. However, he was known for enjoying toying with his opponents. So, he acted like a cat playing with a mouse, not directly killing Naruto and Sasuke, but constantly avoiding their vital points and watching them wail in agony. The louder Naruto and Sasuke cried out, the more excited Otsutsuki Kinshiki became. You're really a BT. Just then, a palm suddenly pierced through Otsutsuki Kinshiki's heart. He immediately turned in shock to see who was attacking him. Wind, how is this possible? At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki could not believe that Wind had come back to life. After all, he had clearly killed Wind completely earlier, but now Wind was able to resurrect. This was completely beyond his expectations. Did you really think Wind would surrender? At this moment, Wind struck again, directly knocking the shocked Otsutsuki Kinshiki to the ground. Although Wind had resurrected, he had lost the light in his left eye. It turned out that just before Otsutsuki Kinshiki killed him, Wind had used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, which is a technique to change fate. It transformed all the unfavorable factors he faced into dreams and turned all his favorable factors into reality. This came at the cost of losing the light in his eye. You must know that Wind relied heavily on his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After all, with this eye, he could use the abilities of the Rinnegan. But now, he had exhausted all his means and could no longer defeat Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Therefore, Wind had to sacrifice his left eye in exchange for the ability to come back to life. Thus, the reason Wind had earlier let Naruto and Sasuke approach Otsutsuki Kinshiki was actually a change strategy. Wind knew that with Otsutsuki Kinshiki's intelligence, he would definitely figure out his plan. Therefore, when he first approached Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Wind knew that Otsutsuki Kinshiki would surely kill him. After that, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would completely let down his guard against him. Hence, at the cost of losing the light in his left eye, Wind was able to successfully injure Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Since Wind was using the power of the six paths, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki's super strong body could not recover in a short time. Moreover, Wind's previous attack had struck Otsutsuki Kinshiki's vital point. Although it did not kill him, it greatly reduced his strength. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was furious. In his eyes, Wind was trash, a waste. But now this trash had actually managed to injure him. How could Otsutsuki Kinshiki tolerate this? Therefore, with a roar, Otsutsuki Kinshiki unleashed all his strength and charged at Wind again. In just a few moments, he had smashed Wind to pieces. Unfortunately, the next second, Wind appeared again, completely unharmed, and with just a few punches and kicks, he knocked Otsutsuki Kinshiki to the ground. And so, the cycle continued. Every time Kazama was killed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he could resurrect again. This immediately left Otsutsuki Momoshiki in shock. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki, as a member of the Celestial Clan, had strength far superior to all ninjas, he had never seen a technique like Izanagi that could change fate. Kazama's Izanagi now contained the power of the six paths, allowing it to last for dozens of minutes. Therefore, within these dozens of minutes, Kazama could resurrect infinitely. However, as this time was about to dissipate, Kazama's Izanagi, which he had obtained at the cost of losing sight in his left eye, finally lost its effect. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki was unaware of this. At this moment, Kazama saw that although Otsutsuki Momoshiki was severely injured, he was still alive, causing Kazama's heart to chill. The previous 100 attacks created by Izanagi had not been able to completely kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki. So what should he do next? Should he use Izanami? If so, then both of my eyes would go blind. Just as Kazama was thinking this, a white figure suddenly appeared and knocked both Kazama and the severely injured Otsutsuki Momoshiki to the ground. Seeing this sudden appearance, both Kazama and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were taken aback. This person was Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had fled earlier. It turned out that Otsutsuki Urashiki had been secretly observing the battle between Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kazama using the technique of Yomi's Hiryuzaka. He did not want to pay the price of his life, but wanted to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, upon seeing Kazama severely injure Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed heartily and approached the severely injured Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was furious to see his companion Otsutsuki Urashiki attacking him. He immediately cursed at Otsutsuki Urashiki. You bastard, you are my companion, and now you don't attack Kazama but sneak attack me? Are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's angry curses, Otsutsuki Urashiki not only did not get angry, but laughed even harder. Stop with that crap. Let me tell you, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, do you really think I don't know your true purpose for coming to Earth? On the surface, you came to punish the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya, but in reality, you want to monopolize the God Tree and kill Otsutsuki Kinshiki and me. After all, you are from a main family, and I am from the branch family. In the past, our branch family was weaker than your main family, but in recent years, our strength has been growing, so every time you from the main family act, you make us the scapegoats. If I don't attack you this time, after you kill Kazama and the others, you will definitely come for me to kill me. Do you think I don't know your little tricks? What? At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked to hear Otsutsuki Urashiki's words, because what Otsutsuki Urashiki said was indeed his true intention. Meanwhile, Kazama, who was on the side, also never expected that there would be so many contradictions between the main family and branch family of Otsutsuki. However, this also gave Kazama a chance to breathe. Now, that Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were not on the same page, it seemed that they would definitely have a deadly battle, allowing him to watch the tiger fight from the mountain. Just as Kazama expected, Otsutsuki Momoshiki let out a furious roar and charged at Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki was much stronger than Otsutsuki Urashiki, unfortunately, he had already been severely injured by Kazama and ambushed by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Therefore, his strength had decreased significantly. Otsutsuki Urashiki, on the other hand, had not been in battle before, so taking advantage of the opportunity, his attacks became sharper. Within a few exchanges, he had already put Otsutsuki Momoshiki at a disadvantage. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not pay attention to Kazama and the others because, in his eyes, they were merely trash. He could easily kill Kazama in a few moves. Therefore, he wanted to deal with Otsutsuki Momoshiki first, and after absorbing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chakra, he would shred Kazama and the others into pieces. Then he could dominate the entire earth. After all, as a member of the branch family, killing Otsutsuki Momoshiki would be considered a crime against the main family, and he would not escape death if he returned. So he wanted to become king on earth. At this time, when Otsutsuki Momoshiki realized he was no match for Otsutsuki Urashiki and was even at risk of falling, he became anxious. He quickly used a secret technique to communicate with Kazama, saying, "Kid, I know you still have chakra, so hurry up and join forces with me to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki. As long as you help me, I will immediately leave Earth and no longer attack you." At this moment, Kazama never expected that the usually arrogant Otsutsuki Momoshiki would actually want to team up with him. Unfortunately, Kazama then sneered and directly refused. He knew that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words were no different from farting. Moreover, earlier Otsutsuki Momoshiki not only severely injured him, but also consumed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kazama would never help Otsutsuki Momoshiki, no matter what. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to have anticipated Kazama's refusal. Therefore, he once again communicated with Kazama, saying, "Let me tell you, Kazama, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, have always kept my word. As long as you help me defeat Otsutsuki Urashiki, I will definitely not attack you again. But if I am killed by Otsutsuki Urashiki, once I die, the chakra of Otsutsuki Kagaya in my body will also vanish, and at that time, Otsutsuki Kagaya will not be able to be revived. You will regret it when the time comes." What? Hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, Kazama was immediately shocked. Chapter 181. 10 years later, Boruto's betrayal. Kazama had regarded Otsutsuki Kagaya as his companion. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya had been swallowed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki to save him. Therefore, Kazama was always eager to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. So now, upon hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, Kazama naturally hesitated. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was being beaten by Otsutsuki Urashiki, saw Kazama hesitating and secretly smiled. He knew that Kazama would definitely join forces with him. So he said to Kazama again, "Kazama, don't hesitate anymore. How about this? I'll give you another benefit. As long as you help me defeat that bastard Otsutsuki Urashiki, not only will I leave Earth, but I can also help you immediately revive Otsutsuki Kagaya." Good. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words, Kazama naturally no longer hesitated and immediately moved to attack Otsutsuki Urashiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki never expected that Kazama would dare to attack him. This immediately made him furious, and he pointed at Kazama's nose, angrily cursing, "You bastard! Earlier, you were almost killed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but I saved your life and even helped you push Otsutsuki Momoshiki back repeatedly. You don't thank me, but now you dare to attack me? Are you tired of living?" At this moment, Kazama completely ignored Otsutsuki Urashiki's questions. Instead, he relentlessly attacked Tsutsuki Momoshiki. Because Kazama knew that Tsutsuki Momoshiki's actions against Tsutsuki Kagaya were not to help him, but to eliminate his own concerns. Thus, it is clear that Tsutsuki Momoshiki is not a good person. Tsutsuki Kagaya is also not a good character. However, in order to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya. Kazama had no choice but to ally again with Tsutsuki Momoshiki, his previous enemy. At this time, with Kazama's involvement, Tsutsuki Momoshiki, who was already slightly stronger than Tsutsuki Kagaya, naturally fell into a disadvantage. Tsutsuki Momoshiki realized that if he fought to the death, he might be able to kill either Tsutsuki Kagaya or Kazama, but if he did that, he would perish as well. A coward like Tsutsuki Momoshiki would never give up his life under any circumstances. Therefore, he immediately used the Yellow Springs border and disappeared. Kazama was furious upon seeing this, because Tsutsuki Momoshiki was a coward who would run away if he couldn't win. Kazama was extremely irritated by such an enemy. However, he knew that his immediate priority was not to chase down Tsutsuki Momoshiki, but to make Tsutsuki Kagaya keep her promise to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya. But when Tsutsuki Kagaya heard Kazama's request, he burst into laughter. "What are you? You dare to ask me to fulfill my promise?" After saying this, Tsutsuki Kagaya kicked Kazama to the ground. Having already exhausted his chakra in the previous battle against Tsutsuki Momoshiki, Kazama had no strength to fight back. Moreover, he never expected that the powerful Tsutsuki Kagaya would speak as if he were just farting. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya sneered at Kazama again. "Let me tell you the truth, I never intended to spare you, nor did I plan to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya. After all, Tsutsuki Kagaya is a traitor to our clan, and I wish I could crush her to ashes, skin her alive. How could I possibly revive her? But you clearly promised me." "Nonsense. I have made promises to many people. Do I still need yours? Let me tell you, promises are just crap. Only foolish humans like you would believe in them. Now that Tsutsuki Momoshiki has escaped, your death is imminent." After saying this, Tsutsuki Kagaya laughed maniacally and charged at Kazama. At this moment, Kazama never expected that the wise him would be deceived again by the treacherous, untrustworthy, and double-faced Tsutsuki Kagaya. This made Kazama extremely furious. He realized that if he wanted to defeat Tsutsuki Kagaya, there was only one way left. Therefore, just as Tsutsuki Kagaya was about to kill Kazama, he immediately activated the fate-deciding technique, Izanami. The condition to activate Izanami is to have the enemy come into contact with his body. Only then would the enemy fall into the ultimate cycle. As Tsutsuki Kagaya struck Kazama, he was immediately caught in the recurring illusion. At this time, Tsutsuki Kagaya was unaware that this was an illusion. He only realized that he was repeating the same words and actions. This left Tsutsuki Kagaya in disbelief. But soon, whether he believed it or not, the fact had already occurred. Moreover, those affected by Izanami must truly recognize themselves to break this technique, but for Tsutsuki Kagaya, this was undoubtedly impossible, because Tsutsuki Kagaya had never truly recognized himself. Therefore, he remained trapped in Kazama's ultimate illusion that decided fate. Due to using Izanami, Kazama's right eye had already lost its light. However, for Kazama, losing his sight was not a concern. After all, his immediate priority was to extract Tsutsuki Kagaya's chakra from Tsutsuki Kagaya's body and find a way to revive her. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke, who were injured in the distance, had regained some strength after a long period of treatment. Therefore, they hurried to Kazama's side. However, they only knew that Kazama had defeated Tsutsuki Kagaya and were unaware of the price he had paid. Thus, when they saw that Kazama's eyes were now blind, they were shocked and retreated several steps. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, who understood how powerful Kazama was with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and his evolution to the Rinnegan. Moreover, the rarity of these two eyes was extremely high. Now, Kazama had sacrificed his sight to defeat Tsutsuki Kagaya, leaving Sasuke feeling deeply moved and greatly admiring him. Although Kazama could no longer see, he was still able to sense Naruto and Sasuke. Therefore, he hurriedly told them, "Quickly call Orochimaru over. I need him for something important." The reason Kazama was looking for Orochimaru was to use his medical ninjutsu to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Sasuke and Naruto did not dare to delay. They immediately brought the recently awakened Orochimaru over. However, when Orochimaru examined Tsutsuki Kagaya's body, he sighed and said to Kazama, "I can extract Tsutsuki Kagaya's chakra, but reviving her will take a long time." "Oh, how long will it take?" "At least over 10 years. "What?" Hearing this, Kazama felt a chill in his heart. He had hoped to revive Tsutsuki Kagaya to heal his eyes. After all, Tsutsuki Kagaya could use the power of Yin and Yang of the Six Paths. Although Kazama could also use the power of the Six Paths, it was only a small part and could not regenerate. Now that Orochimaru had said this, Kazama could only wait. Subsequently, Kazama had Orochimaru seal Tsutsuki Kagaya's body while he stored Tsutsuki Kagaya's chakra in his hidden village of flight, preparing to wait for her revival in over a decade. With the defeat of Tsutsuki Kagaya and the escape of Tsutsuki Momoshiki, the fourth great ninja war finally entered a temporary conclusion. However, Kazama and the others had forgotten two hidden dangers. One was the escaped Tsutsuki Momoshiki, and the other was Uchiha Madara, who had been trapped in the Heavenly Palace since the war began. Although Uchiha Madara was slightly less threatening than Tsutsuki Momoshiki in terms of strength, he was also intent on destroying the ninja world and ruling it alone. Therefore, his later alliance with Kazama was merely a temporary measure. Moreover, considering Uchiha Madara's strength, even if he was trapped in the Heavenly Palace, he might not be able to escape in the short term, but given enough time, he would surely find a way. Unfortunately, Kazama had not yet finished his own matters, so he forgot about Uchiha Madara and Tsutsuki Momoshiki. Following this, Kazama spent 10 years recuperating in the hidden village of flight. Due to the exhaustion of Kazama's chakra, combined with the loosening of the Ten Tails seal and the chaos of the Six Paths power, Kazama was nearly torn apart by the Ten Tails chakra within him. Fortunately, Orochimaru and others did their utmost to control it, which helped Kazama stabilize the Ten Tails chakra. However, this also caused Kazama to fall into a coma for 10 long years. When Kazama finally woke up after 10 years of sleep, he suddenly realized that he had regained his eyesight. This immediately shocked Kazama, as he knew that Kagaya Otsutsuki had not yet been resurrected. So how had his eyes been restored? Thus, Kazama hurriedly asked Orochimaru beside him. This question shocked Kazama again, as he learned that during his decade-long slumber, the ninja world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The culprits behind this upheaval were Otsutsuki Urashiki and Uchiha Obito. After Urashiki escaped years ago, he used the Yellow Springs to enter the heavenly space of Kagaya Otsutsuki and brought Uchiha Obito out. Since these two shared a similar outlook, they decided to join forces to control the entire ninja world. With Kazama's slumber, Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki became the strongest in the ninja world. The two quickly hit it off, and within a few years, they destroyed the 5 major ninja villages led by Konoha. Even more seriously, traitors emerged within Konoha. This traitor was Boruto, the son of Naruto. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto married Hinata and had Boruto. However, since Naruto became Hokage, he was extremely busy and couldn't take care of Boruto. This naturally led to Boruto becoming increasingly rebellious during his adolescence. Subsequently, Urashiki and Obito conspired to attack Konoha and secretly incited Boruto. Boruto, who already had a very rebellious personality, immediately allied with Obito and Urashiki, easily destroying Konoha's defenses. They even imprisoned Naruto, Sasuke, and other Konoha elders in a prison. Particularly towards his father, Boruto showed no mercy at all. Instead, he tried every means to extract the 9 tails from Naruto, leaving Naruto exhausted and heartbroken. Hearing Orochimaru's account, Kazama was immediately furious. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were his good brothers and partners. Moreover, Kazama had always disliked Boruto, the spoiled child, while watching Naruto. He had a Hokage father, but constantly complained and acted pretentious. Now this Boruto had directly betrayed Konoha and imprisoned his own father, Naruto. Naturally, Kazama could not forgive him. However, Kazama soon discovered that his restored eyes could not activate the Sharingan. This surprised him greatly. Orochimaru quickly explained that due to the advanced technology in the Hokage world, he had replaced Kazama's physical eyes with electronic devices. Thus, these eyes could only serve the purpose of seeing and could not activate the Rinnegan or Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Kazama felt a mix of emotions but did not pay too much attention. After all, Kazama's own strength was still very formidable. He not only mastered 5 elemental natures, but also dozens of bloodline limits like Steel Shield, Boil Release, Melt Release, and Dust Release. Therefore, even without relying on a Sharingan or Rinnegan, he could still easily defeat Boruto. However, Kazama now knew that the masterminds behind everything were still Obito and Urashiki. His own village, Konoha, had not developed much since his coma and was not strong. Furthermore, with the 5 major ninja villages already occupied by enemies, Kazama realized that to deal with Obito and Urashiki, he must gradually erode the enemy's strength. Thus, Kazama decided to start with Boruto. After all, compared to Obito and Urashiki, Boruto was nothing but trash. Kazama could easily beat him out of Konoha with just a few punches and kicks. Therefore, Kazama instructed Orochimaru to protect Kagaya's chakra and wait for her resurrection in a few years, while he immediately headed toward the now hellish Konoha Village. Chapter 182. Defeating Boruto. When Kazama arrived in Konoha, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. The once prosperous Konoha had turned into a scene of devastation. It could be described as hell on earth. The citizens here were all enslaved by Boruto's subordinates, forced to work day and night on heavy labor. Those ninjas unwilling to submit to Boruto were imprisoned in a specially designed prison that constantly drained their chakra. Even Naruto and Hinata, Boruto's parents, were imprisoned there. As soon as Kazama learned of this, he was filled with rage. However, what shocked him was that the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had not been imprisoned. This was somewhat unexpected for Kazama, as he believed Tsunade to be a strong-willed woman who would resist Boruto's actions. So why hadn't Boruto targeted her? After further investigation, Kazama discovered that Boruto kept Tsunade around for milk. Kazama couldn't help but marvel at Boruto's violent personality while cursing him as a notorious lunatic. As Kazama infiltrated Konoha, he originally intended to find an opportunity to capture Boruto and force him to release Naruto and the other ninjas. However, Kazama did not anticipate that Boruto had set up various sensors throughout Konoha. As soon as Kazama arrived, Boruto's subordinates reported it to him immediately. At that moment, Boruto was in his office having Tsunade prepare milk for him, and he was covered in it. When he heard his subordinates say that Kazama had infiltrated the ninja village, Boruto was immediately taken aback. Then he burst into laughter. That bastard Kazama. I've heard since childhood that he is powerful. The only ninja in Konoha who can surpass the shadow level of all previous generations. But then he vanished and became a turtle hiding its head. Now he dares to appear in Konoha. Let's see how I can tear this legendary ninja Kazama to pieces. As soon as Boruto finished speaking, he led his subordinates to chase after Kazama. Although Kazama no longer had his ocular techniques, his super perception had not disappeared. Within moments, he noticed Boruto's presence, which surprised Boruto once again. After all, he was planning a sneak attack. But now that Kazama had detected him, he could no longer execute his ambush strategy. Therefore, Kazama immediately leaped outside the village. This was not because Kazama was afraid of Boruto, but because he knew that many innocent citizens in Konoha were caught in the crossfire. If he fought Boruto, it would undoubtedly harm the innocent, which was something Kazama did not want to see. However, Boruto did not think this way. When Boruto saw that Kazama had not engaged him in battle and had fled outside, it made him even more arrogant. So he chased after Kazama while shouting to his followers, "Everyone, did you see that? Kazama is nothing but a paper tiger, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He claims to be a master beyond the shadow level, but in my eyes, he is just a useless coward. From now on, none of you are allowed to intervene. Just watch as I beat this coward Kazama." At this moment, Boruto laughed heartily as he approached Kazama. Since Kazama had already lured Boruto here, he naturally did not escape. He immediately started shouting angrily at Boruto. "You bastard! How dare you destroy Konoha, which has been protected by generations of Hokage with their lives? Are you even human? And you've imprisoned your parents. A piece of trash like you should have been shot against the wall long ago. Stop pretending to be tough in front of me." But before Kazama could finish, Boruto pointed a finger at Kazama's nose and angrily retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are, daring to act tough in front of me? I've heard a lot about you, but to me, you're just a paper tiger. Besides, as far as I know, you were just a garbage picker in Konoha before. How could you possibly have strength beyond shadow-level ninjas? Today, I will defeat you and make you my watchdog." As soon as Boruto finished speaking, he launched a Rasengan towards Kazama. It's worth noting that Boruto's Rasengan was learned from Naruto, and Naruto's Rasengan was taught to him by Kazama. Therefore, Kazama found it very easy to deal with the Rasengan. He immediately activated his bloodline limit, the Dark Release. In an instant, he absorbed Boruto's Rasengan into his hand. Then he unleashed an amplified Great Rasengan, knocking Boruto to the ground. However, instead of getting angry, Boruto laughed after being knocked down and nodded at Kazama. Not bad, but I only used about 10% of my power just now. If you think you can kill me like this, that's just a delusion." After saying that, Boruto sprang back to his feet. He then used his secret technique, the Vanishing Rasengan. Boruto's Rasengan shrank down until it disappeared completely. At that moment, although Kazama couldn't use a Sharingan to track the trajectory of the Vanishing Rasengan, he was still able to detect it with his super sensitivity. He realized that the Vanishing Rasengan had merely merged with Lightning Chakra, making it vanish from sight. It seemed invisible, but if one paid attention, they could still discern its attack route. Thus, Kazama easily dodged Boruto's attack in a split second. He then used Lightning Cutter to instantly destroy Boruto's proud, vanishing Rasengan. Seeing that Kazama had effortlessly broken through his years of developed technique, Boruto was utterly shocked. However, even though he was shocked, he maintained a nonchalant facade. After all, Boruto knew that if he showed fear of Kazama, it would not only embarrass him, but also lead his subordinates to look down on him. In the eyes of everyone, Boruto was always invincible. What those subordinates didn't realize was that Boruto's previous invincibility was due to the help of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, which made him very powerful. Now, facing Kazama, a super shadow level opponent, he was bound to lose. Nonetheless, Boruto was always one to show off, rivaling even Uchiha Sasuke in that regard. Therefore, Boruto immediately unleashed another trump card, the Super Vortex Rasengan. At that moment, the Super Vortex Rasengan was larger than 10 Great Rasengans combined and significantly more powerful than the Super Great Rasengan. The attack range was also very wide. With Boruto's full power, it quickly reached Kazama. Kazama, you paper tiger, I'm going to tear you apart. As soon as Boruto finished speaking, there was a loud boom as his Super Vortex Rasengan struck Kazama's body. But just as Boruto thought he could kill Kazama, he was taken aback to find that Kazama absorbed his Super Vortex Rasengan again with his Dark Release. Kazama only needed to unleash the amplified Super Vortex Rasengan to kill Boruto, who was very close to him. However, Kazama knew that Boruto had become like this not only because of his own reasons, but also due to the instigation of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Plus, given his good relationship with Naruto, if he killed Boruto, Naruto might resent him. Therefore, Kazama chose not to kill Boruto, but instead used Lightning Release, intending to knock him out and then force him to release Naruto and the other Konoha ninjas. However, Kazama did not expect Boruto to be someone who wouldn't back down until he hit a wall. Even though he clearly wasn't Kazama's opponent, he stubbornly insisted on fighting him. When Boruto saw his Super Vortex Rasengan being absorbed again, he became furious. He retreated and then performed thousands of ShadowClone jutsu. These clones unleashed all the ninjutsu Boruto had mastered. Boruto also summoned his secret beast, the dragon from the Dragon Cave, Kinya. It's known that Kinya was even stronger than the Great Serpent and was the most ferocious one-eyed giant snake in the Dragon Cave. Its poisonous gas could instantly turn allies into stone. This clearly showed that Boruto had developed a murderous intent towards Kazama, not just wanting to defeat him as he had claimed before. At this moment, Kazama had no choice but to unleash his Ten Tails chakra. In an instant, Kazama transformed into the Ten Tails true form. Although Boruto was arrogant, he had never seen a real Ten Tails before. So when he saw Kazama transform, he was instantly shocked and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Kinya and the thousands of shadow clones had already reached the Ten Tails Kazama. But unfortunately, with their abilities, they could only show off in front of ordinary ninjas and couldn't defeat the transformed Kazama. Thus, Kazama easily wiped out Boruto's clones and Kinya in no time. Boruto, who was lying on the ground, immediately yelled angrily at his subordinates, "You bastards, watching me get beaten up and just standing by. Do you believe I'll castrate you all and turn you into eunuchs right now?" Hearing Boruto's anger, his subordinates were filled with indignation. "It was clearly you who told us not to intervene earlier and said you would handle Kazama yourself. Now that you're getting beaten, you dare blame us?" This made Boruto's subordinates, who were already annoyed by his arrogance, even more rebellious. They no longer submitted to Boruto and immediately knelt down before Kazama. "Lord Kazama, we were all subordinates of Lord Naruto before, but unfortunately, we were threatened by that bastard Boruto, forcing us to kneel and lick his boots, and we were helpless. It's truly great to see you now, and we are immediately willing to help you slay that bastard Boruto." At this moment, Boruto had no idea that his subordinates had betrayed him in just one encounter. Upon hearing his subordinates' words, Kazama nodded slightly. He immediately knocked Boruto unconscious, who was about to escape. Originally, if Kazama could use the Sharingan, he could have directly used Kodoeme Tsukumi to control Boruto. However, Kazama's eyes no longer possessed any ocular techniques. Therefore, he could only wake up the unconscious Boruto. He then held a kunai to Boruto's neck and said, "Listen, Boruto, I spared your life because I know your father. Otherwise, you would have already become a ghost under my blade. Now, I ask you one last time. Are you willing to release Naruto and the other Konoha ninjas? If you agree, I might spare your life, but if you remain stubborn, I can easily kill you and use your head to force those guards to release the Konoha ninjas. After all, you are their leader, and now that their leader is dead, your subordinates will naturally not be able to hold on." Hearing Kazama's words, Boruto initially wanted to curse him angrily. However, he quickly thought of something and began to secretly laugh. Kazama, this useless fool, clearly has the ability to kill me. Yet he still has the thought of being merciful and saying he wants to spare my life. Well then, since it's like this, I will play along and pretend to be afraid of him, then release Naruto and the other Konoha weaklings. After that, I will take the opportunity to notify Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki to crush these traitors. Upon thinking of this, Boruto immediately changed his previously arrogant demeanor. He quickly nodded with a fake smile at Kazama. Uncle Kazama, after your beating, I have completely changed my ways. I know that my previous actions were those of a worthless bastard. Now, I am willing to release my parents and those uncles and elders immediately. As long as you spare my life. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Upon hearing Boruto's words and seeing the expression on his face that changed faster than flipping a page, Kazama nodded on the surface but understood in his heart that Boruto was merely pretending to submit. In reality, he wanted to take advantage of Kazama's unpreparedness to inform Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kazama knew the battles and experiences he had gone through were far greater than that little brat Boruto. How could he fall for Boruto's scheme? However, Kazama's main goal now was still to rescue Naruto and the others. Therefore, he decided to play along. He immediately instructed Boruto to take him to Konoha's prison. Chapter 183. The despicable Boruto. At this time, the ninjas guarding the prison saw that their leader Boruto was being held hostage by Kazama. Naturally, they did not dare to resist Kazama anymore. They immediately followed Kazama's orders and released Naruto, Hinata, and the other Konoha ninjas. Since Naruto had been locked up in prison by his own son and learned that his son had turned Konoha into a living hell, he was extremely furious. Therefore, upon seeing Kazama defeat Boruto and bring the traitor Boruto before him, Naruto was filled with rage. He immediately threw a punch and kicked Boruto to the ground. It should be noted that Boruto had always been dissatisfied and resentful towards his father, Naruto. That was why he locked his father in prison. Now, seeing his father just rescued and daring to attack him, Boruto was instantly furious and exploded with rage. However, at this moment, Boruto also knew that he was now a prisoner. If he resisted, he would definitely be killed by Kazama. After all, Kazama was a good brother and friend of Naruto. Plus, since Boruto had already pretended to submit to Kazama, he naturally had to keep up the act. Therefore, Boruto hurriedly put on a smile and said to his father, Naruto, father, I know I was wrong. After being educated by Uncle Kazama, I will never dare to do these rebellious things again. After all, I'm still a child. Please forgive me. At this moment, Kazama, having realized Boruto's scheme, also knew that Boruto was not genuinely submitting to him. Therefore, upon hearing Boruto's nonsense, Kazama could only sneer coldly. Originally, Kazama wanted to scold him angrily, but he did not want to reprimand Naruto's son in front of everyone, as Naruto was also very concerned about his face. Thus, Kazama could only temporarily hold back. However, Naruto, being soft-hearted, truly believed that Boruto had changed upon seeing his son admit his mistakes. He immediately nodded seriously at Boruto, saying, Good son, as long as you can truly change your ways, then as your father, I will forgive you. Seeing Naruto easily forgive the traitor Boruto, Kazama could only shake his head helplessly. He then immediately spoke to Boruto, I know with your strength, you cannot overthrow all of Konoha. So now I need you to reveal your backers, and take me to find them, so we can catch them all. Hearing Kazama's words, Boruto was overjoyed, because his main goal now was to lead Kazama and the others to Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Only then could he use their power to kill Kazama. Therefore, upon hearing Kazama's request, Boruto was naturally very happy. Kazama, you little brat, I was still thinking of what excuse to use to lead you to Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but now you've thrown yourself into the net. So I want you to have to think of a way anymore. With this in mind, Boruto smiled and nodded at Kazama. No problem. I can tell you now that I was instigated by Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki to rebel against Konoha because I was young and naive and believed their words. But Uncle Kazama, since I have changed, I will take you to find them right away and tear them to pieces. As Boruto spoke, he immediately led Kazama and the others toward the lair of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Boruto knew that with the abilities of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they would detect their tracks before his people arrived. At that time, with the strength of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they would surely be able to catch Kazama and the others all at once, and he could regain control of all of Konoha. However, just as Boruto was thinking this, Kazama suddenly announced that he would split his ninja coalition into two. One part would be jointly managed by himself and Naruto, while the other part would be led by Boruto. At this moment, Boruto, not knowing Kazama's true intentions, did not think much of it. After Kazama and Boruto split into two paths, Kazama quickly said to Naruto, "You are still too kind." What? Hearing Kazama's vague words, Naruto was immediately puzzled. He quickly asked with a confused expression, "Kazama, what do you mean by that? By the way, it's been over a decade since we last met. Where have you been all these years? If you had been here, Konoha Village have suffered such a catastrophic disaster. And my son Village have been manipulated by those two bastards, Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki." Seeing Naruto place all the blame on Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki, Kazama didn't argue back, but he knew that flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. If Boruto truly was a man of integrity, he wouldn't have allowed Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki to find any leverage against him. Therefore, Kazama said to Naruto again, "Naruto, I might as well tell you the truth. Boruto hasn't genuinely submitted to us. He hasn't turned over a new leaf at all." What? Hearing Kazama's words, Naruto was shocked. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "Kazama, you're being too petty." Yes, Boruto did betray Konoha before. But didn't he say he was instigated by Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki? After all, he is just a teenager, and it's normal for him to be led astray by those two old foxes. So I advise you not to think too much about it. My son must have genuinely turned over a new leaf. If you continue to insult my son, then I have no choice but to part ways with you. At this moment, Kazama never expected that after more than a decade, Naruto would still be this naive. However, he soon understood. After all, Boruto was Naruto's son, and Naruto had no reason not to trust him. Therefore, Kazama could only helplessly shake his head and drop the subject because he knew that a fox would eventually reveal its tail. Since Boruto insisted on taking action against him and Konoha, he would surely expose his flaws, and at that time, even if Naruto didn't believe it, he would have to. Thus, Kazama and the others could only head towards Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki's lair. At this moment, just as Boruto had anticipated, Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki had already sensed Kazama and Boruto's presence after just one glance. Uchiha Obito laughed maniacally and donned his red armor, ready for battle. After all, Uchiha Obito was a battle maniac. Otsutsuki Urashiki quickly stopped him, saying, "Uchiha Obito, don't be so eager. After all, Boruto is among the enemy ranks. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely that Boruto was defeated by that little brat Kazama. Kazama is very powerful, so Boruto must have deliberately lured him here, intending for us to kill Kazama, since Boruto knows Kazama is our greatest enemy." Really? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's words, Uchiha Obito frowned and asked, "Are you sure that Boruto hasn't betrayed us?" "Ha, of course. You must know that even though Boruto is Naruto's son, he hasn't inherited any of Naruto's virtues and is, in fact, a very despicable little bastard. Therefore, he could never betray us. After all, he and we're in the same boat. So now we should act according to the plan. Split into two groups. You deal with Kazama, and I'll handle the group of ninja led by Boruto. As long as we both take action, we can completely eliminate this last stubborn enemy." "All right, no problem." In an instant, Uchiha Obito charged towards Kazama and the others. Meanwhile, Boruto spotted Otsutsuki Urashiki charging towards them. Excitedly, Boruto waved at Otsutsuki Urashiki, saying, "Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki, I've finally been waiting for you." "What did you say?" The group of ninjas behind Boruto was immediately shocked. They had thought that Boruto had truly reformed. However, they never expected that Boruto would betray them again in an instant. He was simply like a weathercock. Therefore, the ninjas immediately began to scold Boruto angrily. However, Boruto, hearing their insults, wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at them with a cold smile. "You bunch of bastards, daring to scold me even when death is upon you? Well then, I'll take the lead and eliminate you for Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki." As soon as Boruto finished speaking, he unleashed a Rasengan towards the group of ninjas behind him. But what Boruto didn't expect was that as soon as he touched those people, they all turned into white smoke. It turned out they were all shadow clones. At that moment, Boruto was shocked and took several steps back. Otsutsuki Urashiki was equally astonished because he hadn't anticipated that those people would be shadow clones. He thought he could take the opportunity to weaken Kazama's resistance. But it was clear that Boruto's plan had already been known to Kazama. Otherwise, Kazama wouldn't have been so well prepared. In a fit of rage, Otsutsuki Urashiki kicked the bewildered Boruto to the ground, saying, "You useless waste. Damn it. You can't even tell if they're real or just shadow clones. Why don't you go eat shit?" Despite Boruto's usual arrogance, in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki, he was nothing but a coward. Thus, Boruto could only keep bowing and begging for mercy from Otsutsuki Urashiki, too afraid to do anything else. At this moment, as Kazama's shadow clones are destroyed, Kazama received the news. He turned to Naruto with an angry expression and said, "Naruto, I didn't wrong your son. Your son has deliberately eliminated the shadow clones I left behind." What? Hearing Kazama's words, Naruto was taken aback. "You actually sent shadow clones behind my son? You're clearly trying to test him. I ask you, are you still my brother or not?" However, what Kazama didn't expect was that Naruto would still be this foolish. This made Kazama feel a mix of amusement and frustration. At the same time, Uchiha Obito had already charged towards Kazama and the others. Kazama had no choice but to set aside his dispute with Naruto and confront Uchiha Obito head-on. Naruto, prioritizing the bigger picture, teamed up with Kazama to battle Uchiha Obito. After all, their biggest enemy was still Uchiha Obito. Therefore, Kazama immediately activated the Nine-Tails mode and engaged in combat with Uchiha Obito. Unfortunately, despite Naruto's Nine-Tails mode being powerful, Uchiha Obito's strength had reached an unparalleled level after years of training and with Otsutsuki Urashiki's guidance. Even with the Nine-Tails mode, Naruto was still knocked to the ground by Uchiha Obito's Susanoo sword. Uchiha Obito then looked at Kazama with a cold smile, saying, "You little brat, I wanted to grind you to dust back then, but regrettably, I couldn't find your trace for over a decade. Now that you've appeared in front of me, I must kill you." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kazama was extremely angry. After all, he had previously spared Madara's life multiple times and even believed that Madara could redeem himself. However, he never expected that Madara would be even more despicable than he was over a decade ago. Thus, Kazama immediately used all his strength and activated the Three Divine Tools version of Susanoo, battling Madara's complete Susanoo fiercely. The clash was so intense that it was as if the heavens and earth were crying out. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas did not sit idle and join the battle. At that moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Boruto also arrived. Knowing that Kazama had seen through his trickery long ago, Boruto was furious and pointed at Kazama, cursing him. "Kazama, you bastard. Don't think I was really afraid of you earlier. That was just a plan to endure and bide my time. Aimed at bringing you before Lord Uchiha Madara and Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki, so I can crush you to pieces. What did you say? Boruto, are you out of your mind?" At this time, Naruto, who was struggling against Madara, was enraged upon hearing such rebellious words from his son. He could never have imagined that as a steadfast man, he would have such a shameless son. Hearing his father's angry reprimand, Boruto was livid. "Stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you, Naruto, I never considered you my father because you never cared about me. To you, the Hidden Leaf Village is what truly matters. Since that is the case, I will definitely destroy this precious Hidden Leaf Village in your eyes and make you feel the pain I've endured." After saying this, Boruto immediately unleashed a Rasengan and charged at Naruto. Chapter 184. The Fall of Hidden Yon Village. Although, with Boruto's abilities, he could not possibly harm Naruto at all, since Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and could enter the Nine-Tails mode. Therefore, in the current ninja world, aside from Kazama, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, no one could defeat Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto's opponent was his own son, Boruto. As a father, Naruto naturally could not bring himself to attack seriously and kept holding back, even more so than Itachi did when facing Sasuke. At this time, Kazama took advantage of the fight with Madara to glance over and realized that Naruto had completely relaxed his defenses. However, Boruto remained oblivious, thinking that he was pushing his father back with his attacks, which made him even more arrogant. While attacking his father, he spewed insults at Naruto. As an onlooker, Kazama cannot just stand by and watch Boruto act like a jerk. So, he immediately sent out a ShadowClone, which knocked Boruto to the ground in a flash. At that moment, Madara, seeing Kazama diverting his attention to send out a ShadowClone while fighting him, became furious. After all, Madara was a very proud person. No one could use ShadowClones against him because doing so would be considered disrespectful. Otherwise, why would anyone lower their own strength to fight him? Enraged, Madara reached out with both hands. Before Kazama could react, a red light appeared in front of Madara, and in the blink of an eye, Madara absorbed a large portion of Kazama's chakra. The sudden loss of chakra caused Kazama's Susanoo to dissipate, leaving him stunned. He never expected that Madara would possess such a powerful ability to absorb chakra, akin to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Seeing Madara gaining the upper hand, Urashiki burst into laughter. Kazama, you little brat, let me tell you the truth. Do you think after all these years, we still have the same strength as before? That's impossible. Now, both Madara and I have been continuously researching ninjutsu, and our abilities have significantly increased. Right now, not only can we absorb your chakra, but if you want to rescue Naruto and the others, you should hand over your own Ten Tails chakra to us. Perhaps we might leave them with intact corpses. Otherwise, we will have to kill all of you, which may take some time, but we have plenty of it. Upon hearing Urashiki's words, Kazama realized he wasn't just boasting. It was the truth. Madara's displayed strength was indeed superior to his own, and Urashiki was even more powerful than Madara. Kazama felt a deep resentment. Right now, my Rinnegan hasn't been recovered, and I can't use that powerful ocular technique. Thus, dealing with these two is incredibly challenging. If I must fight them, I might not survive, but Naruto and the others will definitely be killed. With this thought, Kazama could only order everyone to retreat immediately. What? Retreat? Upon hearing Kazama's words, Naruto and the other ninjas were completely taken aback. After all, Kazama had always been seen as someone who charged forward without hesitation. Now, he was actively suggesting retreat, which left Naruto and the others confused and bewildered. However, since they all looked up to Kazama, they naturally believed whatever he said. At this moment, upon hearing that Kazama wanted to leave, Urashiki laughed wildly again. I say, you little brat, are you out of your mind? Even if you want to retreat, you should signal us and leave when we're not paying attention. Retreating right in front of us is the act of a fool. As soon as Urashiki finished speaking, Madara and Boruto blocked the path of Kazama and the others. Unfortunately, they seriously underestimated Kazama's determination to retreat. For Kazama to dare retreat in front of them indicated that he was fully capable and qualified to deal with their obstruction. Therefore, Kazama immediately transformed and revealed his Ten Tails form. In a flash, he knocked Boruto and Madara aside. After all, the power of the Ten Tails was incredibly formidable. With the current strength of Madara and Boruto, they were no match for Kazama. At that moment, Urashiki saw Kazama unleashing the chakra of the Ten Tails and immediately burst into laughter, releasing his enhanced red light fishing rod, ready to extract Kazama's Ten Tails chakra. Kazama, you little brat, I've been waiting for you to reveal your Ten Tails form. Now the Ten Tails is mine. But what Urashiki did not expect was that even though Kazama had transformed into the Ten Tails, his movements were extremely swift. Before Urashiki's red light fishing rod could approach, Kazama had already made a clean getaway with Naruto and the other ninjas, disappearing without a trace. The sudden anger of Otsutsuki Urashiki caused him to explode in rage. Cursing loudly, he immediately ordered Boruto to lead a group of rogue ninjas from Konoha to search for the whereabouts of Kazama and the others, vowing to tear them to pieces. At this time, Kazama and his group had barely escaped to Konoha Village, where they temporarily settled down. Meanwhile, Naruto still wore a face full of indignation. Kazama, look at us being chased to this extent by these rogue ninjas is really not the style of Konoha ninjas. I say we might as well fight to the death. Are you an idiot? Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke and Sakura beside him began to angrily scold him. Clearly, the odds were against them, and the power disparity was immense. Going would only result in a pointless death. It was better to listen to Kazama as strategy. The other ninjas looked at Kazama with hope. However, Kazama shook his head with a bitter smile. Everyone, if we really want to defeat Uchiha Obito and Otsutsuki Urashiki, we must wait for another 2 years. What? 2 years? As soon as Kazama said this, Naruto and the other ninjas were immediately puzzled. Kazama, what do you mean by waiting 2 years? Does that mean your strength will increase in 2 years? That's right, if we wait for 2 years, not only will my strength increase, but a 6 paths level helper will come to assist us. What? Upon hearing Kazama's words, everyone was once again taken aback. Kazama then explained that his Rinnegan had not yet been restored and that Otsutsuki Kagaya had not been resurrected. After hearing that Kagaya would be revived in 2 years, and that once she was revived, she could use the power of 6 paths Yin-Yang to recreate Kazama's Rinnegan, everyone was overjoyed. They had already experienced Kazama's ocular techniques. Not to mention how powerful the 6 paths power of the Rinnegan was, even the abilities of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, such as Kodoha Mitsukami, were enough to control all ninjas below the 6 paths level. At this time, Naruto quickly turned to Kazama and said, Kazama, you see, my son is too rebellious. This is really my failure as a teacher. But now he is after all my son, and if I have to kill him, I just can't do it. I wonder if, when your eternal Mangeki Sharingan returns, you can use Kodoeme Tsukumi to control my son and bring him back to Konoha? Of course, that's not a problem. Hearing Naruto's request, Kazama immediately nodded, as he had the same intention. At that time, as long as he used Kodoeme Tsukumi, he could successfully control Boruto's thoughts, making him serve Konoha for his entire life. However, Kazama then shifted the topic and seriously told Naruto, "Naruto, you must know that Boruto has now become a thorn in the eyes of many ninjas. They are very angry with him. So, Boruto will need to spend his entire life making amends to the Konoha ninjas. Of course, that's no problem. As long as my son is alive, I don't care what he does." At this moment, Naruto said while repeatedly bowing to Kazama in gratitude. Kazama originally thought that having escaped to Xiangyin Village would allow him to successfully evade Otsutsuki Urashiki's search. However, he greatly underestimated Urashiki's obsession. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki had only intermittently searched for Kazama over the years due to regular training. Therefore, it was fine if he couldn't find him. But now that he saw Kazama was still alive and had attacked him, how could he just let it go? Moreover, Urashiki knew that Kazama was the soul of the combined ninja army. If Kazama did not die, then these ninja armies would continue to resist him, and he would have no peace. Thus, Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately activated his unique sensing ability. After determining the direction Kazama and the others had fled, he found a location of Xiangyin Village 3 days later. However, Urashiki had never been to Xiangyin Village and naturally did not know that Kazama had set up the Grellstone Formation around the village. As soon as a ninja stepped into the Grellstone Formation, their chakra would be completely drained. Therefore, without any knowledge of this, he immediately dispatched Uchiha Obito, Boruto, and many rogue ninjas towards the direction of the Grellstone. Once they arrived, everyone immediately felt their chakra vanish. This shocked the ninjas led by Uchiha Obito and Boruto. Although they were powerful, their strength relied entirely on the chakra within them. Without chakra, they had no power. It was like a car without gasoline. No matter how powerful the engine, it wouldn't move at all. In theory, with the Grellstones, Kazama could completely slaughter these chakra-less ninjas. However, the Grellstones only worked on ordinary ninjas and had no effect on the Otsutsuki clan, as they did not possess chakra in their bodies. Their energy came from nature. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered coldly and immediately unleashed the pressure of his Rinnegan. In just a few moments, he destroyed the entire Grellstone formation. Kazama originally thought that using the Grell formation could delay Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack, but he did not expect Urashiki to be so powerful. Destroying the formation he had painstakingly set up over several years in just moments. At this time, Naruto and the other ninjas hurriedly advised Kazama to leave. But Kazama shook his head at everyone. Since Otsutsuki Urashiki has come here, they must have surrounded our Xiangyin village so tightly that we can't escape. Really? Then what do you suggest we do? It's simple. There is only one way, which is to use a strategy of self-sacrifice. You will offer me to Otsutsuki Urashiki to gain his trust. What? If that's the case, wouldn't you be killed by Otsutsuki Urashiki? Yes, Kazama. When we fought Otsutsuki Momoshiki back then, you used this method. You must know that he didn't fall for it at all back then. If it weren't for you using Izanagi's ultimate illusion to change your fate, you might have been killed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki on the spot. That's right. And now you don't have ocular techniques. If Otsutsuki Urashiki tries to kill you, how will you change your fate? Hearing the concerns of Naruto and the other ninjas, Kazama immediately smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, you're not wrong. Right now, I really don't have ocular techniques to change fate. However, you must know that Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki have completely different personalities. Otsutsuki Momoshiki is arrogant and dismissive of anyone, while Otsutsuki Urashiki particularly enjoys playing cat and mouse. He had previously been defeated by me, and now that he has finally captured me, he will definitely want to torture me for a while. So it is impossible for him to kill me immediately. Moreover, he also wants to obtain the 10 tails within me. If he kills me, the 10 tails within me will also vanish, so it's completely feasible for me to hold out for 2 years. Once those 2 years are over, we can revive Otsutsuki Kagaya and my Rinnegan, and launch a full-scale attack on Otsutsuki Urashiki and these rogue ninjas. Chapter 185. Otsutsuki Kagaya revived again upon hearing Kazama's words. Naruto and Sasuke could only give up helplessly. They immediately followed Kazama's plan and brought him, bound, to Otsutsuki Urashiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki never expected that someone like Kazama, a man of iron will, would be betrayed by his own subordinate. Moreover, Kazama seemed to have stopped resisting. This shocked Otsutsuki Urashiki greatly. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki burst into laughter at Kazama. "How's it going, kid? Before, you kept pretending to be tough in front of me, even daring to beat me. And now you not only failed to resist, but were also captured by your own subordinates. Tell me, how do you want to die now? I can grant you that. After all, I am very kind-hearted." Seeing that Otsutsuki Urashiki was about to kill Kazama, Naruto and Sasuke were naturally shocked. They hurriedly tried to plead for mercy from Otsutsuki Urashiki. But at that moment, Kazama immediately signaled them with his eyes. They understood that Kazama did not want them to plead for mercy from Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kazama knew that Otsutsuki Urashiki was not a fool. He was already suspicious of Kazama's surrender. If Naruto and Sasuke, who had betrayed him, pleaded for mercy, Otsutsuki Urashiki would immediately figure out Kazama as planned. Therefore, Kazama coldly said to Otsutsuki Urashiki, "Let me tell you, you bastard, you can kill me, but don't forget that as soon as you kill me, the 10 tails within me will become non-existent. Let's see how you'll become the 10 tails Jinchuriki then." What? Upon hearing Kazama's words, Otsutsuki Urashiki was taken aback. He nodded secretly, because as Kazama said, he indeed dreamed of obtaining the 10 tails within Kazama to activate his Rinne Sharingan, just like Otsutsuki Kagaya. Only in this way could he truly possess the strength to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. After all, although Otsutsuki Urashiki currently rules on this earth, compared to the Otsutsuki clan from the heavens, his current strength was nothing but trash. Therefore, he must become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and activate the Rinne Sharingan to barely be able to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, Otsutsuki Urashiki had to give up the idea of killing Kazama immediately. However, he did not intend to peacefully coexist with Kazama. In a moment, he imprisoned Kazama in a specially made cage and prepared to use his red glowing fishing rod to extract the 10 tails chakra from Kazama. But what Otsutsuki Urashiki did not expect was that Kazama had long since set up a seal for the 10 tails within him. Therefore, even though Otsutsuki Urashiki's red glowing fishing rod was much more powerful than before, he still could not extract the sealed 10 tails chakra. Otsutsuki Urashiki was infuriated but had no way to deal with it. At this time, Kazama knew that although he was pretending to surrender, he could not immediately submit to Otsutsuki Urashiki. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki's thoughts were no less than those of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. If he easily submitted to Otsutsuki Urashiki now, Urashiki would not regard him highly at all. Therefore, Kazama decided to drag this out for 10 to 15 days before pretending to cooperate with him. This way, he could buy 2 years' time. Once 2 years had passed and Otsutsuki Kagaya was revived, he could take proper revenge on Otsutsuki Urashiki and capture Urashiki along with Uchiha Madara and others. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki was unaware of Kazama's thoughts and continued to use various methods to torture Kazama. However, Kazama was still that man of iron will, fearless. Thus, even though Otsutsuki Urashiki exerted all his strength, Kazama did not yield. Instead, he continuously cursed at Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Otsutsuki Urashiki, you bastard, let me tell you. Kazama can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me right now, otherwise I won't let you off." Kazama knew that Otsutsuki Urashiki dared not kill him now, so he boldly provoked Urashiki. At that moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki indeed did not dare to kill Kazama, leaving him anxious and scratching his head. After 10 to 15 days, Otsutsuki Urashiki still came to torment Kazama every day. His goal was naturally to hope that Kazama would actively release the seal on the 10 tails within him. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not get his wish. After such a long time, Kazama knew that Otsutsuki Urashiki had seen his courage. So, Kazama decided to take this opportunity to pretend to join forces with Otsutsuki Urashiki, allowing him to pass the 2 years and use this opportunity to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Kazama immediately said to Otsutsuki Urashiki, "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki Urashiki, if you really want to get the 10 tails within me, I do have a way." "Oh, what way?" After Otsutsuki Urashiki had been unable to obtain the 10 tails from Kazama for 10 to 15 days, he was overjoyed to hear Kazama's concession. He immediately asked Kazama excitedly, "It's very simple. You have to agree to 3 things. First, you must not kill the ninjas of the ninja world. Second, you must release me immediately. Third, I want to jointly govern this ninja world with you. As long as you agree, I will hand over the 10 tails to you." Well, upon hearing Kazama's demands, Otsutsuki Urashiki initially wanted to refuse immediately. After all, he had a deep-seated grudge against Kazama and wished to crush him into ashes. How could he possibly share power with Kazama? However, at that moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki's mind turned, and he secretly thought, if I agree to Kazama's 3 demands, he will immediately hand over the 10 tails, and once he does, I can take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, what does it matter about conditions? As long as I can obtain the 10 tails, that's all that matters. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Urashiki nodded to Kazama. All right, no problem. Although you are my enemy, after fighting you today, I also know you are a tough guy. Since you said that as long as I agree to your 3 conditions, you will hand over the 10 tails, then I will release you now and can also restrain my subordinates from harassing the people of the ninja world. Ha ha. At this moment, Otsutsuki Pushur released Kazama, who immediately burst into laughter. I said, Otsutsuki Pushur, you seem very clever, but how can you be so childish now? Do you really think that just because your lips touch, I will believe your nonsense? I tell you, although I agreed to give you the 10 tails inside me, it won't be now, but in the future. What? Are you kidding me? Seeing that Kazama was unwilling to hand over the 10 tails immediately, Otsutsuki Pushur angrily scolded him. Of course, without the 10 tails, I would die immediately, so I hope you can let me live for another 2 years. During these 2 years, I want to see how you treat the citizens of the ninja world. As long as you can show me your results, then 2 years later, I can immediately give you the 10 tails. Hearing Kazama's request, Otsutsuki Pushur, with no other choice, could only agree. After all, for a powerful ninja like Otsutsuki Pushur, a couple of months of seclusion is nothing. So, 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye for him. At that moment, after releasing Kazama, Uchihamadara and Boruto were both shocked. They knew Kazama was incredibly strong, and that they were not on the same level. If Kazama were to be released now, he would rise to power. Therefore, Uchihamadara and Boruto hurriedly tried to persuade Otsutsuki Pushur. Otsutsuki Pushur, are you crazy? By releasing Kazama, you're letting a tiger return to the mountain. If Kazama gathers ninjas to rebel again, won't we all be in danger? Slap. But before Boruto could finish speaking, Otsutsuki Pushur slapped him to the ground. Were you? How dare you question me? I tell you, Boruto, Uchihamadara can question me because he is strong, and I can't do anything to him. But you, a little brat, are just my pawn, and you dare to question me. I tell you, before me, you can only obey. If I tell you to go east, you go east. If I tell you to go west, you go west. Otherwise, I will tear you to pieces. Boruto initially thought that Otsutsuki Pushur valued and cared for him, but he didn't expect that Otsutsuki Pushur would kick him to the ground without hesitation. This immediately filled Boruto with anger. At that moment, Kazama, watching from the side, couldn't help but sneer at Boruto. After all, Kazama had no affection for Boruto. Although Boruto appeared to be Naruto's son, he was actually an ungrateful brat. How could someone who would imprison their own parents have a right to live in this world? If it weren't for Naruto's sake, Kazama would have long since torn Boruto apart. Then Kazama smiled at Uchihamadara and said, you don't need to be so shocked. I can tell you the truth. Our common wish is to manage this ninja world, but your methods are too harsh, leading to an increasing number of rebel forces. I was previously recognized as the leader of the ninja world. If you join forces with me now, it will surely make those ninjas who harbor hatred for you give up their grudges, and they might even submit to you. As long as you wait for 2 years, I will offer you the 10 tails within me. By then, won't you achieve 2 goals with 1 move? Hearing Kazama's words, Uchihamadara found them very reasonable and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Pushur was eager to obtain the 10 tails from Kazama 2 years later, so he didn't think much about it. Kazama then immediately requested Otsutsuki Pushur to release Naruto, Sasuke, and all the Leaf Ninjas who were imprisoned. At that moment, Boruto was very angry with Kazama. He realized that Naruto and Sasuke had clearly betrayed Kazama before, but now Kazama was showing kindness and saving them. Therefore, Boruto immediately guessed that Naruto, Sasuke, and Kazama were all acting, intending to deceive Otsutsuki Pushur and Uchihamadara. Boruto rushed in front of Kazama and pointed a finger at him, angrily scolding, I tell you, Kazama, I already understand your plan. I'm going to inform Otsutsuki Pushur right now and have him kill you on the spot. Let's see how you wait for 2 years. Upon hearing Boruto's threat, Naruto was furious and immediately wanted to teach Boruto a lesson. But Boruto quickly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly asked Kazama, what should we do now? Yeah. Sasuke also quickly added, you shouldn't have come to save us. Didn't that waste your plan? You two don't need to worry. Boruto's words are nothing in front of Otsutsuki Pushur. He won't pay any attention to him, just as Kazama expected. After Boruto conveyed this news to Otsutsuki Pushur, he completely ignored him. Boruto thought that Otsutsuki Pushur hadn't heard, so he approached again. Otsutsuki Pushi, annoyed by the interruption during his training, kicked Boruto to the ground again before he could speak. Boruto, I tell you the truth. I allied with you to attack the Leaf Village. Now that the Leaf has been occupied by me, you are of no use anymore. So if you know what's good for you, continue to be my pawn and do whatever I say. But if you insist on standing on equal footing with me, thinking you are my companion, then I can only kill you. After all, in front of me, Otsutsuki Pushur. Only those with strength equal to mine can become my companions. People like you will never be my companions. No matter how much Boruto pleaded, Otsutsuki Pushur ignored him and ordered that Boruto be imprisoned. In fact, Otsutsuki Pushur didn't genuinely believe in Kazama. He also knew that due to Kazama's feelings for Naruto and Sasuke, they could never betray him. He understood that Naruto and Sasuke had done this to save Kazama's life. However, he didn't realize that Kazama was not only trying to survive, but was also waiting for Otsutsuki Kagaya to be resurrected in 2 years. But Otsutsuki Pushur didn't think of this, as he had completely forgotten about Otsutsuki Kagaya and was solely focused on having Kazama fulfill his promise in 2 years. Moreover, given his current strength, he had no reason to fear Kazama. Even if Kazama had some tricks, Otsutsuki Pushur believed that 2 years was not enough time for Kazama to achieve anything. Thus, Otsutsuki Pushur allowed Kazama to continue living. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Otsutsuki Pushur came to Kazama with a maniacal laugh. During these 2 years, Otsutsuki Pushur had already found a way to unlock the seal of the 10 tails. Therefore, he was determined. If Kazama willingly offered the 10 tails within him, that would be fine. But if Kazama was unwilling, he would forcibly use his secret technique to extract the 10 tails from Kazama. But what Otsutsuki Purushi didn't expect was that upon seeing his arrival, Kazama not only showed no fear, but even sneered at him, as if he was ready to strike back. This instantly shocked Otsutsuki Purushi. At that moment, the true Otsutsuki Kagaya, who possessed the real Rinne Sharingan, was fully revived and appeared right in front of Otsutsuki Purushi. Chapter 186, Teaming Up Again. This made Otsutsuki Purushi even more surprised, and he was so frightened that cold sweat broke out, retreating several steps. Otsutsuki Purushi thought Otsutsuki Kagaya had died many years ago, but now she stood revived before him. How could Otsutsuki Purushi not be shocked? When Otsutsuki Purushi saw the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on Kagaya's forehead, he realized that this kind of power was something he couldn't handle. Therefore, the previously arrogant Otsutsuki Purushi was now trembling in fear. What he feared most was a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan. After all, it represented the pinnacle of the Otsutsuki clan's power. As a member of the Otsutsuki branch family, Otsutsuki Purushi had always wanted to master this ability, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Thus, he was filled with deep fear. At that moment, when Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Otsutsuki Purushi standing in front of her, she immediately struck him down to the ground. Kagaya knew that Otsutsuki Purushi was sent by the main family to kill her, and since she had revived, she certainly couldn't let him succeed. However, Kagaya did not know that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was already dead. So while she kept attacking Otsutsuki Purushi, she pressured him to reveal the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This left Otsutsuki Purushi helpless, as Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been dead for several years. Otsutsuki Purushi hurriedly explained the situation to Otsutsuki Kagaya, but unfortunately, she did not believe him at all. Instead, she beat him mercilessly. Although Otsutsuki Purushi had been very arrogant before, he was now like trash in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya, with no power to resist. At this time, Kazama, who had been enduring for 2 years, finally saw Otsutsuki Kagaya revive and defeat Otsutsuki Purushi with her help. Naturally, Kazama was overjoyed. At that moment, Achihamadara, who was Otsutsuki Purushi's ally, also saw that Otsutsuki Purushi was being beaten. He immediately rushed over to help Otsutsuki Purushi fight against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Achihamadara knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength was extremely high and that he was no match for her. To be honest, Achihamadara didn't really want to help. He just knew that he couldn't afford to lose his biggest support, Otsutsuki Purushi. If Otsutsuki Purushi died, then not to mention whether Otsutsuki Kagaya would spare him, Kazama would definitely not let him live. Therefore, Achihamadara was determined to do everything he could to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya was now the 10 Tails original body and had activated the 9-Tomo Rinna Sharingan. She immediately used her ability to transport both Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Purushi into her supergravity space, pinning them down. At this moment, Kazama was also transported there. So he hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Hey, Otsutsuki Kagaya, this supergravity space affects us all. I advise you to kill Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Purushi quickly and let us out." But before Kazama could finish speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya struck him down to the ground. This sudden turn of events was unexpected not only for Otsutsuki Purushi, but even for Kazama himself, as he never anticipated that Kagaya would turn against him. After all, she was supposed to be his ally. The fact that she was now attacking him naturally shocked Kazama. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya coldly scolded Kazama. "What gives a mere human the right to point fingers at me? I tell you, I will first deal with this Otsutsuki Purushi and then slaughter all of you ninjas." What? Upon hearing this from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kazama was immediately shocked. He secretly thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya had probably lost her previous memories. She had no idea that it was he who revived her and didn't know that they were genuine allies 2 years ago. As Otsutsuki Kagaya continued to attack, although Otsutsuki Purushi claimed to be immortal, he was still beaten to the brink of death by Kagaya. She then absorbed all of his chakra, completely erasing Otsutsuki Purushi. In a moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya turned and charged at Kazama. Kazama initially wanted to use Kimui to escape, but then he remembered that his current eyes had no special abilities. He was filled with shock. Just when Kazama thought he would truly be killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and helped him escape the supergravity space. When Kazama focused his eyes, he realized that it was Uchiha Madara who had saved him in that critical moment. This left Kazama even more confused, as the ally he once regarded as a friend, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had now become his enemy, while the enemy Uchiha Madara had become his savior. How could Kazama not be shocked? At that moment, Uchiha Madara, who had brought Kazama back to the real world, hurriedly said to him, "Kid, why are you still dazed? You've revived Otsutsuki Kagaya, the big boss. Although you dealt with Otsutsuki Purushi, you've also put us in a dire situation. You need to quickly think of a way to unite all the ninjas against Otsutsuki Kagaya." Kazama immediately asked in confusion, "Uchiha Madara, what's going on? You were so intent on killing me and destroying the ninja world before. Why do you want to join forces with me against Otsutsuki Kagaya now?" "Not at all." Uchiha Madara waved his hand. "I previously saw you as an enemy because your abilities were similar to mine, which is why I wanted to fight you to the death. I have no ill will towards you personally. Besides, I never said I wanted to destroy the ninja world. I only wanted to conquer it and become its master. But now that Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength is so high, if we don't defeat her, we will all become her victims. At that time, even if I want to rule the ninja world, I won't be able to." Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kazama understood that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So he stopped questioning. So he immediately took Uchiha Obito to his secret base. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were also called there by Kazama. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki was powerful, Kazama knew that no matter how strong Kagaya was, she couldn't instantly locate the whereabouts of all of them. After gathering everyone, Kazama immediately looked at Orochimaru. Since it was Orochimaru who had been planning to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, he naturally had to ask what was going on with Kagaya now and how she ended up like this. Upon hearing Kazama's inquiry, Orochimaru was also confused. "Lord Kazama, to be honest, this is my first time resurrecting someone, and I don't know why Kagaya's personality changed so drastically after being brought back." At this moment, Uchiha Obito impatiently interrupted Kazama, saying, "Kazama, you just love to dig deeper into things. Kagaya Otsutsuki now sees us as enemies, so you shouldn't keep asking why. In short, there are only two paths now. One is to surrender, but that would result in being killed by Kagaya, as she is not like the previous Otsutsuki Uchiha and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who could fall for your tricks. The second is to restore your peak abilities and defeat Kagaya." "You're right." Upon hearing Obito's words, Kazama immediately nodded. "However, my Rinnegan has already gone blind, and I want to rely on Kagaya's 6 paths yin-yang power to restore my Rinnegan. But now that Kagaya sees me as an enemy, she naturally won't help me. So I have no way to recover my peak strength." "6 paths yin-yang power?" Upon hearing Kazama's words, Uchiha Obito burst into laughter. "Isn't it just the 6 paths yin-yang power? I can do that. No need to wait for Kagaya." "What?" Hearing Obito's words, Kazama was both surprised and delighted. "How is that possible? Logically, you are not from the Otsutsuki clan, and you haven't received the Sage of 6 Paths inheritance. How can you have 6 paths, yin-yang power? Nonsense. Although I haven't received the Sage of 6 Paths inheritance, I did inherit from Otsutsuki Uchiha, and considering that Otsutsuki Uchiha is also an ancestor of the Sage of 6 Paths, if the Sage can do it, then Otsutsuki Uchiha can too. At that moment, Uchiha Bito used the 6 Paths yin-yang power to help Kazama restore his Rinnegan. As soon as Kazama's Rinnegan appeared, his strength greatly increased. After all, Kazama could once again utilize the power of the 6 Paths, as well as all the abilities of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, at that moment, Kazama was ready to fight Kagaya to the death. Subsequently, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninja coalition also wanted to join the battle. But unexpectedly, Kazama stopped them. Listen, everyone, you must not participate in the battle. Have you forgotten that we previously teamed up against Kagaya, and she cut through our ninja coalition like harvesting wheat, causing heavy casualties? So now, it's enough for just Obito and me to handle Kagaya. What, do you look down on us? Upon hearing that Kazama did not want them to join the battle, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas were furious. After all, they regarded Kazama as their comrade and had long wanted to fight alongside him against the enemy. But now that they saw Kazama ignoring them, they were naturally very angry. Everyone, you are misunderstanding me. I, Kazama, have never looked down on you. I just don't want you to sacrifice yourselves in vain. After all, you're my good brothers and friends. Moreover, with just Obito and me, we can fuse our powers into the force of all things, and maybe we can genuinely seal Kagaya. Knowing the method to seal Kagaya, Kazama understood that this battle was not about having more people. Therefore, he immediately calmed everyone down. He then led Uchiha Obito toward Kagaya. At that moment, Uchiha Obito looked at Kazama with a cold smile. You really hold grudges. Naruto and Sasuke are your companions, and you don't want them to die. But I was your enemy before, so my life doesn't matter, and you just want to use me as a shield, right? Obito, you're really small-minded. Upon hearing Obito's guess, Kazama, who was on his way, shook his head helplessly. The reason I called you here is not to use you as a scapegoat, but so that we can combine the 6 Paths yin-yang power. Besides, your strength is now on par with mine. How could you be easily killed by Kagaya? Haha, do you think you two kids can't be killed by me? Just then, Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared in front of them in an instant. Kazama let out a sigh of relief, because if he had delayed his departure, Kagaya might have found his secret base. He knew that there were many members of the ninja coalition inside his secret base, and he didn't want them to die in vain. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama exchanged glances with Uchiha Obito. They then teamed up and charged at Kagaya. At this point, Kagaya had become extremely bloodthirsty due to her drastic personality change after being resurrected. Seeing that the two of them were so strong, she laughed maniacally. Great, I've been asleep for so many years and have long wanted to stretch my muscles. You two will make perfect opponents. As soon as Kagaya finished speaking, she activated her Kinjutsu, Tenshi no Gage, sending Kazama and Uchiha Obito into the magma space. This space was the most powerful in terms of attack within Kagaya's Kinjutsu. However, now that both Uchiha Obito and Kazama had gathered the 6 Paths power, they could float in the air and were not afraid of the magma below. Plus, their Susanoo surrounding them was indestructible. Therefore, even in this magma space, they were completely unaffected. At this time, Kazama and Uchiha Obito unleashed all their power and charged toward Kagaya. Kagaya did not show any weakness either. In a short time, she fought fiercely with Kazama and Uchiha Obito. Kagaya initially thought that with her strength, she could easily kill Kazama and Uchiha Obito. But she did not expect that both Kazama and Uchiha Obito possessed the 6 Paths power and that their strength was not inferior to hers. Chapter 187, Boruto's Conspiracy. Because Kagaya Otsutsuki had never taken Kazama and Uchiha Obito seriously from the beginning to the end, relying on her 10 Tails body and Rinne Sharingan, she thought she could easily eliminate Kazama and Uchiha Obito. But now, seeing that she had used 80 of her power, yet Kazama and Uchiha Obito were still unharmed and even growing stronger in battle, Kagaya's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Kazama realized that Kagaya's current state was due to a mistake that occurred during her resurrection. So her personality changed. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya herself is not a person who kills for pleasure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved herself from Otsutsuki Momo's hands back then. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama is constantly attacking Otsutsuki Kagaya in collaboration with Uchiha Obito, while also trying to persuade her again. I say, Otsutsuki Kagaya, if you continue to fight us now, you won't win. You need to know that although we are not from your Otsutsuki clan, we both possess the powers of the 6 Paths. So the only outcome of continuing to resist us is your death. I advise you to surrender quickly and recall what happened before your resurrection. We were genuine comrades back then. Stop trying to take advantage of me. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kazama tried to persuade her, Otsutsuki Kagaya completely ignored him. Instead, she intensified her attacks, causing Kazama a headache. Kazama knew that with his and Uchiha Obito's strength, they should be able to suppress Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Kazama did not want to reseal her because he still hoped that Otsutsuki Kagaya could become his powerful ally. With the recent deaths of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, the Otsutsuki clan would definitely send more powerful members to deal with them. The Otsutsuki Urashiki from the branch family was already so formidable. If the Otsutsuki clan sent out someone of elder status, they would have no way to resist. Therefore, Kazama wanted to persuade Otsutsuki Kagaya to join forces with him to deal with the enemies that would arrive on Earth in the future. However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no intention of allying with Kazama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, unaware of Kazama's thoughts, was enraged to see that he could clearly kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yet Kazama was still trying to persuade her. Uchiha Obito impatiently said to Kazama, "I say, kid, how long are you going to keep this up? You said you wanted to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya with the combined strength of the two of us. Yet now you're trying to persuade her to surrender. Do you really enjoy persuading people this much? Can't you be a bit more decisive and just kill her? What do you know?" Hearing Uchiha Obito's scolding, Kazama impatiently interrupted and waved his hand. At that moment, Uchiha Obito felt furious as he was clearly putting in all his effort to help Kazama, but Kazama was now being impatient. Uchiha Obito was infuriated because he knew that he and Kazama needed to cooperate perfectly to use the powers of the six paths against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, now that there was a gap between them, their combined strength had naturally weakened considerably. Otsutsuki Kagaya, seeing this, was overjoyed because if the cooperation between Kazama and Uchiha Obito decreased, she could genuinely defeat them. At this moment, Kazama also noticed the situation and quickly said to Uchiha Obito, "I say, Uchiha Obito, our top priority now is to quickly suppress Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for whether to seal her or kill her in the end, we could discuss that later, okay?" Hearing Kazama's words, Uchiha Obito stopped wasting time and once again exerted his full strength to cooperate with Kazama. The two then continued to attack Otsutsuki Kagaya. Complete body Susun, Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, whatever they could use, they unleashed it all at once. After all, their opponent was the progenitor of ninjutsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya, so they could not hold back. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya initially thought she had a chance to turn the situation around, but she unexpectedly found herself at a disadvantage again. This shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya greatly. In order not to be killed, she immediately used the H-Zuki River and escaped to her alternate space. Unfortunately, Kazama did not give her this opportunity because he immediately activated Kamui, directly cutting off Otsutsuki Kagaya's space transfer. After a few moments, he and Uchiha Obito simultaneously used the six paths, Heavenly Star, to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. "What? You two bastards dared to seal me? I will never forgive you." Although Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled continuously, Kazama and Uchiha Obito did not give her any chance. After the sealing was complete, Uchiha Obito immediately took the opportunity to suggest killing Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, Uchiha Obito was very afraid of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He thought that if she were to be resurrected again, they might not be so lucky to seal her again. However, Kazama, being kind-hearted and wanting Otsutsuki Kagaya to regain her memories and fight alongside him, rejected Uchiha Obito's proposal again. At this time, although Uchiha Obito did not say anything on the surface, he was extremely angry inside and secretly cursed at Kazama. "Kazama, you bastard, now that you've regained your strength, you dare not listen to my advice. Don't you remember that I used the six paths power to restore your Rinnegan? And now you're pulling the rug out from under me? Just wait." At this moment, Uchiha Obito nodded at Kazama on the surface, but he already hated Kazama to the bone internally. However, he knew that his strength was almost equal to Kazama's, and moreover, Kazama still had the chakra of the Ten Tails. If it really came to a fight, he would be no match for Kazama. Therefore, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to give up. After defeating Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ninja world welcomed a brief period of peace. During this time, Kazama not only helped Naruto, Sasuke, and other ninjas repair Konoha, but also assisted the Mist, Rock, Sand, and Cloud villages. Additionally, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kazama had ordered Zabuza and Haku to retract all the wealth of the Kato group and let them lie low. Now that the war had calmed down, Kazama naturally took out these funds to support the reconstruction of the 5 great ninja villages. This made the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages extremely happy, and they were all grateful to Kazama. Subsequently, everyone unanimously decided to hand over all the businesses in their villages to be managed by Kazama's Kato group. This decision directly granted Kazama's Kato group ownership of all industries in the 5 great ninja villages. Although the benefits were not immediately apparent, Kazama knew that once these villages were rebuilt, he would make a fortune. The reason Kazama previously contributed the funds of the Kato group to support the construction of the 5 great ninja villages was also to obtain this opportunity to own all industries in those villages. After all, Kazama was not only a ninja, but also a businessman, and a businessman naturally prioritizes profit. Logically speaking, the 5 great ninja villages had previously suffered very serious damage. The speed at which they rebuilt was actually very slow, but it should be noted that they are ninjas, much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, they also had the financial support of the Kazama Kato group. Therefore, after a few months, the 5 great ninja villages regained their prosperity. This also allowed Kazama's Kato group to make a huge profit in the 5 great ninja villages. Although Kazama now has absolute control over these 5 great ninja villages, he did not inflate prices. Instead, he made the various industries under his command in different countries affordable and of good quality, which earned him praise from many ninjas. However, Uchiha Madara, who had parted ways with Kazama, saw that Kazama not only regained control over the ninja world but also ran his business smoothly, which made Madara furious. After all, Madara's true dream was to control the ninja world himself. But now Kazama had gotten ahead of him. How could he not be angry? However, Madara also knew that he was now isolated. If he fought Kazama, he would have no place to die. Therefore, Madara could only settle for a compromise, wanting to jointly manage the entire ninja world with Kazama. Madara thought that apart from Kazama, his own strength was the strongest in the ninja world. Plus, he had fought alongside Kazama to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. Logically, if he made this request, Kazama would definitely agree. But what Madara did not expect was that as soon as he made this request, Kazama directly refused. This instantly made Madara furious. He immediately pointed his finger at Kazama and shouted, "Kazama, you ungrateful bastard! You should know that I used my 6 paths yin-yang power to help you restore your Rinnegan. And without my help, could you have sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki? But now you actually refuse to share this ninja world with me. You are really cold-hearted." Haha. Upon hearing Madara's angry tirade, Kazama laughed instead of getting angry. He then patted Madara on the shoulder again and said earnestly, "Madara, you are misunderstanding me. I, Kazama, am not a cold-hearted person. The reason I haven't agreed to share this ninja world with you is that I am not the master of this ninja world. How can I share it with you? What? You say that your strength is the strongest in the ninja world, and that your Kato group controls the lifeblood of the 5 great ninja villages. Are you saying you don't have control over this ninja world? If that's the case, then I do have control over this ninja world. But I don't want to be the boss of this ninja world because the 5 great ninja villages have their own leaders. They can be self-sufficient. If I dominate alone, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among some people. So it's better to let everyone be equal. And you should stop thinking about controlling the entire ninja world alone. You should know that where there is oppression, there is resistance. It is impossible to make everyone submit to you forever. Moreover, after all the wars we've seen, I think it's time for the ninja world to be at peace. So if you're really bored, why not come work for my Kato group? What do you think? Ha ha ha. At this point, before Kazama finished speaking, Madara was laughing so hard he doubled over. He then slammed his palm on the table in front of Kazama, shattering it to pieces. "Kazama, are you underestimating me too much? I, Uchiha Madara, am the founder of Konoha, the first ninja to unlock the Rinnegan, and a man standing at the peak of the ninja world. Now, you actually want me to go to your so-called Kato group? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, Kazama, since you refuse to share this ninja world with me, just wait and see." After leaving this harsh remark, Uchiha Madara immediately vanished without a trace. Kazama frowned upon seeing this. He knew that Madara's strength was second only to his own. If Madara were to harbor malicious intent, he would have to be cautious. Thus, Kazama immediately ordered Orochimaru to search for Madara's whereabouts. If Madara made any dangerous moves, Kazama must be prepared in advance. Meanwhile, although Madara had left that harsh remark about not letting Kazama go, he actually knew that with his current strength alone, even if he said he wouldn't let Kazama go, what could he do? After all, Kazama was not only stronger than him, but also had the support of the 5 great ninja villages. He was completely at a disadvantage now. However, Madara also remembered that he had sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki alongside Kazama. He should be a hero, but now all the credit was monopolized by Kazama. The more Madara thought about it, the angrier he became. At that moment, Boruto, who had been imprisoned in the heavenly prison by Kazama, somehow managed to sneak out and found Madara. Boruto immediately approached Madara with a sinister smile and said, "Lord Uchiha Madara, if you want to defeat Kazama and take control of this ninja world, there is a way." "Oh, what method do you have?" Upon seeing Boruto suddenly appear and hearing his words, Madara was overjoyed. "What is the plan? Hurry up and tell me." Seeing Madara so anxious, Boruto was internally delighted. He then said to Madara, "Lord Uchiha Madara, you must know that with your current strength, it is somewhat difficult to contend with Kazama, especially since he has so many ninjas supporting him. How can you, acting alone, possibly be his opponent?" Slap. But before Boruto could finish, the hot-tempered Madara kicked him to the ground. "Are you rambling or not? I told you to quickly explain the situation. Now you're still talking nonsense. I know my strength very well, so you don't need to elaborate." Hearing Madara's words and seeing him knock him down, a vicious glint unexpectedly appeared in Boruto's eyes. But he quickly returned to his usual demeanor and smiled at Madara, saying, "Lord Uchiha Madara, it's my fault. I'll explain the situation right away. To defeat Kazama, you must ally with Kagaya Otsutsuki." "What?" Upon hearing this, Madara immediately smiled wryly and waved his hand. "You're such a fool. Kagaya Otsutsuki sees me and Kazama as enemies since the two of us sealed her. How could she ever be willing to ally with me? Moreover, even if she were willing to ally with me, the 6 paths, Heavenly Star Seal cannot be broken by just me. It requires both Kazama and me to work together. Therefore, your plan is completely garbage." "Not at all." At this moment, Boruto immediately leaned closer to Madara's ear. "I said, Lord Uchiha Madara, although Otsutsuki Kagaya hates you very much, if you have a way to unseal her, she will definitely be grateful to you. At that time, all her hatred will be directed towards Kazama. And wouldn't you be able to kill with a borrowed knife? But I can't unseal the 6 paths, Planetary Devastation Seal, by myself. Hee, that's even simpler. I have learned a unique secret technique that can help you communicate with the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. As long as you explain the situation to her and get her to agree to unseal herself to help you deal with Kazama, then you can make a plan with Otsutsuki Kagaya to pretend that she has regained her memories from 2 years ago. This way, you can use this to approach Kazama and trick him into unsealing the 6 paths, Planetary Devastation Seal. Is it really that simple?" Hearing Boruto's words, Uchiha Madara was still a bit hesitant, because he knew Kazama was very smart and had a high IQ. His current trick would likely not fool Kazama. Kazama will definitely fall for it. But before Uchiha Madara could hesitate any longer, Boruto confidently said, "You must know that although Kazama is smart, right now he is solely focused on restoring Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories from 2 years ago and fighting alongside her. Kazama knows that many members of the Otsutsuki clan will come to Earth in the future to attack their ninja world, trying to take the 10 Tails. So you can take advantage of Kazama's weakness, and he will definitely believe you. All right, since that's the case, I'll listen to you." At this moment, Uchiha Madara immediately went with Boruto to the place where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. However, on the way, Uchiha Madara asked Boruto again, "I say, weren't you locked up in the sky prison by Kazama before? How did you get out now? And according to logic, your strength is very weak. How could you know so much? And you can even help me communicate with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Such an ability is not something someone like you can do." This, Boruto, seeing that he had clearly helped Uchiha Madara, but Madara still called him garbage and waste, felt a deep hatred and wished he could tear Uchiha Madara into pieces. However, Boruto held back. After all, his current priority was not to have a life-and-death struggle with Uchiha Madara, but to find a way to provoke a conflict between Madara and Kazama. Only then could he reap the benefits. Following Boruto's plan, Uchiha Madara quickly communicated with the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya through his secret technique. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was originally lost in endless sleep, was immediately furious upon discovering that someone could communicate with her inner voice, especially when she learned that it was Uchiha Madara, the one who sealed her. Without waiting for Uchiha Madara to speak, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately started cursing him. Due to Uchiha Madara's deep fear of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he did not dare to retort and could only endure her insults. After Otsutsuki Kagaya cursed his ancestors thoroughly, Uchiha Madara finally dared to express his intention. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Since Uchihamadara came to save her, she naturally would not refuse. Moreover, compared to Uchihamadara, Otsutsuki Kagaya was indeed more furious with Kazama. After all, Uchihamadara was at least a descendant of her clan, while Kazama, although possessing the power of the six paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya believed he had taken it by some unknown means. Therefore, her hatred for Kazama far exceeded that for Uchihamadara. After Uchihamadara saw that Otsutsuki Kagaya agreed to his plan, he continued to press on, saying, "Lady Otsutsuki Kagaya, to save you, we still need Kazama's help. Therefore, you must pretend to have regained your memories from 2 years ago and feign an alliance with Kazama so that he will agree to release you. All right, no problem. It's just acting. Deceiving a little Kazama is completely easy." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Uchihamadara was overjoyed. He did not expect the plan to go so smoothly, so he was naturally thrilled. He then flew to Kazama's side. At this time, Kazama was still pondering what trick Uchihamadara would use against him. Therefore, when he saw Uchihamadara arrive, he was immediately startled. Before Kazama could ask, Uchihamadara hurriedly spoke up. "Kazama, I've thought about it all the way here, and I know that my previous actions were indeed too despicable. I shouldn't have controlled such a large ninja world alone. So now, I am willing to become your subordinate. Also, when I passed by the place where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, I found that she seems to have regained her memories from 2 years ago." "What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing Uchihamadara's words, Kazama was again startled. Without time to think carefully, he hurriedly followed Uchihamadara to the place where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. At this time, since Otsutsuki Kagaya had already awakened, she could communicate mentally even without using secret techniques. Therefore, when Kazama arrived here, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately expressed her willingness to ally with him, mentioning how she had saved him 2 years ago. Hearing her words, Kazama was overjoyed because he had always wanted to team up with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, Kazama immediately allied with Uchihamadara and re-unsealed the six paths, planetary devastation. As the seal was reopened, Otsutsuki Kagaya let out a wild laugh and flew into the sky. Following this, she began to laugh maniacally. At this moment, Kazama was somewhat surprised by her arrogant demeanor. If Otsutsuki Kagaya had truly regained her personality from 2 years ago, she should not have been so domineering. However, Kazama did not think too much about it at the moment, believing that after being sealed for so long, she must want to relax and enjoy herself. But before Kazama could finish his thoughts, Otsutsuki Kagaya unleashed a Rinnegan pressure that sent Kazama crashing to the ground. This left Kazama in disbelief. He quickly understood that this was all a scheme by Uchihamadara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just as Uchihamadara was preparing to take advantage of the situation to kill Kazama, Otsutsuki Kagaya used the heavenly divine technique, pulling Kazama into a supergravity space. With a furious expression, she shouted at Kazama, "You bastard, a mere mortal dares to kill a god. Let me tell you, Kazama, I have long wanted to turn you into ashes. But now that I think about it, if I kill you so easily, it will be too cheap for you. Therefore, I will torture you every day, making your life worse than death." At that moment, Uchihamadara, who was also pulled into the supergravity space, exclaimed that Otsutsuki Kagaya did not plan to kill Kazama immediately. I said, "Lady Kagaya, didn't you promise me before that you would immediately kill Kazama? If you don't slay Kazama now, you will be breaking your word." "What? You dare question me?" But before Uchiha Obito could finish speaking, Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her hand and knocked him to the ground. This instantly made Uchiha Obito furious. Thus, Uchiha Obito could only leave the heavenly realm using space-time ninjutsu. He then found the instigator, Boruto. At this moment, Uchiha Obito vented all his anger from being mistreated by Kagaya Otsutsuki onto Boruto, beating him to a pulp. I said, "Lord Uchiha Obito, what are you doing? I was only trying to help you. Why are you indiscriminately beating me now?" "Nonsense. You clearly told me before that as long as I allied with Kagaya Otsutsuki, I could kill Kazama. Right, so what's the problem? Didn't Kagaya Otsutsuki not kill Kazama? Of course not. She only wants to torture Kazama and doesn't want to kill him immediately. Plus, I haven't even said anything to her before she knocked me down. Tell me, is Kagaya Otsutsuki even human?" "Ha!" Hearing Uchiha Obito's complaint, Kagaya Otsutsuki laughed again. I said, "Lord Uchiha Obito, you are too impatient. You must know that since Kagaya Otsutsuki is the ancestor of the ninja world, she is naturally very proud. Furthermore, if she really wanted to kill you, would you still be able to escape alive? Therefore, if you really want to use Kagaya Otsutsuki's power to control this ninja world, then you must bow and scrape in front of her. If you can truly get close to Kaguya Otsutsuki, perhaps I can still find a way for you to gain her power. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this from Boruto, Uchiha Obito was overjoyed. The power of Kaguya Otsutsuki could destroy the world. Although Uchiha Obito's strength is not bad now, compared to Kaguya Otsutsuki, he is just an ordinary person selling stinky tofu. Therefore, when Uchiha Obito heard that he could gain Kaguya Otsutsuki's immense power, he was naturally very happy. Hee, that's only natural. At this moment, Boruto said while revealing a sly smile at Uchiha Obito. Then, Uchiha Obito followed Boruto's plan and went to face Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was torturing Kazama. Uchiha Obito immediately knelt before Kaguya Otsutsuki and said, "Lady Kaguya, it was my fault for offending you earlier. I am now willing to serve you in any way, as long as you let me stay by your side. Whatever you want me to do, I will agree." Don't look at Uchiha Obito's usual arrogance. Now, in order to gain Kaguya Otsutsuki's power, he was acting like a servant. Kaguya Otsutsuki had no intention of killing Uchiha Obito, and since he had saved her once, she immediately agreed to his decision. Uchiha Obito was overjoyed. At this moment, Boruto, who had come here with Uchiha Obito, suddenly changed his expression. He immediately struck Kaguya Otsutsuki with a palm. Logically speaking, with Boruto's strength, he should not be able to hurt Kaguya Otsutsuki at all. However, Boruto pierced through Kaguya Otsutsuki's body directly. At this moment, not only was Boruto caught off guard, but even Uchiha Obito, who was beside him, did not expect Boruto to have this ability. At this time, countless chakra surged from Kaguya Otsutsuki's pierced body. Seeing this, Boruto hurriedly urged Uchiha Obito, "Hurry up and absorb the chakra. What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Boruto was overjoyed and immediately began to absorb it frantically using the Hungry Ghost path. Huh, is this the power of the Ten Tails? It's truly powerful, incredible. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was laughing madly while absorbing. Meanwhile, Kaguya Otsutsuki, seeing that she had just unsealed and was betrayed, was filled with anger. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki knew that now was not the time to bear it. So she immediately broke free from Boruto's restraints and disappeared using the Yomi's path. Although Uchiha Obito had not fully absorbed Kaguya Otsutsuki's chakra, his strength was already enough to surpass Kazama. Just as Uchiha Obito was laughing madly and preparing to kill Kazama, Boruto, who had previously helped him, suddenly fused into Uchiha Obito's body. This shocked Uchiha Obito greatly. I said, "You are Black Zetsu. How can there be a spiritual fusion?" I'm not Black Zetsu. I am Otsutsuki Ishiki. What? Upon hearing this from Boruto, both Uchiha Obito and Kazama, who was lying on the ground, were taken aback. Chapter 189. Fierce Battle with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Hearing Boruto claim to be Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kazama was immediately shocked and stepped back several paces, cold sweat pouring down. As a time traveler and a fan of Naruto, Kazama knew very well the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He was much stronger than all the Otsutsuki who had come to Earth, including Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki was not a match for Otsutsuki Ishiki. It was known that Otsutsuki Ishiki and Kaguya Otsutsuki were partners who came to Earth to plant the God Tree together. The status of Otsutsuki Ishiki was comparable to that of Kaguya Otsutsuki, much like the comparison between Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Imagine a Kaguya Otsutsuki, known as the ancestor of ninjas in the ninja world, being just a servant in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. This shows how powerful Otsutsuki Ishiki is. Therefore, when Kazama saw Boruto claim to be Otsutsuki Ishiki, he was naturally filled with shock. At this moment, the possessed Uchiha Obito did not know about Otsutsuki Ishiki's origins and thought Boruto was just showing off in front of him. So he immediately scolded the Otsutsuki Ishiki inside him. "Boruto, you little bastard. Earlier you knelt before me and then deliberately let me deal with Kaguya Otsutsuki. You clearly plotted against me." "That's right, I was plotting against you. If my strength hadn't decreased so much now, I would have had you killed directly. How could I possibly cooperate with a piece of trash like you?" Just as Uchiha Obito was about to finish his sentence, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was possessing Uchiha Obito, consumed all the chakra within him in an instant. In the end, Uchiha Obito's appearance also transformed into that of Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, after Otsutsuki Ishiki took over Uchiha Obito's body, he began to laugh madly. And at this time, Kazama, upon hearing that Otsutsuki Ishiki had said his strength had not fully recovered, let out a sigh of relief. If Otsutsuki Ishiki were at his peak, Kazama knew that he would not be able to defeat him even if he used all his strength. Although Kazama did not know how Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength had decreased, he knew that this was a good opportunity. He must take advantage of the moment Otsutsuki Ishiki had just taken over Uchiha Obito's body to strike while the iron was hot. Thus, Kazama charged directly at Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, Kazama greatly underestimated Otsutsuki Ishiki's reaction. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki was observing his own body, but his extraordinary perception was fully focused on every move of Kazama. Therefore, even before Kazama could reach Otsutsuki Ishiki, he was directly sent flying by the pressure of Ishiki's Rinnegan. The strength of Ishiki was even greater than that of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Rinnegan pressure. At this moment, even Kazama's Susanoo armor was shattered into pieces. Kazama's face was filled with disbelief. It was well known that Kazama thought that with the chakra of the 10 tails within him, he should be able to contend with Otsutsuki Ishiki to some extent, especially since this Ishiki was not at his peak. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was that even though Ishiki had not fully recovered to his peak, his strength was still far greater than Kazama's. This naturally left Kazama feeling astonished. Following this, Otsutsuki Ishiki coldly said to Kazama, "Kid, you truly surprise me. You are merely a worthless human. Yet you possess the chakra of the 10 tails within you, along with the 6 paths power of our Otsutsuki clan, and even awakened the Rinnegan. I'm truly shocked. However, no matter how impressive you are, you cannot be my opponent. Moreover, the 10 tails is not something trash like you Earth ninjas can possess. Therefore, I now give you 2 options. Either willingly surrender the 10 tails within you, or I will shatter your body into pieces and take the 10 tails myself. Choose." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki's threatening words, Kazama immediately sneered. Although he knew that even with all his might, he could not be a match for Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kazama hated being threatened. After all, Kazama was a person who would rather break than bend. Thus, he immediately shouted at Otsutsuki Ishiki, "Let me tell you, you bastard, although the 10 tails is a product of your Otsutsuki clan, now that it has come to our Earth, it belongs to us ninjas. Besides, we did not ask you to place the 10 tails on Earth. You came here to show off yourself. Now that I've obtained part of the 10 tails chakra, you still want to take it back? Dream on, bastard. How dare you insult me, the great Otsutsuki Ishiki." At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki initially thought that after knocking Kazama to the ground, he should be groveling before him. Even if not groveling, Kazama should be very afraid of him. However, he did not expect that Kazama was not afraid of him at all and even dared to shout back. This left Otsutsuki Ishiki in disbelief. At this time, Kazama directly stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes. "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki Ishiki, although I am not your match, I am not afraid of you." After saying this, Kazama immediately used hundreds of shadow clones and charged towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. Trash. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not take Kazama's shadow clones seriously at all. Within a few punches and kicks, he defeated all of Kazama's shadow clones. However, what Otsutsuki Ishiki did not anticipate was that after Kazama's shadow clones were defeated, Kazama's main body also disappeared without a trace. It turned out that Kazama had released the shadow clones to create an opportunity to use the Kamui to escape. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki, after seeing this, was not angry but laughed. "This little brat is quite interesting. He clearly said he wanted to fight me to the death, yet he chose to escape first. If it weren't for the fact that my abilities have not fully recovered, I would have killed him in an instant." As Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed, he also immediately used space ninjutsu to fade into darkness. When Kazama returned to his village, he immediately instructed Orochimaru to notify the ninja villages of the 5 great countries to be wary of Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks. He also informed them of all the abilities that Otsutsuki Ishiki possessed. Although it was Kazama's first battle against Otsutsuki Ishiki, and he had not yet revealed all his techniques. As a transmigrator, Kazama was aware of all of Otsutsuki Ishiki's abilities. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Ishiki's right eye had the ability to shrink himself or objects and store them in a different space, and he could even enlarge them during battle to attack enemies. Otsutsuki Ishiki also had a technique called Black Coffin, which could both attack opponents and block their perception. Most importantly, Otsutsuki Ishiki's physical skills had reached their peak. In the manga, Otsutsuki Ishiki had once kicked away Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo defense with a single kick. Therefore, just based on this, Kazama knew that currently, no one in the ninja villages of the 5 great countries could match Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, When the leaders of the 5 great countries heard how powerful Otsutsuki Ishiki was, they were immediately drenched in cold sweat. They hurriedly strengthened the defenses of their villages according to Kazama's suggestions. However, Kazama did not anticipate that Otsutsuki Ishiki was not trying to invade the ninja world like the previous Otsutsuki Kagaya, relying on his strength. Instead, after Kazama escaped, Otsutsuki Ishiki seemed to have vanished without a trace. This left Kazama feeling puzzled. Following this, Kazama realized something was wrong. He immediately recalled that Otsutsuki Ishiki had previously mentioned that his strength had not yet recovered, and he had disguised himself as Boruto to absorb the chakra of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchihamadara. His goal must have been to use the complete 10 tails within Otsutsuki Kagaya to restore his peak strength. However, he had been forced to flee by Otsutsuki Kagaya at that time, which thwarted Otsutsuki Ishiki's plan. Now that Otsutsuki Ishiki was not attacking the 5 great countries of the ninja world, he was certainly searching for Otsutsuki Kagaya's whereabouts. If Otsutsuki Ishiki found Otsutsuki Kagaya, he would definitely absorb her completely. At that time, if Otsutsuki Ishiki were to attack the ninja world again, Kazama would truly be in trouble. After all, even without recovering to his peak, Otsutsuki Ishiki was already this powerful. If he regained his peak strength, he would undoubtedly destroy the ninja world in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Kazama immediately used the 10 tails chakra he shared with Otsutsuki Kagaya, along with his extraordinary perception, to lock onto Otsutsuki Kagaya's hiding place. However, when Kazama arrived at Otsutsuki Kagaya's hiding place, he found that Otsutsuki Ishiki had also come here. This left Kazama feeling shocked once again. Kazama had originally intended to explain the situation to Otsutsuki Kagaya before Otsutsuki Ishiki arrived, hoping to join forces with her to deal with Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, he did not expect that he had not yet formed an alliance with Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Ishiki had already arrived here. At this moment, Kazama's appearance also surprised Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki was able to locate Otsutsuki Kagaya thanks to the unique and powerful perception of his Otsutsuki clan. Yet this mere human Kazama could possess a perception ability comparable to his own. Otsutsuki Ishiki was naturally a bit surprised. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not bother to engage with Kazama at this moment. But immediately, Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered. "Let me tell you, Kagaya, you previously betrayed our Otsutsuki clan, devouring the divine tree's fruit of this world alone, and even killed Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, who came to capture you. Now you are guilty of heinous crimes. Therefore, I advise you not to resist any longer. After all, even if you resist, you can't possibly be my opponent. So, you might as well surrender obediently. Perhaps I can plead with the elders of the Otsutsuki clan to spare you a complete corpse. Otherwise, you will not only be captured alive by me, but you will also have to serve the elders of the Otsutsuki clan. You should know that the elders of the Otsutsuki clan are capable of various positions, and by that time, you'll be unable to seek life or death." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki's words, the originally proud Otsutsuki Kagaya's face turned pale with fear. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya's face was very pale on ordinary days, now it was almost transparent. This shows how shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya was at that moment. It should be noted that even when she encountered Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki before, she did not show such fear. But now, in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya actually revealed such an expression. This shows how powerful Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength is. At this moment, Kazama knew that if Otsutsuki Kagaya really surrendered, Otsutsuki Ishiki would definitely extract the 10 tails from Kagaya's body immediately. At that time, his ninja world would be completely finished. After all, given Otsutsuki Ishiki's arrogant personality, he would never leave this ninja world intact. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Kagaya, don't be afraid. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki is strong, as far as I know, he has not yet recovered to his peak strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to extract the 10 tails chakra from your body. Now, that both of you have half of the 10 tails. If you have my half of the 10 tails, our strength will be much stronger than Otsutsuki Ishiki's. Therefore, as long as we join forces, we can completely defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even if we can't defeat him, we can ensure your survival." What? Upon hearing Kazama's words, both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki were shocked. Before Otsutsuki Kagaya could respond, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately burst into laughter. "Kid, I must say you are really naive. Yes, I have not recovered to my peak strength. But even if I haven't, I can easily defeat both you and Otsutsuki Kagaya. And don't think that just because you both have the complete 10 tails in your bodies, you can act arrogantly in front of me, Otsutsuki Ishiki. You must know that the abilities I possess are not something your mere 10 tails can compare to. As soon as Otsutsuki Ishiki finished speaking, he immediately activated the ability of his right eye, shrinking 2 mountains surrounding Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then he made these 2 small mountains crash toward Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Kazama knew that although the 2 mountains had shrunk to the size of beans, Otsutsuki Ishiki's right eye ability could make these objects grow at any time. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly activated his complete Susanoo to protect himself and Otsutsuki Kagaya, hoping to withstand Otsutsuki Ishiki's attack. Just as Kazama had anticipated, Otsutsuki Ishiki indeed enlarged the small mountains in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they crashed toward Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. If Kazama hadn't activated his complete Susanoo in time, he and Otsutsuki Kagaya would have been turned into mush. Very good, your reflexes are quite sharp. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki saw that Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya had escaped a disaster and surprisingly smiled instead of getting angry. He then coldly laughed at the 2 of them again. Since that's the case, I'll enjoy playing with you for a while. After all, I haven't encountered a worthy opponent in many years. As soon as Otsutsuki Ishiki finished speaking, he directly vanished from sight. Chapter 190. Using the 1,000 years of pain against Otsutsuki Ishiki at this moment. Otsutsuki Kagaya was greatly shocked because she thought Otsutsuki Ishiki had disappeared. Therefore, she hurriedly activated her Rinnegan, trying to lock onto Otsutsuki Ishiki's whereabouts. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya knew how strong Otsutsuki Ishiki was. Fighting him head-on, she was not his opponent. If he were to launch a sneak attack, she would be doomed. Meanwhile, Kazama, as a time traveler, understood that Otsutsuki Ishiki had not disappeared, but rather had used the ability of his right eye to shrink himself. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't shrink living beings, that only meant he couldn't shrink others. He could still shrink himself. Moreover, the ability of Otsutsuki Ishiki's right eye not only allowed him to shrink his entire body, but also to enlarge different parts of his body separately. This is also why Otsutsuki Ishiki was quite popular among women in the Otsutsuki clan, making it difficult for both him and Otsutsuki Kagaya to track his movements. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly warned Otsutsuki Kagaya to be cautious. However, before Kazama could finish his sentence, the shrunk Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately knocked Otsutsuki Kagaya to the ground. Seeing this, Kazama quickly tried to use Susanoo to defend, but unfortunately, even though Otsutsuki Ishiki's body had shrunk, his attack power remained incredibly strong. Coupled with his powerful taijutsu, even Susanoo could not withstand it. After a few exchanges, Kazama was directly knocked to the ground by Otsutsuki Ishiki. This left Kazama utterly shocked. He had thought that by teaming up with Otsutsuki Kagaya, even if they couldn't easily defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki, they could at least hold their own against him. But now he never expected that despite using all his strength, he would still be caught off guard by Otsutsuki Ishiki, who completely overwhelmed him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not stop but continued to attack Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya relentlessly. Kazama knew that if this continued, both he and Otsutsuki Kagaya would surely be killed by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Currently, only he and Otsutsuki Kagaya had the strongest powers in the entire ninja world. If both of them were slain by Otsutsuki Ishiki, the ninja world would probably face extinction. So Kazama hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Otsutsuki Kagaya, we must not sit idly by any longer. Quickly activate the Amanamanaka and pull us into the other space to temporarily evade Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks." Hearing Kazama's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had no other ideas, could only comply. So Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately activated Amanamanaka, absorbing herself and Kazama into the starting sphere space, hoping to temporarily evade Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks. However, Kazama greatly underestimated Otsutsuki Ishiki's abilities. It should be noted that Otsutsuki Ishiki not only had the ability to shrink himself, but also possessed very high-level space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, as soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kazama arrived in the starting sphere space, Otsutsuki Ishiki also followed them there and immediately knocked Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya to the ground again. Feng Jian originally thought of using Otsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly realm to temporarily evade Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks, and then come up with a plan to deal with him. However, he did not expect that Otsutsuki Ishiki would not give them a chance to catch their breath. Although Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya currently possessed the Rinnegan with insight, Otsutsuki Ishiki's speed had increased exponentially after shrinking. Thus, they could see his movements but could not pinpoint his attack trajectory. As a result, they could only watch helplessly as Otsutsuki Ishiki continuously attacked them. To make matters worse, Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks were particularly ruthless, targeting the area below Kagaya. Feng Jian angrily cursed Otsutsuki Ishiki as a rogue. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki, relying on his own strength, could easily kill Kagaya and Feng Jian. However, he chose not to do so because he was infuriated by their resistance. He decided to toy with them before delivering the fatal blow. When Otsutsuki Ishiki heard Feng Jian call him a rogue, he became even more enraged. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki held a high position within the Otsutsuki clan, and no one dared to insult him. Yet now, a mere human was pointing at him and cursing. How could Otsutsuki Ishiki not be furious? Thus, he abandoned Kagaya and charged at Feng Jian. At that moment, Feng Jian was completely unprepared for Otsutsuki Ishiki's pettiness. He had only called him a rogue, and now Ishiki was fixated on him, attacking specifically below the waist and above the legs. Fortunately, Feng Jian was quick to dodge, otherwise he would have been rendered impotent. When Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Feng Jian evade his attack, he was not angry but rather laughed. He then began to curse at Feng Jian again. "You bastard, I tell you. I will not only beat you to a pulp, but also make sure you can't have descendants. Let's see how arrogant you are then." Upon hearing this, Feng Jian realized the gravity of the situation. He knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki was someone who meant what he said. If he continued like this, he might really end up being rendered incapable of having descendants. Therefore, Feng Jian quickly exchanged glances with Kagaya. Having fought alongside Feng Jian several times, Kagaya immediately understood his intentions from his gaze. After a few exchanges, she once again activated the heavenly realm, transporting herself and Feng Jian to the icy space. Kagaya's actions were exactly what Feng Jian had envisioned. Feng Jian knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki's trump card was his incredible speed, so to defeat him, they had to restrain that speed. Thus, bringing Otsutsuki Ishiki into the icy space would allow them to use freezing techniques to slow down his attacks. Just as Feng Jian expected, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had previously been invincible, was immediately repelled by Kagaya's freezing techniques upon entering the icy space. His once lightning-fast speed was reduced to that of a crawling turtle. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Jian quickly performed thousands of shadow clones and had them simultaneously use dozens of different ninjutsu, all targeting Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kagaya was not idle either, continuously using her Otsutsuki clan's body techniques to attack him. Otsutsuki Ishiki, caught off guard, was enraged to find himself restrained by Kagaya's icy space. Just when Feng Jian thought their combined attack would finally kill Otsutsuki Ishiki, he unexpectedly absorbed all of their attacks. Feng Jian was shocked to see his thousands of shadow clones and all the ninjutsu he unleashed absorbed cleanly by Otsutsuki Ishiki. This left him stunned. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki's momentum surged again, shocking Feng Jian once more. Could it be that Otsutsuki Ishiki could absorb others' ninjutsu and convert it into chakra? Exactly. Hearing Feng Jian's exclamation, Otsutsuki Ishiki burst into maniacal laughter. He then pointed at Feng Jian's nose and scolded, "You have the chakra of the 10 tails within you. Yet you haven't even grasped my most basic ability. Do you think I can only shrink my body? Besides, I had previously exhausted a lot of chakra by shrinking, and I was planning to leave for a while to rest and let you prolong your suffering a few more days. But I didn't expect you to replenish my chakra so quickly. You really are my transport captain, haha." While saying this, Otsutsuki Ishiki sneered at Feng Jian. Meanwhile, Feng Jian felt incredibly frustrated. If Otsutsuki Ishiki had indeed not absorbed his chakra, they might have had a chance to catch their breath. But now that he had absorbed all of it, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not let up on either him or Kagaya. Just then, Feng Jian had a sudden inspiration and hurriedly had Kagaya transfer Otsutsuki Ishiki to the supergravity space. Before Otsutsuki Ishiki could react, he was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming gravity. Seeing this, Feng Jian was naturally pleased, as it would help suppress Otsutsuki Ishiki's lightning-fast attack speed. However, the supergravity space affected not only the enemy, but also the caster and their allies. Thus, not only was Otsutsuki Ishiki stuck on the ground, but Feng Jian and Kagaya were also similarly restrained. Still, it was better than being killed by Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately. And now Feng Jian had the opportunity to strategize against him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki was furious, realizing that despite his superior strength over Kagaya and Fonjien, he was continuously being thwarted by them. He exploded in rage, angrily pointing at Kagaya and cursing like a shrew. "Kagaya, you bastard! Didn't I tell you before? If you willingly offer your 10 tails chakra, I can leave you with a complete corpse. Yet now, you clearly aren't my opponent, and you still dare to resist. How can this be tolerated? Haha, your words remind me of what Otsutsuki Momoshiki said to me before, but his fate was death." At this point, after fighting alongside Fonjien, Kagaya no longer feared Otsutsuki Ishiki. "Otsutsuki Ishiki, let me tell you, ever since I came to Earth and devoured the God Tree, I have decided to sever all ties with you Otsutsuki clan, because you Otsutsuki clan are inhumane. Now, don't even think about leaving me with a whole corpse. Even if you let me go, I can never let you go." "What? You trash dare to say you won't let me go?" Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's threat, Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't help but sneer. At that moment, Kagaya ignored his sneer and directly told Kazama, "From now on, don't use ninjutsu against Otsutsuki Ishiki anymore. He possesses a unique ability to absorb ninjutsu from our Otsutsuki clan, turning any attack into his own chakra. Therefore, to defeat him now, we can only use taijutsu." "No problem." Kazama immediately nodded upon hearing Kagaya's instruction. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki was still unaware that Kagaya and Kazama had already devised a battle plan. He continued to curse at Kagaya and Kazama angrily. Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that Kagaya's heavenly space technique also had a time limit and couldn't trap herself in the other space forever. So he thought that once the time was up, he could escape properly. At that time, he would immediately use lethal means to kill Kagaya and Kazama. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that Kagaya had already torn her face with him. If he treated them as toys again, he would certainly die. However, just as Otsutsuki Ishiki was waiting for the supergravity to wear off, Kagaya and Kazama had already crawled forward and reached him. This suddenly surprised Otsutsuki Ishiki. "What are you two doing? Don't forget, this space is a supergravity space. Don't move recklessly or your internal organs will be crushed. The more this space is attacked, the more backlash it causes to the attacker." Don't be fooled by Otsutsuki Ishiki's apparent concern for Kazama and Kagaya. He was actually a bit cowardly, because Otsutsuki Ishiki knew he was outnumbered. If he didn't cleanly persuade Kazama and Kagaya to give up their attack, this proud genius of the Otsutsuki clan would fall on Earth. But unfortunately, Kazama and Kagaya completely ignored him. Instead, one went for the eyes, and the other for the throat. Kazama even sent out ShadowClones to perform 1,000 years of pain on Otsutsuki Ishiki. And it was the spiral version of 1,000 years of pain. Otsutsuki Ishiki trembled all over, shouting how good it felt. Oh no, how painful it was. Chapter 191. Pain and pleasure, you bastard. Isn't this just being a rogue? At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kazama actually using 1,000 years of pain against him, which made him furious. Generally, when Otsutsuki Ishiki fought other ninjas, it was all serious combat. But now he was being repeatedly poked in his sensitive areas by Kazama. The key point was that Otsutsuki Ishiki even felt a mix of pain and pleasure. It was a complete blend of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. At this point, Otsutsuki Ishiki had completely turned into a masochist under Kazama's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Kazama was unaware of Otsutsuki Ishiki's feelings. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to punish Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki had previously attacked Kazama's sensitive areas relentlessly. But who knew that while Kazama kept using 1,000 years of pain on Otsutsuki Ishiki, this Otsutsuki Ishiki actually trembled dozens of times. This scared Kazama so much that he took several steps back, cold sweat pouring out. If Kazama had retreated just a bit more, Otsutsuki Ishiki's tremors would have directly hit Kazama's face. At this moment, as soon as Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kazama stop attacking, he felt both happy and angry, even a bit resentful. Following that, he slapped Kazama down to the ground. You must know that even though Otsutsuki Ishiki was suppressed by the supergravity space, his attacking power was not weakened. At this moment, Kazama didn't have time to activate Susanoo to protect himself. Therefore, once he was hit by Otsutsuki Ishiki, all his internal organs shattered. With just that one slap from Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kazama laid on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. At this time, Kagaya, who was nearby, saw that Kazama was severely injured and hurriedly took him out of the supergravity space. Of course, when Kagaya left, she used a secret technique to trap Otsutsuki Ishiki here. After all, if Otsutsuki Ishiki followed them out of this supergravity space, according to his ruthless character, he would definitely take the opportunity to kill both her and Kazama. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki was notorious for taking advantage of others' misfortunes. At this moment, after Kaguya came out, she immediately began to treat Kazama. Kaguya knew that if such a severe injury was not treated promptly, Kazama would surely die. At this time, Kazama was very shocked to see that Kaguya saved him again, because when Kaguya teamed up with him earlier, it wasn't because she had truly regained her memories from 2 years ago. It was because she didn't want to die, so she teamed up with Kazama. But now, seeing Kaguya, who was forced to team up with him, actively saving him, Kazama immediately asked Kaguya, "Didn't you say I was your mortal enemy before? You even said you wanted to crush me into dust. Why did you save me now?" Upon hearing Kazama's question, Kaguya scratched her head in embarrassment. "To be honest, I really didn't remember who you were before. I just thought you used the 10 Tails chakra like me, so I wanted to kill you. But later, during the battle with Otsutsuki Ishiki, after he injured me, it suddenly triggered my memories from 2 years ago. I realized that 2 years ago, we were good partners fighting side by side. Moreover, you helped me come back to life. Otherwise, I would have been completely digested by that Otsutsuki Kinshur. So now you are my savior, and naturally, I had to save you." Hearing Kaguya's words, Kazama nodded with relief, because if Kaguya had never remembered him, their coordination would not have been seamless. If they couldn't work perfectly together, they would never be able to defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki. Then Kazama hurriedly asked Kaguya again, "Although this Otsutsuki Ishiki is temporarily suppressed by us, his strength is too formidable. What should we do to defeat him? Moreover, it seems that Otsutsuki Ishiki doesn't want to continue dragging this out with us. If we can't defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki, or he calls other powerful members of the Otsutsuki clan, then our ninja world will really be finished. Don't worry about that." At this point, before Kazama could finish speaking, Kaguya immediately smiled and shook her head. "I am very clear about Otsutsuki Ishiki's personality. He is extremely proud. Even if we were to kill him, he would never return to the Otsutsuki clan for help, because Otsutsuki Ishiki holds a very high status within the clan, and he often looks down on others, having offended many people. So even if he were to seek help, his clansmen would ignore him. Therefore, now we just need to find a way to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki on Earth. Oh, I wonder if you have any good ideas?" At this moment, Kazama no longer had any strategies. Although Kazama had previously been known for his numerous clever plans, the overwhelming strength of Otsutsuki Ishiki rendered all strategies useless. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, any strategy is garbage. Thus, Kazama could only pin his hopes on Otsutsuki Kaguya, who belonged to the same clan as Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya thought for a moment and then said to Kazama, "Right now, the combined strength of the two of us can only temporarily match Otsutsuki Ishiki. If we truly want to suppress him, we must merge our powers. Only then can we defeat him." Merge? Upon hearing this from Otsutsuki Kaguya, Kazama's face turned red immediately. He hurriedly replied, "To be honest, even though I am in my 20s, this would be my first time. If we were to merge, I might need you to guide me, as I don't have much experience in this area." Slap! Before Kazama could finish, Otsutsuki Kaguya kicked him to the ground. Kazama, already injured, winced in pain from the kick. "What are you thinking? The merging I speak of is not the filthy merging you humans talk about, but rather the fusion of our chakra to become one. This way, we can successfully defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki." "I see." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kaguya's words, Kazama nodded. However, he felt a slight sense of disappointment. Yet Kazama, still puzzled, asked Otsutsuki Kaguya, "But you are a woman, and I am a man. If we perform the merging technique, wouldn't that make us androgynous? It doesn't matter what kind of form we take. This merging is temporary, as long as we can defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki. I wouldn't care if we turn into something unrecognizable, would you?" Well, seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya's nonchalant attitude, Kazama could only nod helplessly. After all, he didn't have a better plan at the moment. Otsutsuki Kaguya then immediately began to teach Kazama the merging technique. Although the Otsutsuki clan's merging technique was quite complex, Kazama, being battle-hardened and possessing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, quickly memorized the hand seals after a few exchanges. However, just as Kazama and Otsutsuki Kaguya were about to try merging, Otsutsuki Ishiki unexpectedly escaped from the gravity space. This startled Kazama, as he thought Otsutsuki Ishiki had been thoroughly weakened by his previous attack. Logically, given Otsutsuki Ishiki's current strength, he should not have recovered so quickly. But Kazama had underestimated Otsutsuki Ishiki's abilities. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki had been trembling from Kazama's attack earlier, he had been training for many years, maintaining his physical condition. Therefore, whether he faced a few hundred or tens of thousands of attacks, Otsutsuki Ishiki could still endure. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki had overheard Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya's plan to use the merging technique against him. He immediately sneered at them, saying, "You two bastards dare to conspire against me again? All right, in that case, I will take you down one by one and see how you perform your merging technique." As soon as Otsutsuki Ishiki finished speaking, he immediately used a ShadowClone to attack Kazama while his main body charged at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kazama realized this was bad. As if Otsutsuki Ishiki continued with this attack method, he and Otsutsuki Kagaya would be caught in a pincer attack. At that point, they wouldn't have time to merge. Therefore, Kazama quickly shouted to Otsutsuki Kagaya, "We need to fight together. We cannot let Otsutsuki Ishiki separate us." However, Otsutsuki Ishiki's main goal was to prevent Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya from merging. Thus, even as they tried to stay close, Otsutsuki Ishiki used all his strength to separate them. After several exchanges, he forced Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kazama to retreat continuously. Previously, they were able to temporarily suppress Otsutsuki Ishiki because they were in the gravity space. Now that they were outside, they no longer had that advantage. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ishiki had regained his strength and used the powers of his Rinnegan to shrink his body, which increased his speed significantly. After just a few exchanges, he left Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya bruised and battered. At that moment, Kazama initially wanted Otsutsuki Kagaya to continue using the heavenly hand power to absorb Otsutsuki Ishiki into the gravity space. However, since Otsutsuki Kagaya had used it several times earlier and had also lost a lot of chakra to Otsutsuki Ishiki, her chakra had not yet recovered. To use the heavenly hand power again, she would need to wait several more hours. But Kazama knew that waiting even a few more minutes could mean they would be killed by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Just then, Kazama suddenly had a bright idea. "I have used all my ninjutsu, but I haven't used Naruto's harem technique." According to the manga, the harem technique works better on powerful individuals. Otsutsuki Ishiki may appear very cold, but from the expression he showed when I used the 1,000 years of pain on him, I could tell he might also be a pervert. With this thought in mind, Kazama quickly used hundreds of shadow clones, transforming them all into beautiful women. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was continuously attacking Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya, saw Kazama's harem technique and immediately sprayed blood out of his nose. His clone turned into smoke, and Otsutsuki Ishiki's shrunken body suddenly grew larger. Not only did his body grow, but that special part also became super large. If Kazama hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been flattened. Kazama thought to himself that Otsutsuki Ishiki really was a pervert. Taking advantage of Otsutsuki Ishiki's confusion, Kazama immediately flew towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya understood Kazama's intentions and immediately opened her arms to welcome him. 1 second later, just as Otsutsuki Ishiki was mesmerized by the techniques of Kanjin, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kanjin had completed their proper fusion. At this moment, once they fused, their power immediately increased dramatically. The originally single Rinne Sharingan on Otsutsuki Kagaya's forehead had now transformed into two. Their strength had increased by hundreds of times compared to before. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki realized that he had fallen for Kanjin's little trick and was filled with anger. He immediately prepared to kill Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, upon seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kanjin had completed their fusion, he secretly thought to himself that it was bad. He knew that he was no longer a match for Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thus, he had no choice but to turn around and flee. It should be noted that Otsutsuki Ishiki had previously been extremely arrogant and domineering, but now he had become a stray dog. Unfortunately, it was likely that Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya would not allow him to escape. After all, both Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki's current strength was very formidable. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength had not yet recovered. Even in this weakened state, he had already caused chaos in the ninja world. If Otsutsuki Ishiki were to recover, even with the two of them fused, they would not be able to match him. Therefore, they had to take advantage of his weakness. Subsequently, Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately performed a Doton technique. A towering wall blocked Otsutsuki Ishiki's escape before Otsutsuki Ishiki could react. The sealing technique from Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya had already struck him. Chapter 192. killing on the Otsutsuki clan's planet. Just as Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya were about to seal Otsutsuki Ishiki, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. This immediately made Kanjin feel uneasy. He quickly stopped Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack and looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki with a puzzled expression. Kanjin knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki was a meticulous person. Now that he was facing death, he was laughing maniacally. There was a high probability that he had some hidden card up his sleeve. Although Kanjin wanted to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki instantly without further ado, he also understood that Otsutsuki Ishiki had been lurking in the ninja world for not just 1 or 2 years, but for decades. Even though he had been secretly waiting to retrieve the 10 tails from Otsutsuki Kagaya, one could not rule out the possibility that Otsutsuki Ishiki had done something to the ninja world and its ninjas. Therefore, Kanjin hurriedly asked Otsutsuki Ishiki, "You're clearly facing death now, yet you still laugh. Tell me, what conspiracy do you have? If you tell us, we might spare your life, but if you don't, we will definitely tear you to pieces and turn you to ashes." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Kanjin's threat, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed instead of getting angry. "You little brat. Earlier you were merely my defeated foe, beaten like a stray dog. Now you only barely defeated me because you fused with Otsutsuki Kagaya, and you dare to act tough in front of me. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, I have indeed done something in your ninja world. Now, if you kill me, then all the people here will die because of me." "What? How is that possible?" Hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki's words, Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya were both shocked. They had never expected that Otsutsuki Ishiki had indeed plotted against the people of the ninja world. This was something Kanjin and Otsutsuki Kagaya had never anticipated. "You bastard, tell me, what have you done to the people of the ninja world?" At this moment, Kanjin was furious. He had always regarded all the citizens of the ninja world as his comrades. After all, Kanjin had been committed to peace in the ninja world. But now that peace was almost within reach, this bastard Otsutsuki Ishiki had actually done something in the human realm. How could Kanjin not be angry? At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Kanjin's shocked expression and immediately burst into laughter again. "Let me tell you, Kanjin, why I say you are not my opponent. It's because you're too soft-hearted. Someone like you, who only wastes emotions, can never be my opponent. Since you asked, I might as well tell you the truth. During my decades of lurking in the ninja world, I have planted our Otsutsuki clan's unique secret poison in almost all the citizens of the ninja world, and this secret poison is tightly connected to my life. In other words, as long as I die, all the citizens of the ninja world will die. The reason I did this was to guard against Otsutsuki Kagaya increasing in power and killing me. At that time, I could use the citizens of the ninja world as a bargaining chip. Now, this strategy fits perfectly with you. So what do you say, little brat? Will you kill me now, or will you let me go first?" Ha ha ha. Seeing that Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was clearly not his opponent, could still threaten him, Kanjin was so angry that he almost wanted to tear him to pieces. However, Kanjin also knew that if he really killed Otsutsuki Ishiki, then all the citizens of the ninja world would die because of him. Such a loss was something Kanjin could not accept. At this moment, Kanjin was also worried that Otsutsuki Ishiki was exaggerating. After all, Kanjin had never known of any poison that could penetrate the bodies of all the citizens of the ninja world. Therefore, Kanjin immediately used his spiritual sense to ask Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded helplessly. What Otsutsuki Ishiki said was indeed the truth. They could not kill Otsutsuki Ishiki right now. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kanjin had no choice but to hurriedly stop the sealing. However, Kanjin did not directly release Otsutsuki Ishiki. Instead, he immediately performed the 4 Crimson Yang formation to temporarily restrain Otsutsuki Ishiki. Then, Kanjin, with a face full of anger, said to Otsutsuki Ishiki, "Let me tell you, I can choose not to kill you now, but I also cannot just let you go. Therefore, for the sake of the lives of the many citizens of the ninja world, you will stay here." Kid, do you think you can restrain me like this?" Seeing that Kanjin actually wanted to trap him forever in this formation, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately cursed at him fiercely. "Let me tell you, Kanjin, yes, I am indeed not your or Otsutsuki Kagaya's opponent right now. But don't forget, the reason I'm not your opponent is not because your strength is too overwhelming, but because my strength has not yet recovered. You should know that my strength has only recovered to 50%. And if I want to recover all my strength, I can easily kill you. And, stop the nonsense." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki's words, Kanjin did not believe him at all. If you could really recover all your strength, wouldn't you have done so already? What are you waiting for? If I'm not mistaken, You currently have no way to recover all your strength, which is why you're bragging in front of me. Ha ha ha. Hearing Kanjin's analysis, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed uncontrollably. I said, Kaze no Ma, I see your abilities are quite impressive, but why is your IQ so low? The reason I haven't restored all my power earlier is that I finally came to Earth to toy with you guys. How could I instantly kill all of you? Just think about it. As a big shot like me arrives at your novice village, I naturally want to play with you for a while to see how you suffer, making sure you live in misery forever. That would be my greatest satisfaction. But now, you and the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya have completely dampened my interest. So now I'm going to punish you properly. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki's voice fell, and he immediately transformed into the Ten Tails true form. Seeing this, Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya were shocked. As the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, they knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki's transformation meant he intended to use the God Tree's powerful ability to absorb the chakra of all ninjas in the ninja world, thus restoring his peak power. If Otsutsuki Ishiki succeeded, then even if Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya combined their powers, they would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly teamed up and attacked Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, what Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect was that the God Tree transformed by Otsutsuki Ishiki was extremely hard, much tougher than the Ten Tails inside them. Even though they utilized all their strength, they still could not cut through the roots of the God Tree, leaving them in disbelief. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki, seeing Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya at a loss, felt very pleased. I'll tell you the truth. This God Tree I've transformed into has been specially enhanced by the Otsutsuki clan, making it dozens of times more powerful than the God Tree Kagaya brought to Earth. In fact, I had many opportunities to destroy your world, but it's just too interesting. If I destroyed it right away, I would have to return to the Otsutsuki clan immediately, and I don't want to lose the pleasure of toying with all the ninjas in your world. That's why I waited so long, but you two little pests ruined it. You think you have the qualifications to kill me? That is simply delusional. Now I'll show you what. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki's words fell, and the roots of the God Tree immediately transformed into millions of them, which then further split. In just a few moments, they had trapped all the ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages and began to madly absorb their chakra. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations had no idea what was happening and were immediately wrapped up by the roots of the God Tree. It should be noted that these ninjas were quite strong, but in front of the Otsutsuki clan's God Tree, they had no power to fight back. At this point, Kaze realized that if Otsutsuki Ishiki succeeded in absorbing the chakra, the entire ninja world would be doomed. Therefore, Kaze quickly combined with Otsutsuki Kagaya again and changed their attack route, no longer targeting the roots of the God Tree, but instead aiming for the Rinne Sharingan at the top of the tree. Kaze believed that no technique was without flaws. Although the God Tree, transformed by Otsutsuki Ishiki, was incredibly powerful and solid, Kaze didn't believe it had a perfect defense from all angles. So, he decided to take a gamble and aim for the Rinne Sharingan at the top of the tree. At that moment, it was unclear whether it was Kaze's good luck or Otsutsuki Ishiki's misfortune. But the flaw in Otsutsuki Ishiki's defense indeed lay at the Rinne Sharingan on the top of the tree. When Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya attacking his Rinne Sharingan, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. If Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya hit that Rinne Sharingan, all his efforts would be in vain, and even his most prized Rinnegan would be destroyed. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki had no choice but to stop the absorption and hurriedly returned to his original form. When Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Otsutsuki Ishiki's actions, they were overjoyed because it indicated that his flaw was the Rinne Sharingan. Otherwise, the arrogant Otsutsuki Ishiki wouldn't have backed down so easily. At this point, Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya, invigorated, charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki again. Seeing Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya babbling on, Otsutsuki Ishiki was furious and immediately engaged them in battle. Though Otsutsuki Ishiki had not fully absorbed the chakra of all the ninjas, he was significantly stronger than before. After a few exchanges, he fought to a standstill with Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, since Otsutsuki Ishiki had interrupted the chakra absorption, it caused his body to experience disorder. Thus, although his power was on par with the combined strength of Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya, due to the chaotic chakra within him, he could not maintain constant output. After a few exchanges, he was defeated again. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki realized that if this continued, he would likely be killed by Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although he had planted poison in many citizens of the ninja world, it required time to activate. Given that he could be killed by Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya at any moment, he would die for nothing. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that the best course of action was to not continue fighting Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya, but to escape immediately. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately soared into the sky, leaving Earth, and headed towards the distant alien planet, which was the base of his Otsutsuki clan. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki relied on space techniques to avoid Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya's attacks, unfortunately, after Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya combined, their space techniques were also incredibly formidable. Therefore, no matter how Otsutsuki Ishiki tried to escape, Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya were always able to keep attacking him, which made Otsutsuki Ishiki furious. At this time, due to continuously using space techniques, Otsutsuki Ishiki's chakra was nearly depleted. Just when Otsutsuki Ishiki thought he was doomed, he suddenly saw the base of the Otsutsuki clan in the distance. This made Otsutsuki Ishiki ecstatic. He decided to lure Kaze and Otsutsuki Kagaya to the base of the Otsutsuki clan, where he could easily kill both of them. At this moment, Kaze, blinded by rage, had no idea of Otsutsuki Ishiki's scheme. Fortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya remained calm and recognized his intention. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also from the Otsutsuki clan and knew exactly where Otsutsuki Ishiki was heading. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly urged Kaze to be cautious. Kazama, with the strength of the two of us now, we can at most defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki, but there are many stronger than him in the Otsutsuki clan, so we cannot act alone. Upon hearing this from Otsutsuki Kagaya, we had to give up. We then returned to Earth with Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, what Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect was that while escaping from Earth, Otsutsuki Ishiki activated the poison within most ninjas on the planet. As a result, nearly half of the ninjas in the ninja world have died. Looking at the scene filled with corpses, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya were immediately furious. Kazama shouted angrily, pointing in the direction Otsutsuki Ishiki had fled. I must kill the Otsutsuki clan to avenge the countless people who died tragically on Earth. Chapter 193. Another member of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kiku. What? You want to go to the planet where the Otsutsuki clan is located? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Kazama's decision, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly shook her head and immediately tried to persuade him. Kazama, you must remain calm. I know you care deeply about the people of Earth, treating them as companions, but you must understand that Otsutsuki Ishiki alone has already caused immense destruction to the planet. Moreover, among the entire Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength is merely trash. Therefore, if you go to the planet of the Otsutsuki clan alone, don't even mention whether you can tear Otsutsuki Ishiki to pieces. It would be extremely difficult for you to survive. Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's persuasion, Kazama understood that she was looking out for him. However, Kazama was already filled with rage. He had been dedicated to peace in the ninja world. Yet he had gone through so much trouble to defeat Kagaya, Achara, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, only to be met with such chaos caused by Otsutsuki Ishiki, which was even greater than the turmoil depicted in the manga. How could Kazama possibly give up now? Therefore, Kazama said to Otsutsuki Kagaya again, I understand everything you said. You're right. With my strength, I cannot compete with the Otsutsuki clan. But as the saying goes, it's easy to avoid an open attack, but hard to guard against a secret one. As long as I infiltrate the planet of the Otsutsuki clan, I can hide in the shadows. When the time comes, if I can kill Otsutsuki Ishiki, it would be revenge for the people who died tragically on Earth. At that point, it won't matter whether I live or die. Upon hearing Kazama's resolute decision, Otsutsuki Kagaya let out a helpless sigh. She then made up her mind and nodded at Kazama. All right, since you are so brave, I'm also willing to accompany you to the planet of the Otsutsuki clan. What? You are willing to go too? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's decision, Kazama was somewhat incredulous. He knew very well that the reason Otsutsuki Kagaya had devoured the divine tree on Earth was that she did not want to live among the Otsutsuki clan, who knew nothing but slaughter. Otsutsuki Kagaya had become very disillusioned with the Otsutsuki clan, who often killed innocents. Yet now, in order to help him and the many people of Earth, she was willing to follow him to the planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Kazama was naturally very moved. Thus, Kazama nodded at Otsutsuki Kagaya while asking her about the situation on the Otsutsuki clan's planet. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Kazama originally thought that the planet of the Otsutsuki clan would be filled with their clansmen. However, after Otsutsuki Kagaya's introduction, Kazama learned that the planet of the Otsutsuki clan was not too different from Earth. The only difference was that on Earth, there were 5 great ninja villages dividing the power, while on the Otsutsuki clan's planet, although there were other ninjas, it was managed jointly by the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, there was a very strict hierarchy on the Otsutsuki clan's planet. For example, ordinary citizens were slaves, while ninjas were the underlings of the Otsutsuki clan. Above the ninjas were the branch families of the Otsutsuki clan, and above them was the powerful main family of the Otsutsuki clan. Since the Otsutsuki clan's members were born with great strength, they viewed ninjas as trash and ordinary citizens as mere beings to be trampled upon. Upon hearing that the situation on the Otsutsuki clan's planet was so severe, Kazama was naturally astonished. At the same time, he developed an even greater resentment toward the Otsutsuki clan. Although this world follows the survival of the fittest, there should at least be mutual respect. Yet the Otsutsuki clan had turned a perfectly good planet into a hell. Given Kazama's character, he would love to immediately wipe out the entire Otsutsuki clan and liberate the citizens there. However, Kazama knew that his strength had not yet reached that level. Therefore, he now had only one goal: to secretly infiltrate and find Otsutsuki Ishiki, then take the opportunity to kill him. Under Otsutsuki Kagaya's guidance, Kazama immediately used space-time ninjutsu to arrive on the planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Although the Otsutsuki clan had absolute control over this planet, the territory was vast, much larger than Earth. Thus, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya did not attract the attention of the Otsutsuki clan upon their arrival. Moreover, since the Otsutsuki clan was solely focused on brute force, their technology was not as advanced as Earth's, and they lacked various detection tools. Therefore, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya could easily hide here. However, due to the repeated use of space-time ninjutsu, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya were severely depleted of chakra and needed to rest. Although they had the chakra of the Ten Tails, they could not withstand the consumption of using space-time ninjutsu tens of thousands of times. At this moment, since Kazama was unfamiliar with the area, he quickly asked Otsutsuki Kagaya, "What should we do now? Should we first find out the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki and then hide around him?" "You are correct." Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately pointed to a nearby town. "This place is deserted, and there are no means to inquire. It's better for us to go to that town first and find out which member of the Otsutsuki clan manages it. As long as we can find a member of the Otsutsuki clan, we can learn about Otsutsuki Ishiki's whereabouts from him." "All right, no problem." Kazama then immediately followed Otsutsuki Kagaya into the town. Since the technology on this planet was not developed, once Otsutsuki Kagaya concealed her appearance, the town's guards could not identify her. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan certainly did not expect Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya actually dared to come alone to this planet. Upon arriving in this town, Kazama discovered that it was not much different from towns on Earth. The townspeople's clothing was almost identical to what he was used to on Earth. The only exception was that each town was managed by members sent from both the Otsutsuki clan's main family and branch family. Here, one had to be cautious in their words and actions. A slight misstep could lead to being killed by elite soldiers sent from the Otsutsuki clan. Life was truly cheap here. Without money or power, life was worthless anywhere. Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed helplessly. "We should quickly find out which member of the Otsutsuki clan is in control of this town." "All right." Kazama immediately locked onto a middle-aged man, turning into an alley. He and Kagaya followed him. However, this middle-aged man turned out to be relieving himself in the alley. Kagaya quickly turned her head away. At that moment, Kazama and Kagaya's appearance startled the man. "What are you two doing? Is there something interesting about urinating? Are you thirsty? Here, have a drink." The man's arrogance infuriated Kazama, who felt like beating him up right then and there. "Please, don't be angry. We just arrived and are unfamiliar with this place. So we wanted to ask which member of the Otsutsuki clan is in control of this town." "What? How dare you mention the name of Lord Otsutsuki?" The middle-aged man immediately cursed at Kazama after hearing his question. "Let me tell you, only certain people can inquire about the name of Lord Otsutsuki in this town. As an outsider, how dare you ask such a question? I have the duty to bring you before Lord Otsutsuki to see if you're a spy." As he said this, he rushed toward Kazama. Kazama initially didn't want to deal with him, but seeing the man's repeated arrogance, he couldn't hold back. Thus, he kicked the man to the ground. Though the man was also a ninja, his strength was nothing compared to Kazama's. Kazama's kick made him vomit his last meal. The man was completely unprepared for Kazama's strength, which was far beyond what his youthful appearance suggested. Plus, he was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, so he immediately tried to flee. Unfortunately, he was kicked down again by Kazama. "Please don't kill me. I'll answer any questions you have." The once arrogant middle-aged man was now as timid as a mouse, constantly bowing and begging Kazama. However, Kazama was too lazy to pay him any mind and asked again, "Didn't I already ask you? Who is in control of this town? Tell me now." "No problem. The one in control of our town is Lord Otsutsuki Kiku." "What?" Hearing the name Otsutsuki Kiku, Kazama nearly burst out laughing. He finally understood why someone was reluctant to let others mention their name and would say it was an offense to their honor. It turned out that the name was so peculiar. "Big brother, I've already told you Kiku's name. Can you let me go now?" "No problem. I'll let you go right now." But before Kazama could finish, Kagaya used her ability to absorb the man into her alternate space. Kazama was puzzled by this. "Kagaya, this guy is just an ordinary nobody. There's no need to control him, right? You don't understand. Just by looking at this man's face, I can tell he's a flip-flopper. If we let him go, he'll definitely inform Lord Otsutsuki Kiku, and then Kiku will track us down. You have to know that Otsutsuki Kiku and Otsutsuki Ishiki are sworn brothers." "What?" Upon learning that Otsutsuki Kiku was actually close to Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kazama was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked that he needed to be very careful in his next actions, but he was happy that getting close to Kiku would lead him to find out about Ishiki's whereabouts. Kazama and Kagaya then continued toward Kiku's Lord Mansion, planning to rent a place nearby to settle down and investigate Kiku's strength. However, upon arriving, they found that the soldiers at the Lord's Mansion were recruiting personal guards for Otsutsuki Kiku. This gave Kazama an idea. He quickly said to Kagaya, "Our strength is decent. Why don't we apply to be Otsutsuki Kiku's guards? Isn't that too dangerous? You have to know that Otsutsuki Kiku is also quite strong. What will we do if he discovers our true identities?" Upon hearing Kagaya's concerns, Kazama immediately shook his head with a smile. "Kagaya, you're overthinking it. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Besides, you said that the people on this planet are just like those on Earth. As long as we don't actively reveal our identities, even if Kiku is strong, he won't be able to detect that we're here for revenge from Earth. All right, if that's the case, then I will follow your advice." After that, Kagaya followed Kazama to apply to be Otsutsuki Kiku's guards. At this time, the person managing the recruitment looked at Kazama and Kagaya and had them stand on a device. Then he said to Kagaya, "You could be Otsutsuki Kiku's guard, but you can't." Seeing that he was rejected, Kazama was puzzled. He immediately asked the man, "What exactly is wrong with me? It's obvious. You're just an ordinary ninja. What qualifications do you have to be Lord Otsutsuki Kiku's personal guard?" "Let me tell you, our Lord Kiku's guards must have the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, how could you commoners serve our Lord Otsutsuki Kiku?" "What?" Kazama was greatly confused by this statement. If someone had the Otsutsuki bloodline, they would either be from the main or branch family. How could someone of that status possibly serve as a mere guard for Kiku? At that moment, Kagaya quickly pulled Kazama aside. "Kazama, you don't understand. Although those with Otsutsuki blood are either from the main family or branch family, there are also some who have been stripped of their clan status by the Otsutsuki clan. So, they don't belong to either family, but have a higher status than ordinary citizens. Thus, the personal guards Otsutsuki Kiku is looking for are those exiled Otsutsuki clan members. But you don't have the Otsutsuki bloodline, so it seems only I can take on the role of Otsutsuki Kiku's personal guard." "No way, that's too dangerous." Hearing Kagaya's words, Kazama quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Just then, Fongjin saw a group of guards pulling a large cart of garbage from the city lord's mansion. He was immediately overjoyed. He then rushed to Otsutsuki Kagaya and said, "If I have the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, can I also become a guard of Otsutsuki Kagaya?" "It is possible, but the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan is not a ninjutsu, and it cannot be passed on to you. Therefore, even I cannot help you now. You misunderstood. I'm not asking you to teach me. I have my own method to obtain the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline." "What? How is that possible?" Hearing Fongjin's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya thought he was joking, but then he saw Fongjin approach the large pile of garbage. Otsutsuki Kagaya was very confused and wanted to ask Fongjin. But before he could speak, Fongjin took the initiative to say, "You don't know, but I can extract abilities from that garbage." "What?" Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya was once again surprised. Of course, Fongjin didn't mention that this ability was granted by a system. After all, He knew that the concept of a system was incomprehensible in this world, so he claimed it was his own talent. After all, everyone's talent is like a bloodline limit. Some can use dust release, while others can use wind release. This made it easier for Otsutsuki Kagaya to understand. Feng Jian then began his old job of frantically picking up garbage from the pile. Naturally, not all of the garbage was thrown out by Otsutsuki Kagaya. There were other people's as well. However, Feng Jian was determined to obtain the Otsutsuki bloodline, so he had to try his luck. Fortunately, he was quite lucky and managed to extract the power of the Otsutsuki bloodline from a few pieces of garbage. Moreover, he also extracted Otsutsuki Kagaya's taijutsu. This made Feng Jian ecstatic. He then transformed into another person and went to apply for the position. After all, he had just been rejected. If he applied with his original appearance, he would definitely raise suspicion. At this moment, the disguised Feng Jian easily passed the assessment with Otsutsuki Kagaya and arrived at the mansion of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Lord Otsutsuki Kagaya, I have brought you 2 guards to serve you. Then someone brought Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately looked up and down at Feng Jian, and Otsutsuki Kagaya then revealed a barely noticeable smile. He then asked Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Who are you two? Why do you seem so unfamiliar to me? Were you not living in this town before?" Well, hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's question, Feng Jian remained calm because he had already thought of a countermeasure. After all, he couldn't reveal his identity from the start. So Feng Jian immediately used the prearranged lie to speak to Otsutsuki Kagaya. "To be honest, Lord Otsutsuki Kagaya, we have come from elsewhere to this town. We admire you greatly and wish to follow you, which is why we want to be your subordinates." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Feng Jian's flattery, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately laughed and nodded. At this moment, Feng Jian saw that he had just put a high hat on Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he was so happy. As long as he could win over the other party, he could find out the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki from him. However, just as Feng Jian was about to flatter Otsutsuki Kagaya again, Otsutsuki Kagaya unexpectedly kicked Feng Jian to the ground. This left Feng Jian shocked and furious. If it were according to Feng Jian's character, he would have immediately retaliated. But he also knew that he had to prioritize the overall situation. After all, he wasn't here to seek power, but to take revenge on Otsutsuki Ishiki and tear him to pieces. Therefore, Feng Jian hurriedly pretended to be confused and asked Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Lord Otsutsuki Ishiki, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why did you kick me to the ground?" "Of course, because I hate it when others flatter me. Besides, I just eat and drink in this town and kill for fun. I don't have any particularly powerful abilities, yet you dare to come here to flatter me. I suspect you want to get close to me, and I will never go easy on someone like you who tries to get close to me." At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya ordered his subordinates to attack Feng Jian. Feng Jian never expected that he had come to flatter Otsutsuki Kagaya, but it had the opposite effect and made Otsutsuki Kagaya want to kill him. While Otsutsuki Kagaya ordered his subordinates to attack Feng Jian, he also lewdly looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya beside him. "You are quite good, but your strength is too low. You're not qualified to be my personal guard, but being my personal maid is not a problem." As Otsutsuki Kagaya said this, he immediately tried to embrace Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Feng Jian never expected that Otsutsuki Kagaya was not only a ruthless killer, but also a lecherous person. He and Otsutsuki Kagaya were clearly there to apply for the position of personal guards and wanted to get close to him secretly. Yet, Otsutsuki Kagaya was trying to have him killed while also trying to take advantage of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Feng Jian couldn't hold back any longer. He made a gesture to Otsutsuki Kagaya, and she understood that Feng Jian was about to counterattack. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also very angry with Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, it was Otsutsuki Kagaya who had provoked him first. Therefore, Feng Jian immediately got up and struck the subordinate who was holding him, turning him into a meat paste. Seeing Feng Jian's strength, not only was Otsutsuki Kagaya shocked, but even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was about to take advantage of the situation, was in disbelief. At this moment, Feng Jian himself was also shocked. Although he knew his strength was not weak, he had never knocked someone into a meat paste with a single blow. Then Feng Jian suddenly remembered that he had extracted Otsutsuki Kagaya's taijutsu from the garbage earlier. That was why his physical attacks were so powerful now. So Feng Jian immediately laughed and continued to charge towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya had originally thought that Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya were exiled members of the Otsutsuki clan, and exiled people generally had very weak strength. However, now Feng Jian's taijutsu was unexpectedly on par with his own, which shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's important to know that Otsutsuki Kagaya was a coward at heart, but out of pride, he wanted to fight Fengjian seriously. Unfortunately, the abilities he had were already mastered by Fengjian. Moreover, Fengjian possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and the chakra of the Ten Tails, which Otsutsuki Kagaya did not have. Thus, in a matter of moments, Fengjian knocked down the previously arrogant and domineering Otsutsuki Kagaya to the ground. At this moment, the result was naturally far beyond Otsutsuki Kaiki's expectations. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kaiki immediately notified the town guards to attack Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. But just at this critical moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya directly used the heavenly space technique, pulling Otsutsuki Kaiki into her unique alternate space. This completely cut off Otsutsuki Kaiki's chance of seeking help. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaiki was already shocked by Kazama's super strong taijutsu. Now seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya's space-time ninjutsu was even more impressive than his own, capable of creating various functional spaces, left him in disbelief once again. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Kaiki immediately began to curse Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Who the hell are you two bastards? You are definitely not exiles from the Otsutsuki clan. Tell me, what are you doing in my town? Slap. But before Otsutsuki Kaiki could finish speaking, Kazama kicked him to the ground. What qualifications do you have to scold us? I told you, I was initially polite to you, even flattering you. You should know that I, Kazama, have never flattered anyone before. But now you, damn it, refuse to recognize the situation, trying to show off in front of me, even sending people to kill me, treating my good intentions as worthless, and now you dare question who we are? Fine. Since that's the case, I might as well tell you the truth. We are ninjas from Earth, specifically here to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. What? You are the scum from Earth. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaiki was once again shocked to hear that Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya were actually from Earth. It was known that in Otsutsuki Kaiki's impression, ninjas from Earth were all trash, not even comparable to a cockroach on their planet. But now this trash in his eyes was actually able to knock him to the ground, and his strength was several times greater than his own. At this time, when Kazama saw that Otsutsuki Kaiki, whose strength was inferior to his, still dared to insult him, saying that ninjas from Earth were all trash, how could Kazama possibly spare him? Therefore, Kazama struck again, directly incapacitating Otsutsuki Kaiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately said to Otsutsuki Kaiki, Kazama has already said that we are here to find Otsutsuki Ishiki. As far as I know, you and Otsutsuki Ishiki are sworn brothers. Now, where is Otsutsuki Ishiki? Well, at this time, Otsutsuki Kaiki knew that if he didn't tell the truth, he would definitely be killed by Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, reluctantly, he sighed. All right, I can tell you where Otsutsuki Ishiki is, but if I do, I hope you two can spare my life. Upon hearing that Otsutsuki Kaiki really knew about Otsutsuki Ishiki's existence, Kazama was overjoyed. Then he suddenly thought that he now possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan and had significantly enhanced his strength. If he were to use the 6 paths, different heavenly gods at this moment, wouldn't he be able to control Otsutsuki Kaiki directly? Once this thought crossed his mind, Kazama immediately used the 6 paths, different heavenly gods on Otsutsuki Kaiki. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaiki had no idea that Kazama had such a powerful illusion technique. With the use of Kazama's 6 paths, different heavenly gods, Otsutsuki Kaiki was immediately controlled by Kazama. At this point, Otsutsuki Kaiki had completely become Kazama's puppet. Subsequently, Kazama learned from Otsutsuki Kaiki about Otsutsuki Ishiki's recent situation. It turned out that after returning from Earth, Otsutsuki Ishiki, in order to cover up his failure to recapture the 10 Tails, falsely claimed that he had killed all the ninjas from Earth. Intending to use this method to redeem himself, Otsutsuki Ishiki was then sent to another town as its lord. That town was also very close to where Kazama and the others were currently located. After learning about Otsutsuki Ishiki's whereabouts from Otsutsuki Kaiki, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya were naturally overjoyed. They immediately instructed Otsutsuki Kaiki to take them to the town where Otsutsuki Ishiki was located. Kazama knew that if he and Otsutsuki Kagaya went there alone, Otsutsuki Ishiki would definitely recognize them. Therefore, they needed to use Otsutsuki Kaiki as their shield. Logically, Otsutsuki Kaiki would not fully cooperate, but now that he was under the influence of Kazama's 6 paths, different heavenly gods, he had to comply. Otsutsuki Kaiki had now become Kazama's puppet. Not to mention that Kazama asked him to help kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even if Kazama asked him to eat shit, he would do it without hesitation. Although Otsutsuki Kaiki's strength was weak, with his single hands involvement, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya would be even more capable of defeating Otsutsuki Ishiki with ease. However, what Kazama did not expect was that Otsutsuki Kaiki revealed another piece of information that directly led to difficulties in their assassination of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter 195: Controlling Otsutsuki Ishiki with Different Heavenly Gods. It turned out that these past few days were precisely the wedding days of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although it would take a full 3 days to travel from Kazama's town to Otsutsuki Ishiki's town, Otsutsuki Ishiki would be hosting a grand banquet for guests for several days during the wedding. Therefore, Kazama knew that it was impossible for him and Otsutsuki Kagaya to silently kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. According to what Otsutsuki Kaiki said, many elders from the Otsutsuki clan had come during Otsutsuki Ishiki's wedding. These elders were extremely powerful. It was known that even dealing with just Otsutsuki Ishiki was already very challenging. If they had to face the even more powerful elders of the Otsutsuki clan, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya would certainly meet a disastrous end. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama immediately lowered his head to think. Meanwhile, since Otsutsuki Kaiki was already under Kazama's different heavenly gods, he had completely submitted to Kazama. Thus, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kaiki's eyes turned, and he immediately proposed a strategy. Lord Kazama, if you truly want to confront Otsutsuki Ishiki in a real fight, it may not be possible. I suggest you continue with the method you used to get close to me before, and secretly ambush Otsutsuki Ishiki. Oh, how do we ambush him secretly? At this time, Kazama was in a state of confusion, so upon hearing Otsutsuki Kaiki's words, he felt a glimmer of hope. It's very simple. You should know that Otsutsuki Ishiki and I are sworn brothers, so you two can pretend to be my personal guards. This way, Otsutsuki Ishiki won't pay too much attention to you. Meanwhile, I will find an opportunity to have a private conversation with Otsutsuki Ishiki. At that time, the three of us can strike together and kill Otsutsuki Ishiki without him noticing. Absolutely not. But at this moment, before Otsutsuki Kaiki could finish speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately raised a different opinion. The elder of the Otsutsuki clan has a very strong sense of perception. It's not just that we can kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even if we engage in battle with him, the elders of the Otsutsuki clan would instantly notice and rush to our location. At that point, we would still have no place to bury our bodies. Upon hearing this analysis from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kika quickly expressed her surprise. She then began to scrutinize Otsutsuki Kagaya from head to toe. Sister, aren't you one of the exiled from the Otsutsuki clan? How do you know so much about the abilities of the Otsutsuki elders? Could it be that you are also from the main branch of the Otsutsuki clan? Who are you calling sister? At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya kicked Otsutsuki Kika to the ground. You look older than me, and yet you call me sister. Sorry. I only called you sister out of respect. Please don't be angry. At this point, Kazama, seeing this, immediately smiled and nodded at Otsutsuki Kagaya, signaling her not to hide her identity any longer. Then, both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kazama transformed, revealing their true appearances. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kika didn't react much upon seeing Kazama's true appearance. However, when she saw Otsutsuki Kagaya's face, she immediately took several steps back in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Could it be that you are the Otsutsuki Kagaya sent to Earth by the Otsutsuki main family to plant the divine tree with Otsutsuki Ishiki back in the day? That's right. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kika's question, Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded. After all, the fact that Otsutsuki Kagaya betrayed the Otsutsuki clan was well known among the people on this planet. Otsutsuki Kagaya was the first in tens of thousands of years to dare to devour the Ten Tails and turn against the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, she had continuously defeated Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya's name was exceptionally loud on their planet now. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kika hurriedly spoke to Otsutsuki Kagaya. I say, Lady Kagaya, when Otsutsuki Ishiki returned to this town before, he told us that he had torn you to pieces and made you cry like a baby. Is that not false? Of course that's false. Seeing that Otsutsuki Ishiki actually dared to slander her in private, Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately furious. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya was indeed not a match for Otsutsuki Kika before, she could not tolerate Otsutsuki Ishiki's continuous slander while she was absent. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya said to Otsutsuki Kika with a face full of anger, "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki Ishiki is currently burning, killing, and looting on our Earth, committing all sorts of atrocities causing half of our population to die, tragically, because of him. That's why we came here, to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki and take revenge. Alright, you guys are indeed impressive. Although Otsutsuki Kika had already submitted to Kazama, she was even more in awe of the feats of Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya fighting alone. She then decided to take Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya to set off towards the town where Otsutsuki Ishiki was located. However, just as they were about to leave, Otsutsuki Kika suddenly showed a difficult expression. She then helplessly said to Kazama, "Lord Kazama, I just remembered something. The rules of our Otsutsuki clan are very strict. Although I, as the lord of this town, can indulge myself here, I cannot leave this town without the orders of the Otsutsuki clan. If I secretly leave with you, it won't be long before the other townspeople notice, and if they report it to the Otsutsuki clan, they will hunt us down. By then, our plan will be ruined. What should we do?" "Haha, don't worry." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kika's concerns, Kazama immediately laughed without fear. "What plan does Lord Kazama have?" At this moment, Otsutsuki Kika and Otsutsuki Kagaya were puzzled by Kazama's relaxed expression. After all, they both knew that silencing one person was easy, but silencing thousands of people was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, Kazama said to Otsutsuki Kika and Otsutsuki Kagaya, "Did you forget? I have the 6 paths, heavenly transfer, which allows me to control everyone in this town." Kazama then asked Otsutsuki Kika to gather the townspeople together, preparing to use his mind control on them. With Kazama's strength increasing his 6 paths, heavenly transfer could now control tens of thousands of people, and the cooldown time had been reduced to 1 hour. At this moment, the crowd, not understanding what was happening, was quickly gathered. Kazama then used the 6 paths, heavenly transfer, to bind everyone's will. He then issued an order that no one was allowed to leak the news of Otsutsuki Kika leaving, and they would have to forever submit to him. Kazama's actions not only allowed him to escape the crisis, but also made all the townspeople submit to him, achieving 2 goals at once. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kika, seeing how powerful Kazama's 6 paths, heavenly transfer was full of admiration. She then continued to lead Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya towards the town where Otsutsuki Ishiki was located. According to Otsutsuki Ishiki's expectations, they were supposed to fly for 3 days. However, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya could no longer contain their anger to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. So, they used space-time ninjutsu consecutively and reached the outskirts of the town in just 1 day. Kazama then said to Otsutsuki Kika and Otsutsuki Kagaya, "You two. According to our plan, Otsutsuki Kika will take Otsutsuki Ishiki to a secluded place, and then I will use the 6 paths, heavenly transfer, to control him. As long as we can control Otsutsuki Ishiki, we can take him elsewhere and kill him." "Alright, no problem." Because the elders of the Otsutsuki clan had very strong perception abilities, Kazama decided that they could not engage in battle within the town, but had to take Otsutsuki Ishiki outside. Although Kazama could completely control Otsutsuki Ishiki, he had no intention of capturing this heinous person. He had to kill him to take revenge for the half of the population that died tragically on Earth. At this moment, under Otsutsuki Kika's lead, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya easily arrived at the place where Otsutsuki Ishiki was holding a grand banquet. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki had no idea that his enemies from Earth had traveled thousands of miles to kill him. Moreover, since he and Otsutsuki Kika were true brothers, upon seeing Otsutsuki Kika bringing the disguised Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was not suspicious at all and instead happily approached Otsutsuki Ishiki. "Brother, didn't you say you just took over a town and were busy with affairs? Why did you come all the way here?" "Ah, we are true brothers. If I don't come personally to congratulate you, how can we still be brothers? Don't you agree?" That's right." At this moment, Otsutsuki Kiku spoke, pointing at Otsutsuki Ishiki and then at Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. "I didn't bring any other gifts this time. Instead, I brought you these 2 proper personal bodyguards." "Oh, what makes these 2 special?" Otsutsuki Ishiki said as he began to scrutinize the disguised Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. "I know that Otsutsuki Ishiki, you're open to both genders. And now this man and this woman both have exceptional skills, so let them serve you well." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing Kiku's words, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately burst into laughter while looking at the disguised Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Kazama, although aware that Otsutsuki Kiku was using a strategy to get them close to Otsutsuki Ishiki, still felt disgusted, as if he had eaten a fly. After all, Kazama was a proper man and couldn't accept such strange preferences. At this time, just as Otsutsuki Kiku had said, Otsutsuki Ishiki was indeed a lecherous fiend. As soon as he heard that Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya both had exceptional skills, he could hardly wait to take them to a secluded place to enjoy himself. Otsutsuki Kiku hurriedly said that he wanted to join as well. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed heartily and nodded. He then personally led Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya to a hidden location. As Otsutsuki Ishiki rubbed his hands together with a lewd smile, Kazama suddenly transformed back to his original appearance. What? You damn! You! Upon seeing Kazama's true appearance, Otsutsuki Ishiki was immediately frightened and retreated several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite his usual arrogance, he had fought against Kazama on Earth for many years and knew well that Kazama was powerful. Moreover, he never expected Kazama would come here to hunt him down. This completely exceeded his imagination, leaving him speechless with shock. He immediately attempted to escape. However, Kazama knew he couldn't let Otsutsuki Ishiki escape, or it would attract the attention of the Otsutsuki clan elders. If the elders got involved, his revenge would be in vain. Therefore, without hesitation, Kazama immediately unleashed the 6 paths, Bonten Shinjutsu, on Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, what Kazama did not expect was that although his ability had significantly strengthened, Otsutsuki Ishiki's power was already superior to Otsutsuki Kiku's. Thus, Kazama could only control Otsutsuki Ishiki for 1 hour, which was something he had never anticipated. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya also realized the situation. She hurriedly said to Kazama, "Don't panic. Although we can only control him for 1 hour, that hour is enough for us to kill him. We need to take Otsutsuki Ishiki outside the city without anyone noticing to avoid detection from the Otsutsuki elders. And then we can kill him." All right, no problem. With Otsutsuki Kiku's help, Kazama and Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly took Otsutsuki Ishiki towards the city outskirts. Although it would have been more convenient for Otsutsuki Kagaya to use the heavenly space technique to absorb Otsutsuki Ishiki into another dimension. She had previously mentioned that the Otsutsuki clan elders had very keen senses. If they used space ninjutsu within the town, the elders would definitely notice, and they would be trapped. After bringing Otsutsuki Ishiki outside the city, Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to make her move against him, but her expression suddenly changed, and she stopped. Chapter 196. Extracting the abilities of the Otsutsuki elder, what are you doing? Seeing Kazama's actions, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was about to take action, was puzzled. After all, she knew Kazama was extremely furious with Otsutsuki Ishiki, wanting nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Yet now Kazama was inexplicably stopping her. This made her unable to believe it. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kiku also wore a confused expression. "Lord Kazama, what's wrong? Could it be that you really have something going on with Otsutsuki Ishiki?" Slap. Before Otsutsuki Kiku could finish, Kazama kicked him to the ground. "Don't make inappropriate jokes." Kazama then looked seriously at Otsutsuki Kagaya. "To be honest, I have a new plan." "Oh, what is it?" "It's simple. Although we could easily kill Otsutsuki Ishiki now, it wouldn't bring back the half of the people who died on Earth. Since that's the case, I think it's better to use Bonten Shinjutsu to control Otsutsuki Ishiki, and then make him use the rebirth technique to revive all the people who died on Earth. At that point, we can kill him afterward." "You're absolutely right." After hearing Kazama's plan, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately gave him a thumbs up. She had never thought of this method before. It would allow them to take revenge on Otsutsuki Ishiki while also bringing back the half of the people who died on Earth. Just then, as Kazama was preparing to bring Otsutsuki Ishiki to Earth, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly strong pressure coming from within the town. This pressure was even more powerful than the combined strength of himself, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Kiku. It immediately caused Kazama to break out in a cold sweat. Before he could ask, Otsutsuki Kiku, looking shocked, exclaimed, "Kazama, this is bad. The Otsutsuki clan elder has definitely discovered that Otsutsuki Ishiki is missing and is now using his spiritual sense to search for him. We need to escape quickly." Upon hearing this, Kazama immediately prepared to flee to Earth with Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kiku. But at that moment, the Otsutsuki elder locked onto their location in an instant. Kazama realized the severity of the situation. He hurriedly said to Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kiku, "Now you two need to use space ninjutsu with me. If we're even a moment too slow, the Otsutsuki elder will definitely kill us." However, at that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya rejected Kazama's idea. "Kazama, with the 3 of us together, it's very difficult to escape completely, and we can't shake off the Otsutsuki Elder's attack. But even so, we can't just not leave. We're definitely leaving, but I have decided that you should go on your own, while me and Otsutsuki Kiku will stay behind to deal with the Otsutsuki Elder. What? Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kazama was shocked. He quickly shook his head. Otsutsuki Kagaya, please don't do anything foolish. You said it yourself. With our combined strength, we can't match the Otsutsuki Elder. If it's just the two of you against him, you will undoubtedly die. Now don't say anything, Kazama. Let's go quickly. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya struck with her palm, sending Kazama hundreds of miles away. Immediately afterward, she and Otsutsuki Kikahana charged towards the Otsutsuki Elder, who was rushing towards them. At this time, Kazama really wanted to help, although he knew that with his current strength, even if he went to help, it would not be of much use. But he couldn't just stand by and watch as Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana were killed. Therefore, Kazama immediately put Otsutsuki Ishiki into a Shinjutsu space. Then he hurried towards the location where Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana were fighting the Otsutsuki Elder. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana had already engaged in battle with the Otsutsuki Elder. The Otsutsuki Elder saw Otsutsuki Kagaya's face and immediately sneered. You traitor! I thought you had already been killed by Otsutsuki Ishiki on Earth, but now you are still alive. It seems Otsutsuki Ishiki is also a useless coward for not killing you. Well, today I will turn you into dust. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that the Otsutsuki Elder held a deep hatred for her. After all, she had previously betrayed the Otsutsuki clan and devoured the fruit of the divine tree. However, now in order to protect Kazama, she could only grit her teeth and charge at the Otsutsuki Elder. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kikahana also took action and used all her skills to coordinate with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana were clearly not his opponents but still dared to act arrogantly in front of him, the Otsutsuki Elder couldn't help but sneer. He then raised his hand and simultaneously knocked down both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana to the ground. With just one palm, he knocked down the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kikahana, demonstrating how powerful the Otsutsuki Elder was. At this moment, the Otsutsuki Elder was not too surprised that Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to attack him. After all, he knew she had already betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. But he did not expect that the previously submissive Otsutsuki Kahana would also dare to betray him alongside Otsutsuki Kagaya. This shocked him greatly. The Otsutsuki Elder then reached out with one hand and immediately grabbed the struggling Otsutsuki Kikahana. With a face full of anger, he scolded, I say, are you tired of living? What have we Otsutsuki done to you? How dare you attack me? According to Otsutsuki Kikahana's original character, she would not dare to confront the Otsutsuki Elder directly. However, since she was already under Kazama's control due to the Six Paths Divine Power, her will had been completely taken over. So even though she was afraid, she could not bow down to the Otsutsuki Elder. Therefore, no matter how much the Otsutsuki Elder scolded her, Otsutsuki Kikahana had no intention of stopping. Instead, she continued to unleash her skills and attack the Otsutsuki Elder repeatedly. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Otsutsuki Elder, Otsutsuki Kikahana's strength was nothing but trash. Thus, with a single hand, he struck her down, splitting her in half. At this moment, Kazama just happened to arrive. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Kikahana being killed, Kazama was both shocked and furious. Although he had only just met Otsutsuki Kikahana, she had already become his subordinate. Moreover, Kazama was a person who valued loyalty and righteousness, so he naturally could not tolerate the Otsutsuki Elder's actions. Therefore, Kazama immediately collected the half of Otsutsuki Kikahana into his Shinjutsu space, preparing to find an opportunity to revive her. Then, Kazama swiftly activated his 3-artifact version of Susanoo and charged towards the Otsutsuki Elder. Meanwhile, the fallen Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama hadn't left, which startled her. She hurriedly urged Kazama to leave. However, Kazama was already blinded by rage and did not hear Otsutsuki Kagaya's pleas. At this moment, the Otsutsuki Elder initially thought that the only traitors were Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kikahana. But now he saw someone who wasn't from the Otsutsuki clan daring to attack him, which made him laugh instead of getting angry. He then unleashed a powerful strike, shattering Kazama's Susanoo. One strike was enough to break Susanoo, demonstrating how much strength the Otsutsuki Elder had. Seeing how easily the Otsutsuki Elder destroyed his Susanoo, Kazama was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had long known that the Otsutsuki Elder was not easy to deal with, he had not expected that the Elder could destroy his Susanoo which possessed 6 paths power with just one strike. At this moment, the Otsutsuki elder had thought Kazama was just an ordinary weak ninja. But now that he had come into contact with him, he discovered that Kazama actually possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, which surprised him greatly. The Otsutsuki elder then looked Kazama up and down and said, "I remember there was no one like you in our Otsutsuki clan. How could you have our bloodline? Are you perhaps Kagaya's illegitimate child? Stop wasting my time." Upon hearing the Otsutsuki elder's mockery, Kazama immediately became furious. He then unleashed his signature combination ninjutsu, which consisted of multiple shadow clones and dozens of bloodline limits, and attacked the Otsutsuki elder frantically. Although Kazama's attacks were quite one-dimensional, they were numerous. Furthermore, his chakra was nearly limitless, allowing for an endless output. However, given the Otsutsuki elder's strength, he could have easily killed Kazama. But since the Otsutsuki elder held such a high position on this planet and had never faced anyone who dared to act arrogantly in front of him, he found it very interesting to see someone resist him. Therefore, he decided to play with Kazama for a while. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya realized what the Otsutsuki elder was thinking. She knew that the elder was just toying with Kazama and had not killed him immediately. But if the Otsutsuki elder got tired of playing, he would certainly kill Kazama in an instant. Thus, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly transmitted a message to Kazama, saying, "Kazama, you must not continue to resist the Otsutsuki elder. You need to use your space-time ninjutsu to escape to Earth. You must understand that the strength of this Otsutsuki elder is beyond what we can contend with. Your priority is not to save me, but to bring Otsutsuki Ashiki to Earth to revive the innocent people who died there." Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kazama was very reluctant to leave. But he also knew that if he stayed here, not only would he be unable to save Otsutsuki Kagaya, but he would also be killed by the Otsutsuki elder. Thus, with no other choice, Kazama could only nod heavily at Kagaya. He then immediately activated his Shinjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and began to escape to Earth. The Otsutsuki elder is indeed very skilled in physical techniques, but he knows nothing about space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, when he saw Kazama actually using space-time ninjutsu to escape, he was shocked. However, since he couldn't stop Kazama, he could only give up for the time being. The Otsutsuki elder then immediately looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was lying on the ground. "It seems your companion doesn't regard you as a person anymore. You clearly exhausted yourself to save him, yet he left you behind to escape." Upon hearing the Otsutsuki elder's mocking words, Otsutsuki Kagaya completely ignored him. Haha! At this moment, seeing that Kagaya was ignoring him, the Otsutsuki elder laughed madly and grabbed her. With a sinister expression, he said to her, "You wretched girl, let me tell you the truth. Don't think that your little tricks can fool me. I know that guy will definitely come back to save you soon. The reason he wants to leave quickly is that he doesn't want to be killed by me, because that would waste his chance to save you. But this is good. I just happen to want to use you as bait to kill that little brat. After all, it's unacceptable that someone not from the Otsutsuki clan possesses our bloodline. So until that kid shows up, you could just endure my torment. Ha ha ha." As the Otsutsuki elder spoke, he laughed wildly and took Kagaya to his residence. Meanwhile, after Kazama performed the space-time technique millions of times, he finally succeeded in arriving on Earth. However, due to the excessive use of space-time ninjutsu, his chakra was depleted. Fortunately, Kazama possessed the chakra of the 10 tails, which allowed for a rapid recovery. Not long after, his chakra was fully restored. Kazama then immediately released Otsutsuki Shinjutsu from the Kimui space, preparing to use the Rinne Tensei technique to revive the citizens who had tragically died on Earth. However, Kazama did not anticipate that since his 6 paths, Outer Path technique could only control Otsutsuki Shinjutsu for an hour. Once Otsutsuki Shinjutsu was released, it would immediately rage and attack Kazama. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Shinjutsu greatly underestimated Kazama's strength. It should be noted that Kazama had traveled to the Otsutsuki planet and gained the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan, resulting in a tremendous increase in his strength. Although he couldn't defeat the Otsutsuki elder, dealing with Otsutsuki Shinjutsu was still a piece of cake. Therefore, before Otsutsuki Shinjutsu's attack could hit Kazama, he was knocked to the ground with a single punch. "What? You actually know the physical techniques of the Otsutsuki clan? Tell me, how did you do it?" Otsutsuki Shinjutsu shouted angrily at Kazama while trying to find an opportunity to escape back to his Otsutsuki clan's planet. However, Kazama no longer had time to play mind games with Otsutsuki Shinjutsu. He immediately used 6 paths, Outer Path again to control him, and began the Rinne Tensei technique. Although the Rinne Tensei technique could only revive those who had died recently, due to Otsutsuki Shinjutsu's immense power and being from the Otsutsuki clan. Even ninjas who had died for several days were revived. Even the Otsutsuki Kaiki, who had been split in half by the Otsutsuki Elder, was revived as well. However, since Otsutsuki Shinjutsu had exhausted all his chakra and energy, he collapsed to the ground and appeared to be on the brink of death. At this moment, upon seeing himself revived, Otsutsuki Kaiki immediately bowed repeatedly to Kazama. However, Kazama knew that his top priority was to return to the Otsutsuki clan's planet and rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, he quickly looked at Otsutsuki Kaiki and asked if he had any good ideas to help him catch up to the Otsutsuki Elder's strength. This question immediately caused Otsutsuki Kaiki to show a difficult expression. I must say, Lord Kazama, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you have seen the strength of the Otsutsuki Elder. It's not something you can surpass overnight, although your strength is also very formidable. The gap between you and the Otsutsuki Elder is vast. Unless you obtain his power, you will never be able to defeat him. What? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kaiki's words, Kazama's heart filled with joy. He immediately came up with an idea. Kazama had the garbage collection system. He could extract all of the Otsutsuki Elder's abilities from his waste. Although the Otsutsuki Elder was very powerful, he still had to discard garbage. As long as Kazama could sneak up next to the Otsutsuki Elder and manage to obtain his garbage, wouldn't he then possess abilities equal to his? With this thought, Kazama immediately shared his plan with Otsutsuki Kaiki. However, Kazama did not tell Otsutsuki Kaiki about his system. Although Otsutsuki Kaiki had completely submitted to him, the concept of a system was still difficult for people from their world to understand. So even if he mentioned it, Otsutsuki Kaiki wouldn't grasp it. At this moment, although Otsutsuki Kaiki was extremely shocked by Kazama's decision, he naturally believed whatever Kazama said since Kazama was his master. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kaiki immediately nodded solemnly and expressed that he could take Kazama to the Otsutsuki Elder's residence. Before they acted, Kazama raised his hand and directly turned the unconscious Otsutsuki Shinjutsu into nothingness. After all, Otsutsuki Shinjutsu was the catalyst for this incident, so Kazama naturally couldn't spare his life. Then Kazama used space-time ninjutsu again and headed towards the Otsutsuki clan's planet. At this time, although the Otsutsuki Elder had long anticipated that Kazama would come to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya, he never expected Kazama to come so quickly. Moreover, he never imagined that Kazama would not confront him directly, but instead plan a sneak attack. It is known that it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. A sneak attack is naturally very difficult to guard against. Unfortunately, the Otsutsuki Elder was a very arrogant and domineering person. Furthermore, he had never regarded Kazama as a threat. Therefore, he did not set up any defensive measures around him. He believed that even if he stood still, Kazama would not be his opponent. Thus, the Otsutsuki Elder continued to torture Otsutsuki Kagaya while waiting for Kazama to arrive. At this moment, under the guidance of Otsutsuki Kaiki, Kazama had disguised himself and arrived at the Otsutsuki Elder's location. He then approached the garbage can in the Otsutsuki Elder's home. Seeing Kazama's actions, Otsutsuki Kaiki was greatly puzzled. What's wrong, Lord Kazama? Didn't you say you were going to have a life-and-death battle with the Otsutsuki Elder? Why are you picking up garbage now? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kaiki's question, Kazama immediately laughed. To be honest, my previous job on Earth was collecting garbage. What? How is that possible? Hearing Kazama's words, Otsutsuki Kaiki was shocked and took several steps back, then plopped down on the ground. In his eyes, Kazama's current strength was even superior to that of someone from the Otsutsuki clan. This indicates that Kazama is a gifted individual. How could someone as talented as Kazama be doing menial jobs like picking up trash on Earth? Unfortunately, regardless of whether Otsutsuki Kiku believes it or not, what Kazama says is the truth. However, Kazama's trash collecting is different from others. While others pick up trash to make money, he does it to gain skills. Immediately, Kazama began frantically extracting from the trash can in the Otsutsuki Elder's residence. However, what Kazama did not expect was that although there were hundreds of types of trash in the can, none of it belonged to the Otsutsuki Elder. Moreover, all this trash came from the guards in the Elder's residence. Since these guards were too weak, even if Kazama extracted their abilities, it would be of no use. This left Kazama quite confused. He then looked at Otsutsuki Kiku with a puzzled expression. What is going on with your Otsutsuki clan? Why don't you throw away any trash? What? Upon hearing Kazama's question, Otsutsuki Kiku, though unsure of Kazama's intentions, knew he must have a purpose for doing so. So he quickly smiled and replied, Kazama, you don't know, but our Otsutsuki clan doesn't throw away trash because the Otsutsuki elder is a neat freak. So he doesn't throw away trash. Upon hearing this, Kazama began to have a dilemma. If there was no trash from the Otsutsuki elder here, then Kazama couldn't extract his skills. If he couldn't extract the elder's power, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Otsutsuki elder and rescue Kagaya. Just then, Kazama suddenly thought of his ninja way. If the enemy doesn't voluntarily throw away trash, then I'll create opportunities for them to do so. Kazama immediately instructed Otsutsuki Kiku. He then threw all the trash from the can towards the Otsutsuki elder's residence. At that moment, just as Otsutsuki Kiku said, the Otsutsuki elder was indeed a neat freak. Therefore, seeing Kazama not attacking him directly but throwing trash at him made him furious. However, instead of pursuing Kazama, he picked up all the trash Kazama had thrown and put it back in the trash can. For someone like the Otsutsuki elder, who is a neat freak, he couldn't stand even a little bit of trash. After completing this series of actions, the Otsutsuki elder immediately rushed to angrily scold Kazama. At this moment, Kazama smiled coldly and used his space technique to escape. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kiku followed Kazama's instructions to take away the trash the Otsutsuki elder had thrown and meet up again at the agreed location. Although this trash initially did not belong to the Otsutsuki elder, once he came into contact with it later, it would become his trash. Seeing this, Kazama was overjoyed and began to extract furiously. Chapter 197, Subduing the Otsutsuki Elder. Ding picked up the Otsutsuki elder's trash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Otsutsuki elder's unique skill. Super awesome taijutsu. Not bad. Seeing that he had extracted the Otsutsuki elder's proprietary taijutsu from the first piece of trash he picked up, Kazama was overjoyed. He secretly thought that the name of this taijutsu was indeed straightforward. The power is impressive, and the name is quite literally awesome. Kazama then began to extract crazily again. He thought that since the Otsutsuki elder could become an elder, he must have many skills, all of which were very impressive. Therefore, obtaining only one taijutsu would not satisfy Kazama at all. However, what Kazama did not expect was that even after picking up hundreds of pieces of trash, he did not obtain another skill. This left Kazama with a puzzled expression. He hurriedly asked Otsutsuki Kiku, "Does your Otsutsuki elder only know taijutsu?" "Yes, how did you know?" "What?" Hearing Otsutsuki Kiku's answer, Kazama slumped to the ground. He never expected that the esteemed Otsutsuki elder would only know one type of taijutsu. This naturally left Kazama in disbelief. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kiku realized that Kazama might not understand the capabilities of the Otsutsuki elder. He quickly explained, "Kazama, you might not know, but yes, the Otsutsuki clan's elders are indeed very powerful, but they are completely different from us ordinary clan members and you Earth humans. You see, while you Earth humans can master ninjutsu like ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc., their power is not strong, as they are diverse but not refined. However, our Otsutsuki clan elders specialize in one technique, which is why their abilities are particularly high. Take the Otsutsuki elder you are dealing with. He only knows taijutsu, while other Otsutsuki elders may know ninjutsu, jinjutsu, ocular techniques, space-time ninjutsu, and so on, countless in number." "I see." After hearing Otsutsuki Kiku's explanation, Kazama finally understood the power hierarchy of the Otsutsuki elders. Naturally, he was even more shocked. Just imagine, if what Otsutsuki Kiku said is true, then the Otsutsuki elders practice only one technique and become specialized in it. This means they have practiced that one technique they have focused on since birth to perfection. Previously, this Otsutsuki elder was able to shatter his complete Susanoo using just taijutsu. This shows that his taijutsu has surpassed all other ninjutsu Kazama has mastered. If it weren't for Kazama also mastering space-time ninjutsu, then with just Kazama's abilities, even if he used any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, it would be difficult to escape the Otsutsuki elders' attacks. According to what Otsutsuki Kiku said, some of the other Otsutsuki elders focus solely on jinjutsu, ocular techniques, or ninjutsu. It seems that if Kazama encounters one elder, it might be manageable. He could run if he couldn't win. But if he encounters two or more elders, then he would undoubtedly die. However, although Kazama was shocked, he didn't think too much. After all, his primary task now was to defeat the Otsutsuki elder and rescue Kagaya. Therefore, Kazama immediately put down the trash in his hand and seriously asked Otsutsuki Kiku, "Now let's continue to attack the Otsutsuki elder." "What? How is that possible?" "Absolutely not." At that moment, Otsutsuki Kiku not knowing that Kazama had already extracted the Otsutsuki Elder's taijutsu. Was surprised to see Kazama, who had just fled, now wanting to attack the Otsutsuki Elder again. Otsutsuki Kiku immediately tried to stop him. But just as he began to speak, Kazama smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Otsutsuki Kiku. I know my own strength very well. And this time I will fight the Otsutsuki Elder while you hide and wait for an opportunity to take Kagaya away. Kazama, you're wrong. I'm not afraid of death. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaiki still thought that Kazama believed he was afraid of death, so he was not allowed to participate in the battle. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kaiki hurriedly began to explain. One must know that I am now your loyal subordinate. Not to mention you letting me fight alongside you against that Otsutsuki Elder. Even if you asked me to walk on a mountain of knives, or into a sea of fire, or to pick up soap in prison, I would have no second thoughts. It's just that the strength of the Otsutsuki Elder is too formidable. And you've only picked up a few pieces of garbage. What ability do you have to deal with this Otsutsuki Elder? Hee. It is precisely because I picked up one of his pieces of garbage that I now have this ability. As soon as Kazama finished speaking, he immediately dashed toward the location of the Otsutsuki Elder. At this moment, although Otsutsuki Kaiki did not understand what Kazama meant, he had no choice but to follow Kazama's suggestion to hide in secret and wait for the opportunity to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, the Otsutsuki Elder was furious because he could not find Kazama. So when he saw Kazama daringly appear in front of him again, the Otsutsuki Elder immediately burst into wild laughter. Kazama, you little bastard, I have long wanted to tear you into pieces and scatter your ashes. But now you dare to appear in front of me. Good. Next, I will skin you alive and make you wish you were dead. Ha ha ha. At this moment, since Kazama had already mastered the same body technique as the Otsutsuki Elder, he naturally could not fear the Otsutsuki Elder. Therefore, hearing the Otsutsuki Elder say he would skin him alive and make him wish he could not survive or die, Kazama felt that the Otsutsuki Elder's language skills were probably taught by a physical education teacher. Just as Kazama was laughing, the Otsutsuki Elder had already started a battle with him. The Otsutsuki Elder initially thought that with his strength, he could easily slay Kazama. However, he did not expect that Kazama would use the exact same body technique as him, and the power would be on par with his own. This left the Otsutsuki Elder in disbelief. But now, whether the Otsutsuki Elder believed it or not, the fact that Kazama had mastered the same body technique had already become a reality. Therefore, the Otsutsuki Elder was immediately filled with rage. And then he struck out again towards Kazama. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This body technique of mine has been cultivated since birth. I dare say there's no one on this planet who can claim to be first. And now you actually possess the same body technique as me. Tell me, how did you do it? The once high and mighty Otsutsuki Elder, now filled with shame and anger, began to curse Kazama nonstop. However, Kazama, being a well-mannered person, did not pay much attention to the Elder's anger and instead continued to showcase his superior body technique in battle. At this time, logically speaking, since Kazama and the Otsutsuki Elder's body techniques were identical, they should have been evenly matched. But besides body technique, Kazama also had ninjutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits, and space ninjutsu, among other abilities. Although these ninjutsu might not seem like much in front of the Otsutsuki Elder, times had changed. Now, Kazama's body technique alone had completely suppressed the Otsutsuki Elder. Therefore, when adding in the other ninjutsu, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Thus, as soon as Kazama used shadow clones, those clones charged in for an attack, instantly pushing the Otsutsuki Elder back repeatedly. However, Kazama knew that the Otsutsuki Elder, being a close combat expert, had very high defensive power. Therefore, he did not stop attacking immediately, but continued to unleash a storm of relentless attacks. So, no matter how impressive the Otsutsuki Elder's recovery was, it could not keep up with Kazama's unending barrage. Thus, after just a few exchanges, the highly skilled Otsutsuki Elder was left on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the once proud Otsutsuki Elder could not have imagined that he would be beaten so badly by a little trash from Earth. This instantly filled the Otsutsuki Elder with rage and shame. He then planned to self-destruct, going down in flames with Kazama. One must know that the Otsutsuki clan's final trump card was to explode their own bodies, creating an overwhelming pressure that was incredibly powerful. But unfortunately for him, Kazama had already learned all of the Otsutsuki Elder's secrets from Otsutsuki Kaiki earlier. Therefore, he would not allow the Elder to self-destruct successfully. Just as the Otsutsuki Elder prepared to cast the self-destruction spell, Kazama immediately used the 6 paths, BT Anshin, to completely control the Otsutsuki Elder. Although Kazama, with his current strength, could not fully control the Otsutsuki Elder, the Elder was now severely injured, so controlling him was quite easy. At this moment, after Kazama had controlled the Otsutsuki Elder, the Elder immediately fell unconscious due to excessive injuries. Kazama then promptly stored him in his own space, preparing to heal him after rescuing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just then, Otsutsuki Kaiki had just rescued the severely beaten Otsutsuki Kagaya from the secret room. Kazama quickly brought Otsutsuki Kaiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya into his unique space. He then began to heal both Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Otsutsuki Elder simultaneously using the restoration abilities of the Hell Path. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaiki was astonished to see that Kazama had really defeated the Otsutsuki Elder. This immediately deepened his admiration for Kazama. However, when Otsutsuki Kaiki saw Kazama actually treating the Otsutsuki Elder, he was filled with confusion. He hurriedly said to Kazama, "Kazama, what are you doing? Why are you healing the Otsutsuki Elder? You must know that his strength is very formidable. If you heal him, he will definitely kill us once he revives." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kaiki's concerns, Kazama immediately smiled and shook his head. "You don't understand, the Otsutsuki Elder has completely submitted to me now." "What? How is that possible?" Although Otsutsuki Kaiki knew Kazama's strength was impressive, he could not believe that Kazama could control the esteemed Otsutsuki Elder. However, he soon recalled that since Kazama could defeat the Otsutsuki Elder, he must have a way to subdue him as well. So he temporarily set aside his doubts. At this time, although Otsutsuki Kagaya was severely injured, she was not in life-threatening danger. Therefore, under Kazama's Hell Path medical technique, Otsutsuki Kagaya was healed in just a few moments. Seeing that Kazama really came to rescue her, Otsutsuki Kagaya was naturally very grateful. However, when she saw that Kazama had brought the Otsutsuki Elder along, it initially shocked her. But once she learned that Kazama possessed the 6 paths, Bition, an extraordinary genjutsu, she immediately understood Kazama's intentions and did not question him further. Shortly afterward, the Otsutsuki Elder's injuries healed, and he successfully regained consciousness. Immediately after, Elder Otsutsuki knelt down in front of Kazama with a thud. Seeing the dignified Elder Otsutsuki truly submit to Kazama, Elder Otsutsuki Kiku was once again astonished and convinced. At this moment, according to Kazama's original plan, he intended to return to Earth immediately, leaving Elder Otsutsuki Kiku and Elder Otsutsuki here to relay messages in real time, ensuring that the Otsutsuki clan's planet would no longer disturb Earth. However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately proposed a different opinion. "Kazama, now that you possess such extraordinary strength, having not only controlled Otsutsuki Kiku, but also this Elder Otsutsuki, I suggest that you should instead rebel on this planet and overthrow the Otsutsuki clan's brutal rule." "What?" Hearing Kagaya's words, Kazama was taken aback. Although he knew his strength had significantly increased, he had never considered overthrowing the Otsutsuki clan's rule. The Otsutsuki clan's power was extremely formidable, and what had been revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, the Elder Otsutsuki he had subdued was already quite powerful. If he encountered other elders from the branch family or the main family, how could Kazama possibly defeat them? However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya was filled with confidence in Kazama. "You mustn't underestimate yourself. Remember, you are not the Elder Otsutsuki's match before, but you still defeated him, didn't you? Moreover, this Elder Otsutsuki is already under your control due to your 6 paths, Bition technique, and you can use this strategy to gradually control other Otsutsuki elders. This way, you can dismantle them step by step, thus controlling the entire Otsutsuki planet. Don't you think so?" Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Kazama thought about how, if he acted secretly, he could indeed use his garbage collection system to acquire the skills of other high-ranking Otsutsuki members. This would give him the strength to fight them. Thus, he immediately agreed. At this time, Kazama employed his old method again, asking this Elder Otsutsuki to summon all the ordinary citizens, ninjas, and guards in the town. He then concentrated on using the 6 paths, Bition technique, to instantly control them all. Now, Kazama had controlled 2 towns on the Otsutsuki planet. Although his strength could not compare to the flourishing Otsutsuki clan, it was significantly stronger than ordinary small forces. At this moment, Kazama immediately followed Kagaya's strategy and asked the Elder Otsutsuki, "Now that you should know our plan, what should I do next to gradually encroach on the Otsutsuki clan's power?" The Elder Otsutsuki pondered upon hearing Kazama's question and then seriously replied, "Lord Kazama, although you may not be able to confront the Otsutsuki clan directly with your current strength. It is very possible to secretly encroach bit by bit. If you want to continue controlling other high-ranking Otsutsuki members, I suggest you go to the eastern part of this area 3 days from now, to the largest elder city. The ruler of that elder city is one of the 3 great elders of the Otsutsuki branch family, much stronger than an ordinary elder like me. Moreover, that elder controls over a dozen towns, including the 2 towns you currently control, all within his jurisdiction. Therefore, rather than encroaching on small towns one by one, it will be better to control him directly. If you can control him, you would truly be in control of the high-ranking elders of the Otsutsuki branch family. This way, controlling the other 2 elders and the other high-ranking Otsutsuki members would be much easier. Alright, if that's the case, I will follow your advice. Kazama then waited for 3 days before heading to Elder City. During these 3 days, the elder Otsutsuki also told Kazama more detailed information about the power structure on this planet. Kazama then realized that although this elder Otsutsuki was powerful, he was just an ordinary elder in the grand scheme of the Otsutsuki planet. After all, he was merely an ordinary elder of the Otsutsuki branch family, with 3 greater elders above him and 10 elders from the main family. Furthermore, the area they were in was only that of the Otsutsuki branch family, which could not be compared to the main family in the central region. Hearing the elder Otsutsuki's explanation, Kazama was naturally very shocked. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Kazama did not intend to attack the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki main family immediately. Rather, he aimed to deal with the 3 great elders of the Otsutsuki branch family first. The 3 great elders would hold a birthday banquet 3 days later, which is why they would be open to outsiders. Hence, the elder Otsutsuki invited Kazama and the others to go. This way, under his personal guidance, they could easily blend into the city. By the way, may I ask your name? Kazama realized he had been calling him Elder Otsutsuki without knowing his name. Since he had already submitted to him, Kazama naturally wanted to change how he addressed him. You could just call me Elder Bai. 3 days later, Kazama, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Kiku, under the guidance of Elder Otsutsuki, began their journey to Elder City. As soon as they entered the Elder City, they saw a large crowd inside, all gathered to celebrate the Elder's birthday. The scale was even more grand than when Otsutsuki Ishiki had his wedding. This immediately put pressure on Kazama, as it had taken a lot of effort to bring Otsutsuki Ishiki outside and defeat him. Now, this elder was not only powerful, but also nearly impossible to lure out given the many subordinates inside the city. Even if he managed to lure him out, with so many followers around, it would be very difficult for Kazama and the others to escape if they were discovered. At this moment, Elder Bai noticed Kazama's troubled expression and immediately smiled, saying, "Lord Kazama, don't worry. Although it is somewhat difficult to kill the elder now, it is not impossible. Oh, do you have a method?" Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Kazama became interested. After all, Elder Bai was very familiar with this elder. So, Kazama naturally wanted to ask for his opinion. It's simple. Our immediate task is not to lure the elder out like we did with Otsutsuki Ishiki before, but to stay hidden by his side so we can take action against him. Moreover, I heard from Otsutsuki Kiku that you seem to possess the ability to extract skills from garbage. If that's the case, then you can extract this elder's abilities first and then find a way to kill him. Don't you think so? That's right. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Kazama nodded with a smile. In fact, he had also considered this strategy before. However, having just seen so many people in Elder City, Kazama momentarily felt flustered and forgot about the plan he had originally devised. After confirming their strategy, Kazama and the others immediately moved toward Elder City. At this moment, Feng Jian originally thought that under the leadership of Elder Bai, they would be able to easily approach the Great Elder. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that they had not even gotten close to the Great Elder before being stopped by the Great Elder Steward. This steward clearly knew Elder Bai and immediately sneered at him, saying, "Elder Bai, someone of your status has the qualifications to attend our Great Elder's birthday banquet." Upon hearing this, Elder Bai's face immediately flushed. At this time, Feng Jian, Daitami Kagaya, and Daitami Kakahana all had puzzled expressions. It should be known that although Elder Bai's status was not as high as that of the Great Elder, he should not be reprimanded by a steward. Yet, the originally hot-tempered Elder Bai, upon hearing this steward's scolding, not only did not get angry, but instead smiled and said, as the saying goes, "A lowly position does not forget the worries of the country. Even if my status is humble, I cannot miss the Great Elder's birthday banquet, right? Besides, I have given you many gifts before, so please let me in. That's more like it." Hearing Elder Bai's plea, The steward no longer blocked them. After entering the courtyard, Feng Jian noticed that there was no one around and immediately asked Elder Bai with confusion, "Elder Bai, why do you fear a steward? This is not like you." "My lord Feng Jian, you don't know." As the saying goes, the minister's door has 7 rank officials, although he is just a very lowly steward. Not even as good as my pinky finger, he is backed by the Great Elder, who is a person of high standards. Besides the 3 Great Elders who are equal to him, this Great Elder is only cordial to the high-ranking members of the clan. For someone like us, who are slightly lower in status, he treats us with beatings and scolding. Although my status is not as low as his, he still addresses us that way, and we have no way to counter it. It seems this Great Elder is indeed an arrogant and domineering person. At this moment, Feng Jian's desire to kill the Great Elder grew stronger. Chapter 198. Obtaining the Daitamu clan's exclusive space technique under the guidance of the Great Elder, Feng Jian, Daitamu Kagaya, Daitamu Kahana, and others quickly arrived at the birthday banquet hall of the branch family Great Elder. Inside the banquet hall, it was crowded with people, and red banners were flying. Additionally, there were countless experts present. Since Feng Jian had never seen this Great Elder of the Daitamu clan, he immediately inquired with the Great Elder beside him. However, at that moment, Feng Jian's inquiry turned out to be unnecessary, as he found that Elder Bai was actually standing still. This left Feng Jian puzzled. He hurriedly nudged Elder Bai and asked him again, "Elder Bai, what's wrong with you?" "My lord Feng Jian, you don't understand." The Great Elder immediately pointed Feng Jian to look at the 3 people on the main stage. "I originally thought it was just the Great Elder himself, but I didn't expect that the 3 Great Elders of the branch family had gathered as well. If we have to deal with them all at once, it would be like seeking death." "What?" Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Feng Jian was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at the 3 Great Elders on the stage. According to the Great Elder, the Great Elder who was hosting the birthday banquet was a master of space-time ninjutsu. He had never seen the other 2 Great Elders, so he did not know their backgrounds. However, their strength must either be on par with this Great Elder or even stronger. Feng Jian realized that dealing with just one Great Elder was already quite difficult for him. If he had to deal with 3 at once, it would be nearly impossible. Thus, Feng Jian began to feel troubled. At that moment, the guests in the banquet hall started to line up to present gifts to the Great Elder. However, since Feng Jian and the others did not intend to genuinely celebrate the Great Elder's birthday, as they had come to kill him, none of them had thought to prepare gifts. Therefore, when it was their turn, they exchanged awkward glances, feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, the Great Elder, who had just been smiling, became furious upon seeing that Feng Jian and the others had come to his birthday banquet without preparing gifts. He slammed his hand down on the table in front of him, smashing it to pieces. Seeing this, Elder Bai next to Feng Jian knew that the Great Elder had a bad temper. Moreover, since Elder Bai did not know Feng Jian, if the Great Elder were to kill Feng Jian in a fit of rage, their plan would be ruined. So, Elder Bai hurriedly approached the Great Elder with a forced smile. "Great Elder, please don't be angry. Don't you remember me? I used to bring you gifts often, and it was with your support that I became an elder." At that moment, the Great Elder, seeing Elder Bai trying to butter him up, not only did not calm down, but also grabbed him by the neck and pulled him closer. "Do you know that I once supported you? Yet you didn't prepare a congratulatory gift for me, and you brought your 3 followers here to eat and drink for free." Since the Great Elder did not know Feng Jian and the others, he assumed they were just followers brought by Elder Bai to take advantage of the situation. This made him even angrier. In a moment of panic, Elder Bai hurriedly explained to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, you don't understand. I brought these 3 not to take advantage. They are all exceptionally talented members of the Daitamu clan. Didn't you want to recruit disciples? I specifically brought you 3 good prospects." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, the Great Elder immediately scrutinized Feng Jian, Daitamu Kagaya, and Daitamu Kikahana. Since Daitamu Kagaya was very famous in the Daitamu clan, she had already disguised herself. However, Feng Jian and Daitamu Kahana were relatively unknown, so they naturally showed their true faces. Even if they revealed their true faces, the Great Elder would not be able to discern their backgrounds. Then the Great Elder laughed heartily at Feng Jian, Daitamu Kagaya, and Daitamu Kahana, saying, I see these 3 are quite ordinary and have no special skills. They're simply trash. You brought them here to take advantage, didn't you?" After saying this, the Great Elder immediately knocked Elder Bai to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Jian was extremely furious. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he was not as strong as this Great Elder, he would have loved to fight him immediately. However, Feng Jian was no longer the reckless rookie he once was. He knew that even if he acted now, he had no chance of winning, It would only bring trouble to Daitami Kagaya and the others. Therefore, Feng Jian chose to endure. At that moment, the two elders beside him also began to persuade the great elder, saying, "This is your birthday banquet. Why bother with such unpleasant matters? Besides, didn't you plan to hold some kind of trial for everyone to participate, and those who pass can become your disciples? Since Elder Bai kindly found 3 contestants for you, why not let them participate? If they can pass, wouldn't they become your disciples?" All right. Hearing the persuasion from the 2 people beside him, the elder no longer attacked the elder. He then reached out with one hand and created a space out of thin air. Although Feng Jian already knew that this elder was skilled in space-time ninjutsu, he never expected his spatial technique to be so advanced and impressive, effortlessly opening a small space with a mere gesture. At this moment, the elder laughed wildly and said to Feng Jian and the others, "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll start the trial early. Anyone who wants to become my disciple can enter this space. As long as they come out in the end, they will be my inner disciples." Hearing the elder's words, everyone immediately cheered. It is known that the elder is one of the 3 great elders of the Otsutsuki branch family. If one becomes his disciple, their status will rise step by step. Therefore, as soon as the elder's words were spoken, the people in the hall were eager to try. At this moment, Feng Jian felt that the situation was somewhat out of control. After all, he came here to assassinate this Otsutsuki elder. Now he was being asked to participate in some trial, and even to become his inner disciple, which was completely different from his initial intention. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately signaled to Feng Jian. Although she didn't speak, through years of combat cooperation with her, Feng Jian understood that she clearly wanted him to participate in this trial to gain a chance to get closer to the elder. Thinking that since he couldn't attack the elder now, it would be better to participate in the trial and strive to come out on top to become the elder's inner disciple. After all, the elder couldn't always be with the other 2 elders, right? As long as he got a chance to be alone with him, he could obtain his trash and thus gain his abilities. With this thought, Feng Jian nodded to Otsutsuki Kagaya and then entered the space created by the elder. Of course, members of the Otsutsuki clan from the hall also entered at the same time. However, at this time, Otsutsuki Kiku did not enter because her strength was simply trash compared to these people, and going in would mean death. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kiku hurriedly came to assist the fallen Elder Bai and helped him up. She then asked Elder Bai, "Elder Bai, now that Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya have entered, can they pass this trial? Although I'm not clear about the strength of the many Otsutsuki clan members in the hall, I see that their strength is not weaker than that of Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya." Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kiku's question, Elder Bai was momentarily confused. The events that unfolded were completely contrary to the opportunities he had previously designated. But now that it had become a fact, he could only hope for the best. "Sigh. I hope Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya have divine protection." At this moment, once Feng Jian entered the space created by the elder, he discovered that there were all kinds of traps inside, and the space was particularly vast. This shocked both Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya once again. It is known that the space opened by the elder was hundreds of times stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly realm. At that moment, Feng Jian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If I were to fight the elder unprepared, I might be trapped here forever. Then Feng Jian suddenly thought, since he would eventually have to battle the elder, it would be better to first look for weaknesses in his space. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. So Feng Jian immediately used his powerful space ninjutsu to see if he could escape this space. However, to his surprise, his proud technique had no effect at all. This left Feng Jian astonished once more. At this point, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly used her heavenly realm as well, but, unsurprisingly, she also failed to successfully cast her technique. Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly said to Feng Jian, "It seems that the elder's spatial techniques have far surpassed ours by hundreds of times, which is why we cannot use our spatial techniques within his space. Therefore, if you want to defeat this elder, you must obtain his spatial techniques. And the prerequisite for obtaining them is to become his inner disciple by passing this trial. Do you think you trash can pass this trial?" Just as Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya made up their minds to give their all to pass the trial, the many Otsutsuki clan members who had entered with them had already surrounded the two. Since these Otsutsuki clan members who came to participate in the banquet mostly knew each other, in their eyes, Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya were outsiders. As the saying goes, united against the outside, which is the basic strategy of the Otsutsuki clan against enemies. They laughed wildly and charged at Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya had already anticipated this move. They immediately used all their skills to fight back. It is known that the strength of the clan members was indeed considerable. However, Feng strength was not weak either. Coupled with the combat skills he had mastered from Elder Bai, as soon as he engaged with these young members of the Otsutsuki clan, his fists were like a whirlwind. Unstoppable. The young members of the Otsutsuki clan initially thought Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya were trash, but they did not expect their strength to be so formidable. Especially Feng hand-to-hand combat, which was deadly upon contact, surprised them. They immediately fled in panic. After all, it is a common trait to bully the weak and fear the strong. At this time, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled faintly and charged toward the finish line again. But just as Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya thought they could easily reach the finish line, they found that a group of contestants was blocking their way. This group of contestants at the finish line was clearly much stronger than the previous attackers. However, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya remained unafraid because their ultimate goal was to kill the Elder. Therefore, they absolutely could not stop here. At this moment, the group of contestants who were about to reach the finish line saw that Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya, two unfamiliar faces, were able to pass through layers of tests, which made them sneer. Originally, they were ahead of Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya, so even if they did not attack them, they could easily reach the finish line. However, these young people were proud and particularly liked to pick on the weak. In their eyes, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya were easy targets. Therefore, the group of contestants immediately charged at Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this time, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya once again used all their skills to battle against them. However, what Feng did not expect was that he initially thought he could easily defeat this group of Otsutsuki Kagaya participants with his strength. After all, they were all young people and were not a match for someone with his battle experience. But what Feng did not anticipate was that although these 8 were very young, their strength was not weak. Even with the martial arts mastered from the Grand Elder, he could not defeat them. This surprised Feng once again. At this moment, the Otsutsuki Kagaya could not use the Heavenly Sovereign, so she was being pushed back repeatedly by this group of 7. Feng realized that if he and his team stopped advancing here, they would never be able to defeat the Grand Elder. Therefore, in a moment of urgency, Feng quickly used Naruto's trump card, the harem technique. He knew that the stronger the person, the more likely they were to fall for this technique. Moreover, this group of 8, who usually looked down on others and practiced high-level techniques, had never encountered such a strange ninjutsu. Thus, when Feng used it, these hot-blooded young men saw beautiful women appearing before them, which immediately caused their noses to bleed, their legs to go weak, and their bodies to tremble. At this moment, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya were overjoyed. However, Feng did not stop there. He once again used his hidden mist technique. Although he had previously used this technique on the Otsutsuki, it had no effect because his power was too low at the time. Now that he had gained the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan, the power of this hidden mist technique was naturally very strong. So, these young men, who had just been swelling with bloodline power, suddenly felt their stomachs churning and began to vomit, filling the Grand Elder's space with a terrible stench. Then, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya took the opportunity to rush to the finish line. Originally, the Grand Elder did not take Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya seriously. He believed that with their strength, it was impossible for them to pass through the layers of selection to reach the finish line. However, he did not expect that the first to reach the finish line would indeed be Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya. This left the Grand Elder in disbelief. Subsequently, those young members of the Otsutsuki clan, covered in vomit, also came out of the space. At this point, the Grand Elder saw that apart from Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya, all these 8 were covered in filth. The Grand Elder immediately slapped them to the ground, and then only accepted Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya as his disciples. However, the Grand Elder was an extremely arrogant person. Although he saw that Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya passed the test, he still looked down on them deep down. The reason he accepted them was merely to save face and not be seen as a man of his word. After all, he could not be someone who breaks promises. At this moment, Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya also knew that the Grand Elder would not sincerely teach them any ninjutsu. Of course, they did not care. After all, Feng main goal was to secretly get close to the Grand Elder, so he could find an opportunity to defeat him. Later, after the Grand Elder took Feng and Otsutsuki Kagaya to his training ground, he coldly said, "I never expected that you 2 trash could pass my trial. I originally didn't want to accept you as disciples, but there is no other way. So, you will first clean this place, and when I remember, I will teach you ninjutsu. At this point, when Fengjian heard that the Grand Elder actually wanted him to clean, he was overjoyed. Because Fengjian was just looking for an opportunity to collect the Grand Elder's trash. Otherwise, he would have no way to obtain the Grand Elder's exclusive space technique. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder thought that after saying this, Fengjian and Otsutsuki Kagaya would be exceptionally disappointed. However, he did not expect that not only was Fengjian not disappointed, but he also volunteered to clean the entire residence. This made the Grand Elder burst into laughter. I say, you little brat really have no shame, actually liking to clean so much. Alright, since that's the case, all the garbage in my house will be under your care. No problem. At this time, the Grand Elder only thought Fengjian was a useless person, but he did not know that the more garbage Fengjian obtained, the more his abilities would increase. After a few moments, Fengjian extracted the Grand Elder's exclusive space technique from the trash he threw away. At this moment, Fengjian was extremely happy because as long as he obtained this Grand Elder's exclusive space ninjutsu, he could use it to confront him. After the Grand Elder's birthday banquet ended, the other two Grand Elders also left. Fengjian knew the opportunity had come, so he immediately finalized the plan with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kikahana, and the White Elder. The plan was for him to launch a frontal attack on the Grand Elder, while Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others would find the right moment to ambush him. In this way, with one in the light and the others in the dark, they would definitely be able to defeat the Grand Elder. Moreover, if the opportunity was right, they could use the 6 paths of Deva to control him for their own use. After making up his mind, Fengjian immediately walked towards the Grand Elder's bedroom. Although the Grand Elder was already over 60 years old, his physical strength was still very vigorous. At this moment, he was actually playing wildly with a group of maids in the bedroom. Fengjian kicked open the bedroom door, startling the Grand Elder. When the Grand Elder saw that it was Fengjian, he immediately pointed at him and began to angrily scold him. You useless trash! How dare you come in without knocking? Do you think you're tired of living? Or do you think that because I have accepted you as a disciple, I won't dare to kill you? I tell you, anyone who dares to offend me will be torn to pieces and turned to ashes. Alright, today I want to see if you have that ability. Fengjian said as he charged towards the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder never expected that Fengjian, who had previously been submissive, would dare to attack him now. The Grand Elder was furious and immediately threw the beauty in his arms aside. Then, he clapped his hands and used his space ninjutsu to fight Fengjian. The Grand Elder believed that with his strength, killing Fengjian would be a piece of cake, no different from squashing an ant. After all, Fengjian had not shown any special strength in front of him before. However, once the Grand Elder began to battle Fengjian, he realized that things were not going as smoothly as he had imagined, because all the space ninjutsu he used was being neutralized by Fengjian one by one. What shocked him even more was that the space technique Fengjian used was exactly the same as his own. Chapter 199, Subduing one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Otsutsuki branch family. This left the Grand Elder even more astonished. After all, his exclusive space technique had taken him hundreds of years to develop. Although I can't say I'm the best among the entire Otsutsuki clan, there are very few who can crack or master their space techniques. Yet now, that trash Kaze in my eyes has actually mastered my space techniques. How could the Elder not be shocked? At this moment, while battling Kaze, the Elder, suppressing his shock, asked him, You bastard, how the hell did you learn my space techniques? I remember I never taught you, and we weren't even acquainted before. Why do you understand my space techniques so well now? Hearing the Elder's question, Kaze initially didn't want to respond. But now that he knew he could defeat the Elder with his current strength, he thought it would be better to let the Elder lose convincingly. So Kaze said to the Elder again, Do you want to know? Sure, your space techniques might seem impressive to you, but in my eyes, they are trash. Therefore, I can master them whenever I want. What? You're clearly messing with me. At this moment, the Elder became even more furious upon hearing Kaze's explanation. After all, Kaze mastering his secret weapon had already made him resentful. He was also trying to figure out which step he had gone wrong in allowing Kaze to find a flaw. However, what he didn't expect was that Kaze's response was clearly just a way to brush him off, showing no respect for him at all. Therefore, the Elder roared in anger and immediately unleashed all his power. In fact, the Elder had already used all his abilities before, but he still couldn't defeat Kaze. Thus, using all his power again wouldn't be of much use against Kaze. The Elder was simply unwilling to submit to Kaze. Even though he knew he might not be Kaze's match now, he was also unwilling to lower himself. At this moment, Kaze thought that after provoking the Elder, he should be able to break his psychological defenses. This way, with both kindness and severity, he might be able to subdue him. However, what Kaze didn't expect was that he had already issued an ultimatum to the elder, yet the elder was still pretending to be tough in front of him. This made Kaze laugh coldly. Kaze immediately prepared to use the Btion Shun to subdue him directly. After all, Kaze knew that this was the elder's territory. Although he could defeat him alone, if the guards here found out, he would be outnumbered. Therefore, Kaze needed to resolve this quickly. However, what Kaze didn't expect was that the elder was a cunning old fox. Although he didn't know how powerful Kaze's Btion Shun was, he could tell from Kaze's change in expression that Kaze was definitely planning to attack him. So the elder thought that it was better to run away than to die, and he turned to flee. This surprised Kaze a bit. After all, neither the elder during their battle nor the Otsutsuki Kiku had fled the scene. Even when they knew they weren't his match, they still fought him to the death. Yet now this elder, who was obviously very powerful, was so afraid of dying. This made Kaze find it very amusing. At this moment, Kaze knew that if the elder really escaped, all his efforts would be wasted. After all, the area was filled with the elder's trusted subordinates. If the elder escaped, he would never be able to kill or subdue him. So Kaze immediately resorted to provocation, saying to the elder, "I say, elder, it's a shame you're one of the 3 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Now you're not only not my match as an ordinary human, but you're also fleeing in disgrace. If this gets out, how will you stand on this Otsutsuki planet?" Hee. At this time, the elder, who was preparing to escape, heard Kaze's words and not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed heartily. "I say, kid, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think that a mere provocation can make me fight you to the death here?" What? Hearing the elder's words, Kaze realized his provocation had failed. After all, the enemy had seen through his tactic. How could he succeed now? Before Kaze could speak, the elder continued to scold him. "Kid, if this were decades ago, I might have fallen for your provocation and fought you for thousands of rounds. But now, I am over 60 and have learned a profound truth. It is better to live than to die. Besides, although I am an elder, I am a branch family elder. Ultimately, this Otsutsuki planet is still controlled by the main family, and I have no need to sacrifice my life to help the Otsutsuki main family." As the elder laughed heartily, he immediately used space techniques to escape outside. "Kid, you may have calculated everything, but although your strength has indeed surpassed mine, this is my territory. As long as I give the order, you'll be turned into minced meat. Haha." At this moment, the elder hadn't reacted to what was happening when he was knocked to the ground by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kiku, and the White Elder. "What? You bastards dare to ambush me?" At this moment, the elder never expected that even after escaping from Kaze's grasp, he would still be knocked to the ground. Kaze then coldly laughed at the elder. "Let me tell you, elder, that's right. You indeed won't fall for provocation, but you forgot that I have companions. You have your guards, and I have my good brothers. I knew you wouldn't obediently surrender and would definitely try to escape. So I had Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others ambush outside." "What? Then why did you use provocation on me earlier?" At this moment, the elder was completely confused, because when he was escaping earlier, he saw Kaze's anxious expression with his own eyes. If, as Kaze said, he had already sent his subordinates to ambush him outside, Kaze shouldn't have shown a panicked expression. When Kaze heard the elder's question, he smiled and replied, "All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. I was acting. I know you're a cunning old fox. If I hadn't shown a panicked expression, you definitely wouldn't have recklessly escaped outside. And to be honest, your strength is much stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others. If you'd been on guard, they wouldn't have succeeded in ambushing you and would have been killed by you instead. That's why I deliberately provoked you and pretended to be panicked, so that when you were escaping, you wouldn't think too much. Brilliant, truly brilliant." At this moment, the elder, upon hearing Kaze's analysis, was completely convinced by him. Originally thinking that he had been through many battles and didn't take Kaze seriously at all, he now realized that Kaze's displayed strength far exceeded his own in every aspect. The great elder has now completely accepted his defeat. However, even though he acknowledges his loss, he is still unwilling to submit to Kazama. After all, the great elder knows that Kazama is bound to turn against the Otsutsuki clan. Although he fears Kazama, he is even more afraid of the Otsutsuki clan, whose strength far surpasses that of his branch family. Therefore, the great elder lets out a furious roar and prepares to self-destruct. Unfortunately for him, Kazama has already witnessed the self-detonation of the Otsutsuki clan before. Thus, before the great elder can initiate his self-destruction, Kazama swiftly uses the 6 paths, Btion Shin, to completely control him. Although this great elder possesses great strength, Kazama has now gained powers that surpass the great elders. Therefore, using the 6 paths, viaTrash-Picking to control him is quite easy. Subsequently, the great elder, now under the control of the 6 paths, viaTrash-Picking, becomes Kazama's puppet, forever submissive to him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and others immediately congratulate Kazama. It is known that Kazama has now controlled one of the 3 great elders of the Otsutsuki branch family. Such an achievement is not something ordinary people can compare to. Otsutsuki Kagaya, happily addressing Kazama, says, "Kazama, to be honest, I was worried that you might not be able to defeat the great elder. Even if you did, I thought you couldn't subdue him, since he is not an ordinary member of the Otsutsuki clan. But now you have actually done it. You are truly amazing." "Yes, Kazama." At this moment, Otsutsuki Kika also hurried over. "Previously, I couldn't even speak to the great elder, let alone the white elder. But now I can serve Lord Kazama alongside such masters. This is a blessing we've cultivated over 3 lifetimes." This is a mistake. Hearing Otsutsuki Kika's congratulations, Kazama, although pleased, immediately stopped him. "Even though you have submitted to me, I have always considered you my companions and not my tools. Therefore, don't say anything about serving me. We are supposed to help each other." "That's right." "Well said." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others burst into laughter, and the great elder was no exception. At this moment, with Kazama successfully subduing the great elder, many cities under the great elder's command naturally fall under Kazama's jurisdiction. To avoid raising suspicion about the great elder's subjugation, Kazama continues with the old method, gathering all the ninjas and civilians in the city and using the light of the 6 paths, viaTrash-Picking, to completely subdue them. However, since Kazama needs to control so many people at once, the moment he uses the light of the 6 paths, viaTrash-Picking, it immediately drains all the chakra from his body. It should be noted that Kazama's chakra is that of the 10 tails. Even so, it was all exhausted. This shows how difficult it is to control tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Afterward, Kazama, in need of recuperation, has no choice but to temporarily halt his campaign and let Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others assist the great elder in managing these cities. Naturally, Otsutsuki Kagaya feels it is her duty. Moreover, since the people in the cities have been affected by Kazama's 6 paths, viaTrash-Picking light, they are very obedient. So Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't have to worry about management issues. However, what Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect is that once Kazama rests, he directly sleeps for several months without recovering. This surprises both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kazama himself. According to past practices, Kazama should have recovered in a few days. But now he has rested for several months without fully recovering. Yet Kazama is not a doctor and cannot explain the reason behind it. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly calls for the Great Elder. After all, among them, only the Great Elder has the most extensive experience. At this moment, the Great Elder examines Kazama's body and is immediately shocked, retreating several steps. He quickly tells Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others, "This is bad, everyone. Kazama's 10 tails chakra has begun to slowly erode his cells." "What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing the Great Elder's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the first to disbelieve and quickly shakes her head. "Great Elder, please don't talk nonsense. I have the 10 tails chakra in my body too, and I'm fine. Why is it different for Kazama?" Well, upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's question, the Great Elder immediately responds seriously. "Because the 9 tails chakra in your body is complete and has been tamed by you. However, Kazama only has half of the chakra, and it's the most volatile half. Normally, Kazama's strong body can suppress it, but now he is too weak, allowing the 10 tails chakra to attack his cells, wanting to take over. Moreover, Kazama's cultivation has accelerated too quickly during this time, providing the 10 tails chakra with the opportunity to grow stronger, which is why it has the ability and audacity to resist its master. What should we do now?" Upon hearing the Great Elder's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others have no idea what to do. There's only one way now, to invite another elder from our Otsutsuki branch family to treat Kazama. Another elder? However, at this moment, the Great Elder immediately addresses Otsutsuki Kagaya. "You know that among our Otsutsuki clan, the elders specialize in only one technique. For example, I specialize in space techniques, while the other 2 elders specialize in illusion and medical techniques. Now you need to find the elder who specializes in medical techniques to treat Kazama. All right, what are you waiting for? You have a good relationship with them, so hurry and invite them over." Well, upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's urging, The Great Elder shows a difficult expression. If we're normal, it wouldn't be impossible for me to invite them over, but now my territory has already become Kazama's. If I ask the medical elder to treat Kazama, he will definitely demand a high price, wanting to take some cities. After all, that medical elder is notoriously greedy, and I can't just hand over these cities without authority. What should we do about this? Well, upon hearing the Great Elder's concerns, Otsutsuki Kagaya thinks for a moment and is the first to speak. Don't worry about the cities. You must know that Kazama's purpose in coming to your planet is not to occupy these cities. He has greater and more distant goals. So, just listen to me. Invite the medical elder over, and give him as many cities as he wants, as long as he can save Kazama. Okay, no problem. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, the Great Elder immediately sets off to invite the medical elder. As the Great Elder mentioned earlier, this medical elder is indeed someone who is easily swayed by money. Upon hearing that Kazama is the Great Elder's disciple, and that the Great Elder asked him to treat Kazama, the medical elder, without even examining Kazama's condition, immediately laughs and says to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, you previously said that Kazama is garbage and that you look down on him. Why are you concerned about his injury now? Since you see him as garbage, why not just let him fend for himself? Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you will treat him." At this moment, the Great Elder is already anxious. Although he did indeed refer to Kazama as garbage before and look down on him, that was in the past. Since the Great Elder has already been subdued by Feng Jian, he naturally has only Feng Jian's interests in mind. Oh, at this moment, the medical elder, seeing how much the Great Elder cares for Feng Jian, was immediately taken aback. He then thought to himself, the Great Elder is known for being ungrateful and heartless. Why has he suddenly changed so much towards Feng Jian? Could it be that he has some untold secret with Feng Jian? With this thought, the medical elder couldn't help but sneer. Well, since you care so much about Feng Jian, if I don't squeeze you for a good deal, then I've wasted my time. So, the medical elder immediately started by demanding half of the Great Elder's territories. All right, no problem. As long as you cure Feng Jian, I will immediately give you these territories. What? Hearing the Great Elder say this, the medical elder was once again shocked. He never expected the notoriously stingy Great Elder to actually agree to his demand. The medical elder had only intended to test the Great Elder's attitude by asking for a high price, thinking the Great Elder would surely haggle, and he could then lower the price gradually. But to his surprise, the Great Elder directly agreed. This made the medical elder feel he had undersold himself. So he quickly changed his tune and continued to address the Great Elder. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. I don't want half of your territories. I want all of them. Are you looking for death? At this moment, the Great Elder saw the medical elder trying to take advantage of him and was instantly furious. He directly grabbed the medical elder by the collar. Although the medical elder was skilled in medicine, he was no match for the Great Elder in terms of combat. So when he saw the Great Elder's anger, the medical elder quickly forced a smile and said, I was wrong. Can we just forget about it? I was just joking with you. Hurry up and treat him. The Great Elder then threw the medical elder in front of Feng Jian. At this moment, the medical elder was worried that the Great Elder might actually kill him, so he immediately began treating Feng Jian. To be fair, although the medical elder was greedy, his medical skills were indeed exceptional, reaching a level of mastery. After a short while, he really managed to suppress the rampaging Ten Tails chakra within Feng Jian and effectively helped Feng Jian recover. However, at this moment, the medical elder played a little trick. He did not completely cure Feng Jian's ailment, but continued to use Feng Jian as leverage, saying to the Great Elder, Sai, I've treated Feng Jian's illness quite a bit, but his condition is very difficult to cure, so you need to pay more. What? Are you tired of living? Or are you itching for a fight? The Great Elder knew the medical elder was afraid of him. Thus, upon hearing the medical elder's demand for more money, he immediately wanted to take action against him. But this time, the medical elder had learned to be smart. He no longer begged for mercy like before, but directly stretched his neck in front of the Great Elder. All right, if you don't want Feng Jian to live, just kill me directly. I'll tell you the truth. I'm the only one on this entire planet who can save Feng Jian. If you kill me, tomorrow will be Feng Jian's death anniversary. I'll kill you. At this moment, when the Great Elder heard the medical elder's words, he thought he was being threatened. He immediately raised his hand to strike the medical elder. However, to his surprise, the medical elder did not dodge at all. This shocked the Great Elder, as he realized the medical elder might be telling the truth. If he really killed the medical elder, then no one would be able to treat Feng Jian, and the ultimate consequence of no treatment would be death. Thus, reluctantly, the Great Elder could only agree to hand over all the territories under his command to the Medical Elder. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that the Medical Elder had now changed his mind and no longer wanted the territories. Instead, he wanted Otsutsuki Kagaya to be his concubine. This immediately left the Great Elder at a loss. It should be known that although Otsutsuki Kagaya was not as strong as the Great Elder, she had known Feng Jian longer than he had. Moreover, the Great Elder could tell that Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya had a special relationship. If Feng Jian was like an older brother to him, then Otsutsuki Kagaya was like a sister-in-law. How could he possibly send his sister-in-law to be someone else's concubine while his brother Feng Jian was still unconscious? Thus, the Great Elder could only find Otsutsuki Kagaya to discuss this matter. However, at this moment, the Great Elder did not expect that Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others had already gone according to Feng Jian's plan to the Medical Elder's residence. When a Medical Elder saw that Otsutsuki Kagaya had really come here, he was naturally overjoyed and immediately wanted to hug her. But at that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly pushed the Medical Elder away and pretended to say to him, "I can be your concubine, but you must promise me one thing." "Oh, what is it? Please go ahead." At this moment, the Medical Elder's heart was racing like a cat scratching. So, at this moment, no matter what Otsutsuki Kagaya asked, he was willing to agree, but whether he would fulfill it later was uncertain. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya said to the Medical Elder again, "As long as I become your concubine, you must cure Feng Jian. If anything happens to Feng Jian from now on, I will definitely ignore you." All right, no problem, don't worry. I can definitely cure this little brat Feng Jian's illness." At this moment, the reason Otsutsuki Kagaya said this to the Medical Elder was to divert his attention so that the Great Elder and the others could collect the trash that the Medical Elder had thrown away. At this moment, the Medical Elder was completely captivated by Otsutsuki Kagaya and naturally did not notice the other's scheme. Thus, the Medical Elder was constantly grinning at Otsutsuki Kagaya while pulling her into his house. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya was only pretending to submit to the Medical Elder, so she would not genuinely let him take advantage of her. Thus, she began to play hide and seek with the Medical Elder in the house, running around and chasing him. This made the Medical Elder even more excited. "You little vixen, how dare you hide? All right, as long as I catch you, I will definitely give you a good lesson and let you experience my fighting techniques." As the Medical Elder spoke, he immediately took out many blue pills from his pocket and kept swallowing them to enhance his combat ability. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others had already brought all the Medical Elder's trash to Feng Jian. Feng Jian then immediately began extracting from the trash. Feng Jian knew that if he delayed any longer, Otsutsuki Kagaya might really be taken advantage of by the Medical Elder. And knowing that Otsutsuki Kagaya had fought alongside Feng Jian for many years, he was very fond of her. So Feng Jian naturally could not allow his beloved to be taken advantage of by someone else. After a brief moment, Feng Jian quickly extracted the Medical Elder's exclusive medical techniques. Immediately afterward, he subdued the raging tin-tails within himself. Then, Kazama used a body flicker technique and rushed towards the residence of the Medical Elder. At this moment, the Medical Elder had already entered and was preparing to attack Kagaya Otsutsuki. Just then, Kazama kicked up and directly knocked the Medical Elder, who was in the midst of his plan, to the ground. The Medical Elder never expected that someone would dare to ruin his good deed at this moment. He angrily cursed and was about to attack Kazama. However, when he saw that it was Kazama, he was taken aback. The Medical Elder then asked Kazama with a puzzled expression, "What the hell is going on with you, you little brat? I remember you were lying on the hospital bed before, barely hanging on a life. How come you're recovering so quickly now?" As he spoke, the Medical Elder kept retreating. Although he held the esteemed position of one of the 3 elders of the Otsutsuki branch family, he was only skilled in medical ninjutsu. While he could use some offensive ninjutsu, they were quite average, so he naturally could not be Kazama's opponent. But at this moment, Kazama ignored his questions and, with 3 punches and 2 kicks, knocked the Medical Elder to the ground. In order to save his life, the Medical Elder quickly begged for mercy. "Kazama, you little brat, you're really heartless. Earlier, you were seriously injured, and if it weren't for me, you would have died. Sure, I didn't bring you back to life right away, but that's because your injuries were too severe, so I couldn't save you in time. But now you're crossing the river to tear down the bridge. That's clearly the behavior of a scoundrel. Stop talking nonsense in front of me." Kazama completely disregarded the Medical Elder's rant and directly used taijutsu to cripple him. Originally, he was very grateful for the Medical Elder's treatment, and they even paid him for his services. However, the Elder was greedy and not only demanded the city, but even dared to lay hands on his people. Kazama told him, "I will never forgive you today." Although Kazama was not one to easily kill, it depended on the person. For someone like this medical elder, who was a lecherous fiend, Kazama would definitely not spare him. Therefore, Kazama kicked the medical elder down again. At that moment, the medical elder realized that he could not possibly match Kazama's strength. If he stayed here any longer, he would surely be killed by Kazama. Thus, he immediately attempted to escape. He thought that as long as he got out, he could find another elder to help him. But how could Kazama not see through the medical elder's scheme? Kazama waved his hand and immediately sealed off the area completely, even cutting off the medical elder's hands and feet. "I wanted to persuade you, but given your previous misdeeds, I no longer wish to subdue you. Tomorrow will be your death day." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the medical elder suddenly burst out laughing, which puzzled Kazama greatly. Earlier, he had clearly seen the medical elder almost wetting his pants out of fear, but now he was daring to laugh at him, which was clearly unusual. Kazama quickly examined the medical elder from head to toe, but this inspection startled him. It turned out that the medical elder's body had transformed into a puppet, and his true body had somehow used the puppet body switch technique to escape. Kazama was immediately shocked because if the medical elder escaped and found another elder from the Otsutsuki branch family to help him, then he and his group would be in great trouble. Moreover, it would expose the fact that the elder had already submitted to him. If this matter were revealed, he would have no way to take revenge on the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Kazama immediately notified Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the others. Upon hearing that the medical elder not only knew medical ninjutsu, but also other techniques, the elder felt deeply guilty and said to Kazama, "Brother Kazama, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the medical elder to know the puppet body switch technique. In my impression, he only knew medical ninjutsu. What should we do now?" Kazama had been using his spiritual sense to search for a long time, but still could not find the medical elder's trace. Therefore, Kazama knew that the medical elder must have some special means to hide his presence. Kazama then solemnly said to the elder and Kagaya Otsutsuki, "Now that we've let the medical elder escape, he must have informed the last elder of the Otsutsuki branch family about our secret alliance. In that case, the other party will definitely lead an army to attack us soon. Thus, we must be on high alert. Elder, you need to tell me clearly what abilities that elder possesses." "No problem." The elder immediately explained all the abilities of the remaining elder of the branch family. It turned out that the most formidable ability of this elder was Jinjutsu. Moreover, his Jinjutsu could not only be activated by sight, but also by sound, touch, and even by farting to trap others in Jinjutsu. This left Kazama, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the others utterly shocked. After all, they could accept Jinjutsu activated by sight, touch, and sound, but now even farting could trigger Jinjutsu, which was truly hard to believe and understand. At that moment, the fleeing medical elder had already arrived at the location of the last elder of the Otsutsuki branch family. Upon hearing the medical elder's words, the elder slammed the table and angrily said, "This bastard, the grand elder, clearly has such high power and status, but dares to collude with this garbage from Earth. Kazama, this is clearly looking down on our Otsutsuki branch family. I say, Jinjutsu elder, Kazama, and the others are also quite strong now, and with the grand elder helping them. Shouldn't we seek assistance from the Otsutsuki clan? Absolutely not." The Jinjutsu elder hurriedly waved his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want the Otsutsuki clan to help. He just knew that the trouble was happening in their own branch family. If the Otsutsuki clan found out, they might punish him severely. At that time, they wouldn't be able to bear it. After all, the Otsutsuki clan members were known for their ruthlessness. The Jinjutsu elder then made up his mind to internally resolve the issue and, without the Otsutsuki clan's knowledge, completely annihilate Kazama and the others. Thus, the medical elder immediately led an army toward Kazama's city. Kazama had already anticipated that the Jinjutsu elder would take such actions, so he had ordered everyone to be on high alert. However, he had greatly underestimated the Jinjutsu elder's formidable power. It was important to know that the Jinjutsu elder's Jinjutsu was extremely powerful. No matter how many troops the opponents had, they could not be his match. Therefore, although the defenses were tight, they were unfortunately useless against the Jinjutsu elder's Jinjutsu. After just a few exchanges, the illusion elder had already broken through the defenses of the cities under Kazama's command. This immediately surprised Kazama and the others. At this moment, Kazama saw that the illusion elder had led a large force to attack. With no choice, he could only engage in battle with the illusion elder. Although Kazama knew that the illusion elder's illusion techniques were incredibly powerful, He thought to himself that he possessed the Rinnegan and should be able to see through the Illusion Elder's techniques. However, what Kazama did not expect was that the Illusion Elder's illusion techniques had reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, even Kazama's Rinnegan, which had evolved from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and possessed the innate ability to see through illusions, could not penetrate the Illusion Elder's techniques. Instead, Kazama was pulled into the illusion in the blink of an eye. This left Kazama in shock. He quickly tried to break the illusion, but what he did not anticipate was that the Illusion Elder's techniques were not only powerful, but also unbreakable. This made Kazama break into a cold sweat. At this time, not only was Kazama trapped in the illusion, but even Tsutsuki Kagaya and others were also pulled into it. The Illusion Elder then coldly sneered at Kazama and the others, saying, "Let me tell you, little pests, although my close combat abilities cannot compare to yours, my illusion techniques are unmatched on this planet. You little scoundrels dare to act tough in front of me and even dare to attack the cities of the Tsutsuki branch family. I tell you, this is something I absolutely cannot accept. Now, while you are caught in my illusion, I will tear you to pieces." As the Illusion Elder spoke, he immediately ordered his men to attack Kazama and the others, whose bodies were restrained. However, what the Medical Elder did not expect was that although Kazama and the others' wills were trapped in the illusion and they could not control their bodies were exceptionally hard. No matter what methods the Illusion Elder and his men used to attack, they could not harm Kazama and the others in the slightest. This left the Illusion Elder and the Medical Elder exchanging glances in shock. It turned out that Kazama had anticipated that he might fall into the Illusion Elder's trap, so he had already cast a series of powerful defensive measures, such as Susanoo, on himself and his companions in advance. The purpose was to prevent them from being harmed while their bodies were restrained. Therefore, Kazama and the others' bodies were exceptionally sturdy. Even though their wills were bound, their bodies remained unafraid of blades and weapons. At this moment, the Illusion Elder could not believe that he had managed to control Kazama and the others, yet was still unable to kill them. This made him furious, and he started cursing, because both he and the Medical Elder had weak attack power, and the strongest Elder had already submitted to Kazama. They truly found themselves at a loss regarding Kazama and the others in the short term. The Medical Elder then spoke to the Illusion Elder again, saying, "I say, Illusion Elder, we can't keep this stalemate going. After all, your illusions also have a time limit, and if we let Kazama and the others break free from the illusions, we will be doomed. I advise you to quickly notify the Tsutsuki clan and have them send reinforcements." However, before the Medical Elder could finish speaking, there was a series of slaps, and the Illusion Elder knocked him to the ground. This left the Medical Elder bewildered. He immediately covered his red cheek and questioned the Illusion Elder. "Illusion Elder, what the hell do you mean? I didn't provoke you." At this moment, the Medical Elder felt very wrong because he had just been giving advice to the Illusion Elder, yet the Illusion Elder had indiscriminately knocked him down. How could he not be shocked? The Illusion Elder did not apologize, but immediately retorted angrily at the Medical Elder. "Are you tired of living? Did you not understand what I said? Didn't I tell you before? The rebellion of Kazama and the others cannot be known by the Tsutsuki clan. Although the Tsutsuki clan appears to be of the same lineage as us, their strength is much greater than ours, and they look down on our branch family. Some factions want to wipe out all members of our branch family. If they catch hold of Kazama's weakness, they will certainly eliminate us along with him. At that time, we will become prisoners." Now it made sense. Upon hearing the Illusion Elder's analysis, the Medical Elder immediately nodded and stopped speaking. But at this moment, Kazama suddenly had an idea. He decided to use the Tsutsuki clan to deal with the Illusion Elder. After all, the Illusion Elder was most afraid of the Tsutsuki clan. Therefore, Kazama immediately spoke to the Illusion Elder in the illusion. "To be honest, I am not from Earth, but rather sent by the Tsutsuki clan to deal with you." "What? Do you think I'm a fool?" Upon hearing Kazama's words, the Illusion Elder immediately burst into laughter. "Do you think I don't know your true identity? Saying that you were sent by the Tsutsuki clan? Let me tell you, although the Tsutsuki clan looks down on our branch family, if they really wanted to deal with us, they would have already torn us to pieces, not let you come to investigate us in secret. It's simply redundant." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Kazama did not feel discouraged. Instead, he used his silver tongue again to speak to the Illusion Elder. "I will tell you the truth. The Tsutsuki clan indeed has the capability to turn you to dust. However, as you just said, the Tsutsuki clan has many factions, some of which wish for your branch family's destruction, while others do not. Therefore, they sent me as a peace envoy to see if you have any ulterior motives toward the Tsutsuki clan. But now you dare to capture me, and the Tsutsuki clan will definitely not spare you. Stop pretending in front of me. Unfortunately, even though Kazama had used his silver tongue, the illusion elder was still not fooled. Instead, he kicked Kazama to the ground again. Let me tell you, little pest. You definitely heard my conversation with the medical elder just now and thought I was afraid of the Tsutsuki clan, which is why you want to use their name to pressure me. Let me tell you, tricks like yours will definitely not work on me. As the illusion elder spoke, he launched a frenzied attack on Kazama's body again. Although his attacks could not harm Kazama now, he changed his attack strategy to specifically absorb the chakra within Kazama. As long as Kazama's chakra disappeared, the Susanoo around Kazama would no longer be effective, and then he would be able to kill Kazama completely. Therefore, the illusion elder immediately coordinated with the medical elder. Before long, they caused a leakage of chakra from Kazama's body. This immediately shocked Kazama. Moreover, Kazama did not expect that he, who is usually eloquent, could not deceive this illusion elder. Furthermore, the chakra within him was leaking out too quickly due to the enemy's actions. At this moment, Kazama was drenched in cold sweat. Just then, another voice emerged within Kazama, and this voice was the consciousness generated by the chakra of the Ten Tails. Feng Jian was shocked to find that the Ten Tails chakra within him had developed its own consciousness. This startled him because the Ten Tails chakra inside him was not complete. Only half of it. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for it to gain sentience. However, whether Feng Jian believed it or not, the fact was right before his eyes. At that moment, the Ten Tails chakra began to laugh maniacally at Feng Jian. Kid, you sealed me for so long. I initially wanted to kill you, but I failed. Since you can seal me again, I don't want to continue this endless battle with you. After all, it's not good for either of us. How about we cooperate? I'll help you deal with the illusion elder, and after that, you let me go. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Feng Jian began to ponder. Although he was eager to escape, he knew that this part of the Ten Tails chakra was the most violent. If he released it, it would surely cause mass destruction. Despite having a poor impression of the Tsutsuki clan, he had no grievances against the common people here. However, if he continued like this, he would truly be killed by the illusion elder. With this thought, Feng Jian suddenly had an idea. He immediately said to the Ten Tails within him, "All right, as long as you can help me escape, I will let you go. Haha, it's a deal." The Ten Tails chakra laughed wildly and immediately escaped from Feng Jian's body, revealing its true form. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards the illusion elder and the others. At that moment, the illusion elder never expected that Feng Jian, who was clearly trapped, would have the evil Ten Tails attacking him. This shocked both the illusion elder and the medical elder nearby. However, even though they were shocked, they knew that their priority was to deal with the rampaging evil Ten Tails. After all, the destructive power of the evil Ten Tails was a much greater threat than Feng Jian and the others. Therefore, the illusion elder immediately used his signature illusion technique, attempting to control the evil Ten Tails. At that moment, the illusion elder still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that if he could control such a powerful evil Ten Tails, he could make it his summoning beast and elevate his own strength. However, what the illusion elder did not expect was that while his illusions worked well on Feng Jian and the others, they were completely ineffective against the tailed beast of the evil Ten Tails caliber. As soon as he cast his illusion, it was instantly overturned by the evil Ten Tails, causing the illusion elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. Since the illusion elder couldn't handle the evil Ten Tails, the medical elder was even less of a match. The medical elder hurried to the fallen illusion elder, treating him while urging, "Illusion elder, you must hold on. If you can't withstand this, our reputations will be ruined by that little brat Feng Jian." At this time, Feng Jian was still trapped in the illusion, unaware of the battle outside. Meanwhile, the evil Ten Tails laughed maniacally, having easily knocked down both the illusion elder and the medical elder with just a light attack. It should be noted that the evil Ten Tails itself did not possess such formidable power. All its strength came from its host. Since Feng Jian had continuously absorbed the abilities of various ninjas from the Tsutsuki clan, the evil Ten Tails had also absorbed Feng Jian's abilities, making it particularly powerful and formidable. Thus, it could easily take down the illusion elder and the medical elder in a matter of moments. The illusion elder realized that no matter how he attacked, he could not match the evil Ten Tails. Therefore, he immediately tried to escape. Unfortunately, the evil Ten Tails had become bloodthirsty and showed no intention of letting the illusion elder go. It charged at the illusion elder again, swiftly tearing off both of his arms. This shocked the illusion elder, who had never been in such a humiliating position in all his years. The medical elder, watching from the side, was also filled with shock and had no idea what to do. In desperation, the illusion elder had no choice but to release Feng Jian from the illusion, hoping to put aside their past grievances and join forces. He knew that Feng Jian's main goal was to deal with the Tsutsuki clan, as Feng Jian had a vendetta against them. The illusion elder had previously stated that he was merely a pawn of the clan, so there was no need for him to fight Feng Jian for their sake. At that moment, as soon as Feng Jian was freed from the illusion, he saw the evil Ten Tails overwhelming the illusion elder and the medical elder. His heart filled with joy. When the illusion elder saw Feng Jian awaken, he quickly said, "Feng Jian, I know I was wrong. You need to make your evil Ten Tails stop attacking. If you do, I will help you deal with the Tsutsuki clan." "Oh, really?" Feng Jian was taken aback. He never expected the illusion elder to willingly switch sides so quickly. This made him very happy, and he promptly commanded the illusion elder. Although Feng Jian's own strength was not a match for the evil Ten Tails, he thought that since the evil Ten Tails was a beast within him, he should be able to control it easily. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that the moment the evil Ten Tails left Feng Jian's seal, it had already expressed its determination to part ways with him. Therefore, it would not willingly obey Feng Jian's commands. As soon as Feng Jian issued the order, the evil Ten Tails immediately kicked him to the ground with a powerful strike, nearly knocking the soul out of him. This left Feng Jian in complete disbelief. Feng Jian, filled with rage, shouted at it, "Evil Ten Tails, you are such a bastard. Have you forgotten that I am your master? Without me, how could you have become so powerful? Yet now you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Ha ha ha." At that moment, the evil Ten Tails, seeing that Feng Jian was clearly no match for it, laughed maniacally. It reached out a hand and immediately grabbed Feng Jian by the throat. Kazan almost had his neck snapped. At that moment, the evil Ten Tails charged at Kazan again, cursing, "Little brat, let me tell you the truth. Ever since you sealed me inside you, I wanted to tear you apart and scatter your ashes. Unfortunately, because we are sealed together, if you die, I will also vanish. So I've been waiting for this day, and now that it has come, how could I possibly take your orders? Besides, didn't I already make a deal with you? I helped you kill the illusion elder, and in return, you would release me and no longer interfere with my actions. Yet now, after I helped you defeat that illusion elder, you still want to stop me? This is truly unbearable." Hearing the evil Ten Tails roar, Kazan realized that this rampaging evil Ten Tails would definitely not recognize him as its master and would take the opportunity to kill him. Therefore, Kazan knew that the urgent task at hand was to pacify the evil Ten Tails. So he hurriedly said to the evil Ten Tails, "I'm not trying to command you. I just changed my mind. I won't let you kill the illusion elder anymore because he is still useful to me. So just let them go, and you can go wherever you want." "Really?" Before Kazan could finish, the evil Ten Tails lifted its leg and kicked Kazan's waist, breaking it. This sudden turn of events was unexpected not only for Kazan, but also for the illusion elder and the others nearby. After all, the illusion elder had released Kazan from his illusion because he thought Kazan was the master of the evil Ten Tails and could control it. But now, as soon as Kazan appeared, not only did he fail to stop the evil Ten Tails, but he was also being repeatedly abused by it. This was something the illusion elder had never even dreamed of. At this moment, the evil Ten Tails sneered at Kazan and said, "Let me tell you, little brat, whether to kill this illusion elder or whether I leave is my own decision. I already told you not to restrict my actions or give me orders, but you just wouldn't listen, acting all high and mighty in front of me, saying that if I let this illusion elder go, I could leave. What does it matter to you whether I let this illusion elder go?" At this point, Kazan saw that the evil Ten Tails had completely lost its mind. He knew that saying anything more to the evil Ten Tails would be useless and would only lead to his own death. So Kazan shook his head and said nothing. He thought that if he remained silent, the evil Ten Tails would let him go. However, he did not expect that, even though he said nothing, the evil Ten Tails would still punch and kick him. If it weren't for Kazan's Otsutsuki heritage, he would have likely been killed by the evil Ten Tails. At this moment, Kazan, with disbelief on his face, asked the evil Ten Tails, "What the hell do you want? I talk and you hit me. I don't talk and you still hit me. What the hell are you trying to do?" "I want to kill all you little brats." At this point, Kazan finally understood the true intention of the evil Ten Tails. It turned out that its current goal was to kill all of them to satisfy its murderous desire. Therefore, Kazan hurriedly spoke to Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others, as well as the illusion elder and the medical elder, saying, "Everyone, we must set aside our past grievances and work together to reseal this evil Ten Tails. Otherwise, we will definitely be killed by it. Since that's the case, Then let's do as you say. Originally, the Illusion Elder and the others were unwilling to join forces with Kazan. But as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they didn't join forces with Kazan and continue to fight alone, they would surely be defeated by the evil Ten Tails and become its meal. Therefore, at this moment, the Illusion Elder and the others immediately allied with Kazan. Meanwhile, the medical elder began to treat Kazan's injuries, and Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others acted as vanguards, blocking the rampaging evil Ten Tails. When the evil Ten Tails saw that Kazan and the others dared to unite against it, it burst into laughter. In its eyes, no matter how hard Kazan and the others tried, they could never defeat it. Thus, the evil Ten Tails immediately unleashed its full power and started fighting against Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others. At this moment, the Illusion Elder hurriedly said to Kazan, Kazan, as the former master of this evil Ten Tails, you should know its weaknesses, right? Attacking it like this is useless. We are surely going to lose. Yeah, tell us what we should do. At this time, the medical elder had completely healed Kazan's injuries, and he was very anxious. After all, he was the weakest in terms of combat power here, and he could only rely on Kazan and the others. If Kazan and the others lost, he wouldn't survive either. At this moment, Kazan began to think. To be honest, he had never communicated with the evil Ten Tails before, so he didn't know its weaknesses. But suddenly, Kazan thought of something. Since the evil Ten Tails had grown stronger by relying on its own abilities, its weakness should be the same as his. Kazan's weakness was SH-Ton. That's right, everyone, you heard it right. Although Kazan was a master of SH-Ton, the saying goes that what a person is best at is also what they fear the most. Kazan was skilled in using SH-Ton, but he was also very afraid of it because he was a very clean person. So at this moment, Kazan hurriedly said to the Illusion Elder, got it. Quickly inject all your chakra into me because I'm going to unleash my ultimate move against this evil Ten Tails. Okay, no problem. At this moment, the Illusion Elder had no guard against Kazan at all. After all, he knew that it was better to trust Kazan than not to, as it could buy him more time to live. Therefore, at this moment, after receiving the Illusion Elder's chakra, Kazan immediately unleashed his incredibly powerful technique, the Super SH-Ton technique. Meanwhile, the evil Ten Tails was busy beating up Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others. Suddenly, it saw a massive wave of golden SH-Ton charging towards it. This shocked the evil Ten Tails. It didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the golden SH-Ton, causing it to burp. When the evil Ten Tails realized that it was being attacked by SH-Ton and had even swallowed it, it immediately felt disgusted and began to vomit wildly. This temporarily caused the evil Ten Tails to lose its combat power. At this moment, Kazan was overjoyed and immediately teamed up with Otsutsuki Kagaya and the other elders to cast the six-path sealing technique, resealing the evil Ten Tails back inside him. At this moment, the evil Ten Tails, seeing that it had only been out for a few hours, was sealed again by Kazan, was furious and began to curse. Kazama, you bastard! You clearly promised to let me go, and I kept my end of the bargain by helping you defeat the Illusion Elder and the others. But you, without any sense of honor, turned against me and joined forces with the Illusion Elder. Are you even human? You're nothing but a dog. Stop wasting my time. At this moment, Kazama saw the evil Ten Tails, who was clearly on the brink of death, still daring to act tough in front of him, continuously cursing at him. How could Kazama possibly forgive him? So Kazama strengthened the seal again, directly weakening the evil Ten Tails to the point where it had no power left. At this moment, the evil Ten Tails realized that if Kazama's seal continued to operate, it would definitely be beaten to a pulp. At that point, it would have to fall into another slumber, and Kazama would endlessly use the power of the evil Ten Tails. After all, the evil Ten Tails prided itself on being the king of tailed beasts, and it absolutely could not tolerate such treatment. Thus, the evil Ten Tails immediately changed its attitude and began to plead with Kazama with a smiling face. Big brother Kazama, I was wrong. Please spare my life. If you let me out and the seal, I will do whatever you say. Can we do that? Ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense. Do you think I would fall for your pathetic scheme? Kazama is a battle-hardened warrior. How could he be deceived by the evil Ten Tails' little tricks? Therefore, Kazama completely ignored him and directly used his powerful sealing ability. In just a few moments, he sealed the evil Ten Tails completely, leaving it unconscious. From that point on, Kazama would never dare to unseal it again. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Illusion Elder, exhausted, were all slumped on the ground. But then, the Illusion Elder suddenly remembered something. He and Kazama were enemies. It was only because the evil Ten Tails appeared that the Illusion Elder was forced to ally with Kazama. However, this alliance was not stable. Now that the evil Ten Tails had been resealed, the Illusion Elder had to face the issue of whether to fight or negotiate with Kazama. But the Illusion Elder knew his chakra was already exhausted. Fighting would mean death. So the Illusion Elder looked at Kazama in shock. Meanwhile, Kazama had just sealed the evil Ten Tails and, having absorbed the Illusion Elder's chakra earlier, was at his peak strength. The Illusion Elder knew that if a fight broke out, Kazama would definitely kill him immediately, and he would have no power to fight back. So the Illusion Elder began to smile at Kazama while slowly moving towards the door, trying to escape. Unfortunately, Kazama was too clever. He immediately saw through the Illusion Elder's intentions. So Kazama smiled and waved at the Illusion Elder. Illusion Elder, I'm not the evil Ten Tails. I won't go back on my word. Since I promised to ally with you and you agreed to help me against the Otsutsuki clan, we are now proper partners. So I won't do anything to you, don't worry. Oh, really? Hearing Kazama's words, the Otsutsuki Elder was overjoyed. He was genuinely worried that Kazama would cut ties and kill him. After all, with Kazama's current strength, he might not even need his help against the Otsutsuki clan. But he didn't know that Kazama loved making friends. Although Kazama was extremely powerful, he understood a principle. A good man has 3 helpers. So he had to ally with the Illusion Elder no matter what. At this moment, the Illusion Elder, realizing his life was no longer in danger, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked Kazama, "My little brother Kazama, I heard you came from Earth. What kind of grudge do you have against the Otsutsuki clan that you would go so far to seek revenge on them? You know the Otsutsuki clan is very powerful. Even I, as a branch family elder, am not their match." Hearing the Illusion Elder's question, Kazama thought that since he was going to ally with him, there was no need to hide anything. So Kazama replied, "To be honest, I didn't know the Otsutsuki clan before, but they sent their subordinate Otsutsuki Ishiki to our Earth to plant the divine tree, causing countless deaths and injuries. That's why I want revenge on the Otsutsuki clan. But as far as I know, you've already killed Otsutsuki Ishiki, right?" "Yes, I did kill Otsutsuki Ishiki, but the real culprit is the Otsutsuki clan. If I don't take action against them, there will be a second and a third Otsutsuki Ishiki coming to wreak havoc on our Earth. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the king first. So I must take action against the Otsutsuki clan." "Good, well said." Upon hearing Kazama's words, the Illusion Elder immediately gave him a thumbs up. He was very impressed with Kazama. Even he, as a branch family elder, did not dare to have any second thoughts about the Otsutsuki clan. But now, Kazama, merely an earthling, was daring to take action against the Otsutsuki clan. Such courage was not something ordinary people could muster. Thus, the Illusion Elder made up his mind to help Kazama against the Otsutsuki clan. "To be honest, my little brother Kazama, although I'm a branch family elder, I am also very angry with the Otsutsuki clan because they treat our branch family members with violence. Now that you are willing to take action against the Otsutsuki clan, I will ally with you right away. I may not be able to say I'll walk through fire and water for you, but I will be your most loyal ally." "Good." Hearing the Illusion Elder's promise, Kazama was naturally very happy. After all, the Illusion Elder was very familiar with the internal relations of the Otsutsuki clan. With the Illusion Elder's help, he might be able to split them from within and gradually defeat them. But just then, the Illusion Elder's subordinate suddenly brought bad news. The Illusion Elder looked shocked and said to Kazama, "My little brother Kazama, something bad has happened." "What happened?" "I originally wanted to keep my earlier attack on your secret and didn't want the Otsutsuki clan to know, but some bastard leaked the information. And now the Otsutsuki clan knows you're from Earth and has sent an envoy to kill you. This envoy is very powerful. What should we do?" "Well," hearing the Illusion Elder's words, Kazama immediately fell into deep thought. Chapter 202, One-on-One with the Otsutsuki clan's 10 elders. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals block them. When water comes, Earth blocks it. With our current strength, I don't believe the envoy sent by the Otsutsuki clan can wipe us out. Moreover, I am now full of power and have properly subdued the Ten Tails. Next, you all will provide cover in the dark while I confront that envoy from the Otsutsuki clan head-on." "Good." Hearing Kazama's decision, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others all nodded in agreement. This wasn't to say that Kazama's strategy was particularly brilliant. However, they currently have no strategies, so they can only mindlessly follow the wind. After all, that wind is a fortunate star. They know that as long as they stay by the wind side, they are unlikely to die. Of course, this is just their wishful thinking. After all, they have not yet helped the 10 elders of the true Otsutsuki clan. If they encountered those 10 elders, even the wind would likely be defeated. However, even if the wind were to be defeated, he would definitely not retreat. Of course, it's still too early to say such things, because right now, the wind's top priority is to deal with the messenger sent by the clan. Just as the wind was preparing to go all out and battle this messenger for 3,000 rounds, he found that the clan's messenger was actually smiling and waving his hand at him. I say, little brother, please don't attack me. I am one of you. What? Upon hearing the messenger's words, the wind was immediately taken aback. At this moment, even the hidden Tsutsuki Kagaya and others were confused. After all, they all knew that the Tsutsuki clan was extremely ruthless towards those who dared to resist them. The messenger they sent must represent them. But why did this messenger say he had the same goal as himself? Is this messenger trying to play a trick on us? Or is he trying to lure us into a trap? With this thought, the wind naturally did not let down his guard. Instead, he immediately stopped the clan's messenger from approaching. Then he coldly said to him, I tell you, the wind, am a battle-hardened person. You must not use your tricks against me. Ha. At this moment, before the wind could finish speaking, the clan's messenger burst into wild laughter. I say, little brother, no wonder you have the courage to resist the Tsutsuki clan. It seems your mind is indeed very meticulous. But I might as well tell you the truth. I really have not used any tricks against you. You should know that I am also very angry with the Tsutsuki clan, and I have been secretly organizing an army to prepare to resist their brutal rule. What? Really? Upon hearing this from the clan's messenger, the wind was once again taken aback, because he knew that this messenger's strength had already surpassed his own by a lot. If this clan's messenger really wanted to kill him, there would be no need to use such methods. He could just attack him directly. Moreover, even if this clan's messenger could not defeat him, he was backed by the powerful Tsutsuki clan. With the Tsutsuki clan's formidable strength, he had no need to use such tricks against him. Therefore, at this moment, the wind asked the clan's messenger again, do you have any evidence? I tell you, I am the evidence. Moreover, from the moment I arrived, I already knew that you had subdued the 3 elders of the Tsutsuki branch family and made them hide nearby, intending to attack me. I even know their hiding places clearly. Just think, if I really wanted to kill you, why would I say so much nonsense? Wouldn't that be like taking off my pants to fart? Upon hearing this from the clan's messenger, the wind finally stopped doubting. He immediately let Tsutsuki Kagaya and others come out. At this time, the young man saw that the wind finally believed him and happily said to the wind, I say, little brother, may I know your name? Oh, didn't your Tsutsuki clan know of my existence and want to kill me? Seeing that this clan's messenger did not even know his name, the wind was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, when the messenger heard the wind's question, he laughed again. I say, little brother, the Tsutsuki clan did find out that someone was going to resist them, but they do not know who this person is or what his background is, which is why they sent me to investigate. Then this clan's messenger looked at the 3 elders of the Tsutsuki branch family nearby. I say, Illusion Elder, your subordinates are really useless. They actually sneaked onto the territory of the Tsutsuki clan behind your back and complained to them that someone was going to resist them. If I were not with you, this little brother would not only be killed, but you would also be torn to pieces and turned to ashes. What? Upon hearing this, the Illusion Elder was already so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and almost collapsed to the ground. At this time, the clan's messenger continued to smile and said, but now that we are united on the same front, I might as well tell you the truth. I have long been secretly preparing to plot against the Tsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, one tree cannot make a forest, and my helpers' strengths are not high. Plus, their determination is not as firm as yours, little brother. Therefore, I have been looking for someone like you to help us resist the Tsutsuki clan. Also, you should know that the Tsutsuki clan originally wanted to send other subordinates to kill you, but I begged them hard, so they sent me instead. Therefore, I can immediately return to the Tsutsuki clan and tell them that I have killed the troublemaker, and you can follow me to act in secret. Then find helpers to jointly resist the Tsutsuki clan. How about it? Sure. Really? Then I must thank you. Seeing the wind agree, the clan's messenger was naturally very happy. At this time, the wind was also very pleased, because he knew that the strength of the Tsutsuki clan was indeed terrifying. If he continued to execute the plan of gradual encroachment, it was very likely that the plan would not be completed before the Tsutsuki clan discovered it, leading to his demise. After all, since the Tsutsuki clan has ruled this planet for so many years, it proves that the Tsutsuki clan is very smart and cannot be killed by a ninja from Earth. Now that this clan's messenger is willing to help him, the wind is naturally very happy. Then the clan's messenger said to the wind again, little brother, since you are now willing to join us, may I know your name? At this point, the wind immediately told the messenger his name. Then, this messenger sent a message saying that he had killed the rebel, Wind. After that, he said to the wind, "Actually, with our strengths, we are not the opponents of the Tsutsuki clan at all. After all, the Tsutsuki clan has millions of troops. Therefore, we also need to find an army of our own to help us deal with the Tsutsuki clan. Oh, but where can we find so many rebels?" Upon hearing the wind's inquiry, the clan's messenger immediately laughed. "To be honest, I've been busy with this matter for many years. You should know that the 10 elders of the Tsutsuki clan were not always the same 10 individuals. There was one person who was once also among the 10 elders, but due to disagreements with the other elders, he was kicked out of his position by few of them, who then sent in one of their own. This expelled elder is known as the hot-tempered elder because of his fiery temper, and he is also quite bloodthirsty. However, his hatred for the Tsutsuki clan is no less than ours. Although the hot-tempered elder is not exactly a pleasant character, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If poison is used in the right way, it can become a cure. Therefore, our current priority is to win over this hot-tempered elder. The hot-tempered elder has a very loud reputation, and with his joining, we can gather 1,000,000 rebels under his name. Upon hearing the clan envoy's plan, Kazama nodded immediately, as he had no better ideas. The envoy then took Kazama, Tsutsuki Kagaya, and others to the town where the hot-tempered elder resides. Although the hot-tempered elder was ousted from the elder position, he still has considerable power due to his strength, and he is thriving within his own jurisdiction. At this moment, the envoy said to Kazama, "According to my investigation, the hot-tempered elder is currently at an auction. If we want his help, we not only need to bring him gifts but also attract his attention. Do you have any good ideas to catch his eye, Brother Kazama? After all, if we can't get his attention, we will just be small fry in his eyes. How could a big shot like him be willing to cooperate with someone like us?" Hearing this, Kazama thought for a moment and immediately came up with an idea. It was simple. Since he is at the auction, whatever item he is interested in, we will buy it at a high price and then give it to him. This way, we can attract his attention and also present him with a gift. What do you think? Not bad, not bad. The envoy was immediately delighted after hearing Kazama's plan. He then led Kazama and the others into the auction. The envoy pointed to a red-haired old man sitting in the front row. This person is the hot-tempered elder. Wow, he truly lives up to his name. Even his hair is fiery. At this point, the auction had already begun. Kazama then followed the plan, no matter what item the hot-tempered elder valued. Kazama would bid him up. 100 million, 1 billion, 1 trillion. Kazama started frantically raising the bid. Even the host was stunned by his crazed antics. The host hurriedly said to Kazama, "I say, young brother, please don't shout randomly, or you might actually end up having to pay that amount." At this moment, Kazama, too excited, completely forgot that he had no money at all. So he hurriedly waved his hand. Though Kazama did not win the bid, he successfully caught the hot-tempered elder's attention. However, in the hot-tempered elder's eyes, Kazama was not someone with ambition, but just a kid causing trouble. Therefore, the hot-tempered elder shot Kazama a glare and then bought his auction item before leaving. Seeing Kazama's failed attempt to show off, the envoy let out a sigh of helplessness. "What should we do now, Brother Kazama?" "It's simple," Kazama replied, and asked the envoy to take them to the hot-tempered elder's home. The hot-tempered elder was very famous in this area, and many people came to pay him respects. Thus, his steward divided the gifts into different levels. Those offering gifts below 1 million had to wait in the courtyard. Those offering above 1 million could enter the living room. And those offering over 5 million could meet the hot-tempered elder. Kazama then walked directly to the steward and asked, "What if I offer 1 billion? Then you can sit at my head." Just as the steward was about to speak, the hot-tempered elder stormed out, looking furious, and sized up Kazama from head to toe. "You little brat. First, you tried to show off at the auction, and now you're trying to show off in my house. Claiming you want to give a gift worth 1 billion? Fine. If you can present that 1 billion gift, I will let you sit at my head." Well, seeing the hot-tempered elder shatter his attempt to show off again, Kazama awkwardly laughed. Then, with a quick thought, he secretly said to himself, "Actually, I do have 100 billion. Therefore, Kazama replied, "If you really want to see my 100 billion, I suggest we go somewhere private, just the two of us. And I can show it to you, but you'll need a microscope to see it." "Damn you." After hearing this, the hot-tempered elder swung a palm toward Kazama. Kazama hurriedly used his spatial technique to dodge the attack. At this moment, the envoy, seeing the hot-tempered elder and Kazama about to clash, quickly stepped in to stop the hot-tempered elder. He then said to Kazama, "Brother Kazama, what are you doing? We came here to form an alliance with the hot-tempered elder, so don't cause a conflict." The envoy then turned to the hot-tempered elder and said, "Elder, to be honest, Brother Kazama comes from Earth, and he intends to deal with the Tsutsuki clan. He has already recruited the 3 elders from the Tsutsuki branch family. So I wonder if you could join us in dealing with the Tsutsuki clan?" What? Just based on this little brat? The hot-tempered elder didn't think much of Kazama. So when he heard that Kazama was going to deal with the Tsutsuki clan, he was immediately filled with disbelief. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, Kazama's strength was already evident to everyone. Although Kazama may not be a match for the hot-tempered elder, the strength he displayed was enough to surpass many of the young geniuses of the Tsutsuki clan. At this moment, upon seeing Kazama's impressive strength and the number of capable individuals under him, the hot-tempered elder immediately invited Kazama and the others inside. The hot-tempered elder, having calmed down, spoke to Kazama with a friendly expression. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to look ordinary, yet be so impressive. You actually dare to confront the Tsutsuki clan? I am very impressive, but you can skip the part about me looking ordinary." Sorry. The hot-tempered elder then began to inquire about Kazama's plan. Kazama then relayed the envoy's plan to the hot-tempered elder without any alterations. After hearing this, the hot-tempered elder fell into deep thought. "Summoning the rebels under my banner is not a problem. But you must understand that the Otsutsuki clan has been in control of this planet for many years, and their authority is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Moreover, their spies are everywhere. If we were to organize the rebellion in a grand manner, it is very likely that the Otsutsuki clan would learn of our plans before we even get started. If they are aware of our strategy, then no matter how hard we try, it would be of no use." Such words are misguided. Before the elder could finish, Kazama immediately interjected. "Let me tell you, do not speak of failure before you have even tried. If you attempt it, there's a 50% chance of failure, but if you do nothing, the chance of failure is 100%. Have you considered that if we act, we might have a chance of success? Furthermore, even if we fail, we will gain experience from that failure. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. The more we fail, the closer we get to success. Don't you agree?" "That's right." At this moment, the elder was completely convinced by Kazama's eloquence. He immediately began to gather those who were willing to oppose the Otsutsuki clan. Within a few days, he had assembled an army of hundreds of thousands. Kazama knew that merely having hundreds of thousands of troops could not compare to the Otsutsuki clan's million-strong army. However, he also knew that once they initiated the battle, a steady stream of rebels would join them. After all, the Otsutsuki clan had made everyone on this planet very angry. So, as long as they dared to fire the first shot, the Otsutsuki clan would surely be overthrown by the enraged populace. Therefore, Kazama immediately joined forces with Elder Fireblast and Kagaya Otsutsuki to lead the hundreds of thousands into the first wave of attack against the Otsutsuki clan. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was that before they could act, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had already come to confront them. This was far beyond Kazama's expectations. When he gathered the army, he had changed locations several times. Even with the Otsutsuki clan's many spies, it was impossible for them to find the true gathering place of his army so quickly. Moreover, now that all 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had gathered, even a single elder was not something Kazama and the others could contend with. Facing 10 elders was even more shocking to them. Furthermore, it was not just the 10 elders who had gathered. The Otsutsuki clan had also dispatched 1,000,000 troops. This left Kazama even more stunned. He hurriedly turned to Elder Fireblast for strategy. However, before Kazama could speak, he was struck to the ground by Elder Fireblast. This was far beyond Kazama's expectations. At the same time, the clan's envoy and Kagaya Otsutsuki were also caught off guard. The envoy rushed to Elder Fireblast and shouted, "Elder Fireblast, what the hell are you doing? You know you have an irreconcilable enmity with the Otsutsuki clan. Why are you attacking those who are helping you? Stop pretending. I'll tell you the truth. I am actually the 11th elder of the Otsutsuki clan. The reason I pretended to split from the 10 elders was to lure out people like you who want to rebel against the Otsutsuki clan. Now that I have drawn you out and gathered your entire army of 4 to 500,000, I will naturally destroy you all." As Elder Fireblast spoke, he immediately allied with the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan and the 1,000,000 troops to launch a frenzied attack on Kazama and the others. At this moment, due to the vast difference in strength, Kazama's forces were quickly pushed back. Fortunately, Kagaya Otsutsuki and the 3 elders of the branch family fought valiantly, allowing Kazama to escape to the heavenly space for temporary refuge. Kazama never expected that despite having planned meticulously, they would still be intercepted and defeated by the Otsutsuki clan. This was something he had never anticipated. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki said to Kazama, as the saying goes, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Now that we have been defeated by the Otsutsuki clan, this may be a good opportunity for us to launch a counterattack. Oh, how do we counterattack? Hearing Kagaya's words, Kazama became interested. It's simple. Since we have escaped, and the Otsutsuki clan does not know we are still alive, we should rest and recover in secret, and then launch a surprise attack when they are not paying attention. Chapter 203. Defeating the Otsutsuki clan elders. Yes, the strategy you proposed is very good. I was thinking the same. Kazama nodded immediately. This was not Kazama being clever after the fact, but rather he had initially intended to do so. However, he had been so angry that he couldn't think straight and hadn't considered it further. Now that he saw that Kagaya's plan was the same as his, he was naturally very pleased. After all, their best option was to rest and recuperate in the heavenly space, healing their injuries and restoring their abilities before launching a counterattack. Through his defeat, Kazama realized that he had been too eager for quick results, wanting to eliminate the Otsutsuki clan in one generation. However, the Otsutsuki clan had been in control of this planet for thousands of years. How could he defeat them single-handedly in an instant? Moreover, his current strength was inferior to that of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Kazama knew that in order for their plan to succeed, he must continue with his previous strategy of gradual erosion. Only then could they defeat the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, Kazama set his sights on the first target, Elder Fireblast. If it weren't for Elder Fireblast's betrayal, they wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat, and they had even nearly lost their lives. Kazama, filled with rage, said to Kagaya, the clan envoy who was helping us has already been captured by Elder Fireblast, and we do not know his whereabouts. Moreover, the envoy's strength is also quite formidable. If we can find him, he might become a great ally. Of course, at this moment, Kagaya and Kazama had rested for several months, so their strengths had been properly restored. Kagaya then suggested to Kazama, since you want to find the clan envoy to ally with us again, we might as well search Elder Fireblast's base first to see where he has hidden the envoy. Sound good? Kazama immediately agreed. They then disguised themselves and went to Elder Fireblast's base. Although Elder Fireblast was powerful, he did not have much of a defensive mindset. Additionally, he believed that he had already crushed Kazama and the others. Therefore, it never occurred to them that Kazama and the others would still be alive. Even more so, they didn't expect Kazama and the others would continue to attack them. As a result, the hot-tempered elder was always drinking and singing in his own residence, living a carefree life. Afterward, Kazama and the others conducted some inquiries and actually found out the whereabouts of the clan's envoy. It turned out that after being defeated by the hot-tempered elder, the envoy refused to submit to him. In a fit of anger, the hot-tempered elder imprisoned him in his dungeon and tortured him daily, making his life worse than death. At this moment, Kazama saw the suffering the envoy endured because of him and felt very distressed. Therefore, Kazama immediately decided to secretly infiltrate the dungeon to rescue the clan's envoy. However, at that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others quickly stopped him. Kazama, you must not do this. Oh, why not? It's simple. Although the hot-tempered elder is very arrogant, his strength is still extraordinary. Now that he has captured the envoy, he must have anticipated that someone would come to rescue him. If you go to rescue the envoy now, you will definitely be discovered by the hot-tempered elder right away. With our current strength, we are not his match. If you go now, won't you be walking into a trap? So what should we do? At this time, Kazama also realized that his plan to rescue the clan's envoy might not be very clever. However, because Kazama was very angry, he disregarded everything. After all, Kazama was a person who valued loyalty highly. He could not tolerate the envoy's suffering so much because of him. Then Otsutsuki Kagaya said to Kazama again, for my investigation, the hot-tempered elder is very lecherous. Therefore, we must secretly approach him and catch his attention, so we can take the opportunity to rescue the clan's envoy. Alright, if that's the case, I'll have to rely on you, Kagaya, because among their group, only Otsutsuki Kagaya was female. Since the hot-tempered elder was lecherous, it had to be Kagaya who went. But at that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya awkwardly scratched her head. Kazama, wait a minute, let me finish. Yes, the hot-tempered elder is indeed very lecherous, but he is not into women. He is into men. What? Upon hearing this, Kazama was immediately taken aback and stepped back several paces. He quickly turned to Otsutsuki Kagaya for confirmation. After seeing Kagaya nodding, Kazama could only laugh helplessly. So you're saying I have to personally seduce this hot-tempered elder? That's right. As far as I know, The hot-tempered elder has shown some interest in you before because he likes young boys like you. As long as you can change your appearance and get close to him, our plan will definitely succeed. All right, if that's the case, I'll follow your advice. At this moment, Kazama immediately disguised himself and approached the hot-tempered elder. Just as Otsutsuki Kagaya had said, the hot-tempered elder was indeed very fond of men. Therefore, when he saw Kazama, who had changed his appearance, coming to him, he was overjoyed. He immediately said to Kazama, "You little brat actually dare to come to me. Do you not know I am known for having 7 encounters in one night?" Hearing this, Kazama felt nauseated. However, in order to distract the hot-tempered elder and allow Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others to successfully rescue the envoy, Kazama could only continue to flirt with the hot-tempered elder to lead him on. At this moment, the hot-tempered elder was completely captivated by Kazama. Therefore, he did not notice the changes occurring in his dungeon. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others immediately rescued the heavily injured and barely breathing clan envoy. When Kazama heard the news of their success, he laughed loudly and then revealed his true identity. What? How is this possible? At this moment, the hot-tempered elder saw Kazama's true form and was taken aback. After all, the hot-tempered elder had always thought he had torn Kazama to pieces. But now Kazama was still alive. How could the hot-tempered elder not be shocked? Therefore, the hot-tempered elder immediately flew into a rage and struck at Kazama. It should be noted that the hot-tempered elder had gained recognition from the Otsutsuki clan for killing a rebel like Kazama. But if the other members of the Otsutsuki clan found out that the leader of the resistance was still alive, wouldn't all his past achievements, rewards, and reputation go down the drain? Thus, the hot-tempered elder had to kill Kazama and keep the news of his survival a secret. Therefore, his attack was naturally very restrained. After all, the hot-tempered elder knew that if he attacked too fiercely, it would definitely attract the attention of those nearby. If everyone around discovered their location, it would be impossible to keep it from the Otsutsuki clan, directly providing an opportunity for escape. After all, if the hot-tempered elder truly wanted to eradicate Kazama, then even 10 Kazamas would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, the hot-tempered elder was feeling apprehensive and did not dare to launch a large-scale search for Kazama. This allowed Kazama to escape after a few moments. The hot-tempered elder was furious and cursed loudly. Unfortunately, he could not ask for help from others, so he could only temporarily give up. At that moment, Kazama had already arrived at the rendezvous point with Otsutsuki Kagaya. When Kazama saw the clan envoy seriously injured because of him, he hurried to treat him. With Kazama's exceptional medical ninjutsu, it only took a few moments for the envoy to recover. When Kazama saw the envoy awaken, he was very happy. He thought the envoy would be excited to see him. However, to his surprise, the envoy became furious upon seeing him. Not only did he not embrace Kazama, but he also started to scold him angrily. "Kazama, you bastard! I was trying to help you by encouraging you to resist the Otsutsuki clan, but you actually dared to run away. I will tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes." Hearing the envoy's words, Kazama was naturally confused and baffled. However, regardless of whether Kazama understood or not, the envoy's attack had already arrived. Kazama could only retreat to defend himself. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others immediately blocked the envoy and hurriedly questioned him. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you attacking Kazama without understanding the situation? Stop pretending to be a good person in front of me. What do you mean by not understanding? I tell you, Kazama clearly ran away by himself before, which is why our people were killed by the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, we would still be carefree." Haha. At this moment, Kazama saw that the envoy was so angry that he could not even speak coherently. It is naturally very funny. At this moment, the clan's messenger saw that Fengjian still dared to mock him, which made him even angrier. He immediately wanted to attack Fengjian again. But at this moment, Fengjian blocked his attack and said again, "I tell you, I, Fengjian, am a man of iron and steel. I have never run away in battle. It was just that at that critical moment, my companion, the Otsutsuki Kagaya, had to save me in a hurry. Moreover, if I really wanted to abandon you, why would I go through so much trouble to rescue you from the explosive elder's cage?" Hearing this, the clan's messenger knew he was wrong. He awkwardly asked Fengjian again, "You really didn't betray me?" "Of course, I didn't betray you. If I had betrayed you and allied with the Otsutsuki clan, I would have turned you into ashes long ago. All right, since that's the case, I'll trust you once." The clan's messenger nodded to Fengjian. They then began to discuss how to continue their counterattack against the Otsutsuki clan. However, since their first counterattack was slaughtered by the million-strong army of the Otsutsuki clan, Fengjian and the others knew that if they raised their resistance again, no one would help them. After all, everyone was very afraid of the Otsutsuki clan's strength at this point. At this time, Feng Jian had a clever idea. Since this is the case, why don't we do something to scare the monkeys? Oh, what do you mean by scaring the monkeys? It's simple. Since the reason our previous plan failed was because of that explosive elder, we will secretly attack him. This way, we can kill the explosive elder. Then we will spread this news across the planet. And at that time, everyone will witness our strength, and they will also see the culprit, the explosive elder, being killed. This will boost the morale of our resistance and weaken the strength of the Otsutsuki clan. Not bad, not bad. This plan is indeed a win-win. After hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others also thought it was a great idea, so they naturally began to act according to this plan. But at this moment, the clan's messenger hesitated again. Everyone, the explosive elder's strength is very high. Although we have many people here, we still cannot match the explosive elder. No. At this moment, Feng Jian smiled and waved his hand at him. In the past, we were indeed not a match for the explosive elder. But now we can easily kill him. Oh, do you have a good plan? Upon hearing Feng Jian's words, the clan's messenger immediately became interested. It's simple. The explosive elder, because he previously didn't know we were still alive, has become arrogant and let everyone know that he has killed us resistance fighters. But now that I am alive, all his previous achievements will be wiped clean, and this is something the explosive elder cannot accept. Moreover, from my brief contact with the explosive elder, I found that he is very proud and values his reputation even more than his own life. Therefore, as long as we attack him, the explosive elder will definitely not dare to lead his army to attack us. He will only dare to fight us on a small scale because he doesn't want the Otsutsuki clan to find out that he failed to kill us. At that time, he will be bound and unable to attack, while we can attack without defense, making it easy to defeat him. Not bad, not bad. This plan is indeed feasible. The clan's messenger nodded after hearing this. Then Feng Jian and Otsutsuki Kagaya prepared to attack the explosive elder again. But what Feng Jian and the others didn't expect was that the explosive elder had actually found them first. The explosive elder wanted to kill Feng Jian and the others immediately to cover up the news of his previous failure in the search. So before Feng Jian and the others could act, the explosive elder directly charged at them. At this moment, Feng Jian, seeing this, laughed instead of getting angry and led the Otsutsuki Kagaya's group to fight the explosive elder. This caught the explosive elder completely off guard. He knew that Feng Jian and the others were not his opponents at all, yet they dared to attack him. The explosive elder immediately used all his skills to engage in a fierce battle with Feng Jian's group. However, what the explosive elder didn't expect was that Feng Jian and the others already knew his weakness. Therefore, they continued to amplify their attack momentum, trying to attract the attention of others. Seeing this, the explosive elder immediately scolded Feng Jian and the others, "You bastards, making such a loud noise so late. Don't you know that others are sleeping now? What if you wake them up? They have to go work tomorrow. Shut up." Smack, smack, smack. Before the explosive elder could finish speaking, Feng Jian immediately slapped him 3 times. This made the explosive elder even angrier. After all, he had never been slapped in his life. But before the explosive elder could get angry, the messenger of the Otsutsuki clan kicked him 3 times, sending him face first into the ground. Logically speaking, with the explosive elder's abilities, he could easily kill Feng Jian and the others. But unfortunately, the explosive elder didn't dare to unleash his full strength because his attacks were wide and open. Once he used his full power, everyone would notice his battle with Feng Jian. This was something the explosive elder could never accept. Now, the explosive elder had no choice but to endure the storm-like attacks from Feng Jian and others while desperately thinking about how to kill them while hiding their news. At that moment, the explosive elder actually came up with a plan. He decided to use a self-harming tactic to kill Feng Jian and the others. So at this moment, the explosive elder, with a full face of smiles, said to Feng Jian and the others, "I say, heroes, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Let's not attack so wildly anymore. How about this, to make up for my mistake? I can immediately join forces with you to attack the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. What do you think?" Hee. Upon hearing the explosive elder's words, Feng Jian and the others knew his intention. After all, the explosive elder had used this tactic before, which nearly caused their complete annihilation. Now seeing him still dare to use this tactic to deceive them, Feng Jian and the others couldn't help but laugh coldly. They immediately scolded the explosive elder. The explosive elder was utterly unprepared for Feng Jian and the others to be so smart that they didn't fall for his trick after so many years. Therefore, the explosive elder came up with a divide and conquer strategy and said to the clan's messenger, I say you were clearly a favored member of the Otsutsuki clan, but now you have betrayed our Otsutsuki clan for this kid Fonjian. Have you forgotten? With your strength, it is impossible for you to be a match for the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, you're just seeking your own death now. I suggest you quickly kill Kazama and the others. That way, I can plead for you with the Otsutsuki clan and prevent you from being killed by them. What do you think? Hee. At this moment, the clan's messenger immediately sneered at the fiery elder. I said, Fiery elder, you are truly going to great lengths to defeat us. You dare to use such a scheme against me. You should know that although Kazama and I have only known each other for a short time, we have a common goal, which is to take action against your Otsutsuki clan. Because your Otsutsuki clan has gone too far, so no matter what schemes you use now, we will not be afraid of you. What? At this moment, the fiery elder never expected that his counter scheme would fail as well. This immediately made him extremely angry and helpless. Then, the fiery elder thought, I absolutely cannot be defeated by Kazama and the others. Because the fiery elder knew that Kazama and the others were very annoyed with him. If he were defeated, he would be doomed. Therefore, the fiery elder no longer cared whether others would discover that Kazama and the others were still alive. In short, he wanted to unleash all his power to kill Kazama and the others. However, what he did not expect was that just as he was preparing to attack with all his might, something sudden happened. At this moment, Kazama and the others had already seen through his scheme. They simultaneously unleashed their full strength and attacked his vital points. In a moment of confrontation, they severely injured the fiery elder. At this point, even if the fiery elder wanted to attack with all his strength, it was impossible. Just as the clan's messenger was preparing to kill the fiery elder to avenge his humiliation, Kazama immediately blocked him. Chapter 204. Playing with the Otsutsuki clan elder, I said, Kazama, what do you mean by this? At this moment, the clan's messenger saw that Kazama actually blocked him from killing the fiery elder. This immediately made the clan's messenger very angry. After all, it was this fiery elder who had locked him in that dungeon and had beaten and scolded him, leaving him exhausted both physically and mentally. But just as he was about to take revenge on his enemy, Kazama actually stopped him. How could the clan's messenger not be angry? At this moment, Kazama saw that the clan's messenger wanted to get angry at him and quickly smiled and waved his hand. I said, clan's messenger, you don't need to be so angry. Just listen to me. At this moment, Kazama hurriedly began to persuade the clan's messenger. I know that this fiery elder makes you very angry right now, but you should also understand that this fiery elder still has some use for us. If you kill him now, it will be a loss for us. Oh, this fiery elder is just a piece of trash now. What use do you have for us? At this time, upon hearing Kazama's words, the clan's messenger became interested. After all, he also wanted to know what use this fiery elder, who was already on the verge of death, could still have. To be honest, at this moment, Kazama had already regarded the clan's messenger as his partner, so he did not hide his ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage. Therefore, he immediately performed in front of the clan's messenger. As Kazama forced the barely breathing fiery elder to throw out garbage, he began to extract abilities from the garbage. When the clan's messenger saw Kazama actually extracting all the abilities of the fiery elder, he was immediately shocked. Cold sweat broke out, and his whole body trembled. Then, with a face full of surprise, he asked Kazama. I said, little brother Kazama, how did you master this ability? Can you teach it to me? Well, to be honest, this is the first time Kazama has heard such a request. Therefore, Kazama awkwardly scratched his head. I'm very sorry, but I cannot teach you this ability. This is not Kazama lying. It is just that Kazama truly cannot teach this ability to others. After all, Kazama's ability comes from the system, and this system is his trump card. How could Kazama possibly give his trump card to someone else? This has nothing to do with whether Kazama is stingy or not. After all, everyone has their own secrets. At this moment, the clan's messenger saw that Kazama was unwilling to share this ability with him, which immediately made him very angry. It is important to know that although the clan's messenger and Kazama had the same goal of wanting to overthrow the Otsutsuki clan's rule, the clan's messenger was inherently very jealous of talented people. Moreover, he was also very petty. So now that he saw Kazama unwilling to share this ability with him, the clan's messenger immediately wanted to explode in anger. However, then the clan's messenger thought secretly, previously, Kazama was not my opponent, and I could freely vent my anger on him. But now that Kazama has extracted the fiery elder's abilities, he is already more powerful than me. If I get angry at Kazama now, the result will definitely be that Kazama will crush me to pieces, and with Kazama having Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and others as helpers, I am even less of a match for him. Thinking of this, the clan's messenger immediately devised a poisonous scheme. That is to prepare to use the Otsutsuki clan's hands to crush Kazama. Although this clan's messenger had previously fought alongside Kazama as good brothers, it is said that brothers can only share hardships, not the joys of life. When in trouble, they say nothing. But now that he saw Kazama gain such a powerful benefit from the Fiery Elder, he got nothing at all, not even a hair. How could the clan's messenger be willing? Therefore, the clan's messenger naturally felt very angry with Kazama. But Kazama has always been a very upright and kind person. He did not have that many suspicions. Therefore, he did not see through the clan's messenger scheme. Then Kazama sincerely asked the clan's messenger, "Now, how should we deal with the remaining 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan?" Hearing Kazama actively asking him, the clan's messenger was overjoyed. He immediately smiled at Kazama and said, "Now that your ability is already on par with the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, if you can gradually consume them and fight them one-on-one, you can definitely kill them all." "Oh, if that's the case, then let us take action against one of the elders now?" "Sure, no problem. I know where these elders live. I will take you there right now." At this moment, as the clan's messenger spoke, he immediately led Kazama and the others to deal with the Otsutsuki clan elders. However, secretly, he was sneering at Kazama. "Kazama, you little brat. Since you didn't want to share your garbage picking skill with me before, then now I will use the Otsutsuki clan's hands to crush you. Let us see how you will act cool and be arrogant in the future." At this moment, the clan's messenger thought this while immediately leading Kazama and the others to a place. But this place is not the residence of a certain Otsutsuki elder. Instead, it is where the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan hold their meetings. Since this clan envoy was previously a subordinate of the Otsutsuki clan, he knew that the 10 elders would hold regular meetings at a fixed time every day. Therefore, he planned to lure Kazama here and then use the hands of the 10 elders to kill him. At this moment, Kazama was still unaware of this envoy's plot and had no suspicions, so he immediately followed him to this place. Just then, the envoy received news of the explosive elder's death. After all, these elders have an unspoken connection, and they can sense when someone dies. Consequently, the 10 elders quickly gathered here to see which bastard dared to attack their explosive elder. At this time, Kazama followed the clan envoy and arrived at the scene. Since the 10 elders had previously defeated Kazama once, they naturally recognized him as the leader of the rebels. Therefore, upon seeing Kazama's appearance, they immediately flew into a rage. Kazama, on the other hand, did not expect to encounter the 10 elders here. He initially thought that the clan envoy had brought him to one of the elders' residences. But now he found himself in the gathering place of the 10 elders. This left Kazama utterly confused. Shocked, he began to flee while saying to the clan envoy beside him, "What is going on? Did you get the place wrong? Haha, don't try to act cool in front of me. I'm a dignified clan envoy. How could I possibly get the place wrong? I tell you, today I will have you torn to pieces and your bones crushed by the hands of the 10 elders." As soon as the envoy finished speaking, he charged at Kazama. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Kazama was completely unprepared. He never expected that the envoy, who had fought alongside him earlier, would now turn against him. This filled Kazama with deep sorrow. After all, he was a person who valued emotions and loyalty. He had gone through great pains to rescue this envoy from the explosive elder, yet now this envoy was attacking him. How could Kazama not feel heartbroken? At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were still unaware that the explosive elder had been killed by Kazama. They only saw the envoy and Kazama, who were clearly allies, now turning against each other. This piqued the interest of the 10 elders, so they stood by and watched the show. The envoy had originally thought that as long as he lured Kazama here, the 10 elders would surely kill him. However, he did not expect that the 10 elders would not intervene, but instead stand by and watch the spectacle. This infuriated the envoy. After all, he knew that with Kazama's current strength, he could easily kill him. If he did not rely on the capabilities of the 10 elders, he would be doomed. Thus, the envoy hurriedly shouted at the 10 elders, "What are you 10 old fools waiting for? Don't you know that Kazama is the culprit who killed the explosive elder? What? How dare you insult us?" At this time, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan did not know that Kazama was the murderer of the explosive elder, which is why they had not acted. But upon hearing that Kazama was the culprit, they were immediately furious. Then they heard the previously subservient envoy now daring to insult them as old fools, which only fueled their anger further. The 10 elders immediately rushed at the envoy, cursing in anger. This frightened the envoy into a cold sweat. After all, if he couldn't even handle Kazama, how could he possibly stand against the 10 elders? Thus, The envoy hurriedly tried to defend against the 10 elders' attacks while pleading with them, "I apologize, esteemed elders. I didn't mean to insult you," but before he could finish, one of the 10 elders struck him down to the ground with a palm. Following that, another kicked him to the ground. Although this palm and kick seemed ordinary, they contained immense power, causing the envoy to bleed from all 7 orifices and be on the verge of death. At this moment, Kazama saw that the envoy had received the punishment he deserved, so he no longer paid him any attention and continued to flee into the distance. This was not because Kazama was cowardly. Rather, he was self-aware. He knew that he might defeat one of the elders with his strength alone, but it was impossible to deal with all 10. Moreover, he had allies like Otsutsuki Kagaya by his side. He could risk his own life without concern, but if he implicated Kagaya and the others, he would no longer be worthy of being their leader. Therefore, Kazama had to leave. At this time, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan saw Kazama fleeing and immediately sneered. After all, no one had ever escaped from their hands. Unfortunately, they forgot that Kazama had already escaped from them once before. Now, escaping again was like a walk in the park for him. Kazama once again teamed up with Otsutsuki Kagaya, and together they used space-time ninjutsu. With Kazama's powerful abilities, they quickly managed to escape again. This infuriated the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, who began to attack the surrounding space furiously. Unfortunately, the space was vast, and they had no idea where Kazama had escaped to, making their attacks futile. In the end, they vented their anger on the fallen envoy. After all, it was the envoy who had teamed up with Kazama earlier, leading to the explosive elder's tragic death. Since they could not find Kazama to vent their anger on, they naturally turned to the envoy. At this moment, the envoy had hoped that his near-death state might invoke some compassion from the 10 elders to spare his life. However, he did not expect that each of the 10 elders was a bloodthirsty individual. How could they possibly have any compassion? If they had compassion, they wouldn't have turned this Otsutsuki planet into a hell on earth. Thus, before the envoy could beg for mercy, they immediately captured him and severed his hands and feet, cutting through his tendons. The pain caused the envoy to wail in agony. At this moment, the envoy deeply regretted his earlier decision to turn against Kazama. Otherwise, he might have successfully escaped by now. The family messenger immediately began to plead incessantly with the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, at that moment, the 10 elders were already extremely angry. Therefore, even though the family messenger pleaded desperately, they would absolutely not let him go. Meanwhile, Kazama, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the others had already fled far away. Although Kazama had escaped, he was very angry inside. This was because Kazama hated betrayal the most. Moreover, he had never done anything to wrong this family messenger before. Yet now this family messenger had done something so despicable to him. How could Kazama not be angry? At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had fought alongside Kazama for many years, understood his feelings very well. Seeing Kazama's expression, she immediately understood what he was thinking. Thus, she said to Kazama, "Kazama, you shouldn't be so angry. Actually, you should blame yourself." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kazama was immediately confused. After all, it was the family messenger who had wronged him. But why was Otsutsuki Kagaya saying he was at fault? It's simple. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. Everyone knows you have the ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage, but you must understand that aside from me, the others are under your genjutsu and are very loyal to you. So even if they wanted to betray you, it would be impossible. However, the family messenger is different. He has only known you for a few days. Although you fought side by side before, I can see that this family messenger is someone who only takes advantage and never suffers losses. Otherwise, if you had brought him out before, he wouldn't have bitten you back. Therefore, now that you have revealed your unique and powerful ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage in front of him, how could the family messenger not want it? But you rejected him, so naturally, he wants to use the hands of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan to kill you. I see. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Kazama realized that he had been too kind-hearted and too trusting of others. Therefore, Kazama was extremely angry at this moment. He then said furiously, "Fine, since that's the case, I am willing to admit my mistake. I will never reveal my ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage to anyone again. But before that, I will tear this family messenger to pieces." Although Kazama was very kind, he also knew how to distinguish between people and situations. In other words, if others were kind to him, he would be kind to them in return. But if someone pretended to be superior in front of him, Kazama would definitely not spare that person. Thus, Kazama immediately led Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others towards the meeting place of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama had previously been too afraid to fight against the 10 elders, but now he was going to take the initiative to attack them. This left Otsutsuki Kagaya very puzzled. So she immediately asked Kazama, "Kazama, you must not let your anger cloud your judgment. You should know that although you might have a chance of winning against one of the Otsutsuki elders, and we are here to help you, if you fight against the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan together, you will definitely not be their opponent. Moreover, our strengths are not even 1/10,000th of yours. We can't help at all. Haha, Kagaya, you underestimate me too much. You must know that in war, one must be cunning. The 10 elders know I just escaped, so they will never believe I would find them again. Although I may not defeat them this time, I can make them fearful, and I can take the opportunity to rescue the family messenger they captured and personally kill him. Not bad. Although your plan is very bold, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since that is the case, let's accompany you on this venture. All right, thank you." At this moment, Kazama swiftly rushed towards the headquarters of the 10 elders. The 10 elders, just as Kazama had anticipated, had not thought that he would return. Therefore, they were only attacking the family messenger incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards them. This immediately shocked the 10 elders. Normally, no one dared to confront them. But now, first Kazama attacked them, and now a mysterious beam of light was attacking them as well. This naturally left them extremely shocked and surprised. Thus, while blocking the attack, the 10 elders secretly cursed, "What is going on this planet? Why are so many people resisting us? Yeah, have these people all eaten bear hearts and leopard guts?" But just as the 10 elders were utterly perplexed, Kazama had already arrived again. At this moment, when the 10 elders saw that the attacker was actually Kazama, they were enraged. They had never expected that Kazama, who had clearly been their defeated foe before, would dare to attack them now. This completely overturned their perception. However, regardless of whether their perception was overturned or not, Kazama's attack had already become a reality. At this moment, the 10 elders were only a little startled at first. Then they burst into wild laughter and immediately charged at Kazama. However, when they struck Kazama's body, he transformed into smoke and disappeared. It turned out that Kazama had used the ShadowClone technique. This instantly made the 10 elders furious. But just as they were preparing to search for Kazama's real body, he had completely vanished. Meanwhile, the family messenger they had imprisoned also disappeared. At this moment, the 10 elders were almost driven to madness with rage. After all, they were like gods on this Otsutsuki planet, but now they were being toyed with by Kazama. At this time, the family messenger, who was barely clinging to life, thought he would soon meet his end. But seeing that Kazama had saved him again filled him with joy. However, he still did not know that Kazama intended to personally kill him. He thought Kazama was very sentimental. Thus, he happily said to Kazama, "Kazama, little brother, thank you for saving me again. It was wrong of me not to trust you before, and I will definitely fight alongside you from now on." At this moment, although the family messenger superficially admitted his mistake, he secretly despised Kazama and even cursed him for being too kind. He was also preparing to find another way to kill Kazama in order to seize his ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage. However, this family messenger's plan would not succeed this time, as Kazama did not give him the opportunity and directly kicked him to the ground. Chapter 205. The Evil 10 Tails Reappear. At this moment, the family messenger saw Kazama kick him to the ground. He also understood that Kazama could no longer trust him at all. This immediately made the envoy of the clan very angry. However, even if he was furious now, he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, he was currently at a disadvantage, while Kazama had the upper hand. Therefore, he could only show a hint of impatience. Kazama might make it so that he could neither live nor die. At this moment, the envoy hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy from Kazama again. Although this envoy used to hold a high position, he was very open-minded. He knew that it was better to live poorly than to die well. Although his status was lower than Kazama's, his abilities were no match for Kazama's. So he had to keep begging for mercy to save his life. At this time, although Kazama was very kind, he also knew that one learns from experience. Since this envoy had previously tried to kill him, Kazama naturally could not spare his life now. Therefore, Kazama waved his hand and lifted the envoy into the air. Then he coldly said, "Let me tell you, I, Kazama, once regarded you as my good brother, but you dared to sneak attack me. I have always repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Since you have no shame now, I can only tear you to pieces and turn you to ashes. Just as Kazama was about to kill the envoy, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly stopped him and whispered to Kazama. After hearing this, Kazama immediately turned his eyes and then knocked the envoy unconscious. He then looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and asked, "Is what you said true?" Of course. It turned out that Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted Kazama to spare the envoy's life not out of kindness, but because she wanted to use this envoy to infiltrate the inner circle of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan and then dismantle them one by one. After all, Kazama had already confronted the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan head-on. If he wanted to infiltrate secretly, it would be impossible. That's why Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to use this envoy as bait. At this moment, Kazama couldn't help but smile helplessly. I say, Kagaya, I can understand your plan. But you have to realize that this envoy has already been knocked down by the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, and they no longer trust him. How can we use him to dismantle them? It's simple, Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a smile. Although the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan are very angry at the envoy, I used to be part of the clan, so I understand their personalities very well. Compared to you, they hate this envoy even more. So if you can control this envoy with the divine technique of the 6 paths, and then let him execute a series of tricks against the 10 elders, making it seem like he is willing to unite with them to kill you, but in reality, he will lead them into your ambush one by one. This way we can gradually consume them, and only then can we complete the plan to eliminate the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Oh, what you said does make some sense. At this moment, Kazama also realized that compared to this envoy, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan indeed hated him very much. After all, Kazama was the leader of the rebels, while this envoy was just a minor character, at best a helper, with neither Kazama's current strength nor his prestige. Therefore, Kazama thought from their perspective. If he were one of the 10 elders, he would definitely want to strike first against Kazama. After all, Kazama represented the will of the rebels. As long as this will did not dissipate, the rebellion against the Otsutsuki clan would never disappear. Kazama then immediately used the 6 paths divine technique on the unconscious envoy. It should be known that Kazama's 6 paths divine technique had increased in power according to his own abilities. This meant that the stronger Kazama became, the more people he could control. At this moment, the envoy had never expected that he had originally wanted to execute a plan against Kazama and unite with the 10 elders to kill him. But now he was controlled by Kazama instead. However, even if the envoy thought of this, he could not resist it now. After all, he was under the influence of the 6 paths divine technique. Those who were affected by this technique, unless there were unexpected circumstances, would be unable to resist for a lifetime. At this time, Kazama immediately issued an order to the totally submissive envoy. Now you immediately go to the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan and explain the situation to them, saying that you are willing to unite with them to kill me, and then lead the weakest one among the 10 elders into my ambush. Okay, no problem. At this moment, after being affected by Kazama's divine technique, the envoy was completely obedient to Kazama's orders. Not to mention that Kazama asked him to lure the 10 elders. Even if Kazama asked him to eat shit, the envoy would go without hesitation. At this time, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were still unaware that Kazama was preparing a counterattack. They were still angrily searching for Kazama's whereabouts. Shortly after, the envoy appeared before them. This immediately made the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan furious, jumping up and down in rage. After all, they were very angry at this envoy. They immediately wanted to kill him. But at this moment, the envoy, following Kazama's plan, said to the 10 elders, I say, elders, please don't act against me yet. Let me explain slowly, and then you can decide whether to kill me. Is that okay? Oh, what plan do you have? Hurry up and tell us. At this moment, although the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were very angry at the envoy, they also knew that since this envoy had been rescued by Kazama, and now came to them alone, he must have grasped some flaw of Kazama. Therefore, the 10 elders were very eager to quickly kill Kazama. They naturally began to inquire about the envoy's plan. It's simple. My plan is to unite with you and then kill Kazama. Nonsense. Weren't you doing that before? But unfortunately, it was seen through by Kazama. Yes, I indeed did that before, but now I have a new plan. At this moment, the envoy once again smiled broadly at the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. The reason why Kazama saved me earlier is that he still wants to ally with me. You don't understand Kazama. Although he's exceptionally powerful, he is very kind-hearted and somewhat naive. So I took advantage of his trust in me to explain that I would lead one of you to him, and then we would join forces to kill you. However, the truth is that we would join forces to kill Kazama. This is a chain scheme, a counter scheme. In short, no matter what kind of strategy this is, it is particularly brilliant. Therefore, as long as you send one person with me to Kazama's hiding place now, we can take the opportunity to kill him. Yes, very good. At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were not particularly foolish. However, they were very angry with Kazama and wanted to kill him. Moreover, they did not know that the clan messenger had already fallen under Kazama's spell. Furthermore, they did not believe that Kazama's strength could rival theirs. Thus, they sent one person to follow the clan messenger. They believed they had the capability to crush Kazama into pieces. At this moment, one of the elders of the Otsutsuki clan immediately followed the clan messenger to Kazama's hiding place to kill him. But in fact, this hiding place was Kazama's ambush location. When the Otsutsuki elder arrived, he immediately asked the clan messenger, "Where is that little brat Kazama now?" "I'm right here." Kazama roared angrily and charged at the person. However, his companions, including Otsutsuki Kagaya and others, remained hidden nearby. Kazama knew that both he and the Otsutsuki elder were very powerful, while Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others were relatively weaker. As the saying goes, when gods fight, the common people suffer. Therefore, Kazama did not want Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others to be hurt for no reason. At this time, although the clan messenger was not as strong as Kazama, he was still much stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others. So he immediately helped Kazama to attack the Otsutsuki elder. The Otsutsuki elder originally thought that the clan messenger would assist him, but he did not expect to be set up by the clan messenger. This instantly made him furious. Jumping up in rage, he then pointed his finger at the clan messenger and began to curse, "You little bastard! How dare you betray me?" Unfortunately, despite his anger, the Otsutsuki elder had to leave quickly, because once he fought Kazama, he realized that Kazama's strength was not weaker than his own. This shocked him greatly. He then discovered that Kazama's techniques were almost identical to those of the explosive elder. This naturally shocked him even more, as he did not know that Kazama had absorbed all the abilities of the explosive elder. Thus, the Otsutsuki elder immediately shouted in shock at Kazama, "You little bastard, tell me, how did you gain the explosive elder's abilities? You must be tired of living." Kazama hated being cursed at more than anything. Therefore, upon seeing that the Otsutsuki elder dared to insult him, he immediately became furious and charged at him with all his might. Since Kazama and this person were of equal strength, they should have fought evenly. However, with the clan messenger's help, the Otsutsuki elder quickly began to lose. At this moment, the Otsutsuki elder realized that if this continued, he would indeed be killed by Kazama and the clan messenger together. This was something he absolutely could not accept. After all, the Otsutsuki elder had always considered himself to be very powerful. Therefore, he immediately prepared to flee. But unfortunately, since Kazama had already led him here and had the intention to kill him, how could he let him leave? Kazama charged at him again. At this point, the Otsutsuki elder did not know that the clan messenger had been affected by Kazama's spell, so he knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to get the clan messenger to help him. Thus, the Otsutsuki elder hurriedly shouted at the clan messenger, who was also pursuing him relentlessly, "You little bastard! Earlier, you were clearly my subordinate, and now you dare to help Kazama. I'm giving you one last chance. Help me deal with this. If you do, I might spare your life and not pursue the matter, and I might even take you as my disciple. But if you continue to side with Kazama, you will have no good end." Unfortunately, the clan messenger, having fallen under Kazama's 6 paths of distortion, could not submit to the Otsutsuki elder. At this moment, when the Otsutsuki elder saw that the clan messenger ignored his ultimatum, he was filled with disbelief. After all, the Otsutsuki elder knew very well that the clan messenger was usually a coward who feared for his life. Logically, he should not be so stubborn as to refuse to join forces with him. Therefore, the Otsutsuki elder hurriedly used his perception to look at the clan messenger to see if there was something wrong with him. Upon looking, he was startled, because the Otsutsuki elder realized that the clan messengers will have been altered by Kazama. This left him both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that he never expected Kazama to have such power. Yet he was delighted because the Otsutsuki elder also had the ability to change others' will. It should be noted that previously, Otsutsuki Kagaya had abilities identical to his, so he could not change Kazama's will. But now he had the capability to alter the clan messenger's will. Thus, while continuing to flee, the Otsutsuki elder quietly began to change the clan messenger's will. The reason he wanted to do this quietly was to prevent Kazama from noticing and to use the clan messenger as his trump card to launch a surprise attack on Kazama. At this time, just as the Otsutsuki elder had anticipated, because Kazama was continuously chasing him and believed that his 6 paths of distortion could not be broken or altered, he did not think much of it and did not suspect betrayal. As soon as the Otsutsuki elder modified the clan messenger's will, the clan messenger took the opportunity, while Kazama was not paying attention, to charge at Kazama. This greatly surprised Kazama, since he had not prepared for it at all. He was knocked to the ground in an instant. This left Kazama in shock. At this point, Kazama was already seriously injured, and the Otsutsuki elder burst into laughter and left. At this moment, the Otsutsuki clan's envoy immediately followed the Otsutsuki clan elder and left the area. At this time, Kazama was extremely furious. However, Kazama also understood that being angry was of no use. After all, the clan's envoy had already been controlled, and the exposure of his plan had become a fact. Therefore, Kazama knew that the urgent matter was to lead Kaguya, Otsutsuki, and others to leave immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan would personally arrive. By then, he might truly face death. When the Otsutsuki clan elder brought the envoy back to the dwelling of himself and the other 9 elders, the other elders, unaware of the situation, immediately questioned this elder. Upon inquiry, the 9 elders understood Kazama's scheme, which instantly infuriated them. At that moment, the other 9 elders immediately wanted to kill the clan's envoy. However, the Otsutsuki clan elder stopped them. Listen, everyone, there is no need to attack the clan's envoy now. You must know that the reason this envoy betrayed us was that his will was controlled by Kazama. Although I don't know where this little brat Kazama learned such powerful illusion control, I have now reprogrammed and controlled the clan's envoy. He is now one of us. As Kazama's whereabouts are unpredictable, we must investigate from this envoy where Kazama might be, what abilities he has, and how we can defeat him instantly. Alright, no problem. At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan immediately began questioning the clan's envoy. Since the envoy had fought alongside Kazama earlier, he knew that Kazama had an incomplete evil 10 tails within him. This evil 10 tails did not genuinely submit to Kazama, but was forcibly suppressed by him. Therefore, the envoy revealed his plan to detonate the evil 10 tails within Kazama, allowing it to attack Kazama from within, while the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan would attack from the outside, creating a dual assault that would completely kill Kazama. Not bad, not bad. This plan is indeed brilliant. Upon hearing this, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan laughed heartily. Then, using their unique abilities, they began to communicate with the sealed, evil 10 tails within Kazama. At this moment, Kazama was unaware that this flaw had already been discovered by the clan's envoy. He and Kaguya Otsutsuki were still looking for a place to hide. Suddenly, Kazama felt that the seal within him had loosened. This surprised him. However, since Kazama did not know that this was the doing of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, he prepared to reseal the evil 10 tails. Unfortunately, at this moment, the control of the Otsutsuki clan elder was too strong. Before Kazama could act, the seal within him completely shattered. At this time, the evil 10 tails had absorbed all the abilities Kazama had gained, making its power nearly identical to Kazama's, even stronger in many aspects. As soon as the evil 10 tails emerged, it let out a wild laugh and charged at Kazama. This shocked Kazama once again. He jumped back, realizing that his previous seal had been exceptionally strong, and logically, the evil 10 tails should not have been able to escape. But now that the evil 10 tails had emerged, it was a reality. Kazama could only join forces with Kaguya and others to reseal it. Unfortunately, this evil 10 tails was no longer the naive creature it once was. It was now controlled by the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. The evil 10 tails began to maneuver around Kazama while reporting his exact location to the 10 elders, who immediately rushed towards Kazama. At this moment, Kazama, using his super perception, sensed that the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had found his position. Kazama wasn't foolish, so he quickly deduced that this was a deliberate act by the evil 10 tails. Therefore, Kazama had no choice but to flee once again. However, without the support of the 10 tails chakra, his chakra was depleting rapidly. Nevertheless, Kazama thought that with his current strength, it should not be a problem to escape temporarily. Unfortunately, Kazama overestimated himself and underestimated the determination of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan to kill him. Thus, Kazama had barely fled 100 miles when the 10 elders had already blocked his path. Before Kazama could react, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan immediately launched a frenzied attack on him. Chapter 206, Fusion with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Witnessing this scene, Kazama was shocked. He knew that with his current power, he could perhaps deal with a single elder of the Otsutsuki clan, but it was impossible to confront all 10 elders. Therefore, Kazama immediately used all his abilities to desperately escape. Unfortunately, since the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were determined to crush him to dust. They would not allow him to escape. Within moments, they had blocked Kazama and were forcing him to retreat repeatedly. At this time, although Kazama possessed powerful medical ninjutsu, this technique relied on his chakra. With the current amount of chakra he had left, he could not use such advanced medical techniques multiple times. Thus, after several exchanges, Kazama was left on the brink of death from the relentless attacks of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Just when Kazama thought he would meet his end, the 10 elders did not kill him immediately. Instead, they took him away and imprisoned him in their dungeon. This took Kazama by surprise. The reason the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan did this was that they were extremely furious with Kazama. They felt that killing him outright would be too easy, so they wanted to torture him to death instead. At this moment, Kazama understood the true intentions of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Although he was very angry, this also provided him with an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, not only Kazama was captured, but Kagaya Otsutsuki and others were also taken. Seeing his companions, Kazama thought that even if he couldn't escape, he had to let Kagaya and the others get away. After all, Kazama was very loyal and righteous. However, at this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan clearly realized Kazama's cunning plan. So, without waiting for Kazama to think of strategy, one of the 10 elders sneered at him. "Little brat, don't think that because we haven't killed you immediately, you have a chance to live. I tell you, that is absolutely impossible." Another elder of the Otsutsuki clan also began to scold Kazama angrily. The Otsutsuki clan's 10 elders used to be untouchable, but ever since he showed up, "You've been provoking us time and again. You say that you were enemies with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Fine, you can kill him. But you're not satisfied. You've already killed Otsutsuki Ishiki, yet you still want to lay hands on the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. I'm telling you, that is absolutely impossible. Right now, we have you locked up here to torture you to the point of wishing for death, leaving you without a response from heaven or earth." As the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan spoke, they moved toward Otsutsuki Kagaya, leering at her with lewd expressions. Wind Interval, seeing this, immediately felt a sense of dread. He knew that with Otsutsuki Kagaya's beauty, even among the entire Otsutsuki planet, she stood out. The 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were clearly lustful beings, and now they were definitely planning something inappropriate for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just thinking about it made Wind Interval break out in a cold sweat. He was a man of iron will, unafraid of being torn apart, but seeing the elders wanting to violate his companion, how could he not be angry? Therefore, Wind Interval shouted furiously at the 10 elders, "You bastards! I'll tell you, if you have the guts, fight me in 1,000 rounds right now. Don't lay a finger on Otsutsuki Kagaya." The 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, seeing Wind Interval act like he was fearless even when facing death, couldn't he help but laugh again. "Let me tell you, Wind Interval, we could easily kill you. But we haven't done it yet, because we want to make you wish for death. The best way to do that is to target Otsutsuki Kagaya and show you how we torment her. Haha." While saying this, the 10 elders immediately lined up, preparing to execute a 10-man assault on Otsutsuki Kagaya. At that moment, Wind Interval's face turned red with anxiety. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya unexpectedly smiled at Wind Interval. "Wind Interval, you've saved my life multiple times, and now you find yourself in this predicament. You should blame me. If I had let you return to Earth sooner, you wouldn't have ended up like this." "Kagaya, don't say that anymore. We're good teammates who fought side by side. Even if you don't say it, I will help you eliminate the Otsutsuki clan." "All right, that is all I need to hear." Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled faintly. Before Wind Interval could react, she immediately transformed into her true form, the 10 Tails. Otsutsuki Kagaya was originally the 10 Tails, which was completely different from the evil 10 Tails inside Wind Interval. The 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan hadn't understood what was happening when Otsutsuki Kagaya slipped into Wind Interval's body. Wind Interval's chakra was restored. But because Otsutsuki Kagaya had given all her chakra to him, she fell into a coma again. At that moment, using her last bit of strength, Otsutsuki Kagaya told Wind Interval to kill all the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kagaya was willing to help him with her life, Wind Interval was deeply moved. With a roar, he broke through the cage and charged at the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. The elders never expected that even though Wind Interval was on the brink of death, he could still mount a counterattack. This was something they couldn't accept. So, the 10 elders once again unleashed their full abilities, ready to strike Wind Interval down. However, They hadn't anticipated that after Wind Interval had received Otsutsuki Kagaya as chakra, his power had already surpassed each of them. Although the 10 of them could still gain the upper hand together, Wind Interval did not retreat like before. Instead, he used his experience to attack from all sides and began to engage with the 10 elders. At that moment, the 10 elders realized that they couldn't kill Wind Interval in one go. Just when they were about to unleash their ultimate technique to finish him off, they were surprised to find that Wind Interval had vanished in an instant. This made the 10 elders furious again. Wind Interval, you bastard! Your power is clearly so high now, yet you still run away instead of fighting us to the death? Yeah, you are just a worthless bastard, wasting Otsutsuki Kagaya's trust in you. At that moment, although Wind Interval had pretended to escape, he knew that to completely defeat the 10 elders, he needed to attack them one by one, and couldn't fight 10 at once. If he did, he would definitely die. Thus, Wind Interval used his powerful space technique and, in just a moment, reappeared before one of the elders. This elder was the one Wind Interval had previously fought one-on-one and who had sent the clan's messenger to attack him. Wind Interval was very angry at him because if it weren't for this elder, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation, and Otsutsuki Kagaya wouldn't have had to risk her life to help him. So, in an instant, Wind Interval knocked the Otsutsuki elder to the ground. At that moment, the elder realized that with his current strength, he was no match for Wind Interval. Fearing for his life, he hurried to call for help from the other 9 elders. Unfortunately, Wind Interval had already pulled him into a different space, and there was nothing he could do, no matter how loud he shouted. So, instead of getting help, the Otsutsuki elder fell into a trap and was left crippled by Wind Interval. At that moment, Wind Interval suddenly had a new idea. Since his strength had greatly increased, his 6 paths of deity technique should also be enhanced. If he could control this Otsutsuki elder, wouldn't he also be able to control the other 9 elders one by one? With that thought, Wind Interval immediately used the 6 paths of deity technique on the Otsutsuki elder. Before the elder even realized what was happening, he was completely under Wind Interval's control. The elder became Wind Interval's genuine puppet. Initially, Wind Interval wanted to have the Otsutsuki elder attack the other 9 elders immediately. But he suddenly thought that if he had this elder attack them, they would surely discover that he had controlled one of their own. Although Wind Interval didn't know how they could defend against the deity technique, Kaze thought that if they had known his trump card in advance, his upcoming battle would be very troublesome. Therefore, he immediately instructed the elder to wait in secret. He then planned to use the same trick again, one by one unleashing the 6 paths of reincarnation on these elders. Unfortunately, Kaze, who originally thought his plan could be executed very easily, greatly underestimated the enemy's strength. It should be noted that although the other 9 elders were unaware of the power of Kaze's 6 paths of reincarnation, the family messenger who had previously betrayed Kaze was very familiar with the sealing ability. Moreover, Kaze had already revealed himself at this point. So when the family messenger saw Kaze's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he immediately understood what Kaze was trying to do. He hurriedly told the other elders of the Otsutsuki clan, I say, everyone, you must find a way to prevent Kaze from attacking, because he can control your willpower and turn you into puppets. What? Upon hearing the family messenger's words, the 9 elders of the Otsutsuki clan were shocked. At this moment, the newly revealed Kaze was also taken aback, so he quickly became invisible again and angrily cursed at the family messenger. This little rascal. I originally intended to deal with those 9 elders first and then come for you, but since you are seeking death yourself now, don't blame me. Thinking of this, Kaze immediately changed his strategy. Instead of attacking the 9 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, he decided to attack the family messenger first and kill him. After all, this messenger was well aware of Kaze's abilities. If he allowed the messenger to stay close to those 9 elders, his plan would never succeed. Therefore, Kaze had to eliminate the family messenger first. He then ordered the Otsutsuki clan elders to find a way to lure the family messenger over. Once the family messenger was killed, the other 9 elders could no longer act arrogantly in front of him. The Otsutsuki clan elder immediately followed Kaze's plan and charged towards the family messenger. At that moment, since the family messenger was unaware that the Otsutsuki clan elder had already submitted to Kaze, he was startled to see the elder rushing towards him. Confused, he asked the family messenger, Elder, why are you looking for me instead of Kaze? What do you want to do? Haha, what you don't know, family messenger, is that I have already discovered Kaze's whereabouts. However, I may not be able to defeat him alone, so I want to borrow your strength to tear him to pieces. What? Upon hearing this, the family messenger was taken aback. Although he was extremely angry with Kaze, he knew that with his own abilities, he could not possibly be Kaze's opponent. Therefore, upon hearing the request of the Otsutsuki clan elder, the family messenger immediately shook his head vigorously. I say, Otsutsuki clan elder, you overestimate me. I'm just a small fry. How could I possibly be Kaze's opponent? Asking me to deal with him is no joke. Oh, family messenger, why are you so timid? At this moment, the Otsutsuki clan elder saw that the family messenger was not falling for his trick and continued to persuade him. You know your status is indeed very low right now, but if you and I join forces to kill Kaze, your status will rise significantly. Moreover, if you are willing to help me, I can make you my confidant. At that time, you will no longer be just an ordinary small fry, but my true disciple, a person above all others. Really? Upon hearing this, the family messenger was overjoyed and immediately decided to join forces with the Otsutsuki clan elder to attack Kaze. Now, with the family messenger's greed blinding him, it ultimately led to his demise. When the family messenger followed the Otsutsuki clan elder to a certain location, he still had not reacted to what was happening. The Otsutsuki clan elder immediately launched an attack on him. Kaze then revealed himself and charged towards the family messenger. At this moment, the family messenger finally realized that he had been set up by them. Chapter 207. Defeating Boruto's cowardly son thus, the family messenger hurriedly fled, knowing that he was no match for Kaze. However, the family messenger was not being honest, as he continued to angrily curse at Kaze while fleeing. You bastard Kaze. Since you can't beat me openly, you're resorting to this underhanded trick. I tell you, I will never forgive you. Although the family messenger was not Kaze's opponent, he relied on the support of the other 9 elders, which gave him the courage to curse at Kaze. The reason he was cursing was, on one hand, to vent his anger, and on the other hand, to lure Kaze into the ambush set by the 9 elders. Unfortunately, Kaze, having experienced many battles, would not fall for the tricks of this little rascal. After all, the messenger's tricks were leftovers from Kaze's own strategies. Therefore, Kaze did not wait for the family messenger to escape and directly knocked him to the ground, subsequently killing him. After slaying the family messenger, the 9 elders could no longer know the secret of Kaze's reincarnation god. At this moment, Kaze once again stealthily unleashed the reincarnation god on the other 9 elders. And this time, it went very smoothly. In just a few moments, he had controlled all 9 elders. Now, the most powerful 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had finally become Kaze's puppets. Kaze let out a sigh of relief, as he had finally completed his mission on the Otsutsuki planet. However, at this moment, Kaze did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Although he had saved the entire Otsutsuki planet, subdued the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, and liberated the people here, his close friend Kaguya Otsutsuki had tragically died after sacrificing her chakra. How could Kaze not feel sorrow in his heart? At this time, the 10 elders who had already submitted to Kaze, seeing Kaze's demeanor, immediately inquired with concern, Lord Kaze, what is wrong with you? Kaze knew that the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had completely submitted to him, so he did not hide his thoughts and express them to them. When Kaze finished speaking, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan burst into laughter. Lord Kaze, you are indeed wise all your life, but foolish at times. Oh, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this from the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaze felt puzzled. It's simple. Now that the 10 of us have become your subordinates, we will do our utmost to assist you. That's right. So resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki will be a piece of cake. The 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan then simultaneously performed the rebirth technique, bringing Kaguya Otsutsuki back to life. At this moment, Kaze was overjoyed to see his close friend Kaguya Otsutsuki finally revived. Having subdued the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, Kazama was naturally very happy. At this moment, he realized that the task here was complete and prepared to return to Earth. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya blocked his way. Kazama, now that you have controlled these 10 elders, why not become the ruler of this Otsutsuki planet? Isn't this planet better than your Earth? Kazama smiled and waved his hand in response. To be honest, while this Earth may not be as impressive as your Otsutsuki planet, it's still my home. As the saying goes, better to cherish one's hometown than to covet the gold of foreign lands. Besides, I'm not cut out to be a proper ruler, so I've decided to return to Earth. At this time, the news of Kazama subduing the 10 elders spread rapidly across the entire Otsutsuki planet. The citizens were all shocked, especially since they knew Kazama was a kind person who could provide them with a good life. This made everyone even happier. However, some voices of dissent emerged. These were the rebels who had previously roamed various places resisting the rule of the Otsutsuki clan. Seeing Kazama accomplish what they could not, they naturally want to share the spoils. Their leader immediately approached Kazama. "Hey, young brother Kazama, although you've defeated the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, if you don't want to be the ruler, why not let me take that role?" Kazama was taken aback. He did not expect this stranger to make such an unreasonable request after just one meeting. It struck him as somewhat ridiculous. Since he wasn't particularly familiar with this person, he didn't immediately refuse, but instead asked him to return and prepare by investigating his background. What Kazama did not expect was that the rebel leader was very hot-tempered and liked to be a dictator. He had not rebelled against the Otsutsuki clan out of concern for the people's well-being, but because he wanted to be the leader of the Otsutsuki clan himself. Now that he saw Kazama unwilling to agree to his request, he became furious. Slamming the table, he shouted at Kazama, "Who the hell do you think you are to deny me the role of lord? I tell you, I have thousands of subordinates who could take you down in an instant." Enough. Just as the rebel leader finished speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya knocked him to the ground. Kazama then coldly smiled and said to him, "You really are amusing. The 10 elders are now under my control. What right do you have to claim my spoils? I didn't want to bother with you, but since you dared to insult me with your temperament, you'd probably be worse than the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan if you ruled this planet." With that, Kazama raised his hand and directly turned the rebel leader into nothingness, commanding the rebels behind him to disperse on the spot. Seeing Kazama's overwhelming power, none of the rebels dared to disobey, and they quickly fled. Kazama then instructed the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan to continue governing the planet, but naturally, they would execute policies according to Kazama's directives. Since the 10 elders had submitted to Kazama, they would follow whatever he said. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Kazama was determined to return to Earth and decided to accompany him, as they were the best of partners. They then used their space-time ninjutsu again, and after a few moments, they arrived on Earth. However, Kazama did not expect that the flow of time on the Otsutsuki planet was different from that on Earth. A year on the Otsutsuki planet equated to 10 years on Earth. Since Kazama had spent over a decade on the Otsutsuki planet, several hundred years had passed on Earth. Thus, when Kazama arrived on Earth, he discovered that the ninja world had entered a high-tech era. However, the citizens of the ninja world no longer worship deities, but rather the legendary shadow-level masters of the past. Seeing the rapid changes in the ninja world surprised Kazama. He then thought about how he had repeatedly saved the ninja world. He wondered how many heroes were now worshipping him. With this in mind, Kazama began to inquire about his status in the ninja world. However, he was taken aback to find that while there was a statue of him, it was not one that people revered. Rather, it was one that they despised. The statue was covered in trash, which, although related to his previous profession, was clearly an insult to him. Kazama felt a mix of shock and anger. He had saved the entire ninja world multiple times, yet they showed him such disrespect. Furious, he walked up to his statue and waved his hand, sending all the trash around it crashing to the ground. At that moment, a little girl hurried over and said softly to Kazama, "Big brother, please don't do that. You must know that our ninja world leader has ordered that anyone who dares to clean the trash off this statue will be torn to pieces and their entire family will be implicated." What? Upon hearing the girl's words, Kazama's anger intensified. He was also very curious about who the current leader of the ninja world was, as they seemed to hold a significant grudge against him. Just then, a few bullies approached the little girl, smirking as they scolded her. "Get lost, you little brat. We already told you not to worship that bastard Kazama, and now you still dare? Well, today we follow the leader's orders and will tear you apart, along with your family and friends." As the bullies laughed and advanced on the little girl, she was understandably terrified. Kazama, extremely angry and looking for an outlet for his frustration, stepped in front of the girl. The bullies, not recognizing Kazama and having not seen him for many years, did not realize who he was and failed to see the resemblance between him and the statue. They only thought he looked somewhat familiar and mocked him. "Hey, little brat, are you this girl's boyfriend? Huh, you really are a big shot pulling a small card." Hearing their vile insults, Kazama's anger boiled over, and he unleashed a powerful attack. The few thugs were directly burned to ashes. They couldn't believe until their deaths that someone they considered trash could actually kill them. At this moment, the little girl was also completely taken aback. She never expected that Keisuke's strength would be so high and impressive. This left her stunned. Keisuke knew that this little girl was the only one willing to worship him. Therefore, he immediately asked her, "Little sister, what's going on? Why are others insulting my statue while you are worshiping it?" "What? upon hearing Keisuke's words and seeing that the statue indeed looked exactly like him. The little girl was startled. She quickly pulled Keisuke aside. I heard from the elders of our family that the senior Keisuke is a hero who saved the ninja world. But for some unknown reason, you disappeared, and then Boruto took over the ninja world. Boruto then passed the leadership position to his son, Sanrin. They are both very angry at you, so they specifically built this statue of you. What? This infuriated Keisuke. The reason he spared Boruto's life back then was because of Naruto. But now Boruto actually dared to disrespect him and even let his son Sanrin insult him. This made Keisuke extremely angry. He immediately prepared to find Boruto and Sanrin to tear them apart. Just then, a team of people dressed in Jonin attire approached Keisuke. They clearly noticed the signs of fight and quickly surrounded Keisuke and the little girl, scrutinizing Keisuke up and down. As expected of Jonin, their sharp eyes quickly recognized Keisuke's identity, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. They knew that Keisuke was Sanrin's archenemy. So, while one of them prepared to notify Sanrin, they surrounded Keisuke. Unfortunately, in Keisuke's eyes, these people were nothing but trash. After all, Keisuke was someone who had led the Tsutsuki clan. How could he fear these mere lower ninjas? Therefore, Keisuke cast an illusion technique and took control of all of them. Take me to your leader now. No problem. The group immediately took Keisuke to where the current leader of the ninja world, Sanrin, was located. At this moment, Keisuke was worried that Sanrin might take the opportunity to escape, so he changed his appearance. Sanrin, like his father Boruto, was not only trash but also a lecher. He was currently enjoying himself surrounded by beautiful women while eating and drinking excessively. When he saw his subordinates bringing Keisuke in, he immediately said with an impatient expression, "You idiots, can't you see I'm eating and drinking here? Why are you bringing someone in front of me? Who is this person? I am your grandpa." At this moment, Keisuke shouted angrily. Then, with a single palm strike, he knocked the stunned Sanrin to the ground. It should be noted that Keisuke's taijutsu was learned directly from the Tsutsuki clan. Therefore, with just this one move, he was able to cripple Sanrin, who was close to Kage level strength. When everyone saw Keisuke's appearance, they were immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. They quickly began to bow to Keisuke, saying, "Senior Keisuke, please don't be angry. You see, I have no connection to you. After all, you were already gone when I was born. My father Boruto made me do this. You have grievances, go to Boruto instead of killing me." Sanrin, like Boruto, was a coward. So upon seeing Keisuke, he quickly shifted the blame to his father. However, even if Sanrin didn't say it, Keisuke wouldn't let Boruto go. Chapter 208. Crushing the Shell Organization. Upon hearing Keisuke's words, Sanrin naturally did not dare to resist. After all, Sanrin had already witnessed Keisuke's incredible strength and believed whatever Keisuke said. Sanrin smiled apologetically at Keisuke while leading him to where his father Boruto was. Although Boruto had voluntarily stepped aside, he was still very powerful. After all, Boruto's own qualifications were not bad. After Keisuke left, Boruto used Naruto's trust to imprison some of the powerful ninjas of Konoha and transferred their bloodline limits and special abilities into his own body through secret techniques. This meant that now, the powerful ninjas of Konoha, led by Naruto and Sasuke, had once again become Boruto's nourishment. They were not only imprisoned by Boruto day and night, but were also continuously drained of their chakra. The reason Boruto had not killed them was not out of kindness, but because he wanted them to experience a fate worse than death. At this moment, as Keisuke followed Sanrin to Boruto's stronghold, he asked Sanrin, "Boruto is your father. You should know very well that if you take me to Boruto, I will kill him immediately. Are you really willing to let me kill your father?" Ha ha ha. At this moment, Sanrin laughed heartily upon hearing Keisuke's words. "Oh, Senior Keisuke, please don't say that. Yes, I am indeed Boruto's son. But that bastard Boruto has never cared for me. Now he just uses me as a puppet to control the ninja world. I don't want to deal with him." Keisuke was shocked to learn that the father-son relationship between Sanrin and Boruto was so weak. Although Keisuke knew Boruto was notoriously scummy, seeing the terrible relationship between Boruto and his son still surprised him. Shortly after, Sanrin brought Keisuke into a forest. Then Sanrin, still smiling, said to Keisuke, "If you walk another 50 miles forward, you will see a valley. My father Boruto is training in that valley. As for me, I can't go with you because you know Boruto is a scumbag who won't recognize anyone. If he sees me, he will definitely make me suffer. But you are strong, so he is definitely not your match, so you should go alone." After saying this, Sanrin immediately ran away, sneering in his heart as he escaped. "Keisuke, you bastard. Do you really think I would lead you to my father? That's impossible. Once you enter that valley, you will definitely be blown to pieces by the traps there. At that time, I will be the one credited with your death, haha. Just as Sanrin thought KazamaGains would fall for his trick, he didn't expect a black vortex to appear in front of him. Before Sanrin could react, he found himself back in front of KazamaGains. This immediately frightened Sanrin, causing him to retreat several steps while breaking out in a cold sweat. Before Sanrin could understand what was happening, KazamaGains kicked him to the ground. You bastard, how dare you frame me? At this moment, the coward heard Feng Jian's words and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that his earlier plan, which was supposed to be flawless, would still have a flaw exposed by Feng Jian. It turned out that Feng Jian not only possessed the Rinnegan and Sharingan, but also the Byakugan, which could see very far. Coupled with Feng Jian's extensive battle experience, he naturally spotted the trap ahead in no time. So, Feng Jian immediately grabbed the coward and threw him into the trap ahead. At this point, the coward kept shouting Yamadi, but it was all in vain. He knew that if he triggered the trap here, he would definitely be blown to bits. Therefore, the coward fainted immediately. Seeing this, Feng Jian coldly smiled and pulled the coward back. After all, Feng Jian was not a murderous maniac, so he wouldn't kill the coward. Although the coward was not a good person, he was ultimately just a pawn of Naruto. Therefore, Feng Jian's current goal was to lure out Naruto. At this moment, although the coward was not killed by the trap had already been activated, naturally attracting Naruto's attention from afar. After all, Naruto was training in this area. So, when Naruto saw the trap being triggered outside, he immediately knew that enemies had come. He rushed over here, but he did not expect that the enemy was none other than the Feng Jian he feared the most. Then, upon seeing his son, the coward, fainted next to Feng Jian, he thought his son had been knocked out by Feng Jian. Therefore, Naruto shouted furiously and charged at Feng Jian. Feng Jian, you bastard! I thought you were dead, but here you are alive. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Today, I will crush you to ashes. Despite his fierce words, Naruto knew he might not be Feng Jian's opponent. After all, Feng Jian's strength had been extremely impressive when he left, and now he had re-emerged after hundreds of years of silence. Naruto naturally did not dare to act recklessly. So, while attacking Feng Jian, Naruto secretly used a secret technique to notify his allies. However, at this moment, Feng Jian saw through all of Naruto's actions clearly. Of course, Feng Jian was not afraid at all. With his current strength, he could easily defeat everyone in the ninja world. So, it was not just 1 against 10,000. Even against 100 million, 1 billion, or even 100 million, it would be easy. Thus, in just a few moments, Feng Jian knocked Naruto to the ground without using any ninjutsu, just relying on taijutsu, leaving Naruto battered and bruised. At this time, although Naruto realized Feng Jian was powerful, he had not expected Feng Jian's strength to be this overwhelming. In just a few exchanges, he was already on the brink of death, which greatly exceeded Naruto's expectations. Thus, Naruto, shocked, shouted at Feng Jian, "How is this possible? You bastard! How can your strength be so high?" Hee. Seeing Naruto on the brink of death, still trying to act tough in front of him, Feng Jian couldn't help but sneer. Originally, with Feng Jian's abilities, he could easily control Naruto. However, Feng Jian was extremely angry at this bastard Naruto and had no intention of controlling him. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he turned the cursing Naruto into a cripple. He coldly said to him, "I will only ask you one question. Where have you locked up Naruto, Sasuke, and the others? Tell me immediately, or I will make you wish you were dead." Where did this little brat come from? Daring to be arrogant in front of my brother Naruto. At this moment, with an angry shout, a young man with black hair and black lines on his face appeared. Kawaki. Seeing this person's face, Feng Jian was shocked. The reason for Feng Jian's shock was not the strength of this person, but rather his identity. This Kawaki was the adopted son of the leader of the Kara organization, Jigen, and had a very close relationship with Naruto. However, the Kara organization was founded by Ishiki Tsutsuki, and Feng Jian had already killed Ishiki. Logically, this organization should have disbanded. Yet, Kawaki still maintained such a close relationship with Naruto, indicating that the Kara organization had not disbanded and had likely grown stronger. Therefore, Feng Jian was extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Kawaki had never seen Feng Jian before, but he had heard rumors about him. He had always wanted to fight Feng Jian because he believed he was the true genius. And how could a garbage picker like Feng Jian be so formidable? Furthermore, seeing Feng Jian beat his brother to the point of being a cripple made Kawaki furious. He immediately charged at Feng Jian. Although Feng Jian had never fought Kawaki before, as a manga enthusiast, he was well aware of Kawaki's abilities, which were scientific ninja tools. This meant Kawaki's body had been modified into scientific ninja tools by Yamato. His cells could mutate under stimulation, allowing his body to harden or soften instantly for different attack effects. He could even change his body shape at will, which was very impressive. However, unfortunately for Kawaki, no matter how impressive he was still just formidable against ordinary ninjas. In front of Feng Jian, Kawaki's so-called body modification techniques were comparable to the sage body of Jiraiya and even inferior to it. Therefore, when Kawaki charged at Feng Jian coldly smiled and threw a punch toward him. Although Kawaki appeared extremely arrogant, he was also very cautious. Upon seeing the powerful force contained in Feng Jian's punch, he was shocked and hurriedly used his impact wave technique, releasing chakra from his body in a 360-degree shockwave, hoping to push Feng Jian back. However, Kawaki greatly underestimated Feng Jian's abilities. His impact wave was similar to Shinra Tensei, but far less powerful, and even the true Shinra Tensei couldn't shake Feng Jian in the slightest. Thus, Feng Jian immediately threw another punch, directly knocking Kawaki to the ground. At this moment, Kawaki could not believe that Feng Jian had knocked him down with just one strike, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Then, Kawaki let out an angry roar and unleashed an even more powerful force, releasing a massive chakra sphere around his body, capable of flattening the surrounding terrain. However, this technique was still very weak in front of Feng Jian. Therefore, Feng Jian simply used the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb Kawaki's massive chakra sphere, shocking Kawaki and forcing him to retreat several steps before collapsing onto the ground. It should be noted that Kawaki had previously been unrivaled in the ninja world, but now, that Kazama had easily beaten himself into such a state. How could Kawaki not be shocked? At this moment, Kawaki knew in his heart that he could not be a match for Kazama, so he immediately prepared to escape with Naruto. Unfortunately, since Kazama had already attacked them, he would not let them leave. Therefore, Kazama immediately used the unique illusion of the Rinnegan to control both Kawaki and Naruto, hoping to extract information about the members of the Kara organization from them and eliminate them one by one. Just as Kazama was about to investigate the whereabouts of the Kara members from Kawaki and Naruto, suddenly a tall, slender ninja with purple, center-parted hair appeared before him, draped in a black cloak. Upon seeing that Kawaki and Naruto had been defeated, the person burst into laughter. Hee, weren't you too pretty cocky before? Now you've been beaten by a little punk. How ridiculous. At this moment, although it was Kazama's first time seeing this person's appearance, he immediately recognized his identity thanks to his knowledge of the Naruto manga. This person was another member of the Kara organization, Deepa. Although Deepa was an original character from the Naruto anime, he still possessed formidable strength in the Naruto world. Moreover, Deepa's body had been modified by Yamato, allowing him to absorb carbon into his body, condensing it into ultra-high-density defenses that could harden his body at any time. Attacks like water release, wind release, lightning release, and fire release would be ineffective against him. Additionally, his taijutsu was also quite impressive, enabling him to turn his hands into sharp claws capable of tearing others apart in one strike. Even more powerful, Deepa could utilize stone release, controlling nearby stones to unleash stone projectiles. Kazama knew that Deepa's strength was superior to that of Naruto and Kawaki. However, Deepa was facing Kazama, so no matter how powerful he was, it would be useless before Kazama. Yet, since Deepa did not recognize Kazama, he was unaware of his strength, nor did he know that Kazama could single-handedly take on the entire Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, with a cold laugh, he waved one hand, causing a massive boulder to appear behind him, directly crashing toward Kazama. You little punk, dare to lay a hand on a member of the Kara organization? Today I'll show you the strength of our members. Deepa regarded Kazama as unremarkable, so he completely underestimated him. He believed that with just one strike, he could crush Kazama into a pulp. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, before the boulder could hit Kazama, Kazama used the body flicker technique to instantly appear behind him, causing Deepa to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 209, continuing to dominate the Kara organization. Deepa prided himself on his reflexes and speed. However, he never expected that the seemingly obscure Kazama would have reflexes and speed even greater than his. How could Deepa not be astonished? Thus, Deepa hurriedly activated his full defensive capabilities, hoping to withstand Kazama's attack. But unfortunately, Deepa had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Kazama kicked him to the ground. This completely shattered Deepa's expectations. Immediately, Deepa covered his injured wound in shock and incredulously asked Kazama, "Who the hell are you? Why is your strength so formidable?" Hee. At this moment, Kazama completely ignored Deepa. After all, in Kazama's eyes, Deepa was already a dead man. Therefore, there was no need for Kazama to explain why he was so powerful. Just as Kazama was about to finish Deepa off completely, Deepa hurriedly tried to stop him, resentfully saying to Kazama, Deepa, am never afraid of death, but now you are just using taijutsu against me. That's a cowardly tactic. If you have the guts, use ninjutsu against me and see if you can defeat me." At this time, Kazama never expected that Deepa, clearly an adult, would speak so childishly. They were not in a tournament, but a life-and-death battle. What was the point of differentiating between taijutsu and ninjutsu? However, Kazama had sensed with his super perception that other members of the Kara organization were rushing over. So, since he had some time on his hands, he thought it would be better to take this opportunity to continue to toy with Deepa and vent his frustrations. After all, he had painstakingly brought peace to the ninja world, yet these Kara members had turned it into such chaos. How could Kazama not be angry? Therefore, Kazama coldly smiled and used Amaterasu's black flames against Deepa. When Deepa saw Kazama truly casting a fire release attack against him, he burst into laughter. Deepa knew that his body could withstand all types of elemental ninjutsu. Fire release, lightning release, earth release, wind release, water release. None could harm him in the slightest. However, Deepa underestimated Kazama's strength once again. Although Kazama's Amaterasu black flames did not belong to fire release, their power was far beyond that of ordinary fire release. Coupled with Kazama's Otsutsuki bloodline, these black flames were not just ordinary Amaterasu flames, but thousands of times more powerful. In an instant, Deepa was burned to ashes before he even realized what was happening. At this moment, Deepa did not understand until his dying breath that Kazama was not only impressive in taijutsu, but also incredibly powerful in ninjutsu. After Kazama dealt with Deepa, he waited for another member of the Kara organization to arrive. Initially, Kazama planned to go to the Kara organization's base and take them all down at once. However, seeing the Kara members coming at him one after another, he immediately changed his strategy. He decided to use himself as bait to lure all the Kara members here, then eliminate them one by one. After all, in the eyes of the Kara members, he was just trash. Therefore, they would definitely attack him at all costs. But in Kazama's eyes, the Kara members were even worse than trash. At that moment, a white-haired, glasses-wearing member of the Kara organization appeared. However, when this member saw Kazama's face, he was taken aback. This person was Amato, one of the inner members of the Kara organization. He was a brilliant scientist responsible for developing various scientific ninja tools within the organization. Like the previous Kawaki and Deepa, he had undergone modifications through ninja tools. Therefore, Amato's strength was particularly impressive and formidable. However, Kazama learned from the manga that Amato was not genuinely loyal to the Kara organization. As for why he joined, Kazama could not say. Although Amato might have a bit more conscience compared to the other members of the Kara organization, Kazama would not show him any mercy. After all, Kazama still did not know Amato's true intentions. At that moment, Amato, who had just arrived, saw the ashes of Deepa and the fallen Kawaki and Baruto. Amato was so shocked that his glasses nearly fell off. It should be noted that Amato was usually very calm. Even when faced with a mountain collapsing in front of him, he could remain unfazed. However, upon witnessing Kazama's immense strength, Amato was naturally shocked. He immediately began to scrutinize Kazama. Once he clearly saw Kazama's face, he suddenly knelt in front of him. Seeing Amato's sudden action, Kazama was taken aback. After all, Kazama had no prior acquaintance with Amato. Moreover, Amato had just witnessed his companions being killed, so he should have been very angry and wouldn't kneel down so easily. But now Amato did just that, leaving Kazama confused. Before Kazama could ask, Amato took the initiative to say to him, "Senior, don't you recognize me? I was a ninja from the Hidden Sound Village." What? Hearing Amato's words, Kazama was shocked again. He then looked closely at Amato. Upon closer inspection, he did find Amato somewhat familiar. The reason Kazama didn't recognize Amato at first was that the Hidden Sound Village had expanded significantly and recruited many ninjas. Kazama usually didn't manage the Hidden Sound Village himself. He left it to Orochimaru and others. Therefore, he had only met ninjas like Amato once. Hence, he didn't recognize Amato immediately. Now that Kazama knew Amato's true identity, he quickly asked, "Amato, since you are a ninja from the Hidden Sound Village, why have you joined the Kara organization? Where are Orochimaru and the others now?" And where are Naruto, Sasuke, and the others being held captive by Boruto? Well, hearing Kazama's rapid-fire questions, Amato quickly responded respectfully. Lord Kazama, please don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. After you left Earth, we from a Hidden Sound Village have been searching for your whereabouts. However, due to our scattered strength, we were caught off guard by the 5 great nations, and the Hidden Sound Village suffered continuous defeats. Subsequently, Lord Orochimaru led us into hiding. Later, Boruto teamed up with some thugs from the 5 great nations to hunt us down again. Lord Orochimaru was severely injured while resisting. Although he hasn't died, he is in a state worse than death. To seek revenge, I pretended to join the Kara organization, with the goal of tearing apart all its members and turning them to ashes. We always thought you had fallen, Lord Kazama, but seeing that you are still alive makes us very happy. This means we can finally avenge the Hidden Sound Village. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing Amato's words, Kazama nodded. After all, with his current strength, he could easily deal with the Kara organization. He immediately asked Amato to lead him to the Kara organization. However, Amato quickly waved his hand at Kazama, saying, Lord Kazama, you absolutely cannot. Oh, why is that? Kazama asked. Because Kazama was eager to tear the Kara members apart. Amato said, Lord Kazama, please don't rush. Let me explain slowly. Yes, your strength is indeed very powerful, but the members of the Kara organization are also very familiar with you. Kawaki and the others were easily defeated because they didn't know your identity. However, the leader of the Kara organization, Jigen, has been trained by Ishiki Otsutsuki, and he can utilize the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, when you battled against Ishiki on Earth, the Hidden Sound Village also witnessed your strength. So if you go after the Kara members now, Jigen will definitely take the opportunity to escape. Although Jigen's strength may not match yours, he is much stronger than other ninjas and is known to be a notorious scoundrel. If he indiscriminately kills innocents while fleeing, it wouldn't align with your consistent peaceful approach, would it? That's true. Hearing Amato's words, Kazama felt it made sense. All right, in that case, we can only lure the Kara members here one by one. Exactly. Your previous approach was very correct, Lord Kazama. The members of the Kara organization are arrogant and overbearing. Once they see their companions being taken down one by one, they will surely come here for reinforcements. At that time, you can catch them all in one go and turn them to ashes. Just then, while Amato was speaking, a strong knight charged toward them. Before Kazama could react, Amato shouted, Lord Kazama, if I'm not mistaken, the one coming here is Victor, who is also a member of the Kara organization. Oh, what special skills does this Victor have? Kazama asked. This Victor's resurrection technique is very impressive. Not only can it help him regenerate his own body, but it can also help others regenerate. This is bad. Just as Amato was explaining to Kazama, another loud shout echoed, startling Kazama. Can you stop overreacting? Kazama said, I'm sorry, but Lord Kazama, I just realized that not only is Victor coming, but his teammate Boruto is also here. Boruto possesses the Kekkei Genkai dissolution and can release toxins from his modified body. Even more terrifying is that Boruto's body has a super regeneration ability. As long as you don't destroy its core, it can revive infinitely. If combined with Victor's super support, they will be very difficult to deal with. Upon hearing about Victor, Kazama smiled and waved his hand, saying, Amato, you are underestimating me. Oh, what do you mean, Lord Kazama? I have never underestimated you. It's just that Victor and Boruto are indeed too powerful. Amato replied. However, before Amato could finish his words, Kazama took the initiative to charge at Victor and Boruto. Amato was naturally very worried and hurried to follow Kazama to lend him a hand. Yet, Amato did not expect that as soon as Kazama encountered Victor and Boruto, he unleashed dozens of techniques made up of various Kekkei Genkai, launching a powerful attack at Victor and Boruto. It should be noted that the techniques Kazama released included lava release, boil release, steel shield, and more, making them both offensive and defensive, particularly formidable. At that moment, Victor and Boruto had no idea they were facing such a powerful opponent, especially Victor. Due to the rapid charge, in the blink of an eye, Victor was turned into nothingness by the various bloodline limits of Kazama. Amato was taken aback upon witnessing this. Although he knew Kazama was powerful, he never expected him to be so formidable that he could defeat Victor in one strike. At that moment, Burrow was initially planning to team up with Victor, believing they could easily eliminate Kazama. However, he was shocked to find that his super support, Victor, was killed in just one encounter. This surprised Burrow greatly. While Burrow possessed incredible regenerative abilities, without Victor's assistance, his regeneration would be significantly weakened. Additionally, feeling Kazama's overwhelming strength made Burrow panic. Thus, before confronting Kazama, he immediately turned and fled. Seeing Burrow's actions, Kazama found it laughable. He had thought that members of the Shell organization would be the type who would fight to the death, even knowing their opponent was stronger. But Burrow was not behaving that way. Although Burrow's actions were pragmatic, Kazama viewed him as a nefarious character. If Burrow were to escape, it would certainly have a negative impact on him. Therefore, Kazama used Shinra Tensei to severely injure Burrow. Just as Kazama was about to finish Burrow off, Amato hurried over and shared a new plan with him. Chapter 210. Killing the leader of the Shell organization. Amato's plan was to have Kazama use the Kodowa Tsukumi to control Burrow, allowing Burrow to secretly approach Dilruda. This way, they could eliminate Dilruda without anyone noticing. Since Amato was previously Kazama's subordinate, he was very familiar with Kazama's trump cards. Therefore, Kazama was not overly shocked by Amato's suggestion. Moreover, Amato had previously mentioned that although Dilruda was not as strong as Kazama and could easily be killed, he was a desperate man. If Dilruda found out Kazama was hunting him, he would definitely try to escape and attack other innocent people in the ninja world. As a kind person, Kazama could not tolerate Dilruda's actions. Thus, upon hearing Amato's strategy, Kazama nodded in agreement. He then rushed back to the incapacitated Burrow to use Kodowa Tsukumi. In just a moment, he completely controlled Burrow. Normally, Kazama would not want to control someone as evil as Burrow, who had killed many innocent people in the ninja world as a member of the Shell organization. However, to eliminate Dilruda completely, Kazama had to control Burrow. After disguising himself, Kazama, together with Amato, followed Burrow toward Dilruda's stronghold. Kazama initially thought that after implementing this plan, approaching Dilruda would be easy. However, he did not expect to encounter a female ninja with yellow hair and a black cloak before reaching Dilruda. At that moment, Amato saw the appearance of this female ninja and quickly whispered to Kazama, "Lord Kazama, be careful. This person is named Jigen, one of the inner members of the Shell organization. Her eyes have been modified with scientific ninja tools. Her legs can regenerate. Her eyes can absorb and rebound ninjutsu, and she can emit deadly beams of light. Additionally, she has a drone core on her back and possesses 3 puppet bodies. Therefore, if you want to kill her, you must destroy the drone core and the other 3 puppet bodies. Otherwise, she can regenerate infinitely." "Okay, no problem," Kazama replied upon hearing Amato's words. However, he did not immediately attack Dilruda. After all, Jigen had not yet realized that he had controlled Burrow. Kazama also understood that they had reached Dilruda's stronghold. If he engaged in battle with Jigen, although he could kill Dilruda, it would not be without noise. If Dilruda found out about his presence, he would definitely escape. This was not something Kazama wanted to see. Therefore, he decided to avoid conflict if possible. What Kazama did not anticipate was that Jigen, being Dilruda's lover, held a very high status within the Shell organization. Thus, when Dilruda saw Burrow and Amato return, he did not say anything initially. However, upon seeing Kazama, a stranger, he blocked his path and began to scrutinize him. "Who are you, daring to enter our Shell organization?" Before Kazama could respond, Jigen immediately turned to Amato and Burrow, clearly intending to hold them accountable. Amato quickly stepped forward and said to Jigen, "This person is very strong, and he voluntarily joined our Shell organization. So, I brought him to see Dilruda? Haha, Amato. Don't think that just because you helped me create scientific ninja tools, you can act arrogantly in front of me." At that moment, Dilruda pointed angrily at Amato. "Membership in our Shell organization is controlled by our leader, Lord Jigen. Who do you think you are, bringing people here? And to the inner circle? I think even letting this trash into the outer circle is too much. You don't need to see Dilruda now, just get lost." Kazama never expected to be stopped by Dilruda's lover before even meeting Dilruda. This made him quite angry. However, to avoid alarming their enemies and to not attract Dilruda's attention, Kazama quickly put on a smile and said to Dilruda, "My lord, I truly wish to join your organization, and I hope you." Slap. Before Kazama could finish, Jigen slapped him 3 times, sending him staggering back several steps. Although Dilruda was not strong enough to harm Kazama, Kazama had to pretend to be defeated to conceal his true strength. Seeing Kazama being attacked by Jigen made Amato furious. He immediately wanted to retaliate against Jigen. However, Kazama stopped him and, with a flicker of inspiration, devised a plan to lure Dilruda outside and kill him. After all, Kazama was someone who believed in an eye for an eye, and now that this female ninja had slapped him, he would not let her off easily. However, Kazama did not want to expose his plans over such trash. Therefore, he began to angrily shout at Dilruda, "You shameless woman. If you don't want me to join the Shell organization, fine. I don't even want to join. You Shell organization can go to hell." While deliberately cursing Jigen, Kazama took the opportunity to leave, intending to lure Jigen outside. At this moment, Luda absolutely did not expect that the opponent, who was clearly not his match, would dare to provoke him. This instantly made Cien so furious that her whole body trembled. One should know that she usually commands great power within this organization, dominating and acting tyrannically. No one dares to show disrespect in front of her. But now, a person she considered as trash, Feng Jian, actually dared to curse at her. How could Cien endure this? So, with a furious roar, she immediately chased after Feng Jian, who was leaving. Upon seeing Cien charging at him, Feng Jian was delighted, because now he wanted to lead Cien outside, where he could easily kill her. Unfortunately, Cien still did not realize that the arrogant and overbearing person she usually was would ultimately meet her demise at the hands of Feng Jian. At this moment, after Feng Jian led Cien to a secret place, he immediately halted. Meanwhile, Luda was still unaware that death was approaching. He coldly sneered at Feng Jian and shouted, "Why aren't you running, little brat? Do you know your death is near?" Oomph. At this moment, Feng Jian saw that Cien was clearly facing death, yet she still dared to act tough in front of him. This infuriated Feng Jian, who immediately struck out with a palm towards Cien. At that time, Luda did not take Feng Jian seriously at all. Therefore, she did not evade Feng Jian's attack, but instead prepared to use her scientific ninja tool of her eyes to rebound Feng Jian's physical technique attack. However, she vastly underestimated Feng Jian's strength. Her eyes could rebound other attacks, but they were utterly ineffective against the unique physical techniques of the Otsutsuki clan, like Feng Jian's. Thus, before Cien could react, Feng Jian's palm struck her down to the ground. This left Cien in shock. She quickly looked up and down at Feng Jian, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you? How come a palm knocked me down? Who I am is not important. What matters now is killing you," Feng Jian said as he charged at Cien once more. At this moment, Cien coldly smiled at Feng Jian. "Do you think your physical techniques are strong enough to kill me? It seems you don't know my strength." At this point, Cien coldly shouted, directly transferring her internal core to the other three identical puppets, making it difficult to distinguish which was the real body and which were the clones. However, Feng Jian had already learned about Luda's abilities from Amato, so even if he couldn't tell apart the three puppets, it didn't matter, because he could easily kill all three of them. At this moment, Luda, unaware of Feng Jian's strength, did not anticipate that he could kill her in an instant. Therefore, she hoped to turn the tide using her three puppets. Unfortunately, Feng Jian executed a Shinra Tensei, obliterating Luda's three puppets into pieces. Poor Luda did not even understand what kind of existence her opponent, Feng Jian, was. At this time, Amato also arrived. Although he knew Feng Jian could easily kill Luda, as one of Feng Jian's subordinates, he felt the need to contribute. However, he never expected that upon his arrival, he would see the shattered remains of Luda. This left Amato even more stunned. He hurriedly began to praise Feng Jian. However, Feng Jian knew that his priority was not to receive Amato's compliments, but to quickly kill Cien. After all, he had no idea if Luda, being Cien's partner, had any unique contacts, nor did he know if Luda's death would alert Cien. If Cien took the opportunity to escape, that would be a big problem. Therefore, Feng Jian took advantage of the moment and charged at Cien again, breaking through her outer defenses with a punch. With Feng Jian's current strength, no defense on Earth could withstand him. At this moment, Cien never expected that the defense she had painstakingly set up would be broken by a single punch. This left her in shock. She immediately glared at the intruder with anger. But when she saw Feng Jian's true appearance, she was shocked and stumbled back several steps. She never expected that Feng Jian was still alive. Moreover, as a follower of Otsutsuki Ishiki, she had witnessed Feng Jian battle against Otsutsuki Ishiki firsthand. Since even Otsutsuki Ishiki was not Feng Jian's opponent, how could she contend with him? Therefore, without saying a word, Cien turned and fled, which was not the behavior of an organization leader. However, Feng Jian had already developed a killing intent towards Cien. How could he let her escape so easily? He immediately charged at Cien again. Just then, another member of the organization, Xian, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Xian's appearance, Feng Jian felt a sense of familiarity. Amato then proactively said to Feng Jian, This Xin is actually Jiraiya in disguise. Lord Jiraiya, like me, has been lurking in this organization, preparing to strike against them. Now that he knows you have appeared, he has come to assist you. As expected, Xin winked at Feng Jian upon seeing him. Meanwhile, the fleeing Cien was unaware that her capable assistant, Xin, was actually Jiraiya in disguise. So while escaping, she ordered Xin, "Stop Feng Jian immediately, or you'll be in big trouble. You dare to command me when death is imminent." At this moment, the disguised Jiraiya let out a furious roar, unleashing his signature technique, the Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, he knocked Cien down to the ground. Normally, the Rasen Shuriken would not be able to hit Cien, given her superior strength. However, at this moment, Cien was so terrified by Feng Jian that she was in a panic and did not even react in time, resulting in her being taken down brutally. When Feng Jian saw Jiraiya, whom he hadn't seen in years, he was naturally very pleased. He immediately started chatting and catching up with Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the thoroughly defeated Cien saw Feng Jian, Xin, and Amato all being friendly with each other. This left her both shocked and furious. What made her even angrier was that Feng Jian and the others were ignoring her, instead chatting among themselves. This was an immense humiliation for Cien, who could not accept being regarded as an ant that could be crushed at any moment. After all, Cien always wanted to be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, with a furious roar, Cien immediately prepared to self-destruct. At this moment, Jiraiya and Amato were completely unprepared. Cien actually chose to fight against herself and others in such a self-destructive manner. This immediately surprised the two of them. However, at this moment, every move Cien made was anticipated by Feng Jian. Therefore, he smiled lightly and directly used the Yellow Springs Hirazaka to absorb all of Cien's explosive power into a different space. But just when Feng Jian thought he could completely resolve Cien, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from within her body. Moreover, this aura was unique to the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 211. Bringing the Leaf Ninjas to the 21st century, this immediately left Feng Jian feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, he had already killed Otsutsuki Kinshiki and others on Earth. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any Otsutsuki clan aura left on this planet. However, Feng Jian couldn't have made a mistake in his judgment. After all, he himself possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, so he was very familiar with their aura. Just as Feng Jian was puzzled, Cien, who had been absorbed into the Yellow Springs Hirazaka, suddenly reappeared. However, her appearance had undergone a significant change, resembling that of Otsutsuki Ishiki. This instantly shocked Feng Jian. At this moment, not only was Feng Jian surprised, but Jiraiya and Amato beside him were also taken aback. Before Feng Jian could figure out what was happening, the ninja who looked very much like Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly sneered at him. "You didn't expect this, did you? You thought that after killing Otsutsuki Ishiki, I would be completely dead? Let me tell you, I had divided my body cells into several parts. Most of them were hidden within this Cien's body. And now this guy's self-destruct has allowed me to resurrect. Now, I will take my revenge, retribution for my grievances." As Otsutsuki Ishiki spoke, he immediately charged towards Feng Jian. Although Feng Jian was shocked by the fact that Otsutsuki Ishiki had resurrected, he showed no fear in the face of the attack. After all, he could clearly sense that Otsutsuki Ishiki's current strength was weaker than during their previous battle. Moreover, after being tempered on the Otsutsuki clan's planet, Feng Jian's own strength had greatly increased. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't take Otsutsuki Ishiki seriously. Feng Jian coldly smiled and prepared to use the unique ninjutsu of the Otsutsuki clan to deal with this Otsutsuki Ishiki's clone. After all, other ninjutsu wouldn't work against him. However, what Feng Jian didn't expect was that even though Otsutsuki Ishiki claimed he wanted to fight Feng Jian one-on-one, his actual target was Amato and Jiraiya behind Feng Jian. It turned out that Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that with his current power, he could not be Feng Jian's opponent. Even if he returned to his peak, he would still be unable to defeat Feng Jian. This was because Otsutsuki Ishiki had truly felt that Feng Jian now possessed the abilities of all 10 elders of the Otsutsuki main family, as well as the 3 elders of the branch family. Therefore, even if Otsutsuki Ishiki exerted all his strength, he couldn't shake Feng Jian in the slightest. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki was very familiar with Feng Jian. He knew that Feng Jian was very loyal. Therefore, he realized that as long as he captured Amato and Jiraiya, he could use them to threaten Feng Jian into submission, or even force Feng Jian to become his slave. Thus, in a moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki directly captured Amato and Jiraiya. It should be noted that although Otsutsuki Ishiki was not Fengjian's opponent, dealing with Amato and Jiraiya was a piece of cake for him. At that moment, Amato and Jiraiya were immediately shocked and tried to resist. But unfortunately, with their combined strength, how could they possibly resist the formidable Otsutsuki Ishiki? Thus, no matter how much they struggled, it was utterly futile. Seeing Otsutsuki Ishiki attack his companions made Fengjian furious, and he frowned. Otsutsuki Ishiki, let me tell you, we fought at least 100 battles before, so you understand my character. I don't hate much, but I hate it most when others threaten my companions. So now I advise you to release Amato and Jiraiya immediately, or perhaps I might spare your life. But if you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki didn't take Fengjian's threats seriously at all. Instead, he laughed wildly at Fengjian. You little brat, what do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Let me tell you the truth. Since I have appeared now, I will definitely turn you into ash. Of course, if you want to live, then you have to obey me. Huh. What do you think you are, to make me listen to you? Fengjian coldly smiled and directly used ShadowClone. However, he didn't use the multi-shadow clone technique. Instead, he summoned just one shadow clone. This immediately puzzled Otsutsuki Ishiki. Then, with a mocking smile, Otsutsuki Ishiki asked Fengjian, Kid, are you out of your mind? Although your strength is high, Amato and Jiraiya are now in my hands. With just a thought, I can separate their heads from their bodies. So if you want to rescue them, at least summon thousands of shadow clones to distract my attention. But you only summon one, what good is that? Whether it is useful or not, you'll find out soon. At that moment, Fengjian's eyes immediately transformed into the Rinne's Sharingan with 9 Tomo. What? How was this possible? At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki could never have anticipated that Fengjian could activate such a top-tier technique. It turned out that Fengjian had completely fused with the Ten Tails due to Kagaya Otsutsuki's gift he received earlier, allowing him to awaken the Rinne's Sharingan with 9 Tomo. Then, in just a moment, Fengjian immediately used an even more powerful space-time ninjutsu, Tensei Shins, to swap himself and his shadow clone with Amato and Jiraiya. In other words, Amato and Jiraiya were now in the positions previously occupied by Fengjian, while Fengjian was now beside Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, when Otsutsuki Ishiki saw that he was holding Fengjian and his shadow clone, he immediately trembled in fear, breaking into a cold sweat. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand by capturing Fengjian, he actually knew that Fengjian's strength was thousands of times greater than his own. Now that he was so close to Fengjian, it was essentially seeking death. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki could only release his grip and turn to flee. Unfortunately for him, Fengjian had already developed a killing intent toward him, so he wouldn't let him escape. Therefore, Fengjian immediately unleashed an enhanced version of Amaterasu. In just a moment, he burned the newly resurrected Otsutsuki Ishiki to nothingness. However, what Fengjian did not expect was that just as Otsutsuki Ishiki was about to be turned to ashes by Amaterasu, he managed to use a small space technique to transfer a part of his body to another alternate space. At that moment, Fengjian was focused on healing Amato and Jiraiya, so he didn't pay attention to Otsutsuki Ishiki's small maneuver. Then, Kazama immediately teamed up with Amato and Jiraiya to rescue Naruto, Sasuke, and the others who were imprisoned. By this time, although Naruto and Sasuke had been gone for hundreds of years, their appearances had not changed because their bodies had been sealed by the Shell organization. Therefore, when Naruto and Sasuke saw Kazama appear again and rescue them, they were naturally overwhelmed with emotion. However, just as Kazama was reuniting with these Konoha ninjas, the escaped Otsutsuki Ishiki reappeared. This left Kazama feeling a bit helpless. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki no longer posed any threat to Kazama, he seemed to be like a persistent slug that couldn't be shaken off or chased away, which was quite a headache for Kazama. At that moment, without waiting for Kazama to speak, Otsutsuki Ishiki sneered at him, saying, "You little brat, although I am not your opponent now, I still have ways to make you and your companions wish you were dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki began to self-destruct. Kazama did not expect that Otsutsuki Ishiki, despite his weakened abilities, would resort to self-destruction. He hurriedly prepared to defend himself, but it was too late. Before Kazama and the others could react, a powerful space-time storm engulfed them all. When Kazama opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a hospital room. A series of memories flooded back into his mind, and he realized that he had returned to the real world. Otsutsuki Ishiki had intended to kill Kazama with the explosion, But due to his fluctuating strength, a time-space distortion occurred, transporting Kazama, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas to the 21st century, the real world. Since Kazama was originally from this place, he naturally returned to his previous life trajectory, but Naruto and Sasuke's whereabouts became unknown. This left Kazama in shock, and he hurriedly wanted to find Naruto and Sasuke. Just as he got up, a nurse stopped him. "You're awake? Let me check your body." After the checkup, Kazama felt everything was dull. However, he was still very concerned about Naruto and Sasuke, so he quickly asked the nurse what had happened during his time in a coma. "It's nothing. You fainted at school earlier, but you're fine now. You could be discharged." Hearing this, Kazama realized that although he had spent hundreds of years in the Naruto world, only a short time had passed in the real world. But then he began to worry again because he had no money to pay for his hospital fees. Suddenly, Kazama thought, now that I am in the real world, I wonder if the ninjutsu I obtained in the Naruto world has disappeared? Taking advantage of the nurse's inattention, he immediately performed the Rasengan. After seeing that his ninjutsu had not disappeared, Kazama breathed a sigh of relief. He then pretended to need to use the restroom, and once inside, used the HRNB Sokka to flash back home. Kazama then attempted to use his super perception to search for Naruto and Sasuke, but unexpectedly, his super perception had malfunctioned. It turned out that during the time-space travel, some of his abilities had been sealed, and super perception was one of them. Therefore, he couldn't search for Naruto and Sasuke. However, Kazama knew this ability was only temporarily impaired and should recover after a few days of rest. Plus, Naruto and Sasuke were strong and capable of handling themselves in modern society. They were unlikely to be in any danger. Just then, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door, followed by angry shouting. "Kazama, you bastard! You fought with our son at school and broke his skin. You better come out and apologize right now and pay us 1 million in medical fees." Hearing the shouting downstairs, Kazama recalled that the reason he had fainted in the hospital was that he had been knocked out by a school bully. This bully was not a top student in academics, but came from a very influential family in the city, perfectly fitting the description of the rich and heartless. Kazama had always been bullied by them. However, now that he had obtained such powerful ninjutsu in the Naruto world, why would he fear a mere family of bullies? Therefore, Kazama coldly smiled, directly went downstairs, and opened the door to face the family of bullies. At that moment, they had no idea that Kazama had spent hundreds of years in the Naruto world during his one-day coma. So, when they saw Kazama appear, they sneered silently, preparing to extort him. Although Kazama's family had little money, to these rich bullies, any extortion was better than nothing. The bully's parents immediately pointed at Kazama and began to scold him. "You little brat, you." But before they could finish their insults, Kazama swiftly struck, knocking all three of them to the ground. He had intentionally suppressed his strength. Otherwise, he would have turned them into mush by now. The three bullies, shocked and stunned, never expected the person they viewed as garbage would dare to strike back, especially not with such ease. Logically, the bullies should have fled immediately, but they relied on their high status in the city and tried to get back up to use their wealth to intimidate Kazama. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, any wealth was worthless. Kazama kicked them, sending the family of bullies crashing into a tree. Chapter 212. Controlling the Tycoon with the Kodoha Mitsukami. "All right, kid. You're impressive. Just wait." At this moment, after witnessing Kazama's extraordinary strength, the bully family lost their bravado and hurriedly fled. However, to maintain their pride, they continued to provoke Kazama as they escaped. At that moment, Kazama, wanting to destroy them in a fit of rage, remembered that this was the real world, not the Naruto world. Although killing them would be easy, doing so would lead to endless trouble and hinder his future actions. After all, Kazama still needed to use his ninjutsu to search for the missing Naruto and Sasuke, along with other Konoha ninjas who had been transported here, and to help his parents live a better life. After all, Kazama knew that his parents had worked hard every day to support him in school. He previously had no abilities, but now that he possessed these incredible ninjutsu techniques, it was natural for him to utilize them well. However, what Kazama did not expect was that the family of three he had previously let go was still very angry with him. They did not let the matter rest and immediately went to the school to report him to the principal, claiming that Kazama had bullied them and beaten them to a pulp. They even threatened the principal, demanding that he expel Kazama. It was well known that this bully family had significant power, background, and financial resources in the city, and they often treated the principal to meals. So when the principal heard their words, and given that he was also unwilling to deal with Kazama, he quickly took the opportunity to issue an order to expel Kazama. At that moment, Kazama had just arrived in class and was furious upon hearing the principal's command. He then saw the bully family standing outside the classroom, sneering at him, which made him even angrier. Therefore, Kazama immediately went to explain the situation to the principal. However, what he did not expect was that the principal did not even wait for his explanation and directly said to him, "I'm telling you, Kazama, our school only admits students with good character, but you actually beat your classmates and their parents to a pulp. How can a social misfit like you possibly attend our school? So before I call the police, you better get lost, as far away as you can." At this point, Kazama was completely taken aback by the principal's unreasonable attitude. He hurriedly recounted the whole story. "Principal, I did indeed beat those three until they were bruised and battered, but I had my reasons. They provoked me first and even had their son send me to the hospital. I still have the hospital's proof. You can check it out." "Shut your mouth." At this moment, the top student leaned in close to Kazama and whispered in his ear, "Let me tell you, our family has a lot of power in this city. Even though you were in the hospital, my parents have already used their connections to destroy all your hospitalization records. So you better stop trying to argue." Kazama was completely unprepared for the arrogance of this top student and his family, who dared to treat him with such contempt. Enraged, Kazama could no longer hold back and struck again, directly incapacitating the family of three. The principal, witnessing Kazama's power, was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the bully family was furious that Kazama had the audacity to attack them in front of the principal. They immediately said to the principal, "Look, principal, you saw it too. Kazama dared to lay hands on us right in front of you. You have to take our side." Kazama, hearing this, sneered coldly and prepared to cast an illusion technique on the principal. Although he was powerful and fearless, if the top student's family managed to persuade the principal to expel him, his parents would also suffer. Therefore, Kazama quickly used the viaTrash-Picking technique on the principal. With Kazama's current strength, controlling an ordinary person was as easy as taking candy from baby. Not long after, the principal was completely under Kazama's control and became his puppet. He immediately began to scold the fallen family of three. "You three are really arrogant. I was just pretending to see what grievances you had with Kazama. Do you think I really wanted to help you? Now I see that you three were the ones who attacked Kazama first, so his actions were self-defense. Stop pretending. Get as far away as you can and don't ever set foot in my school again." "What?" At this moment, the family of three was utterly shocked by the principal's sudden change in attitude. He had previously supported them, but was now angrily berating them. Thus, they had no choice but to leave in a huff. However, they did not give up and immediately started discussing their next move. "Now that the principal is not helping us, and it looks like Kazama won't be expelled, what should we do? Should we just swallow this anger? No way. I recently got to know a local thug named Tianpeng. Since Kazama can fight, we will use Tianpeng to teach him a lesson, preferably to the point of incapacitating him, so he won't be able to show off in front of us anymore." The family quickly made their plans. In no time, they found Tianpeng, who was sitting on the roadside eating street food. Tianpeng was a well-known thug, and hearing that someone was willing to pay him to bully someone else made him overjoyed. Upon learning that Kazama was just an ordinary high school student, he was even happier. After all, Tianpeng was notorious for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If he were to face a strong adult, he might be somewhat apprehensive, but upon hearing that his target was a defenseless student, he felt no fear at all. He quickly got up, called over a few scrawny friends, and headed straight for Kazama's school gate. Kazama initially thought the matter was over and was preparing to test his super perception again to see if there were any responses. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived outside the school gate, he would be surrounded by Tianpeng and his thugs. Tianpeng then pulled out a knife and pointed it at Kazama, saying, "You must be Kazama. Come with me, or else you'll regret it." But before Tianpeng could finish his sentence, Kazama slapped him 3 times, sending him crashing to the ground and even knocking out his back teeth. This sudden turn of events was unexpected not only for Tianpeng, but also for his thuggish companions. They had always thought of Tianpeng as tall and strong, particularly skilled in one-on-one fights, but they never expected that this high school student could take him down. This completely shattered their worldview. At that moment, the thugs turned to flee, but unfortunately for them, Kazama would not let them off the hook. After all, Kazama had a tooth-for-a-tooth personality. Since these thugs dared to block him, even if they did not attack him, Kazama would not spare them. Therefore, he used a wind technique to blast their clothes to shreds. They made him wear the emperor's new clothes. At this moment, the onlookers were all laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Tianpeng, who was knocked to the ground, looked on in shock. He never imagined that a scrawny, seemingly worthless high school student could defeat him and his subordinates so easily. This was something he could never believe, even in his dreams. So, Tian Peng immediately sprang up and charged at Feng Jian again. Unfortunately, in front of Feng Jian, he was nothing more than a worthless insect. Feng Jian could easily crush him with just one finger. However, in front of the crowd, Feng Jian couldn't use his ninjutsu, so he resorted to using physical techniques that would best conceal his strength. At that moment, Feng Jian unleashed a combination of punches, breaking both of Tian Peng's arms and legs. The pain made him grimace and lose control of himself. Then, Feng Jian stepped on his face and coldly said, "Let me tell you, Feng Jian, hate scoundrels like you the most. Why do you choose to bully me of all people? This is truly intolerable. There are too many people here, so I can't tear you to shreds right now. I will take you to a secluded place and let you be reborn. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." Hearing Feng Jian's words and seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Tian Peng was already trembling in fear. He repeatedly called him big brother and grandpa, bowing and begging for mercy. Of course, Feng Jian had no real intention of tearing Tian Peng apart. After all, this was a society governed by the rule of law. So, he was just scaring Tian Peng with his previous words. Feng Jian then said to the kneeling and begging Tian Peng, "If you don't want me to tear you to pieces, then you must tell me clearly who sent you to deal with me." Feng Jian knew he had no prior acquaintance with Tian Peng. Tian Peng could not have surrounded him without reason and knew his appearance and name. Clearly, someone was secretly instigating him. The most suspicious party was the top student and his family. Sure enough, upon hearing there was a chance for survival, Tian Peng hurriedly revealed everything about how the top student's family had instructed him. After hearing this, Feng Jian couldn't help but smile coldly. He had initially wanted to find the top student's family and deal with them, but then he thought that if he forced them into a corner, they might call the police, which would be problematic. Although he was not in the wrong, he was a ninja, and his strikes were bound to be heavy. If he accidentally beat them to near death, it would be disastrous. So, Feng Jian turned his attention back to Tian Peng. "You need to make sure that the top student's family is incapacitated so they can never get out of bed, and then I will spare you." "Okay, no problem." Upon hearing Feng Jian's words, Tian Peng hurriedly complied. However, since both his arms and legs were already incapacitated by Feng Jian, he had his subordinates carry him away on a stretcher. The reason Feng Jian wanted Tian Peng to have a dog-eat-dog fight with that bully family was to distance himself from the situation. After returning home, Feng Jian saw his parents busy and tired, so he planned to use his 6 paths of reincarnation to control the city's wealthy elite. Then, he would use that wealthy elite's assets to live a good life. In just a few encounters, he locked onto the city's richest man, real estate mogul Zhang Wanya. Zhang Wanya, who came from a coal mining background, was also a notorious scoundrel. However, he had cleaned himself up. Even so, he was still not a good person. Such a person was perfect for Feng Jian to control. If Zhang Wanya were a perfect saint, then Feng Jian would find it difficult to take advantage of him without reason. Although Feng Jian was not a saint, he was not a villain either. But for someone like Zhang Wanya, who had a questionable past, controlling him was just right. Feng Jian could use Zhang Wanya's assets to help the poor and correct the wrongs he had committed. With that thought in mind, Feng Jian immediately went to Zhang Wanya's villa that night. Since Feng Jian needed to control Zhang Wanya silently, he used illusions on the security guards at the entrance, rendering them unable to stop him. He then made his way to the bedroom. At that moment, Zhang Wanya was in a frenzy. When he saw a stranger like Feng Jian entering his bedroom, he was immediately startled. Feng Jian initially intended to use his special abilities on Zhang Wanya right away, but then he realized that his powers were still cooling down. Zhang Wanya suddenly remembered that during his time travel, his various abilities were weakened. Therefore, the previously cooldown free power now had a 3-day cooldown. This left Feng Jian feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Although he could use ordinary illusions to control Zhang Wanya, it would require daily application, which was somewhat troublesome. While Feng Jian was contemplating how to control Zhang Wanya, the latter quickly got dressed and began to curse at Feng Jian. "You lowly scum! How dare you barge into my bedroom? Kneel and bow 1,000 times. Then get out, or I'll have my bodyguards beat you to a pulp." Hearing Zhang Wanya's words, Feng Jian became furious. He hated people who looked down on ordinary citizens and called them scum. Feng Jian had initially wanted to control Zhang Wanya without attacking him, but seeing Zhang Wanya's blatant disrespect, he coldly smiled and punched Zhang Wanya, leaving him bruised and dazed. Zhang Wanya had never experienced such humiliation. Seeing himself beaten black and blue by a rookie, he was filled with rage. He frantically called for his bodyguards over the intercom, but unfortunately, after calling for a long time, there was no response. This left Zhang Wanya shocked once again. At that moment, Feng Jian blocked the bedroom door, cutting off Zhang Wanya's escape and kicked him to the ground. Then he coldly said, "Let me tell you the truth. All your useless subordinates have already been taken care of by me." "What? How is that possible?" Zhang Wanya couldn't believe what he was hearing. "My bodyguards are all hired from abroad, real retired mercenaries. How could you possibly defeat them?" "Haha, who told you not to use domestic ones? If they were domestic mercenaries, I might not be able to defeat them, but foreigners? I can take them down with a single punch." As Feng Jian approached Zhang Wanya again, he was already impressed by Feng Jian's incredible strength. He never expected that a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old high school student could possess power rivaling that of mercenaries. Therefore, Zhang Wanya immediately knelt in front of Feng Jian with a thud. Despite being the famous richest man in the city, with connections in both the legitimate and underworld, Zhang Wanya was still capable of being both big and small. This is why he was able to achieve such impressive status today. At this moment, Feng Jian saw Zhang Wanya kneeling before him and said again, "What is wrong, Zhang Wanya? Weren't you quite arrogant before? You even cursed at me repeatedly and wanted to beat me up. So why are you bowing to me now?" Zhang Wanya, seeing that he had already begged for mercy, was furious that Feng Jian continued to berate him. However, unfortunately for him, he was not Feng Jian's match. Even if he was angry, it was of no use. Thus, with a forced smile, Zhang Wanya said to Feng Jian, "I must say, young brother, it was all my fault before. I didn't recognize the great mountain and look down on you, which led to my misunderstanding. You barged into my bedroom, and I thought you were a thief, so I kept cursing at you. Besides, it's only natural for me to get angry, don't you think?" But before Zhang Wanya could finish, Feng Jian slapped him, sending him crashing to the ground. "Listen here, Zhang Wanya. If I had barged into an ordinary person's home, then indeed it would have been my fault. But someone like you, who has made a fortune through deceit and scams, don't think that if I barged into your home, or even stripped you of all your possessions, it wouldn't be justified." At this, Zhang Wanya was terrified. He never expected Feng Jian to know so much about his rise to wealth. Since Zhang Wanya had cleaned up his act, few had mentioned his past. But now, Feng Jian laid it all bare. Feng Jian then pointed at Zhang Wanya's nose and angrily scolded him. That expensive Biquaywin you built was outrageously priced, yet the quality was terrible. It leaked or had cracks, and some even collapsed. You earned your money through such unscrupulous means, and today, I will make sure to break your legs. Feng Jian despised unscrupulous real estate developers the most. After all, ordinary people work their entire lives to afford a home. Yet these greedy developers built such shoddy houses. How could Feng Jian not be furious? At this moment, Zhang Wanya realized that Feng Jian was fully aware of his past, and he knew he was in deep trouble. So he immediately began to bow and plead for mercy. Suddenly, Feng Jian remembered that he was here to control Zhang Wanya, not to scold him. Thus, he realized that this lengthy lecture was of little use. After all, a leopard cannot change its spots. With just a glance, Feng Jian immediately used his 6 paths of deception technique on Zhang Wanya, quickly bringing him under control. At that moment, the bodyguards, who had been under the illusion created by Feng Jian, rushed into Zhang Wanya's bedroom as the illusion wore off. When they saw Zhang Wanya kneeling before Feng Jian, they were all shocked. They didn't know who Feng Jian was and immediately assumed he was threatening Zhang Wanya. So they charged at Feng Jian, wielding their batons. However, Zhang Wanya did not retaliate. He didn't need to. He would actively help Feng Jian. Sure enough, when Zhang Wanya saw his subordinates daring to attack his master, he was shocked. He immediately scolded them. "You bastards, do you want to die? How dare you attack my master?" At this moment, the bodyguards, seeing that Zhang Wanya, who was in his 50s or 60s, was calling a teenager of 17 or 18 years old his master, had their worldview completely shattered. However, even with their worldview shaken, they did not dare to disobey Zhang Wanya's orders. After all, they were just hired hands. Naturally, they would submit to whoever Zhang Wanya commanded them to. Then, Zhang Wanya and the bodyguards began to bow and plead for mercy to Feng Jian. Meanwhile, Feng Jian was pushing back the bodyguards while telling Zhang Wanya, "Now immediately transfer half of the assets under your company to me, and all your future real estate business must follow my arrangements. I will not allow you to continue with these shoddy constructions." "Okay, no problem." At this point, Zhang Wanya had become Feng Jian's puppet, so he naturally did whatever Feng Jian asked. He wouldn't hesitate to give half of his assets, or even walk through fire and water for him. The reason Feng Jian only wanted half of Zhang Wanya's assets was that he needed the other half for business. However, that half was still worth hundreds of billions, which made Feng Jian very happy. Feng Jian immediately started moving, relocating from his dilapidated rental apartment to a luxurious villa. This left his parents utterly shocked. However, Feng Jian didn't explain much to his parents. After all, he could not tell them that he had threatened Zhang Wanya, nor could he explain that he possessed superhuman ninja skills. So he lied, claiming he had won the lottery. Since Feng Jian's parents were honest working folks, they did not suspect anything. In reality, winning the lottery was almost impossible. As the saying goes, it's easier to fish a needle out of the sea than to win a lottery jackpot. Then Feng Jian commanded Zhang Wanya to transform all the previous shoddy projects into top-notch constructions while instructing Zhang Wanya's subordinates to help him continue searching for Naruto, Sasuke, and other Konoha ninjas. Although Feng Jian had not done business before, he learned various tips about real estate management through controlling Zhang Wanya. Thus, he became a legitimate real estate boss. Under Feng Jian's management, the new houses built by Zhang Wanya were of excellent quality, which naturally led to a frenzy among the citizens. Additionally, Feng Jian lowered the prices significantly, attracting not only local residents but also people from other places to buy. The price reduction did not mean that Feng Jian was overly generous, giving away houses for free without profit. It was simply that housing prices had become absurdly high. Feng Jian merely brought them down to a reasonable standard. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that his price drop would provoke a group of aggressive speculators who rushed over and surrounded the sales office. At that moment, Zhang Wanya was accompanying Feng Jian in the office to observe how the business was doing, and he saw the crowd making a fuss. "You bastards! You say you're lowering prices, but how are we supposed to live with the houses we already bought?" Feng Jian quickly realized that those shouting insults were definitely the speculators. After all, genuine residents would not curse at him, since they had already paid for their houses. It was none of their business how much the real estate developers lowered the prices, if the developers were to compensate them for the price drop. In the future, if real estate prices rise, do you also have to give money to real estate developers? Therefore, those who resent the decrease in real estate prices are just unreasonable troublemakers. At this moment, Kazama immediately walked up to the group of shouting speculators. Since they did not recognize Kazama, they thought he was just an ordinary worker. Before Kazama could speak, they pushed him aside. "You little brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you negotiate with me? Call your manager out here right now. Sir, please show some respect. This is our real estate boss." At this time, the bodyguards behind Kazama immediately surrounded the leading speculator. When the speculators saw that Kazama was so young and yet controlled an entire real estate company, they were shocked. However, these speculators were all very thick-skinned and enjoyed causing trouble, so they began to angrily curse at Kazama again. "You little brat, since you're the real estate developer here, you better explain yourself right now. We bought our houses for 30,000 per square meter, and now you've dropped the price to 29,000 per square meter. You caused us a loss of 1,000 per square meter. How are you going to compensate us?" Hearing the speculators' angry curses, Kazama was immediately furious. He hated these speculators the most because without them, housing prices wouldn't be so outrageously high. Seeing these speculators daring to cause trouble in front of him made Kazama wish he could beat them black and blue. However, Kazama did not want to reveal his ninja skills in front of everyone. After all, if he did, he would likely become the target of everyone's attention. At that point, various news media and experts would come to interview him, and they might even take him to a lab for dissection. This was not something Kazama wanted to see. Therefore, he decided to lead these speculators to his office, where he could deal with them properly. Kazama then smiled and said to the group of speculators, "Everyone, I understand what you're saying. No problem. Whatever compensation you need can be discussed. Please come to my office for some tea, and we can talk slowly." Hee. Now that's more like it. At this moment, the group of speculators thought they had the upper hand. They strutted around, puffing out their chests, smoking, and heading towards Kazama's office. However, as soon as they entered the office, Kazama kicked them, sending them sprawling on the floor. The speculators were caught completely off guard by Kazama's sudden attack. This left them in shock. Immediately, the group of speculators rushed at Kazama. Although they were numerous, how could they possibly be Kazama's match? After all, for a ninja like Kazama, one person was no different from 100. Kazama sneered coldly and unleashed his technique, Chidori Senbon. The powerful lightning release instantly knocked down the dozens of speculators, leaving them convulsing on the ground. This was with Kazama having reduced the power of Chidori Senbon. Otherwise, had he aimed for their heads, those speculators would have been dead long ago. At this moment, the speculators had never expected Kazama to be so powerful, effortlessly taking them down with a wave of his hand. The speculators immediately began shouting that they wanted to call the police. Upon hearing this, Kazama laughed again because, with his current strength, he was not afraid of anything. However, he also did not want to get into legal trouble over such trivial matters. So he immediately cast an illusion on the speculators, commanding them to kneel in the hall and apologize, promising that they would never cause trouble here again. Since those speculators were under the illusion, they had no idea what they were doing and naturally complied with Kazama's orders, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the customers in the hall. Subsequently, their antics were captured and spread online. By the next day, when the speculators came to their senses, they initially wanted to continue causing trouble. However, upon seeing their past behavior, even though they didn't understand what had happened, they realized that no matter how much they protested now, it would be useless. Furthermore, given Kazama's formidable strength, they felt fortunate to have been spared. So they returned home disgruntled. At this time, Zhang Wanya saw how Kazama had swiftly dealt with the speculators and was greatly impressed. After all, these speculators were the hardest to handle, yet Kazama had left them speechless. Zhang Wanya hurriedly gave Kazama a thumbs up. Kazama, I didn't expect you, a mere high school student, to have such an impressive understanding of the real estate industry. I truly admire you. Of course, you should know that I'm not only powerful, but also very skilled in business. Just then, a panicked subordinate rushed over. Boss, bad news. The stubborn resident we were developing near has gone back on his word. We already gave him 5 million, and now he wants us to pay him 50 million to move. What? That makes me furious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanya was immediately enraged. Kazama was also furious because he hated unreasonable stubborn residents the most. After all, if you want a normal price, compensation can be given, but asking for an outrageous amount is unacceptable. Moreover, since real estate had already become Kazama's own industry, how could he tolerate such behavior? Kazama ordered his subordinates to take him to the stubborn resident's house, preparing to teach him a lesson. However, Kazama did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the stubborn resident's house, he sensed a familiar presence. Although Kazama's super perception had not fully recovered, he still had normal sensory abilities. This made Kazama's heart race. He quickly used his perception to investigate and discovered that there was indeed a ninja inside the stubborn resident's house. Chapter 214. Naruto is dissected by experts. Upon sensing the presence, Kazama was immediately astonished because he knew that this was the real world. In the real world, besides himself, there were no other ninjas. If there were ninjas, they must have been brought here with him during the time-space travel, like Naruto, Sasuke, and other Leaf Village ninjas. At this moment, Kazama was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the stubborn resident's house. However, at this time, Zhang Wanya quickly stopped Kazama and, with a concerned expression, said, Kazama, you can't just walk in like that. You need to know that this stubborn resident is very difficult to deal with. We previously sent many people to negotiate with him, but he set up many traps in front of his house, and we didn't even see his face before getting hurt by his traps. So you need to be extremely careful. You underestimate me too much. At this moment, after hearing Zhang Wanya's persuasion, Feng Jian did not stop his steps. Instead, he continued walking towards the home of the stubborn resident. At this time, Zhang Wanya recalled that Feng Jian was a genuinely skilled martial artist. If the trap set by the stubborn resident could deal with ordinary people like them, how could they possibly affect a master like Feng Jian? Therefore, Zhang Wanya felt that he was indeed worrying unnecessarily. Meanwhile, Feng Jian had already used his Byakugan to clearly see all the traps in front of the stubborn resident's door. Then, he lightly jumped and landed directly at the entrance of the stubborn resident's house. With one kick, he kicked the door open. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that the person who appeared in the stubborn resident's house was not his companions Naruto, Sasuke, and others, but a stranger. When the stranger saw Feng Jian's appearance, he was immediately startled and quickly retreated a few steps in fear. At this moment, Feng Jian could clearly sense that this person emitted the aura of a ninja, but he did not recognize him. It is known that Feng Jian has a very good memory. He knows all the ninjas from Konoha who were brought over during the time travel, but he did not recognize this person at all. Moreover, why did this person, who did not know his identity, retreat in fear upon seeing him? Therefore, Feng Jian immediately looked the person up and down with a puzzled expression. At this time, when the person saw Feng Jian examining him, he became even more panicked. Soon after, Zhang Wanya and others came over. The stubborn resident immediately began to scold Feng Jian and Zhang Wanya. You bunch of heartless merchants. Get as far away as you can. If you don't leave, I'll report you for trespassing. Stop pretending in front of me. At this moment, before Feng Jian could speak, Zhang Wanya and the others immediately pointed at the stubborn resident and began to scold him. You bastard. You already sold your land contract to us, and we gave you a proper 3 million, but then you wanted 5 million. Now you want 50 million. You've already sold this land to us, yet you refuse to leave, and you even called the police. The police will arrest you first. Stop wasting my time. If you have the guts, just try to arrest me. If you dare to forcibly demolish, I'll hang myself in front of you. Hearing the stubborn resident's words, Zhang Wanya immediately smiled bitterly at Feng Jian and said, How about it, brother Feng Jian? I was too wrong, was I? This stubborn resident is really hard to deal with. At this time, although Feng Jian did not recognize this stubborn resident, he increasingly felt that the aura emitted by this resident was familiar. Then, Feng Jian immediately activated his viaTrash-Picking again to look inside the stubborn resident's body. Upon seeing this, Feng Jian was shocked. It turned out that the aura of this stubborn resident was actually emitted by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Feng Jian immediately shouted angrily, Otsutsuki Ishiki, you bastard! I didn't expect you to come to the real world. Ha ha ha. Hearing Feng Jian's words, the stubborn resident reacted with laughter instead of anger. All right, you little brat Feng Jian, you really have a keen eye to recognize my true identity. But don't get too arrogant. After my time travel, my abilities have greatly increased. Moreover, my cell reproduction ability is particularly impressive. The person before you is merely controlled by my cells, not my real body. And this is a legitimate legal society. If you dare to attack me, I will ensure you regret it. At this moment, the Otsutsuki Ishiki-controlled stubborn resident charged at Feng Jian. Feng Jian did not expect that Otsutsuki Ishiki's current strength was so high, which shocked him. He hurriedly defended himself. Just as Otsutsuki Ishiki said, this was indeed a legitimate legal society, and Feng Jian really did not dare to do anything to this stubborn resident. Unfortunately, Feng Jian's defensive actions were futile. The attacks from the Otsutsuki Ishiki-controlled stubborn resident became increasingly fierce, launching a storm-like assault on Feng Jian, causing him to retreat repeatedly. This made Feng Jian extremely angry. After all, he had been invincible in the past, but now he could only endure the beating without retaliating. How could Feng Jian not be furious? At that moment, Feng Jian activated his viaTrash-Picking again, preparing to find a flaw in the Otsutsuki Ishiki-controlled stubborn resident and knock him out, which would temporarily resolve the crisis. However, upon inspection, Feng Jian discovered that the stubborn resident's heart had already been controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki. This meant that even if Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells were separated from this stubborn resident, he would not survive. Seeing this, Feng Jian coldly smiled and directly attacked the stubborn resident. Since this stubborn resident had already become a living dead man, even if Feng Jian killed him, he would not bear any legal responsibility. Then, Feng Jian struck with a palm, directly dismembering the stubborn resident. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells were caught off guard, not expecting Feng Jian to actually attack the stubborn resident. This shocked him, and he immediately attempted to escape. Unfortunately, Feng Jian was incredibly fast. How could Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells escape? Therefore, Feng Jian used Amaterasu, instantly turning Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells to ashes. The people around Zhang Wanya had never seen such a scene before, and they were all trembling in fear when they saw Feng Jian dismember the stubborn resident. Their panic only increased. Zhang Wanya quickly smiled bitterly at Feng Jian and said, Brother Feng Jian, I know your strength is very strong, but this is a legal society. If you kill this stubborn resident, our real estate company won't be able to continue. You don't need to worry. At this time, Feng Jian immediately explained to Zhang Wanya, this stubborn resident was already controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells before I killed him and had become a living dead man. I will also arrange for this stubborn resident to be buried. If anyone asks you, just tell the truth and say that Otsutsuki Ishiki is the real culprit. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Feng Jian's words, Zhang Wanya and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they had become Feng Jian's subordinates, so they naturally believed whatever he said. Furthermore, what Feng Jian said was indeed true. Those controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells would definitely die on the spot. At this time, since Feng Jian had already realized that Otsutsuki Ishiki had also arrived in the real world, he naturally could not sit idly by. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ishiki had said, after he traversed into the real world, his strength was greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Kazama's power had just been weakened. Given this, it was very likely that this Otsutsuki Ishiki's strength had surpassed his own. Although the probability of that was very small, Kazama couldn't afford to be careless. Moreover, Kazama knew that this Otsutsuki Ishiki was a notorious villain. If he didn't deal with him quickly, Otsutsuki Ishiki would surely cause the deaths of innocent civilians. Therefore, Kazama immediately utilized his super perception ability once again, preparing to search for the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although Kazama's super perception ability had been restored, it couldn't be used for long periods. Hence, he only activated it for a few minutes before his chakra was completely depleted again. Additionally, he failed to locate Otsutsuki Ishiki, which left Kazama feeling very disappointed. However, Kazama had always been a resilient person, so he did not lose hope. Just as Kazama was preparing to wait until tomorrow for his chakra to recover before searching for Otsutsuki Ishiki, his subordinates, who had been sent out to find Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, reported back with some news. Lord Kazama, we have made some progress in locating your companions. Oh, what progress? Speak quickly. Previously, we received news that a blonde-haired boy with a beard appeared in the provincial city, who can use the ShadowClone technique and also makes dango, which shocked the locals. What? Isn't that Naruto? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Kazama was overjoyed and hurriedly asked for Naruto's whereabouts. However, to Kazama's surprise, the subordinate said that after Naruto shocked everyone, he was taken away by a group of so-called experts. This immediately astonished Kazama again because he knew that these so-called experts were nothing but frauds. If they took Naruto away, it was highly likely they were planning to dissect him for research. If that happened, Naruto wouldn't die at the hands of the enemy, but instead at the hands of these pretentious experts. Therefore, Kazama rushed towards the research lab where the experts were. As Kazama expected, those experts had already tied Naruto to the operating table. Logically speaking, with Naruto's strength, dealing with these experts should have been a piece of cake. However, because these experts deceived Naruto, and he was also quite naive, he was easily tricked into confusion within a few encounters. At this moment, as the experts bound Naruto, they approached him with a syringe as thick as an arm, smiling. When Naruto saw that he was tied to the operating table, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said to the experts, "Didn't you say you would help me find my brother Kazama? Why have you brought me to this lab now? Hee, you little brat. What brother are you looking for? You're probably an alien because regular people can't use the ShadowClone technique or make dango. So we must draw your blood, skin you, and study you properly. What? This is infuriating." Upon realizing that these experts had deceived him and intended to dissect him, Naruto was filled with rage. He immediately tried to break free from his restraints. However, since Naruto had already been injected with anesthesia by these experts, he was now weak and powerless. Little brat, you don't need to struggle anymore. Being studied by us experts is considered a blessing for you. That's right, after the research, we'll even give you a certificate as a form of recognition. Just then, the laboratory door was suddenly broken open with a loud bang, and Kazama rushed in. The experts, not knowing Kazama's strength, were furious to see him daring to storm into their lab alone. They immediately pointed at Kazama, cursing him. "You little brat, how dare you destroy the door to our laboratory? Yes, we are respected experts. I advise you to apologize to us immediately, or else we..." Smack, smack, smack. Unfortunately, before the experts could finish speaking, Kazama threw a punch, knocking them down like pigs. He quickly rescued the bound Naruto. At this point, the experts should have learned their lesson, but they relied on their past invincibility. Even after being knocked down by Kazama, they remained unyielding and called for security. Chapter 215. Sasuke also being dissected? Unfortunately, how could these mere security guards be a match for Kazama? Moreover, with Naruto present, as soon as the dozens of guards arrived, they were quickly defeated by Kazama and Naruto working together. Seeing such powerful guards being taken down, the experts were even more shocked. After all, these guards were their last line of defense. If even the guards couldn't handle Kazama and Naruto, wouldn't they be facing the danger of being killed? Thus, the experts looked at each other and immediately knelt before Kazama and Naruto, continuously apologizing. Despite their usually high and mighty demeanor when faced with trouble, they were all notorious cowards. These experts only bullied the weak and feared the strong, using certificates to deceive the public while robbing them of their family heirlooms. Unfortunately for them, they had now encountered Kazama, who would not indulge their bad habits. Therefore, even as the experts kept bowing and begging for mercy, Kazama did not show them any favor and kicked them down again. Kazama then continued to say to the experts, "Since you captured Naruto, you must have encountered other ninjas as well. Now tell me their whereabouts." At this moment, the experts, not knowing exactly what Kazama meant by ninjas, could only roughly guess that he was looking for people with special abilities like Naruto. So, they hurriedly replied to Kazama, this young brother. Smack, smack, smack. Unfortunately, before the experts could finish speaking, Naruto kicked them down again, shouting, "Hey, what gives you the right to call Kazama young brother?" I was wrong, brother. Our other group of experts encountered a blue-haired boy in another city. This boy can breathe fire. According to the message we received earlier, our other group of experts is trying to negotiate with him, planning to dissect him for research. If this is also one of your companions, you must hurry, because that group of experts is equipped with high-tech weapons and are particularly formidable. What? Upon hearing the experts' words, Kazama and Naruto were immediately taken aback, because what the experts were referring to must be Sasuke. Although Sasuke, with his Rinnegan and 6 Tomo, should be able to easily eliminate these experts, even wipe out everyone in modern society without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, Kazama and the others had their powers significantly weakened after traveling through time and space to this modern society. Even Kazama, who was quite formidable, had not regained his strength, let alone Sasuke. Therefore, Kazama knew he had to rescue Sasuke immediately. Just then, Naruto stopped Kazama. "Kazama, let me go alone for now." "What do you mean?" Hearing Naruto's words, Kazama felt confused. "Didn't you say earlier that Otsutsuki Ishiki came here with us? Although his strength has been weakened compared to us, he is still incredibly powerful. And since Otsutsuki Ishiki has always seen you as an enemy, it will be better to use you to divert his attention while I rescue Sasuke and the other Konoha ninjas. Because if both of us go, Otsutsuki Ishiki will definitely interfere, and then we won't be able to successfully rescue Sasuke." That's right, that's right. At this moment, Kazama never expected Naruto, who was usually dull, could come up with such a constructive suggestion. This immediately made Kazama feel deeply impressed. Kazama couldn't help but sigh that Naruto had learned from adversity. If Naruto hadn't been captured and studied, he probably wouldn't have been able to think so quickly. Then Naruto immediately asked the experts to lead him toward the place where Sasuke was captured. Meanwhile, Kazama began to act high profile, doing things loudly to attract Otsutsuki Ishiki's attention. Although Kazama didn't know where Otsutsuki Ishiki's true body was hiding, he didn't care, because Kazama knew that if Otsutsuki Ishiki wanted to attack him, there were only two ways: using his split cells or using his true body. No matter which method Otsutsuki Ishiki used, Kazama could easily defeat him. As long as he could eliminate Otsutsuki Ishiki, there would be no crisis on Earth. At that moment, as soon as Kazama returned home, he received news from his parents saying that his uncle was celebrating his birthday and they needed to rush back to congratulate him. Logically, they had almost no blood relation to this uncle in the village. Even if they were considered relatives, they were distant relatives at best. However, Kazama's parents liked to visit relatives, so they hoped Kazama would go with them. Kazama figured that wandering around could also attract Otsutsuki Ishiki's attention, so he agreed. He then immediately rode back with his parents in a Rolls-Royce Phantom to celebrate the birthday. However, what Kazama didn't expect was that the young people in their village were no longer as simple as before. Due to the demolition in their village, everyone had become wealthy from compensation, all with millions in their hands, acting very impressive. Unfortunately, Kazama's family's house was too remote and had not been demolished. So now in the village, Kazama was the only one who wasn't a demolisher. But that didn't stop Kazama from becoming a wealthy man. His assets had already far surpassed everyone else's. However, since the villagers rarely went out, they were unaware that Kazama had become a real estate tycoon and had a net worth of hundreds of billions. Not to mention the tens of millions worth of Rolls-Royce Phantom he owned. Therefore, when they saw Kazama's family of 3 returning, they immediately began to mock them. "I thought it was some big boss from a city, but it turns out to be our loser family of 3. Ha." At that moment, the leader of those mocking Kazama's family was his uncle's grandson, Heir Guzi. Kazama couldn't remember Heir Guzi's real name, but he was indeed, as his name suggested, very dog-like. Back in the day, when Heir Guzi's family was worse off than Kazama's, he would often come to Kazama's house to mooch off them. But now that Heir Guzi had become a demolisher, he thought he was superior. Now he was mocking Kazama's family, which was truly disgraceful. Kazama was furious upon seeing this. However, since Kazama's parents were honest and simple, they thought Heir Guzi was just joking and ignored him. But to outsiders, Kazama's parents were too kind and easily bullied. Now, seeing that Kazama's parents were ignoring him, Heir Guzi thought Kazama's family was easy to push around. So he became even more aggressive, blocking Kazama's family from entering their house. "Today is my uncle's birthday, and anyone bringing less than 10,000 in gifts isn't allowed at the table. You 3 came from the city to work, pretending to be city folks, not knowing how much you've earned, and since there are 3 of you, each must pay 10,000. Otherwise, you are just here to mooch. And we don't welcome you. What? Erguzi, how can you talk like that? At this moment, Kazama's parents could no longer hold back and immediately scolded Erguzi. Seeing that he had become a demolisher and was still being called by his nickname made Erguzi furious. So he waved his hand, and several thugs behind him immediately surrounded Kazama's family. What did you call me? How dare you call me Erguzi? You are asking for death. Today, I will teach you a lesson. At this point, the situation was tense. However, the villagers and that uncle were completely indifferent because they were all like Erguzi, demolishers who had lost touch with their roots. They no longer regarded Kazama's family as relatives. As the saying goes, when poor, no one asks. When rich, distant relatives come. So even when Kazama's family came to celebrate the birthday, they were still treated like like trash. Kazama was instantly enraged. It didn't matter if he was worth 100 billion or just a penny. He couldn't endure this humiliation. Therefore, without waiting for Erguzi and the others to act, Kazama unleashed a series of combo punches, knocking Erguzi and his thugs to the ground. They cried out in pain, calling for their parents. At that moment, Erguzi never expected that this mere high school student would dare to attack him. This made him furious, but when he saw Kazama's fist as big as a sandbag, Erguzi broke out in a cold sweat. So, he crawled over to his uncle while looking terrified, shouting at Kazama, "You little bastard, how dare you hit me? Let me tell you, I'm the one in charge in this village now. I will make sure you don't have it easy, and you will have to pay for my medical expenses. If you don't pay, I'll beat you to a pulp, crying for your parents." Kazama originally just wanted to teach Erguzi a lesson, but unexpectedly, this Erguzi, despite being beaten by him, was still so arrogant. How could Kazama possibly tolerate that? As Feng Jian threw another punch, he directly broke the legs of Erguzi. At this moment, everyone saw how heavy-handed Feng Jian was. Just a moment ago, Erguzi was lively, and now he had been turned into a cripple. The crowd immediately began to blame Feng Jian, acting as if they were righteous citizens, completely forgetting that Erguzi had provoked Feng Jian first. Feng Jian understood that the reason for their insults was that they saw he had no money. Although Feng Jian didn't like to show off, he felt the need to flaunt his wealth in front of them to give his parents some dignity. Therefore, he waved his hand, signaling the driver to bring the 30 million Rolls-Royce in front of everyone. Upon seeing it, the crowd was stunned. They knew the most expensive cars they had were only around 1 million, and they had never seen a car worth over 30 million. Just this one car from Feng Jian far surpassed their dozens of vehicles. As a result, the crowd, which had just been chattering, now looked at Feng Jian with newfound respect. Then, Feng Jian's driver cleverly took out a tablet and started playing promotional images of Feng Jian's real estate company. They realized that Feng Jian was actually a high school student, but he was also a legitimate real estate company owner with assets worth hundreds of billions. This left everyone speechless, with some even wetting themselves in shock. Soon after, Erday realized he had underestimated Feng Jian and had angered a true powerhouse. He hurriedly approached Feng Jian with a smile on his face, pretending to be kind, and gently patted Feng Jian's shoulder. "Feng Jian, it's been years since we last met. You've really grown. I didn't expect you to be this impressive. I apologize on behalf of my grandson for his earlier behavior. But now that you've crippled him, you should at least compensate for some medical expenses, right? I won't ask for much, just 1 or 2 million will do." Get lost. Erday initially thought he could act superior in front of Feng Jian due to his elder status, but Feng Jian didn't give him any face. With one punch, Feng Jian knocked Erday to the ground. This wasn't because Feng Jian disrespected the elderly, but because he sensed the Otsutsuki cells within Erday. Therefore, Feng Jian attacked him. Even if he hadn't, Erday, possessed by Otsutsuki, was already a living dead man. After being knocked down, Erday realized that Feng Jian had seen through his true identity. The Otsutsuki spirit then laughed maniacally and pointed at Feng Jian, angrily cursing, "All right, little brat, you're really something. Your perception seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I was hiding so well, yet you still managed to figure out my identity. Don't think that just because your strength has been restored, mine hasn't as well. I'm here to flaunt my wealth to lure out your Otsutsuki spirit. Prepare to die." As soon as Feng Jian finished speaking, he immediately performed the 30 displacement techniques and attacked the Otsutsuki spirit. When the crowd saw Erday transform into a stranger, they were terrified and fainted. This was exactly what Feng Jian wanted, as he didn't want to reveal his ninja abilities in front of them. If he did, it would cause chaos in the world, which would not be beneficial for his plan to eliminate the Otsutsuki spirit. At this point, the Otsutsuki spirit was indeed stronger than before, and they fought fiercely. Feng Jian initially thought he could easily defeat the Otsutsuki spirit, but something unexpected happened. Although the Otsutsuki spirit was weaker than Feng Jian, it had fought against him many times and had figured out Feng Jian's attack patterns. Therefore, it was able to perfectly evade every attack and even counterattack Feng Jian. This caused Feng Jian a lot of frustration. Although his strength surpassed that of the Otsutsuki spirit, his techniques were broad and powerful. With ordinary villagers present, if Feng Jian unleashed his full power, he might not only fail to kill the Otsutsuki spirit, but also turn the nearby civilians to ashes. Although these people had looked down on him, they didn't deserve to die, and Feng Jian was not a bloodthirsty person. Naturally, he didn't want to use such methods. So Feng Jian decided to find a deserted place to fight the Otsutsuki spirit. However, the Otsutsuki spirit had already figured out Feng Jian's thoughts. As soon as Feng Jian left, the Otsutsuki spirit grabbed one of the fainted villagers and coldly said to Feng Jian, "Listen here, little brat. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me be honest with you. If you dare to leave, I will kill all the villagers here." What? Feng Jian was completely caught off guard. The Otsutsuki spirit was still the same, using innocent civilians to threaten him. This made Feng Jian furious, and he exploded with rage. He pointed at the Otsutsuki spirit and shouted, "I advise you not to be too arrogant. Stop wasting my time." At this moment, although the Otsutsuki spirit knew it was weaker than Feng Jian, it believed it had a hold over Feng Jian with the villagers as leverage. Thus, the Otsutsuki spirit was very confident and didn't take Feng Jian seriously at all. No matter how much Feng Jian cursed, the Otsutsuki spirit didn't stop. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki spirit issued a final ultimatum, saying, "Let me tell you, Feng Jian, I've been very annoyed ever since you defeated me multiple times. After all, I'm a genius of the Otsutsuki clan, yet you keep defeating me, leaving me battered and crying for help. How could I possibly let you go? So if you want these villagers to live, you must kneel and knock your head 100 times and give me all your chakra. You really are too arrogant." At this moment, Feng Jian shouted angrily and immediately used the heavenly hand technique. In an instant, he switched places with the villager the Otsutsuki spirit was holding. What? The Otsutsuki spirit was shocked to see Feng Jian thwart his scheme again with the heavenly hand technique. Before it could react, Feng Jian knocked it down once more. At this moment, Kazama was running away while saying with a face full of resentment, "Why am I such an idiot? I clearly know that Kazama has the technique of heavenly hand power, but I still forgot it. It really makes me furious." The reason Kazama had pretended to be extremely angry earlier was to take advantage of the moment of unpreparedness to launch an attack on Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although Kazama's heavenly hand power was incredibly powerful, once he used this technique, his eyes would undergo a transformation. Since he had fought against Kazama many times before, Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that if he saw through Kazama's next attack, he would definitely fail. Therefore, Kazama decided to feign weakness. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki, realizing that the plan had been exposed, naturally wanted to escape immediately. Unfortunately, Kazama flew in and blocked his path. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki had already shown himself, and Kazama could not let him slip away just like that. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki was not his main body now, defeating his clone would still indirectly weaken his power. However, what Kazama did not expect was that after being blocked by Kazama, Otsutsuki Ishiki showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he sneered at Kazama. "Let me tell you, little brat Kazama, you really underestimate me. Do you really think I came to attack you alone? Don't you think I have other means?" What? What the hell do you mean? Seeing that Otsutsuki Ishiki was about to be killed by him, and yet showed no fear, Kazama's worldview was naturally refreshed. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki pointed directly behind Kazama. Kazama turned around and found that a large number of police officers had arrived. This immediately shocked Kazama. "You call the police?" "That's right. Although with your strength, you can be unafraid of the police. That old man died at your hands, and those villagers all saw it. Although it was really me who killed him. They don't understand, so now you're going to be in big trouble." Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed. Hearing this, Kazama was furious and wanted to tear Otsutsuki Ishiki into pieces. But Kazama knew that this was a society governed by law. If he didn't show himself, his parents would definitely suffer in his place. As the saying goes, a son pays for his father's debts. So he hurriedly returned to the original spot. At that moment, the awakened villagers saw the police and immediately said that the old man was killed by Kazama. Kazama knew he had no way to defend himself because no matter what he said, the police and villagers would not believe him. Therefore, Kazama could only temporarily give up and advise his parents to stay home and not go out, assuring them that he would find a way to get out of jail. The police, without saying a word, directly locked Kazama in prison and prepared to sentence him to death. After all, the ancient truth is that a life must be paid for with a life. At this moment, Kazama did not explain the reasons to the police because he knew their worldview was different from his. Even if he did explain, it would be useless. Therefore, he had to come up with a win-win solution that would allow him to be innocent and regain his freedom. Of course, the premise was that he could not harm the police, as they were good officers serving the people. Kazama would never attack them. However, what Kazama did not expect was that while the police were good, the prisoners in the jail were all heinous criminals. Moreover, the prisoners liked to bully newcomers. So when they saw Kazama arrive, they all smiled at him with malicious intent. Additionally, Kazama looked weak and frail. The prisoners, having been locked up for a long time, all wanted to make Kazama their target. At this moment, Kazama heard their demands and coldly smiled without speaking. If Kazama were an ordinary high school student, he might have feared these ruthless prisoners. But now, Kazama was a powerful ninja who could level the entire prison with a single move. So how could he be afraid of these pathetic prisoners? Kazama swiftly struck and knocked the leading prisoner to the ground, stuffing the soap directly into the prisoner's backside. The prisoner cried out in pain. Everything happened so quickly that the surrounding prisoners didn't have time to react before seeing their leader knocked down by Kazama. This shocked them immensely. They started cursing angrily and rushed towards Kazama, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Unfortunately, they vastly underestimated Kazama's strength, which was far beyond their capabilities. In just a few moves, Kazama beat them up, leaving them bruised and battered. This was still Kazama showing mercy. If he had truly gone all out, those people would have been turned into pulp long ago. At this moment, the prison guards heard the commotion in the cell and thought Kazama was being beaten up, so they rushed over to rescue him. After all, they believed Kazama was a newcomer and would surely be bullied by the old prisoners. But they never expected that when they arrived, Kazama was standing there unharmed, while the burly prisoners were all collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The guards looked at each other in disbelief. When they saw that Kazama was okay, they left. Although the prisoners had witnessed Kazama's terrifying strength, they did not give up. Normally, people would bow their heads and beg for mercy upon seeing Kazama's abilities, but these prisoners were all individuals who would not back down until they hit a wall. They would never submit to Kazama. Moreover, Kazama was not part of any gang, had no reputation, and did not possess any so-called red flower twin sticks. Therefore, these prisoners did not respect Kazama at all. They planned to wait until nightfall when Kazama was asleep and then take the opportunity to kill him. Unfortunately, they greatly underestimated Kazama's skills as a ninja. As a ninja, Kazama might sleep, but he would wake up immediately at the slightest disturbance. Thus, their next attack fell flat once again. At this time, Kazama did not deal a fatal blow to these prisoners, but instead used the 6 paths of Deva technique to control them all. Kazama did this for 2 reasons. First, to stop them from attacking him, and second, to turn one of the death row inmates into his likeness to take his place and be executed. This way, Kazama could leave the prison properly. As for clearing his name, as long as he caught Otsutsuki Ishiki, he could vindicate himself. Subsequently, Kazama followed his plan and transformed one of the prisoners into his likeness. Then, Kazama immediately used the space-time ninjutsu, Divine Might, leaving the prison and returning to his own home. For Kazama, who could use space ninjutsu, the prison was just a place that one could come and go as they wished. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki originally thought that by using the law of society to capture Kazama, Kazama would no longer be his opponent. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately prepared to attack Kazama's parents. Unfortunately, Kazama had long anticipated his scheme. Thus, before Otsutsuki Ishiki could infiltrate his home, Kazama had already used space-time ninjutsu to intercept him. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki could never have expected that Kazama had left the prison in just one night. This left Otsutsuki Ishiki greatly shocked, as he knew that Kazama, as a modern youth, was very afraid of modern laws. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki, with a shocked expression, shouted at Kazama, "You little brat. You better understand that you are now a murderer. If the police find you, not only you, but even your parents and family will be implicated." "Huh, stop pretending." At this moment, Kazama was already furious at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although he knew that the figure in front of him was not Otsutsuki Ishiki's true body, but a clone, Kazama still unleashed the 5 Natures Great Bomb technique, launching a barrage of attacks at Otsutsuki Ishiki's clone. At the same time, Kazama completely avoided targeting the vital points of Otsutsuki Ishiki's clone, aiming to make it unable to survive or die. thus forcing the clone to reveal the location of the true body. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki's clone, seeing Kazama's strength, was shocked, especially since Kazama had even broken out of prison to find its true body. This left Otsutsuki Ishiki stunned, as he knew that Kazama's strength had already surpassed his own. Given Kazama's powerful attacks, even if his true body descended, it would not be able to contend with Kazama. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately attempted to escape. Unfortunately for him, Kazama had already taken action against Otsutsuki Ishiki, and with Kazama's 6 paths ability completely restored and no cooldown time, he quickly controlled Otsutsuki Ishiki's clone and extracted information about the location of the true body. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was that although he had found out where Otsutsuki Ishiki's true body was, he received another message from a renowned individual. Sasuke could not be rescued. Chapter 217. Attacked by the people hearing Naruto's words, Kazama was taken aback. One should know that with Naruto's abilities, he should be able to easily rescue Sasuke. Moreover, with Sasuke's strength, he should also be able to easily escape from those experts. But now, even with Naruto and Sasuke working together, they had not succeeded, which left Kazama puzzled. Just as Kazama was preparing to take action, Naruto, covered in injuries, appeared before him. Kazama was shocked and quickly used medical ninjutsu to treat Naruto, then asked him again, "What on earth is going on? With your and Sasuke's strength, even the ninja world, you were among the top. How can you not deal with a few experts?" Sighing, Naruto shook his head and replied, "Kazama, you really underestimate the strength of those experts. Although they don't have ninjutsu, their weapons are incredibly powerful and high-tech, and their armor is impervious to knives and guns. No matter how we attack, we can't inflict any damage on them. Moreover, they can attack us without limit. You know that while Sasuke and I are strong, the chakra within us is finite, so we can't hold out for too long. Additionally, since we traveled through time and space to get here, our chakra and strength have been significantly weakened, which is why we were overpowered by those experts with high-tech weapons." What? Hearing that the experts' high-tech weapons were that formidable left Kazama shocked. He hurriedly accelerated his ninjutsu, bringing Naruto towards the location where Sasuke was being held. At that moment, those experts had completely controlled Sasuke. They planned to use their high-tech instruments to study Sasuke's body and extract his chakra and abilities for their own use. At this point, the experts did not even consider Sasuke's life important. They joked while conducting various experiments on him. What is going on with our society? Why are there so many super-powered individuals appearing out of nowhere? I say it's definitely a reward from heaven. Heaven sees our technology is so advanced, so it wants to enhance our own abilities by sending these super-powered individuals for us to study. Good. Since that's the case, we must seize this opportunity. Shut up. At this moment, Kazama had arrived before these experts using the body flicker technique and space-time ninjutsu. When the experts saw Kazama suddenly appear in front of them and heard him angrily curse at them, they quickly realized that Kazama was there to rescue Sasuke. They also noticed that Kazama could appear silently, indicating that his strength was far greater than Sasuke's. Thus, instead of being angry, the experts began to laugh as they sized him up. Haha, as they say, speak of the devil and he shall appear. We were just thinking if any other superpowered individuals would come, and here you are, little brat. Well, since that's the case, we certainly won't let you go. Then, the experts quickly picked up their high-tech weapons, preparing to kill Kazama. But unfortunately for them, Kazama had already learned about the capabilities of these experts' high-tech weapons from Naruto, so he was not afraid at all. In an instant, Kazama activated the strongest defensive Susanoo to resist the attacks from these high-tech weapons. However, as Naruto had said, the power of these experts' high-tech weapons was indeed very powerful. In an instant, they knocked Kazama, who had summoned Susanoo, to the ground. Although they did not break through Susanoo's defense, they still hindered Kazama's attacks. At that moment, Kazama knew that his Susanoo defense was very formidable, yet he was being pushed back by these experts' high-tech weapons. How could Kazama not be shocked? At that moment, the experts were also taken aback, because they originally thought that with their invincible and unstoppable high-tech weapons, they should be able to easily kill that Kazama. However, they never expected that their high-tech weapons only made Kazama tumble down like a dog and did not actually kill him. This left them extremely surprised. Thus, these experts looked at each other and immediately launched a frenzied attack on Kazama again, as if they were mad dogs continuously charging at him. The reason these experts dared to do this was because they relied on the super strong defense of their armor. Therefore, they felt emboldened to launch an endless attack on Kazama. Unfortunately, they greatly underestimated Kazama's strength. It should be known that Kazama was not someone like Sasuke or Naruto. Consequently, Kazama immediately unleashed Amaterasu's black flames, burning away the armor on these experts completely. At this moment, those experts still thought their armor was incredibly powerful, but they did not realize that Kazama's attack was even more formidable. Kazama's Amaterasu black flames were empowered by the Otsutsuki clan, making them exceptionally powerful. They would not cease until their target was completely consumed. Therefore, these experts were left looking at each other, completely at a loss for what to do. Additionally, due to the immense power of Kazama's Amaterasu black flames, not only did they burn their armor to nothingness, but they also incinerated their clothes completely. Those experts, who were originally well-dressed, now looked like a bunch of naked chickens. Subsequently, these experts were alarmed and hurriedly tried to escape. But unfortunately, Kazama immediately used Earth Release to surround their escape route. After a few punches and kicks, he knocked these experts to the ground. Kazama then angrily asked these experts, "With your level of technology, it is impossible for you to create such formidable high-tech weapons. Tell me, where did these weapons come from?" It turned out that Kazama had already realized that these high-tech weapons were not products of this society's technology, but were definitely made by some foreign species. At this moment, when the experts heard Kazama's question, although they were terrified and sweating profusely from Kazama's strength, they were still unwilling to reveal where their weapons came from. When Kazama saw that these experts were unwilling to drink the toast and instead were facing a penalty, he directly used the 6 Paths of Deva technique to completely control them. Subsequently, these experts confessed everything about the whereabouts of their weapons. It turned out that their weapons were all provided by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kazama found this somewhat unbelievable because he initially thought that if Otsutsuki Kinshiki controlled the earth, he would only use hardline tactics. However, he never expected that Otsutsuki Kinshiki would attempt to consume the earth through these experts. The sophistication of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's methods naturally left Kazama in shock. Moreover, Kazama also realized that he had indeed underestimated Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Although Otsutsuki Kinshiki was not very familiar with modern society, he could remain in the shadows and manipulate this current society in various ways. Now even these stubborn experts had become his subordinates, using the high-tech weapons he created. Therefore, Kazama was naturally very surprised. Just as Kazama was preparing to learn the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Kinshiki from these experts, the high-tech weapons that had been knocked down suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Kazama was quick-witted and hurriedly saved the experts as well as Sasuke and Naruto, ensuring their safety. Kazama then quickly asked these experts about the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Unfortunately, these experts had only met Otsutsuki Kinshiki once and did not know where he was hiding. Therefore, Kazama's inquiries were in vain. In desperation, Kazama could only rely on a sea of people strategy to search for Otsutsuki Kinshiki's whereabouts. However, what Kazama did not expect was that before he could take action, he saw the news featuring Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had transformed into the world's first person to actively acknowledge having special abilities. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kinshiki gained support from wealthy individuals around the world and established a company for ability users. The main purpose of this ability company was to provide protection for wealthy businessmen in various countries. Even more unexpectedly for Kazama, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was also abusing his power for personal gain, using his current influence to slander Kazama and others, claiming they were all evil ability users and unforgivable villains. He even threatened to turn Kazama and his companions into ashes. It should be known that the common people are easily influenced by public opinion. Therefore, at this time, these people also believed that Kazama and others were indeed the scum of society and unforgivable villains. As a result, Kazama, Sasuke, and Naruto hurriedly left the area, as they had now become the targets of public ire and could no longer reveal their true identities in front of the masses. Subsequently, Kazama took Naruto and Sasuke to his villa. Kazama then quickly asked Naruto and Sasuke, "You two, how do we become like street rats? This really infuriates me." Naruto replied, "Yeah, I think this society really can't accommodate us. If possible, I would like to return to our Konoha." Sasuke interjected, "Hey, you're just a fool. If we could go back, wouldn't we have returned long ago? We need to come up with a way that can both kill Otsutsuki Kinshiki and win the recognition of the people." Hearing Sasuke's words, Kazama immediately began to ponder. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good strategy. After all, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already gained the upper hand. So Kazama and the others could only take things as they came. But Kazama was not one to give up easily. He knew that even if he was currently at a disadvantage, he had to keep fighting. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is Kazama's principle of life. Therefore, Kazama then said to Naruto and Sasuke, "You too, although Otsutsuki Kinshiki has revealed our appearances to the public, causing societal backlash and public hatred, we are all ninjas and we can go incognito. Plus, now that Otsutsuki Kinshiki has voluntarily exposed his identity, while he has gained the upper hand, he has also lost his previous advantages." "Oh, what do you mean?" "It's simple. Previously, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was hiding in the shadows, so we couldn't find his trace and couldn't kill him. But now that he has willingly exposed himself, we can disguise ourselves, find his whereabouts, and tear him into pieces. Once Otsutsuki Kinshiki is dead, the people will understand who the good and bad people are." "Not bad." At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke nodded happily upon hearing Kazama's plan. Subsequently, the three of them immediately disguised themselves and headed towards the ability company where Otsutsuki Kinshiki was located. At this moment, Feng Jian did not expect that their whereabouts had already been anticipated by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that Feng Jian and the others were powerful and realized that once he leaked the information, they would definitely come to eliminate him. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki had set up many security measures in his ability-based company. This meant that as long as someone with chakra entered the company, an alarm would sound. Feng Jian and the others were unaware of this beforehand. As soon as they arrived at the company, the alarm immediately went off. Subsequently, numerous security guards rushed towards Feng Jian and the others, which left them in shock. However, Feng Jian knew that with the combined strength of the three of them, they could easily break through. Thus, Feng Jian quickly divided into 3 teams with Naruto and Sasuke and charged towards the security guards. However, they understood that these guards were merely under Otsutsuki Ishiki's manipulation and were not truly bad people. Therefore, they refrained from killing them and instead knocked them unconscious with a few punches and kicks. After that, they continued to rush towards the office where Otsutsuki Ishiki was located. Chapter 218. Crazy beatdown. At this moment, Feng Jian, Naruto, and Sasuke did not expect that although they were close to Otsutsuki Ishiki's office, there were actually a large number of bodyguards gathered outside the office, numbering in the hundreds. This surprised Feng Jian, as he had initially thought that Otsutsuki Ishiki was a simple-minded brute. However, after fighting him a few times, Feng Jian realized that Otsutsuki Ishiki was no longer just a muscle-bound fool. He had become highly skilled and intelligent. Feng Jian understood that it was better to eliminate Otsutsuki Ishiki quickly. Otherwise, leaving him alive would cause significant damage to society and pose a serious threat to the people. Thus, Feng Jian immediately confronted the hundreds of bodyguards blocking their path, saying, "Everyone, I know you are being manipulated by Otsutsuki Ishiki to stop us. You may see us as evil, but I must tell you that we are honorable men who have never done anything wrong. It is your master, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who is the real villain. Therefore, you must let us pass. Only by killing Otsutsuki Ishiki can you live a good life." Before Feng Jian could finish, the leading bodyguard sneered at him. "Let me tell you the truth. Our boss, Otsutsuki Ishiki, has already informed us that among the 3 of you, you are the best at sweet-talking. What you're saying is exactly what he predicted you would say. You're just a worthless brat. We are loyal subordinates of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and we will never let you bully him. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ishiki has taught us various chakra techniques. Therefore, we absolutely cannot allow you to kill our benefactor." As the bodyguard spoke, they charged towards Feng Jian and the others. At this moment, Feng Jian initially thought these bodyguards were just ordinary people. However, he did not expect that Otsutsuki Ishiki had taught them various ninjutsu to deal with them. Although these techniques were trash in Feng Jian's eyes, and not even on the level of a genin, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. However, Feng Jian did not want to waste any more time with them. With a loud shout, he unleashed a Shinra Tensei, knocking all the bodyguards to the ground. He had actually weakened the power of his Shinra Tensei. Otherwise, those hundreds of bodyguards would have been reduced to pulp. Then, Feng Jian rushed into the office. To his surprise, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not flee immediately but sat in the office, coldly watching him with a sneer. This puzzled Feng Jian, as he knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki was known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Logically, he should have fled upon seeing Feng Jian. But now he was just sitting there waiting for him, which left Feng Jian confused. Worrying that Otsutsuki Ishiki might set a trap, Feng Jian quickly stopped Naruto and Sasuke, who were about to rush in, and activated his Byakugan to look into Otsutsuki Ishiki's office. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki, knowing what Feng Jian was thinking, continued to laugh and said, "Let me tell you, I, Otsutsuki Ishiki, am not as scheming as you. I have no grievances with you. But your repeated attacks have really angered me. However, as the saying goes, the weak are prey to the strong. Since you want to kill me, come on. 30 years from now, I'll still be a good man." What? Feng Jian never expected Otsutsuki Ishiki to say such a thing. Although he was shocked, he knew he had to kill Otsutsuki Ishiki quickly. Otherwise, they would be framed by him. With a furious roar, Feng Jian charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki again. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not resist at all. Instead, he covered his head, allowing Feng Jian to attack him. Seeing this, Feng Jian couldn't help but think, this doesn't make sense. Otsutsuki Ishiki is indeed his true self, but why isn't he counterattacking? This shouldn't be the case. While Feng Jian was pondering this, a large number of news media suddenly appeared outside, and even photographers flew helicopters to the window of Otsutsuki Ishiki's office, broadcasting the scene of Feng Jian beating Otsutsuki Ishiki live on television. At that moment, the crowd, upon seeing Feng Jian's actions, began to angrily scold him. They believed that Otsutsuki Ishiki was a good person and Feng Jian was the villain. After all, helping the weak was a common tendency among modern people. They thought that as long as someone was weak, they must be good, and if someone was strong, they must be bad. If there was a conflict between the strong and the weak, the wrong party would definitely be the weak one. Seeing the crowd continuously angrily scolding him, Feng Jian was in disbelief. He realized that the situation had escalated and created a misunderstanding among the people. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to explain, but unfortunately, the crowd refused to believe him. After all, the common people are willing to believe the weak and unwilling to believe the strong. But they do not know that some weak people are also bastards. Some strong people will deliberately pretend to be weak to gain sympathy from others. And now, Otsutsuki Ishiki is such a person. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Ishiki has taken the initiative, so no matter how Kazama explains at this moment, it is useless. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki sees that Kazama has become a rat crossing the street. Everyone wants to beat him. He immediately sneered and leaned close to Kazama's ear. "Little brat, let me tell you the truth. Yes, with my current strength, I am indeed not your opponent. However, in this society, I have the initiative because the common people are particularly easy to deceive. So I deliberately pretend to be the victim to gain their sympathy, and you, who are always trying to kill me, as long as you dare to make a move against me, you will fall into my trap, and I can gain the sympathy of the many people. Meanwhile, you, little brat, will become the infamous bastard in the hearts of the people. What? It makes me furious." At this moment, Kazama finally understands Otsutsuki Ishiki's trick. This truly makes Kazama extremely angry. Unfortunately, even though Kazama has understood the opponent's trick, he can only swallow his bitterness silently, because he is indeed already hated by the people. Then Kazama immediately said to the many people with a face full of disbelief, "Dear citizens, you have all fallen for Otsutsuki Ishiki's trick. He is a notorious bastard, and I'm a good guy. You must not be misled by him. Shut up. We know better than you who the good guy and the bad guy are." Unfortunately, at this moment, the crowd did not believe Kazama's words at all. Instead, they started angrily cursing at Kazama. At this time, Kazama, feeling helpless, could only stop attacking. Because Kazama knew that if this continued, he and his companions would truly become targets of public criticism. At that time, even if he killed Otsutsuki Ishiki, Naruto, and Sasuke would also become rats crossing the street, unable to survive in modern society. This is not what Kazama hopes to see. After all, Kazama has not yet found a way to return to the world of Naruto. Therefore, he must continue to live here. Kazama immediately instructed Naruto and Sasuke beside him to retreat with him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kazama and the others returning in defeat and laughed wildly. Then he pretended to bow and thank the many citizens, claiming that he would continue to fund the pursuit of Kazama and the others to kill these three notorious scoundrels. He also promised to teach many citizens ninjutsu, allowing them all to become superpowers. It is known that ordinary citizens yearn to be superpowers. Therefore, now that they learned that they could also become superpowers, they were naturally very happy. Moreover, the more they admired Otsutsuki Ishiki, the more furious they were at Kazama. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke, who had escaped, saw that they could clearly kill Otsutsuki Ishiki, but they still failed. This truly baffled them. Meanwhile, Kazama hurriedly explained to Naruto and Sasuke, "You two don't understand. The people in this modern society are different from those in the Naruto world. The people in this modern society are very naive, and they all admire superpowers. And since Otsutsuki Ishiki showcased his superpowers first and labeled us as scoundrels, the ordinary masses would think that Otsutsuki Ishiki is the true righteous one. So what should we do next? At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had completely lost their ideas. Kazama said, "We don't need to do anything now. We just need to hold our ground." What? Hold our ground? Yes, but if we do that, won't Otsutsuki Ishiki take action against the citizens? Haha, I want him to take action against the citizens, so that they will understand what kind of bastard Otsutsuki Ishiki really is. At that time, we will attack Otsutsuki Ishiki again, and the many citizens will know we are the righteous ones. This will also help them learn that good people and bad people are not so easy to distinguish. Okay, no problem. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke also thought Kazama's plan was very clever, so they nodded happily. Then the three of them followed their devised strategy and stopped showing themselves. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kazama and the others no longer appearing and thought his plan had succeeded. He was immediately overjoyed. Soon after, he revealed his true colors. Because Otsutsuki Ishiki's main objective now is to control all resources on Earth and all the citizens. However, since Kazama and the others had been attacking him before, his actions had been hindered. Now that Kazama and the others had disappeared, Otsutsuki Ishiki naturally had to start monopolizing social resources immediately. At this time, the originally ordinary citizens still thought Otsutsuki Ishiki was a very good person. But it wasn't long before they discovered that Otsutsuki Ishiki was becoming increasingly dictatorial. He ordered every citizen to worship him. If he told the citizens to go east, they must go east. If he told them to eat shit, they had to eat shit. Therefore, it didn't take long for the many citizens to have some grievances. However, what they did not expect was that the previously amiable Otsutsuki Ishiki, upon hearing the citizens' grievances, ordered his subordinates to kill the leading citizens indiscriminately. He even desecrated their corpses and hung them on the city walls. This truly terrified the citizens. Soon after, these citizens realized that the Otsutsuki Ishiki they had been worshipping was actually a notorious bastard. Moreover, the three people they had previously cursed, Kazama and his companions, had not actually done anything bad to them. The reason Kazama and the others had become targets of public criticism was because of Otsutsuki Ishiki's schemes. However, now these citizens understood that even if they had wrongly accused Kazama and the others, the three who still possessed ninjutsu had already disappeared. There was no point in regretting now. At this time, Kazama and his companions saw the drastic changes in society and immediately understood that their opportunity had come. Kazama then nodded to Naruto and Sasuke. "You two, our day has finally come. Now that Otsutsuki Ishiki has provoked public anger, as long as we can stand up next and lead the oppressed masses to attack Otsutsuki Ishiki, we can truly kill him." Chapter 219, Beating Up the Bystanders. Okay, no problem. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were also very excited. To be honest, they had long been very angry at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Now that they learned they could finally attack him, why wouldn't they be happy? So, at this moment, Kazama, Sasuke, and Naruto quickly gathered together. Immediately, he charged towards the headquarters of Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki never expected that the trio of Kazama, who had disappeared for many years, would reappear. He thought that after their disappearance, they had long lived a life of anonymity. After all, being treated like a rat in the street is not a pleasant feeling. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not know that although the trio of Kazama was living in seclusion, they had not given up on themselves, but had been enduring and preparing for a comeback. At this moment, many citizens saw the trio of Kazama leading a rebellion and immediately joined in, all attacking the location where Otsutsuki Ishiki was stationed. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki was shocked, he was also eager to fight Kazama in a grand battle, as his strength had greatly improved over the years of training. He knew Kazama was powerful, but he believed that as a young talent of the Otsutsuki clan, there was no reason for him to be suppressed by Kazama. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki let out a furious roar, commanding his subordinates to deal with the rebellious citizens while he personally confronted Kazama. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke saw Otsutsuki Ishiki appear and, without waiting for Kazama's orders, rushed towards him. Kazama, sensing Otsutsuki Ishiki's formidable strength through his super perception, realized that if things went wrong, he might even fail, let alone Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, Kazama quickly urged Naruto and Sasuke, "Don't get too excited. Let me handle Otsutsuki Ishiki." "Haha, Kazama, you underestimate us too much. After all these years of training, Can we not handle trash like Otsutsuki Ishiki? What? How dare you call me trash? At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki initially did not regard Naruto and Sasuke as threats and had no intention of fighting them. However, upon hearing them insult him as trash, how could he tolerate it? Otsutsuki Ishiki, with his lofty pride and belief in his superiority, was furious after being insulted by Naruto and Sasuke and immediately engaged them in battle. Although Naruto and Sasuke had improved significantly over the years, they could not match the true genius of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Ishiki. In just a few breaths, Naruto and Sasuke were knocked to the ground. Seeing that he was no match for Otsutsuki Ishiki, Naruto retreated to Kazama's side. However, Sasuke, being someone who always wanted to show off, refused to admit defeat. Therefore, he immediately unleashed all his power, saying, "I tell you, Otsutsuki Ishiki, I am from the Uchiha clan and will never be defeated by anyone." Slap! Slap! Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was once again kicked to the ground by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Seeing his companion defeated, Kazama could not hold back and charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki himself. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki coldly smiled and unleashed the Ten Tails from within, directing it towards Kazama. When Kazama saw that Otsutsuki Ishiki actually had the Ten Tails, he was taken aback and rushed to say, "How is this possible? As far as I know, you didn't have any tailed beasts. How did you obtain the 10 tails?" Ha. At this moment, seeing Kazama flustered by his 10 tails, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed maniacally. However, despite his laughter, he did not stop his attacks. Instead, he intensified them. "Let me tell you, Kazama, you don't need to know how I got the 10 tails. And right now, I can't wait to tear you to pieces. So stop pretending in front of me." What? Kazama never expected Otsutsuki Ishiki to be so arrogant. He had spared his life multiple times before. Yet now, Otsutsuki Ishiki relied on having the 10 tails to show off in front of him. How could Kazama endure this? Thus, Kazama also released his 10 tails. His 10 tails was fused with the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan and possessed immense power, far beyond what Otsutsuki Ishiki could match. Moreover, Kazama's various Kekkai Genkai had reached their peak, and in just a few exchanges, he fused with the 10 tails, combining it with a complete Susanoo to become the 10 tails Susanoo. In a short confrontation, he forced Otsutsuki Ishiki to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki was completely unprepared for Kazama's attack, which left him astonished. Not only was he surprised, but he also felt very indignant because he had trained for so many years and believed he had reached the peak of his power. Yet, he was easily defeated by Kazama. This made Otsutsuki Ishiki furious, but he knew that getting angry again would not help, as Kazama's strength truly exceeded his own. In order to survive, Otsutsuki Ishiki hurriedly controlled the rebel forces composed of citizens below and prepared to use this underhanded tactic to threaten Kazama again. Seeing Otsutsuki Ishiki's actions, Kazama was extremely furious because he had always regarded these citizens as his companions. After fighting Otsutsuki Ishiki for so many years, he thought that Otsutsuki Ishiki's mindset had matured and that he would not use innocent citizens as a means to threaten him. However, Kazama realized he had overestimated Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although he had become smarter, he was still the same ruthless bastard. Therefore, Kazama quickly ordered Naruto and Sasuke to stop attacking, and with a face full of anger, he said to Otsutsuki Ishiki, "Otsutsuki Ishiki, I've said this countless times before, and now I tell you again, this is a matter between you and me. I do not wish for you to use these innocent citizens as a means to threaten me. And you should also understand that even if you use these citizens as leverage, I can still kill you." Ha. Just as Kazama finished speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki burst into laughter. "Kid, I see through your temperament completely. To me, you are nothing but a merciful fool. As the saying goes, mercy does not command an army. Someone like you has no right to resist me. So stop pretending in front of me, saying that even if I capture these citizens, you can still kill me. All right, now let us see how you plan to kill me." At this point, Otsutsuki Ishiki clearly saw through Kazama's weakness, so he didn't listen to Kazama at all. At this moment, seeing Otsutsuki Ishiki acting stubbornly, Kazama was naturally very angry. However, Kazama also knew that although his heavenly hand technique could move himself and the target mutually, allowing him to reach Otsutsuki Ishiki's side and kill him. The current situation was that Otsutsuki Ishiki had captured not just one citizen, but dozens of them. Therefore, his heavenly hand technique could only switch himself with one target at a time and could not switch multiple identical targets. This was why Kazama was feeling very troubled. At this moment, when Otsutsuki Ishiki saw that Kazama had not acted for a long time, he immediately realized that he was indeed a real threat to Kazama. Thus, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed maniacally again. What's wrong, Kazama? Have you been thinking for a long time and still can't come up with a strategy to deal with me? It seems that you're no longer my opponent. Since that's the case, I now order you to bow down and beg for mercy. And then take your own life to thank the world. Then I will let these citizens go. Facing such an unreasonable demand from Otsutsuki Ishiki, Kazama simply turned a deaf ear. However, when the citizens saw that their compatriots and friends had a glimmer of hope, they immediately began to persuade Kazama. Hey, little brother, I advise you to agree to Otsutsuki Ishiki's conditions right away. Yes, you should know that Otsutsuki Ishiki has captured hundreds of people, and you're just one person. Although your strength is extraordinary, every life is equal. If you sacrifice yourself to save the lives of those hundreds of people, then you would be a hero. Yes, after you die, we can set up a monument for you, so that our descendants will honor you. I wonder if you agree? Slap. Unfortunately, before these citizens could finish speaking, Naruto and Sasuke immediately knocked down all those who wanted Kazama to commit suicide. At this moment, those people were covering their faces in terror and said to Naruto and Sasuke, who were beating them, "Are you too crazy? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you are ninjas. Yeah, besides, we didn't say anything wrong. Sacrificing your life to save hundreds of lives. Isn't that what you people should do? I can sacrifice my life, but the choice is mine, not yours." At this moment, Kazama immediately coldly reprimanded those citizens who were standing there talking without feeling the pain. That's right, every life is equal. Since it's equal, why should I sacrifice my life to save the lives of hundreds of people? Moreover, I have been persuading you not to listen to Otsutsuki Ishiki's words. But you not only did not listen, but insisted on becoming his subordinates. Whatever Otsutsuki Ishiki asks you to do, you do. Now that he has shown his true colors, you're scared, and you still want me to sacrifice my life to save you citizens. Do you think that's possible? At this moment, upon hearing Kazama's words, the citizens were immediately speechless. Let me tell you, I, Kazama, have never been afraid of death, but unfortunately, I cannot die for you ignorant citizens. Moreover, if one person's life can save the lives of hundreds, then I can kill one of you now, and then save those hundreds of people from Otsutsuki Ishiki. Would you be willing? At this moment, when the crowd heard Kazama asking them to offer their lives, they all shook their heads like rattles. After all, these people were those who feared for their lives. They only knew that it was better to live than to die well. They had no idea what heroic sacrifice meant. After all, they were very selfish. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki saw Kazama arguing with these citizens and immediately waved his hand impatiently. All right, I say, Kazama, stop with your verbal sparring with these ignorant citizens. Now I ask you, do you want to commit suicide or not? If you're willing to commit suicide, I will spare the lives of these hundreds of citizens. If you're not willing to commit suicide, then sorry, these citizens will soon be going to their next life. Fine, let them go to their next life. I don't care, Kazama said coldly, and then flew towards Otsutsuki Ishiki with a roar. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki never expected that Kazama would really not care about the lives of those hundreds of citizens just to kill him. This immediately startled Otsutsuki Ishiki. Therefore, he hurriedly threw the hundreds of citizens in front of Kazama and simultaneously used space ninjutsu to escape. At this time, Kazama was blocked by these hundreds of citizens thrown at him. So he did not pursue the escaping Otsutsuki Ishiki and instead saved the hundreds of surviving citizens. However, what Kazama did not expect at this moment was that even though he had saved them, these hundreds of citizens actually began to scold him. Hey, you powerful guy. Why are you unwilling to give up your life to save us? Yes, don't you know that with great power comes great responsibility? Bastard. Hearing their words, Kazama could no longer hold back his anger. He immediately threw a punch, knocking down the few citizens who were cursing at him. What the hell do you know? Do you really think Otsutsuki Ishiki will keep his promise? If I die, you will be killed immediately. Do you think you citizens are just exchangeable items in Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes? Let me tell you, in Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes, you are nothing but ants. I figured out Otsutsuki Ishiki's trick, which is why I insisted on attacking him, because he would never truly be willing to sacrifice his life to kill you people. Chapter 220. Sasuke's betrayal. At this moment, when the citizens heard Kazama's angry scolding, although they were very angry, they did not dare to do anything against Kazama due to his strength. Therefore, they could only temporarily let it go. At this time, Kazama also didn't want to deal with these ignorant citizens anymore. After all, he knew that talking more with them was like playing the lute to a cow. After a brief encounter, Kazama immediately left with Naruto and Sasuke. After all, he had already resolved the crisis here. As for the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had escaped, although Kazama had not been able to kill him this time, he knew Otsutsuki Ishiki's character well. He would not dare to come out for a while. After all, he had thwarted Otsutsuki Ishiki's plot to control all of humanity. Therefore, the next time Otsutsuki Ishiki wanted to attack him, he would definitely use other methods. So Kazama and the others could take a break for the time being. At this moment, although Kazama had found Naruto and Sasuke, he had not yet found the other Konoha ninjas. So Naruto immediately volunteered to go find the other Konoha ninjas. Originally, Sasuke also wanted to go, but due to being seriously injured by Otsutsuki Ishiki earlier, he needed to rest now. Therefore, Kazama arranged for Sasuke to stay in an apartment. At this moment, Sasuke immediately asked Kazama, "Hey Kazama, when can we return to the ninja world?" Hearing Sasuke's question, Kazama also looked troubled. After all, they had unintentionally caused a time-space disturbance by arriving in this reality. To be honest, Kazama was just as confused about how to return to the ninja world. So, Kazama could only tell Sasuke the truth. However, he reassured Sasuke that he didn't need to worry. As long as his strength was fully restored, he could continuously use space-time ninjutsu, and perhaps they could travel through time and space again to return to the ninja world. Upon hearing this from Kazama, Sasuke felt somewhat disappointed but had no choice but to drop the matter. At this time, Kazama had to attend to his business and help Naruto find other Leaf Village ninjas, so he temporarily left. He thought Sasuke could rest peacefully. However, what Kazama didn't expect was that shortly after he left, Otsutsuki Ishiki quietly approached Sasuke. At this moment, the resting Sasuke had already sensed Otsutsuki Ishiki's aura and was taken aback. He quickly sprang to his feet and immediately charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki with a kunai. After all, Sasuke had a deep-seated grudge against Otsutsuki Ishiki, as the injuries he sustained were inflicted by him. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki was dodging Sasuke's attacks while sneering at him, saying, "Sasuke, you really hold a grudge, don't you? Although I heavily injured you before, I actually went easy on you. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have turned you to dust long ago. Shut the hell up." At this point, Sasuke was extremely furious with Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, Kazama valued his pride greatly, but Otsutsuki Ishiki had humiliated him in front of everyone. How could Sasuke not be angry? At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki was not here to engage in a verbal battle with Sasuke, but rather to try to win him over and turn him against Kazama, so he would have a chance to kill Kazama. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately began to flatter Sasuke with sweet words. "Listen, Sasuke, think carefully. You were the genius of the Uchiha clan, and back then, when you saw your entire clan wiped out, you unleashed the curse mark. That glorious achievement is something others cannot compare to. But ever since Kazama, that garbage, appeared, he has taken away your spotlight. And previously he even toyed with you. Aren't you angry about that? To be honest, if you aren't angry, I feel angry for you." At this moment, Sasuke was clearly enjoying Otsutsuki Ishiki's words. However, he also knew that following Otsutsuki Ishiki meant he was siding with an enemy. So even though he felt very pleased with Otsutsuki Ishiki's continuous praise, he could not immediately join forces with him. Therefore, Sasuke hurriedly pretended to be full of rage and said to Otsutsuki Ishiki, "Enough, I advise you not to sow discord. Yes, I was indeed a genius before, but as the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. It is only natural that Kazama is more powerful than I am." Wrong. At this moment, before Sasuke could finish speaking, Otsutsuki Ishiki laughed at him again. To be honest, after so many years of fighting against Kazama, I have realized that the ninjutsu he possesses is not something he learned on his own. He stole it from others. What? Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but be shocked again. "Sasuke, you are surprised now? There are even more shocking revelations to come. You should know that your Sharingan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan were copied by Kazama from you. This means Kazama has taken your hard-earned results. As for how he copied them, I'm not sure. But in my opinion, Kazama is nothing but a lowly scoundrel, a thief. Yet now you want to acknowledge this thief as your big brother. Don't you think you're being taken advantage of? Damn it, this makes me furious." Sasuke had always been very proud, so when he heard Otsutsuki Ishiki's words, he immediately felt resentment towards Kazama. Otsutsuki Ishiki then added fuel to the fire. Furthermore, Kazama was a person from this reality. He had even controlled a local real estate tycoon with Genjutsu, accumulating a fortune of billions. Yet he not only didn't give you luxury cars or mansions, but only allowed you to recuperate in such a shabby apartment. You should know he lives in a mansion of several thousand square feet. Isn't this treating you like you're not even human? Even a dog wouldn't be kept in such a shabby apartment, would it? Don't you agree? That's enough. Shut the hell up. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes were red with anger, and he could hardly wait to confront Kazama. Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that his words had completely stirred up Sasuke's anger. Next, he could secretly ally with Sasuke and take action against Kazama. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately smiled at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, to be honest, although I am from the Otsutsuki clan and you are from the Uchiha clan, there's still some blood connection between our two clans. But Kazama is different. He's an outsider. What does he have to do with us? As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. If you no longer want to be subservient to Kazama, we can join forces to kill Kazama once and for all. Hearing that Otsutsuki Ishiki wanted to join forces with him against Kazama, Sasuke was immediately hesitant. After all, Sasuke knew that Kazama had saved him multiple times before. Now, to repay kindness with enmity was something he could not do. Although Sasuke did not express his reasons, Otsutsuki Ishiki could see from Sasuke's expression that he wanted to refuse. So I hurriedly said to Sasuke, I say, Sasuke, you must not hesitate now. That's right, earlier, that mixed-hair Kaze had indeed saved you. But you need to understand that if it weren't for Kaze obtaining that awesome ninjutsu from you, how could he have the ability to save you? So everything is a deliberate scheme by him to trap you, just to make you submit to him. Moreover, I heard that he used lightning release to roast your little buddy into a sweet and spicy dish. How can you endure such a humiliation? That's right. At this moment, Sasuke was completely furious. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to attack that Kazama. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki was overjoyed in his heart. I must say, Sasuke, your strength is indeed impressive, very powerful. But you should also understand that this kid Kazama's strength should not be underestimated. If you attack him now, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he will knock you to the ground. Moreover, Kazama, that scruffy-haired guy, has always liked to return a favor with a vengeance, 1,000-fold. If you make a move now, not only will he kill you, but he might also beat you to the point of wishing you were dead. Oh, so what do you think I should do? At this point, Sasuke has clearly forgotten that Otsutsuki Ishiki is a wicked bastard, a complete scoundrel. He has evidently regarded this Otsutsuki Ishiki as his companion. It's simple. If you ask me, you should secretly take action against him. Secretly? Not bad. Now Kazama still doesn't know that you have seen through his true colors. So you just continue to pretend to be his good brother, and I will confront him head-on. By that time, he will be fully focused on battling me, while you find an opportunity to ambush him. At that moment, the two of us can attack him from both sides, and in just a moment of confrontation, we can take him down. Even if we can't kill him, we can seriously injure him. By then, you can occupy his body and gain his jutsu, while I can take control of this world. Then I will use my space-time ninjutsu to send you back to that ninja world. What do you think? Sure, no problem. At this moment, when Sasuke saw Otsutsuki Ishiki speaking so sincerely, he immediately nodded happily. He then quickly joined forces with Otsutsuki Ishiki and charged toward Wind. At that time, Wind was still managing his real estate business and sending people to help Naruto search for the remaining Konoha ninjas. Therefore, when Wind saw Sasuke come before him, he was somewhat puzzled. After all, it had only been about an hour since Sasuke started his recovery. So, Wind hurriedly asked with concern, Sasuke, why aren't you resting properly? What brings you here? At this moment, Sasuke originally wanted to rush over and angrily scold Kazama. However, he suddenly recalled his plan with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Therefore, he forced a smile and said to Kazama, to be honest, my injury has mostly healed, so I also want to help you out. I can't just keep living in your apartment, eating and waiting to die. I said, Sasuke, you're being too polite. Because Kazama is too kind and too naive, he didn't realize that Sasuke's words were laced with sarcasm. So he immediately smiled and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Just then, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly appeared in front of Kazama and launched an attack on Kazama's real estate company. At that moment, Kazama had no idea that this Otsutsuki Ishiki, whom he had just defeated, was now coming back to ambush him. This instantly made Kazama furious. He let out a roar and charged straight at Otsutsuki Ishiki, simultaneously telling Sasuke, Sasuke, hurry and dodge. Your injuries have just started to heal. You must not get hit by this Otsutsuki Ishiki. All right, no problem. At this moment, facing Winjian's concern, Sasuke showed no appreciation at all. He even gave a cold smile. In an instant, he charged at Winjian. Techniques like Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear, and Kirin were all unleashed on Winjian. At this time, Winjin was completely focused on battling Otsutsuki Ishiki, so he never anticipated that Sasuke would launch a sneak attack on him. Therefore, in just a moment, he was knocked to the ground by Sasuke. At this point, it was less about the heavy injuries Winjin sustained and more about the emotional pain he felt. Winjin had always regarded Sasuke as a good brother and friend. Seeing Sasuke actually knock him down, how could Winjin not feel heartbroken? Immediately, Winjin glared at Sasuke with anger and scolded him. Sasuke, have you gone mad? You actually joined forces with Otsutsuki Ishiki to attack me. Sasuke replied with a sneer. Haha, yes, I'm crazy. Let me tell you, Winjin, I no longer want to work under you, this despicable little man. Now, I'm going to join forces with Otsutsuki Ishiki to tear you to pieces, turn you into bones and ashes, and skin you alive. Chapter 221. Completely kill Otsutsuki Ishiki after that. Sasuke immediately launched a merciless attack on the injured Winjin lying on the ground. After a few exchanges, he directly killed Winjin. At that moment, Sasuke was somewhat surprised to see that he had truly killed Winjin. After all, Sasuke knew that with Winjin's strength, it was impossible for him to be so easily defeated. Yet now he had actually done it. This made Sasuke feel as if he were dreaming. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was nearby, was also taken aback to see Winjin die so easily. However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not delve deeper into it. After all, he thought that Winjin's death was due to his brilliant strategy and the cooperation with Sasuke that led to the sneak attack. Moreover, although Winjin was powerful, he was not a deity. How could he possibly be immortal? At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki burst into laughter and approached Sasuke, patting him on the shoulder. Sasuke, you're really impressive. You know, back in the day, I fought against this Kazama for 3,000 rounds, but I was defeated every time. Even when I could have beaten him, I could never actually kill him. But now, you didn't even need to make a move, and when you did, you completely killed Kazama. You're truly amazing. At this moment, Sasuke heard the praise from Otsutsuki Ishiki and immediately burst into joyful laughter. After all, he had always lived in the shadow of Wind. Now that he had defeated Wind, he believed that his strength had surpassed that of Wind. Therefore, Sasuke was naturally very happy. However, at this moment, Sasuke suddenly thought of something, and his brows furrowed. He hurriedly turned to Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was laughing wildly beside him, and said, I say, Otsutsuki Ishiki, we shouldn't be celebrating so early. What's wrong? It is important to know that Naruto and Kazama had a very good relationship in the past, and now Naruto is out searching for the missing ninjas from Konoha. If Naruto finds these people and learns about the fact that I killed Kazama, he will definitely come after me. Well, hearing Sasuke's concerns, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately fell into deep thought. This does not mean that Otsutsuki Ishiki really considered Sasuke as his partner, so he was worried about Sasuke's life and death. It was also because Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that Naruto's strength was considerable. If they let Naruto join forces with those Konoha ninjas to seek revenge for Sasuke, it would definitely lead to an attack on himself. Whether Sasuke lived or died was of no concern to Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, if Naruto thwarted his plan to control this world, then everything he had done would be in vain. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes turned, and he immediately came up with an idea. He smiled at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, you don't need to worry now. Since Naruto, that little brat, has the ability to destroy our plan, why don't we set up a chain scheme? Oh, what is a chain scheme? It's simple. Didn't the two of us previously work together to kill the powerful Kazama? You know, even someone like Kazama, who has the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, was killed by us. How could that little brat Naruto, who only possesses the power of the Nine Tails, be our opponent? So next, you just need to deliberately hide the news of Kazama's death and lure Naruto and those Konoha ninjas into our trap. Then, while they are not paying attention, I will face them head on, and you will sneak attack them from behind. This way, we can easily kill Naruto and the other ninjas. Not bad. Not bad. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki's plan, Kazama immediately burst into laughter. He then quickly followed this strategy and began to contact Naruto, who was out searching for Konoha ninjas. At this moment, Naruto indeed found the scattered Konoha ninjas around the world. He then received a message from Sasuke and hurriedly brought the Konoha ninjas over. This was because Naruto still didn't know that Sasuke had killed Kazama. So he excitedly said to Sasuke, Sasuke, hurry up and call Kazama out. I've found the scattered Konoha ninjas, and now that we're all together again, we should celebrate. He, of course, no problem. At this time, Sasuke nodded immediately while saying, but Kazama just had something important to do, so he left for a while. Let's wait for him here, okay? Sure. But while Naruto was waiting, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly appeared according to the plan and immediately launched an attack on Naruto and the group of Konoha ninjas with wild laughter. What? Otsutsuki Ishiki, you bastard! How dare you show up? At this moment, Naruto still didn't know that Otsutsuki Ishiki and Sasuke had secretly allied. So when he saw Otsutsuki Ishiki appear, he immediately flew into a rage and charged at him. At this time, many Konoha ninjas had also been tortured by Otsutsuki Ishiki before, so they were very angry at him as well. Thus, when they saw Naruto make a move, they naturally did not want to fall behind and all attacked Otsutsuki Ishiki. At this moment, although Otsutsuki Ishiki was outnumbered, his strength was formidable. Therefore, facing the attacks from Naruto and the many Konoha ninjas, Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't say he was defending easily, but he was still able to resolve their attacks one by one. Just then, Sasuke saw that Naruto and the Konoha ninjas had no vigilance against him. He immediately sneered coldly and then unleashed all his skills to launch a sneak attack on the Konoha ninjas. Just as Otsutsuki Ishiki had planned, once Sasuke made his move, he quickly knocked all the Konoha ninjas, including Naruto, to the ground, especially Naruto, who was beaten to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. At this time, the severely injured Naruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop acting tough. At this moment, Sasuke knew that Naruto possessed the chakra of the 9 tails and had a strong recovery ability. So he was unwilling to waste time talking to Naruto and struck swiftly, directly separating Naruto's head from his body. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Ishiki launched attacks on the many Konoha ninjas who had also been knocked down. In just a few exchanges, he killed all these hundreds of Konoha ninjas. At this time, seeing that he and Otsutsuki Ishiki had finally dealt with Kazama, Naruto, and the rest of the Konoha ninjas, Sasuke burst into wild laughter. He then immediately said to Otsutsuki Ishiki, "Now that we've dealt with these hidden dangers, let's follow the previous plan. You will teach me all the ninjutsu extracted from Kazama, and you can become the leader of this world." Ha ha ha, yes. I do indeed want to become the leader of this world, but what qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? What? At this moment, Sasuke had not yet reacted to what was happening when Otsutsuki Ishiki punched him to the ground. What? What the hell are you doing? At this time, Sasuke never expected that Otsutsuki Ishiki would turn against him. This was something Sasuke had never dreamed of. He had previously regarded Otsutsuki Ishiki as his close friend, but now, this so-called friend had already attacked him. Sasuke immediately looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki in disbelief and asked, "Otsutsuki Ishiki, do you forget? You were able to successfully deal with Kazama and the Konoha ninjas because of my help. Now you actually want to burn the bridge after crossing it?" "That's right. I want to burn the bridge after crossing it. Let me tell you, Sasuke, I didn't need to team up with you to deal with Kazama and the others. And I appreciate your contribution. But now I no longer need you, so I have to kill you. Otherwise, why would I keep you around? Besides, Kazama's ninjutsu is so powerful. How could I possibly give it to you? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how to extract his abilities. So don't have such delusions anymore. Now I will send you down to meet Kazama and the others while I can enjoy this world all by myself. Do you have the capital for that?" At that moment, Kazama let out a cold laugh and appeared directly behind Otsutsuki Ishiki. What? How is this possible? Seeing Kazama, who had come back to life, Otsutsuki Ishiki was shocked and fell to the ground. "Otsutsuki Ishiki, you really are garbage." At that moment, the previously dead Naruto and the other Konoha ninjas also appeared. What? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that he had clearly killed Kazama, Naruto, and hundreds of Konoha ninjas, but now they had all come back to life. This was something that neither Otsutsuki Ishiki nor Sasuke had anticipated. Kaze immediately coldly said, "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki Ishiki, I'm already well aware of your tricks. So when you first secretly lured Sasuke to ally with you, I had already noticed. In theory, I could have killed you instantly or controlled Sasuke with the 6 paths, Heavenly God, making him completely submit to me. But for some reason, I can't do that. So I used my ultimate illusion on both of you, which has powers comparable to Izanagi. Therefore, dealing with the 2 of you is quite easy." Kaze then looked at Sasuke, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground. "Sasuke, I have never done anything wrong to you before, but your jealousy is too strong. However, I still consider you my companion, so I don't want to blame you too much. Now that you have seen through Otsutsuki Ishiki's true plan, what do you decide to do? Will you continue to ally with Otsutsuki Ishiki, or will you ally with me?" "Kaze, I was wrong. I was truly wrong." At this moment, Sasuke immediately knelt in front of Kaze and kept bowing. Then he grabbed the Kusanagi sword and charged at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki was stronger than Sasuke, he was too shocked by Kaze's resurrection. Therefore, the current Otsutsuki Ishiki had no ability to resist and was directly killed by Sasuke. At this moment, Kaze saw that Otsutsuki Ishiki was finally dead and let out a long breath. He then said to Sasuke, "Now I have found a way to return to the ninja world, so I need you to ally with me, release your chakra, and then cooperate with my space-time ninjutsu. This way, we can continue to travel through time and space and return to the ninja world." "Oh, really? That's great." Upon hearing Kaze's words and seeing that he was willing to send him back to the ninja world, Sasuke was naturally very happy. It should be noted that Kaze was known for his principle of an eye for an eye, a thousand-fold return. The reason he wasn't attacking Sasuke now was that Kaze knew that to truly create the space-time black hole, Sasuke's participation was essential. One could not be missing. That's why Kaze had temporarily refrained from causing trouble for Sasuke. The earlier act of making Otsutsuki Ishiki and Sasuke think they had killed him was intended to let Sasuke see through Otsutsuki Ishiki's true face, allowing Sasuke to wholeheartedly cooperate with him in using chakra to summon the space-time black hole. Otherwise, if Sasuke was lured by Otsutsuki Ishiki while using chakra midway, it would cause a space-time disturbance. At that time, not only their group, but also many innocent people on Earth would be killed by the chaotic time and space. Thus, Kaze had to use this method to make Sasuke completely loyal to him. After a few moments, Kaze, along with everyone, summoned the space-time black hole again. They immediately took Naruto, Sasuke, and others into the black hole and returned to the ninja world. At this moment, when Sasuke saw that he had truly returned, he was overjoyed. However, he was only half happy when suddenly someone kicked him to the ground. This instantly made Sasuke furious. After all, he believed that with his current strength, very few people in the ninja world would dare to kick him. But when he turned around, he found that it was Kaze who had knocked him down, which left him both shocked and terrified. I said, "Kaze, didn't you say you wouldn't trouble me before? Why are you attacking me now?" Chapter 222, Beating Up the Modern Society's Cops Nonsense. Kaze shouted angrily and directly, had people imprison Sasuke. He coldly said to Sasuke, "Let me tell you, Sasuke, Kaze, didn't want to lie. But earlier in that real world, I said that I wouldn't pursue you to make you focus on helping me with the space-time ninjutsu and providing your chakra. But you allied with that bastard Otsutsuki Ishiki and even wanted to kill me, Naruto, and the other Konoha ninjas. How could I not be angry? Let's not even talk about whether you have a conscience for betraying me. Just the fact that you allied with Otsutsuki Ishiki shows that you are not a true righteous person. All of us ninjas are righteous, especially we Konoha ninjas, who are the epitome of justice. But now you have done such a thing. How could I possibly forgive you? However, considering that you were once my companion, I don't want to kill you right away. For now, I will keep you locked up in Konoha's prison so you can reflect on your actions." At this moment, Sasuke, upon hearing Kaze's words, could only lower his head helplessly. Although he wanted to argue and did not want to be imprisoned, he also knew that he had indeed gone too far before. Now that Kaze had not killed him, it was already a great mercy. If he were to ask for more, he might provoke Kaze's anger, and at that point his life would be in danger. At this time, Kaze hurriedly instructed Naruto and the other ninjas to keep a close watch on Sasuke. Especially Naruto, Kaze was very worried because Naruto was too kind-hearted. Kaze feared that Naruto might let Sasuke out prematurely. This was not because Kaze needed to imprison Sasuke to vent his anger. It was because Kaze knew that Sasuke's temperament was currently too unstable. If he couldn't stay in prison for a long time, letting him out would turn him into a bastard like Otsutsuki Ishiki. When Naruto heard Kaze's instructions, he was immediately puzzled. "Kaze, now that you have returned to our Hokage world, why don't you take on the task of watching over Sasuke yourself? Why leave such an important task to me?" Well, hearing Naruto's words, Kaze could only shake his head helplessly. "To be honest, I still need to return to the modern society." "Why?" Upon hearing this, Naruto was greatly confused. "Kaze, why go through all that trouble? Although you were from the modern society, you have now gotten used to our ninja life. If you go back, you might be imprisoned by those experts again, or even cut up for experiments." "Huh?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kaze laughed and shook his head. "Don't worry, Naruto. I have my ways to deal with those experts. The reason I need to return to that real society is not to live there nor to sever ties with you companions, but because although we killed Otsutsuki Ishiki, he left a significant hidden danger in the modern world." "Oh, what hidden danger?" "It's simple. Didn't Otsutsuki Ishiki establish a supernatural academy in that modern society? Many ordinary citizens who graduated from his Academy of Supernatural Abilities have now mastered ninjutsu. Some have even become proficient in using chakra and can manipulate more than 2 nature transformations. Although these individuals are at best at the level of a Jinin or even a Chunin, it is important to note that in today's society, the number of people who can use ninjutsu is extremely small. If any of these individuals have ulterior motives, they will definitely use their powers to control the world and treat innocent citizens as their slaves. If that happens, this modern society will turn into a hell on earth. Therefore, I must immediately eliminate all the evil citizens who can use ninjutsu to truly restore society to order. Yes. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Naruto naturally stopped opposing him. At this moment, Kazama, having undergone 2 time-space travels, was very skilled at time travel. Thus, after just a few encounters, Kazama immediately returned to modern society. As expected, there were indeed many individuals who had learned ninjutsu under Otsutsuki Ishiki's command. Most of these people were ruthless and vicious. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki was not a good person, and those who followed him were not kind-hearted either. Although these individuals knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki had died, they also realized that Kazama and Naruto, the righteous ninjas, had disappeared. Therefore, they immediately began to wield their ninjutsu to bully and rob in modern society, believing themselves to be invincible. Anyone who dared to oppose them would be killed. Due to their high strength, many citizens felt helpless and powerless. When Kazama returned to modern society and heard about the arrogance of Otsutsuki Ishiki's henchmen, he was furious. Kazama, as a messenger of justice, could not allow these scoundrels to act recklessly in society. At that moment, Kazama initially wanted to use all his skills to eliminate these bullies in one fell swoop. However, he then considered that these rogues were known for being able to fight if they could win, but would flee if they couldn't. Although he was strong, it was impossible for him to kill them all by himself. If a few escaped and hid, he couldn't afford to waste time on them. Therefore, Kazama decided to capture the leader first, striking at the most powerful among them, and then forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of their subordinates. This way, he could eliminate them all at once. Kazama then targeted a large company because the manager of this company was a well-known supernatural being. He had previously studied under Otsutsuki Ishiki. This manager was notorious for being a hoodlum and couldn't even read. However, after mastering ninjutsu, he relied on his strength to become the manager of this large company. Logically, he should have turned over a new leaf, but since he was originally a rogue, he came to this company not with the intention of working hard, but rather because he heard that the female office workers were particularly beautiful. Thus, he wanted to take advantage of his subordinates. During the time Kazama was away, this manager had harassed many of the female employees, causing widespread fear among them. Yet, everyone dared not speak out. When Kazama heard about the manager's arrogance, he was filled with rage. He immediately flew to the manager's office. Although the manager had heard of Kazama's name before, he did not know what he looked like. Moreover, Kazama had not shown up for months. So the manager did not connect the sudden appearance of the young man to Kazama. Upon seeing the young man enter his office without knocking, the manager immediately yelled angrily and grabbed an ashtray from his desk, throwing it at Kazama. It should be noted that this manager had previously learned throwing techniques with shurikens. So although throwing the ashtray seemed ordinary, if an average person were hit, they would likely die on the spot. But how could Kazama be an ordinary person? Therefore, he did not dodge. Instead, he immediately used a small-scale Shinra Tensei. After a moment, he sent the ashtray back to the manager. The manager had not yet realized what was happening when he was struck by the rebounding ashtray, rendering him utterly defeated. It was at this moment that the manager understood the newcomer was far stronger than him, and that he was not someone he could handle. However, the manager still did not think of Kazama as the infamous figure he was. Believing Kazama to be another disciple of Otsutsuki Ishiki, he attempted to get on Kazama's good side, saying, "Hey, little brother, we are all part of the same family. Just like the flood that washed away the Dragon King's temple. Given your strength, you must have also studied at Otsutsuki Ishiki's academy, right? I've studied there too. We are brothers." But before he could finish, Kazama punched him, leaving the manager bruised and battered. Kazama then declared his name. Upon hearing that it was the renowned Kazama, the manager was instantly terrified, nearly soiling himself. If Kazama had not dodged quickly, he might have been splattered all over. At this point, the manager realized he had messed with the wrong person and tried to crawl away in panic. But how could he escape Kazama's grasp? Kazama effortlessly lifted him and threw the rogue manager into the outer office area. When the employees saw the once arrogant manager being knocked down by a young man, they were shocked. They began to applaud and cheer. Kazama then addressed the crowd, saying, "Everyone, you can treat that manager however he treated you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is the truth of society. You need not fear. Even if you beat him to death, it's no problem. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. After all, this scoundrel has long deserved to die. All right, no problem." Upon hearing Kazama's words, the crowd erupted into laughter and rushed towards the defeated manager. Despite the manager's strength, he was now powerless as Kazama had drained his chakra. Soon, the manager was being beaten mercilessly, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Kazama had already learned from the manager about the whereabouts of his subordinates. He swiftly dealt with those ruffians causing chaos on the streets. When the citizens witnessed Kazama defeating these hooligans, they were overjoyed. Logically, Kazama's actions should have drawn attention from around the world. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was, he was dealing with those thugs when he was unexpectedly stopped by a group of constables. At that moment, the constables not only prevented Kazama from beating the thugs, but also took out handcuffs and directly cuffed him. "Let me tell you, kid, your skills are impressive, but we live in a society governed by law. You've injured some of these thugs and even killed others, so you must bear legal responsibility. What? Are you constables completely shameless?" At this time, the crowd of onlookers heard the words of the constables and saw that they were actually going to send their hero Kazama to prison. This instantly enraged the people. "You bastards, we pay taxes to support you, and yet you don't go after these thugs. When these thugs appear, you hide in your office. Now that our hero Kazama has come out to defeat them, you scoundrel constables dare to go after him? You are truly despicable. You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. No one would even buy them. Just go home and raise pigs." When the constables heard the crowd daring to insult them, they were immediately furious. After all, these constables were notorious for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They might not dare to attack the thugs, but they would certainly dare to attack the common people. So they immediately brandished their batons, ready to beat the citizens black and blue. At this moment, Kazama had long harbored dissatisfaction towards these constables. Although he knew this was a society governed by law and was unwilling to lay a hand on them, what the constables were doing was indeed too much. Therefore, Kazama directly broke free from the handcuffs and kicked all the constables to the ground. "Let me tell you, you bastards, the reason I didn't bother with you earlier was not because I was afraid of you, but because I was giving you face. But I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Don't forget that your duty is to protect the people. If you dare to shit on the heads of the citizens, I will not spare you. As for these thugs, they have no right to legal protection. So don't say that I killed them. Even if I were to dismember them, it would be what they deserve. Just ask them, which of them hasn't taken a life? It's only right that a life is repaid with a life, and debts are repaid in full." After saying this, Kazama charged toward another layer of ability users. Chapter 223. The Otsutsuki clan descends upon Earth. However, Kazama did not expect that the remaining ability users had already learned of his arrival in advance. They were also aware that he was looking for trouble with them. Thus, these ability users had spontaneously gathered a university in the city center, taking innocent students and teachers hostage to threaten him. This immediately infuriated Kazama, as he knew these students were the future pillars of the country, the flowers of the nation, and they absolutely could not be slaughtered by these cruel ability users. But if Kazama compromised now, wouldn't this world then be dominated by those ability users? As a result, Kazama found himself at a loss. Logically speaking, with his current powerful strength, if he acted covertly, he could easily slay these ability users. However, since he had already exposed his whereabouts, the ability users had set up chakra detectors all around. Therefore, no matter how Kazama tried to infiltrate, he would be detected immediately. So now, Kazama could only take it one step at a time. Not long after, Kazama arrived at the university. As soon as the group of ability users saw him coming, they coldly laughed. One of the leading ability users approached Kazama and sneered, "Let me tell you, kid, don't think that just because you're strong now, you can kill us ability users. We also have the right to use ninjutsu, so if you're willing to coexist peacefully with us, perhaps we can let this batch of students go. But if you insist on killing us, we will never forgive you." At this point, Kazama was generally unwilling to negotiate with these ability users. However, he knew that if he didn't negotiate with them now, they would resort to a scorched earth policy and slaughter the students. Thus, Kazama could only helplessly shake his head and say to the ability users, "All right, I can spare you, but since you've committed so many atrocities, you must be imprisoned for life. That way, I can at least spare your lives." What? Am I dreaming? Upon hearing Kazama's words, The leading ability user and the surrounding thousands of ability users erupted into laughter. Kazama, you little brat. Do you not understand our relationship? We are not the ones seeking to negotiate with you. You must obey our orders. If you insist on attacking us, we will turn these students to ashes. If you want to protect their lives, you can only bow down to us and leave this place, never to set foot in our territory again. Is that clear? At this moment, Kazama felt an intense urge to kill these arrogant ability users. However, he had previously used his viaTrash-Picking and discovered that the abducted students were all rigged with bombs. Therefore, if he attacked, the students would surely die, which was not what Kazama wanted to see. Just then, Kazama furrowed his brow and began to think hard. Seeing Kazama silent, the leading ability user thought he had Kazama cornered, so he laughed again. I didn't expect you to have a hard time, Kazama. We have worked hard to master ninjutsu and become superior beings, but you insist on attacking us. Are you out of your mind? As the saying goes, the weak are prey to the strong. Since we are both ability users, we might as well join forces. But you insist on attacking us, so we will not hesitate to fight to the death with you. Faced with the angry insults of the ability users, Kazama ignored them. He had come up with a good plan, to launch a direct assault. Even if these ability users slaughtered the students, he would tear them to pieces. As for the dead students, Kazama could easily use the rebirth technique to revive them. After all, with the power of the Otsutsuki clan bloodline, reviving many students was a piece of cake for him, and he would not be in any danger. Thus, with this thought in mind, Kazama coldly smiled at the leading ability user, as these ability users only knew of Kazama's great attacking power, unaware that Kazama had the incredible ability to resurrect the dead. At that moment, the ability user saw Kazama's cold smile and immediately realized something was wrong. He understood that Kazama was intent on a direct assault, so he hurriedly ordered his subordinates to detonate the bombs, preparing to take the students down with him. At this time, Kazama proactively laughed at them. Even if you perish with these students, I will not compromise with you. At that moment, Kazama reached out with one hand and directly decapitated the leader of the ability users. Meanwhile, the other ability users immediately detonated their bombs. The onlookers initially thought Kazama would be able to slay these ability users and save the innocent students. But they did not expect that Kazama would force the sacrifice of the students' lives just to kill these ability users. Now, both the ability users and the students were doomed together. This was the greatest loss to society. Consequently, the crowd immediately began to blame Kazama. Despite having seen him as a hero before, because he had saved them, once they realized he could not help them, they turned against him. After all, these people were like reeds swaying in the wind. At that moment, the constable who had just been knocked to the ground by Kazama was overjoyed to see Kazama being treated like a rat in the street, with everyone shouting to attack him. They were very angry with Kazama, but he was worried about incurring the public's wrath and did not dare to oppose their will. Seeing Kazama's image plummet in the eyes of the crowd, the constables immediately stepped forward to surround Kazama again. Look, you common folks, you can now see the ugly face of this brat Kazama. This little scoundrel only knows how to attack recklessly and doesn't care about anyone else's life. He only cares about his own achievements. So we must not let this scoundrel Kazama live. We must work together to kill him. At this moment, Kazama saw these constables inciting the crowd against him and coldly smiled. He then reached out with one hand and knocked the leading constable to the ground again. What? I'm a constable. How dare you hit me? Yes, I want to hit you. And not only that, I will also make you a eunuch. At this point, Kazama's hand struck down, turning this burly constable into a eunuch. He even stuffed a hot dog into the constable's mouth. The surrounding constables and citizens were terrified by Kazama's ruthless actions and immediately took several steps back. They remembered that although Kazama had a friendly demeanor, his power was extremely terrifying. If they angered him, they would not have a good outcome. Although Kazama was powerful enough to kill all these citizens, he was unwilling to do so. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty demon. At this time, Kazama once again earnestly said to the citizens, "Dear citizens, you have misunderstood me. Yes, I did kill those students, but the reason I did so is that I have the ability to resurrect them. So you don't need to worry." What? You can resurrect them? Upon hearing this, the citizens were shocked. Kazama then used his reincarnation technique and, in a matter of moments, resurrected the tragically deceased students. When the onlookers saw that they had wrongly accused Kazama, they felt embarrassed and immediately began to apologize to him. Meanwhile, the constable who had been turned into a eunuch was furious after failing to defeat Kazama multiple times. Seeing Kazama once again become a hero in the eyes of the citizens made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, This constable quickly led his subordinates away from the scene. However, he was not retreating in disgrace. He was rushing to gather the army to attack Kazama. This constable's family had a strong background, having 3 generations of constables. Just when Kazama thought he had resolved the turmoil in modern society, he discovered that a group of constables was actually coming at him with planes, tanks, and armored vehicles. This shocked Kazama greatly, as he had never provoked them. When Kazama used his Byakugan to look at the army, he realized it was the previous constable's doing, because he had turned him into a eunuch. The constable sought revenge by bringing so many planes, tanks, and cannons to kill him. At this moment, the citizens were stunned to see the constables and Kazama engaged in a battle. The citizens knew Kazama was a very good person who had saved their lives multiple times, so they immediately tried to stop the constables. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the constables, these citizens were nothing but trash, mere ants. They did not care at all. The constable ordered the tanks to crush these citizens. In just a few moments, the place turned into a scene of bloodshed. Kazama was utterly unprepared for how arrogant and ruthless these constables were. This made him furious. Although he did not want to fight the constables, he knew they were notorious scoundrels. However, seeing them dare to harm the citizens, Kazama could no longer hold back. Kazama then unleashed his Susanoo. With a few punches and kicks, he obliterated the planes, tanks, and cannons. Although the constable knew Kazama was powerful, he never expected Kazama's strength to reach such an incredible level, capable of manifesting a massive Susanoo. This scared him so much that he wet himself and immediately tried to flee. Unfortunately, Kazama had already locked on him. After all, this constable was the root of all the trouble. Kazama struck him, severing both his legs. However, Kazama did not kill this constable. He knew that death was easy, but to live in a state worse than death was the most unbearable thing. Kazama then threw the severely injured constable in front of the citizens. When the citizens saw Kazama had captured the culprit, they were overjoyed. They immediately began to take revenge on him. In just a few moments, they beat the crippled constable until he cried for mercy. At this moment, Kazama again addressed the surrounding citizens, saying, "You must not kill this constable. Letting him live in torment is the greatest punishment for him." This was of course no problem. Many citizens shared the same sentiment as Kazama. So it can be said that he completely avoided the vital points of the constable, leaving the constable in a state worse than death. At this moment, the constable was desperately pleading for mercy from the many common people, hoping they would give him a quick end. Unfortunately, the people were already very angry with this constable and had no intention of giving him any chance. At this time, Kazama saw that these evil constables and those wicked ability users had been dealt with by him. He then thought that society could be restored to stability and prosperity. Kazama also decided to take a good rest. After all, he had already been very tired after 2 rounds of time travel. However, what Kazama did not expect was that just as he was about to go home to rest, he suddenly saw another time-space fluctuation appear in the sky. Chapter 224, Battle with Otsutsuki Elder. Immediately, the batter Naruto stumbled towards Kazama. When Kazama saw Naruto like this, he was greatly puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What happened to you? How did you get beaten up like this?" This was not Kazama overreacting. Rather, he knew that the ninja world had entered a period of peace. Logically speaking, with Naruto's strength, even during times of war, he shouldn't have been beaten to such a state. Moreover, now that it was a peaceful period, no one should be able to harm him. At this moment, upon hearing Kazama's question, Naruto, with a face full of fear, exclaimed, "Kazama, it's bad. The Otsutsuki clan has sent a large army to attack our Earth, and we ninjas have been continuously defeated. We are no match for them." "What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kazama was greatly puzzled. He had previously used the 6 paths, heavenly deception, to control all members of the Otsutsuki clan. Logically, they should not have been able to break free from his illusion. Therefore, upon hearing Naruto's words, Kazama immediately followed him and traveled through time and space back to the ninja world. As it turned out, just as Naruto had said, the once beautiful ninja world had now turned into a hell on Earth. The ground was littered with the corpses of ninjas from the 5 great nations. This left Kazama in disbelief. At that moment, a member of the Otsutsuki clan saw Kazama appear and let out a cold laugh, immediately charging at Kazama. At this time, the Otsutsuki clan member did not know Kazama's great strength and thought he was just like Naruto and the others, a useless waste. Thus, as soon as he approached Kazama, he was turned into nothingness by Kazama. After all, Kazama now possessed all the abilities of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. So dealing with this lowly Otsutsuki clan member was naturally easy. Naruto hurriedly brought Kazama to the remaining ninja gathering place. Seeing that the original millions of ninjas from the 5 great nations had now dwindled to only tens of thousands, Kazama was truly shocked. At this time, even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had been in the ninja world, was covered in wounds. Kazama quickly asked Kagaya about the situation. It turned out that although Kazama had previously used the 6 paths, heavenly deception to control all Otsutsuki clan members, due to his earlier time travel, his ability had been weakened. The control of the 6 paths, heavenly deception, is determined by the strength of the caster. This means that if Kazama's strength had remained at its peak, he could indeed control all members of the Otsutsuki clan. However, since Kazama's strength had weakened previously, those controlled on the Otsutsuki planet had also been released, especially the 10 elders. Once the control of the 6 paths, heavenly deception, was weakened, their willpower regained the upper hand. Therefore, while Kazama was rampaging in that modern society, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had already regained their senses. Eventually, these 10 elders immediately used their incredible abilities to restore the will of all those Otsutsuki clan members who had been controlled. They then led tens of millions of troops towards Earth. How could the ninjas from the 5 great nations possibly be their opponents? As a result, they had already been defeated upon first contact. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya fled quickly. Otherwise, she would have been ground to dust by the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, seeing the chaos that had unfolded in the ninja world, Kazama took all the blame upon himself and was filled with remorse. Just then, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurriedly urged Kazama, "Kazama, don't underestimate yourself. Although the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan resent you for breaking through your 6 paths, heavenly deception, which led them to attack us, if it weren't for you risking everything to control the clan members on the Otsutsuki planet, they might have attacked our world long ago. Therefore, you have delayed their attacks for decades. You are a hero." Seeing that everyone did not blame him, Kazama felt quite emotional. He immediately addressed everyone. "I am very happy that you do not harbor resentment towards me. However, our urgent task now is to regroup our strength and restore confidence to fight against the Otsutsuki clan's army." "All right, no problem." Although everyone had lost confidence earlier, upon hearing Kazama's words and learning of his great strength, along with the fact that he had previously defeated the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan single-handedly, they all had great faith in Kazama. Naturally, whatever Kazama said, they believed. Kazama then prepared to launch another attack against the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, the 10 elders were also very angry with Kazama. After all, they held high status on their planet, but since Kazama arrived and managed to control them, turning them into his puppets, how could they not feel enraged? However, even though the 10 elders were angry, they also knew of Kazama's previous great strength. They had each acted independently before, which led to their defeat by Kazama one by one. Therefore, they had already agreed to unite and collectively confront Kazama, so they could truly kill him. Unfortunately, although the 10 elders appeared to be united in their discussion, each secretly harbored their own schemes. Each of the 10 elders wanted to seize all of Kazama's abilities. After all, if one person could fight against all 10 elders, if they obtained Kazama's power, they could rise to the top position among the 10 elders. So, while they outwardly appeared to be united against Kazama, they had already made plans in secret, preparing to absorb all of Kazama's abilities for their own use after defeating him. The first to act among them was the Fire Release Elder. This Fire Release Elder had been the first to be thoroughly beaten by Kazama, and had suffered greatly at his hands. Therefore, he was filled with rage. Taking advantage of the other 9 elders' recuperation, this Fire Release Elder immediately led a group of subordinates and charged towards the location where Kazama and the other ninjas were stationed. The location where Naruto and the remaining ninjas were situated was known to all 10 of the Otsutsuki elders. However, they refrained from attacking Naruto and the others because they intended to use them as bait to draw out Kazama. Only then could they obliterate Kazama completely. At this moment, Kazama was clearly unaware that his current hideout had already been discovered by the 10 Otsutsuki elders. However, with the odds against him, even if they knew his location, Kazama could do nothing but brace himself. Shortly after, Kazama encountered the Fire Release Elder who had come to kill him alone. Upon seeing Kazama, the Fire Release Elder immediately burst into laughter. "So Kazama, you little brat, did you ever think you'd end up like this?" At that moment, Kazama noticed that the Fire Release Elder, who had previously been submissive to him, now dared to mock him after breaking free from the control of the Konoha Village. To be honest, Kazama was momentarily taken aback. After all, this Fire Release Elder had been his loyal servant. Kazama didn't want to engage in too much confrontation with the Fire Release Elder. Initially, he intended to use the Konoha Village again to control all 10 Otsutsuki elders. But since only this Fire Release Elder had appeared, Kazama could only focus on controlling him first, given that he possessed such a powerful ultimate illusion technique. Kazama was too lazy to use other ninjutsu to attack. However, what Kazama did not expect was that when he activated his Konoha Village, it had no effect on the Fire Release Elder at all. This shocked Kazama immensely. At that moment, the Fire Release Elder was fully aware of the activation conditions for Kazama's Konoha Village. As soon as he saw the change in Kazama's eyes, he immediately understood that Kazama was attempting to use the Konoha Village on him. The Fire Release Elder then laughed maniacally at Kazama. "I say, Kazama, you little brat, you really are ignorant. You should know that any technique can only be used once. If you try to use it a second or third time, it becomes useless. Do you really think the 10 Otsutsuki elders would fall for your Konoha Village time and again?" Hearing this, Kazama was once again taken aback. From a Fire Release Elder's words, it was clear that he had already broken Kazama's Konoha Village. If that was the case, Kazama would be in deep trouble. After all, Kazama's most potent weapon against the 10 Otsutsuki elders was the Konoha Village. If it had been countered, what could he do? Just as Kazama hesitated, the Fire Release Elder charged at him with wild laughter. Realizing that he could no longer use the Konoha Village, Kazama had no choice but to engage in a real fight with the Fire Release Elder. Although the Fire Release Elder only knew how to use fire release techniques, his mastery of it was extraordinary. At that moment, the Fire Release Elder waved his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Kazama. Kazama's water release was also quite impressive, but the Fire Release Elder's technique was no ordinary fire. It was a powerful heavenly fire. Thus, even though Kazama unleashed all his abilities, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly by the Fire Release Elder's flames. Kazama had initially intended to avoid using overly powerful techniques to avoid attracting the attention of the other 9 Otsutsuki elders. If all 10 Otsutsuki elders attacked him at once, Kazama would truly find it difficult to defeat them easily. However, seeing that the Fire Release Elder's attacks left him no retreat, Kazama had no choice but to respond. With a furious roar, Kazama activated his 3 Sacred Treasures version of Susanoo and charged at the Fire Release Elder. Although the Fire Release Elder's flames were incredibly formidable, Kazama's Susanoo was also exceptionally powerful, almost indestructible and unbeatable. In just a few exchanges, Kazama split the Fire Release Elder's flames and used the Yata Mirror to deflect all of his attacks back. At this moment, the Fire Release Elder was shocked to find that Kazama's strength had surpassed what it had been before. However, he did not give up easily and had long since devised a plan. He pretended to attack Kazama while secretly sending his subordinates to infiltrate Naruto and the other Konoha ninjas camp, intending to bring them before Kazama to threaten him. Kazama was still unaware of the Fire Release Elder's scheme, thinking that he could easily defeat the Fire Release Elder and then use Genjutsu to control him again. But just as he was contemplating this, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas were suddenly brought there by the Fire Release Elder subordinates. This took Kazama by surprise, as he never expected that the Fire Release Elder would know the location of Naruto and the Konoha ninjas so well. The Fire Release Elder, seeing his scheme succeed, laughed heartily and then angrily scolded Kazama. "What is up, little brat? Did you really think I would engage you in a straight fight? Now I'll give you 2 options. 1, watch your comrades get killed. 2, submit to me and offer all your ninjutsu, and maybe I'll spare your friends." Kazama was furious to see that the Fire Release Elder's tactic was just like that of the Otsutsuki clan. However, the Fire Release Elder did not care and even laughed triumphantly at Kazama. "Let me tell you, little brat, don't pretend to be a hero or speak of justice here. I'll tell you, the winner is king, and the soldier does not disdain to cheat. No matter how despicable my methods are, as long as I can defeat you, my methods are justified. Besides, history is written by the victors. You may see me as a little scoundrel, but once I win, I can write you off as a little scoundrel too, and future generations will see you as a little scoundrel." This is infuriating. At this moment, Kazama saw that the Fire Release Elder not only used tricks, but also dared to argue with him endlessly. How could Kazama tolerate this? He immediately grasped the 10-fist sword and charged at the Fire Release Elder again. But at that moment, the Fire Release Elder quickly positioned Naruto in front of himself. Kazama hurriedly stopped his attack. "Kid, I want to repeat myself, but since you're strong enough, I'll say it again. Stop your attacks now, or I'll burn Naruto, Sasuke, and all the Konoha ninjas to ashes." And let me tell you, Fire Release Elder, if you dare to lay a hand on my comrades, I will not spare you. Haha, you think you can threaten me? Fine, then let us see who is stronger today, you or me. At this moment, the Fire Release Elder shouted angrily and directly used Fire Release to attack Naruto and the other ninjas. Chapter 225, The Unending Battle with Turns. Show mercy. At this time, Kazama hurriedly stopped the Fire Release Elder. The Elder's towering Fire Release was about to hit Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Hearing Kazama's furious shout, the Fire Release Elder quickly stopped his attack. After all, the Elder did not genuinely want to kill Naruto and Sasuke. His main goal was to make Kazama submit to him to obtain Kazama's ninjutsu. Therefore, after the Fire Release Elder halted his attack, he smirked and said to Kazama, I say, are you really asking for it? If you had been a second later, I would have killed your companions. I was trying to have a good talk with you, and you insisted on provoking me. So what now? Are you willing to submit to me or not? If you bargain with me again, I will ensure that we both perish together. At this moment, Kazama was very angry at the Fire Release Elder. However, he also valued his companions highly. Thus, Kazama could only helplessly nod at the Fire Release Elder. Seeing that Kazama, who was once so defiant, was now willing to submit, the Fire Release Elder laughed joyfully. But while one person was happy, others were worried. When Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas saw their leader Kazama actually submitting to that bastard, the Fire Release Elder, they felt it was utterly unjust. They immediately rushed to persuade Kazama. Kazama, don't do anything foolish now. Lord Kazama, you are a man of steel. How can you submit to that scoundrel, the Fire Release Elder? Yeah, the Fire Release Elder is notoriously a scoundrel. You must not submit to him. You guys can insult him all you want, but don't tarnish my reputation. At this moment, the Fire Release Elder slapped those ninjas who called him a weakling and knocked them to the ground. Then, with a cold smile, he said to Kazama, Listen here, kid. I, the Fire Release Elder, am quite clever. Now that you have submitted to me, you must wholeheartedly serve me. If you dare betray me, I will not spare you. I know that, but since I have submitted to you, can you now release Naruto, Sasuke, and the others? Although Kazama appeared to have submitted to the Fire Release Elder, he actually had his own plans. He thought that as long as Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas returned to safety, he would immediately turn against the Fire Release Elder and use his thunderous means to kill him. However, Kazama did not expect that after years of hunting geese, he would be pecked in the eye. The Fire Release Elder was very smart and understood Kazama's thoughts perfectly. So when he heard Kazama's request, he burst into laughter, nearly losing his composure. Kazama, you are really foolish. Now that you have just submitted to me, do you think that with just this one sentence, I will let go of Naruto, Sasuke, and those worthless people? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Now you must hand over all your ninjutsu to me. Once I become the leader of the 10 great Otsutsuki elders, I will let your companions go. What? Upon hearing this, Kazama was furious and jumped up in rage. After all, giving up his ninjutsu was akin to giving up his life. If he lost his ninjutsu, he didn't even know what would happen to Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas. Thus, he didn't trust the Fire Release Elder at all. Yet, Kazama also knew that he was now on a tiger's back, unable to get off. If he didn't hand over his ninjutsu to the Fire Release Elder, according to the Elder's character, he would surely kill Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas immediately. At that time, he would be doomed. Suddenly, Kazama had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the Fire Release Elder's previous words. As he had said, he wanted to master Kazama's ninjutsu and become the leader of the 9 elders. This indicated that the relationship between the Fire Release Elder and the other 9 elders was not good. Otherwise, if they had a close relationship, it wouldn't matter who was the leader or the second in command. However, since there were disagreements among the 9 elders, Kazama could take advantage of this division. With that thought, Kazama smirked inwardly and immediately devised a plan. He pretended to submit to the Fire Release Elder and incite conflict within the 10 great Otsutsuki elders, so he could benefit from it. If luck was on his side, he could defeat the 10 great Otsutsuki elders. Even better, he could use his special technique to control them all. At that point, whether in the ninja world or modern society, lasting peace could be restored. With this thought, Kazama nodded at the Fire Release Elder. I can hand over my ninjutsu, but you know that I possess countless ninjutsu. If you want to absorb it, it won't be done in just a day or two. So instead of absorbing my ninjutsu, why not let me help you take the position of the leader of the 9 elders directly? What? At this moment, the Fire Release Elder was surprised to hear Kazama say what he had been thinking. The Fire Release Elder was indeed very angry with the other 9 elders. Of course, his relationship with the other 9 elders was not good either. To put it plainly, the relationships among the 9 elders were quite poor. After all, their strengths were roughly equal, and as the saying goes, rivals are enemies. Thus, they all worked hard to try to become the leader over each other. When the Fire Release Elder heard that Kazama was willing to help him defeat the other 9 elders, he was naturally very pleased. So he immediately agreed. At this time, Kazama initially thought that the Fire Release Elder, being as clever as he was, would likely see through his scheme, refuse to ally with him, and insist on taking his ninjutsu. However, seeing that the Fire Release Elder actually agreed, Kazama was overjoyed. Meanwhile, a subordinate beside the Fire Release Elder hurriedly whispered to him, "Elder Fire Release, this Kazama is crafty. He wasn't truly submitting to you earlier. Now, he wants to help you deal with the other 9 elders. If I'm not mistaken, he probably wants to sow discord and create conflict between you and the other 9 elders, then take advantage of the chaos to rescue Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas. You must be careful." Haha. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the Fire Release Elder not only did not get angry, but instead began to laugh coldly. "I know all of this you're saying. That's right, Kazama is indeed trying to use a scheme against me. But haven't I also turned the tables on him? As long as the time comes when I can have Kazama stand in front of me, using him as my weapon to attack those 9 elders, then my plan will be complete. I don't care who lives or dies among them. As long as I can use Kazama to thwart the power of the other 9 elders, I'll be very happy. Moreover, when the time comes and they are both weakened, I can absorb the power of the other 9 elders on one hand, and on the other hand, I can also leverage Kazama's strength. At that time, I will be the only one standing supreme in the world. Haha." At this moment, the Fire Escape Elder was speaking while immediately bursting into a quiet, wild laugh. Upon hearing that the Fire Escape Elder's plan was so brilliant, the attendant beside him immediately gave him a thumbs up. Then, the Fire Escape Elder quickly led Kazama towards the other 9 elders. Along the way, the Fire Escape Elder turned to Kazama again and said, "This ambush plan must be carried out secretly, so you must disguise yourself to ensure the success of our opportunistic plan. Of course, that's not a problem. You should know that Kazama's disguise technique is very impressive." In just a moment, he changed his appearance. At this point, the Fire Escape Elder realized that his plan was getting closer to success. Meanwhile, the other 9 elders were still guessing where the Fire Escape Elder had gone. Did he go off alone to attack Kazama? Just as they were pondering this, the Fire Escape Elder had already returned with the disguised Kazama. The other 9 elders immediately scolded the Fire Escape Elder with displeased expressions. "Fire Escape Elder, I told you not to participate in our battle meeting, and now you actually went off by yourself. Yes, could it be that you attacked the wind gap alone? To know that Kazama is highly skilled, you alone are no match for him. Hey, who is that little guy over there?" At this moment, the other 9 elders, while speaking, immediately turned their gaze towards the disguised Kazama. Although Kazama had changed his appearance, his demeanor could not be hidden. Thus, the more the 9 elders looked at Kazama, the more familiar he seemed. At that moment, the Fire Escape Elder hurriedly changed the subject. "I say, everyone, please don't be too harsh on me. I didn't intend to attack Kazama before. I just wanted to find Kazama's trace. As the saying goes, knowing both yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. Moreover, I have already found a traitor in Kazama's camp who is willing to be my subordinate." While saying this, the Fire Escape Elder patted Kazama on the shoulder, bringing him in front of the 9 elders. Then he turned to the 9 elders again and said, "Everyone, this person was previously Kazama's confidant. Although his strength is not very strong, he is very clear about Kazama's whereabouts and weaknesses. The key point is that Kazama is still unaware that he has defected to us. So, as long as we can use him as bait, we can kill Kazama." That's right, that's right. Upon hearing the plan from Elder Fire Escape, the other 9 elders had no doubts at all. Instead, they nodded in agreement with joy. At that critical moment, Elder Fire Escape let out a cold laugh. Wenjian knew this was the signal to launch an attack, so he immediately unleashed all his skills and charged at the other 9 elders. Meanwhile, the other 9 elders were still immersed in their dreams of success and had no idea that Wenjian and Elder Fire Escape would suddenly turn against them. Thus, they were immediately shocked. They quickly tried to defend themselves, but Wenjian and Elder Fire Escape's attacks were too swift. Even when they joined forces to defend, they were knocked to the ground. At that moment, the other 9 elders realized that Elder Fire Escape and the disguised Wenjian had indeed betrayed them. This made them furious, and they immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready for battle. However, Elder Fire Escape knew that with his own strength, he was not a match for the 9 elders. But relying on Wenjian's help, he thought he could sit back and watch the fight. Therefore, he actively withdrew from the battle, leaving Wenjian to face the 9 great elders alone. Unfortunately, Wenjian was even smarter. He immediately approached the 9 great elders and said, "Seniors, I, Wenjian, originally intended to come here to apologize to you, but Elder Fire Escape threatened me and forced me to take action against you. Now that I have seen you, I will turn my guilt into merit." This is a cold laugh from Elder Kazama Choho of the Fire Escape. He directly turned around and charged towards the Fire Escape Elder. What? At this moment, the Fire Escape Elder originally wanted to let Kazama fight against the 9 elders like dogs biting each other. However, he did not expect that Kazama would turn his attack against him. This truly caught him off guard. Therefore, the Fire Escape Elder hurriedly turned to flee. After all, he was not a match for the United 9 Elders in the first place. With Kazama added to the mix, defeat was inevitable. What else could he do but run? At this time, although the 9 Elders were very angry with Feng Jian, they were also extremely furious with the Fire Escape Elder who had betrayed them. As the saying goes, while enemies are detestable, those who turn from friends to enemies are even more so. Therefore, the 9 elders immediately understood each other and charged towards the Fire Escape Elder alongside Feng Jian. Meanwhile, the Fire Escape Elder was desperately fleeing while shouting back at Feng Jian, "You bastard, you're just a fence-sitter. How dare you attack me? I'm about to send people to kill Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas and ensure that we all perish together." At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Fire Release Elder, Kazama showed no fear at all. Instead, he pointed at the Fire Release Elder's nose and began to curse angrily. "Let me tell you, Fire Release Elder, I've already sent out my clone to kill all your subordinates, so you can't threaten me at all. Moreover, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas have long been rescued by me." What? How is that possible? Hearing Kazama's words at this moment, the Fire Escape Elder was immediately shocked. Chapter 226. The schemes of Earthlings are too deep. Because the only leverage he had to threaten Kazama was now gone. Therefore, the Fire Escape Elder knew he had to start fleeing immediately. Otherwise, he would be doomed. As a result, the Fire Escape Elder hurriedly increased his escape speed again. But unfortunately, Kazama and the 9 elders behind him had already developed a killing intent towards him. How could they possibly let him off so easily? In just a few moments, Kazama and the 9 elders captured the Fire Release Elder and directly executed him. Just as the Fire Release Elder's body was about to be completely reduced to nothingness, Kazama immediately used his space-time technique to pull the severely damaged Fire Release Elder into his Heavenly Imperial space. At this moment, the 9 elders witnessed Kazama's actions. It was also immediately understood that Kazama was most likely planning to use the reincarnation technique to resurrect the Fire Release Elder and then control him. This truly infuriated the 9 elders. After all, they already harbored a deep hatred for Kazama. Now that they saw he wanted to use the Fire Release Elder as a backup to deal with the 9 of them, how could they possibly allow that? Therefore, the 9 elders immediately turned their weapons against Kazama and charged at him. However, Kazama anticipated that his earlier actions would provoke the ire of the 9 elders. Thus, he had already made up his mind from the beginning. In just a few exchanges, he continuously used the yellow spring Bayusaka technique, not only evading the attacks of the 9 elders, but also utilizing space-time ninjutsu to make the Fire Release Elder's physical form vanish without a trace. This instantly enraged the 9 elders, causing them to fume with anger. After all, they thought that with their combined strength, they should be able to capture Kazama. But now he had managed to escape. How could they not be angry? At this moment, although Kazama had escaped, he was also in a very difficult situation. After all, the combined strength of the 9 elders was not to be underestimated, and Kazama was also seriously injured. Fortunately, Kazama had already become an immortal being, and his medical ninjutsu was exceptionally advanced. Therefore, in just a few moments, he managed to heal his injuries. Kazama initially intended to use the reincarnation technique to resurrect the Fire Release Elder immediately. However, he then realized that he was currently being pursued by the Fire Release Elder. If he used the reincarnation technique, although it wouldn't pose a danger to his life, it would significantly weaken his strength. At that point, dealing with the 9 elders would become quite challenging. Thus, Kazama decided to return to the place where Sasuke and Naruto were, to rest and recuperate for a while. At this time, Kazama had already placed Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas into his Kamui space, as it was the safest place. After all, Kazama's space-time ninjutsu had reached its peak. Even though the 9 elders could use space techniques, They could not locate Kazama's Kamui space through their own space ninjutsu. When Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas saw Kazama return safely, they let out a sigh of relief and immediately began to bombard him with questions. So Kazama, did you take care of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki? I say, everyone, you're too anxious. I've only dealt with one elder. The other 9 are still chasing me. What? At this point, Naruto and Sasuke didn't say anything, but the other ninjas frowned again upon hearing Kazama's words. They knew very well that if the remaining 9 elders were not eliminated, peace in their ninja world would never be achieved. At this moment, the ninjas who had high hopes for Kazama began to complain. Kazama, we thought your strength was formidable enough to easily slay the 10 elders. But now after spending most of the day, you've only killed 1 ninja. You really disappoint us. Yeah, you have to understand that these elders of the Otsutsuki clan were brought here by you. If you hadn't gone to the Otsutsuki planet alone to confront these Otsutsuki ninjas, how could they have possibly attacked us, the lowly mortals of Earth? Therefore, now you not only need to protect our safety, but also kill all these enemies. Otherwise, we won't let you off. Upon hearing their words, Kazama immediately became furious. However, before he could take action, his loyal companion Sasuke, Naruto, and Kagaya Otsutsuki immediately took down those who were dissatisfied with Kazama. Do you have no conscience? The reason Kazama went to the Otsutsuki planet alone was that this Otsutsuki Ishiki killed all the civilians on Earth. That's why Kazama sought revenge. And Kazama's reason for wanting to control the 10 Otsutsuki elders was that they were planning to control the entire Earth. Kazama naturally needed to eliminate future threats. But now you blame everything on Kazama. Why don't you think about how many times Kazama has saved you? Yeah, and you say you won't spare Kazama. With his strength, he could easily kill you all. Upon hearing the shouts from Naruto, Sasuke, and Kagaya, the other ninjas realized that their actions were no different from those of a rabid dog. They hurriedly began to bow and plead for forgiveness from Kazama. According to Kazama's original character, he would have beaten these ninjas black and blue. After all, Kazama was a person who believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, now Kazama didn't want to be too harsh on these scoundrels. After all, he considered them as companions. Therefore, Kazama immediately said to those ninjas who were constantly apologizing, everyone, I will say this one last time. The remaining 9 elders are indeed powerful. But it is precisely because of this that we must work together to defeat them. So let us not have any more internal strife. Because the more we fight among ourselves, the more we deplete our strength. All right, no problem. The group had completely submitted to Kazama, naturally believing whatever he said. At this point, Kazama brought everyone into his Kamui space, intending to rest for a month before gradually attacking the remaining 9 elders. However, Kazama did not anticipate that the remaining 9 elders were not to be underestimated. They had seen Kazama escape from their grasp multiple times and even take away the body of the fire release elder, one of their own. They knew Kazama was likely planning to retaliate against them. Therefore, they realized that they could not allow Kazama to rest and must not let his chakra recover. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. At this moment, the 9 elders continuously used space-time ninjutsu to create disturbances in the surrounding space, trying to force Kazama and the others out. Although they did not know exactly which space Kazama was hiding in, they could use the fluctuations in time and space to create turbulence in Kazama's Kamui space. At that time, Kazama and the others would have no choice but to come out. In just a moment, Kazama sensed the actions of the 9 elders. He realized that if he continued to stay here, it would surely result in the collapse of his Kamui space. If he and the others did not come out by then, they would be torn to shreds by this space. So, at this moment, Kazama hurriedly told the ninjas, everyone, it's highly likely that the remaining 9 elders have discovered our whereabouts. We must leave here immediately, otherwise, we will definitely be killed by this space-time storm. What? How is that possible? The ninjas, who initially thought they could rest for a while, were immediately thrown into a panic upon hearing Kazama's words. After all, they knew how powerful the 9 elders were. If they were discovered by those 9 elders now, they would certainly meet their end. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were also very anxious. But just at this critical moment, a large number of people immediately blocked Kazama and expressed their thoughts to him. They said, Kazama-sama, in the past, you saved us 9 times. Now, why not let us save you once? Kazama was puzzled and replied, oh, what do you mean by that? He originally wanted to fight to protect everyone and leave this space of divine might, then find another way to rescue everyone. However, upon hearing the inexplicable words from the crowd, Kazama was filled with confusion. It's simple. Right now, the 9 elders of the Otsutsuki clan want to turn you into ashes. And you can hardly protect yourself alone. If you continue to protect us, you will undoubtedly fail. Kazama asked, "Oh, what should I do now?" At this point, Kazama had no good strategies left, so he could only listen to the crowd's thoughts. It was simple, to use a scheme of self-injury to deceive the 9 elders. Oh, what does that mean? Kazama initially thought that the crowd only knew how to fight and wouldn't think strategically. But now, upon hearing that they had a plan, Kazama was naturally very curious. So he immediately asked the crowd. It's simple. The crowd quickly explained to Kazama. Their plan was to pretend to side with the 9 elders and then work together from the inside and outside to slay them. Since Kazama had no better strategy, he could only nod in agreement. Although Kazama didn't know if this plan would succeed, after all, the 9 elders were not fools. But at this point, they could only treat a dead horse as a live one. So Kazama, in the blink of an eye, followed the crowd out of the space of divine might. At this time, the 9 elders were searching for Kazama's whereabouts. So when they saw Kazama and many ninjas appear, they were overjoyed and immediately rushed toward Kazama. At the same time, many ninjas who had deliberately betrayed Kazama also attacked him. The 9 elders never expected that these loyal subordinates of Kazama would betray him now, which made them elated. After all, they knew that with help, it would be much easier to kill Kazama. So the 9 elders immediately allied with these leaf ninjas, causing Kazama to be pushed back continuously. At this moment, Kazama pretended to act and yelled at the leaf ninjas while retreating. "You turtle bastards, I saved you multiple times. And now you dare to betray me? It really infuriates me. Stop the damn nonsense." At this point, the crowd also knew Kazama was putting on a show for them, so they immediately pointed at Kazama and scolded him. "Let me tell you, Kazama, although you saved us many times before, you keep bringing disasters to us. We originally respected the Otsutsuki clan greatly, but you insisted on attacking them. Now the Otsutsuki clan's heavenly ninjas are attacking us because of you. So we must kill you and present your head to the elders of the Otsutsuki clan." When the 9 elders heard the other ninjas speak so respectfully to them, they were overjoyed. In no time, they quickly recruited these ninjas into their ranks, happily saying, "Everyone, your decision is very correct. Help me kill Kazama, and I will definitely treat you well afterward." "Sure, no problem." At this moment, when the many ninjas saw that the 9 elders acknowledged them, they were ecstatic. And when Kazama saw that his and the crowd's plan was successful, he knew that this time the 9 elders were undoubtedly doomed. So Kazama immediately signaled to the crowd, and then they launched a pincer attack on the 9 elders. At this point, the 9 elders were still unaware of Kazama and the others' plan. So when they saw the ninjas who were clearly helping them suddenly turn to attack, the 9 elders were furious. They began to resist while shouting angrily at Kazama and the ninjas, "You turtle bastards. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why use tricks?" One moment it's a chain scheme, the next it's a counter scheme, and now a self-injury scheme. I say, why are you earthlings so deep in your schemes? The longest road our 9 elders have walked is your schemes. Hee, since you think our earth schemes are deep, why don't you just return to your Otsutsuki planet? Stop the damn nonsense. At this moment, the 9 elders, seeing that they've been outsmarted by Kazama and the others, were furious and naturally unwilling to admit defeat. So they once again unleashed all their power, vowing to fight Kazama and the others to the death. However, unfortunately for the 9 elders, they were still very angry. But since they had already lost the initiative in battle, they were continuously pushed back by Kazama and the many ninjas. Logically, the 9 elders' strength could easily crush those ninjas. But since Kazama's strength was also above that of the 9 elders, he provided both defensive and offensive boosts to the ninjas while continuously harassing the 9 elders, making it impossible for them to fight back seriously. Thus, the 9 elders were sweating profusely in panic. At this point, the 9 elders knew that if this continued, they would definitely not succeed. Moreover, not only would they not succeed, but they might even fail. So they immediately thought about escaping. Unfortunately, Kazama and the many ninjas knew that now was the best time to kill the 9 elders. If they let them escape now, they would still be fearful and would not be able to live peacefully. Therefore, Kazama immediately used hundreds of shadow clones and made them all simultaneously use the complete body Susanoo of the 3 artifacts. After all, Kazama's chakra was nearly infinite, and he could easily execute such a heavenly technique. In just a moment, the 9 elders were pushed back continuously. At this time, the crowd knew that as long as they killed the 9 elders, they could restore peace to the ninja world. So the ninjas immediately wanted to deal the final blow to the heavily injured 9 elders. But at that moment, Kazama suddenly thought of something. It was easy to kill the 9 elders now, but if they could be captured, they would become a significant asset in governing the ninja world. Therefore, thinking of this, Kazama hurriedly stopped the crowd's actions. Then he shouted at the crowd, "I say everyone, you shouldn't be too anxious right now. You should know that the 9 great elders no longer pose a threat to us. Instead, you might as well imprison him first. And then let me use the 6 paths of the heavenly deities to control them. This way, they can properly become our subordinates. And even if we encounter stronger enemies in the future, the 9 great elders can lead the charge for us. What do you think about this?" At this moment, upon hearing Feng Jian's words, although some among the crowd agreed, a portion of them felt uneasy. After all, it was precisely because Feng Jian had not dealt with the Otsutsuki 10 great elders before that it led to their betrayal, attacking Earth, and almost leveling their world. Now, Feng Jian wanted to control the Otsutsuki 10 great elders again. Wasn't this repeating the same mistake? As they thought about it more, their anger grew. However, since they knew Feng Jian was powerful and understood that the main credit for defeating the 9 great elders lay with him, they recognized that he had the ability, qualifications, and authority to decide the fate of the 9 great elders. Therefore, they could only swallow their anger and remain silent. At this time, Feng Jian was focused on subduing the Otsutsuki 10 great elders, unaware that the crowd was already harboring dissatisfaction towards him. Even if he had known, he would still proceed with his plan. After all, Feng Jian was a person who stuck to his decisions. He immediately brought the severely injured and near-death 9 great elders into his divine space. At that moment, Feng Jian intended to use the 6 paths of the heavenly deities to control all the Otsutsuki 10 great elders right away. However, after a series of battles, he found that his chakra was insufficient to completely control them. Therefore, he decided to rest for a month or so before attempting to subdue the 10 great elders. He instructed the crowd to return to their respective ninja villages and focus on rebuilding. Just then, a significant portion of the departing crowd secretly gathered together. They felt that although Feng Jian had helped them solve the crisis in the ninja world, he had not offered them any benefits and had monopolized the spoils. The 9 great elders. This undoubtedly made them very angry. After all, the 9 great elders were powerful war tools, much like the 9-tailed beast from before. They wanted to distribute the Otsutsuki 10 great elders equally, but now Feng Jian had kept them all for himself. Naturally, this made the crowd extremely frustrated. Previously, during the time of war, they had been unable to voice their grievances. However, it is often the case that people can endure hardships together but cannot share in the spoils. When it comes to sharing benefits, if they feel they're getting less than others, they become very angry. The ninjas were thinking this way now, so they began to discuss among themselves. "I say everyone, do you think Feng Jian is deliberately targeting us?" "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "It's simple. As far as I know, Feng Jian's strength has become very formidable, but he still wants to use the 9 great elders as his subordinates. He must want to monopolize the power of the entire ninja world. Although we are still the leaders of our respective ninja villages, in reality, we are merely his subordinates. If he is unhappy one day, he could easily kill us, especially since he has the Otsutsuki 10 great elders under him." "Oh, so what do you suggest we do now?" "It's simple. I think we should immediately demand that Feng Jian share the Otsutsuki 10 great elders with us." "Absolutely not." At that moment, one ninja hurriedly intervened. "I say everyone, we have been working with Feng Jian for so long, and you should all know his personality very well. Yes, Feng Jian did save our lives before, but he has a very volatile temper, and he is someone who only takes advantage and never suffers losses. Now that the Otsutsuki 10 great elders have been defeated by him, if we demand ownership of them, he will definitely not agree, and he might even suspect that we have ulterior motives. Therefore, it might be better for us to secretly gather together and find an opportunity to strike at Feng Jian from the shadows." "Oh, but how do we strike?" "It's simple. Right now, Feng Jian doesn't know that we're dissatisfied with him, so we just need to unite secretly, pretend to get close to him, and then, when he is not paying attention, we can kill him and turn the tables." "Not bad, not bad." Upon hearing this plan, the crowd unanimously agreed. Although they had previously fought alongside Feng Jian as good partners, that was during the time of war. Now that they were in a peaceful period, they could not tolerate Feng Jian becoming too powerful on his own. After all, the stronger Feng Jian became, the more pressure they felt. Unless Feng Jian's strength matched theirs, they would not be willing to coexist peacefully with him. At this moment, Feng Jian was still recuperating. intending to control the Otsutsuki 10 Great Elders after his strength was restored. Therefore, he did not expect that the crowd would rebel against him. Moreover, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Leaf ninjas had always been loyal to Feng Jian, which led him to believe that the other ninjas were also loyal. However, what Feng Jian did not anticipate was that a portion of discontent had already started to stir. Those ninjas who wanted to possess the Otsutsuki 10 Great Elders, treating them as war tools like the tailed beasts, had secretly formed a resistance. They approached Feng Jian under the pretense of inviting him to dinner and drinks. At this time, Feng Jian was focused on recuperating and did not plan to pay attention to these people. However, thinking that they were all comrades and good brothers who had fought together, he felt that if he ignored them, they might grow dissatisfied with him. Thus, Feng Jian reluctantly decided to attend a meeting. Since he trusted these people, he did not notify Naruto, Sasuke, or the other Leaf ninjas, nor did he take them along. When the resistance saw that Feng Jian was coming alone, they couldn't help but laugh wildly in their hearts. After all, they had laid a trap for him, and no matter how powerful Feng Jian was, he would have no way to escape. Thus, in just a few moments of meeting, they immediately launched a surprise attack on him. Feng Jian, who had originally intended to come for a meal and drinks, was caught off guard by their sudden attack. This shocked him. Instantly furious, Feng Jian shouted to the crowd, "You bunch of bastards! I, Feng Jian, have saved you multiple times and helped you defeat the 10 Great Elders who attacked. Yet now you dare to attack me? Are you even human? Do you have any conscience?" At this moment, the ninja rebel army completely ignored Kazama's furious curses. After all, the reason they dared to act against Kazama was that they had no conscience. If they had any conscience, they wouldn't have turned against Kazama. Moreover, they had already made up their minds to eliminate Kazama. Therefore, they paid no attention to his angry outbursts and continued to attack him relentlessly, determined to kill him. Kazama, originally reluctant to engage too much due to the camaraderie he once shared with them, was infuriated upon witnessing their arrogant behavior. In just a few moments, he was already fighting against the ninja rebel army. Given Kazama's strength, it was easy for him to deal with these rebels. Although they were numerous, their strength was no match for Kazama. However, due to his kindness, he did not want to engage with them too much. So, he immediately said to them, "I say to you all, I, Kazama, have spared you multiple times and did not wish to kill you. But if you continue to be stubborn, do not blame me for being ruthless. Stop pretending in front of me. I'll tell you, Kazama, you were just a trash collector before. What right do you have to stand above us? Yes, if you want to live, then immediately share the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki among us. Otherwise, we will tear you to pieces." Seeing that these people actually coveted the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, Kazama felt heartbroken. The reason he was unwilling to distribute the 10 elders as spoils was mainly to avoid provoking a scramble among the various ninja villages. Kazama knew that if the 10 elders were shared among these ninja villages, their strength would significantly increase. Human ambition knows no bounds. The stronger they become, the higher their ambitions will soar. At that time, Kazama would not be able to control them. After all, they would have gained immense power, and even Kazama could not easily deal with them. Therefore, Kazama aimed to prevent any one faction from becoming too dominant. As long as these people were far weaker than him, they would not dare to rebel against him. Even if they did dare to resist, Kazama could easily defeat them. However, what they did not expect was that these individuals were so greedy that they wanted to stand on equal footing with him. This naturally infuriated Kazama. Although he did not like to take advantage of others, he also knew that a country cannot be without a leader for a day. And now, the master of this ninja nation was himself. Thus, Kazama could not relinquish this position to anyone else. Moreover, he treated these people as if they were family, yet they dared to challenge him. How could Kazama not be angry? So he decided to stop holding back and said sternly to everyone, "I'm giving you one last chance." Immediately bowed down and begged for mercy, "And I will spare your lives. But if you remain stubborn, sorry, I will have to kill you." "Haha, I'll tell you, Kazama, you don't need to threaten us. We know your strength very well. If you have the guts, come and fight us." "All right, since that's the case, I can only use my full power." Chapter 228. The 10 elders of Otsutsuki revived again at this moment. Kazama let out a cold laugh and directly activated his complete body, Susanoo. Then he unleashed the power of the 10 tails. In just a few moments, he scattered the crowd. However, Kazama was completely unprepared for the fact that the people he was fighting were not their real bodies, but shadow clones. Moreover, these shadow clones were all rigged with explosive tags. This truly surprised Kazama. It should be noted that Kazama had not activated his Sharingan earlier, so he did not see the shadow clones. Additionally, since these shadow clones were covered with a large number of explosive tags, in just a few moments, Kazama was blown to pieces by 1,000,000,000,000 explosive tags. Although Kazama possessed an immortal body, the pain was still very evident. Thus, he immediately activated the yellow springs of Birisaka and escaped to his exclusive space. At this time, the ninja rebels, seeing that they had actually injured the powerful Kazama, were overjoyed and immediately began to cheer. I say, everyone, we can finally defeat that little punk Kazama. Yes, we thought he was powerful, but it turns out he is nothing special. Not bad. At this moment, while laughing, they began to strategize on how to attack Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas. After all, their boss Kazama had been forced into retreat by them. Therefore, they needed to defeat Naruto and Sasuke, the leaders of the Konoha ninjas, before they could claim the 10 elders of Otsutsuki for themselves. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were still unaware that Kazama was severely injured. So when they saw the rebels rushing towards their village, they treated them as allies, opening the gates to warmly welcome them. Unfortunately, their goodwill was seen as foolishness by the rebels. Suddenly, the rebels launched a surprise attack on Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas. When Naruto saw that the crowd was attacking him, he quickly realized they were rebelling against him. Without hesitation, he led everyone to counterattack. At this moment, Sasuke saw that the others were just as fickle as he was, and he was furious. You bastards! You should know that I only betrayed Kazama once. But now you dare to betray him again and again. This is absolutely intolerable. But unfortunately, no matter how harshly Sasuke scolded them, it was of no use. After all, these people were determined to eliminate Naruto and Sasuke, the leaders of the Konoha ninjas, completely. This was the only way they could achieve their goal of making the powerful 10 elders of Otsutsuki their subordinates. At this time, although Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Konoha ninjas were very strong, they were on the defensive. Additionally, they were suddenly ambushed. So many of them were heavily injured right from the first charge, leaving them with no strength to fight back. As a result, after a few exchanges, the Konoha ninjas led by Naruto and Sasuke were forced to retreat continuously. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had originally hoped Kazama would come to their aid. However, after waiting for a long time, Kazama still had not arrived, which left them in a state of panic. When the leading rebels saw that Sasuke and Naruto were retreating while looking around, they knew these two were hoping for Kazama to rescue them. Thus, the rebels aimed to make Naruto and Sasuke, along with the other Konoha ninjas, surrender more quickly. So he immediately shouted at them again. I tell you, you no longer need to wait for Kazama, for that little rascal has already been killed by us. What? How is that possible? At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke, upon hearing that Kazama was actually killed by these people, couldn't believe it. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke knew that Kazama was incredibly powerful. There was no way he could have been killed by these people. After all, even the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had failed to kill Kazama. How could these ninja rebels possibly be his match? Therefore, Naruto immediately cursed the ninja rebels as liars. But no matter how much they cursed, the crowd completely ignored them. Instead, they intensified their attacks. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke realized that if this continued, they would likely be captured and killed by these rebels. Although Kazama had not come to save them, they also did not believe that he could be killed by these people. If it was said that Kazama was heavily injured, they might believe it. But if it was said that Kazama was dead, they could never accept that. So Naruto and Sasuke quickly led the others to retreat. After all, with their current strength, even if they couldn't defeat these rebels, they could still escape without being stopped. At this time, the rebels saw the Konoha ninjas fleeing and did not pursue them. After all, their main goal was not to kill all the Konoha ninjas, but to take the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan for themselves. Therefore, the rebels immediately went to the place where the 10 Otsutsuki elders were imprisoned, sending their medical ninjas to treat them. They wanted to gain the abilities of these elders, so they needed to heal their injuries to extract their powers. Soon, those elders who were on the verge of death, heavily injured, and unconscious were completely revived. However, the rebels knew that the 10 Otsutsuki elders were powerful, so they did not let their guard down immediately. Instead, they set up a barrier around them to control the 10 elders. Then they sent out ninja with absorption abilities to start absorbing the ninjutsu of the 10 Otsutsuki elders. However, what the ninja rebels did not expect was that the abilities of these elders were not something just anyone could absorb. Kazama had previously used his garbage collection system to obtain the powers of the 10 Otsutsuki elders. How could these mere ninja rebels possess such strong absorption abilities? Thus, the ninja rebels spent half a day without achieving any results, which made them furious. At this moment, the awakened 10 Otsutsuki elders saw themselves trapped by these ninjas and the seals around them. They immediately understood their situation. After all, the 10 Otsutsuki elders were known to be cunning. In just a moment, they realized their predicament. The 10 elders exchanged knowing smiles and immediately decided to turn the tables. They smiled at the rebel ninjas and said, "I say, brothers of a ninja, looking at you, it seems you have parted ways with that Kazama rascal. Well done. Since that's the case, we are willing to unite with you again so that we can kill Kazama. We will then give you this planet, and we can even give you our powers. What do you think?" Upon hearing the words of the 10 Otsutsuki elders, the rebels were immediately delighted. They had thought the elders would treat them like enemies, but they did not expect the elders to be so accommodating, even negotiating with them and offering to exchange terms. This naturally excited them. So the ninja rebels immediately agreed to the 10 Otsutsuki elders' proposal, and then they performed the unsealing technique to release the seals around them, preparing to ally with the elders. However, unfortunately, the rebels severely underestimated the ambitions of the 10 Otsutsuki elders. Once the elders were freed, each one of them punched, knocking down thousands of rebel ninjas to the ground. The rebel ninjas were completely unprepared for the fact that the 10 Otsutsuki elders would switch allegiance so easily. Naturally, the rebels, confused, questioned the elders. But unfortunately for them, the elders saw their questioning as childish and did not take them seriously. The 10 Otsutsuki elders sneered. "What, you worthless trash? Do you think you are worthy of uniting with us? I tell you, if you want to live, hand over that Kazama rascal immediately, or we will turn you into dust." At this moment, one of the ninjas, desperate to survive, falsely claimed that they had killed Kazama. He thought that since the elders hated Kazama so much, they would spare him for claiming to have done them a favor. However, what this person did not expect was that the 10 Otsutsuki elders were so furious with Kazama that they would not allow anyone else to harm him, only permitting themselves to kill him. When the 10 Otsutsuki elders heard that Kazama was killed by the ninja rebels, they were furious. In an instant, they turned that person into a cripple and then dismembered him, leaving a gruesome scene. At this point, the other rebels who had the same idea immediately covered their mouths, no longer daring to claim they had killed Kazama. They then told the truth, that they had only seriously injured Kazama, who escaped through the Yellow Springs. However, they did not know where he had fled to. Upon hearing this, the 10 Otsutsuki elders were overjoyed. As long as Kazama was not dead, they could kill him themselves. Although Kazama was powerful and difficult to deal with, now that he was heavily injured, they could easily kill him. Thus, the 10 Otsutsuki elders no longer paid attention to the ninja rebels and began to use their space-time techniques to search for Kazama's hiding place, intending to take advantage of his weakness. At this moment, the ninja rebels regretted their previous actions against Kazama. If they had cooperated with him, the 10 Otsutsuki elders would not have escaped, and they could still rule their village. But now, they and others have been captured by the 10 elders of Tsutsuki. How can they accept this situation? At this time, the rebels, in order to defeat the 10 elders of Tsutsuki, hurriedly found Naruto, Sasuke, and other ninjas, explaining the reasons behind the situation. Upon hearing these words from the two-faced rebels, Naruto and Sasuke were both angry and shocked. Immediately, with a punch each, they beat the rebels into a bruised and battered state, crying for help. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, and it was Kazama, who had already healed from his injuries. It turned out that Kazama had completely recovered from his injuries in the H-Rabiama and had come to find Naruto and Sasuke to discuss the next strategies. However, before they could discuss, they discovered the ninja rebels had arrived. Seeing Kazama had fully recovered, the rebels, with tears and snot, rushed to him, saying, "Kazama, we were wrong. We were really wrong. We shouldn't have attacked you before. What do you want us to do now? We are willing to do anything, as long as you can help us kill the 10 elders of Tsutsuki." Upon hearing the rebels' words and learning that the 10 elders of Tsutsuki had revived again, Kazama's brows furrowed, and he was filled with rage. After all, he had expended a lot of energy to defeat the 10 elders of Tsutsuki before. Now that they had returned to their peak, if he were to fight them again, it would be very challenging. At that moment, the rebels, seeing Kazama only frowning and not speaking, became even more panicked. After all, if even Kazama couldn't defeat the 10 elders of Tsutsuki, then they would be even less of a match for them. Thus, the rebels immediately began to flatter Kazama, hoping to leverage his power against the 10 elders of Tsutsuki while they stayed back to watch. As for Kazama's life or death, they didn't care. As long as they could survive, that was enough. However, Kazama knew what the rebels were thinking. Therefore, he kicked them to the ground. Chapter 229. Beating down the capricious little people, you bastards. Clearly you are asking me to attack the 10 elders of Tsutsuki, yet you want me to fight alone. This is absolutely intolerable. When the many ninja rebels heard Kazama voice their thoughts, they were taken aback. After all, they knew Kazama was inherently kind-hearted. They thought that if they begged for mercy, he would certainly agree to their request and attack the 10 elders of Tsutsuki alone. But they never expected that although Kazama was kind, his kindness had its limits. For other companions, he was indeed very kind. However, for these treacherous rebels, Kazama wished he could crush them to ashes. The reason Kazama hadn't done so was that he knew the 10 elders of Tsutsuki were his greatest enemies. With a great enemy at hand, internal strife was not advisable. So, Kazama sternly told the rebels, I tell you, bastards, don't try to scheme in front of me. I am the true king of strategy. I know all the 36 stratagems and 72 stratagems. Therefore, your primary task now is to charge into battle immediately. What? How is that possible? At this moment, when the ninja rebels heard Kazama's words, they were so frightened that they took several steps back. Some even so scared they nearly lost their pants. They knew their abilities were no match for the 10 elders of Tsutsuki. Moreover, they had previously flattered the 10 elders. If they turned against them now, the elders would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon them. At that point, just the furious anger of the 10 elders could turn them to ashes. Thus, these villains were naturally terrified by Kazama's decision. Just then, the 10 elders of Tsutsuki had already tracked down Kazama's whereabouts and were rushing towards him. Kazama, having sensed their approach, turned to the rebels with a furious expression and said, I'll tell you the truth, the 10 elders of Tsutsuki are coming to our base right now. Next, you need to make it clear whether you will fight or not. If you fight, I might consider you heroes, and if you survive afterward, I won't take your lives. But if you don't fight, I will turn you to ashes right now. At this moment, the ninja rebels, realizing they would die whether they fought or not, were shaking like leaves. They then thought that if they fought, they might have at least a chance of survival. However, if they did not fight, defeat was certain. With that in mind, the ninja rebels agreed to Kazama's demands. They would immediately charge into battle against the coming 10 elders of Tsutsuki. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Leaf ninjas were also gearing up to follow Kazama into battle. Chapter 230. A new enemy arrives at this time. The 10 elders of Tsutsuki were still unaware that the rebels who had previously submitted to them were now turning against them. Therefore, when they saw the rebels charging at them, the 10 elders were immediately enraged. Although they viewed the rebels as nothing more than trash and ants, easily defeated with a mere fart, how could they not be furious at these two-faced, capricious rebels? The 10 elders immediately pointed at the rebels and began to scold them angrily. You bastards, after betraying us repeatedly, tell us, what do you want to do? Hee, we don't want to do anything. It was you 10 elders who were fickle, clearly saying you would take us as your subordinates, yet now you want to attack us. Naturally, we will join forces with Kazama to slay you. What? Just you garbage? Upon hearing the rebels' words, the 10 elders burst out laughing. In just a few moments, they had beaten the ninja rebels to a pulp. At this moment, Kazama also led the Leaf ninjas towards the 10 elders of Tsutsuki. The 10 elders, being fully prepared, were not afraid of Kazama and the others. Although they knew Kazama was powerful, they remained unperturbed. After all, they had fought against Kazama for many years and knew that his greatest trick was defeating them one by one. As long as they united, even if Kazama were the king of heaven himself, he could not be their opponent. Just as the 10 elders had anticipated, no matter how the wind and leaf ninjas attack, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki show no signs of retreat. Instead, they turned the tables despite their numerical disadvantage, almost pulling off a stunning reversal. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback to see how formidable the ninja resistance was. They hurriedly asked Wind, "What should we do, Wind brother? If this continues, we will definitely be killed by the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki." "Everyone, don't worry." Wind immediately replied to Naruto, Sasuke, and the other ninjas. "As long as you hold on for a little longer, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki will soon defeat themselves." What? How is that possible? Hearing Wind's words, Naruto and Sasuke were puzzled. At that time, while battling the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, Wind used a secret technique to communicate with Sasuke and Naruto, saying, "To be honest, when I defeated the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki earlier, I took advantage of the fact that they were severely injured and unconscious to plant my Konoha Village illusion within them. However, at that time, my Konoha Village was delayed because my own strength was weakened. But don't worry, as long as the chakra within the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki is consumed to below half, this Kodowa Mitsukami will forcibly activate, and at that time, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki will still become our allies. What? That's great. Hearing Win's words, Naruto and Sasuke were overjoyed. Meanwhile, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki were unaware of Win's strategy. They only saw Wind and the many leaf ninjas continuously retreating and thought they could finally kill Wind. Thus, they were overjoyed. However, at that moment, Wind once again utilized all his abilities to consume half of the chakra of the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki. The 10 elders, seeing Wind's actions, were unaware of his true intentions. They thought Wind wanted to take them down together. Although the 10 elders had a vast amount of chakra, it was unfortunate that they were facing Wind. After just a few exchanges, they had consumed a large portion of their chakra. Not long after, the Kodowa Mitsukami within the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki activated. After a few exchanges, the once arrogant 10 elders had completely become Wind's subordinates. When Naruto and Sasuke saw that Wind's plan had succeeded and that he had captured such a powerful enemy, they were overjoyed. Wind, too, breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to fight the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki head-on, he might not have been their match. But now that he had controlled them with Kodowa Mitsukami, he could easily eliminate them. Of course, Wind did not intend to kill them. After all, he had gone to great lengths to make the 10 elders his subordinates, so he could use their strength to bolster Earth's defenses. When Naruto and Sasuke saw that the powerful enemy had become an ally of their Earth, they immediately excitedly said to Wind, brother, now that the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki have become your subordinates and are no longer attacking us, we must remember that the Otsutsuki planet in the universe is still not under the control of Kodowa Mitsukami. They're also eyeing our Earth. We might as well take this opportunity to send the 10 elders to eliminate all the people on the Otsutsuki planet. What do you think? Absolutely not. At that moment, Wind immediately rejected Naruto and Sasuke's suggestion. Wind was very kind-hearted. Although he wanted to protect his Earth, he did not wish to commit the act of slaughtering an entire planet. Therefore, Wind decided to use a more moderate approach, which was to continue using his Kodowa Mitsukami to control all the inhabitants of the Otsutsuki planet. Wind then took action, heading to the Otsutsuki planet with the 10 elders. However, what Wind did not expect was that as soon as he and the 10 elders arrived on the Otsutsuki planet, they were stopped by a group of fully armed guards. At that moment, the 10 elders, having already submitted to Wind, were furious to see these guards daring to block Wind. They immediately pointed at the guards and angrily scolded them. "You bastards! Don't you recognize us, the esteemed 10 elders of the Otsutsuki? How dare you stop us? You must be tired of living. Hee, what's so great about the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki? Our Otsutsuki clan's king has returned." What? How is that possible? Hearing this from the guards, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki were shocked and stepped back several paces, with some even collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Wind was also very surprised to see the 10 elders' reaction, as he had never seen the usually calm 10 elders so frightened. Wind hurriedly whispered to the 10 elders, "What is going on? Aren't the 10 elders in charge of the Otsutsuki planet? How could a so-called Otsutsuki king suddenly appear?" "Ah, Wind brother, you don't know." At that moment, the 10 elders immediately dismissed the guard and explained to Wind, "Actually, our Otsutsuki planet is ruled by this Otsutsuki king. The Otsutsuki king has been occupying other planets, so he temporarily left this planet for us, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, to manage. You must know that while we 10 elders are powerful, all our abilities are granted by the Otsutsuki king. This means that the Otsutsuki king can completely take back all of our powers. If he finds out that we have submitted to you and betrayed him, then all of us, including everyone on your Earth, will be ground to dust. Moreover, this Otsutsuki king is extraordinarily powerful, even if all 10 of us join forces. Plus you, Wind brother, we might not be able to withstand a single move from him." "Nanny?" Upon hearing this from the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, Wind was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had originally thought that the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki were the pinnacle of combat power, but he never expected that a king even more powerful than both himself and the 10 elders had now appeared. Therefore, Wind immediately furrowed his brows and began to ponder his next strategy. After all, Wind's purpose in coming here was to control all the inhabitants of the Otsutsuki planet. However, now that the Otsutsuki king had arrived, his plan was definitely going to be disrupted if he did not implement it. The Otsutsuki king would soon discover that the Otsutsuki 10 elders had submitted to him. At that time, he would still launch an attack on Earth. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama was indeed anxious, like an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki king, who had just returned from battle, was overjoyed upon hearing that the Otsutsuki 10 elders had returned from Earth. After all, the Otsutsuki king was unaware that the 10 elders had betrayed him. He believed that the 10 elders went to Earth to help him conquer it. So he immediately brought a group of people to the place where Kazama and the Otsutsuki 10 elders were. At this time, the Otsutsuki 10 elders had already sensed that the Otsutsuki king was coming. This made them break out in a cold sweat again. Thus, one of the elders hurriedly said to Kazama, "Kazama, you should quickly return to Earth. If the Otsutsuki king finds out that we have submitted to you and allied with you, he will definitely kill us." "Yes, Kazama. It would be better for me to use a little trick to deceive the Otsutsuki king with my silver tongue, so he won't realize our plan. What do you think?" At this moment, Kazama, hearing the words of the Otsutsuki 10 elders, had already decided to return to Earth immediately. After all, he knew that, with his current strength, he was no match for the Otsutsuki king. The Otsutsuki king's power had far exceeded Kazama's worldview. However, Kazama also knew that since the Otsutsuki king was very powerful, his perception must also be very sharp. He must have already sensed that he was with the Otsutsuki 10 elders. But now, the Otsutsuki king did not know what his identity was. Therefore, if he left immediately, the Otsutsuki 10 elders would definitely not be able to hide it from the Otsutsuki king's keen eyes. So, Kazama thought about it and decided to stay for the time being. Then Kazama immediately said to the Otsutsuki 10 elders, "Everyone, you don't need to be anxious. Even if the Otsutsuki king discovers me, he won't immediately recognize me as an earthling. You just need to say that I came to join your Otsutsuki planet. And let me gain the Otsutsuki king's trust first. Then we can talk about other things." All right, we can only do it this way. Since the Otsutsuki 10 elders had no other plans, they could only follow Kazama's suggestion. Not long after, the Otsutsuki king arrived with dozens of guards, smiling, in front of Kazama and the Otsutsuki 10 elders. And just as Kazama had previously anticipated, the Otsutsuki king did not know that Kazama was an earthling. He also did not know that his subordinates, the Otsutsuki 10 elders, had submitted to Kazama. Therefore, when the Otsutsuki king saw the Otsutsuki 10 elders, he was immediately very happy and kept chatting with them. However, when his gaze swept over Kazama, he was immediately puzzled. Then he frowned and began to scrutinize Kazama. "I see you're not one of my Otsutsuki planet's people. Who are you?" At this moment, Kazama never expected that the Otsutsuki king would raise his voice so sternly at their first meeting. Truly, the majesty of a king. However, Kazama had always been resolute. Regardless of whether the other party was a king or even a president, Kazama was not afraid. At this time, the Otsutsuki 10 elders knew Kazama's fiery temper, and they realized that he was likely to become furious upon hearing the Otsutsuki king's angry shout. Therefore, the Otsutsuki 10 elders hurriedly stood in front of Kazama and smiled at the Otsutsuki king, saying, "You don't know, this person is called Kazama. He is our disciple." "Yes, because when we occupied Earth before, this Kazama helped us a lot, and his talent is very impressive. So we want to take him as our disciple." "Oh, really?" The Otsutsuki king, after hearing this, immediately began to scrutinize Kazama again. "You can take him as a disciple, but have you started teaching him ninjutsu?" "Not yet." "Since you haven't, why does he possess the bloodline of our Otsutsuki clan?" "I say he is definitely a spy." The Otsutsuki king, being powerful enough, quickly understood all the ninjutsu that Kazama had mastered at a glance. Therefore, he immediately shouted angrily. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Chapter 231. Extracting the Otsutsuki king's abilities, damn it. Seeing that Kazama's thoughts were so meticulous, Kazama was also taken aback. He immediately began to think of countermeasures. After all, Kazama knew very well that the Otsutsuki king's strength was formidable. If he did not take the initiative first, he would definitely be killed by the Otsutsuki king. Moreover, even if he took the initiative, he might not be the Otsutsuki king's opponent. Just as Kazama was thinking this, the Otsutsuki king suddenly changed his expression and then laughed heartily. When Kazama saw the Otsutsuki king's face, it was as if he were performing a magic trick. This left Kazama greatly puzzled. At this time, not only was Kazama confused, but even the Otsutsuki 10 elders beside him were also full of doubts, not knowing what the Otsutsuki king was up to. At this moment, before Kazama could ask, the Otsutsuki king immediately turned to the Otsutsuki 10 elders with a smile and asked, "I say you 10 guys don't try to deceive me. Since this kid possesses the bloodline of our Otsutsuki clan, I see he is most likely your illegitimate child on Earth. Speak, is it true or not?" "What?" At this moment, Kazama was furious upon seeing that the Otsutsuki king's thoughts were so vile. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki 10 elders also did not expect that the Otsutsuki king would think that Kazama was their illegitimate child. At this point, the Otsutsuki 10 elders felt quite awkward. After all, acknowledging it was not an option and denying it was also not an option. Because if they admitted it, it would be an insult to Kazama. After all, they had already recognized Kazama as their leader. But if they denied it, it would indicate that Kazama was not their child. Yet Kazama possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, which would imply that Kazama was of dubious origin, and the Otsutsuki king would definitely attack him. Just then, Kazama quickly came up with a clever idea. He stood up and smiled at the Otsutsuki king, saying, "Your Majesty, you are right. I am indeed the illegitimate child of the Otsutsuki 10 elders." What? At this moment, the Otsutsuki 10 elders, who had just been hesitating, were taken aback upon hearing Kazama's words. Meanwhile, Kazama quickly signaled them with his eyes. The Otsutsuki 10 elders, being very clever and having fought alongside Kazama for many years, immediately understood Kazama's intention. Thus, they began to act, pretending to look embarrassed. The Otsutsuki king said, "You are right, Your Majesty. Now, Kazama is our illegitimate child on that earth. So we brought him to our Otsutsuki clan's planet and request you to assign him a task." Haha, I must say, you old fellows really are like old bulls that love tender grass, to actually have 10 people mistreat a single earth woman in such a brutal manner. Although it's vile, I like it. After all, those earthlings are trash and ants in front of our Otsutsuki clan. So, if we can use their women to cultivate the descendants of our clan, why not? Indeed, at this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki also hurriedly echoed in agreement. However, at this time, Kazama was feeling extremely angry towards the Otsutsuki king. After all, Kazama initially thought that the Otsutsuki king was merely powerful. But he never expected that the king's thoughts would be so trashy and vile, treating his fellow countrymen from Earth as tools for their continuation. How could Kazama not be angry? Normally, Kazama would have wanted to use all his strength to turn the Otsutsuki king to dust. But now he knew that, with his strength, he could never be a match for the Otsutsuki king. So, Kazama could only endure for the time being. At this moment, even though Kazama temporarily admitted to being the illegitimate child of the Otsutsuki elders on Earth, which insulted his dignity, it also preserved his life. At this point, the Otsutsuki king no longer doubted Kazama's origins. He nodded happily at Kazama and arranged a job for him, which was to be his attendant. This truly made Kazama pleasantly surprised. After all, Kazama knew that the Otsutsuki king was the most powerful being on this planet. If he could be his attendant, it would mean he could stay close to him. Then he could collect the king's discarded items. Once he collected the Otsutsuki king's discarded items, he would gain his abilities. This way, Kazama could match the Otsutsuki king. Once he thought of this, Kazama was overjoyed. At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, knowing Kazama possessed the ability to extract from garbage, were also very pleased when they heard that the Otsutsuki king had appointed Kazama as his personal guard. They immediately smiled happily at Kazama. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki king was receiving congratulations from the people of the Otsutsuki planet. So he didn't notice the expressions of Kazama and the 10 elders beside him. At this time, the people of the Otsutsuki planet, who had previously been controlled by Kazama using the otherworldly deity, were now free from that control. Therefore, upon seeing the Otsutsuki king return, they naturally wanted to recount Kazama's crimes. Although Kazama was standing beside the Otsutsuki king, he had used a transformation technique, so the ordinary people could not see his true appearance. At this moment, the Otsutsuki king was furious to hear that a ninja from Earth had controlled all his subjects on Otsutsuki planet. He was filled with rage and prepared to personally lead an expedition to launch a devastating strike on Earth. Hearing this, Kazama broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki were also shocked and hurried to persuade the Otsutsuki king. "Your Majesty, didn't we already tell you? We went to Earth and killed all the people there. Yes, we have avenged the people of Otsutsuki planet, so you don't need to lead an expedition." "That's right. How could a small piece of garbage like Earth warrant your personal attention? So, you really don't need to take action against Earth." "Oh, really?" Despite the Otsutsuki king's immense power, he was quite simple-minded. So when he heard the words of the 10 elders, he didn't think much of it. However, the people of Otsutsuki planet, upon hearing the 10 elders, immediately urged the Otsutsuki king, "Your Majesty, you must not listen to the 10 elders. Yes, remember that the first to submit was the 10 elders. Who knows if they are still under the control of that earthling's illusion?" "What? Are you looking for death?" Before the Otsutsuki king could speak, the 10 elders immediately rolled up their sleeves and charged at the citizens of Otsutsuki planet. In just a moment, They knocked down those citizens who were spreading rumors. Of course, it wasn't that those citizens were lying. They were speaking the truth. They just happened to be unlucky. The 10 elders of the Tsutsuki knew very well that if the Tsutsuki king discovered their alliance with Kazama, it would mean their death. Therefore, they could not let the Tsutsuki king learn the truth under any circumstances. At this moment, the Tsutsuki king, relying on his immense strength, knew that if Kazama really controlled the 10 elders, he would definitely notice. Unfortunately, he underestimated Kazama's otherworldly deity. Kazama's otherworldly deity could control others silently. So even if the 10 elders were controlled, the Tsutsuki king would not be able to detect it. The Tsutsuki king immediately began to persuade the 10 elders and the citizens of Tsutsuki planet who had been knocked down. Everyone, you're my subjects, so stop arguing. Since this earthling is so arrogant and the 10 elders have already killed them, you should not dwell on it. However, as the saying goes, to cut grass, you must remove the roots. Although we have killed the ninja from Earth, no one knows if there are others hiding on Earth. So now, I have decided to lead an expedition and flatten Earth, so that no one will seek revenge on us again. What? Upon hearing that the Tsutsuki king still intended to attack Earth, Kazama and the 10 elders were once again shocked. Kazama, in particular, was so surprised that he took several steps back, breaking into a cold sweat. After all, Earth was Kazama's home, and now the 10 elders intended to flatten his homeland. How could Kazama accept that? He hurriedly approached the Tsutsuki king again and began to persuade him. Your Majesty, you have just returned from a conquest on another planet. You must not be so impulsive, or else. Slap. Unfortunately, before Kazama could finish speaking, the Tsutsuki king knocked him to the ground. What the hell are you? How dare you offer me advice? At this moment, Kazama never expected that the Tsutsuki king would turn against him. He had thought that after being appointed as the king's personal attendant, he had become a favored individual by the Tsutsuki king. But Kazama was unaware. The Otsutsuki king at that time was only concerned about face and did not want to offend the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. That's why he reluctantly accepted Kazama as his personal attendant. Moreover, the king placed great importance on bloodlines. Even though Kazama had the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, he also carried the blood of earthlings. Therefore, deep down, the Otsutsuki king looked down on Kazama. Seeing Kazama, whom he considered trash, daring to offer him suggestions was tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan understood the king's volatile temper. Clearly, the Otsutsuki king had already given them face before. If they continued to be ungrateful and supported Kazama, the king would definitely not spare them. After all, the Otsutsuki king was known for being ruthless. Thus, the 10 elders quickly urged the Otsutsuki king, Your Majesty, you have just returned from battle and are too tired. Please do not be angry. Upon hearing their persuasion, the Otsutsuki king nodded at the 10 elders, but did not pay any attention to Kazama, who was on the ground. Instead, he spoke again to those kneeling before him. Everyone, my mind is made up. I will personally lead an expedition to flatten the earth. With this command, the Otsutsuki king immediately ordered his guards and Kazama to prepare everything for the impending battle. At this moment, Kazama realized that he was in a difficult situation, unable to back down. If he disobeyed the order now, the Otsutsuki king would surely obliterate him. However, if he complied, the earth would be destroyed. Therefore, Kazama quickly devised a plan. He brought some food and drink to the Otsutsuki king and pretended to walk unsteadily, throwing the pile of food and drink onto the king. When the Otsutsuki king saw Kazama's clumsiness and how he dirted his armor, he immediately became furious again, kicking Kazama to the ground and ordering the other guards to bring him a new battle robe, throwing the dirty one into the trash. Then, pointing at Kazama's nose, he scolded, You little bastard, I clearly gave face to the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan by allowing you to be my attendant. But you are so clumsy in your work. I am so furious. I no longer wish to give you face. Go clean the toilets immediately and never show your face in front of me again, or I will obliterate you. At this moment, although Kazama was beaten and injured by the Otsutsuki king, he had achieved his goal. He had obtained the battle robe used by the Otsutsuki king. So, while pretending to be submissive, he stealthily took the king's discarded robe and quickly slipped away to a hidden place. There, Kazama immediately began to extract the Otsutsuki king's abilities. Although the king had simply discarded a piece of garbage, Kazama was fortunate enough to extract one of the king's trump cards. This made Kazama very happy. Although he knew that this trump card alone could not defeat the Otsutsuki king, having it would give him the ability to compete with the king. At that point, the Otsutsuki king would surely focus all his attention on him, thus not attacking the earth anymore. So, Kazama turned around and charged towards the Otsutsuki King, who was still recuperating and preparing for the attack on Earth, unaware that the seemingly submissive and trash-like Kazama dared to come at him. Chapter 232. The Indestructible Cockroach. Due to Kazama's attack speed being too fast, by the time the Otsutsuki King reacted, Kazama was already in front of him with a furious expression. This surprised the Otsutsuki King greatly, as he never expected Kazama to attack him. However, relying on his strong strength, the Otsutsuki King did not take the sudden attack from Kazama seriously. He immediately kicked Kazama again, knocking him to the ground. The Otsutsuki King thought that with his overwhelming strength, this single strike should be enough to turn Kazama into pulp. However, he did not know that Kazama's strength was also considerable. Kazama had been acting submissive in front of him on purpose to lower the king's guard, making it easier to fight later. Just as Kazama had anticipated, the Otsutsuki King had indeed underestimated his strength. When Kazama unleashed all his power, the Otsutsuki King found it hard to resist. However, the Otsutsuki King's strength was still significantly higher than Kazama's. Upon realizing that Kazama dared to act like a pig to eat a tiger in front of him, the Otsutsuki King became extremely angry and immediately unleashed his trump card. At this moment, Kazama should have been unable to withstand it. However, since he had previously extracted the Otsutsuki King's trump card from the discarded garbage, he immediately used all his abilities to fight back. The 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan, seeing Kazama had previously stated he would secretly stay by the king's side and not attack, were now shocked to see him change his strategy and attack the Otsutsuki King. They were filled with disbelief and prepared to assist Kazama in breaking away from the Otsutsuki King. But Kazama, who was fighting the Otsutsuki King, immediately transmitted a message to them, advising them not to act rashly. Upon hearing Kazama's warning, the 10 elders were once again taken aback. They knew that with Kazama's current strength, he could not possibly be the Otsutsuki King's opponent. So why was he not letting them intervene? Originally, Kazama indeed could not match the Otsutsuki King with his current power. However, he had obtained the Otsutsuki King's trump card. This trump card allowed him to return the favor, meaning that no matter how powerful or extraordinary the Otsutsuki King's moves were, Kazama could reflect them back as long as he had enough chakra. Therefore, although the Otsutsuki King unleashed dozens of powerful trump cards, they were all reflected by Kazama's ability. This surprised the Otsutsuki King again, as he recognized that Kazama's current ability was indeed his own ultimate move. However, now that Kazama has actually learned this technique, how could the Otsutsuki King not be shocked? Therefore, the Otsutsuki King immediately became furious and counterattacked Kazama while pointing his finger at his nose and cursing. "Kazama, you little bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? Ha ha, yes, I'm going to sneak attack you, what about it? Let me tell you, Otsutsuki King, I didn't want to bother with you before, but you kept showing off in front of me, belittling me, and even wanting to flatten my earth. I tell you, that is absolutely impossible. Hee. Whether it's possible or not is not for you to decide, but for me to decide." At this moment, although the Otsutsuki King was being forced back by Kazama's own tactics, this technique was still the Otsutsuki King's ultimate move. Therefore, in just a moment, the Otsutsuki King came up with a solution. He then unleashed his incredible moves again. After a few exchanges, he knocked Kazama to the ground. At this time, Kazama never expected that even after extracting one of the Otsutsuki King's trump cards, he would still be defeated by him. This truly left Kazama in disbelief. Moreover, Kazama knew that if he continued to attack recklessly, he might be killed by the Otsutsuki King. Thus, Kazama immediately used his space technique to escape. This was not because Kazama was afraid of dying, but because he knew that as long as the Green Mountains remain, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. As the saying goes, if you can win, fight. If you can't, run. This is Kazama's principle of life, and also the primary strategy for guerrilla warfare. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King had already developed a murderous intent towards Kazama. After all, no one had ever dared to attack him on his Otsutsuki planet. Yet now, this mere earthling, whom he regarded as trash, had the audacity to attack him. How could the Otsutsuki King not be enraged? After all, the Otsutsuki King valued his face more than his life. Therefore, he immediately tore through the void and charged towards Kazama. At this moment, Kazama never expected that the Otsutsuki King's space ninjutsu would be so powerful. Although he had unleashed several space techniques like Yomi's Biri Saka, Amano Mikomo, and Kimui, he was still being relentlessly pursued and forced back by the Otsutsuki King. This immediately caused Kazama to break out in a cold sweat. After all, Kazama knew that due to the repeated use of space ninjutsu, his chakra was on the verge of exhaustion. If this continued, he could very well be killed by the Tsutsuki King. Meanwhile, the 10 elders of the Tsutsuki were extremely anxious. Although they had not immediately stood up to express their stance and join forces with Kazama, it was because Kazama had instructed them to remain hidden beside the Tsutsuki King. But now that Kazama was about to lose his life if they did not act, he would truly be killed by the Tsutsuki King. Therefore, the 10 elders of the Tsutsuki immediately thought of a way to help Kazama escape without exposing their identities. They quickly volunteered to go after Kazama. When the Tsutsuki King heard this, he initially did not want to agree. After all, Kazama had already angered him. However, the 10 elders of the Tsutsuki quickly used their eloquence to persuade him. Your Majesty, you must calm down. You are the great Tsutsuki King, the first ruler throughout history. Attacking this trash, Kazama, clearly undermines your dignity. Yes, I say you should absolutely not do this. If you continue, the common people will look down on you. Upon hearing the words of the 10 elders, the Tsutsuki King immediately began to ponder. Since the Tsutsuki King was very proud, he found the reasoning of the 10 elders very sensible. Thus, he immediately ceased his attack on Kazama. At this moment, the 10 elders were overjoyed, as they could secretly let Kazama go. Kazama also noticed that the Tsutsuki King had stopped pursuing him, so he immediately joined up with the 10 elders. The 10 elders hurriedly said to Kazama, Kazama, you should quickly escape to Earth. Yes, you should lead the residents of Earth to flee. After all, the Tsutsuki King is already very angry with you. Absolutely not. However, Kazama immediately rejected the 10 elders' suggestion. The Tsutsuki King is already furious with our Earth. Even if I lead the people of Earth to escape to another planet, our Earth will still be flattened by him. I think it would be better to lead the ninjas on Earth to engage in a decisive battle with the Tsutsuki King. But, at this moment, the 10 elders shook their heads vigorously upon hearing Kazama's words. Kazama, we admire your courage, but you should understand that the Tsutsuki King's strength has reached an extraordinary level. Even with your impressive abilities, you are not his match. So even if you team up with the people of Earth, you cannot defeat the Tsutsuki King. Yes, I say you should quickly escape, and we can explain the situation to the Tsutsuki King, telling him we didn't capture you, so you can continue living for a while. When Kazama heard the 10 elders say this, he felt very gratified. However, he knew that if he did that, the 10 elders would surely be killed by the Tsutsuki King. Kazama's main goal was to keep the 10 elders beside the Tsutsuki King. If the Tsutsuki King attacked the 10 elders, his plan would be in vain. Thus, Kazama thought for a moment and then smiled at the 10 elders, saying, Everyone, you don't need to be so anxious. Why not create a corpse of mine and take it to the Tsutsuki King to claim credit? This way, you can gain the Tsutsuki King's trust, and he will stop attacking me. What do you think? That's a good idea. Upon hearing Kazama's words, the 10 elders felt it made perfect sense. And you can bring me the Tsutsuki King's usual garbage, so I can enhance my abilities. As long as I possess abilities equal to his, I can defeat the Tsutsuki King. That method is good. At this point, the 10 elders were pleased and nodded in agreement to Kazama's two strategies. They immediately used their impressive techniques to create a corpse of Kazama, then brought this mangled corpse before the Tsutsuki King. Given the Tsutsuki King's strength, if he examined it closely, he could detect some clues. However, the Tsutsuki King trusted the Tsutsuki elders very much. Therefore, he did not observe carefully. The Tsutsuki King immediately patted the shoulder of the Tsutsuki elders and said, You are indeed my capable subordinates. You actually managed to kill that little brat, Kazama. Good, very good. At this moment, the Tsutsuki elders had indeed seen that the situation was as Kazama had said, and they trusted themselves very much. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the Tsutsuki elders began to continuously steal the Tsutsuki King's resources. Meanwhile, the Tsutsuki King thought he had dealt with Kazama. However, his target was still on Earth. After all, he knew that Kazama was a resident of Earth. But Kazama, this Earthling, dared to attack him. So even if he killed Kazama, it would not quell his anger. He still planned to lead a large number of soldiers to personally march and flatten Earth. At this moment, the Tsutsuki elders knew that they had reached a critical point. Therefore, they had to immediately give all the resources of the Tsutsuki King to Kazama. Only then could Kazama gain abilities that were on par with the Tsutsuki King. Since the Tsutsuki elders had gained the Tsutsuki King's trust, the transportation of resources went very smoothly. At this point, Kazama quickly acquired all the abilities of the Tsutsuki King. His strength was now comparable to that of the Tsutsuki King. Seeing that Kazama had finally gained such incredible abilities, the Tsutsuki elders were naturally very pleased. At this moment, Kazama prepared to attack the Tsutsuki King again. At the same time, the Tsutsuki King had gathered his army and was ready to attack Earth. Then, in the blink of an eye, Kazama charged at the Tsutsuki King. At this moment, Kazama did not expect that he seemed to be as indestructible as a cockroach. Previously, the Tsutsuki elders had clearly killed him. Yet now Kazama appeared before him again, and each time it was when he commanded a large army. Chapter 233. The Appearance of Tsutsuki Era. This was clearly a lack of respect for him and an embarrassment in front of his subordinates. The Tsutsuki King immediately flew into a rage, furious and cursing as he charged at Kazama again. But Kazama was not afraid at all. After all, Kazama had now gained abilities that were on par with the Tsutsuki King. Therefore, Kazama easily knocked the Tsutsuki King to the ground. Logically speaking, Kazama and the Tsutsuki King's strengths were equal. Even if Kazama used all his skills, it shouldn't have been this easy to knock the Tsutsuki King down. But the problem was that the Tsutsuki King had never regarded Kazama as a threat. This was why he was easily defeated by Kazama. Consequently, the Tsutsuki King was extremely angry and furious at that moment. He charged at Kazama again. When a person is very angry, their intelligence drops. Therefore, the Tsutsuki King had not realized that Kazama had already gained abilities equal to his own. In his eyes, he thought he could easily defeat Kazama. However, he had never succeeded. Then the Tsutsuki King discovered that Kazama was actually using his own techniques. This truly shocked the Tsutsuki King again. The Tsutsuki King immediately cursed at Kazama. "You little brat, how the hell did you acquire all my techniques?" Kazama replied, "Hee, you don't need to know that. In short, I'm giving you one last chance. Immediately stop the attack on Earth, and perhaps I can spare your life. But if you persist in your folly, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ha ha ha. But at this moment, before Kazama could finish speaking, the Tsutsuki King burst into laughter. He truly did not expect Kazama to dare to threaten him, which he found very amusing. "Kazama, you really overestimate yourself. Although I don't know how you acquire my ninjutsu. Even if you have my ninjutsu, you're no match for me." The Tsutsuki King cursed loudly and charged at Kazama again. Kazama knew that the Tsutsuki King was on the verge of rage. The Tsutsuki King was ready to use all his skills. Since that was the case, Kazama naturally would not hide his trump card any longer. He signaled to the Tsutsuki elders. The Tsutsuki elders immediately understood. In the blink of an eye, they turned their weapons against the Tsutsuki King and launched an attack. What? How is this possible? At this moment, the Tsutsuki King did not expect that his trusted subordinates, the Tsutsuki elders, would dare to attack him. This truly took him by surprise. While the Tsutsuki King desperately defended against the attacks of the Tsutsuki elders, he shouted, "You bastards! How dare you secretly join forces with Kazama behind my back? Are you seeking death?" But at this moment, the Tsutsuki elders completely ignored the Tsutsuki King's furious curses and continued to attack him. Kazama then laughed wildly and said to the Tsutsuki King, "Let me tell you, Tsutsuki King, the Tsutsuki elders have always been my subordinates. The reason they didn't help me earlier was that I deliberately instructed them not to help me. And the purpose was for this day. What? You bastards dare to play tricks on me? This really makes me furious." At this moment, the Tsutsuki King could only continue to attack head-on without using any tactics. As a result, in just a few encounters, he was beaten down by Kazama and the Tsutsuki elders working together. Kazama then used his super powerful ninjutsu. In just a few moments, he knocked the Tsutsuki King to the ground. At this moment, the Tsutsuki King was so furious that he fainted. Seeing this, Kazama did not continue to kill the Tsutsuki King. This was not because Kazama was being merciful, but because he wanted to control the Tsutsuki King with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Kazama knew that as long as he controlled the Tsutsuki King, he could possess the most powerful combat power in the universe. At this moment, the surrounding Tsutsuki residents were shocked to see Kazama knock the Tsutsuki King to the ground. They immediately prepared to flee. Unfortunately, at this moment, Kazama let out a cold snort, and the Tsutsuki elders flew in to stop the fleeing residents. Kazama then angrily shouted at these Tsutsuki residents, "You bastards! Although I used the 6 paths of reincarnation to control you before, didn't you enjoy your time? But now you actually dare to betray me, and even insult me as a dog scum, as if I had done something unforgivable to you before. I tell you, your backing, the Otsutsuki King, has been defeated by me. If you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I can spare your lives like dogs. However, if you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Haha, let me tell you, we Otsutsuki residents are all nobility. We will never bow down to scum like you. What? You should know that I, Kazama, hate racial rhetoric the most. Therefore, upon hearing these words from the residents, Kazama was immediately furious. He unleashed all his power, and within moments, he knocked down several Otsutsuki residents who had provoked him. They were even beaten to the point of crying for their parents, lamenting their fate. At this moment, the remaining Otsutsuki residents were extremely angry with Kazama. But now, seeing Kazama's overwhelming strength, they were frightened and immediately began to bow down to him. However, Kazama was not a fool. He knew that these Otsutsuki residents were only submitting because of his superior strength. In order to completely subdue them, he had to use the 6 paths of Deva. So, in a moment, Kazama unleashed the ultimate illusion technique, the 6 paths of Deva, on these kneeling Otsutsuki residents, regaining control over them. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was that although he had used the 6 paths of Deva to control all the Otsutsuki residents, they had already found a way to counter it. Because during his first use of the 6 paths of Deva, as Kazama's power faded, these residents had managed to figure out a solution to the technique. Therefore, when Kazama used this technique on them, the Otsutsuki residents had secretly employed their own ninjutsu to counter the 6 paths of Deva. In other words, although Kazama appeared to be controlling the Otsutsuki residents with the 6 paths of Deva, in reality, they had not fully submitted to him. But Kazama was unaware of this. He immediately commanded the Otsutsuki residents to continue their duties and live their lives. After that, Kazama planned to rest and recuperate. He intended to subdue the most powerful Otsutsuki king once the cooldown time of his 6 paths of Deva was over in 3 days. Meanwhile, those Otsutsuki residents who pretended to submit to Kazama were overjoyed to see that he did not suspect them and even allowed them to move freely. As long as they could move freely, they could launch a surprise attack on Kazama. So, the Otsutsuki residents quickly gathered together to discuss. What should we do now? We have already deceived Kazama and bypassed his control. If we execute our next plan properly, we can kill Kazama without him noticing. But Kazama's strength is too formidable. Didn't you see? Even the mighty Otsutsuki king was knocked down by him. How could we possibly be a match for him? Ha! At this moment, one of the smartest Otsutsuki residents began to laugh maniacally. You people are really foolish. Although Kazama is strong, we don't have to confront him head-on. We just need to attack him in the shadows. Isn't that enough? Oh, how do we attack in the shadows? Upon hearing this resident's words, everyone became interested and started to ask him, well, I have many strategies, but since you are asking for my plan, you must respect me. From now on, you all must submit to me and let me be your leader, and you must call me Lord Otsutsuki Era. It turned out that this Otsutsuki resident was named Era. He was the most ordinary among the many Otsutsuki residents and was hardly recognized by anyone. However, relying on his cleverness and ability to take advantage of the chaos, he wanted to carve out a place for himself in this turbulent world. Therefore, he volunteered to be the leader of the Otsutsuki resistance. At this moment, the proud and arrogant Otsutsuki residents were furious to hear that Era wanted to be their leader. They wished they could crush him to ashes. After all, they had previously refused to submit to Kazama, which was why they were plotting to attack him. Now, Kazama's strength was undeniably much greater than that of this Era. If they submitted to Era now, wouldn't that be like taking off their pants to fart? However, the Otsutsuki residents, eager to find a way to defeat Kazama, temporarily set aside their objections to Era. Moreover, they thought their own strength was far superior to Era's. As long as they could use Era's strategy to defeat Kazama, they could kill Era later. So, these Otsutsuki residents began to flatter Era with forced smiles. At this moment, Era, being merely clever, did not think too much about it. Upon seeing that he had finally gained the recognition of others, he was overjoyed. He then cleared his throat and said to everyone, if we want to defeat Kazama, we must retrieve the corpse of the Otsutsuki king and gain his power. But how are we going to obtain his power? How do we drag his body back? Besides, Kazama is watching the Otsutsuki king's body very closely. At this time, everyone was confused. Haha, everyone, you are truly overthinking. Have you forgotten? In Kazama's eyes, we are already under the influence of his 6 paths of Deva. Therefore, no matter what we say, Kazama will agree. So we can volunteer to help Kazama guard the Otsutsuki king. As long as we say so, Kazama will definitely not refuse. After all, Kazama believes we have become his puppets, and that we cannot have ulterior motives. Exactly. As soon as the others heard Era's words and saw his creative thinking, they were all impressed. However, their admiration was only temporary. As long as they could truly defeat Kazama, they would surely turn against Era. After all, no one wants to submit to someone named Era. At that moment, Everyone immediately followed Era's lead and rushed toward Kazama's base. At this time, Kazama was resting and recuperating. So when he heard that the Otsutsuki residents were looking for him, he was somewhat surprised. After all, the previous orders given to them by Kazama were to let them live step by step. But now, they actually came to find him. Could it be that something unexpected had happened? So Kazama immediately summoned them. However, he did not think that they would betray him. After all, Kazama did not know that these people had already gone to break through his 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, the Otsutsuki era immediately volunteered and proactively said to Kazama, "I say, Lord Kazama, we are very happy that you can spare us and let us continue to live our lives step by step. But we know that one should not take advantage of others too much. You have spared us twice, and if we cannot serve you again, then we really feel embarrassed. So we hope you can let us guard the Otsutsuki King, so we can contribute a little bit for you. I wonder if you agree?" At this moment, Kazama never expected that these Otsutsuki residents would make such a request. If it were an ordinary person making such a request, Kazama would definitely have beaten that person black and blue. After all, Kazama knew that the other party must want to steal the body of the Otsutsuki King. But now Kazama thought that the Otsutsuki residents had already fallen under his 6 paths of reincarnation and had become his puppets. Therefore, no matter what they said to him, it was for his own benefit. So Kazama immediately nodded. After all, he was currently recuperating and needed to close himself off for several days. He was also worried that the Otsutsuki King would take the opportunity to escape. If the Otsutsuki residents were in charge of guarding him, it would be more secure. At this moment, the Otsutsuki era and the others were overjoyed to see Kazama agree. Chapter 234. Betrayed by companions again. Kazama immediately took the Otsutsuki era and others to the place where the Otsutsuki King was imprisoned. At this time, the one originally guarding the Otsutsuki King was one of the 10 Otsutsuki elders. When the 10 Otsutsuki elders saw that Kazama actually let someone of such low strength as Otsutsuki era replace them, who were top combatants, they were in disbelief. They hurriedly asked Kazama, "I say, Lord Kazama, what are you trying to do now?" "Yes, Lord Kazama, the Otsutsuki King is very powerful and formidable. Although he is currently unconscious due to your actions, he will wake up one day. If he wakes up and sees that only someone like Otsutsuki era is guarding him, he will definitely escape in no time." "That's right, so we must personally guard him. You must not let those people guard him. Everyone, I think you don't need to be so nervous." At this moment, Kazama thought that as long as the Otsutsuki King woke up, Otsutsuki era would immediately inform him. Therefore, Kazama did not adopt the opinions of the 10 Otsutsuki elders. Moreover, Kazama only needed another couple of days. His 6 paths of reincarnation would be completely restored by then. At that time, he could easily control the Otsutsuki King. So Kazama did not think too much and stubbornly insisted that Otsutsuki era and others guard the unconscious Otsutsuki King. At this moment, the 10 Otsutsuki elders never expected that the usually approachable Kazama would now be so unyielding and actually reject their proposal. This left them feeling quite incredulous. The 10 Otsutsuki elders once again said to Kazama, "I say, Kazama, I advise you not to be so stubborn. Yes, I think that Otsutsuki era is a worthless piece of trash. If you let him guard the Otsutsuki King, he will most likely betray you. Ha ha ha." However, at this moment, upon hearing the words of the 10 Otsutsuki elders, Kazama immediately burst into laughter. He then said to the 10 Otsutsuki elders, "I say, elders, you underestimate me too much. You must know that Otsutsuki era and the others, just like you, have fallen under my reincarnation technique. Therefore, they will wholeheartedly submit to me and regard me as their companion, so they will not betray me at all. Thus, Otsutsuki era will absolutely not betray me and will not help the Otsutsuki King escape, so you don't need to think too much about it." At this moment, the 10 Otsutsuki elders saw Kazama's attitude and could only helplessly shake their heads. After all, they had indeed already submitted to Kazama. Naturally, they would believe whatever Kazama said. At this time, Otsutsuki era and the others, seeing that Kazama was strong but so easily deceived, were all overjoyed. Then, as soon as Kazama and the 10 Otsutsuki elders left, they immediately went to the Otsutsuki King and used healing ninjutsu on him. After a few moments, the Otsutsuki King woke up. However, at this moment, the Otsutsuki King, upon waking, did not know that these people were there to save him. Therefore, he immediately struck out and knocked Otsutsuki era to the ground. This made Otsutsuki era extremely angry. After all, he was there to rescue the Otsutsuki King. But the Otsutsuki King, being unable to differentiate between right and wrong, directly knocked him down. This naturally made him very angry. However, Otsutsuki-era knew that he was not the Otsutsuki King's match at the moment. If he clashed with the Otsutsuki King, the Otsutsuki King would definitely crush him to pieces. At that time, wouldn't he just be dying for nothing? So Otsutsuki-era hurriedly put on a smiling face and said to the Otsutsuki King, "Your Majesty, I am here to save you. Why did you knock me to the ground?" At this time, the surrounding crowd quickly explained to the Otsutsuki King. It was then that the Otsutsuki King realized he had wronged Otsutsuki-era. However, the Otsutsuki King did not apologize to Otsutsuki-era. After all, the Otsutsuki King was a high and mighty king. How could he apologize to someone of low strength like Otsutsuki-era? Therefore, the Otsutsuki King awkwardly coughed and then said with a face full of anger, "Now that you have come to rescue me, I am very grateful. But you must understand that the urgent matter at hand is to crush Kazama to pieces. Now tell me where that little brat Kazama is hiding. I want to attack him right away." Absolutely not. At this moment, Otsutsuki-era hurriedly stopped the Otsutsuki King. "I say, Your Majesty, you must not act rashly. Indeed, that little brat Kazama did knock you down before and did not give you face, and we are also very angry. But you should understand that Kazama is very strong and has far surpassed you, and he's also assisted by the 10 Otsutsuki elders. If you go against him now, you will most likely be knocked down by him again. What the hell are you saying? You dare to underestimate me?" At this moment, Otsutsuki-era, being straightforward, said something that the Otsutsuki King did not want to hear. This immediately enraged the Otsutsuki King, who unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking Otsutsuki-era down and making him cry out in pain. At this moment, the crowd hurriedly tried to stop the Otsutsuki King. The Otsutsuki King finally stopped the attack. At this moment, Otsutsuki-era had no idea that he had gone to great lengths to rescue the Otsutsuki King. Yet the king was unable to distinguish right from wrong and continuously attacked him. This truly infuriated Otsutsuki-era. However, Otsutsuki-era was inherently a person who could endure, so he could only keep nodding and dare not speak anymore. At this time, the Otsutsuki King immediately said to everyone, "Since this little brat Kazama has strong abilities and we cannot launch a strong attack, let's sneak attack instead. After all, Kazama still doesn't know that you have joined me. As long as we use our means secretly, Kazama will definitely not be our opponent." No problem. At this moment, everyone immediately gave a thumbs up to the Otsutsuki King, as they all thought his strategy was very clever. However, this strategy was nothing more than a worn-out tactic used by Kazama. But even a worn-out tactic, if used at the right moment, can still be very impressive and powerful. After all, as the Otsutsuki King said, Kazama truly did not know that he had teamed up with Otsutsuki-era and the others. At this time, the Otsutsuki King secretly prepared and infiltrated Kazama's base. At this moment, Kazama was still intensively cultivating, trying to shorten the cool-down time of his 6 paths of reincarnation. Only then could he properly control the Otsutsuki King. However, Kazama did not anticipate that the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era would actually come to attack him. This immediately surprised Kazama. Although Kazama was powerful, being ambushed by so many people was a first for him. After all, he had always been the one ambushing others. Now that others were ambushing him, it was naturally shocking for Kazama. Fortunately, Kazama was battle-hardened and was not a naive rookie. Therefore, he immediately used all his skills to counterattack the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era. Soon, Kazama knocked Otsutsuki-era down to the ground and then fought with the Otsutsuki King. Although Kazama had blocked the first wave of ambush from the Otsutsuki King and the others, he was still very angry. After all, he had previously regarded Otsutsuki-era and the others as his companions and comrades. But he never expected that Otsutsuki-era would betray him. Moreover, what made Kazama even more incredulous was that he clearly used the 6 paths of reincarnation on Otsutsuki-era and the others, yet they still dared to attack him. This truly left Kazama in disbelief. Therefore, he immediately began to curse at Otsutsuki-era. Although this was completely out of character for Kazama, he was so angry at the moment that he couldn't care less. At this time, when Otsutsuki-era and the others saw Kazama easily knock him down, they were extremely shocked and afraid. However, they felt that they still had equally powerful and impressive allies, and perhaps they could still compete with Kazama. Therefore, after hearing Kazama's angry curses, Otsutsuki-era and the others did not pretend to be cowardly, but immediately pointed at Kazama and started cursing back. "Kazama, you little brat. I advise you to clean up your mouth." "Exactly. Now you're the one showing off on our planet, and when we show off on your Earth. How dare you want to control us and yell at us? Kazama, you're nothing but trash. Wanting to control us is just wishful thinking. You guys better not act tough in front of me. Seeing that Otsutsuki-era dared to throw accusations back at him, Kazama was instantly furious. He directly punched the Otsutsuki King to the ground and then pointed at Otsutsuki-era and the others, cursing them. It was your Otsutsuki King who wanted to attack our Earth. I, Kazama, had no choice but to take action against you. Speaking of which, I could be seen as acting in self-defense. Moreover, with my strength, I could have split your Otsutsuki clan in half or even more, and at that time, you wouldn't have survived. But I spared your lives, and you still dare to act tough in front of me. This is truly unbearable. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King was also extremely furious. After all, he had relied on his equal cultivation level with Kazama, thinking he could fight to a standstill. But he never expected Kazama's strength to become so impressive. In just 3 days, Kazama had surpassed him significantly. Therefore, the Otsutsuki King immediately rushed towards Kazama without saying a word. Although Kazama's strength had indeed improved a lot, he knew that two fists could not fight four hands. Now, although he could match Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era in one-on-one combat, if they teamed up, it would be hard for him to win, and he might even lose. Thus, Kazama knew he had to call for help. Therefore, he quickly summoned the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki. At this time, the 10 elders were shocked to see the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era joining forces to attack Kazama. They quickly used all their skills to defeat the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era. However, since the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era had previously formulated a strategy of retreating if they could not win, they quickly escaped without a trace. Kazama, having just been heavily injured from the ambush, did not immediately pursue them. Then Kazama said to the 10 elders, "Elders, you were right earlier. I was indeed a bit careless. I hope you will immediately pursue the Otsutsuki King and Otsutsuki-era and crush them to ashes." I think we shouldn't be loyal to you anymore. At this moment, Kazama was utterly taken aback. The 10 elders, who had originally been loyal to him, now expressed their unwillingness to serve him. After all, they were still under the control of his 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, everything happening now truly shocked Kazama. After all, he knew that anyone who had been affected by his 6 paths of reincarnation should follow his orders and be his puppet. But now, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki actually proposed a different opinion, which was something Kazama never anticipated and could not even dream of believing. However, no matter whether Kazama believed it or not, the facts were right in front of him, so he knew he had to ask for the reason immediately. Thus, Kazama smiled bitterly at the 10 elders and said, "I say, elders, we are all serious good brothers and friends. Why are you unwilling to submit to me now?" The reason we were willing to submit to you before was that you were very humble and willing to listen to our opinions. But now you are so stubborn. Then we have no need to remain your subordinates. Indeed, because we do not wish to work under a dictator like you. At this moment, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan spoke and immediately flew away. Chapter 235. The 6 Paths deity receives another enhancement. Seeing the previously loyal 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan abandon him, Fengjian felt a deep sadness in his heart. After all, Fengjian had always been someone who loved to make friends. But now, after just one encounter, he had become a lonely commander, isolated and alone. This was naturally something Fengjian found hard to accept. Thus, he wanted to fly and stop the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. However, unfortunately, Fengjian was also someone who cared a lot about his pride. At this moment, he thought to himself that he was the leader of the prestigious 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. If he wanted to stop them now, wouldn't he lose face? Therefore, with this thought, Fengjian began to hesitate. Meanwhile, the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan had already flown farther and farther away, disappearing without a trace in a moment. Left with no choice, Fengjian could only give up. Then, Fengjian immediately began to investigate what was going on with his 6 Paths deity, as he had failed to properly control the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki clan. He also hadn't been able to completely subdue Otsutsuki-era and the others. Finally, Fengjian flew into his unique alternate space to begin researching the 6 Paths deity. The reason Fengjian came to this alternate space was to avoid being ambushed by the Otsutsuki king and others. After all, Fengjian knew that the Otsutsuki king was very angry with him. Although the Otsutsuki king had been forced to flee after being defeated by him earlier, the Otsutsuki king had always been someone who would fight if he could win and run if he couldn't. Therefore, the Otsutsuki king definitely wouldn't underestimate him now. He would look for another opportunity to attack him. At this moment, just as Fengjian had predicted, after the Otsutsuki king escaped from Fengjian's attack range, He immediately turned to Otsutsuki-era and the others with a face full of rage and said, "That bastard Fengjian. I clearly used an incredibly powerful attack technique against him earlier, yet I was still knocked to the ground by him. This is absolutely intolerable." At this time, Otsutsuki-era and the others also looked helpless. However, Otsutsuki-era was different from the others. He often thought a lot. Therefore, he not only felt somewhat helpless, but was also very disappointed in the Otsutsuki King. Initially, Otsutsuki-era believed that the Otsutsuki King was powerful enough to defeat Fengjian. Even if he couldn't defeat Fengjian, at least he should be able to fight him to a standstill. Then, with the assistance of himself and others, they could crush Fengjian. But he never expected that the Otsutsuki King would be so weak. In just a moment, he was knocked down by Fengjian. This was something Otsutsuki-era never anticipated. Thus, Otsutsuki-era began to distrust the Otsutsuki King. Consequently, Otsutsuki-era couldn't help but let out a helpless sneer. However, Otsutsuki-era forgot that the Otsutsuki King was known for being vengeful. Therefore, upon seeing Otsutsuki-era sneering in front of him while he was in a fit of rage, the Otsutsuki King became furious. He then threw a punch that sent Otsutsuki-era trembling all over. At this moment, Otsutsuki-era had not even said a word before he was once again knocked to the ground by the Otsutsuki King. This made Otsutsuki-era extremely angry, and he began to shout regardless of the consequences, pointing his finger at the Otsutsuki King and cursing. "What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't even pay attention to you earlier, but you actually attacked me. Are you just bored and looking for trouble? What? You dare to curse at me?" At this moment, the Otsutsuki King had initially thought that Otsutsuki-era was a worthless coward whom he could easily bully. But he never expected that Otsutsuki-era would dare to turn against him and confront him. This completely shattered his worldview. Therefore, the Otsutsuki King threw a punch that made Otsutsuki-era begin to lose control of his bladder. Then, the Otsutsuki King grabbed Otsutsuki-era by the neck and angrily shouted at him, "Let me tell you, you bastard, don't think that just because you saved me before, I can treat you as my companion. I tell you, the type of fickle person I hate the most is someone like you. You allied with Fengjian first, and now you betray him to ally with me. Who knows if you will betray me next? So now I'm leaving you a dog-ass life. You should be grateful, yet you dare to talk back to me. I am the king of this planet. I can hit whoever I want, kill whoever I want, and curse whoever I want. If you don't obey, I will break all your tendons and cut off your little brother. Let us see how you can act tough then." What? At this moment, when Otsutsuki-era heard the Otsutsuki King's words, he broke out in a cold sweat. After all, Otsutsuki-era's greatest reliance was his little brother. Since his little brother was 18 centimeters long, Otsutsuki-era immediately used it to hit the Otsutsuki King. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King never expected that Otsutsuki-era still had such a trick up his sleeve. This startled him. Thus, in a flurry of panic, the Otsutsuki King was knocked to the ground by Otsutsuki-era. After that, in just a moment, Otsutsuki-era disappeared without a trace. Otsutsuki-era knew that even though he had the upper hand now, as time passed, the Otsutsuki King would be able to crush him and even make him suffer worse than death. Therefore, Otsutsuki-era knew that he could not be the Otsutsuki King's opponent at all. If he didn't escape, he would have no place to bury himself. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King, who had regained his composure, was furious. He never expected that this insignificant Otsutsuki-era would dare to attack him, especially with such a despicable move. This was something he absolutely could not accept. After all, he was a king who was once above thousands. Although he was knocked down by Fengjian earlier, now being knocked down by Otsutsuki-era, a mere trash was something the Otsutsuki King could not accept at all. Therefore, the Otsutsuki King immediately ordered everyone to pursue Otsutsuki-era. At this moment, the others were also stunned by the battle between Otsutsuki-era and the Otsutsuki King. Then, upon hearing that the Otsutsuki King actually ordered them to chase after Otsutsuki-era, they felt somewhat reluctant. After all, they knew that Otsutsuki-era had united with them to rescue the Otsutsuki King earlier. But now the Otsutsuki King was showing no gratitude. It's one thing not to reward Otsutsuki Inoharu, but now they even want to hunt him down. Is there still any law? Is there any justice? This is something they absolutely cannot accept. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Inoharu's attack and insults towards the Otsutsuki King were due to the king's disrespect towards him. Although Otsutsuki Inoharu may not be strong, he is still a man of integrity. Naturally, he would retaliate when attacked. Thus, everyone immediately began to persuade the Otsutsuki King. However, since the Otsutsuki King is a stubborn dictator, he refused to listen to their advice. He even scolded them, threatening to tear apart anyone who dared to advise him. This truly shocked everyone once again. In desperation, they had no choice but to start searching for the fleeing Otsutsuki Inoharu. At this time, Otsutsuki Inoharu realized that he had already incurred the wrath of the people. If the Otsutsuki king found him, it would mean his death. Although the Otsutsuki planet is vast, in the king's eyes, he could find Otsutsuki Inoharu in no time. By then, Inoharu wouldn't last even a day. Therefore, he knew he had to find help quickly. That help was Kazama, as he was the only one who could stand against the Otsutsuki king. So, Otsutsuki Inoharu immediately went to Kazama's base. At that moment, Kazama had just come out of the Divine Might space. As soon as he saw Otsutsuki Inoharu, he flew into a rage and kicked him to the ground. Although Otsutsuki Inoharu was knocked down, he was not angry because he knew that his earlier betrayal had caused Kazama's plan to fail. So, he hurriedly apologized to Kazama while smiling bitterly and said, "Kazama, it's all my fault. Please don't be so angry. Instead of killing me, why not take me as your subordinate, and we can attack the Otsutsuki king together? What do you think? Haha, do you think I'm just some naive rookie?" At this moment, Kazama completely ignored Otsutsuki Inoharu's proposal and continued to scold him. Although I, Kazama, am not the smartest person, I'm not a coward either. You've already betrayed me once and deceived me once. Now you want to try the same trick again? I'm telling you, that is absolutely impossible. I was planning to find you and kill you. But since you've appeared before me, I'll just take your head. What? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Inoharu was shocked and hurriedly shouted that it was impossible. He quickly knelt down in front of Kazama. "Kazama, you might not believe it, but I have really severed ties with the Otsutsuki king. He is a scoundrel and a bastard who wants to kill me without reason. If you could take me in, I'm willing to tell you how to improve your six paths deity." What? Upon hearing this, Kazama immediately became interested. He desperately needed to enhance the power of his six paths deity. Since Otsutsuki Inoharu had that capability, it naturally made Kazama very happy. Moreover, he thought that Otsutsuki Inoharu's strength was vastly inferior to his own. Even if he trusted him, Inoharu couldn't cause him any harm. So, Kazama nodded and led Otsutsuki Inoharu into the space within the Heavenly Palace to prevent the Otsutsuki king from discovering their whereabouts. At this moment, Otsutsuki Inoharu understood Kazama's intention and didn't mind at all. After all, if the roles were reversed, he would have used the same method. Soon, Otsutsuki Inoharu explained to Kazama how to improve his six paths deity. At that moment, Kazama suddenly realized, so that is why the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki left me. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Inoharu felt embarrassed and said to Kazama, "Kazama, to be honest, when you fought with the Otsutsuki king, I secretly used my unique secret technique, which caused the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki's deity to become unstable, leading them to leave you. What? It was all you're doing." Kazama was enraged and kicked Otsutsuki Inoharu to the ground again. This wasn't because Kazama was a capricious tyrant, but because Otsutsuki Inoharu had indeed ruined many of Kazama's plans. Naturally, Kazama was very angry. At this moment, Otsutsuki Inoharu knew Kazama was furious with him, so he could only keep apologizing. According to Kazama's temper, he would have loved to crush Otsutsuki Inoharu to pieces. However, he thought that Otsutsuki Inoharu had just helped him improve his six paths deity. If he killed him now, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? Thus, Kazama reluctantly spared Otsutsuki Inoharu this time. After a short while, Kazama had grasped how to strengthen the control of his six paths deity. He then asked Otsutsuki Inoharu, "Now that the power of my six paths deity has been enhanced, I still can't find the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, which means I can't unite with them. Without uniting with them, I can't defeat the Otsutsuki king, especially since he has thousands of Otsutsuki residents backing him." About that, upon hearing Kazama's concerns, Otsutsuki Inoharu pondered for a moment and then smiled at Kazama, saying, "Kazama, why don't we take a dual approach?" Chapter 236. If you don't submit, I'll hit you. Oh, what do you mean by dual approach? It's simple. You go find the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, and I'll persuade the Otsutsuki residents not to ally with the Otsutsuki king anymore, but to support you instead. This way, we won't have to fear the Otsutsuki king. Oh, is that true? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Inoharu's words, Kazama let out a sigh of relief. Of course it's true, but there are thousands of Otsutsuki residents, and your strength isn't much stronger than theirs. How could they possibly listen to you? Haha, to be honest. At this moment, Otsutsuki Inoharu began to boast. Actually, they elected me to be their leader, which is why I pretended to ally with you and let the Otsutsuki king go. But later, the Otsutsuki king started to beat and scold me, his savior. I think the Otsutsuki residents have seen everything clearly. They're not fools. They know I'm their cautionary tale, so they will definitely listen to my advice. All right, if that's the case, then let us get started. At this moment, Kazama and Otsutsuki Inuharu split up. One went to find the 10 elders of the Otsutsuki, while the other went to persuade the many Otsutsuki residents. As the Otsutsuki era infiltrated the Otsutsuki resident stronghold, the residents were still troubled, thinking about how to deal with him. Therefore, when they saw Otsutsuki era appear before them, they were overjoyed. They knew that if they could kill Otsutsuki era, they could return to the Otsutsuki king to claim their reward. However, at that moment, Otsutsuki era immediately blocked their way and began to persuade them earnestly. I say, everyone, why are you so foolish? Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki residents were immediately puzzled and began to ask him questions in a flurry. What do you mean? Very simple. Because my fate now is the same as your future. I went through a lot of hardships and risks to save the Otsutsuki king. But not only did he not thank me, he even beat and scolded me. This indicates that in the eyes of the Otsutsuki king, we are trash. We are ants. He can deal with us however he wants, and we have no power to resist him. Instead, we will become the slaves of the Otsutsuki king, so we must resist. At this moment, the Otsutsuki residents found Otsutsuki era's proposal quite reasonable. After all, they had witnessed the Otsutsuki king's attitude towards Otsutsuki era. So everyone hurriedly asked Otsutsuki era about the next plan. Sir Era, what do you think we should do? Very simple. I think our top priority now is to leave the Otsutsuki king and seek refuge with Kazajin. What? No way. That's absolutely impossible. At this moment, all the Otsutsuki residents immediately opposed. Although they were unwilling to serve the Otsutsuki king anymore, they also would not serve Kazajin, a person from Earth. They believed that people like Kazajin were very trashy and belonged to an inferior race. But then Otsutsuki era persuaded them again. I say, everyone don't think like that. You must know that I am now taking a roundabout way to save our country. Oh, what does it mean to take a roundabout way to save our country? Very simple, because currently, both Kazajin and the Otsutsuki king have the strongest power. The Otsutsuki king is a ruthless and cunning person, and Kazajin is a lowly person from Earth. Since we are unwilling to serve either of them, we cannot offend either. So we might as well be fence-sitters, pretend to serve Kazajin, and let Kazajin fight the Otsutsuki king. As long as they both suffer from mutual destruction, we can legitimately reap the benefits and kill them both. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, when the Otsutsuki residents heard Otsutsuki era's words, they were overjoyed. Finally, they immediately joined Otsutsuki era and began to seek refuge with Kazajin. At this time, Kazajin also found the 10 Otsutsuki elders who had already left. The 10 Otsutsuki elders had somewhat cracked Kazajin's 6 paths of separation god, so they were unwilling to engage with Kazajin. Although they did not attack Kazajin, they could no longer genuinely serve him. Of course, this was not a difficult matter for Kazajin. After all, Kazajin had already mastered how to strengthen his 6 paths of separation god. Therefore, at this moment, Kazajin did not waste words with the 10 Otsutsuki elders and immediately used the ultimate illusion of the 6 paths of separation god on them. In a moment, he had once again controlled the fleeing 10 Otsutsuki elders. At this time, after being controlled again, the 10 Otsutsuki elders hurriedly apologized to Kazajin. Lord Kazajin, we were wrong. We shouldn't have pretended to be tough in front of you today. We shouldn't have left you. You can deal with us however you want. Even if it's wax torture or whipping, we have no complaints. Haha, Kazajin, have no such hobbies. Now your top priority is to join forces with me to deal with the Otsutsuki king who is about to come here. No problem. As Kazajin said this, the Otsutsuki king was already rushing towards him. However, at this moment, the Otsutsuki king did not know that Kazajin was no longer a lone wolf. Kazajin not only had the support of the 10 Otsutsuki elders, but also the assistance of the Otsutsuki residents. Kazajin had changed significantly, but at this moment, the Otsutsuki king was still unaware of Kazajin's transformation. Therefore, when he saw Kazajin teaming up with the 10 elders again, it made the Otsutsuki king extremely furious. After all, he knew that even Kazajin alone was very difficult to deal with. If he added the 10 Otsutsuki elders, he simply had no power, no chance, and no confidence to kill Kazajin. At this critical moment, the Otsutsuki era who had submitted to Kazajin also arrived here. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Otsutsuki king still did not know that Otsutsuki era and the others had betrayed him. So when he saw Otsutsuki era and the others appear, he immediately laughed wildly and said to everyone, now we have the opportunity to kill this little punk Kazajin. Now you all follow me to attack KazamaGains. I will attack your mother. Unfortunately, before the Otsutsuki king could finish, Otsutsuki era and many residents behind him immediately pointed at the Otsutsuki king's nose and cursed. What? You bastards! At this moment, when the Otsutsuki king saw Otsutsuki era actually cursing at him, he immediately realized that everyone had betrayed him. This instantly made the Otsutsuki king extremely furious. After all, he had just experienced betrayal, and now he was betrayed again by Otsutsuki era. How could he not be enraged? Moreover, he had previously been a king above thousands, and no one had ever dared to betray him. But unfortunately, he was now facing betrayal after betrayal. This had a significant psychological impact on him. So the Otsutsuki king immediately pointed at Otsutsuki era and the others and began to curse. I say, do you people have no shame? Have you forgotten? You are the residents of Otsutsuki. You were born and raised here, and I am your king. But now you would rather betray me than serve me, and you even dare to serve KazamaGains, a person from Earth. Don't you know that Earthlings are very trashy and useless? Shut up. At this moment, KazamaGains originally did not want to curse at the Otsutsuki king. After all, KazamaGains was very cultured, but he never expected that the Otsutsuki king would dare to point at him and insult Earthlings as trash and worthless. How could KazamaGains endure this? So KazamaGains immediately became furious and leaped into action. In a moment, he rushed towards the Otsutsuki king. At this time, Otsutsuki era and the others, along with the 10 Otsutsuki elders, also launched an attack on the Otsutsuki king. The Otsutsuki king was enraged when he saw that everyone dared not to give him face. He immediately threw himself into battle with everyone. Unfortunately, although Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was courageous, he was ultimately alone, coupled with the fact that his strength was not as great as that of Kazama. After just a few exchanges, Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was forced to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, he was extremely furious. Thus, while being beaten back by the crowd, Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten thought to himself, if this continues, I might be killed by these little punks. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately wanted to escape. However, Kazama had already seen through Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten's thoughts. Moreover, with Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten about to be killed by him, how could Kazama let him escape? After all, as long as he could slay this Otsutsuki king, he would have nothing to worry about. At this moment, it was a case of some being happy while others were worried. Although Kazama was very pleased to be able to kill Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten, Otsutsuki era was extremely worried. Therefore, Otsutsuki era was not truly submissive to Kazama. His main goal was to have Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten fight to the point of mutual destruction, so that they could reap the benefits. Hence, Otsutsuki era immediately signaled the Otsutsuki residents to not fully attack Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten, and even had some of them use secret communication techniques to tell Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten not to escape and to continue fighting Kazama, while they would secretly assist him. At this point, upon hearing the secret communication from the Otsutsuki residents, Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was overjoyed. He thought that the Otsutsuki residents had not genuinely betrayed him, but were instead using a ploy to lure Kazama into a trap in order to seriously injure him. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was naturally very happy. He immediately stopped his escape and turned back to launch an attack on Kazama once more. When Kazama saw that Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was no longer trying to escape, but was preparing to confront him head-on, he thought that Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten had a death wish. Naturally, Kazama was going to oblige him. However, what Kazama did not know was that both he and Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten had fallen into Otsutsuki era's trap. Thus, when Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten clashed, the battle became chaotic and fierce. Moreover, some of the Otsutsuki residents had secretly assisted Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten and repeatedly obstructed Kazama's attacks, causing Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten to become increasingly emboldened as the fight continued. Although Kazama realized that the Otsutsuki residents had betrayed him again, he did not curse at them. He knew that the immediate priority was not to yell in anger, but to quickly kill Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten. Once Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was dealt with, he could then confront the Otsutsuki residents. However, Kazama still underestimated Otsutsuki era schemes. At that moment, while Kazama was distracted, Otsutsuki era seized the opportunity and severely injured him in just a few exchanges. At the same time, Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten was also beaten severely by the Otsutsuki residents. At this time, both Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokutten were utterly shocked to find themselves knocked down by someone like Otsutsuki era. Kazama realized that he had fallen for Otsutsuki-era's trickery and knew he had to turn the tide. He hurriedly informed the Otsutsuki elders to deal with Otsutsuki-era and his men. Unfortunately, Kazama still underestimated Otsutsuki-era's methods. Previously, Otsutsuki-era had intentionally left a loophole in the technique he provided to Kazama for enhancing the 6 paths of the divine. This loophole allowed Otsutsuki-era to forcibly control the Otsutsuki elders. Thus, he immediately took control of the Otsutsuki elders and ordered them not to assist Kazama, even commanding them to continue attacking Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin. After a few exchanges, both Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin and Kazama were beaten badly. Chapter 237. The Otsutsuki king appears at this moment. Both Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin were extremely furious. After all, they had previously looked down on Otsutsuki-era. Yet now they were being toyed with by him. Once Otsutsuki-era saw that his plan had succeeded and that he was single-handedly knocking Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin to the ground, he was overjoyed. He then stepped on Kazama's face and laughed triumphantly. "How about it, Kazama? You little punk, this is how you kicked me down before, and now I'm returning the favor. Fair, right? Otsutsuki-era, you bastard. Have you forgotten how you begged for mercy and said you would submit to me? But now you keep harming me." Wrong. Before Kazama could finish, Otsutsuki-era slapped him, causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices. "Let me tell you, Kazama, I actually wanted to submit to you before, but you kept hitting and cursing at me when I was trying to submit. Tell me, how is your behavior any different from that of Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin? You should know that although I, Otsutsuki-era, am not as strong as you, I still have my dignity. But you filthy dogs don't take my dignity seriously. How can I not retaliate against you? So now I will kill you 2 little punks." At this point, Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin were filled with indignation upon hearing Otsutsuki-era's words. They desperately wanted to make a stunning comeback, but they knew they had been severely injured and could not recover in a short time. Therefore, they could only endure and wait for the right moment to strike back. However, Otsutsuki-era knew what Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin were thinking, so he did not give them the opportunity. Instead, he immediately ordered his many subordinates to begin siphoning off Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin's abilities, preparing to graft them onto himself to become the strongest in the universe. At this moment, the Otsutsuki residents began to whisper upon hearing Otsutsuki-era's orders. "Everyone, the reason we let Otsutsuki-era be our leader was to use him as a shield, but now this Otsutsuki-era is clearly sitting atop us, ready to take advantage. If he gains the strength of Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin, won't we truly be oppressed by him? This is something we absolutely cannot tolerate." It turned out that the Otsutsuki residents did not share the same heart as Otsutsuki-era. They looked down on him and were extremely angry. Thus, they immediately thought of a plan to feign the siphoning of Kazama and Otsutsuki Tendeikokunin's abilities, and then, when Otsutsuki-era let his guard down, to launch an attack on him. After all, the Otsutsuki-era's strength is not particularly impressive or formidable at the moment. It's just that their strategy is a bit more clever. If only these people attacked Otsutsuki-era at the same time, they would definitely be able to kill him. At this moment, Otsutsuki-era never expected that after years of hunting wild geese, he would be pecked in the eye by the very geese he hunted. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After assigning the task of extracting the wind and the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings ninjutsu to the Otsutsuki residents, Otsutsuki-era left to rest. However, at this moment, the Otsutsuki residents launched an attack on the turning Otsutsuki-era. In just a moment, they completely killed Otsutsuki-era. Wind was overjoyed when he saw this, as he knew the Otsutsuki residents were not very clever. As long as he used his silver tongue, he could definitely persuade them to let him go. However, Wind did not expect that the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, who were also imprisoned, were very clear about his strategy. Therefore, before Wind had the chance to use his silver tongue on the Otsutsuki residents, he was completely exposed by the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. At that moment, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings immediately said to the Otsutsuki residents guarding them, "Everyone, I advise you to kill Wind immediately, otherwise he will definitely escape." "What? Are you crazy?" At this moment, Wind never expected that this Otsutsuki king would rather die than let his plan succeed. This immediately left Wind in disbelief. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But now this principle surprisingly did not work on the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. How could this not shock Wind? At this time, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings did not take Wind's angry glare seriously. Instead, they coldly laughed at Wind. as if their strategy was very clever and impressive, as if they could already see Wind's demise. If it were according to the usual thinking of ordinary people, they would have long obeyed the Otsutsuki 10 Great King's orders and killed Wind. But unfortunately, the Otsutsuki residents were those who were too clever for their own good. Moreover, after killing Otsutsuki-era, they believed they had become much stronger and more formidable. Therefore, they did not take the Otsutsuki 10 Great King's words to heart. Instead, they thought it was the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings trying to deceive them. Thus, the Otsutsuki residents immediately began to angrily scold the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. I tell you, Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, you think you can act tough in front of us? Just because you tell us to kill Wind, do you really think we will do it? Yeah, besides, you and Wind have been locked up here for quite some time. You two must have set up a plan. So why should we listen to you? We will do the opposite, and that will break your plan. As the Otsutsuki residents said this, they immediately released Wind. This left the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings in shock. Seeing that the Otsutsuki residents were indeed too clever for their own good, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings became furious and jumped in anger. They immediately pointed their fingers at the noses of the Otsutsuki residents and began to scold them. Are you all idiots? I told you to kill Wind immediately. What bad intentions could I have? I'm locked up in prison. Why don't you believe me? Now that you let Wind go, you will all be killed by him. Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, stop acting tough in front of us. At this moment, the Otsutsuki residents, seeing that the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings dared to scold them, thought that the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings were really furious because they had seen through his scheme. So the Otsutsuki residents accelerated the process of releasing Wind. Meanwhile, Wind was overjoyed to find that his wild guess had worked out perfectly. This made Wind very happy. Then, with a flash, Wind escaped from there. When the Otsutsuki residents saw Wind escape, they immediately looked at each other in shock. They originally thought that once they released Wind, he would definitely not be able to escape. This way, they could destroy the scheme between Wind and the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. But they did not expect that Wind had already healed most of his injuries while in prison. So although Wind's combat ability had not fully recovered, his ability to escape was still very formidable. Therefore, the Otsutsuki residents immediately sent some people to chase after Wind. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings in the prison began to curse at the Otsutsuki residents again. You guys are garbage. You let Wind go, just wait to die. Damn it. At this moment, the Otsutsuki residents who remained to guard heard the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings cursing at them, which immediately ignited a killing intent in them. Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, you keep cursing. Do you really think you're still the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings? In their fury, the Otsutsuki residents immediately punched the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, killing them completely. Logically speaking, the Otsutsuki resident strength should not be enough to kill the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. However, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings had already been severely injured, so the Otsutsuki residents took advantage of the situation. It's a pity that although the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings were powerful, they were now killed by their own subordinates. At this moment, the escaping Wind was still unaware that the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings had died. He just wanted to quickly find the Otsutsuki 10 elders who had been controlled by Otsutsuki-era so that he could save his own life. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki 10 elders, who had been controlled by Otsutsuki-era, were now like headless flies, aimlessly wandering around, having no suitable target now that Otsutsuki-era was dead. Wind immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation to regain control over them. Although Wind's 6 paths of reincarnation had flaws, only Otsutsuki-era knew about these flaws. Now that Otsutsuki-era was dead, it meant that Wind's 6 paths of reincarnation had no flaws anymore. At this time, the Otsutsuki residents saw that the Otsutsuki 10 elders had been resubdued by Wind, and naturally, they did not dare to continue chasing Wind but immediately fled. Wind did not pursue them either, as he was still low on chakra. So Wind immediately went to his space in the realm of heaven to begin a frantic recovery. After a few moments, Wind's strength was fully restored. Then, Wind immediately used the ultimate illusion technique, the enhanced version of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In just a few moments, he subdued all the Otsutsuki residents. After that, Wind went back to the prison, planning to control the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. However, the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings had already been beaten to a pulp, so using the 6 paths of reincarnation on them was of no use. Thus, Wind had to give up. Originally, Wind had also thought about using the rebirth of the Samsara technique to revive the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings. However, due to the unique physique of the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, Kazama expended tremendous effort but was unable to resurrect him. Helpless, Kazama had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Kazama realized that he had finally controlled the Otsutsuki residence and decided to return to Earth immediately to enjoy a harmonious life, especially since peace had been restored. However, what Kazama did not anticipate was that although he had dealt with one of the Otsutsuki 10 Great Kings, he was unaware that above the 10 Great Kings was the Otsutsuki monarch. The Otsutsuki clan's hierarchy was very strict, powerful, and mysterious. It was said that each level only knew about the affairs of their own level and was unaware of the previous level matters. Thus, the 10 great elders of Otsutsuki only knew that they had the 10 great kings above them, but were unaware that there was an Otsutsuki monarch above the 10 great kings. Under the 10 monarchs of Otsutsuki were dozens of 10 great kings who governed various planets. At this moment, once the 10 monarchs sensed that the 10 great kings had been slain, they were immediately filled with rage. Initially, the monarch wanted to personally find the culprit, but due to face-saving reasons, he sent 3 of his 10 great kings to hunt down the murderer. Meanwhile, Kazama was preparing to bid farewell to the 10 great elders of Otsutsuki when he sensed 3 powerful ninjas approaching, whose aura was comparable to that of the 10 great kings. This surprised Kazama. At the same time, the 10 great elders were also breaking out in cold sweat because they had no idea about the existence of the other 10 great kings or the 10 monarchs. At this moment, Kazama immediately rushed to ask the 10 great elders, "Everyone, the 10 great kings have been killed by the Otsutsuki residents. How come there are 3 ninjas with the same aura as them? Could they be relatives of the 10 great kings? We really don't know. We only know our planet is managed by the Otsutsuki kings." Just as Kazama was speaking with the 10 great elders, the 10 great kings had already arrived before them. Upon seeing the strength of these 3 individuals, Kazama realized they were even more formidable than the 10 great kings. Kazama knew he would never be their match and was unsure whether they were friend or foe. However, he thought that even if they were enemies, he was not afraid since he hadn't killed anyone. Therefore, Kazama immediately decided to play his old tricks, feigning a smile as he approached the 10 great kings, tried to extract their backgrounds. Unfortunately, the 10 great kings showed no respect for Kazama. Before he could finish speaking, each of the 3 kings struck him with a punch, leaving him half dead. Chapter 238. A magnificent counterattack, seeing Kazama being beaten half to death in an instant left the 10 great elders of Otsutsuki shocked. They immediately wanted to take action against the 3 kings. But how could the 10 great elders, with their strength, be a match for these 3 kings? In just a moment, the fate of the 10 great elders was the same as Kazama's, being beaten half to death. At this time, although Kazama was half dead, he had not lost consciousness. He knew that based on their abilities, they were simply no match for these 3. If he forced a confrontation with them, the only outcome would be to be torn to pieces. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly stopped the 10 great elders from continuing to fight and asked the 3 kings, "I say, everyone, I have no grudges or enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Moreover, if you're going to attack, at least let me die understanding why. Would you agree?" Upon hearing Kazama's inquiry, the 3 kings coldly laughed and grabbed him. Then, filled with rage, they said to him, "Let me tell you, you little rascal, a king of Otsutsuki from this planet was killed before. Tell us, was it you who did it? So that's how it is." After hearing their questions and self-identification, Kazama finally understood their intentions for coming here and their backgrounds. He also realized that the 3 kings did not know whether he was the one who killed the Otsutsuki king. They just noticed he looked different from the other Otsutsuki residents, so they suspected he was a spy. Upon learning this, Kazama immediately devised a strategy. After all, he was a very clever person, well-versed in the 36 stratagems. Thus, Kazama skillfully began to use his silver tongue, smiling at the 3 and saying, "I say, gentlemen, you are wrongfully accusing me. Yes, I'm not an Otsutsuki, but I'm not a traitor either. You see, I am one of the 10 great elders and have taken on disciples from Earth." "Oh, really?" At this moment, the 3 kings looked at the half-dead 10 great elders on the ground. Although the elders were furious with the 3 kings and wished to eat their flesh and drink their blood, seeing Kazama constantly signaling them, the 10 great elders could only temporarily suppress their anger. They smiled at the 3 kings, saying, "Yes, Kazama is right. He is our disciple, the first one to ally with us when we attacked Earth, and we saw that his strength is exceptional and his talent outstanding. So we taught him the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan." Yes, indeed. Upon hearing the words of the 10 great elders, the 3 kings finally released Kazama. "So we mistook the wrong person. Now, you must find out who killed the Otsutsuki king. If you cannot find out, I will hold you responsible." Although the three kings claimed to have wronged Kazama and the others, in reality, they still regarded Kazama as a scapegoat. With so many inhabitants on the Otsutsuki planet and no leads, finding the murderer was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if they could not identify the murderer within a time limit, they would be killed by the Otsutsuki monarch, who was even more ruthless than they were. Thus, it was only natural for them to consider Kazama, the outsider, as a scapegoat. At this moment, Kazama, who had been battle-hardened, understood what the three kings were thinking. Therefore, he immediately volunteered to the three kings, saying, "You three, don't worry. I will use all my strength to find the murderer right away. If I cannot find the murderer, I willingly accept to be the scapegoat and let you kill me." "Well, that is more like it," the three kings said as they immediately left the scene. At this time, the 10 great elders had never seen Kazama so meek. They quickly asked him, "Kazama, what's wrong with you now? You were previously someone who would repay injury with injury and never bend, yet now you're on the ground. Still tolerating the three kings of Otsutsuki? Sigh, I tell you all, you are unaware." At this moment, Kazama immediately began to explain to the 10 great elders of the Otsutsuki clan. "That's right, I, Kazama, do indeed have a stubborn character, but it also depends on the timing. You must know that the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan are too powerful. If I forcefully stand out, the only outcome will be my death. However, if I can endure for a while, I can turn the tables on them." "Turn the tables? How exactly do you plan to do that?" Upon learning that Kazama actually had the ability to turn the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan against each other, the 10 great elders immediately became interested. After all, the three kings had been too arrogant and domineering. They had knocked them down to the ground, and the elders were quite furious with them. It's simple. Have you forgotten? I, Kazama, possess the ability to extract ninjutsu from garbage. Therefore, as long as we build a good relationship with the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan now, and within this time frame, I can extract their abilities, then we can crush them into dust. But this is quite difficult. Before Kazama could finish speaking, the 10 great elders immediately shook their heads like a rattle drum. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Seeing that the 10 great elders were not in favor of his suggestion, Kazama immediately felt confused again. "It's simple, because we have heard rumors about the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan. These three are actually brothers, but although they are very powerful, they all have a cleanliness obsession, meaning they never throw away garbage." "What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Kazama was taken aback. He hurriedly asked them again, "Not throwing away garbage? That doesn't seem possible, right? No matter how powerful the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan are, they are still human, not gods. Do they not eat, drink, or relieve themselves? As long as they eat and drink, won't they produce garbage? We're not quite sure about that, because we haven't lived with them and don't know how they handle their garbage. All we know is that they are very clean, so if we want to obtain their garbage, it is indeed extremely difficult." About that, hearing the words of the 10 great elders, Kazama thought for a moment and immediately firmed up his own idea. That is, he would personally infiltrate the three kings and extract their garbage. This way, he could obtain their abilities. Kazama knew that as long as he was willing to work hard, there would always be more ways than difficulties. So Kazama immediately instructed the 10 great elders. "Thus, we will split into 2 groups. "Oh, what do you mean by splitting into 2 groups? It's simple. Right now, you go spread rumors among the many residents of the Otsutsuki planet, saying that the three kings want to run rampant and show off their power here, prompting the Otsutsuki residents to start a rebellion. But won't the three kings then just slaughter these residents?" "Wrong. They absolutely wouldn't dare to do that." At this point, Kazama immediately shook his head with a smile. "You must know that this planet does not belong to the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan, but to the previous king. Since the previous king is dead, this planet will fall under the jurisdiction of the Otsutsuki monarch. If the three kings kill the residents here without consulting the Otsutsuki monarch, they will definitely be punished by the monarch. Moreover, for what they said before, they are very afraid of the Otsutsuki monarch. So as long as we use this to our advantage, we can make the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan turn their attention to these residents. But they dare not act against these residents. So they can only feel anxious without a solution, while I will pretend to be a sycophant, go help the three kings, and then offer them some ideas. So they will trust me. By that time, as long as I obtain the abilities of the three kings, I can easily eliminate them. Not bad." Hearing Kazama's words, the 10 great elders felt it was quite clever and immediately gave Kazama a thumbs up. At that moment, Kazama quickly made his way to the residence of the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan. Meanwhile, the 10 great elders, following Kazama's instructions, stirred up waves of rebellion on the Otsutsuki planet. At this time, the three kings were resting and recuperating. Upon hearing that the residents of Otsutsuki were actually rebelling against them, they were immediately filled with anger. After all, previously on their own planets, they were all proud figures, above everyone else, and no one dared to show off in front of them. But now, so many residents actually dared to scold them. How could they not be angry? However, just as Kazama had said, these residents were not under their jurisdiction. Although they had the power to kill them, they did not dare to do so. If they slaughtered this planet, they would be in deep trouble. Thus, the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan were scratching their heads, at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Kazama happened to volunteer to come before the three kings, saying he would think of a way for them. The three kings were looking for someone to discuss strategies, so when they saw Kazama appear, they were overjoyed. Kazama then pretended to be a sycophant, immediately dispelling the three kings' guard. After a few encounters, the three kings really began to trust Kazama. However, after a few days of living with the three kings, Kazama found that, just as the 10 great elders had said, the three kings indeed did not throw away any garbage. But this did not stump Kazama. Since you have no garbage, I will make you produce some. This is Kazama's ninja way. So, Kazama immediately used the nano-level castor bean mist hidden technique to make the three kings have diarrhea. After all, the stronger the person, the easier it is to be affected by this technique. At this moment, as Kazama used this technique, the three kings had not yet reacted to what was happening when they began to vomit and have diarrhea. Seeing this, Kazama was overjoyed and immediately took a large pile of toilet paper, rags, and various cleaning supplies for the three kings to wipe themselves. The more types of supplies, the more garbage there would be. Kazama could extract various abilities from this garbage. At this time, the three kings, who were very prideful, were furious when they saw Kazama witnessing their scene of vomiting and diarrhea. Therefore, the three kings immediately wanted to kill Kazama. Additionally, they had been waiting for about 10 days and still had not found the murderer who killed the Otsutsuki king. They knew that if things continued like this, the Otsutsuki monarch would definitely punish them. If they were punished by the Otsutsuki monarch, they would be in deep trouble. Thus, holding the intention of killing Kazama to save face and looking for a scapegoat, they immediately locked in their plan to kill Kazama. So at this time, the three kings of the Otsutsuki clan ordered Kazama to go out and do their laundry and cook while discussing how to prepare an excuse after killing Kazama to report back to the Otsutsuki monarch. Meanwhile, Kazama, unaware that the three kings were about to turn against him. However, Kazama also knew that the Otsutsuki three great kings were not good people. It was impossible for him to coexist peacefully with them forever. So, taking advantage of their inattention, Kazama immediately began to extract their abilities clearly. Subsequently, Kazama possessed all the abilities of the Otsutsuki three great kings, coupled with the abilities of the previous Otsutsuki king. Kazama's strength at this moment was indeed very impressive and powerful. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki three great kings were still unaware that Kazama had already transformed and became much stronger. So, in a moment of confrontation, they charged at Kazama, believing that killing him would be very easy. As they attacked Kazama, they sneered at him, saying, "Kid, don't blame us. We don't want to kill you, but unfortunately, your fate is too poor. Now you can only be our scapegoat. Hee hee, you turtle bastards. Let's see who dies next." Chapter 239, shocked Otsutsuki kings at this moment. The three kings never expected that the previously timid Kazama would dare to curse at them. This instantly surprised them. Before they could react, Kazama had already knocked the Otsutsuki three great kings to the ground with just a few punches and kicks. This left the Otsutsuki three great kings in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They angrily cursed at Kazama again. "Kazama, you little bastard, your abilities were trash before. How did you become so powerful now? You don't need to know how I became this strong. But I will tell you now, if you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy and bow down to me. Otherwise, I will kill you." You're really overconfident. Although the Otsutsuki three great kings were surprised by Kazama's sudden increase in strength, they never thought that one person could defeat all three of them. After all, the Otsutsuki three great kings had previously been invincible. Moreover, they had combined skills that made them virtually unbeatable. Thus, with a furious shout, the Otsutsuki three great kings unleashed all their abilities, even executing their combined techniques. Unfortunately for them, Kazama knew all the techniques they used, while they did not know his. Therefore, in just a few exchanges, Kazama knocked the Otsutsuki three great kings down again. At this point, the Otsutsuki three great kings were utterly shocked. They never expected that, even when combined, they would be beaten to a pulp by Kazama alone. It became clear to them that they were no match for Kazama. So, in a flash, they fled hundreds of miles away. After all, the Otsutsuki three great kings were seasoned individuals. They knew that if they couldn't win, they should run. It's not shameful to flee. Losing one's life is what is truly shameful. Thus, the Otsutsuki three great kings quickly vanished without a trace. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have long lost track of them. But Kazama was not an ordinary person, and his strength was formidable. So, before they could react, Kazama had already knocked them down again. At this point, the Otsutsuki three great kings realized they were definitely going to be killed by Kazama next. They hurriedly began to kneel and beg for mercy. Kazama, big brother, we were wrong, we were all wrong. Please spare our lives. Yes, as long as you spare our lives, we will do whatever you ask. Hee. Upon hearing the Otsutsuki three great kings' pleas for mercy, Kazama did not agree but instead sneered. He realized from their expressions that their plea was only temporary. As soon as they had a chance, they would surely attack him again. Of course, Kazama had anticipated this. After all, he had encountered many such people before. Without saying a word, Kazama directly used the 6 paths of separation to subdue the Otsutsuki three great kings. At this moment, the 10 great elders of Otsutsuki also arrived at the scene. When they saw that Kazama had truly subdued the powerful Otsutsuki three great kings, they were immensely impressed. Therefore, the 10 great elders hurriedly said to Kazama, Kazama, big brother, since you have subdued the Otsutsuki three great kings, you might as well lead a rebellion to overthrow the rule of the Otsutsuki monarch. Otsutsuki monarch? Yes. At this moment, the 10 great elders explained, actually, we didn't know about the existence of the Otsutsuki monarch before. Later, we saw the Otsutsuki three great kings appear. So we went to the previous Otsutsuki king's residence and checked his diary. That's how we discovered that the Otsutsuki monarch is not only the leader of many Otsutsuki kings, but also a thoroughly wicked person who loves invading other planets and committing arson and robbery. Therefore, big brother Kazama, a person is just as you if you don't kill the Otsutsuki three great kings. No one will be able to sleep well. Right? That's right. Hearing the words of the 10 great elders, Kazama nodded immediately. This was not because he was being flattered or confused, but because he truly could not stand the Otsutsuki monarch, that scoundrel. Therefore, Kazama immediately took the recently subdued Otsutsuki three great kings and headed towards the Otsutsuki monarch to confront him. Of course, Kazama knew that with his and the Otsutsuki three great kings' abilities, they were not a match for the Otsutsuki monarch. After all, the Otsutsuki monarch had more than a dozen other powerful Otsutsuki kings under his command. If the Otsutsuki monarch weren't thousands of times stronger than them, how could he control so many kings? Thus, Kazama planned to continue using his unique strategy, which was to feign weakness. On one hand, he would secretly approach the Otsutsuki monarch, and on the other, he would kill him. At this moment, the Otsutsuki monarch was still unaware that the earthling he regarded as an ant dared to counterattack him. After a few exchanges, Kazama had already arrived at the Otsutsuki monarch's palace. At this time, the Otsutsuki monarch was in the Great Hall, embracing the female ninjas of the Otsutsuki clan and engaging in lewd activities. Upon seeing the Otsutsuki three great kings and the unfamiliar Kazama appear, the Otsutsuki monarch was taken aback. He did not recognize Kazama, so he turned to the Otsutsuki three great kings with a displeased expression and asked, "What you 3 little brats doing bringing a stranger in front of me? Don't you know that my orders were for you to find the murderer who killed the Otsutsuki king and eliminate him? Otsutsuki monarch, don't be angry. This guy is the one who killed the Otsutsuki king." What? As soon as the Otsutsuki monarch heard the words of the 3 great kings, he was immediately shocked. He then stepped forward to examine Kazama from head to toe. With just this little rascal, can he really slay the Otsutsuki king? Indeed, it's him. At this moment, when Kazama saw the Otsutsuki monarch approaching, he immediately launched an attack. Unbeknownst to the Otsutsuki monarch, a mere prisoner dared to ambush him. This completely caught him off guard. What he didn't expect even more was that his 3 capable subordinates, the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki, also turned against him. After just a few exchanges, the Otsutsuki monarch was severely injured. This was truly unbelievable for him. Although he was powerful, he could not defend against the surprise attack from his own subordinates. Thus, after a few exchanges, the Otsutsuki monarch was forced to retreat repeatedly. At this time, Kazama realized that if they continued to fight, the Otsutsuki monarch would soon react, and they would be countered. So Kazama immediately ordered the three great kings of Otsutsuki to escape with him, just as Kazama and the others were fleeing. The Otsutsuki monarch finally came to his senses. He was furious and prepared to launch an attack on them. But unfortunately, Kazama and the others had already vanished without a trace. This infuriated the Otsutsuki monarch, causing him to be extremely angry. Meanwhile, the three great kings of Otsutsuki, who had escaped, found it hard to believe that they had already severely injured the Otsutsuki monarch. Yet Kazama had them retreat halfway. They hurriedly asked Kazama, "Lord Kazama, the Otsutsuki monarch is quite powerful. Since we've already injured him, why not take advantage of the moment and kill him? Yes, letting the tiger return to the mountain will surely lead to future troubles." Kazama chuckled, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I know the Otsutsuki monarch is very strong, and no one has ever been able to injure him. But just because we managed to injure him doesn't mean we can kill him. Based on my experience, the Otsutsuki monarch will recover from his injuries soon. If we don't escape, we will definitely be countered. So it's better to spread the news that the Otsutsuki monarch is injured. The other Otsutsuki kings will definitely take this opportunity to attack him while he's down. After all, didn't you all say that you are very angry with the Otsutsuki monarch because he has always bullied you?" That's right. Hearing Kazama's plan, the three great kings of Otsutsuki felt it made perfect sense. They then understood that Kazama's true strategy was not to attack the Otsutsuki monarch directly, but to incite the other Otsutsuki kings to attack him while they watched from the sidelines, allowing them to benefit from the conflict. Soon, through the three great kings of Otsutsuki, the news of the Otsutsuki monarch's injury spread throughout the entire Otsutsuki universe. When dozens of other Otsutsuki kings heard that the Otsutsuki monarch had been severely injured, they were genuinely incredulous. Then these Otsutsuki kings immediately gathered to discuss. "Everyone, this Otsutsuki monarch has been riding on our necks, bullying us and scolding us, like a knife hanging over our heads, ready to chop it off at any moment. But unfortunately, his strength was too great before, and no one could get close to him, so we could only swallow our anger. But now that this Otsutsuki monarch has been injured by someone, can we take this opportunity to attack him? Indeed, this opportunity is very rare. We must seize it." At this moment, the 10 great Otsutsuki kings prepared to take action against the Otsutsuki monarch. However, someone raised a different opinion. "Everyone, we don't know who spread this news. What if it's false? What if the Otsutsuki monarch deliberately spread this information to lure out those who are disloyal to him? Yes, if that's the case, then we might be crushed the moment we act." As everyone thought about this, they drooped their heads like turtles and dare not act. But they also felt that if this news were true and they didn't act, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Wouldn't it be a waste of this great opportunity? Therefore, the 10 or so Otsutsuki kings decided to visit the Otsutsuki monarch under the pretext of checking on him to see if he was really injured. After making up their minds, they soon arrived at the Otsutsuki monarch's residence. Before they even saw the Otsutsuki monarch, they discovered that his residence was in disarray, clearly having gone through a battle. This excited them greatly, because if there had been a battle here, then the news of the Otsutsuki monarch's injury was most likely true. Then, guided by the attendants, they arrived at the entrance of the cave where the injured Otsutsuki monarch was in seclusion. At this time, the Otsutsuki monarch did not come out to greet them because he claimed to be meditating. Unfortunately for him, the 10 great Otsutsuki kings were all known as cunning foxes. Once they heard that the Otsutsuki monarch was in seclusion, they knew he must be injured and was unwilling to let others know. So, the dozens of Otsutsuki kings couldn't help but laugh as they charged toward the Otsutsuki monarch, who was meditating. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki monarch indeed did not want his subordinates to know about his injuries, knowing that they were ruthless individuals who would certainly attack him if they knew. However, what he did not expect was that his subordinates had guessed that he was indeed healing. Within moments, they broke through the entrance and rushed toward him. This instantly filled the Otsutsuki monarch with rage. Chapter 240. Inconstant under normal circumstances. The Otsutsuki monarch would only need to lift a finger or let out a fart to crush the 10 great Otsutsuki kings. But now, having been severely injured by Kazama and the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki, even if he wanted to kill them, he found himself powerless. Thus, while desperately defending against the attacks of the 10 great Otsutsuki kings, he continued to feign bravado, saying, "I tell you, you bunch of scoundrels, how dare you attack me? Out of respect for our previous camaraderie, I will spare your lives, but you must immediately bow and plead for mercy. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." Ha ha ha. But at this moment, before the Otsutsuki king could finish speaking, the 10 Otsutsuki kings burst into laughter. Although they were laughing uncontrollably, They did not immediately stop their attacks. While attacking, they pointed at the Otsutsuki King and began to scold him angrily. You Otsutsuki King really love to show off. Look at you now, in this state. What are you pretending for in front of us? That's right. We didn't dare to provoke you before because of your strength. But it wasn't that we were afraid of you. Now, you're clearly heavily injured and still dare to put on airs in front of us. How could we possibly let you off? In just a moment of confrontation, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings knocked the heavily injured Otsutsuki King to the ground again. Seeing his situation, the Otsutsuki King realized he was basically done for. Any schemes he tried to use would be of no avail. Therefore, while desperately defending against the attacks of the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, he inwardly cursed that little brat Kazama for injuring him and spreading the news of his injuries, clearly intending to reap the benefits from it. At this time, the Otsutsuki King knew he could only deal with the 10 Otsutsuki Kings first before going after Kazama. Although the Otsutsuki King continued to retreat under their onslaught, he was not dealt another heavy blow, nor was his life in danger. After all, his strength was still formidable, and his ability to heal was incredibly powerful. Although it appeared that he was being pushed back repeatedly, he was actually using their strength to recover from his injuries. After a few hours, the Otsutsuki King had nearly recovered. Although he was not as strong as in his peak, he was not far off. At this point, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, seeing they had the upper hand, did not think too much about it and did not expect their demise was approaching. Just as they were preparing to finish off the Otsutsuki King in one go, he began a spectacular counterattack. In just a moment, he knocked all the 10 Otsutsuki Kings to the ground. At this moment, those Otsutsuki Kings could not have imagined that the Otsutsuki King's strength was so formidable, so powerful. Despite being heavily injured, he could still knock them down. This was something they would never have dared to dream of. Immediately, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings began to bow their heads and plead for mercy. They had considered fleeing, but they knew that the Otsutsuki King was incredibly powerful. If they did not escape, it was fine, but if they tried to run, they would definitely be hunted down and killed by him. Therefore, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings could only keep bowing and pleading for mercy. O Otsutsuki King, we did not mean to attack you before. Yes, we were misled by a little villain. He used some powerful ninjutsu to control us, forcing us to attack you. You trash are clearly lying to me. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King saw that dozens of Otsutsuki Kings were trying to deceive him with such absurd lies, hoping to save their lives. This only made him angrier. However, just as the Otsutsuki King was about to execute all 10 Otsutsuki Kings, he suddenly thought, this little brat Kazama clearly want me to fight the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, so he can reap the benefits. If I really kill them, I will definitely lose a lot of chakra. At that time, if Kazama continues to attack me, won't I be doomed? Upon realizing this, the Otsutsuki King immediately changed his strategy. Instead of killing the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, he would continue to use them as pawns, letting them attack Kazama and the 3 major Otsutsuki Kings. This way, he could benefit from the situation. So the Otsutsuki King pretended to be magnanimous and said to the 10 Otsutsuki Kings who were still bowing and begging for mercy, "Fine, considering you have served me diligently in the past, I will spare your lives." Oh, really? At this moment, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings could not have imagined that the Otsutsuki King, who was once ruthless and unyielding, would actually spare their lives. This was something they dared not believe even in their dreams. Although they had previously pleaded for mercy, they had no other options. They were simply trying their luck. But now that the Otsutsuki King had actually allowed them to live, they were overjoyed. However, at this moment, the Otsutsuki King's tone changed. He said to the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, "Now, the one spreading rumors is a little brat named Kazama. That guy is allied with the 3 major Otsutsuki Kings. So your next task is to bring these 4 people to me. If not, I will crush you to pieces. No problem, just 4 trash. We can easily beat them half dead and bring them to you." At this time, the 10 Otsutsuki Kings, unaware of Kazama's strength, felt confident because they had the advantage in numbers. They did not take Kazama and the 3 major Otsutsuki Kings seriously at all. Therefore, in just a moment, they charged towards Kazama's location. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki King, seeing that he had turned the tables, laughed wildly. At this moment, Kazama could not have anticipated that the Otsutsuki King not only had superior strength, but also a clever mind. In just a moment, he had made a stunning comeback, which truly left Kazama in disbelief. However, Kazama was always one to face challenges head-on, so he immediately turned to the 3 major Otsutsuki Kings beside him and said, "Everyone, the Otsutsuki King must have figured out our strategy by now. That's why he is instructing the 10 Otsutsuki kings to attack us, intending to use the same strategy we had before, letting the two sides fight while he reaps the benefits. Therefore, we must not let him succeed and absolutely cannot engage in battle with the 10 Otsutsuki kings. All right, no problem. At this moment, the three major Otsutsuki kings, relying on their previous connections with the 10 Otsutsuki kings, quickly stopped them and began to persuade them earnestly. Listen, you must have received the Otsutsuki king's orders to take our lives and those of Lord Kazama, right? That's right. At this time, the 10 Otsutsuki kings saw that the three major Otsutsuki kings had voiced their thoughts in just a moment. They decided not to hide anymore and coldly said, "Since you know our intentions, then considering we were colleagues before, we do not wish to attack you. Now, you should surrender immediately and come with us to the Otsutsuki king's base, allowing him to decide your fate, and we can spare you from suffering." This is nonsense. At this moment, Kazama, he immediately flew to the front of the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki. "Everyone, if you really bring us before this Tsutsuki king, then you have truly fallen for his scheme. Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are to act tough in front of us?" At that moment, the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki had been speaking kindly to the three great kings because their strengths were comparable. But now, seeing this unknown kid named Kazama daring to speak in front of them, they were instantly furious. In a flash, they charged at Kazama. Unfortunately, Kazama had long since surpassed his former self. Even the combined forces of the three great kings of Tsutsuki were no match for him. How could the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki possibly defeat Kazama? Thus, Kazama effortlessly blocked their attacks. The 10 great kings of Tsutsuki never expected Kazama to be this formidable, which truly reshaped their worldview. They began to size him up. "Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong? Yeah, your strength seems to be enough to fight all of us at once. Haha, everyone, there's no need to be so surprised. I'm just a novice who has just entered the scene. But I know that the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki are very bad for you. So I want to team up with you to eliminate them." Upon hearing Kazama's words, the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki were quite tempted. After all, Kazama was speaking the truth. The 10 great kings were indeed not good for them. They were genuinely worried about being killed by the 10 great kings. That was why they had followed the Tsutsuki king's orders to attack Kazama and the three great kings. However, they did not know Kazama's true strength, and the Tsutsuki king's power was too terrifying. They thought that if they truly allied with Kazama, they would surely be killed by the Tsutsuki king. Therefore, without hesitation, the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki charged at Kazama and the three great kings again. At this moment, Kazama couldn't believe it. He had clearly explained the situation to the 10 great kings, yet they still acted so recklessly. Left with no choice, Kazama had to retaliate against the 10 great kings. Based on Kazama's strength, dealing with the 10 great kings was a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the Tsutsuki king had been hiding in the shadows. As soon as he saw Kazama fighting these people, he took advantage of Kazama's inattention and knocked him to the ground in one move. This left Kazama in utter disbelief. Furious, Kazama shouted at the Tsutsuki king, "Tsutsuki king, you are supposed to be a king above thousands, yet you dare to ambush me? That's right. I want to ambush you. I want to return the favor. You could ambush me earlier, so why can't I ambush you? Let me tell you, Kazama, no matter how much you say now, it doesn't matter. I must tear you to pieces and then kill the 10 great kings." What? Upon hearing this, the 10 great kings of Tsutsuki were shocked. They never expected that the Tsutsuki king would go back on his word. After all, he had previously said that as long as they brought Kazama to him, he would spare their lives. But now, they had already attacked Kazama. Yet the Tsutsuki king still hadn't spared them. Furious, the 10 great kings immediately blocked the Tsutsuki king, who was about to attack Kazama, and questioned him. "Tsutsuki king, what's going on? You said you would be on the same side as us. Why are you now saying you want to kill us?" "Haha, on the same side? What qualifications do you worthless trash have to be on the same side as me? Let me tell you, the Tsutsuki king does as he pleases. If I want to spare you, I will. If I don't want to, you must die. You are trash, so stop pretending in front of me, or the next step will be your annihilation." Chapter 241. The Wallflower Among Wallflowers. What? This infuriates me. The 10 great kings of Tsutsuki were immediately enraged. Although they knew they were no match for the Tsutsuki king, they still had their dignity. Seeing that the Tsutsuki king did not care about their dignity was something they could not tolerate. Thus, the 10 great kings immediately began to fight the Tsutsuki king. But unfortunately, although they were furious, they were no match for the Tsutsuki king. Furthermore, Kazama had been severely injured. Therefore, after a few exchanges, The Tsutsuki King had already knocked the 10 Great Kings to the ground. At that moment, the Tsutsuki King did not immediately kill Kazama and the others, but instead hung them on the battlements of his stronghold. He announced to the residents of dozens of Tsutsuki planets that anyone who dared to betray him would end up like Kazama and the others. He then ordered his subordinates to continuously beat Kazama and the 10 Great Kings, saying they would be beaten for hundreds of years before being killed. At this moment, the 10 Great Kings were crying out in pain. They immediately complained to Kazama. Kazama, weren't you supposed to be very strong? You said you would join us to attack the Tsutsuki King, but now you've been captured. How can you join us? Slap, slap, slap. Hearing the mockery from the 10 Great Kings, how could Kazama endure it? He immediately slapped the 10 Great Kings who were complaining at him to the ground and angrily shouted at them, "You bastards! I clearly said I would ally with you, but you were too scared to join me. Now that I've been severely injured and can't use my full strength, you come here to blame me? Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Even if I die today, I will make sure to annihilate you." Despite being tied up, Kazama could still use various ninjutsu attacks. Moreover, Kazama was already quite formidable. Thus, the 10 Great Kings were beaten to the point of tears. They quickly begged Kazama, "Kazama, please don't hit us anymore. We won't survive much longer. We are willing to submit to you. Just save us and kill the Tsutsuki King. Whatever you say goes." That's more like it. At this point, seeing that the 10 Great Kings were truly willing to submit to him, Kazama was overjoyed. After all, Kazama's main purpose is to unite the 10 Great Kings of the Otsutsuki clan with him. Only then can they join forces to attack the Otsutsuki King. Thus, Kazama immediately comforted the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki, saying, "You don't need to be afraid. My medical ninjutsu is also very impressive. In a few days, I will be fully recovered, and at that time, I will lead you to take action against the Otsutsuki King." "Oh, really? That's great." Upon hearing Kazama's words, the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki were all overjoyed. They immediately followed Kazama's instructions and began to recuperate. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki King was still unaware of Kazama and the others' plan. He thought that as long as things continued like this, he could kill Kazama and the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki. Therefore, the Otsutsuki King continued to indulge in extravagance. This wasn't due to underestimating his opponents, but because he was confident in his overwhelming power. He believed that as long as he captured Kazama and the others, they would have no chance of escape. However, he did not know that Kazama was not an ordinary person. Kazama's abilities were limitless. Whatever the Otsutsuki King could think of, Kazama could achieve. Even things the Otsutsuki King couldn't imagine, Kazama could accomplish. So, after a few exchanges, Kazama easily regained all his strength. He then immediately used all his abilities. After a few exchanges, he helped himself and the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki break free from their restraints. At this moment, under Kazama's treatment, the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki successfully healed their injuries, which filled them with joy. Initially, they were worried that Kazama was just boasting and only believed him out of necessity. But now, seeing Kazama's intelligence and prowess, they were naturally very happy and all gave him a thumbs up. At this time, Kazama humbly shook his head and said, "Everyone, we can celebrate later. Our top priority now is to kill the Otsutsuki King. I believe that if we work together, we can tear him to pieces." "Yes, you're absolutely right." At this moment, the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki, having received Kazama's help, trusted him greatly. Therefore, after a brief exchange, they helped Kazama rush towards the Otsutsuki King's stronghold. The Otsutsuki King, having relaxed his vigilance, did not notice the actions of Kazama and the others until they had entered his palace. This surprised and enraged the Otsutsuki King. He was shocked that Kazama and the others could break free and attack him again. He was furious that Kazama and the others did not take him seriously. After all, he was the mighty Otsutsuki King, ruling over millions. Thus, the Otsutsuki King immediately engaged in a counterattack against Kazama and the others. However, although the Otsutsuki King was very powerful, Kazama was also formidable. With the assistance of the 10 Great Kings of Otsutsuki, Kazama was like a fish in water, unstoppable and invincible. In just a few exchanges, he forced the Otsutsuki King to retreat repeatedly, which only fueled the Otsutsuki King's rage. After all, he had been dominating on the Otsutsuki planet for hundreds of years and had never been defeated in succession. At this moment, the Otsutsuki King wished he could skin Kazama alive. However, he also knew that he was alone now and was no match for Kazama and the others. Seeing the Otsutsuki King retreating, Kazama coldly mocked him, saying, "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki King, I didn't want to kill you at first, but you are too arrogant. Since that's the case, I will definitely not spare you. What? You dare to act tough in front of me? At this moment, the Otsutsuki king, furious at Kazama, abandoned his previous royal demeanor and directly pointed at Kazama, cursing him. Let me tell you, Kazama, I am a man of great stature and integrity. Now that you attack me, I will never forgive you. Even if I have to self-destruct, I will turn you to ashes. Upon hearing these words from the Otsutsuki king, Kazama remained unmoved, knowing that the Otsutsuki king did not have the guts to do so. However, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki were terrified by the mention of self-destruction. Hearing the Otsutsuki king's resolute declaration, they were all filled with panic and no longer wanted to assist Kazama against the Otsutsuki king. They had initially helped Kazama because they wanted to turn the tables and become the masters themselves. They knew that Kazama was from Earth and would eventually return to Earth. Once Kazama returned, they could share all the planets under the Otsutsuki king's rule. This was why they took the risk to help Kazama. But now, upon hearing that the Otsutsuki king wanted to take them down with him, they were shocked. After all, if they really died, their future aspirations would be dashed. Thus, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki appeared increasingly frantic. Meanwhile, as Kazama was fully focused on battling the Otsutsuki king, he did not notice the unusual behavior of the 10 great kings. However, the Otsutsuki king was a meticulous person. In a brief exchange, he could see the expressions of the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. This immediately filled him with joy because his earlier threat of self-destruction was meant to instill fear in the 10 great kings. He understood their nature well. They were all afraid of death and would only bully the weak. As long as he frightened them, the 10 great kings would not dare to attack him. If the 10 great kings did not dare to attack him, he could pull them to his side and then eliminate Kazama. With this thought in mind, the Otsutsuki king immediately used the unique secret communication technique of the Otsutsuki clan to speak to the 10 great kings, saying, "Let me give you 10 old fools one last chance. Immediately turn against Kazama and help me, and together we will kill him." What? That is not possible. Hearing the Otsutsuki king's words, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki were startled and quickly shook their heads in refusal. Let me tell you, Otsutsuki king, although we were once your subordinates, you have always beaten and scolded us, and we are very angry with you. Plus, Kazama saved us earlier, yet you keep whipping us. How can we possibly ally with someone like you? Haha, let me tell you, old fools, don't pretend to be heroes. Kazama is only using you. What? That is impossible? Of course it's possible. If you don't believe me, let me explain slowly. I know you heard about my serious injuries before. Do you know who spread that news? It was that little rascal Kazama. His main purpose was to make you and me fight to the bitter end, and then he would reap the benefits. Now you have all been used as pawns, and you still don't realize it. What? I'm furious. At this moment, the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki heard the instigation of the Otsutsuki monarch, and all of them were enraged. After all, the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki are simple-minded and strong in body. So, the Otsutsuki monarch, with his silver tongue, had already deceived the 10 great kings into submission. Subsequently, the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki determined that they were not on the same side as Kazama, but were used by him. This made them furious. They immediately followed the Otsutsuki monarch's suggestion and launched an attack on Kazama. At this moment, Kazama never expected that just a second ago, those who fought alongside him and called him a good brother and companion would betray him again in the blink of an eye. This was truly the ultimate flip-flopper. So, Kazama hurriedly defended against the attacks of the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki while loudly questioning them. Are you guys out of your minds? You betrayed me before, then submitted to me, but now you betray me again. Do you all enjoy being flip-floppers? Shut up. Hee. Kazama, stop with your tricks. Let me tell you, Kazama, we didn't want to betray you, but you deliberately used us as pawns to fight the Otsutsuki monarch so you could reap the benefits. Isn't that right? At this moment, Kazama never expected that the Otsutsuki monarch had discovered his previous scheme. This made Kazama feel somewhat awkward. He then hurriedly tried to persuade the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki again. Everyone, since I didn't know you before, I used this strategy. But now you can rest assured, I will never use this strategy again. Stop pretending in front of us. No matter whether you use this strategy or not, we won't pay you any mind again. Now we're going to tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. Damn it. At this point, Kazama never expected that these 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki would be so stubborn. Thus, Kazama had no choice but to temporarily retreat. He knew that if he insisted on fighting the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki monarch, he would have no chance of winning. Therefore, he had to retreat first. When the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki saw Kazama defeated by them, They were overjoyed. Chapter 242. The storm rises again, just as they were preparing to take credit from the Tsutsuki monarch. They never expected that the Tsutsuki monarch would slap them to the ground. This shocked the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki. After all, they had just submitted to this Tsutsuki monarch. But now this Tsutsuki monarch had turned against them again. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. After all, this constant flipping and flopping again and again is something that couldn't even be written in a novel. So the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki immediately confronted the Tsutsuki monarch with faces full of rage. Tsutsuki monarch, aren't you being a bit too good at reading scriptures and then hitting the monk, burning the bridge after crossing it? That's right. I want to burn the bridge after crossing it. Let me tell you, trash, you will always be my subordinates. You can never become my companions. So now, whatever I tell you to do, you will do it. And even if you help me, I will still beat and scold you. If you're not convinced, then what awaits you is death. After all, with your current strength, you are no match for me. So don't even think about resisting. Damn it. At this point, the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki were furious upon hearing the Tsutsuki monarch's threats, but they had no place to vent their anger. After all, the Tsutsuki monarch was speaking the truth. With their strength, they were indeed no match for the Tsutsuki monarch. Thus, they were helpless. Finally, the Tsutsuki monarch issued another order for them to chase down the fleeing Kazama. At this time, the Tsutsuki monarch appeared to agree, but secretly gathered together to discuss. I say, everyone, we have betrayed Kazama one after another. It really shouldn't be like this. Yes, I think we might as well wholeheartedly submit to Kazama. This way, we can completely eliminate the Tsutsuki monarch. Yes, I think Kazama is upright and kind-hearted, a true man of iron and bone. And he has never changed his name or surname. Now that we have betrayed him again, I wonder if he will accept us again. Whether he accepts us or not, we must help him. At this moment, the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki immediately began searching for Kazama, wanting to apologize to him. Meanwhile, Kazama had been watching the every move of the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki from the shadows. The reason Kazama had been hiding was to observe the attitude of the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki. He knew that with the character of the Tsutsuki monarch, he would never treat the 10 great kings as his companions. Therefore, if Kazama wanted to defeat this Tsutsuki monarch, he had to rely on the abilities of the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki. Although Kazama was reluctant to cooperate with these flip-floppers, for the sake of defeating the Tsutsuki monarch and bringing peace to the world, he had no choice but to continue collaborating with them. At this moment, Kazama revealed himself before the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki. They knew they were in the wrong and immediately began bowing and begging for mercy. Seeing the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki making faces of apology, Kazama felt like beating them to a pulp. But he knew that now he had to consider the bigger picture, so he didn't pay them much attention and simply nodded at them. Everyone, I won't say much now. After all, you all know what my character is like. Normally, I shouldn't give you another chance, but now, out of compassion, I will give you one last opportunity. That is, you must now sincerely submit to me. Okay, no problem. Kazama immediately began ordering everyone to throw away garbage. This left the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki puzzled, as they didn't understand what Kazama meant by throwing garbage. The purpose of Kazama doing this was to gain the abilities of the 10 great kings of the Tsutsuki. Only by doing so could Kazama gather all their powers. By that time, even if the 10 great kings betrayed him again, it wouldn't matter to Kazama. After all, by then, his power would be comparable to that of the Tsutsuki monarch. After a few moments, Kazama has successfully extracted all the abilities of the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. Of course, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki are unaware of this, as it is Kazama's secret. Subsequently, Kazama immediately joined forces with the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki again and charged towards the Otsutsuki monarch. At this moment, the Otsutsuki monarch clearly anticipated that the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki would betray him again. Therefore, when he saw Kazama and the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki rushing towards him, he not only did not get angry, but instead laughed heartily. As I thought, you turncoats have indeed betrayed me again, but it doesn't matter, because even if you didn't betray me today, I would still tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. At this moment, the Otsutsuki monarch waved his hand, and 4 colorful pillars of light appeared. Upon seeing this, Kazama immediately thought, not good. Based on his years of combat experience, he knew that these pillars of light were definitely caused by a formation. Although he was currently on par with the Otsutsuki monarch in strength, if he fell into the opponent's formation, he could still be counterkilled. After all, the power of formations is much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, Kazama hurriedly shouted to the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki, "Everyone, we need to escape immediately. We must not fall for the Otsutsuki monarch's trick." "Okay, no problem." At this time, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki were also very shocked. However, they had no strategy left, so they believed whatever Kazama said. Unfortunately, the Otsutsuki monarch had already set his mind on killing them, making it impossible for them to escape easily. Thus, before Kazama and the others could act, the Otsutsuki monarch swiftly knocked them all to the ground. After a few exchanges, he activated the formation, restraining Kazama and the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. At this moment, even Kazama, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He knew that a person of the Otsutsuki monarch's level could unleash a very powerful formation, which should not be underestimated. Therefore, Kazama realized that relying on brute force would no longer work. He could only quickly use his proud space techniques. But to his surprise, even the space techniques failed. This was something Kazama had never dared to imagine. At this moment, the Otsutsuki monarch immediately burst into laughter and angrily scolded Kazama and the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. "Let me tell you, you bastards, I didn't want to use this formation to refine you, but since you insist on showing off in front of me, I will take the risk of greatly reducing my cultivation level to refine you into my chakra pills for me to absorb." Upon hearing this from the Otsutsuki monarch, Kazama was taken aback. From the Otsutsuki monarch's current attitude, it was clear that he was very confident in being able to refine them. However, although Kazama was very shocked at this moment, he also came up with a plan. The Otsutsuki monarch had previously stated that he would kill Kazama and the others even at the risk of reducing his cultivation level. This indicated that the formation he was using was capable of weakening the caster's strength. Therefore, Kazama was immediately overjoyed. After all, as long as the Otsutsuki monarch's strength weakened, he could very likely turn the tables. Kazama quickly said to the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki, "Everyone, I need your help with something." "Oh, what do you need our help with?" At this point, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki had already begun to wait for death. However, upon seeing that Kazama still had a plan, they were instantly filled with joy. "It's simple. I hope you can help me inform my 3 previous companions." "Oh, you mean the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki?" "That's right. Help me inform them, so we can turn defeat into victory." "All right, no problem." Since Kazama did not have the unique sound transmission technique of the Otsutsuki clan, he had to rely on the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki had been waiting in the distance, ready for Kazama's command. After receiving the sound transmission from the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki, they quickly arrived at the scene. At this moment, the Otsutsuki monarch had never expected that he was on the verge of success, but would be defeated by an unexpected turn of events. This instantly infuriated the Otsutsuki monarch. Therefore, he immediately prepared to use his trump card to kill the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki. Unfortunately, Kazama had already escaped, and with the Otsutsuki monarch's weakened strength, Kazama quickly defeated him. Thus, the defeated Otsutsuki monarch could only flee in disgrace. Although the Otsutsuki monarch was not truly killed by Kazama, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki knew that it would be difficult for the Otsutsuki monarch to make a comeback. So this was considered their victory. At this moment, Kazama finally let out a sigh of relief. However, as the saying goes, some are happy while others are worried. Although Kazama and the others had achieved victory, the resources left behind by the Otsutsuki monarch became a headache for everyone. Most people could only share hardships but not enjoy the spoils together. This means that during tough times, it doesn't matter how great the disaster is, but when it comes to sharing the loot, everyone feels they have received too little and that others have received too much. Kazama had experienced such situations before, so he quickly proposed a suggestion to divide the Otsutsuki monarch's territory into 10 parts, with 3 parts ruled by the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki. After all, the 3 great kings had been with him the longest and were the most loyal to him. The remaining 7 parts will be governed by the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki. Kazama would take no spoils for himself. Kazama did this to avoid suspicion. Although he was the main contributor to defeating the Otsutsuki monarch and should inherit all of his territories, Kazama chose to demonstrate his noble spirit by not taking anything. This way, he could silence everyone. Additionally, it showed the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki that even though they had betrayed him repeatedly and acted like fence-sitters in front of him, Kazama still held no grudges. Therefore, Kazama believed his division was the fairest and no unfairness would occur. However, Kazama still underestimated human greed. It should be noted that while the 3 great kings of Otsutsuki did not voice any objections to Kazama's division, the 10 great kings were very dissatisfied in their hearts. Although they felt discontent, they only thought about it internally and did not express it openly. Therefore, Kazama did not notice their dissatisfaction. After a few exchanges, they returned to Earth. After all, Kazama was from Earth and could not stay on the Otsutsuki planet for long. At this moment, after Kazama left, the 10 great kings of Otsutsuki immediately gathered to discuss. Everyone, we risked our lives to help that little brat Kazama. Without our help, the Otsutsuki 3 kings would never have been able to defeat the Otsutsuki king. Yes, but now that little brat Kazama is actually disrespecting us, not allowing us to share the spoils with the Otsutsuki 3 kings. This is clearly looking down on us. So, what do you think we should do now? Well, after months of discussion, the group immediately decided to rebel. They would launch a surprise attack on the Otsutsuki 3 kings and take their territory for themselves. In fact, the territories of the Otsutsuki 10 kings are now much larger than their previous ones. But unfortunately, human desires are endless. Once they get one piece, they want two. Once they get two, they want three. This is true for everyone, unless you're a saint like Kazama. Otherwise, everyone will have such jealousy. At this time, since Kazama is far away on Earth, he is unaware that the Otsutsuki planet is once again embroiled in a bloody storm. Although the Otsutsuki 3 kings appear to be much stronger than the Otsutsuki 10 kings, they're still outnumbered. Moreover, they're being ambushed. So they quickly fell to the fierce attacks of the Otsutsuki 10 kings. Chapter 243. Unequal distribution of spoils. Then, just as the Otsutsuki 10 kings were preparing to divide all the territories of the Otsutsuki 3 kings, the latter thought that they had been genuine companions before. So they believed that the Otsutsuki 10 kings would correct their mistakes out of respect for Kazama. Therefore, they immediately tried to persuade the Otsutsuki 10 kings. I say, you guys are being too arrogant now, aren't you? We were genuine companions before, but now you give us no face at all, even knocking us to the ground and taking all our territories. You should know that these territories were granted to us by Lord Kazama. What you're doing now is clearly disrespecting Lord Kazama. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. So I advise you not to be too arrogant. This is truly laughable. Before the Otsutsuki 3 kings could finish speaking, the Otsutsuki 10 kings burst into laughter. They continued to knock the captured and tied up Otsutsuki 3 kings to the ground. Let me tell you, you 3 old bastards, do not mention Lord Kazama in front of us. That's right. I'll tell you that the reason we allied with Kazama and were willing to submit to him was that we were not a match for the Otsutsuki kings. That is why we had to ally with Kazama, but we never truly submitted to him. Indeed, we are the genuine Otsutsuki clan, very noble. But that little brat Kazama is just a mere earthling. What right does he have to act so arrogantly in front of us? So now that Kazama has returned to Earth, he is no longer our leader, and we are unwilling to give him any face. Furthermore, don't even think about reporting to Kazama. Nonsense. You can control the heavens and the earth, but can you control us eating, farting, and reporting? Because now I'm going to kill all of you Otsutsuki 3 kings. What? At this moment, the Otsutsuki 3 kings never expected that the Otsutsuki 10 kings would be so ruthless. They really intended to kill them. This startled the Otsutsuki 3 kings. At this point, they knew they absolutely could not confront the Otsutsuki 10 kings head-on. With their current strength, they were not a match for the Otsutsuki 10 kings. So, in just a moment, the Otsutsuki 3 kings prepared to escape. However, they still underestimated the determination of the Otsutsuki 10 kings. In a matter of moments, the Otsutsuki 10 kings knocked the Otsutsuki 3 kings down again, even leaving 2 of them crippled. At this time, the 2 were crippled hurriedly said to the remaining one, "Brother, quickly go to Earth and find Lord Kazama. Let him take revenge for us. Now we will self-destruct to hold off the Otsutsuki 10 kings. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape either." The surviving Otsutsuki king, although very reluctant, knew that he could only escape first to help his 2 brothers seek revenge. So, in the blink of an eye, he rushed toward the Earth portal. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki 10 kings seemed to go mad, continuously attacking the 2 remaining Otsutsuki kings. At this time, since the 2 Otsutsuki kings had already used their self-destructibility, they managed to block the Otsutsuki 10 kings' advance for a while. This infuriated the Otsutsuki 10 kings, who began to curse loudly. At this moment, the surviving Otsutsuki king successfully reached Earth, but due to his chakra being completely depleted, he immediately fainted. Since Kazama had already taken control of Earth, he quickly discovered the Otsutsuki king's presence. Kazama hurriedly brought him to his base and used medical ninjutsu to save him from mortal danger. Afterward, The Otsutsuki king quickly cried out to Kazama, "Lord Kazama, please save us quickly." Oh, what happened now? At this time, Kazama had only been back on Earth for a year. He never expected that in just a year's absence, a coup would occur on the Otsutsuki planet. The Otsutsuki king hurriedly explained, "I say, Brother Kazama, you are unaware that since you left, the Otsutsuki 10 kings have become very arrogant, constantly blaming you for unequal distribution and even launching a surprise attack on our Otsutsuki 3 kings territory. We didn't even realize what was happening before we were knocked to the ground by the Otsutsuki 10 kings. If it weren't for my 2 brothers using self-detonation to carve a bloody path for me, we 3 would have been killed by the Otsutsuki 10 kings. Moreover, the Otsutsuki 10 kings even claimed that you are a dog bastard, saying you are no longer their leader, and that if you dare step foot on the Otsutsuki planet again, they will tear you apart and scatter your ashes." What? This infuriates me. Kazama is a man of strong emotions. Therefore, upon seeing that the Otsutsuki 10 kings, who were clearly his subordinates and whom he had spared multiple times, dared to insult him in front of his face, how could Kazama endure it? Thus, Kazama immediately flew into a rage and, in just a moment, rushed towards the Otsutsuki 10 kings to kill them. At this moment, the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki had already anticipated that, given Kazama's temperament, he would definitely attack them. Therefore, they had early on set up formations all over the Otsutsuki planet. Moreover, this formation was the one created by the Otsutsuki king back in the day, extremely powerful and impressive. Although the 10 great kings had already arranged the formation, they were aware of Kazama's formidable strength, which made them somewhat worried. So, they immediately set up a double formation within this initial formation, effectively doubling their firepower and making it quite formidable. At this time, Kazama, unaware that the 10 great kings had already harbored murderous intentions towards him, arrived at the Otsutsuki planet in a flash. However, before he could make a move, he was ensnared by the formation. This took Kazama by surprise. At that moment, the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki, with cold smiles on their faces, came outside the formation and began cursing at Kazama. "I tell you, Kazama, you little rascal, you should have been living well back on Earth, yet you dare to come to our Otsutsuki planet to cause trouble. Do you really think that just because you fought alongside us before, we would treat you as a brother? I tell you, that is absolutely impossible, because we never regarded you as a brother. To us, you are trash." What? This infuriates me. At this moment, Kazama could not believe it. He had genuinely treated the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki sincerely, yet they showed him no respect at all. How could Kazama not be angry? Thus, in a flash, he broke through the formation set up by the 10 great kings. The moment the 10 great kings saw Kazama breach the formation so easily, they were taken aback once again. They immediately exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Our formation is extremely powerful." Yes, back then you couldn't even last a round within the Otsutsuki king's formation. Why can you now break this formation so quickly? Hearing their questions, Kazama laughed heartily. "You guys are truly trash. Don't you know that you should look at things with fresh eyes after 3 days? That's right, I was indeed not your match before. But afterwards, I kept studying the structure of this formation, so now that you continue to use it in front of me, I can easily break it." What? This really infuriated them. Upon hearing Kazama's words and seeing his impressive strength, the 10 great kings were startled. They immediately attempted to flee, but unfortunately for them, Kazama had already made up his mind to eliminate them, so he wouldn't let them escape. In just a few moments, he knocked the 10 great kings to the ground. At this point, Kazama initially intended to kill the 10 great kings, but then he reconsidered. If he did that, the strength of the Otsutsuki planet would significantly diminish. After all, there were other life forms in the universe. If those life forms learned that the strength of the Otsutsuki planet had weakened, they would surely attack. Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Therefore, Kazama immediately activated his enhanced version of the 6 paths of destruction and completely controlled the 10 great kings of the Otsutsuki. This way, Kazama no longer needed to kill them. However, when Kazama informed the remaining Otsutsuki king of his actions, the king was quite furious because he did not understand Kazama's reasoning. He had originally thought Kazama would help him take revenge and kill the 10 great kings. But now he saw that Kazama had only controlled them with the 6 paths of destruction and had not killed them. This naturally made the Otsutsuki king very indignant. At this moment, Kazama noticed the discontent in the Otsutsuki king's heart, so he smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "My brother, you don't need to be so angry. After all, we need to consider the bigger picture, and I can completely resurrect your 2 brothers who tragically died." This was not just bragging. Kazama's strength was now truly impressive, making it easy to resurrect the dead. Thus, Kazama once again performed the reincarnation of life technique. After a few moments, he successfully resurrected the other two deceased Otsutsuki kings. At this point, Kazama originally intended to return to Earth. However, he did not expect that. Although he had resolved the rebellion of the 10 Great Kings, the 3 Great Kings of the Otsutsuki were already plotting a new coup. They felt that Kazama was somewhat unjust, especially since 2 of their own had been killed by the 10 Great Kings. Although Kazama later resurrected them, the grudge of having been killed could not be ignored. Moreover, they believed that even though the 10 Great Kings had betrayed Kazama, he not only did not kill them, but even allowed them to continue managing their original territories. This naturally infuriated the 3 Great Kings. After discussing, they immediately decided to use old methods to attack the 10 Great Kings. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Thus, the 3 Great Kings of the Otsutsuki launched a surprise attack on the 10 Great Kings. Since the 10 Great Kings had already been ensnared by Kazama's 6 paths of destruction, they had become his true subordinates. Therefore, they had no defenses against the sudden assault from the 3 Great Kings and were instantly knocked to the ground. At this moment, the 10 Great Kings, having a deep connection with Kazama, sensed his presence even from Earth. In a flash, Kazama felt the coup being plotted by the 3 Great Kings and immediately flew back to the planet. He then confronted the 3 Great Kings, saying, "Haven't I already said that? We need to focus on the bigger picture. Now is not the time for infighting. Stop with that nonsense." However, Kazama did not expect that the 3 Great Kings had completely changed from their previous honest demeanor and were now directly pointing at Kazama's nose, angrily cursing. "Kazama, we once regarded you as our leader, our big brother, but what you've done is inhumane. Yes, we worked ourselves to the bone for you. If we hadn't intervened, how could you have defeated the Otsutsuki king? Yes, but you only divided the territory of Otsutsuki into 10 parts, giving us 3 of them. At the very least, you should give us half." Chapter 244. The Appearance of the Otsutsuki Ancestor. How unfair you are. You clearly saw the 10 Otsutsuki kings and killed 2 of our members. Yet you didn't lay a hand on them, but only temporarily controlled them, which is essentially letting them go. Therefore, we can never forgive you. You are too arrogant. At this moment, Kazama heard the Otsutsuki kings cursing at him repeatedly. How could Kazama endure this? After all, he is a strong man with iron bones. He hates it the most when others insult him. So Kazama was immediately furious. With a few punches and kicks, he knocked the 3 Otsutsuki kings to the ground. At that moment, the 3 Otsutsuki kings thought they could fight Kazama for hundreds of rounds with their strength. However, they were knocked down in less than 1 round, which truly made them feel the terror of Kazama. Immediately, the 3 Otsutsuki kings cursed angrily and turned to flee. Kazama, being too compassionate, did not pursue them. It's important to note that Kazama initially defeated the Otsutsuki king to usher in a peaceful era for the Otsutsuki planet. After all, Kazama did not want any more rebels to arise. So when he saw the fleeing Otsutsuki kings, he let them go. Kazama thought that by doing this, he could achieve peaceful coexistence. However, what Kazama did not expect was that not only was there no peaceful coexistence, but even a brief peace could not be achieved. The 3 Otsutsuki kings did not return, but instead found the Otsutsuki king who had been hiding in the shadows. It turned out that the Otsutsuki king had escaped. However, due to being heavily injured by Kazama, he could never recover his peak strength in this lifetime. Therefore, he had been hiding in the deep mountains, preparing to get by. But he never expected that while he was getting by, the 3 Otsutsuki kings actually found him. This surprised the Otsutsuki king. He thought the 3 Otsutsuki kings were here to kill him. So with a face full of rage, he scolded them. "You 3 old bastards, I, the Otsutsuki king, have treated you well before, yet you now want to strike me down. This is wrong." Hearing the Otsutsuki king's angry scolding, the 3 Otsutsuki kings laughed instead of getting angry. "Otsutsuki king, you have misunderstood us. We did not come to kill you. We came to help you." "What? Help me?" Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki king was immediately confused. "That's right, we want to help you. You should know that the little brat Kazama has been too arrogant and tyrannical. He has been rampaging on our Otsutsuki planet, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. We are very angry at him. So we think it is most suitable for you to be our king. Yes. So as long as you are willing to cooperate with us, we can properly crush Kazama into ashes." "Oh, really?" Kazama has always wanted to reclaim his throne. So upon hearing the words of the 3 Otsutsuki kings, he was overjoyed. Of course, The three Otsutsuki kings wanted to use the power of the Otsutsuki king to defeat Kazama, so they pretended to admire him. In reality, they were already very angry with the Otsutsuki king, and once they successfully defeated Kazama, they would crush the three Otsutsuki kings into ashes again. After all, they could never submit to someone who once rode on their necks. At this time, although the Otsutsuki king's strength had dropped significantly, even lower than that of the three Otsutsuki kings, he still had connections. In a short moment, he brought the three Otsutsuki kings to the other end of the universe, to the entrance of an ancient cave. Where's this? At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings looked at the Otsutsuki king with puzzled expressions. You three don't know? But my master, the founder of the Otsutsuki clan, the Otsutsuki ancestor, is in seclusion inside. What? Hearing the Otsutsuki king's words, the three Otsutsuki kings were shocked, as if struck by lightning. They had thought that the Otsutsuki king was the most powerful and impressive on the Otsutsuki planet. But they never expected that there was someone even more powerful, the Otsutsuki ancestor. This was something they had never even dared to dream about. But now, whether they dared to think about it or not, the fact was right in front of them. At this time, seeing the shocked expressions of the three Otsutsuki kings, the Otsutsuki king smiled proudly. He then sat cross-legged, seemingly preparing to communicate with the Otsutsuki ancestor who was in seclusion. After all, one cannot suddenly barge in on someone who is in seclusion. Otherwise, it could lead to minor issues like losing control or major ones like causing the secluding person to vanish. Right now, the Otsutsuki king needed the power of the Otsutsuki ancestor the most, as only the Otsutsuki ancestor could completely defeat Kazama. If he caused the Otsutsuki ancestor to perish due to his negligence, it would be a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, the three Otsutsuki kings took the opportunity while the Otsutsuki king was communicating with the Otsutsuki ancestor to huddle together and discuss quietly. Everyone, we originally wanted to use the power of the Otsutsuki king and make him our pawn to attack Kazama, but now we didn't expect this Otsutsuki ancestor above him. Yes, and judging by the Otsutsuki king's respect for the Otsutsuki ancestor, the Otsutsuki ancestor's strength must be considerable. If he successfully comes out of seclusion, won't we end up becoming someone else's pawn again, like before? Yes, but now that we are here, if we just go back like this, it might anger the Otsutsuki king. The Otsutsuki king is not terrifying, but if he releases his master, the Otsutsuki ancestor, we will be doomed. I say we might as well go all out and kill the Otsutsuki king here, then take his corpse to Kazama to claim credit. Once Kazama lowers his guard, we can kill him. That's a brilliant plan. Just as the three Otsutsuki kings were discussing and preparing to attack the Otsutsuki king, suddenly the place shook. Immediately after, a beam of light emerged from the sealed cave. Before everyone could react, the beam of light directly entered the body of the Otsutsuki king. Then, the Otsutsuki king, who merged with the light, let out a cold laugh and knocked the three Otsutsuki kings to the ground with a single strike. The Otsutsuki three kings were already beaten to a pulp. This truly shocked the Otsutsuki three kings. Not only because of the sudden attack from the Otsutsuki king, but also due to the significant increase in his strength. Thus, the Otsutsuki three kings quickly changed their previously arrogant demeanor and began to plead with the Otsutsuki king, resorting to a strategy of self-pity, hoping he would spare them. Unfortunately, they had barely started begging for mercy when the Otsutsuki king knocked them down to the ground again. You three fools. You clearly wish to tear me apart in your hearts. Yet now that you see my strength has increased, you put on an act in front of me. Do you think I don't know what you're really thinking? What? How is this possible? At this moment, upon hearing the Otsutsuki king's words, the Otsutsuki three kings were taken aback, retreating several steps in shock, cold sweat pouring down. They never expected that although they were only thinking about it in their hearts, the Otsutsuki king could see through their thoughts so clearly. This was something they simply couldn't comprehend. After all, the Otsutsuki king had just been weak, but now, in the blink of an eye, his power had increased so much. This alone was enough to leave them stunned. But now, not only had the Otsutsuki king's strength increased, but even his insight was so impressive that he knew what they were thinking. How could they possibly survive this? Yet, despite being extremely shocked, the Otsutsuki three kings continued to bow and plead for mercy, claiming they never intended to kill the Otsutsuki king. Whether the Otsutsuki king believed them or not, they had no idea, but they knew that if they didn't say this, they would only die faster. So they had to say it, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. At that moment, after hearing the Otsutsuki three kings plead for mercy, the Otsutsuki king burst into wild laughter once more. His laughter was quite eerie, nearly scaring the Otsutsuki Three Kings to the point of losing control of their bladders. Oh no! It seems we can't escape death this time. As the Otsutsuki Three Kings thought this, the Otsutsuki King surprisingly did not attack them again. Instead, he pulled them closer. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I will show mercy and spare your lives. But remember, if you dare to act arrogantly in front of me again, I will not let you off easily. Really? Thank you so much. At this moment, when the Otsutsuki Three Kings heard the Otsutsuki King's words and saw that he really was going to kill them, they were overjoyed. They immediately started bowing and expressing their gratitude, completely forgetting that they had initially intended to use the Otsutsuki King as a pawn. Seeing that the Otsutsuki King was no longer pursuing them, the Otsutsuki Three Kings quickly seized the opportunity to flatter him. Otsutsuki King, your strength has truly become impressive. Yes, Otsutsuki King, as long as you take action this time, that little punk Kazama will be defeated in no time. However, just as the Otsutsuki Three Kings were flattering the Otsutsuki King, he unexpectedly snorted coldly again and knocked them down to the ground once more. This left the Otsutsuki Three Kings utterly confused. They could somewhat understand being knocked down before, as they had indeed slandered the Otsutsuki King then. But now they were just flattering him, so why was he still knocking them down? This was completely incomprehensible to them. Just as the Otsutsuki Three Kings were filled with confusion, the Otsutsuki King immediately spoke to them. Let me tell you, you three fools from now on, you must address me as the Otsutsuki ancestor. What? Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki Three Kings were even more shocked. But Otsutsuki King, you just said that the Otsutsuki ancestor is your master, so why are you calling yourself the Otsutsuki ancestor now? Yes, Otsutsuki King, how we address you doesn't matter. But if your master, the Otsutsuki ancestor, hears that you use his name, he might tear you to pieces. This was not just the Otsutsuki Three Kings being alarmist. The hierarchy of the Otsutsuki clan was notoriously strict. But at this moment, the Otsutsuki King laughed wildly again. You three are truly foolish. I might as well tell you the truth. That white light you saw earlier was me. I have now taken over the body of the Otsutsuki King. What? You can take over a body? Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki Three Kings were even more shocked. They had never been so shocked before, not even while following Kazama. But now the Otsutsuki ancestor was continuously shocking them. Indeed, I have mastered a secret technique that allows me, when my lifespan is nearing its end, to transfer all my chakra and spirit into the body of another Otsutsuki clan member, thus merging with them. This means I now possess all the information and memories of the Otsutsuki King. You may call me the Otsutsuki King or the Otsutsuki ancestor, but I prefer you to call me the Otsutsuki ancestor, as that is my true identity now. Okay, no problem. Upon hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's introduction, the Otsutsuki Three Kings readily agreed. For them, how they addressed him was inconsequential. After all, their main goal now was to kill Kazama. The Otsutsuki ancestor's strength and experience far surpassed that of the Otsutsuki King. Thus, the Otsutsuki Three Kings were very pleased to unite with the Otsutsuki ancestor. They began to report to the Otsutsuki ancestor about how arrogant and heinous Kazama was. What? This infuriates me. At this moment, upon hearing the Otsutsuki Three Kings report, the Otsutsuki ancestor became furious and erupted in rage. It wasn't because Kazama was arrogant, but because he had heard that Kazama was merely a lowly earthling. Yet he had managed to seize control of his Otsutsuki planet, which made him extremely angry. After all, the Otsutsuki ancestor looked down on earthlings. Damn it! I must tear this brat Kazama limb from limb today. With a furious roar, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately ordered the Otsutsuki Three Kings to lead the way toward Kazama. Chapter 245. One move to defeat the enemy. Seeing that the Otsutsuki ancestor was truly furious with Kazama, the Otsutsuki Three Kings were very pleased in their hearts, as this indicated that their plan had succeeded. As long as the Otsutsuki ancestor took action, Kazama would surely be defeated in no time. Thus, the Otsutsuki Three Kings eagerly led the way. Subsequently, in order to increase their chances of defeating Kazama, so I once again offered advice to the Otsutsuki ancestor beside me. I said, Otsutsuki ancestor, although you're now the Otsutsuki ancestor, your appearance is still that of the Otsutsuki King. Since Kazama previously severely injured the Otsutsuki King, if you appear before him as the Otsutsuki King, he will definitely let his guard down against you. That's right, at that time, you can use his own strategy against him and defeat him more easily. Clap, clap, clap. Unfortunately, before the three Otsutsuki Kings could finish their advice, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately kicked them to the ground. This kick directly crippled them. This immediately frightened the three Otsutsuki kings, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings exchanged glances. They clearly were trying to advise the Otsutsuki ancestor, but why did he kick them down again? This was something they could not understand at all. The Otsutsuki ancestor, filled with anger, shouted at the three Otsutsuki kings, "You three old bastards, do you think I, the dignified Otsutsuki ancestor, need any strategy to deal with a mere earthling like Kazama? Let me tell you, I don't need any strategy. I will kill Kazama head on, and I tell you, as long as I kill Kazama, you 3-1T have it easy either. What do we do to provoke you?" At this moment, upon seeing that the Otsutsuki ancestor was actually going to attack them, the three Otsutsuki kings were once again startled. They had not offended the Otsutsuki ancestor before, and they had always been very loyal as his lackeys. But they never expected that now, even as lackeys, they would still be resented by the Otsutsuki ancestor. Oof. I tell you, three old bastards, you already committed a capital offense by failing to protect the Otsutsuki king earlier. So letting you live a little longer now is the best reward for you. Don't bargain with me in front of me. Now, take me to Kazama's base. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings never anticipated that they clearly wanted to invite the Otsutsuki ancestor to kill Kazama and then occupy Kazama's territory, which is the entire Otsutsuki planet. But now, the Otsutsuki ancestor had clearly regarded them as tools, as disposable garbage. If they really helped the Otsutsuki ancestor kill Kazama afterward, then they would definitely be killed by the Otsutsuki ancestor as well. Wouldn't that mean their efforts were in vain? So the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately exchanged glances with each other. Of course, they did not have any mental activities at this time, nor did they whisper any secret communication technique. They knew that the Otsutsuki ancestor's strength was too high and his insight was too impressive. In just a moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor could discover what they were thinking. Therefore, they only communicated with their eyes. After all, they had fought side by side for many years, so once they exchanged glances, they had already determined their next strategy. That was to no longer ally with the Otsutsuki ancestor, but to let him and Kazama fight to the bitter end, and then they would reap the benefits. After all, the Otsutsuki ancestor was too ruthless. If they cooperated with him again, they would definitely be skinned alive and turned to ashes by him. This was something they absolutely could not accept. At this moment, in order to complete their strategy, the three Otsutsuki kings took the Otsutsuki ancestor to another location. Of course, this place was not Kazama's base. After all, they still needed to secretly gain Kazama's trust so that he could exert all his strength and fight the Otsutsuki ancestor to a standstill. Otherwise, if Kazama was ambushed by the Otsutsuki ancestor, he would likely be killed in just one encounter. At that time, they would have no way to make the Otsutsuki ancestor and Kazama fight to the bitter end, and they naturally could not reap the benefits. Since the three Otsutsuki kings had no mental activities at this time, the Otsutsuki ancestor did not know what they were thinking and blindly followed them to another base. When the Otsutsuki ancestor saw that it was deserted and there was no one around, he immediately felt suspicious. He then kicked the three Otsutsuki kings to the ground again. "Damn it, I asked you to take me to that little bastard Kazama's base, and now you bring me to this desolate wilderness. What are you doing? Are you taking me on a tour?" Not at all. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings had already thought of a countermeasure. Therefore, they immediately put on a smiling face and said to the Otsutsuki ancestor, "Otsutsuki ancestor, please don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. Kazama's vigilance is very high, so he hides his territory very deeply. This desolate place is his base. We just don't know exactly where he is now. So we need to split up to find Kazama's whereabouts. That's right, you stay here and don't be impatient. Besides, your strength is so high now. How do we three have any bad intentions against you, right? Well, that's more like it." At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor indeed did not take the three Otsutsuki kings seriously. Although he did not trust them, he thought that with his superior strength, even if the three Otsutsuki kings had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, they would not dare to have any crooked thoughts against him. However, he truly overestimated himself and underestimated the three Otsutsuki kings. Although the three Otsutsuki kings did not have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, they were notorious for being opportunists. They would easily betray the Otsutsuki ancestor. Soon after, the three Otsutsuki kings happily returned to Kazama's base. At this time, Kazama was still unaware that the Otsutsuki ancestor had arrived on the Otsutsuki planet. So when Kazama saw the returning three Otsutsuki kings, he was naturally very pleased, thinking that they had come back to ally with him. Kazama immediately said happily, I say, Otsutsuki Kings, you three are my companions. Now that you've returned, are you going to ally with me again? Of course. Originally, the three Otsutsuki Kings thought Kazama would scold them. After all, they had previously abandoned him. But now seeing that Kazama did not hold a grudge against them, they were very happy and realized that their strategy could be accomplished more easily. So the three Otsutsuki Kings once again put on a smiling face and said to Kazama, Brother Kazama, you are absolutely right. After we left, we felt that we were very wrong and that we had let you down. So we will now seriously ally with you and become your most loyal lackeys. That's right. At this moment, when Kazama's heard the words of the three Otsutsuki Kings, he immediately nodded happily. However, soon after, the three Otsutsuki Kings changed their tone and began to use their schemes to incite Kazama. I say, Lord Kazama, you should know that when the three of us left earlier, we suddenly saw the Otsutsuki King calling for his master, the Otsutsuki ancestor, intending to tear you into pieces and scatter your ashes. What? Otsutsuki ancestor? Since Kazama had never heard of the Otsutsuki ancestor, he immediately inquired of the three kings. That's right, the Otsutsuki ancestor is said to be the founder of the Otsutsuki clan, exceptionally powerful, and the only master of the Otsutsuki king. Since the Otsutsuki king was severely injured by you, he has harbored great resentment towards you. However, the Otsutsuki king knows he is no match for you, so he called for his master to tear you apart and scatter your ashes. Moreover, his master has already arrived on this Otsutsuki planet. But because we are very loyal to you, we intentionally led the Otsutsuki ancestor to another place. As long as you unite with us, you can defeat the Otsutsuki ancestor. That's right, that's right. Hearing the words of the three Otsutsuki kings, Kazama had no doubts at all. He immediately let the three kings lead him and the 10 Otsutsuki kings towards the location of the Otsutsuki ancestor. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings were overjoyed to see Kazama take all his assets with him. This would ensure that Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor would suffer greatly from each other. Soon after, Kazama had already arrived at the location of the Otsutsuki ancestor. The three Otsutsuki kings immediately shouted to the Otsutsuki ancestor, Otsutsuki ancestor, we have brought that little brat Kazama to you. Damn it, you bastard. As soon as the words of the three Otsutsuki kings fell, Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor simultaneously cursed. Of course, they were not cursing the same target. The Otsutsuki ancestor was cursing Kazama, while Kazama was cursing the three Otsutsuki kings. Kazama trusted the three Otsutsuki kings very much, but now they had betrayed him again. How could Kazama not feel anger and heartbreak? At this moment, Kazama was furious. In a fit of rage, he charged towards the three Otsutsuki kings. After all, Kazama hated betrayal the most in his life. The three Otsutsuki kings had long anticipated that Kazama would not let them off easily, so they also fled the range of Kazama's attack while sneering at him. At the same time, the Otsutsuki ancestor attacked Kazama while angrily cursing him. You bastard, what the hell are you, daring to be arrogant and overbearing on my Otsutsuki planet? Let me tell you, if I don't tear you apart and skin you alive, I am your son. Ha. Hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's furious curses, Kazama burst into laughter. Although Kazama did not know the true strength of the Otsutsuki ancestor, he thought to himself that he had already surpassed the Otsutsuki king. Moreover, he had the 10 Otsutsuki kings under him, who were also quite powerful. Even if the Otsutsuki ancestor was formidable, he could not possibly be his opponent. Therefore, at this moment, while fending off the Otsutsuki ancestor's frenzied attacks, Kazama said to the Otsutsuki ancestor, let me tell you the truth, I, Kazama, am a man of integrity. Don't think that just because you have a noble status, you can act arrogantly in front of me. What? You little brat dare to curse me? The Otsutsuki ancestor hated being called arrogant the most because he indeed acted very arrogantly. However, everyone fears having their shortcomings pointed out. Therefore, the Otsutsuki ancestor was furious. Originally, he wanted to kill Kazama directly, but now that Kazama dared to act arrogantly in front of him, he could not let him die too easily. Thus, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately unleashed all his strength. In just a few encounters, he directly disabled Kazama. At this moment, Kazama could never have anticipated that he, who was supposed to be so powerful, would be easily defeated by the Otsutsuki ancestor. This was something Kazama could not even dream of. At the same time, the three Otsutsuki kings, who had instigated all this, were also in disbelief. Originally, they wanted to use the strengths of Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor to make them fight to the death, then reap the benefits. But now, The Otsutsuki ancestor was so powerful that he had already incapacitated Keisuke's from start. How could they achieve their goal of letting them both suffer? If they couldn't let them both suffer, how could they reap the benefits? Chapter 246. Mysterious Master appears, but at this time, whether the three Otsutsuki kings believed it or not, the fact had already occurred. And at this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor, seeing that Keisuke had completely lost his combat ability, did not immediately kill him. Instead, he grabbed Keisuke and directly set up a formation, throwing Keisuke into this array, making him unable to seek life or death. At this time, the three Otsutsuki kings knew that they would definitely be killed by the Otsutsuki ancestor next. After all, the Otsutsuki ancestor had already said that after killing Keisuke, he would deal with the three of them. Therefore, in order to have a chance to continue living, the three Otsutsuki kings immediately pleaded with the Otsutsuki ancestor. I say, Otsutsuki ancestor, you are truly amazing, truly powerful. Yes, I never expected your methods to be so impressive. Not only incapacitating Keisuke, but also making him unable to seek life or death. That's right, Otsutsuki ancestor. You may not know, but Keisuke is very cunning. The Otsutsuki king has caught him several times, yet he still managed to escape. Now, I don't know if you can entrust the task of guarding Keisuke to us. That's right, we can definitely help you keep a proper watch on Keisuke and not let him escape. At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor was indeed afraid that Keisuke would escape. So he agreed to the request of the three Otsutsuki kings and directly nodded to them. At this time, the three Otsutsuki kings saw that the Otsutsuki ancestor did not kill them, but instead assigned them the task of guarding Keisuke. This immediately made them overjoyed. After the Otsutsuki ancestor left, the three Otsutsuki kings immediately came to the outside of the formation. At this moment, Keisuke had already been beaten to a pulp by the formation, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and was on the verge of death. The three Otsutsuki kings understood the principle of killing the rabbit and cooking the dog, so they absolutely could not let Keisuke be killed like this. Because if Keisuke died, the three of them would also be killed by the Otsutsuki ancestor. The three great kings of the Daitangmu immediately whispered to Kazama, "Brother Kazama, we are not betraying you. We know that the Daitangmu ancestor's strength is incredibly high, which is why we use this ploy. Indeed, the Daitangmu ancestor has severely injured you and locked you in this formation. This was all part of our plan. Next, we will rescue you, and then launch a surprise attack on the Daitangmu ancestor, and we will definitely defeat him in no time. You 3 dog bastards, do you really think I, Kazama, will still believe your nonsense?" At this moment, Kazama was extremely angry with the 3 great kings of the Daitangmu, so he completely ignored them. Seeing that Kazama was unwilling to join forces with them, the 3 kings felt embarrassed. However, they did not give up because they knew that if Kazama died, their own lives would be forfeit as well. So the 3 great kings of the Daitangmu kept bowing to Kazama in the formation. Logically, a steadfast man like Kazama would never cooperate with the 3 kings again. But at this moment, Kazama thought that even though he was upright and he was always being deceived by these petty people. Since that was the case, he might as well use a counter-strategy to feign an alliance with the 3 great kings of the Daitangmu. As long as they could defeat the Daitangmu ancestor, he could kill the 3 kings and take his revenge. Once he thought of this, Kazama nodded at the 3 great kings. At this point, the 3 kings were still unaware of Kazama's true intentions. They immediately used all their skills to rescue him. Meanwhile, the Daitangmu ancestor was resting elsewhere and had entrusted the matter of watching over Kazama entirely to the 3 great kings. So he was unaware that they had betrayed him again. Then, the 3 great kings hurriedly treated Kazama's injuries, and within moments, he was back to his prime. Kazama initially wanted to kill the 3 kings immediately, but then he thought that to completely defeat the Daitangmu ancestor, it would be best to have their assistance. Moreover, he needed to acquire the Daitangmu ancestor's abilities, which required obtaining the ancestor's remnants. Therefore, Kazama ordered the 3 great kings to bring him the Daitangmu ancestor's remnants. The more the better. The 3 kings knew that Kazama had the ability to extract ninjutsu from the remnants, which made them envious but clueless about the intricacies involved. Thus, they could only comply. Furthermore, they had placed all their hopes on Kazama, not to mention bringing back the Daitangmu ancestor's remnants. They would even comply if Kazama asked them to bring the ancestor's little secret. The 3 great kings happily nodded at Kazama. Then, in no time, they arrived at the Daitangmu ancestor's encampment and began searching for the remnants he had discarded. After a few moments, the 3 kings brought the remnants back to Kazama. Without saying a word, Kazama immediately began to extract from them. Soon, golden light surrounded him as his strength skyrocketed, reaching the same level as the Daytomu ancestor. This made Kazama extremely happy. At this moment, the three great kings were thrilled to see Kazama's power was truly on par with the Daytomu ancestors. They began to flatter him. "Brother Kazama, your current strength is incredible. You are our ancestor. Also, after you defeat the Daytomu ancestor, could you let us handle his corpse? It would allow us to gain some of the Daytomu ancestor's abilities, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing the request from the three great kings, Kazama initially wanted to scold them. He could no longer consider the three kings as his allies and certainly would not allow them to gain the Daytomu ancestors' powers. However, for the sake of caution, he still needed to rely on the three kings' abilities. So he pretended to agree and nodded. Under the lead of the three great kings, the now significantly strengthened Kazama headed towards the resting Daytomu ancestor. Although the ancestor was resting, his perception was exceptionally keen. He sensed that Kazama had broken through his formation and was rushing towards him, which made him extremely angry. The Daytomu ancestor shouted in anger and charged at Kazama. At that moment, the ancestor did not know that Kazama's strength was now equal to his own, so he thought Kazama was overestimating himself by coming to confront him. Thus, the Daytomu ancestor attacked Kazama while continuously berating him. "You little bastard, I didn't kill you immediately before because I wanted to punish you. But you didn't show me any respect and dared to break free from my formation. You even dared to join forces with the three great kings of the Daytomu to attack me? Fine, since that's the case, I will no longer give you face. I will personally crush you to dust." Hearing the Daytomu ancestor's words, Kazama couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What? You dare to mock me?" At this moment, the Daytomu ancestor thought that after he said this, Kazama would surely be terrified and sweat profusely, even wetting himself. However, he did not expect that Kazama not only did not feel afraid, but instead laughed maniacally at him. This clearly indicated that Kazama did not take him seriously, which was something the Daytomu ancestor could not accept. After all, the Daytomu ancestor considered himself the founder of the Daytomu planet, and no one dared to show off in front of him. Yet a mere ant, a lowly earthling like Kazama, continued to flaunt himself in front of him. How could he possibly endure this? Unfortunately, whether he accepted it or not, Kazama was already laughing uncontrollably. This only made the Daytomu ancestor even angrier, and he shouted furiously, "Kazama, you little bastard, you really think you're impressive now? Fine, since that's the case, I will use all my strength to make you wish you were dead." However, the Daytomu ancestor had yet to react to what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Kazama knocked him to the ground. What? How is this possible? At this moment, the Daytomu ancestor could not believe that the Kazama who had once been his subordinate had now managed to knock him down. This was something he would never have dared to dream of. The Daytomu ancestor looked at Kazama in shock. "Kid, how the hell have you become so impressive in just a few days? How I became this impressive is none of your business. Anyway, I tell you, Otsutsuki ancestor, Kazama, didn't want to bother with you before, but since you've been showing off in front of me repeatedly, I have no choice but to kill you." What? At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor, who clearly had the upper hand, was almost backstabbed by Kazama. This made him break out in a cold sweat. He realized that if this continued, he might really be killed by Kazama. As the founder of the Otsutsuki planet, if I were to be killed by Kazama, it would be a huge embarrassment. So the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately used all his skills to resist Kazama's frenzied attacks. He quickly turned to the three Otsutsuki kings aside and said, "I tell you three old fools, you clearly submitted to me before. Now you betrayed me. According to the rules, I should kill you immediately, but I will spare you this time. However, you must help me kill that bastard Kazama right now. If you don't help me, you will pay for it." Haha, too funny. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings laughed uncontrollably upon hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's words. They had already witnessed Kazama's strong power, so they had no intention of siding with the Otsutsuki ancestor. Seeing the Otsutsuki ancestor clearly on the verge of death, yet still daring to threaten them, was extremely amusing. I say, Otsutsuki ancestor, you really are getting old and confused. If you are confused, I advise you go see a psychiatrist. You are obviously no match for our big brother Kazama. Yet you still dare to show off in front of him? I tell you, there is no way we will side with you. After all, siding with you is worse than siding with Kazama. At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor realized that he had lost the support of everyone. This left him extremely shocked. Then, as Kazama made his move, he struck the stunned Otsutsuki ancestor, leaving him battered and bruised. Kazama originally wanted to tear apart this evil Otsutsuki ancestor who had committed countless atrocities, but suddenly he found he could not kill him. This surprised Kazama. At that moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor saw Kazama's shocked expression and immediately understood what Kazama was thinking. He burst into laughter again. Haha, I tell you, Kazama, although you can defeat me, you cannot kill me. The reason is that we both share the same lineage of Otsutsuki ninjutsu, so you cannot kill me unless your strength surpasses mine. When Kazama heard the Otsutsuki ancestor's words, he felt a bit regretful that he could not eliminate this unforgivable Otsutsuki ancestor. However, he thought it was fine. After all, as long as he could defeat and control this Otsutsuki ancestor, he could restore peace to the Otsutsuki planet. So Kazama immediately used a sealing technique to seal the Otsutsuki ancestor. At this moment, the three Otsutsuki kings were still unaware that Kazama was about to turn against them. Therefore, the three Otsutsuki kings approached Kazama with smiles, flattering him, and hoping he would hand the now incapacitated Otsutsuki ancestor over to them, so they could absorb his power. Upon hearing the three Otsutsuki kings' request, Kazama sneered coldly and directly incapacitated all three of them as well. What? How could this be? Are you crazy? At this moment, when the Otsutsuki ancestor saw Kazama attacking him, they were all taken aback. They knew that it was they who had betrayed Kazama, and Kazama had never gone back on his word. However, now Kazama had turned against them, which they could not comprehend, regardless of whether they could understand it or not. The fact had already occurred. At this moment, Kazama ignored the angry curses of the three Otsutsuki kings and used a spell to trap them in place. With a serious expression, he said to the three Otsutsuki kings, I tell you three miscreants, I, Kazama, never sincerely wanted to cooperate with you. Although this is somewhat unethical, it is reasonable for me to do so against you treacherous and opportunistic traitors. So don't pretend to be pitiful anymore. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Clearly doing treacherous deeds, yet still daring to act like a gentleman in front of others. Just then, a strange voice suddenly appeared in Kazama's ear. Chapter 247, The Otsutsuki Clan's Arch-Nemesis. At this moment, upon hearing this strange voice daring to insult him, Kazama was furious. After all, Kazama was a man of integrity, and he hated it when others insulted him for no reason. So he immediately became enraged and was about to attack this stranger. But before Kazama could react, he was kicked to the ground by this stranger. This left Kazama shocked once again. After all, Kazama's strength was comparable to that of the Otsutsuki ancestor. And even the Otsutsuki ancestor was not his opponent. So why was this stranger able to kick him down? Not only was Kazama shocked, but even the three Otsutsuki kings and the Otsutsuki ancestor were equally astonished. However, their shock was not because Kazama was knocked down, but because of the identity of this man. This newcomer was the arch-nemesis of the Otsutsuki planet, the Pluto clan. This person was the top expert of Pluto, the old ghost of the underworld. It's known that Pluto and the Otsutsuki planet fought hundreds of battles every year. Since the strengths of the Otsutsuki planet and Pluto were nearly equal, they would often suffer mutual losses. However, due to Kazama's recent series of reforms on the Otsutsuki planet, many of its arrogant and ruthless figures have been killed, significantly weakening the Otsutsuki planet's strength. The ninjas of Pluto had initially looked down on Kazama, intending to kill him. But after seeing Kazama directly help weaken the Otsutsuki planet, they were overjoyed. Thus, the ninjas of Pluto decided to wait for Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor to weaken each other before launching their attack. At this moment, the old ghost of the underworld took the opportunity to arrive at the Otsutsuki planet and knock Kazama to the ground. At this moment, although Kazama did not know the identity of the newcomer, he could tell from the shocked expressions of the three Otsutsuki kings and the Otsutsuki ancestor that the person must be their enemy. However, Kazama never expected that the strength of this old ghost of the underworld river would be so formidable and powerful. Before Kazama could ask anything, the old ghost of the underworld river once again stepped on Kazama's face and sneered at him. You little bastard. Do you really think that just because you fought the Otsutsuki ancestor to a standstill, you could be my opponent? Let me tell you, a piece of trash like you can be killed with just a few punches and kicks. Hearing the old ghost's furious insults, Kazama remained silent. Instead, the three Otsutsuki kings immediately tried to flee. They knew that they were deadly enemies with the ninjas from the Underworld Star. Now that the powerful Otsutsuki ancestor had arrived, he would definitely attack them. After all, they were from the Otsutsuki planet. Unfortunately, before the three Otsutsuki kings could escape, the old ghost of the underworld river struck them down to the ground with a palm. Then, he used a formation to control the three Otsutsuki kings. Originally, I was going to kill you immediately and turn you into ashes, but your chakra can enhance my strength. Therefore, I will refine you into chakra pills to increase my power. Otherwise, when a large number of ninjas from the underworld star arrive, I want to have such good loot. As the old ghost of the underworld river spoke, he began to refine the 3 Otsutsuki kings. Kazama was left for last because he was the strongest. Refining Kazama would take a long time, so the old ghost decided to deal with him last. At this moment, Kazama was furious to see that he had already defeated the final boss, the Otsutsuki ancestor, but now a new threat had emerged. This made Kazama extremely angry. However, he was not only angry but also very surprised. Despite exerting all his strength, he still could not break free from the old ghost restraints, which truly shocked him. Just then, the Otsutsuki ancestor, who had been trapped on the ground, immediately cast a secret transfer technique towards Kazama. Kid, do you want to take revenge now? Oh, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's words, Kazama immediately became interested. Although he and the Otsutsuki ancestor had been bitter enemies, Kazama knew that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Now that the Otsutsuki ancestor had said this, it indicated that he was willing to ally with Kazama against the old ghost of the underworld river. This gave Kazama a glimmer of hope. So Kazama nodded immediately. The Otsutsuki ancestor then said to Kazama, Kid, I'll tell you the truth. The old ghost of the underworld river is a deadly enemy of our Otsutsuki clan. After he refines the 3 Otsutsuki kings into chakra ammunition, he will definitely attack us. Therefore, we must set aside our past grievances and work together. I know that, so stop the nonsense. What? You dare to be impatient? At this moment, Kazama was too anxious and did not want to engage in small talk with the Otsutsuki ancestor. So his tone became a bit harsh. However, the Otsutsuki ancestor was someone who liked to engage in small talk, seeing that he had lowered himself to ally with Kazama. But Kazama still did not give him a good face. The ancestor was infuriated. However, he also knew that the urgent matter at hand was to unite with Kazama to deal with the old ghost of the underworld river. Otherwise, neither of them would survive. So, the Otsutsuki ancestor had to swallow his anger and said to Kazama again, Kid, since the great enemy is upon us, I don't want to argue with you. Let me tell you the truth. The old ghost of the underworld river should not be your opponent. After all, our strengths are about equal now. He shouldn't be able to kick you down. Oh, then why was he so impressive earlier? That's because he is very skilled in using poison. He has already injected poison around you. Since this poison is colorless and tasteless, it's particularly powerful, so you couldn't detect it. Now your strength has been greatly weakened, which is why he could kick you down. Actually, I was attacked by the old ghost of the underworld river using this trick before, so I developed a method to detoxify during my closed-door training. If you're willing to ally with me, I can teach you this method to help you escape. Oh, is that true? Of course. The Otsutsuki ancestor never lie. All right, if that's the case, then I'm willing to cooperate with you. Do you think just saying you want to cooperate will make me believe you? You must swear an oath, and it has to be done using our Otsutsuki clan's unique method. Upon hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's words, Kazama had no choice but to comply and used all his strength to make an oath. That is, if he betrayed the Otsutsuki ancestor in the future, he would suffer divine retribution, unable to seek life or death. This poison oath is very effective. After all, Kazama had already gained the power of the Otsutsuki ancestor, so he was quite familiar with the unique oath of the Otsutsuki clan. However, to defeat the arrogant old ghost of the underworld river, Kazama had to go along with it. At this moment, the old ghost of the underworld river was still unaware that Kazama had started using the detoxification technique. He was continuously refining the 3 Otsutsuki kings. But just when he was halfway through the refinement, Kazama resolved the poison in his body and suddenly shouted angrily, kicking the old ghost of the underworld river to the ground. At this time, the old ghost saw that Kazama was clearly not his opponent before, but now he had been counterattacked in an instant, which truly surprised him. So the old ghost immediately launched another poison attack. Unfortunately, Kazama had learned from experience and would not be hit by poison again. So, Kazama once again threw a few punches and kicks, directly making the old ghost of the underworld river see stars. It should be noted that although the old ghost of the underworld river was about equal in strength to Kazama, Kazama had mastered many other ninjutsu. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, Kazama was naturally much stronger than the old ghost. After a few combination punches, the old ghost was unable to withstand it. Seeing that he could not match Kazama's fists and kicks, the old ghost could only start cursing at Kazama. "Kazamaki, you little brat, you bastard. Don't think just because you're in a better position now that you can act tough in front of me. I'll tell you the truth. I'm just a messenger of Pluto. If you dare to kill me, our ruler from Pluto will definitely tear you apart and turn you to ashes. And not only will they tear you apart, but they will also destroy your Earth, making it so you can't live or die. Slap. But before the old ghost of the underworld could finish cursing, Kazamaki slapped him 3 times, directly turning his face into a pig's head. You should know that Kazamaki hates being threatened more than anything else. He also hates arrogance and tyranny even more. Yet this old ghost of the underworld embodies both. How could Kazamaki not be angry? Just as Kazamaki was ready to kill the old ghost of the underworld, Otsutsuki ancestor stopped him. Kazamaki, if you really kill the 3 kings of the Otsutsuki now, then Pluto will definitely send someone to attack you. I suggest you spare this old ghost of the underworld's life for now, then find a way to control him and use him to attack Pluto. What do you think? Not bad. At that moment, when Kazamaki heard the Otsutsuki ancestor's plan, he found it very reasonable. After all, Kazamaki knew that high-level planets like Pluto had their own genuine life soul lamps. This means that if their ninjas die, the people on their planet will know. At that time, they would come after him, and he would have endless trouble. So Kazamaki naturally listened to the Otsutsuki ancestor's words and decided to spare the nearly dying old ghost of the underworld for the time being. Subsequently, Kazamaki released the Otsutsuki ancestor from his bindings. At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor, relying on his powerful abilities, recovered from all his injuries in no time. He then coldly looked at the old ghost of the underworld, who was lying on the ground. Old ghost of the underworld, you bastard. Do you really think our Otsutsuki clan has no one? You actually dared to come here alone and act tough. Next, I'm going to absorb your techniques and then disguise myself as you to launch a counterattack against Pluto. As the Otsutsuki ancestor spoke, he immediately prepared to cast techniques on the old ghost of the underworld and refine him. But at that moment, Kazamaki immediately stopped her. The Otsutsuki ancestor, furious, asked Kazamaki, "What do you want?" "I'm about to attack this old ghost of the underworld, and he's our common enemy. Do you want to go back on our oath and betray us? I advise you to think carefully. If you betray me, you will suffer the pain of being turned to ashes." Haha. But as soon as the Otsutsuki ancestor finished speaking, Kazamaki laughed and shook his head. "Otsutsuki ancestor, don't be so nervous. I, Kazamaki, have never been someone who goes back on my word. I just want to tell you that if you want to absorb this old ghost of the underworld abilities, you can, but we must split it evenly. You take half. I take half." What? Hearing Kazamaki's demand, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately flew into a rage. She was always someone who wanted to take advantage of everything for herself, so she was unwilling to share anything with others. Chapter 248, A Million Troops from Pluto. Kazamaki, who do you think you are, daring to share with me? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my plan earlier, you would have been killed by the old ghost of Pluto long ago. Now you still dare to act tough in front of me? I'll tell you the truth. The chakra of the old ghost of Pluto must be monopolized by me alone. Otherwise, I will immediately part ways with you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Kazamaki, upon hearing the Otsutsuki ancestor's words, burst into laughter. Because the Otsutsuki ancestor was clearly not his opponent, yet she still dared to act tough in front of him, which was simply ridiculous. So, with a few punches and kicks, Kazamaki knocked the Otsutsuki ancestor to the ground. At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor never expected that Kazamaki, who had just made a solemn vow in front of her, saying that if he didn't cooperate with her, he would suffer a fate worse than death, would actually dare to attack her. This was clearly a violation of his vow. The Otsutsuki ancestor immediately laughed maniacally at Kazamaki, saying, "Kid, I know your power is stronger than mine. I admit I can't beat you. But don't forget, you previously swore an oath, and now that you've knocked me down, it means you don't want to cooperate with me anymore. So you will definitely suffer a heart-wrenching pain. Good. Now I really want to experience what this heart-wrenching pain feels like." As Kazamaki said this, he sat and waited for the heavenly punishment to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, the punishment did not come. This shocked the Otsutsuki ancestor greatly. She immediately looked Kazamaki up and down. "How is this possible? I remember you clearly swore an oath, and it was with the bloodline power of your Otsutsuki clan. Why haven't you been punished now?" That's because... As Kazamaki spoke, he laughed wildly at the Otsutsuki ancestor again. "It's simple, because when I swore earlier, I'd already cast my unique illusion on you. In other words, I didn't make a proper vow, but deceived you." What? At that moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor was completely caught off guard, realizing that she had been played by Kazamaki. It was like years of hunting geese only to be pecked in the eye by a goose now. Or one could say she had capsized in the gutter. The Otsutsuki ancestor immediately flew into a rage, disregarding everything and trying to attack Kazamaki. But at that moment, Kazamaki unleashed a series of combo punches, knocking the Otsutsuki ancestor to the ground, looking for her teeth. Kazamaki then, with a face full of anger, said to the Otsutsuki ancestor, "Let me tell you, Otsutsuki ancestor, I don't want to deal with you too much anymore. Now I'm giving you one condition. You and I will immediately split the chakra of the old ghost of Pluto evenly. This way, I can continue to ally with you against the upcoming large number of ninjas from Pluto. Otherwise, I will face the ninjas from Pluto alone, and you'll be killed by me." Well, at this moment, upon hearing Kazamaki's words, the Otsutsuki ancestor began to ponder. Kazamaki was always someone who did what he said, and if I don't cooperate with him now, he might really kill me. As a dignified Otsutsuki ancestor, having just emerged from seclusion for a few days, if I were to be killed by Kazamaki, wouldn't that be something to be laughed at? Since that's the case, I might as well ally with Kazamaki. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and compared to Kazamaki, Pluto is the most powerful opposing force. Once this thought crossed her mind, the Otsutsuki ancestor could only nod helplessly. At this moment, Kazamaki also understood that the Otsutsuki ancestor had reluctantly agreed to ally with him. It is not a genuine alliance with oneself. However, Kazama doesn't mind, because Kazama knows that to truly defeat this Pluto, one must ally with the Otsutsuki ancestor. Firstly, the overall strength of Pluto is extremely high and impressive. Secondly, Kazama is not completely unfamiliar with Pluto. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. If Kazama does not understand the enemy now, all that awaits him is defeat. Therefore, Kazama must join forces with the cunning Otsutsuki ancestor. Subsequently, Kazama quickly absorbed the chakra of the Pluto ancestor with the Otsutsuki ancestor in a matter of moments. After that, the strength of Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor had truly increased. However, at this time, although the chakra of the Pluto ancestor had been absorbed by Kazama and the Otsutsuki ancestor, they still left him with a breath of life. After all, Kazama knows that he cannot let Pluto know about the death of the Pluto ancestor for the time being. If they found out, they would immediately attack him. And now, Kazama still does not know the strength of the other side, or if they have any special abilities. Therefore, Kazama must be prepared to engage them in an earnest battle. Kazama then immediately instructed the Otsutsuki ancestor, "Now tell me what special abilities Pluto has, and how should we guard against them?" At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor, upon hearing Kazama's command, initially did not want to pay attention to him. After all, the Otsutsuki ancestor looked down on Kazama. However, the Otsutsuki ancestor knew that he alone was not a match for Pluto. Moreover, if he did not tell Kazama the truth, Kazama's personality would surely lead him to guess that he was not genuinely cooperating. If that happened, Kazama would definitely turn against him. Realizing this, the Otsutsuki ancestor reluctantly explained everything clearly to Kazama. The strength of Pluto is not much different from that of our Otsutsuki clan, but the people of Pluto are particularly skilled in assassination. They are adept at stealth, poison, traps, and formations. Therefore, if we were to fight them next, we must confront them head-on and absolutely cannot engage in sneak attacks, as we would definitely fail in that scenario. Of course, I know that. No need to waste your breath. Kazama replied coldly upon learning about Pluto's strength. At this moment, the Otsutsuki ancestor did not expect that after he had just explained everything clearly to Kazama, Kazama would dare to disregard him and undermine their alliance. This instantly infuriated him. The Otsutsuki ancestor then secretly thought, "Since Kazama has repeatedly disrespected me, fine, I will use Pluto's strength to make Kazama and them fight to the bitter end. Then I will take the opportunity to reclaim my position as the ruler of the Otsutsuki planet. If all goes well, I might even be able to conquer Pluto as well. Haha." Upon thinking of this, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Kazama, unaware of the Otsutsuki ancestor's scheme, had shown a cold demeanor towards him earlier, simply because Kazama is straightforward and harbors no ill will. After all, Kazama is a man of integrity. However, he did not expect that the Otsutsuki ancestor had so many ulterior motives. Shortly after, the leader of Pluto, seeing that the Pluto ancestor he sent out had not returned for a long time, was shocked. The leader of Pluto then immediately led millions of troops toward the Otsutsuki planet. Although the leader of Pluto had not yet confirmed the news of the Pluto ancestor's death, he was a meticulous person. He thought that even if the Pluto ancestor was not dead, he might have been captured by the enemy. If he did not hurry to rescue the Pluto ancestor, word would spread, and his Pluto would be ridiculed by everyone. At this time, Kazama had already ordered the citizens of the Otsutsuki planet to enhance their defenses and instructed them to prepare for defense. Therefore, although the million-strong army of Pluto came fiercely, they were still blocked by Kazama's forces. The leader of Pluto then stood amidst the thousands of troops and loudly shouted at Kazama and the others, "Who the hell is in charge here? Get out here right now. I have questions to ask." Hearing this, the Otsutsuki ancestor immediately sneered at Kazama and said, "So, now you're the strongest here, Kazama. You should step forward since you are the ruler of the Otsutsuki planet." When Kazama heard the Otsutsuki ancestor's words, he coldly smiled. He knew what the Otsutsuki ancestor was thinking. The reason the Otsutsuki ancestor did not want to admit that he was the leader of the Otsutsuki clan was not that he was weaker than Kazama, but because he wanted to reap the benefits without getting involved and did not want the leader of Pluto to be angry with him. Although Kazama was aware of the Otsutsuki ancestor's thoughts, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Kazama is a man of principle and integrity. Therefore, even if the other party held a grudge against him, Kazama was not afraid. Kazama immediately stepped forward to face the army. At this moment, the leader of Pluto initially thought that the person who would appear would be from the Otsutsuki clan, but to his surprise, it was Kazama, a human from Earth. This suddenly astonished the leader of Pluto, who then revealed a mocking smile and began to scrutinize Kazama. It seems that the Otsutsuki planet is truly backward, allowing a little Earthling to be their leader. What trash, what waste. At this time, Kazama originally wanted to negotiate with the leader of Pluto earnestly. He thought that they could discuss matters openly. However, Kazama did not expect that the leader of Pluto would start cursing him the moment they met. How could Kazama not be angry? Moreover, as a man of integrity, he absolutely cannot tolerate being insulted repeatedly. Therefore, Kazama immediately glared at the leader of Pluto and said, "Let me tell you, you better watch your mouth. Although I am from Earth, I'm also a truly noble Earthling and absolutely cannot tolerate your mockery." At this moment, the leader of Pluto, upon hearing Kazama's words, not only did not relent, but instead laughed even harder. "Did I hear wrong? You, a little punk, dare to act tough in front of me and say you want my respect? Let me tell you, you have no right to earn my respect." With that, the leader of Pluto angrily charged at Kazama. "Kid, I can kill you in one round." Although the leader of Pluto didn't know Kazama's true strength, he thought that since Kazama was from Earth, he must be weak trash. Therefore, in the eyes of the Pluto leader, Kazama was just an ant. However, he didn't expect that Kazama's power had far surpassed his own, and even that of many ninjas from the Otsutsuki and Pluto planets. Thus, now that he was fighting Kazama, he immediately regretted it. After all, the strength Kazama displayed had already exceeded his own by a large margin. At this moment, although the Pluto leader had not yet been defeated, he was struggling greatly against Kazama. If it weren't for his constant harassment using poison techniques, he would have been knocked to the ground by Kazama long ago. At this point, the Pluto leader was increasingly fearful as he fought, because he had previously boasted that he could defeat Kazama in one round. But now, after hundreds of rounds of fighting, he still had not defeated Kazama, and he even felt that he was subtly at a disadvantage. This made the Pluto leader feel very embarrassed. So, he immediately stopped fighting and pretended to say to Kazama, "All right, kid, I'm here mainly to find my companion, the old Pluto ancestor, and I don't want to fight you too much. So if you know what's good for you, let my companion go immediately, or I'll kill you." But before the Pluto leader could finish his sentence, the old Otsutsuki suddenly appeared next to Kazama. "Kazama, according to your previous orders, we have completely killed the old Pluto ancestor, and now we can launch a counterattack on Pluto." What? Hearing the old Otsutsuki's sudden words, both Kazama and the Pluto leader were shocked. At this moment, Kazama instantly realized that this was the old Otsutsuki's scheme to sow discord. The goal was to incite anger between him and the Pluto leader. And at this time, upon hearing that his companion, the old Pluto ancestor, had been killed, the Pluto leader was immediately furious, venting all his anger on Kazama. He once again unleashed all his strength to attack Kazama. Meanwhile, Kazama was defending against the Pluto leader's attacks while looking at the old Otsutsuki with a face full of resentment. But at this moment, the old Otsutsuki had already disappeared without a trace, making Kazama almost go mad. Chapter 249. Not recognizing a good person's heart, however, at this time, the Pluto leader did not know that this was the old Otsutsuki's trick, so he still charged toward Kazama without hesitation. This immediately put Kazama in a difficult position. It should be known that with Kazama's strength, dealing with the Pluto leader would be quite easy. After all, Kazama's current strength was on par with the Pluto leader. But now, the Pluto leader was not attacking alone. He had millions of troops behind him. It should be noted that the strength of these millions of Pluto troops was not something ordinary people could compare with. Therefore, Kazama was having a very troublesome time dealing with it. Moreover, Kazama knew that the reason the old Otsutsuki had said such things earlier was to create a rift between him and the Pluto leader. Once a rift was formed, the two of them would end up bruised and battered, or even mutually destructive. At that time, the old Otsutsuki would come to reap the benefits. Kazama was very clear about this. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama knew he absolutely could not fight the Pluto leader to a standstill. If it really came to that, then he would truly have fallen into the old Otsutsuki's trap. So, Kazama quickly shouted to the Pluto leader, "I tell you, leader, I really don't want to fight you too much, but it's not because I'm afraid of you. It's because you've fallen for the old Otsutsuki's scheme. If you continue to exert all your strength and lead your millions of troops against me, you will surely die a terrible death." Ha ha! But at this moment, before Kazama could finish speaking, the Pluto leader burst into laughter. However, he laughed while still attacking furiously. He did not order his subordinates to stop attacking, but continued to attack Kazama while pointing at him and cursing. "I'll tell you this, you little bastard. Don't think that just because you have a silver tongue, you can act tough in front of me. I tell you, I am a man of iron and bone. But you kill my loyal subordinate, the old Pluto ancestor. How could I possibly forgive you? So if you want to live, there is only one way. Bow down and beg for mercy, and then kill yourself. Maybe I'll leave you a whole corpse." This really infuriated me. At this time, Kazama originally thought that by speaking kindly to persuade the Pluto leader, he could unite with him. But Kazama did not expect that the Pluto leader would be so disrespectful. He had clearly spoken the truth to him, yet the Pluto leader was still acting tough in front of him. This was something Kazama really could not tolerate. So Kazama immediately became furious and jumped into action, directly engaging in battle with the Pluto leader. At this moment, the Pluto leader thought that with Kazama's strength, he would never dare to fight him. After all, Kazama was alone, while he had millions of troops. However, he greatly underestimated Kazama's courage and strength. Kazama was someone who would face whatever came his way. He feared nothing. Moreover, Kazama had always been one to become stronger against powerful opponents. So at that moment, Kazama gritted his teeth and fought fiercely with the millions of troops led by the Pluto leader. Meanwhile, the old Otsutsuki, who was hidden nearby, was overjoyed to see Kazama truly engage in battle with the Pluto army, because his strategy was exactly as Kazama had thought. He wanted to incite conflict between Kazama and the Pluto leader, leading to mutual destruction. This way, he could reap the benefits. Not long after, Kazama was continuously pushed back by the millions of Pluto troops. Although in terms of one-on-one strength, Kazama was stronger than any of them, he was still outnumbered. It was truly difficult to fight against so many. After several rounds, Kazama was forced to retreat continuously, eventually collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the Pluto leader saw Kazama battered and bruised and immediately burst into wild laughter. Then he stepped on Kazama's body with one foot. "Kazama, you bastard. Weren't you very impressive before? Stop pretending in front of me, saying you're not afraid. Let me tell you, even Pluto wouldn't dare to say it's not afraid, especially you. This earthborn piece of trash. Today, I will definitely turn you into ashes." Just as the Pluto leader was about to attack the fallen and gasping Kaze, the ancestor of the Tsutsuki, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly flew towards the Pluto leader to kill him. At this point, the Pluto leader and his million-strong army had already been severely beaten by Kaze. This was the perfect moment for the Tsutsuki ancestor to strike, as both sides were at a disadvantage. The Pluto leader never expected that the Tsutsuki ancestor was indeed lurking nearby, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Just as Kaze had said, this sudden realization startled the Pluto leader. He then began to fend off the frenzied attacks of the Tsutsuki ancestor while angrily cursing at him. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me now? Not bad. I'm going to take action against you, and I'll tell you the truth. Feng Jian did not kill your Pluto ancestor, but I was the one who killed your Pluto ancestor. And the reason I'm doing this now is to make sure both you and Feng Jian suffer from mutual destruction, so that I can recover both the Tsutsuki planet and your Pluto planet." I was right, wasn't I? At this moment, the once near-death Kazama, who was lying on the ground, suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Then, Kazama reappeared unscathed on the other side. right in front of the Otsutsuki ancestor and the leader of Pluto. Seeing Kazama's sudden appearance shocked not only the Otsutsuki ancestor, but also left the leader of Pluto in disbelief. After all, the leader of Pluto clearly remembered that he had previously beaten Kazama to a pulp. Yet now Kazama was somehow still alive. One could only wonder how he could not be astonished. At this moment, before the leader of Pluto and the Otsutsuki ancestor could ask, Kazama immediately took the initiative to speak. Let me tell you, today, I, Kazama, simply used a ploy of feigned defeat, making one of my clones fall to the ground, pretending that you had one. In fact, my real body has long been hidden away with the purpose of drawing out the Otsutsuki ancestor, the mastermind behind it all. Now that you, Otsutsuki ancestor, have shown yourself, can you, leader of Pluto, believe what I say? Are you willing to join forces with me? At this moment, the leader of Pluto immediately understood that Feng Jian was indeed sincere and earnest upon hearing his words. He then solemnly nodded to Feng Jian and said, "Little brother, you are right. Today, I was indeed too arrogant and overbearing. I shouldn't have shown off in front of you. Since that's the case, I will immediately join forces with you to deal with that old bastard Otsutsuki." What? At this moment, the Otsutsuki elder never expected that Kazama, who should have been dead, was still alive. Moreover, Kazama had teamed up with the leader of Pluto. In just a few exchanges, he had even guessed the elder's plan. This left him in disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, the reality was right in front of him. Therefore, the Otsutsuki elder could only flee immediately. He knew that with his own strength alone, he could not possibly compete against Kazama and the leader of Pluto. After all, if he couldn't even handle Kazama alone, how could he deal with the two of them working together? Unfortunately, Kazama had already anticipated that Otsutsuki would run away. Therefore, in just a moment of confrontation, he had already blocked Otsutsuki's path. Kazama originally intended to use a self-inflicted injury tactic to make Kazama stop attacking him, believing that Kazama was a very kind person. He thought he could exploit Kazama's kindness to deceive him. However, he did not expect that although Kazama was kind, he was not foolish. Moreover, Kazama had already seen that Otsutsuki was an irredeemable scoundrel. Therefore, Kazama would never forgive him under any circumstances. In just a moment of confrontation, Kazama immediately struck Otsutsuki into oblivion. At this moment, the leader of the Pluto saw Kazama's strong strength and decisive actions, and he was greatly impressed. Thus, the Pluto leader immediately gave Kazama a thumbs up and solemnly said to him, "I said, little brother Kazama, previously because of Otsutsuki's provocation, I really thought you were a scoundrel. But now seeing your righteousness, I, the leader of Pluto, am willing to become sworn brothers with you. What do you think?" "Sure, of course, no problem." At this moment, Feng Jian honestly had no significant grievances with the leader of Pluto. Therefore, when he saw such a powerful expert willing to become his brother, Feng Jian was naturally very pleased. After all, Feng Jian knew that a good man has 3 helpers, and many hands make light work. The more helpers he had, the more solid his rule over the Otsutsuki planet would be. At this time, after the leader of Pluto became an ally with Feng Jian wanted to show hospitality, so he invited the Pluto army to his Otsutsuki planet to treat them, allowing them to eat, drink, and have fun. At this moment, a follower next to the Pluto leader looked puzzled and asked, "My lord, you used to dislike those trash ninjas from Earth very much, but why are you now allying with Feng Jian, this clown? Is it because Feng Jian is strong, and you have come to admire him?" Clap, clap, clap. Unfortunately, before Feng Jian could finish speaking, the leader of Pluto immediately slapped him 3 times, knocking him to the ground. "Damn, are you looking for death? I am the noble leader of Pluto. How could I possibly be completely devoted to that little brat Kazama? But why did you join forces with him earlier?" "Hee hee, that's because that little rascal Kazama is now considered the trash of this planet. But this trash is indeed very powerful and can already match me. Therefore, if we were to fight to a mutual destruction, it wouldn't be a good thing for us, so I might as well come up with a different strategy." "Oh, what strategy?" "This plan is very simple. It is to gain the trust of that little rascal Kazama. I have already noticed that Kazama is a downright obedient donkey." "Obedient donkey?" "That's right. It means you can only go along with his wishes. In this way, he can say anything he wants, but you can't go against him. Otherwise, it will lead to mutual destruction. Now, I want to become sworn brothers with him to dispel his vigilance. This way, I can eliminate that little brat Kazama, and even turn Kazama into my puppet, my watchdog. By that time, I will be able to conquer the entire Otsutsuki planet." Haha, this strategy is really brilliant. At this time, The attendant gave a thumbs up after hearing the plan of the Pluto leader. Then the Pluto leader said to get it done. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, in the blink of an eye, they headed towards the wind's base. Unfortunately, their scheme had long been seen through by Kazama. Although Kazama is an upright person who enjoys making friends, he is not foolish. It is known that Kazama had previously heard with his own ears that the leader of Pluto despises Earthlings. However, after a brief encounter, he claimed he was willing to become sworn brothers with Kazama. This was clearly a trick being played on him. One must ask, how could Kazama possibly be fooled? However, without evidence, Kazama did not wish to directly retaliate against the leader of Pluto. Thus, Kazama still thought that if this Pluto leader truly wanted to unite with him, he would be wronging a good person, which is why he did not attack him. Therefore, Kazama wanted to see what the Pluto leader's next move would be. If the Pluto leader had a wolf's heart and wanted to kill him, then Kazama would naturally need to deal with him properly. Chapter 250. Subduing 1,000,000 troops at that moment, Kazama saw that the leader of Pluto had indeed brought a large number of guards to attack his base. This instantly filled Kazama with deep sorrow. After all, Kazama genuinely wanted to be sworn brothers with this Pluto leader, believing him to be very powerful and impressive. However, Kazama did not expect this Pluto leader to be so despicable, only wanting to kill him. So, at that moment, Kazama naturally approached the Pluto leader with a cold smile. The Pluto leader had initially thought that he could ambush Kazama, so he believed Kazama would not detect his movements. But now, as he led a vast army and appeared, he was clearly spotted by Kazama. This left the Pluto leader feeling quite embarrassed, as he knew he had just gone back on his word. After all, he had just professed brotherhood with Kazama, and now he was attacking him. This was simply unacceptable and not the behavior of a decent person. If this were to spread, he would become a laughingstock. Thus, at that moment, the Pluto leader found himself in a dilemma about whether to attack or not. Seeing the Pluto leader's troubled expression, Kazama had no idea that the Pluto leader was concerned about his reputation. He mistakenly thought the Pluto leader was having a change of heart. Therefore, Kazama once again spoke kindly and earnestly to the Pluto leader. Pluto leader, although I do not know what you plan to do next, I advise you to think carefully before acting. I, Kazama, genuinely consider you a brother, but if you do not regard me as one, then I will have no choice but to part ways with you. Huh, what the hell do you think you are, daring to call me brother time and again? At that moment, the Pluto leader hated Earthlings like Kazama the most. Thus, upon hearing Kazama's words about brotherhood, he became furious and enraged. Without hesitation, the Pluto leader charged at Kazama. He thought to himself that although Kazama's strength was on par with his own, or perhaps even slightly greater, he was leading millions of troops, and if he used all his might, he could surely defeat Kazama. However, the Pluto leader did not anticipate that Kazama had already made preparations in advance. After all, Kazama was someone who could defend against soldiers and block water. He had predicted that the Pluto leader would attack him, so he had set up numerous ambushes among his troops. Before the Pluto leader and his millions of soldiers could react, they were swiftly knocked to the ground by Kazama. The Pluto leader was filled with shock and anger, and he could hardly believe it as he asked Kazama, "How is this possible? I remember you were never my opponent. Why are you so powerful now?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the Pluto leader's words, Kazama burst into laughter. He then pointed at the Pluto leader's nose and scolded him. "Let me tell you, Pluto leader, I, Kazama, am a man of integrity. I initially did not want to pay you too much attention, but you kept trying to show off in front of me. I gave you countless opportunities before, but you ignored them and treated my words as nonsense. Since that's the case, I will no longer pay attention to you. Therefore, now I must make you pay, making you wish you were dead." What? At that moment, the Pluto leader could not believe that Kazama was so powerful and would actually take action against him, predicting his moves in advance. This was something he could not accept. The Pluto leader immediately decided to lead his 1,000,000 troops to flee. After all, he knew Kazama's strength was formidable. If Kazama were to kill him, it would mean his end. In an instant, the Pluto leader had fled several hundred miles away. However, unfortunately for him, Kazama had already set up a net of traps. No matter how skilled or powerful the Pluto leader was, he could not escape Kazama's web. Within moments, Kazama had overturned the Pluto leader and his 1,000,000 troops. Seeing that death was near, the Pluto leader could only sigh and say to Kazama, "Since I am no match for you now, I have nothing more to say. But I have one request. You can kill me, but the 1,000,000 troops behind me have no enmity with you. They only attack you because they follow my orders. Therefore, I hope you can spare their lives." At that moment, Kazama had initially intended to kill the Pluto leader and his 1,000,000 troops, as he despised treachery. However, Seeing the Pluto leader speak such loyal words before his death made Kazama feel somewhat moved. So, Kazama nodded in agreement to spare the lives of the million troops. However, he did not kill the Pluto leader either. Instead, he imprisoned him. At that moment, the Pluto leader thought that their hatred was too deep and that Kazama would surely tear him to pieces. He even thought that would be a light punishment, but he did not expect that Kazama would spare his life. This left the Pluto leader deeply touched. He hurriedly asked Kazama, "Kazama, little brother, I thought you would kill me, but why did you spare my life? You must remember that I attacked you time and again." Well, at this moment, Kazama smiled and began to explain. "Yes, it's true that I initially wanted to kill you, but seeing your loyalty to your soldiers made me greatly admire you. To be honest, I was once a person who valued loyalty and righteousness, so I have decided to spare your life." "Oh, really? Thank you so much." Upon hearing these words from Kazama, the leader of Pluto immediately burst into laughter. After all, this leader of Pluto knew that a good death was not as good as a bad life. As long as he had a chance to survive, he could launch a counterattack against Kazama again. That's right, dear readers, you are not mistaken. Although this leader of Pluto was very touched by Kazama's decision to spare his life at first, in the end, he was still a person who looked down on others. He fundamentally despised Kazama. Ask yourselves, if you were saved by a piece of trash, would you be grateful to that trash? Would you treat that trash as your master? Of course, some loyal people might do so, but a scoundrel like the leader of Pluto would never do that. So, although the leader of Pluto appeared to flatter Kazama on the surface and treated him as his elder brother, he still hated Kazama deeply in his heart. Of course, because Kazama was too kind-hearted, he was unaware of the leader of Pluto's true thoughts. At this moment, the leader of Pluto had already figured out Kazama's weakness. Kazama was too loyal and too kind. Therefore, the leader of Pluto immediately began to demonstrate his loyalty in front of Kazama, showing himself to be a man of integrity. After a few encounters, he became familiar with Kazama. Then, Kazama immediately released the leader of Pluto. When the leader of Pluto saw that he was really let go, he couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. He then thought of launching an attack against Kazama again. But then he suddenly remembered that he had used the same tactic against Kazama a few days ago, but failed to kill him. And he had even been seen through by Kazama, almost getting himself killed. If he attacked Kazama again now, the outcome would be the same. Moreover, by that time, Kazama would definitely not spare him again. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity and find a foolproof way to kill Kazama. Once he thought of this, the leader of Pluto quietly contacted his millions of scattered troops, while Kazama was not paying attention. At that moment, the millions of Pluto troops, who had thought their leader had been killed by Kazama, were naturally shocked to see him reappear. They all started bombarding the leader of Pluto with questions. The leader of Pluto did not hide anything and immediately told them about Kazama sparing his life. At this time, the others were very different from the character of this leader of Pluto, since they were all loyal and righteous. Upon seeing that Kazama had actually spared their leader's life and even became sworn brothers with him, they all thought Kazama was a man of integrity. Therefore, they were all very eager to become Kazama's subordinates. At this moment, the leader of Pluto never expected that his previously loyal subordinates would now want to defect to Kazama. This instantly infuriated the leader of Pluto. In just a few exchanges, he knocked down a few of the Pluto soldiers who praised Kazama. The actions of the leader of Pluto left the troops in disbelief. After all, they did not yet know that their leader was planning to attack Kazama again. So, they looked at the leader of Pluto with confusion and asked, "Leader, what are you doing?" "Yes, Kazama is your lifesaver. And we only praised him a bit, as you suggested. Why did you knock us down? Could it be that you don't regard us as people? Do you want to ride on our necks and defecate?" "Shut up. I'll tell you, you are my subordinates, so I can deal with you however I want. Moreover, although Kazama spared my life, I won't be grateful to him. After all, he is just trash from Earth, and I, the dignified leader of Pluto, how could I be grateful to trash from Earth? Therefore, your immediate priority is to unite with me and secretly approach Kazama to crush him to pieces." "What? How can this be?" At this moment, the million troops shook their heads like rattles upon hearing the leader of Pluto's orders. You know, if one person shakes their head like a rattle, it can still be somewhat understood. But when millions shake their heads like a rattle, it's something no one has ever seen. At this point, when the leader of Pluto saw that the crowd dared to disobey his orders, he became even more furious. He immediately unleashed all his strength and knocked everyone down to the ground, angrily telling them, "I tell you, it was my fault for being too lenient with you before. So now I will enforce strict policies. You must immediately obey my orders and kill Kazama." If you follow my orders, I can reward you. But if you don't understand my orders, I will crush you to pieces. At this moment, the million troops of Pluto saw that their once loyal leader had now turned into a wishy-washy scoundrel. This instantly made them furious, and they erupted in anger. Therefore, although the million troops of Pluto appeared to agree with their leader, they secretly began to discuss among themselves. Everyone, if we help the leader of Pluto attack Kazama, won't we become ungrateful scoundrels? Yes, isn't this just a real-life version of the story of the shepherd and the wolf? Kazama clearly saved him, but he dares to attack Kazama. We can never help him. Since that's the case, we might as well secretly inform Kazama, so we can help him escape a calamity. Chapter 251, Crossing Over Again. That's right. After the millions of troops thought of this, they immediately pretended to unite with the leader of Pluto. After a few exchanges, these troops had already passed the message to Kazama. When Kazama heard that the leader of Pluto actually wanted to attack him again and kill him, he instantly became furious and erupted in anger. After all, Kazama had truly regarded this leader of Pluto as his good brother and companion. But this leader of Pluto turned out to be a turncoat. How could Kazama not be angry? So, in just a moment, Kazama immediately followed the advice of the millions of troops and launched an attack against the leader of Pluto. At this moment, the leader of Pluto never expected that his scheme had been exposed before he even had the chance to execute it. This left him in a state of fear and anxiety. After all, the leader of Pluto knew that with his current strength, he would not stand a chance against Fengjian in a direct confrontation. Thus, he could only fend off the attacks while pretending to be calm, saying to Fengjian, I say, Brother Fengjian, what are you doing? Weren't we good friends before? Why are you attacking me? Are you really going to cross the river and tear down the bridge, reciting scriptures and beating the monk? Shut up. Don't act tough in front of me, and don't say such lowly things. Fengjian saw through the leader of Pluto's trick and ignored him, continuing to attack. After a few exchanges, he had beaten the leader of Pluto to the ground. At this moment, the leader of Pluto was still unaware that his subordinates had already revealed his entire scheme to Fengjian. He continued to act tough, hoping that Fengjian would spare his life. However, the surrounding army of 1,000,000 could no longer stand by. They didn't want to see their leader pretending to be a good person any longer. So they immediately began to accuse the leader of Pluto. I'm telling you, leader of Pluto, you are nothing but a petty person. You ordered us to attack Fengjian, and now you deny it? This is intolerable. What? You dog-like scoundrels told Fengjian my plan? I'll kill you all. Upon seeing that his subordinates had betrayed him and turned to Fengjian, the leader of Pluto was furious. He had never imagined that his millions of subordinates would switch allegiance to Fengjian after just one exchange. This was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. But now, whether he dared to think about it or not, the fact had already occurred. So, the leader of Pluto immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, which was the self-explosion technique, vowing to perish together with Fengjian and the 1,000,000-strong army. At this time, Fengjian knew that the leader of Pluto was not his match in a one-on-one fight. However, if the opponent self-exploded, he really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So Fengjian hurriedly shouted to the 1,000,000-strong army beside him, Everyone, you must escape immediately. I will find a way to stop the leader of Pluto's self-explosion. If you are late, you might be caught in the blast. At this moment, the 1,000,000-strong army saw Fengjian, even in such a situation, still being so righteous. They were deeply moved and immediately vanished without a trace. Watching the 1,000,000-strong army run away without even saying goodbye made Fengjian feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he thought that everyone would join forces with him for the sake of his righteousness. But who would have thought that they would be so rude? Meanwhile, the leader of Pluto's self-explosion had been completed. At the same time, Fengjian immediately activated his incredibly powerful space technique, hoping to withstand the leader of Pluto's explosion. However, what Fengjian didn't expect was that the leader of Pluto's self-explosion was indeed incredibly powerful. In just a few moments, it caused a disturbance in space-time. Subsequently, Fengjian once again used space-time travel and found himself in an unfamiliar realm. When he focused his eyes, he discovered that he had arrived in a fantasy world. This filled Fengjian with both surprise and joy. He was surprised because he thought that space-time travel was a once-in-a-century occurrence, but he didn't expect to encounter it twice. Previously, he had traveled through space-time to arrive in the real world. And now he was delighted because he had always wanted to use his ninja techniques to come to a fantasy world and show off a bit, to see who was more powerful between him and those cultivators. Now that his wish had come true, Fengjian naturally prepared to spar with the inhabitants of this fantasy world. However, before that, Fengjian hoped to investigate the whereabouts of the leader of Pluto. according to past experience, since the leader of Pluto had triggered space-time travel. He should also have some method of rebirth to come to this fantasy world. Moreover, since the leader of Pluto was a cunning person, Feng Jian had to be cautious. But what Feng Jian didn't expect was that before he could search for the leader of Pluto, he was stopped by a group of fierce-looking strongmen. It turned out that these fierce-looking strongmen were from a nearby cultivation sect. The main practice of this sect involved using living people as alchemical furnaces to enhance their own power. Now that they saw Feng Jian with no fluctuations of spiritual energy, they considered him an easy target. So, in just a moment, they stopped Feng Jian and quickly knocked him to the ground. At this moment, according to Feng Jian's original strength, he could easily eliminate these fierce men. However, Feng Jian did not do so because he wanted to test the strength of these men. But as soon as he felt their attacks, he couldn't help but sneer. Their attacks were utterly trash, not even comparable to a low-level ninja. It should be known that Feng Jian's current strength surpassed that of the founder of the ninja world. Therefore, dealing with these strong men who were weaker than low-level ninjas was naturally a piece of cake. So, having already seen the disparity in strength among the people of this fantasy world, Feng Jian naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. After a few exchanges, he knocked these strong men back to the ground again. The strong men never expected that a seemingly weak kid could take them down. This was something they wouldn't even dare to believe in their dreams. So, the strong men angrily cursed and charged at Feng Jian again, resembling hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. At this point, Feng Jian saw that these strong men were clearly not his match but still dared to act tough in front of him. Feng Jian couldn't help but sneer. He then punched each of them, causing them to cry out in pain. At this moment, the strong men finally understood that Feng Jian's true strength was exceptionally high and powerful. They no longer dared to act tough in front of him, so they hurriedly began to bow and plead for mercy. Given Feng Jian's strength, he could easily turn these strong men into ashes. However, since Feng Jian had just arrived in this fantasy world, he wanted to first understand the sects and power divisions of this world, as well as whether his enemy, the leader of Pluto, existed in this fantasy world. Therefore, Feng Jian immediately began to question the strong man. I originally wanted to command you to kill immediately, but I, Kazama, have always been a kind person. So now I'm giving you an opportunity, of course, the last one, which is to clearly divide your strengths here and explain them to me. This way, I can consider whether to execute you. All right, no problem. At this moment, when those burly men heard that Kazama was willing to spare them, they were overjoyed. They immediately began to speak all at once to Kazama. Kazama, oh no, I mean Brother Kazama, our strength here is quite complex. If we were to explain, there are hundreds of sects occupying this place. Indeed, our sect is the weakest among the famous sects, called the sect of absolute evil. Ha! Upon hearing these burly men's words, Kazama couldn't help but sneer. The name of their sect truly matched their way of doing things, which was to use living people as tools to enhance their strength. At this moment, Kazama inquired about which sect had the highest strength. From the burly men, Kazama learned that the strongest sect at his doorstep was merely a bunch of small fry in his eyes. After all, Kazama's strength was already incredibly powerful. Of course, this was just a small place. In other parts of that fantastical world, there were even more formidable figures. However, Kazama was not in a hurry. Since he had come here, the first thing to do was to expand his own power. Only when he had enough manpower could he continuously enhance his strength and search for the trace of the leader of the Pluto sect. Kazama immediately ordered the burly men to do their utmost to help him and to flatten the sect of absolute evil. Then he would use this sect as a stronghold. At that moment, although the burly men were very afraid of Kazama, when they heard he wanted to flatten their sect of absolute evil, they were shocked. Then they heard that Kazama actually wanted them to help him deal with the leader of the sect of absolute evil, which made them tremble all over, nearly losing control of themselves. Although these burly men knew Kazama was powerful, they also knew the leader of the sect of absolute evil was no weakling. Whether Kazama could defeat him was uncertain, but the leader could easily handle them. So the burly men immediately forced smiles and said to Kazama, "Brother Kazama, it's not that we don't want to help you, but the leader of the sect of absolute evil is too strong. We are simply no match for him. Yes, we wouldn't dare attack him. One encounter and we would be killed. So please, Brother Kazama, spare our lives and let us survive." Slap, slap, slap. But before the burly men could finish speaking, Kazama kicked them down to the ground. "You bunch of worthless scoundrels, I, Kazama, went out of my way to spare your lives and let you become my subordinates. This is your honor, but you dare to act tough and hesitate in front of me. Let me tell you, you must help whether you want or not. Of course, if you insist on not helping, that's fine too. But what will the consequences be? I think you know very well, right? At this moment, the burly men realized that if they did not help Kazama, they would only face death at his hands. So, reluctantly, they nodded at Kazama. However, they were only pretending to submit on the surface. They then quickly discussed among themselves. Everyone, Kazama's strength is indeed very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knocked us down. But whether he can defeat the leader of the sect of absolute evil is uncertain. Yes, our strength is low, and there are many here who could knock us down. Plus, Kazama just arrived and wants to challenge the leader of the sect of absolute evil. We must remember that while the leader's strength may not be the absolute top, he is ruthless and cunning. So we should act secretly and adapt to the situation. Oh, how do we adapt? It's simple. If Kazama can defeat the leader of the sect of absolute evil, we will help him. But if he loses, we will immediately join forces with the leader to kill Kazama. Okay, no problem. Chapter 252. Who else is unconvinced meanwhile, because Kazama possesses the ability of foresight. He quickly understood the burly men's hidden thoughts. According to Kazama's usual temperament, he would have killed them immediately. After all, he despised fence-sitters the most. However, he did not do so this time. Instead, he sneered inwardly. Kazama had experienced a series of betrayals before, so his heart had hardened significantly. Moreover, he never regarded these burly men as true companions. Therefore, their betrayal was something he had long anticipated. However, since he had no informants here, he could only temporarily treat them as companions. Under the guidance of the burly men, Kazama soon arrived at the sect of absolute evil. At this time, the gatekeeper disciple, unaware of Kazama's strength, saw the burly men bringing Kazama in. Not sensing Kazama's cultivation, they assumed he was a captured boy to enhance their own training. So they sneered at Kazama. Look at this little brat. He must be a young boy. The younger they are, the more they can enhance our strength. Guys, take him to the alchemy furnace and chop him into meat paste, then refine him well. Slap. But before the gatekeeper disciple could finish speaking, Kazama struck him down, turning him into meat paste. The burly men were even more terrified of Kazama's decisiveness. Because Kazama acted so quickly, no one had realized the gatekeeper disciple had been killed. Kazama then said to the burly men, "Quickly bring your elders and the leader of the sect of absolute evil before me, and explain the situation to them. Tell them that if they are willing to submit to me, I might spare their lives. But if they refuse to submit, I will have no choice but to kill them." Okay, no problem. At this point, the burly men thought Kazama was about to launch a massacre against the sect of absolute evil. If that were the case, they would truly have no way to remain fence-sitters. But now, upon hearing that Kanjian wanted them to inform the leader and elders of the unconscionable sect to come here, the few burly men immediately got an idea. This meant that they were about to enter a so-called mission impossible. On one hand, they had to help Kanjian deal with the leader of the unconscionable sect, while on the other hand, they had to pretend in front of the sect leader that they had intentionally lured Kanjian here. At that moment, the leader of the unconscionable sect was in his secret chamber doing something unsavory. When he saw these burly men come before him and explain the situation, he burst into wild laughter. This was because they had intentionally downplayed Kanjian's strength, leading the sect leader to underestimate him. Instead, he regarded Kanjian as a worthless punk, a bastard, a lunatic. Therefore, in just a moment of confrontation, the sect leader immediately brought his 5 elders to face Kanjian. At that time, the sect leader didn't detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from Kanjian, which made him look down on him even more. So, the sect leader pointed a finger at Kanjian and began to curse him. "You little bastard. Why don't you go out and find out how powerful my unconscionable sect is, especially how formidable my methods are as the leader. Yet you dare to act tough in front of me, even thinking of taking over my sect. Fine, since that's the case, I will make you regret coming to this world." With that, the sect leader lunged at Kanjian in a fit of rage. Unfortunately, the sect leader's strength was at best slightly above that of a mid-level ninja in the ninja world. How could he possibly be Kanjian's opponent, the ancestor of the ninja world? Thus, Kanjian let out a cold laugh and immediately used Shinra Tensei, sending the leader of the unconscionable sect crashing to the ground, leaving him crippled. This was Kanjian showing mercy. Otherwise, not only would the leader have been defeated, but the entire sect would have been flattened by Kanjian. Kanjian refrained from using overly powerful techniques because he understood that the heavens have compassion for living beings, and he was not someone who relished killing. At this moment, The leader of the unconscionable sect was so thoroughly beaten that he couldn't even speak. He never expected that someone he regarded as trash could knock him down without even lifting a finger, reducing him to a cripple. This was clearly something out of fairy tale. At the same time, the burly men nearby were equally shocked. Although they knew Kanjian was strong, they never anticipated he could so easily defeat their sect leader, especially in just one move. This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Meanwhile, the disciples of the unconscionable sect and the 5 elders exchanged glances, as they had previously thought, like their leader, that Kanjian was a lunatic looking for trouble. But now they realized that Kanjian was not the madman. They were the ones who had angered a super formidable and powerful person like Kanjian. Consequently, except for the leader of the unconscionable sect, who lay on the ground unable to rise, the others all knelt before Kanjian, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, hoping he would spare their lives. At this moment, the fallen leader saw his disciples all submit to Kanjian, which made him furious and explode with rage. After all, he had put in tremendous effort to establish this sect and had gone through life and death situations multiple times. Yet now, he was being overshadowed by this unknown kid. This was something he couldn't tolerate, even in his dreams. Although he had witnessed Kanjian's strength and knew Kanjian could easily defeat him 1,000 times over, the leader of the unconscionable sect still refused to accept Kanjian's superiority. So, he immediately devised a scheme to trick Kanjian into coming closer and then ambush him to death. The leader pretended to smile at Kanjian and expressed his desire to become Kanjian's subordinate. He then mentioned he had a secret to share and hoped Kanjian would come closer. Although Kanjian was young, he was a seasoned warrior and immediately saw through the leader's ploy. So, Kanjian boldly walked up to the fallen sect leader. The sect leader, thinking Kanjian would be suspicious of him, was overjoyed when he saw Kanjian approach him without any defenses. Just wait, Kanjian. Although you are powerful, as long as my plan is executed properly, I can still kill you. At that moment, the sect leader summoned the last of his strength to condense a blood arrow in his mouth. This blood arrow was the most powerful life-saving technique of these cultivators. Although it had great power, its attack range was very short. However, as long as someone got close, he could easily kill them with this blood arrow. So when Kanjian reached the leader's side, the sect leader opened his mouth and the blood arrow shot towards Kanjian's forehead. At that moment, the sect leader thought Kanjian was doomed and began to laugh maniacally. You didn't see this coming, did you? Even though I am no match for you in a head-on fight, I can use tricks. As the saying goes, a wise soldier does not disdain deception. No man is a true man without a bit of poison. So don't blame me for being polite. However, before the leader could finish, he saw his proud blood arrow stop just an inch away from Kanjian's forehead. Although it was only an inch, it still failed to hit Kanjian, which left the sect leader in utter disbelief. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the fact was right before him. Kanjian was able to evade the sect leader's blood arrow attack because he possessed the ability of Shinra Tensei, allowing him to block any attack at any moment. Furthermore, even without using Shinra Tensei, Kanjian could rely on his indestructible body to withstand such a trivial blood arrow. However, Kanjian preferred to use this method to intimidate everyone present. And indeed, Kanjian's action succeeded, as everyone in the room was once again stunned into silence, then erupted into applause, as if they were not in a fight, but rather watching a performance. At that moment, the leader of the unconscionable sect finally grasped the terrifying power of Kanjian and realized that in the face of absolute strength, all tricks were worthless. Thus, the leader could only shake his head helplessly, no longer daring to attack Kanjian. However, it was unfortunate that although he was very convinced by Kazama at this time, he was extremely angry with those who betrayed him and turned to Kazama. Therefore, the leader of the ruthless sect immediately began to scold everyone furiously. You bunch of turtle bastards. I provide you with food, drink, and entertainment on a daily basis, but you dare to betray me and turn to that scum Kazama? Fine. Since that's the case, even if I die now, I won't let you off easily. At this moment, the leader of the ruthless sect let out a furious shout and immediately unleashed a self-explosion technique. But unfortunately, this self-explosion technique, which was considered very powerful by others, was nothing but child's play in front of Kazama. It was essentially trash. So Kazama coldly smiled at this moment and immediately used a spatial technique to absorb all the explosive power of the leader of the ruthless sect into the power of the divine might's alternate space. At this time, everyone saw Kazama's techniques coming one after another, each more peculiar and impressive than the last. This made those present continuously praise Kazama. At this moment, Kazama laughed heartily at the crowd, and then explained his intentions to them again, establishing a new rule. Everyone, now that the leader of the ruthless sect is dead, this place will now be my Kazama's sect, named Kazama Sect. As for your methods of using living people as tools for your own cultivation, you must never use them again. Otherwise, I will kill anyone I see. All right, no problem. At this time, the crowd had already developed a great admiration and fear for Kazama. Naturally, they would do whatever Kazama asked them to do. At this moment, Kazama saw that with just a light move from him, he had intimidated hundreds of subordinates, which made him very happy. Of course, Kazama knew that these people were not genuinely loyal to him. But Kazama was not afraid because he still had the Divine Might's alternate god, which could make these people serve him loyally. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama immediately used this technique on the crowd, making them unknowingly become his loyal puppets. However, he did not use the alternate god technique on the few burly men because Kazama was about to deal with them. After all, they had previously wanted to use the leader of the ruthless sect to kill Kazama, so Kazama would not let them off easily. Thus, Kazama threw a punch, directly knocking the few burly men to the ground. This surprised the burly men because they thought that after siding with Kazama, they would enjoy a good life, but instead, they were met with revenge from Kazama. At this moment, the burly men hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Kazama did not stop and immediately turned the burly men into nothingness. Subsequently, Kazama ordered the disciples of the ruthless sect to go out and search for any strangers who had recently come here. Of course, this stranger referred to the leader of Pluto. However, just as Kazama issued this order, a burst of angry curses came from outside the sect. You trash disciples of the ruthless sect. What are you making noise about? You're keeping me from sleeping. Now all of you get the hell out here. Kazama was known for his approach of confronting whatever came his way. Therefore, seeing that someone had come to him to show off, Kazama naturally welcomed them. He coldly smiled and let everyone outside. Chapter 253, starting to show off in the fantasy world at this moment. As Kazama and the hundreds of disciples behind him arrived outside the sect, they immediately saw a plump, lewd-looking man standing there with his hands on his hips, angrily cursing at them. At this time, Kazama had not yet spoken when one of the disciples hurriedly approached Kazama and cautiously said, "Brother Kazama, you must be careful with this guy. He is the top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect, and his strength is very high, even stronger than the former leader of our ruthless sect. Moreover, the Heavenly Kill sect is one of the three major forces of this generation, and they often bully our ruthless sect. Since you've just become the leader, it would be best to avoid provoking him if possible." Upon hearing this, Kazama simply smiled faintly and nodded. However, Kazama's nod did not mean he intended to ignore the top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect. Instead, it meant that Kazama was going to personally take action to teach this Heavenly Kill sect a good lesson. After all, Kazama had always confronted whatever came his way. Anyone who dared to show off in front of him would not be spared. So, regardless of whether you were a little pig or the king of heaven, Kazama would make sure you had a hard time. To Kazama, this so-called top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect was nothing but trash. Although this disciple was stronger than the former leader of the ruthless sect, it made no difference to Kazama. It was like comparing an ant to a strong ant. What difference does it make to humans? There was no difference at all. Therefore, at this moment, Kazama coldly walked up to the plump top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect. The top disciple, who initially thought he would be facing the leader of the ruthless sect, was surprised to see a stranger like Kazama daring to walk up to him alone. This made the top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect very curious. He immediately began to scrutinize Kazama from head to toe. It should be noted that this top disciple was usually very meticulous, so he knew that someone like Kazama, who dared to approach him alone, must have some particularly impressive skills. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly and instead used his spiritual sense to probe and see what Kazama's strength was. However, after probing for a long time, the top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect found no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations within Kazama. Thus, he concluded that Kazama was just a worthless piece of trash, or perhaps even a lunatic. He immediately began to curse at Kazama. "You little punk, where is your leader? Tell him to come out and kneel before me. As for you, if you don't want to die, get down and give me 100 loud bows, otherwise." But before the top disciple could finish his sentence, Kazama had already slapped him 3 times, knocking out his back teeth. The pain made him cover his mouth and spin around, causing the many disciples behind him to burst into laughter. They had often been bullied by this top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect, so seeing their current leader, Kazama, knock this bully down to such a pathetic state made them very happy and relieved. At this moment, The top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect could not have imagined that someone who appeared to be so weak, without a trace of spiritual energy, could knock him down. This was something he would never want to admit, even in his dreams. Therefore, the top disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect once again used all his skills. Facing Kazama, the disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect investigated the past. He believed that Kazama must have been hiding his strength before. Unfortunately, Kazama's body was filled with chakra, which was naturally different from the spiritual energy used by cultivators in the fantasy world. Therefore, the Heavenly Kill sect senior disciple thought that not only could he not gather useful information from a single investigation, but even if he investigated 10,000 times, he would still find nothing. The senior disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect believed that he had been careless, which led to Kazama spotting his flaw. Thus, while cursing at Kazama in anger, he unleashed all his tricks, including dozens of killer moves, charging towards Kazama with the intention of tearing him to pieces. However, no matter how powerful or impressive his moves were, to Kazama, they were nothing but trash. Therefore, Kazama once again unleashed a devastating attack, directly crippling the senior disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect. Then Kazama shouted at the senior disciple, "Now you immediately return to your Heavenly Kill sect and have your sect master kneel before me, paying homage to me. If you do this, I can spare both you and your sect master, but otherwise, I will raise your sect to the ground." The senior disciple, initially thinking that with Kazama's strength, it would be impossible for him to return and report back, was shocked when Kazama actually let him go back. This was clearly Kazama seeking his own death. After all, the senior disciple knew that no matter how powerful Kazama was, how could one person possibly defeat the entire Heavenly Kill sect? Their sect had countless experts, and there were tens of thousands of disciples. Thus, the senior disciple quickly fled back to the Heavenly Kill sect, preparing to call for reinforcements. At this moment, the many disciples behind Kazama, seeing him let the tiger return to the mountain, realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly said to Kazama, "Brother Kazama, you really underestimate the Heavenly Kill sect. Although their senior disciple is no match for you, the overall strength of the Heavenly Kill sect is far superior to our current sect. If you let them go, within an hour, they will send a large army to level us to the ground. I suggest you lead us to escape quickly." Kazama laughed and replied, "Are you all so scared of the Heavenly Kill sect?" He then ordered everyone to sit down and had the kitchen prepare some snacks, melon seeds, peanuts, and beer, so they could sit and watch the show. You can rest assured and watch how I make one of the three major forces, the Heavenly Kill sect, roll in defeat. At this moment, the many disciples heard Kazama's words. Although they were still very anxious, they thought of Kazama's immense strength and figured that since he said such things, it shouldn't be baseless. So they could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect, upon hearing that his senior disciple had been knocked down by the unknown Kazama and even crippled, and that Kazama had threatened to make him kneel before him, was immediately enraged and furious. After all, the Heavenly Kill sect prided itself on never having anyone dare to make them kneel. He immediately led the full strength of his sect towards Kazama. Although the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect did not regard Kazama highly, he was cautious. He thought that since Kazama dared to say such things, he must have some capability, so it was worth a try. At this moment, the Heavenly Kill sect's army, numbering in the tens of thousands, moved towards Kazama. Since the sects in this area were very close to each other, when the Heavenly Kill sect acted, other sects also wanted to take this opportunity to watch the excitement. They were not only interested in how the sect master would deal with Kazama, but also how this newcomer would be defeated by the veteran sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect. When the army of the Heavenly Kill sect arrived in front of Kazama, they immediately saw that the many disciples behind Kazama were eating sunflower seeds and peanuts. This only made the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect angrier. He had expected that Kazama and his followers would flee upon seeing them approach, but he did not expect them to be watching the show like bystanders. Thus, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect angrily cursed and charged towards Kazama. At this moment, the many onlooking sects began to place bets. Of course, they were not betting on whether Kazama would win or lose, but rather on how many rounds he could last against the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect. However, to their surprise, just as they thought Kazama would not last even a round, the charging sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect suddenly flew backward like a kite with its string cut, knocking down several sect leaders who were placing bets. This sudden turn of events was unbelievable not only to the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect, but also to the other sect leaders, especially the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect, who was now filled with confusion. Although he had not used his full strength, he had exerted 90 of it. That level of power was enough to slay the previous sect master of the ruthless sect thousands of times. Yet he had not expected that his power, when hitting Kazama, felt like it had struck an endless ocean. Kazama had completely deflected his strength, which then rebounded back, causing him to be knocked away. At this moment, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect realized that Kazama had not used all his power. So, filled with shock, he began to scrutinize Kazama closely. Unfortunately, he felt the same as the previous senior disciple of the Heavenly Kill sect, as they both could not detect any spiritual energy fluctuations from Kazama. This truly surprised Kazama again. At that moment, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect suddenly recalled something the previous sect master had told him, that some experts from outside the world have no spiritual energy fluctuations. Of course, it's not that they truly lack fluctuations, but their powers are so overwhelming that people of lower strength cannot perceive them. Thus, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect realized that Kazama was indeed an authentic expert from outside the world. Given his power, how could he possibly be a match for such an expert? The sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect then dusted himself off and walked back to Kazama. At this point, the other sect leaders thought that the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect would surely spare no effort to use all his disciples to fight Kazama. However, the next scene that unfolded was unbelievable. The sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect suddenly knelt before Kazama with a thud. This unexpected change caused the surrounding sect leaders to gasp in shock, some even urinating in fear. At this moment, the sect master of the Heavenly Kill sect's actions also genuinely surprised Kazama, because the people Kazama met before were all those who would rather die than surrender. Even when they were conquered by him, they were constantly thinking about betraying him. However, seeing the current leader of the Sky Kill sect clearly surrendering to him sincerely took Kazama by surprise. Of course, this was also what Kazama hoped to see. After all, although Kazama had previously said that if the Sky Kill sect did not submit to him, he would level it to the ground, he was just saying that. Kazama was not a ruthless killer, and the disciples of the Sky Kill sect had no grievances with him. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of them. If he were to slaughter them all, Kazama would become a truly unforgivable bastard. Therefore, Kazama immediately helped the leader of the Sky Kill sect up. At that moment, the leader of the Sky Kill sect thought that someone as young and powerful as Kazama would definitely not let him off easily and would continue to beat him up. The leader had already prepared himself. Even if Kazama killed him, he would no longer dare to oppose Kazama. But he did not expect that Kazama would personally help him up. This was a great honor for the leader of the Sky Kill sect. So, he hurriedly apologized to Kazama, saying, "Brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have listened to that big disciple of ours and attacked you. Now I hope you spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to submit to you immediately, and I will also hand over the entire Sky Kill sect to you. You can deal with them however you want." Haha, absolutely not. Since Kazama had always been a person who liked to give face, the more you submitted, the more face he would give you. But if you did not submit, Kazama would beat you into submission. At this moment, Kazama smiled and patted the shoulder of the leader of the Sky Kill sect, saying to the disciples of the Sky Kill sect, "Although I indeed wanted to bring your leader under my command, seeing your sincerity now, I will change my mind and let you cooperate with me, becoming my companion." What? You want me to be your companion? With my trashy strength? Do I have the qualification to be your companion, Lord Kazama? Although the leader of the Sky Kill sect said this, he was already overjoyed inside. After all, he knew that with Kazama's current strength, it would be very easy for him to dominate this generation. If he could rely on Kazama, he could soar to great wealth in the future. At this moment, Kazama nodded again to the leader of the Sky Kill sect. "You might not know me well yet, but you should know that I, Kazama, am a man of my word, a well-known Ironbone man. What I say goes, so you don't need to worry." "Oh, really? That's great." The leader of the Sky Kill sect immediately nodded excitedly at Kazama, and then ordered his disciples to submit to Kazama and recognize him as their leader from today onwards. At this time, the sect leaders watching the excitement originally wanted to see Kazama being humiliated. However, upon seeing Kazama quickly subduing the leader of the Sky Kill sect, they were naturally shocked. They were also worried that Kazama would subdue their sects as well, so they all wanted to escape. At this moment, Kazama had not stopped them. Instead, the leader of the Sky Kill sect ordered his men to stop them. The leader of the Sky Kill sect was very good at handling situations. He immediately commanded his subordinates to block the sect leaders and said fiercely, "You bastards. Earlier, I was just having a friendly spar with Brother Kazama, but you all thought he would lose and even place bets. Now you have tarnished Brother Kazama's reputation. So I, on behalf of Brother Kazama, order you to bow down and beg for mercy, and submit to Brother Kazama, becoming his vassal force. If you do not agree, I will take responsibility for crushing you to pieces. At this time, the leaders of the sects did not have the strength to match that of the leader of the Skykill sect. So, upon hearing his words and seeing Kazama's silence, they all knelt before Kazama. After all, Kazama's silence represented acquiescence, so they naturally did not dare to go against his wishes. Seeing how the leader of the Skykill sect handled the situation, Kazama immediately gave him a thumbs up. Seeing Kazama's approval, the leader of the Skykill sect was even more delighted. At this point, Kazama swiftly incorporated all the forces in the area under his command. This truly made the disciples of the Heartless sect admire Kazama immensely. After all, Kazama had accomplished in half a day what their Heartless sect had failed to do for hundreds of years. This naturally made them very impressed. Although they had long been under Kazama's influence, their loyalty to him was unshakable. At this moment, the leader of the Skykill sect asked Kazama with a smile, "Brother Kazama, may I ask which sect you came from before? How did you become so powerful? And now that you have subdued us, what are your plans?" Well, hearing the leader's inquiry, Kazama found it hard to answer at the moment, because he had inexplicably crossed over to this place if he talked about his past life. The leader of the Skykill sect would definitely not understand and might even think he was talking nonsense. Moreover, he really did not have any clear goals since coming here. Of course, he still had a short-term goal, which was to find the leader of the Pluto star. Therefore, Kazama immediately handed the image of the Pluto star leader to the leader of the Skykill sect, asking him to instruct everyone to start searching for this leader. Then Kazama said to the leader of the Skykill sect, "Actually, I don't have any long-term plans right now. Do you have any good suggestions?" "Of course I have." The leader of the Skykill sect was delighted to hear that Kazama had no plans. He said, "Brother Kazama, you must have some understanding of the forces here. In this generation, our Skykill sect is the strongest. Of course, now that you have subdued our Skykill sect, you are the strongest and most powerful existence. However, besides us, there are also two other major forces that are very powerful. So if you want to gradually take over, you must first defeat these two forces." "Of course, that's no problem at all," Kazama said. And he immediately asked the leader of the Skykill sect to lead the way to deal with the other two forces. However, at this moment, the leader of the Skykill sect hurriedly smiled and stopped Kazama. "Brother Kazama, you're really decisive. Yes, with your strength, you might be able to deal with those two forces, but you should know that there are even more powerful forces behind them. So it will be better for us to take action secretly." "Oh, what do you mean by acting secretly?" Hearing the words of the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect, Feng Jian immediately became interested. After all, he was already tired of direct confrontations. Therefore, he was willing to use his powerful strength for a flanking attack. He chuckled. "It's very simple. In 3 days, we will participate in a trial competition to search for treasures in the deep mountains and forests, together with the 3 major forces. Of course, this trial will be a no-holds-barred battle. In other words, we have to obtain treasures while also seizing the opportunity to eliminate the opposing forces. With your current strength, it will be better for you to join forces with me and bring some disciples into the trial competition. This way, we can collect the treasures in the deep mountains and forests while also stealthily eliminating the other 2 forces. By that time, even if their backing is powerful, they won't be able to condemn us, and we can legitimately subdue these 3 forces and become the overlords of this generation. What do you think? Sound good?" Upon hearing the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect's plan, Feng Jian immediately nodded. Although with his current strength, he could easily eliminate the other 2 forces with just a finger, he thought it would be better to search for treasures while continuing to show off. By using his max-level character to bully these novice players, he would have more fun. 3 days later, under the leadership of the Heavenly Kill sect's leader, Feng Jian arrived at a canyon. During these 3 days, the leader had also informed Feng Jian about the backgrounds of the other 2 forces. One was the Fire sect, and the other was the Ice sect. From their names, it was evident that one sect specialized in fire techniques while the other specialized in ice techniques. Due to the mutual restraint of their powers, the strengths of these 2 sects were relatively equal. Furthermore, these 2 sects often engaged in battles of various sizes against the Heavenly Kill sect, which was one of the 3 major forces. However, since the Heavenly Kill sect had previously been somewhat weaker than the Fire sect and the Ice sect, they had not been taken seriously by the latter 2. Now that the Heavenly Kill sect had become Feng Jian's subordinate, their strength was naturally much stronger than that of the Fire sect and the Ice sect. However, since Feng Jian did not want to reveal his true strength too early, He discussed with the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect and pretended to be a small disciple of the sect. He entered the canyon, prepared to search for treasures while seizing the opportunity to claim the Ice sect and the Fire sect for himself. If they were smart, he would take them as his subordinates. Of course, if they were not, he wouldn't mind eliminating both sections. As soon as Feng Jian arrived in the canyon, he found that it was divided into 3 paths, upper, middle, and lower. This made him feel somewhat amused. Wasn't this just like the Summoner's Canyon in Honor of Kings? It turned out that Honor of Kings drew inspiration from the fantasy world. While Feng Jian was pondering this, a bearded cultivator in a red battle robe approached him with a face full of laughter. At this moment, the bearded cultivator did not look at Feng Jian, as he did not recognize him, but instead looked at the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect beside him. He then began to mock him. "I say, you really are something, sect leader. Previously, you brought tens of thousands of disciples to participate in this treasure competition, but you returned empty-handed. Now you only brought a few dozen people. Are you trying to die in this canyon, or be annihilated by our Fire sect?" At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect should have refrained from retorting. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for the Fire sect, and speaking back would mean getting beaten. However, knowing that his big brother was Feng Jian, who was exceptionally powerful, the leader felt emboldened. Thus, upon hearing the words of the Fire sect's leader, he immediately became furious and pointed his finger at the Fire sect's leader, cursing, "You really have a wide mouth. I can bring whoever I want, so you'd better shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll annihilate your Fire sect in the canyon." What? The Fire sect's leader never expected that the Heavenly Kill sect's leader, who had previously been submissive, would dare to curse at him now. This infuriated him greatly. At this time, several other sects in the canyon were also drawn to the strong attitude of the Heavenly Kill sect's leader. The Fire sect's leader wished he could immediately crush the Heavenly Kill sect's leader to pieces, but he thought it would be better to kill him openly in the canyon rather than attack him here. Otherwise, it would make him seem petty. Thinking of this, the Fire sect's leader coldly smiled at the Heavenly Kill sect's leader, then glanced at Feng Jian standing beside him. He then said to Feng Jian, "I didn't expect your Heavenly Kill sect to become so pathetic. Now you brought a little nobody with no spiritual energy to participate in the competition. Good. Next, I'll crush both of you." At this moment, Feng Jian had originally thought that if the Fire sect's leader was a reasonable person, he wouldn't beat him up. Perhaps he could talk him into becoming his subordinate. However, he did not expect the Fire sect's leader to be so arrogant and overbearing. Despite Feng Jian standing silently beside him, the Fire sect's leader pointed at him and cursed. This was clearly a sign of disrespect and not treating him as a person. Therefore, Feng Jian immediately developed a killing intent toward the Fire sect's leader. Not long after, Feng Jian and the others entered the canyon. At this time, since the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect did not know Feng Jian's next plan, he immediately asked Feng Jian, "Big brother Feng, now that we have only a dozen people to search for treasures in this canyon, which is far fewer than the Fire sect and the Ice sect, should we act secretly and let the Fire sect and the Ice sect fight each other until both are injured, and then we can reap the benefits?" No need. At this moment, Feng Jian waved his hand and decided to take on the Fire sect and the Ice sect by himself. Upon hearing Feng Jian's intention, the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect was stunned. If he had not been mentally prepared, he would have been so frightened at that moment that he would have lost his pants. The next day, the leader of the Tiansha sect, with a shocked expression, rushed to Feng Jian and said, "Brother Feng Jian, I urge you to think twice. You should know that although your strength is very high and impressive, this canyon is a place for indiscriminate battles. Moreover, while there are many sects participating in the canyon, most of them are actually divided into 2 factions, one supporting the Fire sect and the other supporting the Ice sect. If you decide to take on both sects by yourself, it will provoke their enmity, and we might not end up well." Chapter 255. Crushing the Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall. Hearing the concerns of the Tiansha sect leader, Feng Jian laughed again. "You, the sect leader, are still underestimating me. Have you forgotten how powerful I was before? Did you forget how I defeated you?" What? Upon hearing Feng Jian's words, the leader of the Tiansha sect awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, Feng Jian had previously displayed incredible strength, easily beating him black and blue. Thus, the leader of the Tiansha sect realized that as long as Feng Jian took action, he could easily defeat both the Fire sect and the Ice sect. He immediately nodded happily, respecting Feng Jian's plan. Of course, he was also very eager to see how Feng Jian would crush the Fire sect and the Ice sect. Not long after, Feng Jian and his group encountered people to kill and ghosts to slay along the way, and in just a few encounters, they arrived at the territories of the Fire sect and the Ice Sect. At this time, the Fire Sect and Ice Sect, due to their experience, had already located the treasures. However, Feng Jian was not interested in these treasures, as he was strong enough and did not need their enhancement. Nevertheless, he knew that while these treasures were useless to him, they were very useful for his disciples, who needed external artifacts to enhance their strength. So, Feng Jian immediately went to the middle of the Fire Sect and Ice Sect. At this moment, the Fire Sect and Ice Sect were still unaware of Feng Jian's strength, and they were preparing to confront each other. Upon seeing Feng Jian suddenly appear, they were taken aback. The Fire Sect then laughed heartily. "Ha, you little bastards. I was planning to deal with the Ice Sect first before coming for you, but now you dare to come to me? Good, since that's the case. I'll turn you to ashes." As the leader of the Fire Sect finished speaking, he charged towards Feng Jian and the others. The leader of the Tiansha Sect initially wanted to intervene, but was immediately pulled behind by Feng Jian, who intended to challenge the leader of the Fire Sect alone. At this moment, Feng Jian waved his hand and simultaneously used the 5 elements Great Continuous Bomb technique: wind, water, fire, lightning, and earth. In an instant, he knocked the Fire Sect's cultivators to the ground. The leader of the Fire Sect was terrified to see his subordinates toppled by just one move from Feng Jian. It was at this moment that the leader of the Fire Sect truly felt Feng Jian's terrifying strength. He realized he might not be a match for Feng Jian. But as the dignified leader of the Fire Sect, he couldn't just run away or admit defeat, as that would be no different from being killed. Thus, the leader of the Fire Sect angrily cursed and immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the Fire Escape of the Fire Sect. This technique was very powerful, but unfortunately, in Feng Jian's eyes, it was trash, not even comparable to his great fire extinguishing technique, let alone the even more powerful melting escape. However, knowing that there's no need to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken, Feng Jian didn't use overly powerful techniques. Instead, he executed a great fire extinguishing technique. In just a moment, he turned the leader of the Fire Sect into a roasted duck. At this time, if the leader of the Fire Sect hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been turned to ashes by the flames. However, even though the leader of the Fire Sect had escaped with his life, he was not in a good state, as he had been scorched by Feng Jian's fire escape and was left in a very miserable condition. At this moment, the leader of the Fire Sect was stunned, not only because of Feng Jian's strength, but also because Feng Jian had managed to kill all of his disciples in just a few rounds. This was something he could not comprehend. It was then that the leader of the Fire Sect realized he had messed with the wrong person and understood that Feng Jian's strength was far beyond his own level. Fearing that Feng Jian would kill him next, he immediately threatened Feng Jian, "You little bastard. Although I don't know how you possess such terrifying strength, I'll tell you the truth. My generation in the Fire Sect has backing. If you dare to continue attacking me, I'll inform my backing to have you torn to pieces. Of course, if you're willing to kneel and beg for mercy and let me take over your body, I might spare your life." Unfortunately, before the leader of the Fire Sect could finish speaking, Feng Jian struck him in half with a single palm. Feng Jian's speed was so fast that even the leader's nascent soul couldn't escape. At this moment, Feng Jian's terrifying power left the other sects frozen in place, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The first to understand the situation was actually the leader of the Ice Sect. Seeing that Feng Jian could kill the leader of the Fire Sect by himself, the leader of the Ice Sect realized that Feng Jian would also easily handle the Ice Sect. Thus, he approached Feng Jian directly and led his disciples to bow down in submission. At this time, the most powerful force here was the Ice Sect. So the many sects saw that the Ice Sect had submitted to Feng Jian and naturally did not dare to continue to act tough. They all began to bow and worship Feng Jian, seeing that Feng Jian had subdued these two major forces in just a few moments. The leader of the Tiansha Sect was even more impressed. Although Feng Jian had not used the 6 paths of reincarnation god technique on him or made him his puppet, the leader of the Tiansha Sect didn't even want to leave Feng Jian's side. For him, Feng Jian had become the idol he admired most. At this moment, Feng Jian had already anticipated this outcome. After all, with his current strength, dealing with these sects was indeed easy. Then Feng Jian immediately said to the people led by the Ice-Cold Sect, "I tell you, my strength is clear to all of you. So now I will explain to you what kind of person I, Feng Jian, am. I am known as a man of iron and steel, a person who values loyalty and righteousness. Therefore, I advise you all not to show off in front of me, and do not try to play any tricks in front of me. If I command you to submit, you must submit. Whatever I say goes. In short, if you treat me well, I will treat you with kindness. But if you dare to oppose me like the Fire Sect did, then I can only send you to your end." "All right, no problem." At this moment, everyone nodded in agreement with Feng Jian's words. After all, as Feng Jian said, They had already witnessed his terrifying strength. Naturally, they would listen to whatever he said. Seeing that everyone had submitted to him, Feng Jian was very pleased. He then ordered everyone to collect all the treasures in the canyon and bring them to him. Of course, Feng Jian scoffed at these treasures, as he considered them worthless. However, while these treasures were trash in Feng Jian's eyes, they were particularly impressive and powerful for ordinary people. So, within a short time, Feng Jian distributed these treasures to everyone. When everyone saw how generous Feng Jian was, they were all very happy. But as the saying goes, some are happy while others are worried. Although the other cultivators were very happy and grateful, there was one cultivator who was extremely angry with Feng Jian, and that was the leader of the Ice-Cold sect. Although the leader of the Ice-Cold sect had initially submitted to Feng Jian and begged for mercy, deep down, he still felt very unconvinced. After all, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect thought of himself as the seasoned power in this area, but now this inexperienced young man, with his immense strength, had already mounted on his neck. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. However, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect was a shrewd and cunning person. He knew that if he confronted Feng Jian head-on, he would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for Feng Jian. Therefore, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect realized that he had to endure for now to relax Feng Jian's vigilance. Then, he would use his silver tongue to seek help from the forces behind him and the Fire sect. Only with this tripartite alliance could he launch an attack on Feng Jian. Feng Jian was unaware of the leader of the Ice-Cold sect's thoughts, so he did not take any precautions. But even if Feng Jian had known about the leader's scheme, he would not have been afraid. After all, with Feng Jian's current strength, no one in this area could threaten him. So, it wasn't too long before Feng Jian replaced the Fire sect and the Ice-Cold sect, becoming the most powerful force of this generation. It should be noted that Feng Jian had previously established the Fengmen. Therefore, it wasn't long before all these forces came under the banner of Fengmen, and Feng Jian became the leader of this sect. It is worth mentioning that Feng Jian had previously become the ancestor of the ninja world and the Hokage world, and now he had also become the leader of a sect, fulfilling various dreams. Just as Feng Jian was preparing to continue expanding his territory while having those around him search for the whereabouts of the Pluto leader, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect had secretly run back to the territory of his backing forces and had already contacted his powerful, mysterious force, known as the Dragon King Hall. Of course, the cultivators in the Dragon King Hall were not real Dragon Kings, but rather, they had absorbed the essence of true dragons from the fantasy world. Thus, the cultivators in the Dragon King Hall possessed exceptional strength. Moreover, the Dragon King Hall had also absorbed top masters from various fantasy worlds, making it very famous in this area. At this moment, upon hearing that an inexperienced young man had defeated the Fire sect and forcibly taken over the Ice-Cold sect, the master of the Dragon King Hall was immediately furious and furious. It should be noted that no one dared to provoke the Dragon King Hall in this area. Previously, any genius had to bow their heads in front of the Dragon King Hall. But now, this inexperienced young man dared to show off in front of the Dragon King Hall. How could the Dragon King Hall tolerate that? However, although the master of the Dragon King Hall was powerful, he was not reckless. He had learned from the leader of the Ice-Cold sect that Feng Jian's force was not to be underestimated. He realized that even if the Dragon King Hall intervened, it would be difficult to win, and there was a chance that they would be defeated by Feng Jian. At that time, the Dragon King Hall would lose face. Therefore, the master of the Dragon King Hall immediately contacted another backing force of the Fire sect, known as the Heavenly King Hall. Like the Dragon King Hall, it was also very powerful. When the Heavenly King Hall learned that their subordinate force, the Fire sect, had been defeated by Feng Jian, the master of the Heavenly King Hall was also very angry. Although the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were not usually on good terms, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, the two halls quickly reached an agreement and prepared to gather their forces to attack Feng Jian. However, both the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were old foxes, because they did not know how powerful Feng Jian truly was. They prepared many cultivators to act as a suicide squad to attack Feng Jian first while they hid in the background. This way, they could observe Feng Jian's strength and find a way to deal with him, aiming for a decisive blow against Feng Jian. At this moment, Feng Jian was managing his sect when he suddenly saw a massive army of millions charging towards him. Feng Jian immediately activated the Rinnegan, which had the ability to see far. In an instant, he spotted the leader of the Ice-Cold sect hidden among the million-strong army. This made Feng Jian extremely angry, as he had previously thought that since the leader of the Ice-Cold sect had voluntarily submitted to him, he would not betray him. Who would have thought he had overestimated the leader's virtue? Therefore, Feng Jian immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for defense. Due to the fact that many cultivators did not possess Feng Jian's renegade abilities, they were unaware of the million-strong army approaching them. However, they trusted Feng Jian immensely, so they naturally did whatever he instructed. At this time, Feng Jian also had hundreds of thousands of subordinates, although this was somewhat inferior to the million enemy troops. Given Feng Jian's ability to fight against thousands alone, dealing with this million-strong army was still easy for him. Subsequently, Feng Jian acted like a vanguard. In a flash, he charged towards the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, forming a million-strong army. At this moment, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect had never anticipated that Feng Jian would act so swiftly. The leader of the Ice-Cold sect still wanted to sit on the fence, afraid to let Feng Jian discover his betrayal. Thus, he immediately tried to hide among the army. Unfortunately for him, Feng Jian was precisely there for him. Therefore, with one hand, Feng Jian reached out and immediately captured the leader of the Ice-Cold sect. Chapter 256. Trembling in fear at this moment. The leader of the Ice-Cold sect was utterly terrified. From the beginning, he planned to hide among the millions of troops, thinking that Feng Jian wouldn't be able to find him. He also intended to lure Feng Jian into the midst of the army, then use the million-strong forces from the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace to kill Feng Jian. However, he never expected that Feng Jian's strength was already beyond the ordinary. Thus, dealing with a mere leader of the Ice-Cold sect was, of course, a piece of cake for him. It could be said that taking the leader's head amidst a million soldiers was as easy as reaching into a pocket. At this point, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect realized he was likely facing death. Although he was extremely timid and fearful, he also cherished his life dearly. Therefore, he did not give up but hurriedly bowed to Feng Jian and pleaded for mercy. Lord Feng Jian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have colluded with the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. Now I beg you to spare my life. As long as you spare me, I will undoubtedly bow to you and follow you. Unfortunately, at this moment, what Feng Jian despised the most was this kind of two-faced, opportunistic scum. Therefore, he thought of immediately tearing this person to pieces and grinding his bones to ashes. However, Feng Jian then considered that if he easily killed the leader of the Ice-Cold sect, others would only think his methods were swift and would not witness his true terror. At that time, those blind fools might even attack him. Thus, Feng Jian did not immediately kill the leader of the Ice-Cold sect, but instead made him beg for his life, leaving him in a state of desperation. This shocked the million-strong army from the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. At this moment, the million-strong army, unaware that Feng Jian had not used his full strength, thought Feng Jian, alone, could not possibly be their opponent. After all, it was common knowledge that a few could not defeat many. As a result, the million-strong army immediately began to curse and rushed toward Feng Jian. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated Feng Jian's power. You see, since Feng Jian could easily capture the leader of the Ice-Cold sect, he could just as easily defeat this million-strong army. Thus, before the million-strong army even got close to Feng Jian, before they could touch even a single finger of his, they were beaten so badly by Feng Jian that they cried for their mothers. At this moment, the leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, who were hiding in the back, originally intended to use their million-strong army to wear down Feng Jian's strength and then look for his weaknesses. That way, they could easily defeat him. However, they never expected Feng Jian's strength to be so terrifying and impressive. In just a few moves, he defeated their million-strong army. Although the million soldiers they sent out were not all their main forces and were not particularly impressive due to their sheer numbers, even if the two of them fought personally, it would not be easy to defeat this million-strong army. However, what they could not do, Feng Jian accomplished effortlessly, which left them in shock. They truly felt Feng Jian's terrifying power. Thus, they knew that with their current strength, there was no way to defeat Feng Jian, let alone crush him to ashes. At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly King Palace and the leader of the Dragon King Palace exchanged glances and immediately fled. They didn't even care about their million-strong army. Meanwhile, although the leader of the Ice-Cold sect was being brutally beaten by Feng Jian, he thought to himself that his bosses were the leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. As long as they acted, they would surely be able to rescue him from Feng Jian's hands. However, after waiting for a long time, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect did not see the leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace appear. At this moment, he looked up and discovered that his two bosses had already vanished without a trace. This instantly made the leader of the Ice-Cold sect furious. and he began to curse at the two who had fled. At this moment, Feng Jian initially intended to strike the leader of the ice-cold sect with full force. However, upon seeing the leader's hatred towards the fleeing leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, Feng Jian came up with a strategy. He decided to use the leader of the ice-cold sect as a pawn to defeat the leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. Although, with Feng Jian's strength, forcibly defeating them would be very easy, he wanted more than just defeating the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. He aimed to subdue all the forces beneath them. Therefore, he needed a guide. And this guide must be someone who was very angry with the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. Thus, the leader of the ice-cold sect was the best assistant for Feng Jian. At this moment, just as Feng Jian thought, the leader of the ice-cold sect, filled with anger towards the fleeing leaders of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, immediately volunteered and said to Feng Jian, "Brother Feng Jian, I initially wanted to use the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace to attack you, but now that I see they are nothing but scum and cowards, not only do they not help me, but they even dare to flee. Now I will switch sides and help you. Just remember, in 3 days' time, you will look at me in a new light. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me and will join forces with me to deal with the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. What do you think?" Unfortunately, at this moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect had not finished speaking when Feng Jian immediately slapped him and sent him crashing to the ground. "Let me tell you, leader of the ice-cold sect, you are now in a position to atone for your sins, so you do not qualify to fight alongside me or be my companion. You can only be my subordinate. Of course, if you perform well in the future, I might allow you to become my companion." "Oh, really? That would be great." At this moment, although the leader of the ice-cold sect was knocked to the ground by Feng Jian, he was not angry. He had already been convinced by Feng Jian's powerful strength. Thus, he did not dare to resent Feng Jian. At this time, the leader of the ice-cold sect immediately joined Feng Jian and charged towards the defeated army of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. Although the million-strong army was scattered by Feng Jian because he had not used harsh methods against them, they were still alive. After all, Feng Jian knew that although this million-strong army was not strong, however, if they could be used for one's own purposes, it would certainly strengthen one's own power. Then one could become the overlord of this generation. So at this moment, Kazama immediately spoke earnestly to the million-strong army. "Brave soldiers, I know you're all very loyal to the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, but you should also assess the situation. Remember, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true heroes. Previously, the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace used you as pawns to attack me. Clearly wanted to catch us off guard and benefit from our conflict. But when they saw that I defeated you, the two lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace immediately fled without caring about you at all. This is the behavior of selfish and self-serving people. How can you still follow these two worthless scoundrels? So, now it would be better for you to submit to me. Stop talking nonsense." Unfortunately, at this moment, Kazama had not finished speaking. The million-strong army from the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace immediately pointed at Kazama's nose and began to curse furiously. "Who the hell do you think you are to make us ally with you? Yes, let me tell you, Kazama, we are men of iron and steel. Even if the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace betray us, we will never betray them. Indeed, they are noble people, while you're just a lowly scoundrel. So no matter how powerful you are, we will not submit to you." What? Upon hearing the words of the million-strong army, Kazama was taken aback. He originally thought this world of cultivation respected strength above all else. Therefore, he believed that the more powerful he was, the more he could persuade these people. However, it was clear that these people had been brainwashed by the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. This left Kazama feeling somewhat amused and perplexed. At this moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect was also completely caught off guard. With Kazama's strength being so formidable, this million-strong army still refused to submit. Thus, the leader of the ice-cold sect quickly whispered to Kazama, "I say, big brother Kazama, since this is the case, you might as well annihilate this million-strong army. This way, they won't be able to help the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace." Absolutely not. As soon as Kazama heard the leader of the ice-cold sect's words, he immediately shook his head like a drum. This was not because Kazama was overly merciful, but because he did not want to be a brutal person. One should know that heaven has a virtue of nurturing life. Killing one person is one thing, but to kill hundreds of thousands of people in one go is something Kazama could never do. Therefore, Kazama immediately used the 6 paths of different heaven god to control the minds of the million-strong army of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. At this moment, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect was still unaware of Kazama's incredible power of the 6 paths of different heaven god. Thus, seeing the million-strong army, which had just cursed Kazama and refused to submit, now all surrendering to him in the blink of an eye, left the leader of the Ice-Cold sect in disbelief. It completely refreshed the leader's worldview. At this moment, while the leader of the Ice-Cold sect was marveling at Kazama's extraordinary abilities, Kazama had already led the million-strong army to search for the direction in which the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace had disappeared. Due to the leader of the Ice-Cold sect still being dazed, Kazama immediately smiled and asked him, "I say, leader of the Ice-Cold sect, didn't you say you would help me? Why are you still standing there in a daze? If you don't want to help me, I might have to annihilate you. Please calm down, Lord Kazama." At this moment, upon hearing Kazama's words, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect hurriedly pledged his loyalty. "Lord Kazama, I am your loyal subordinate. How could I not want to help you?" At this moment, Kazama was just joking with the leader of the Ice-Cold sect and had no intention of dismembering him. However, due to the leader's small-mindedness, upon hearing Kazama's joke, he naturally felt very angry. So he immediately cursed Kazama in his heart. "You bastard, scoundrel! I already said I would submit to you, and even though I betrayed you, you have beaten me up. Yet now you still insult me. Just wait. As long as you and the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace fight to both suffer, let's see how I deal with you next." At this time, Kazama was so focused on how to persuade the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace that he did not notice the leader of the Ice-Cold sect's ambitions. Not long after, relying on the information from the leader of the Ice-Cold sect, Kazama quickly found the hiding place of the 2 palace lords. Logically, since the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace had an antagonistic relationship, they should have been hiding in different places and in completely opposite directions. However, after witnessing Kazama's terrifying and powerful strength, the 2 of them thought that if they hid separately, they would be easily defeated by Kazama. Therefore, they chose to stay together, hoping to combine their strengths. This way, they might have a bit of pressure and some advantage when facing Kazama. However, although their plan was beautiful, the result was very poor, because even though they combined, Kazama could still seriously injure them. Soon after, Kazama arrived at the joint hiding place of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace. At this time, the 2 were still discussing how to avoid Kazama. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, they were intercepted by Kazama. Chapter 257, Just Wait for Me. This immediately frightened the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace, making them retreat several steps, cold sweat pouring down, unable to say a word. At this moment, Kazama immediately sneered at them. "You 2 scoundrels, I had no grievances with you before, but now you dare to act arrogantly in front of me. I tell you, you have pushed me to the limit. Now I will dismember you." What? When the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace saw that Kazama wanted to dismember them, they were immediately frightened and cold sweat poured down. Then the lords of the Dragon King Palace and the Heavenly King Palace hurriedly bowed their heads and begged for mercy. "I say, big brother Kazama, actually we didn't know you before. It was that scoundrel, the leader of the Ice-Cold sect, who kept forcing us to help him. Yes, we didn't want to help him at all, but he insisted that we do so. Now if he really wants to kill us, why not vent your anger on that leader of the Ice-Cold sect? That way, you can vent your anger and we can survive, don't you think?" Well, at this moment, Kazama had not yet opened his mouth to respond. The leader of the Ice sect immediately rushed towards the Dragon King Hall, while the master of the Heavenly King Hall began to angrily scold. "You 2 dog bastards, I didn't provoke you before, and now you want to take the blame. I tell you, I will absolutely not forgive you." At this moment, the leader of the Ice sect shouted in anger and raised his hand to attack the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. Unfortunately, although the leader of the Ice sect was very furious, how could he possibly be a match for the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall? Therefore, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall quickly knocked the leader of the Ice sect to the ground. At this time, the leader of the Ice sect realized that since he had become Feng Jian's subordinate, Feng Jian would definitely not stand by and watch him die. So he hurriedly said to Feng Jian, "Brother Feng Jian, I have already submitted to you and am your most loyal subordinate and spokesperson, but now I, as your spokesperson, am being beaten up by these 2 bastards. How can you not help me? If you don't help me, doesn't that mean the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall look down on you?" At this moment, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall saw that the leader of the Ice sect had already been knocked down by them, yet he still dared to scheme against them and slander them. This made them even more furious. They knew that even if they didn't want to attack Feng Jian at this moment, they had no choice. Hearing the words of the leader of the ice sect, Feng Jian immediately sneered coldly and said to the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall, "Gentlemen, I originally didn't want to kill you. But since what the leader of the ice sect said is very correct, I have to take action against you. After all, the leader of the ice sect has already submitted to me, and I won't let him be beaten up for nothing." What? At this moment, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall felt very angry when they heard Feng Jian's words. They had already apologized and begged for mercy from Feng Jian, yet he was still aggressive and relentless. Naturally, this made them very angry. They thought that fighting would mean death, and not fighting would also mean death, so they might as well fight Feng Jian fiercely. It was better than dying in such a cowardly way. Thus, with an angry shout, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall charged at Feng Jian. At this time, Feng Jian saw that these two were clearly not his match, yet they still dared to fight him, which made him sneer. So, in a short moment, Feng Jian immediately used all his skills to battle against the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. The masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall initially thought that with their current strength, they could never be Feng Jian's opponent. They anticipated that they would be defeated by Feng Jian in less than one round. Therefore, they were already prepared to meet their end heroically. However, they did not expect that the previously powerful Feng Jian, in just a moment, had not defeated them and even fought to a standstill. This immediately puzzled them. At the same time, Feng Jian was also very surprised. He knew that according to his strength, he should be able to easily kill the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. Before Feng Jian could react, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall teamed up to knock him to the ground, which shocked Feng Jian even more. Then Feng Jian realized that since he had arrived in this fantasy world, he had cultivated immediately and had been continuously fighting, which had led to a lack of chakra within him. Plus, this fantasy world was primarily based on spiritual energy, and places that could absorb chakra were very few. Therefore, Feng Jian had to convert spiritual energy into his own chakra to truly restore his strength to its peak. At this moment, since the leader of the ice sect did not know Feng Jian's current situation, when he saw Feng Jian being knocked down by the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall, he thought that Feng Jian's strength was no longer impressive and believed he was a paper tiger. So he immediately sneered, "Feng Jian, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to have today. Good. As long as you and the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall fight to both be seriously injured, then I can take advantage of the situation." At this time, while watching Feng Jian's battle, the leader of the ice sect secretly used a secret voice transmission towards the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. "Brothers, I didn't mean to scold you earlier. It was actually a strategy of mine." "What strategy?" Hearing the leader of the ice sect's words, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall, who were in combat, immediately became interested. "It's simple. I have already poisoned Feng Jian, so he is not your opponent at all. Next, you both should use all your strength to kill him. As long as you can kill him, we can truly seize the techniques and skills of this little rascal. At that time, we will become very powerful and formidable." "Not bad, not bad." Upon hearing the leader of the ice sect's words, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall immediately believed him. But unfortunately, they did not know that Feng Jian's drop in strength was not due to poisoning, but because he was currently absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth and converting it into his chakra. At this moment, although Feng Jian was not the match for the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall, he was not going to be killed by them. Since Feng Jian needed time to convert his chakra, he quickly slipped away, disappearing without a trace. This was not because Feng Jian was afraid of death and ran away, but because he wanted to find a secluded place so he could focus on converting his chakra. At this time, the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall saw Feng Jian leave and thought he was fleeing in panic. Coupled with the urging of the leader of the ice sect beside them, they immediately chased after Feng Jian. At this moment, Feng Jian thought that since he had temporarily left, the leader of the ice sect would no longer pursue him. After all, they knew that although they could temporarily gain the upper hand with their strength, they could never kill him. However, as soon as Feng Jian left, he saw that the leader of the ice sect had actually joined forces with the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall to continue pursuing him. This shocked Feng Jian because the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall had previously taken the initiative to submit to him, and he had considered them as good brothers and partners. However, Feng Jian did not expect that this despicable leader of the ice sect would dare to act tough in front of him. This made Feng Jian furious, and he exploded with rage. So Feng Jian immediately cursed at the leader of the ice sect with a face full of anger. You dog bastard leader of the ice sect, I didn't even pay attention to you before, but now you keep acting tough in front of me. Tell me, are you tired of living? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall burst into laughter upon hearing Feng Jian's words. Stop pretending in front of me. I'm telling you, Kazama, I once submitted to you out of kindness, but now you keep showing off in front of me. How could I possibly forgive you? So I'm telling you now, if you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy right now, and then pass on all your skills to me, so that I can stop the leader of the ice-cold sect from chasing you. Ha! When the Lord of the Heavenly King Temple and the Lord of the Dragon King Temple spoke, Feng Jian found it extremely laughable, because a dog-like scum who had been bowing and scraping in front of him now dared to act tough. This was clearly a case of the tiger not showing its power, and you think I'm a sick cat. At this moment, before the Lord of the Ice-Cold sect could continue speaking, Feng Jian immediately burst out laughing. You bastard! The reason I spared your worthless life before was because of the kindness of heaven, not wanting to completely eradicate you. Moreover, you've already genuinely submitted to me. But I never expected that you would still be a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit, having just submitted to me and now actually betraying me. And as if that wasn't enough, you actually joined forces with the lords of the Heavenly King Temple and the Dragon King Temple. Let me tell you, I am giving you, the Lord of the Ice-Cold sect, one last chance. That is to immediately bow down and submit to me, and help me fend off the attacks from the lords of the Dragon King Temple and the Heavenly King Temple. Once my strength is restored, I might spare your worthless life. But if you remain stubborn, then I'm sorry, but I, Feng Jian, might really have to take your life. Enough. Stop pretending in front of me. At this moment, the master of the ice sect did not appreciate the favor from Kazama. Instead, he thought Kazama was just putting on a show in front of him. He also believed that Kazama had reached the end of the road, which was why he spoke these words. At this moment, in the eyes of the ice sect master, Kazama could never turn the situation around. Therefore, the master of the ice sect immediately went to the side of the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall, who were about to arrive. Brothers, Kazama's strength is already very weak now. As long as you both use your full strength, you can defeat this little brat. All right, no problem. At this moment, the masters of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace had previously witnessed Kazama's extraordinary strength. Therefore, they understood that taking advantage of someone's weakness to eliminate them is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. They now had to kill Kazama. If they waited too long and allowed him to regain his strength, he would become powerful once again, and that would be their doom. At this time, Kazama never expected that these three people were notorious scoundrels. He had previously shown mercy and spared their lives, but now they wanted to take his life. Since it had come to this, Kazama had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Moreover, he was only halfway through the process of converting his spiritual energy into chakra. Thus, Kazama could only change his previously arrogant demeanor and once again address the masters of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Gentlemen, I hope you won't act impulsively. With my current strength, I may not be able to defeat you, but given time, my power will surpass yours. Therefore, you shouldn't listen to the nonsense of that ice sect leader anymore. I hope you can spare my life, and then I can coexist peacefully with you. However, if you remain stubborn and insist on taking my life, the result will be your failure, and I will hold a deep grudge against you. Hee hee, you little rascal. This is the first time I've seen someone begging for mercy in such a creative way. At this moment, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace could no longer hear what Kazama was saying. They only had one thought: to quickly turn Kazama into dust so that they could properly kill him, before Kazama could react. The leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace charged at him again. This took Kazama by surprise because he knew that with his current strength, facing the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace head-on would likely lead to his immediate defeat. Therefore, Kazama quickly used space-time ninjutsu and escaped into his own unique space in the blink of an eye. At this moment, since the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace did not know how to use space techniques, they were astonished to see Kazama's move. However, they thought that since Kazama's strength was now inferior to theirs, even if he escaped, he would not pose any threat to them. Chapter 258. Crazy Beating. Thus, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace were overjoyed and cheered for defeating Kazama. However, the leader of the Ice Cold sect was extremely angry. His purpose in defeating Kazama was to seize Kazama's abilities and make his own strength equal to Kazama's. But now, seeing Kazama escape without a trace, it made the leader of the ice-cold sect furious. However, he knew he could not vent this anger on the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace, as their strength was now superior to his. Therefore, the leader of the ice-cold sect could only temporarily endure. In fact, he was unwilling to always remain subordinate to the two of them because he knew he had previously betrayed the Dragon King Palace and the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace. It wouldn't be long before they would come looking for trouble with him. Thus, the leader of the ice-cold sect planned to act in secret to eliminate the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. As the saying goes, a visible attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Therefore, the leader of the ice-cold sect thought that as long as he utilized his abilities properly, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace would not be his opponents at all. At that moment, it was indeed as the leader of the ice-cold sect thought. After the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace fought Kazama for 3,000 rounds, although they defeated him, their own strength had also significantly decreased. Thus, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace immediately began to enter seclusion. They had not anticipated that the leader of the ice-cold sect would betray them, so they allowed him to act as their trusted aide. At this moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect was overjoyed. He took advantage of the critical moment when the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace were in seclusion and directly attacked them. Due to their focus on seclusion and their excessive trust in the leader of the ice-cold sect, they had no defenses in place. As a result, they were immediately knocked to the ground by the leader of the ice-cold sect. At this time, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace realized that due to their failed seclusion, their strength had greatly diminished and they were no longer a match for the leader of the ice-cold sect. They immediately attempted to escape. However, the leader of the ice-cold sect knew that letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to great trouble. Therefore, he charged at the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace again. But at that moment, a mysterious figure blocked the pursuing leader of the ice-cold sect. This person was Kazama, who had already transformed the spiritual energy of the world into chakra. The leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace could not have anticipated that the target they had been pursuing, Kazama, would come to save them. This took them by surprise. They were utterly unable to believe it. What was even more unbelievable was the leader of the ice sect. After all, the leader of the ice sect knew that Feng Jian had been relentlessly pursued by the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall. Logically, Feng Jian should have been furious at the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall, wishing to devour their flesh and tear them to pieces. However, now Feng Jian unexpectedly saved them, which was something he could never have imagined. What shocked the leader of the ice sect even more was that Feng Jian had previously been beaten to a pulp and had fled in disgrace from the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall. So why, after just one encounter, had he seemingly returned to full strength? The leader of the ice sect quickly took 3 steps back, wanting to avoid Feng Jian's sudden attack. Then he pointed angrily at Feng Jian's nose and scolded, "Feng Jian, you ungrateful little man." Previously, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were constantly hunting you down, and I was only acting out of conscience to defeat them and help you take revenge. But now you've actually blocked my attack. I say, you clearly have your elbows turning outwards. Unfortunately for the leader of the ice sect, before he could finish, Feng Jian knocked him to the ground with a single palm strike. With a face full of rage, he shouted, "Let me tell you, leader of the ice sect, Feng Jian, hate those who are fickle and change with the wind the most. I made it very clear when you submitted to me before. But now, not only are you fickle, but you also want to use this kind of self-harming trick in front of me, trying to sow discord. You should know that I, Feng Jian, am a true master of strategy, skilled in all 36 stratagems. But now you treat me as a fool. I'm giving you one last chance. Kill yourself immediately, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. But if you don't comply, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ha ha ha. Let me kill myself? What qualifications do you have to make me do that?" At this moment, although the leader of the ice sect knew that Feng Jian had returned to full strength, he did not realize that Feng Jian's power had actually returned to its peak. Thus, the leader of the ice sect still wanted to act tough in front of Feng Jian. Unfortunately, before he could react, Feng Jian swiftly knocked him out, leaving him bruised and battered. It was only then that he felt Feng Jian's terrifying strength and realized that Feng Jian had indeed returned to his peak. Scared, the leader of the ice sect immediately turned to flee. At this time, the leaders of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall, who had been relentlessly pursuing Feng Jian, were now overwhelmed with emotion as he had saved them. They immediately began to bow repeatedly to Feng Jian. Normally, Feng Jian would not accept anyone's bowing, as he believed that everyone is born equal. However, at this moment, he did not refuse their bows because he felt he could bear it. After all, he was repaying kindness with kindness. Finally, Feng Jian helped them up and took them into his own alternate space. In this world, only Feng Jian's alternate space was inaccessible to others, making it the safest place. Although the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall did not understand why Feng Jian had saved them, they thought about how they had nearly been killed by the leader of the Ice Sect. Now that Feng Jian had saved them, they considered him their savior. Therefore, they immediately vowed to be forever loyal to Feng Jian. This was exactly the outcome Feng Jian wanted because, compared to the leader of the Ice Sect, he valued the strength of the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall more. Although they were currently injured and not at their peak strength due to their earlier retreat, this was not a problem for Feng Jian. After all, with his current power, he could easily help them regain their peak strength, provided they sincerely submitted to him. When the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall saw that Feng Jian was indeed willing to ally with them, they breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly asked Feng Jian, "Brother Feng Jian, why did you help us avoid the attack from the leader of the Ice Sect after we had relentlessly pursued you before? Logically, you should have just stood by and watched the show. Why are you helping us now? If you don't explain, we will regret it for life." Feng Jian smiled and nodded at their questions. What you don't know is that although I, Feng Jian, am powerful, I am not a bloodthirsty person. The reason I attacked you before was because I was deceived by the leader of the Ice Sect. You should know that the leader of the Ice Sect is a despicable person. I initially thought he was a man of integrity, but then he said you two were scoundrels, claiming you were oppressing the people and causing chaos. That's why I felt compelled to act against you. However, later I saw your actions were filled with righteousness, which made me realize I had fallen for the leader of the Ice Sect's tricks. Oh, I see. At this moment, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall exchanged glances and nodded. As Feng Jian had said, they were indeed not the scoundrels they had been portrayed to be. They were indeed men of integrity. Thus, they had always thought Feng Jian was a scoundrel as well. Good people like them would not be targeted by righteous individuals. Only scoundrels would come after them. The leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall then seriously asked Feng Jian, "Brother Feng Jian, now that your strength should easily allow you to kill the leader of the Ice Sect, why didn't you pursue him, right?" They added, "Although the leader of the Ice Sect is not particularly strong, his ambitions are too great. As the saying goes, letting a tiger return to the mountain is not a good thing. Now that you've let him go, it doesn't seem right. We're just being straightforward. So please don't be angry." Feng Jian immediately laughed and shook his head. "Of course, I want to be angry. Since we are now allies, I might as well be honest with you. That's right, with my current strength, I could easily kill the leader of the Ice Sect. But what you see is just the surface of my strength. In reality, I am not capable of killing the leader of the Ice Sect." "What? How is that possible?" Hearing this, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were once again astonished. Feng Jian had previously displayed such impressive abilities. Why was he now saying he couldn't kill the leader of the Ice Sect? At this moment, Feng Jian explained the reason to them. Although Feng Jian had transformed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his own chakra, the time was too short. So it can be said that Feng Jian's chakra has not yet restored to its former peak. Therefore, his big moves, as well as his defense, attack power, reaction time, and so on, cannot become particularly impressive or powerful. While the strength of the Ice Sect Master may have seemed trash in Feng Jian's eyes before, you must understand that was in the past. If viewed from Feng Jian's perspective now, the Ice Sect Master's strength should not be underestimated. If at that time Feng Jian did not kill the Ice Sect Master in one strike, and if the Ice Sect Master were to act recklessly, then Feng Jian would not be able to do much against him. So, Feng Jian couldn't risk a life-or-death situation with him now. Thus, Feng Jian could only temporarily spare his life. At this moment, the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall Masters were very impressed by Feng Jian's words. After all, they never expected that Feng Jian could maintain such a rational demeanor in this critical moment. This was something they could only dream of achieving. Consequently, the Masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall gave Feng Jian a thumbs up. However, Feng Jian immediately humbly waved his hand. After all, what Feng Jian did was not to earn their praise, but to get them to work together to help him convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into chakra. Because Feng Jian alone was not yet capable of restoring his chakra to its peak in a short time. Upon hearing Feng Jian's request, The masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were very pleased to learn that Feng Jian could soon recover to his peak. After all, both of them knew that Feng Jian's strength was formidable. If they helped him now, given Feng Jian's character, he would surely continue to assist them in return. At that point, it would be like holding onto a strong leg, providing them with a comfortable place to rest. Therefore, the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall immediately agreed to Feng Jian's request. Subsequently, under Feng Jian's guidance, the two masters quickly coordinated with him. Meanwhile, the fleeing Ice Sect Master was still unaware that he was in great danger, because once Feng Jian's strength recovered, he would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. Although the Ice Sect Master did not know that Feng Jian was accumulating power to launch an attack against him, he wasn't foolish. He understood that he needed to quickly improve his own strength. While he knew he could never match Feng Jian, even if he exhausted his life, he did not want to be easily killed by Feng Jian. Chapter 259. The rival appears thus. The Ice Sect Master immediately returned to the place where the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall had fled. At this moment, the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were too focused on helping Feng Jian restore his former strength, so they had not observed that their base had already been attacked by the Ice Sect Master. In just a short time, the Ice Sect Master had found the martial arts manuals of the two masters. Shortly after, his strength had greatly increased. Additionally, the Ice Sect Master had found many pills they used during their closed-door training in the place where the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall masters were secluded. After consuming these pills, his strength surged dramatically. At this point, the Ice Sect Master's strength was nearly at the peak level of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall masters. This made him very pleased. Therefore, the Ice Sect Master thought that since he was this powerful, if he could occupy the cultivation of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall masters, wouldn't he be able to stand on equal footing with Feng Jian? Upon thinking of this, the Ice Sect Master immediately began to search for the whereabouts of the two masters. Logically, with the Ice Sect Master's current strength, finding the Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall masters should be easy. However, since Feng Jian had taken them into his alternate space, the Ice Sect Master searched for a long time to no avail. This left him extremely angry. Nevertheless, the Ice Sect Master knew that his immediate priority was to evade Feng Jian's impending pursuit. So, not long after, he began to flee madly again. Unfortunately, the Ice Sect Master still underestimated Feng Jian's strength. With Feng Jian's current formidable power, even if the Ice Sect Master fled to the ends of the earth, Feng Jian could easily kill him. Months passed, and Feng Jian finally restored his peak strength, which made him very happy. At this moment, alongside Feng Jian's recovery, the masters of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall were also very shocked. They realized that Feng Jian's current strength was even more impressive than during his peak period before. This was something Feng Jian had not anticipated. At this moment, Feng Jian immediately fulfilled his previous promise to help the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall masters kill the Ice Sect Master. Of course, this was not only to help them, but also to assist himself. In a moment, Feng Jian began to search for the Ice Sect Master's trace. With his super perception, he quickly located the fleeing Ice Sect Master. At that time, the Ice Sect Master, unaware that Feng Jian was searching for him, continued to flee while committing atrocities and even engaged in despicable acts. This made Feng Jian extremely furious, as he despised the Ice Sect Master and his vile actions the most. Thus, in just a moment, Feng Jian arrived before the Ice Sect Master. The Ice Sect Master had never expected that Feng Jian would be so powerful, able to find him in such a short time. This startled him greatly. Instinctively, the Ice Sect Master begged for mercy. However, he suddenly remembered that his current abilities were now on par with the Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall masters. Although he could not defeat Feng Jian, escaping from him should not be a problem. Therefore, the Ice Sect Master decided not to pretend any longer. He angrily pointed his finger at Feng Jian and started to curse. I tell you, Feng Jian, I was indeed a loser before, but now I can honestly tell you that my abilities are very powerful, so I advise you not to act too arrogantly in front of me. Otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll regret not letting me go. At this moment, upon seeing the Ice Sect Master bravely acting tough, even when facing imminent death, Feng Jian couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Ice Sect Master, seeing Feng Jian's reaction, became even angrier. But before he could continue his insults, Feng Jian spoke first. I told you, the leader of the Ice Sect. I used to be a very kind person, but you keep showing off in front of me. I shouldn't acknowledge you, but seeing you so arrogant and overbearing, if I say I won't pay attention to you, Wouldn't that be underestimating you? So now I have to tell you. I must beat you up until you're bruised and crying out for help, so that I can avenge my deep-seated blood feud. What? This makes me furious. At this moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect had no idea that Feng Jian's temper was still so volatile. It is important to note that the leader of the ice-cold sect's strength was now on par with the heads of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. However, Feng Jian still looked down on him. This was undoubtedly the greatest insult to the leader of the ice-cold sect. Therefore, he disregarded everything and directly launched an attack on Feng Jian. Indeed, the leader of the ice-cold sect took the initiative to attack Feng Jian. This was unexpected not only for Feng Jian, but also for the leader of the ice-cold sect himself, who probably did not anticipate it beforehand. Although the leader of the ice-cold sect knew he could not deal with Feng Jian, he was unwilling to be insulted by him like this. Unfortunately, at this moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect was no different from an ant in Feng Jian's eyes. Thus, Feng Jian did not give the leader of the ice-cold sect any chance to counterattack. In a relaxed manner, he crippled the leader of the ice-cold sect. At that moment, the leader of the ice-cold sect was utterly unprepared for the fact that Feng Jian's strength was so formidable. He realized that if things continued like this, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, the leader of the ice-cold sect immediately attempted to cast a spell to escape. Unfortunately, he had no chance to flee at this point. Feng Jian intended to crush the leader of the ice-cold sect to ashes, not out of cruelty, but because the leader had been too arrogant and overbearing. Thus, Feng Jian had to kill him. After Feng Jian killed the leader of the ice-cold sect, he immediately returned to the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Since the two had been helping Feng Jian in seclusion, they were unaware that during their retreat, the leader of the ice-cold sect had killed all the disciples of their sect and consumed all the elixirs and thousand-year materials they had used for their retreat. This was the accumulated foundation of their sect over thousands of years. Now that it had come to this, how could they compete with other sects? How could they establish themselves in this fantasy world? When they saw Feng Jian return and heard that he had killed the leader of the ice-cold sect, they were instantly very happy. They thought that since Feng Jian had killed the leader, he would surely bring back the leader's corpse. At that time, they could absorb spiritual energy from the corpse of the leader of the ice-cold sect, which would compensate for their sect's losses. However, since Feng Jian was unaware of the thoughts and plans of the heads of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace, he did not bring back the corpse of the leader of the ice-cold sect. This immediately disappointed the heads of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. At this moment, Feng Jian noticed their disappointment and immediately said to them, "You too, don't worry. Didn't I promise you earlier that as long as you helped me, I could help you regain your peak strength?" At this moment, Kazama said, and immediately helped the masters of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace restore their strength. However, although their powers had returned to their peak, the strength of their sects had already become very weak. Therefore, the masters of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace immediately began to plead with Kazama, hoping that he could grant them some treasures or miraculous elixirs. However, Kazama did not have such items. Thus, he immediately shook his head helplessly. But the masters of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace did not believe him, as they thought that since Kazama was so powerful, he must have some incredible treasures and elixirs. Otherwise, how could he have become so formidable? At that moment, although the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall did not express their anger outwardly, they were already very annoyed with Feng Jian in their hearts. Meanwhile, Feng Jian was very loyal and kind-hearted, so he did not anticipate that the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall would be angry with him for not giving them any treasures. Therefore, Feng Jian continued to speak to the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. "Gentlemen, since you have now submitted to me, we will share both blessings and hardships from now on. Next, I have a personal matter that I need to ask of you. Oh, I wonder what Brother Kazama has to say. Please go ahead." At this moment, although the masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall appeared to be very respectful towards Feng Jian, it was actually a part of their strategy. They knew that with Feng Jian's strength, it would be extremely easy for him to kill them. Moreover, they were aware of Feng Jian's personality. He was particularly vengeful against evil. If they were to turn against him now, Feng Jian would surely beat them to a pulp in no time. Therefore, they had to earn Feng Jian's trust to have a legitimate reason to engage him in battle, in order to obtain all of Feng Jian's abilities and then strengthen their own sect. At this moment, Feng Jian immediately sent the image of the Pluto Lord he had been searching for to the two masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall. Upon seeing the portrait drawn by Feng Jian, the two men were taken aback. They exchanged glances, simultaneously feeling both shocked and delighted. It turned out that they recognized this Pluto Lord. However, they were unaware that this Pluto Lord had crossed over from the ninja world to this place. And the Pluto Lord they knew had undergone a transformation here, becoming a powerful and ruthless master of the demonic path, known as the Deep Mountain Elder. Naturally, the Deep Mountain Elder was a disguise used by the Pluto Lord. After arriving in this fantasy world, the Pluto Lord discovered that he was exceptionally formidable and powerful. Thus, he began to kill indiscriminately, claiming dominion over the area. Subsequently, fearing that Feng Jian would track him down, he changed his name and went by the title of Deep Mountain Elder. However, since the Pluto Lord did not master the art of disguise, he was unable to change his appearance. Nevertheless, he thought that since this fantasy world was millions of times larger than the ninja world, Feng Jian might not be able to find him in the vast sea of people. However, he forgot the saying that there are no coincidences without a reason. Feng Jian indeed managed to locate his whereabouts. At this time, the two masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall did not immediately inform Feng Jian about the location of the Pluto Lord. Instead, they pretended to need time to study and consult their subordinates. Feng Jian believed them. Shortly after, the two masters of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall gathered together to discuss among themselves. What could this little brat Feng Jian possibly want with the Deep Mountain Elder? Sai, why bother with it? Anyway, the old man in the deep mountains is a menace that we usually try to avoid. Now that this troublemaker Kazama is actively seeking trouble, we might as well turn the tables and use his own scheme against him. What I mean by that? It's very simple. The old man in the deep mountains hates young talents like Feng Jian the most. So, as long as we bring Feng Jian in front of this old man, plus the anger I saw in Feng Jian's eyes when he asked us to find this old man, I can conclude that there is definitely a blood feud between Feng Jian and this old man. As long as we bring them together, they will surely become even more furious upon seeing each other. At that time, let them fight it out, and we can reap the benefits, right? Yes, indeed. At this point, after the leaders of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall confirmed their strategy, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then the two of them hit it off and immediately went to Feng Jian's residence. When Feng Jian heard that the leaders of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall knew the whereabouts of the leader of Pluto, he was overjoyed. After all, Feng Jian knew that only by finding the leader of Pluto as soon as possible could he exact revenge. So, Feng Jian followed the leaders of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall to the leader of Pluto's residence. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the leader of Pluto, who was actually the old man in the deep mountains. At that moment, the leader of Pluto was indulging in food and drink when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. This surprised him. He quickly activated his impressive perception ability and realized it was Feng Jian coming for him, which shocked him. The leader of Pluto was extremely frightened and was about to flee at the first sight of Feng Jian. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said to himself, "Earlier, I was worried that that little brat Feng Jian would find my whereabouts, so I set up a trap here. Not to mention Feng Jian, even if the Heavenly King himself came, I could make him suffer. Why should I run now?" Upon thinking this, the leader of Pluto laughed heartily and stopped fleeing, standing at the entrance of his residence, waiting for Feng Jian to arrive. In just a moment, Feng Jian arrived. As soon as he saw the leader of Pluto, he was overjoyed. Feng Jian immediately pointed at the leader of Pluto and shouted angrily, "You bastard! You made it so hard for me to find you. Today, I will definitely crush you to ashes." The leader of Pluto laughed, "With just you, little brat. You think you can crush me? I tell you, Feng Jian, I also wanted to find someone to flay you alive, but I couldn't find you until now. Since you've come to my door, I won't let you go." At this moment, Feng Jian and the leader of Pluto could be said to be red-eyed with hatred, and they immediately began to fight. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Dragon King Hall and the Heavenly King Hall were overjoyed to see Feng Jian truly fighting the leader of Pluto. They had previously worried that Feng Jian wouldn't engage in a fight, but now that they saw both of them going all out, they were very happy. They believed that only if Feng Jian and the leader of Pluto fought to a draw could they seize the powers of both. At that time, not only would their own strength peak, but the power of their sect would also greatly increase. Feng Jian never expected that after years of hunting, he would now be pecked in the eye. It was clearly a flip in the gutter. He had always used the strategy of reaping benefits from others' conflicts, but now he was the one being played, unbeknownst to Feng Jian. He trusted the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall with his back while he engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of Pluto. The leader of Pluto, realizing he was no match for Feng Jian, did not feel discouraged by his repeated defeats. Instead, he sneered and activated the formation set up here. As soon as the formation was activated, it trapped Feng Jian and the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall inside. At this moment, Feng Jian never expected that the leader of Pluto would resort to such despicable means. While he was escaping with the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall, he angrily cursed the leader of Pluto for being shameless. However, the leader of Pluto, seeing his trick succeed, laughed wildly. Feng Jian, you are truly foolish. You should know that all's fair in war. This isn't shamelessness, it's cleverness. At this point, Feng Jian was too lazy to engage in verbal sparring with the leader of Pluto. After all, he knew that the urgent matter now was to escape. Even if he won the verbal battle, it would be of no use to his life. Normally, with Feng Jian's strength, if he used all his abilities, he should be able to escape the trap set by the leader of Pluto easily. However, since he was still with the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall, it was somewhat troublesome to escape. At this time, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall, having seen that they had previously harbored murderous intentions towards Feng Jian and led him here, hoping he would fight the leader of Pluto, were now touched to see Feng Jian risking his life to help them. They were moved to tears. Although they didn't speak, they knew their previous actions were indeed wrong. So at this moment, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall immediately used all their abilities and helped Feng Jian escape. However, just when Feng Jian and the others thought they could escape the trap set by the leader of Pluto, the leader of Pluto laughed maniacally and blocked their way again. It turned out that the leader of Pluto had not only set a trap, but also laid out a net to ensnare them. At this point, the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall realized that if Feng Jian continued to protect them, not only would they not be able to escape, but Feng Jian would also die here. They exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Then, with serious expressions, they said to Feng Jian, "Brother Feng Jian, you must escape immediately. Don't worry about us." They added, "We are not worth much. If you can't escape, how will you be able to crush the leader of Pluto into pieces?" What? Feng Jian never expected that the leaders of the Heavenly King Hall and the Dragon King Hall would risk their lives to help him. This deeply moved him. Normally, he should have listened to them and escaped immediately. However, Feng Jian was a man of principle, so he said to them again, "You too. Since I have been on this path, I have never abandoned my companions. So stop talking nonsense and come with me right now." "We absolutely cannot." At this moment, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace immediately pushed open the door to Feng Jian. They explained to Feng Jian that their earlier actions were deliberate attempts to frame him and lead him here. Therefore, they now wanted to repay him. Before Feng Jian could react, the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace took a single glance at each other and immediately charged towards the leader of the Pluto Star. At that moment, the leader of the Pluto Star hated such brotherly loyalty the most. Upon seeing Feng Jian with the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace, clearly facing death, still daring to act tough and retreat, he was instantly enraged, furious and furious. In just a few exchanges, he turned the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace leaders into ashes. Chapter 262. Unwilling to ignore you at this time. Feng Jian could not have anticipated that the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace would help him so loyally. Yet in just a few exchanges, they were turned into ashes by the leader of the Pluto Star. This was something Feng Jian could not accept and absolutely could not tolerate. Thus, Feng Jian immediately flew into a rage. In just a few exchanges, he charged once more towards the leader of the Pluto Star. At this moment, the leader of the Pluto Star initially thought that since the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace had already sacrificed themselves, Feng Jian would definitely take the opportunity to escape again. However, he did not expect that Feng Jian would dare to attack him. This made the leader of the Pluto Star laugh maniacally. Therefore, he continued to launch a frenzied attack on Feng Jian in just a few exchanges. "I tell you, you little brat, I originally thought you would take the chance to escape. If that were the case, I really wouldn't know how to deal with you. But now you dare to be disrespectful. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, the leader of the Pluto Star, after a few exchanges, once again made his formation unleash great power, beating Feng Jian until he was bruised and battered. This instantly made Feng Jian furious. According to Feng Jian's original mood, he wished he could perish together with the leader of the Pluto Star. However, he suddenly thought, now that the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace have exhausted all their efforts to save him, if he were to lose his life like this, wouldn't that be letting down the two leaders? Once he thought of this, Feng Jian had no choice but to escape again. It should be noted that although Feng Jian's current strength was not enough to defeat the leader of the Pluto Star, he still had the ability to flee. Therefore, Feng Jian once again used his spatial techniques and disappeared without a trace in just a few exchanges. At this moment, the leader of the Pluto Star originally thought that with Feng Jian's character of rather shattering than bending, he would definitely fight to the death. However, he did not expect Feng Jian to escape so quickly. This truly infuriated the leader of the Pluto Star. Consequently, he immediately mobilized his army again, attempting to find Feng Jian's whereabouts. But after searching for a long time, they still could not find Feng Jian. After all, since Feng Jian dared to escape, he must have already thought of a way out, and it was naturally impossible for the leader of the Pluto Star to find his tracks. At this time, seeing that he could not find Feng Jian, the leader of the Pluto Star no longer bothered with him. After all, the leader of the Pluto Star was clear that there were more important matters at hand. That was to enhance his own abilities. Only by improving his abilities could he completely annihilate Feng Jian. Subsequently, the leader of the Pluto Star immediately began to enter seclusion and cultivate again. At this time, although Feng Jian had escaped into his unique dimension, due to fleeing too quickly earlier, he had exhausted all his means. Now, seeing his strength regressing instead of progressing, Feng Jian was extremely angry. After all, he knew that being defeated by the leader of the Pluto Star and losing face was minor. Chapter 263. Extremely skillful if he could not take revenge for the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Then he would truly be insufficient as a brother, lacking in loyalty. Therefore, at this moment, Feng Jian immediately intended to convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his chakra. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that now, being alone without the help of the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace, his conversion ability was extremely weak. After pondering for a moment, Feng Jian immediately contacted the people of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. However, what Feng Jian did not anticipate was that the leader of the Pluto Star, who was in seclusion, had also detected Feng Jian's whereabouts. Therefore, the leader of the Pluto Star immediately prepared to ambush Feng Jian halfway. At this moment, the leader of the Pluto Star subordinate approached him with a sinister smile and presented scheme. Upon hearing this plan, the leader of the Pluto Star burst into laughter and immediately decided to act according to the plan. Meanwhile, Feng Jian had already arrived at the garrison of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Since the leaders of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace had previously allied with Feng Jian, everyone from the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace recognized Feng Jian and greatly admired him. Moreover, since their two leaders had already died without a leader, they immediately recognized Feng Jian as their master. Naturally, they believed everything Feng Jian said. Thus, Feng Jian immediately shared his thoughts with everyone. Upon hearing that they could help Feng Jian increase his strength while also killing the leader of the Pluto Star to take revenge, everyone was very willing. Due to the large number of people, Feng Jian needed to find a spacious venue so everyone could assist him in converting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into chakra. Therefore, Feng Jian immediately agreed with everyone to meet in his unique dimension 3 days later to help him. As long as they helped, he could turn the leader of the Pluto Star into ashes, thus helping them take revenge for their two leaders. Afterward, Feng Jian took a few exchanges to return to his dimension and began preparations. At this time, Feng Jian waited for 3 days, hoping to regain his peak strength. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that because the leader of the Pluto Star had clearly seen his previous actions, he immediately followed through with his previous scheme and quietly arrived at the garrison of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Using his silver tongue, he quickly deceived the members of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. When the members of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace heard the leader of the Pluto Star's words, they immediately believed that their leaders had been killed not because of the leader of the Pluto Star, but because Feng Jian had fled, causing their two leaders to become scapegoats. This truly infuriated the members of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace. Originally, the leader of the Pluto Star scheme was not very clever, and its success rate was not very high. However, since the members of the Heavenly King Palace and the Dragon King Palace were simple-minded and physically strong, upon hearing the leader of the Pluto Star's incitement, they immediately believed it. They began to curse Feng Jian as shameless. Of course, everyone was extremely angry at that Kazama in their hearts. At this moment, as soon as the leader of the Pluto saw his scheme succeed, he immediately added fuel to the fire. He smiled broadly at everyone and said, "Everyone, since you are all very angry at Kazama, then, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since that's the case, can we unite to kill Kazama together?" Haha, do you really think we could team up with you, you dog scum? But at this moment, the leader of the Pluto hadn't finished speaking yet, and the people from the Heavenly King's Hall and Dragon King's Hall immediately began to curse him angrily. Let me tell you, we were allied with Kazama before. But later we learned from you that Kazama is a scum and a bastard, so we can no longer deal with Kazama. Of course, that doesn't mean we are willing to unite with you, because you are indeed the culprit who killed our Hall Master. What? You scum dare to curse me? At this time, the leader of the Pluto didn't take the people from the Heavenly King's Hall and Dragon King's Hall seriously at all. He wanted to have everyone unite with him to attack Kazama, in order to ensure that Kazama would be torn to pieces. However, seeing these garbage in his eyes daring to curse him made the leader of the Pluto furious and jump up in rage. But at this moment, the leader of the Pluto knew that he still needed to borrow the power of these people. If he cursed them now, it would only drive them to desperation and make them not want to unite with him. Therefore, the leader of the Pluto could only swallow his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Everyone, you have really misunderstood me. Yes, I did attack your 2 Hall Masters before, but I'm not the culprit who killed them. You must know that my previous formation was aimed at Kazama alone, but that scum Kazama used some trick to deceive your 2 Hall Masters. That's why your 2 Hall Masters went to their deaths for him. So now I have only indirectly caused the death of your 2 Hall Masters, and the true culprit who killed your Hall Master is that bastard Kazama, that dog scum. So now I really hope you can unite with me to deal with Kazama." At this time, the people were unwilling to unite with the leader of Pluto. However, this leader was indeed very persuasive. In no time, he deceived everyone with his smooth talk. Finally, the people had no choice but to listen to the leader's nonsense. Meanwhile, Kazama was still unaware that the helpers he had worked hard to find were now being manipulated by the leader of Pluto and turned into tools to kill him. 3 days later, while Kazama was waiting for everyone to help him regain his strength, he suddenly saw the people from the Heavenly King's Hall and Dragon King's Hall charging toward him aggressively. This immediately startled Kazama. He then asked the crowd with a face full of disbelief, "What are you doing? I'm a man of integrity. Why are you attacking me now? Stop with the act." At this moment, before Kazama could react, the crowd launched an attack on him in an instant. Although Kazama was extremely shocked, he knew that if he didn't fight back, he might actually be killed by them. After all, although their strength was not very high, they were numerous. Thus, Kazama had no choice but to engage with the crowd again. While fighting back, he also dodged their attacks and asked again, "Everyone, you are really misunderstanding me. You must know that I, Kazama, am a man of integrity, and I haven't done anything outrageous to you. Why are you attacking me? I'll tell you, Kazama, stop pretending. You deliberately escaped before, which led to the deaths of our Heavenly King's Hall and Dragon King's Hall Masters in the formation of that Pluto leader. Yes, we know all this, so we will no longer believe your nonsense, nor will we unite with you to help you regain your strength." What? Who the hell are you listening to? This is clearly slander. Kazama, who was originally a gentle and upright man, never used foul language. But seeing that the crowd had misunderstood him like this made him explode with rage. At this time, the crowd was already very angry at Kazama, and now seeing him dare to curse at them made them even angrier. They then launched another frenzied attack on Kazama. In just a few exchanges, they forced Kazama to retreat continuously. At this time, the real culprit, the leader of Pluto, also flew in front of Kazama and began to laugh maniacally. "How about it? Little scum Kazama, did you really think that with these people, you could make me kill? Let me tell you, I've already told these people the truth. Now they all know that the masters of the Heavenly King's Hall and the Dragon King's Hall were killed by you, so they will no longer believe your words." This made Kazama furious. He never expected that this Pluto leader would be such a scum. In just a few exchanges, he had already deceived the crowd. This naturally made Kazama very angry, but he also knew that if he wanted to regain his strength, he needed the help of the crowd. Otherwise, he would truly be killed by them. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, Kazama quickly used his unique reincarnation Sharingan to cast a super illusion, pulling everyone into his illusion. This way, they could see the true face and real purpose of the Pluto leader. At this moment, due to Kazama's masterful illusion technique, and since they had not expected him to use an illusion, in just a few exchanges, they were all dominated by Kazama's illusion, including the most arrogant Pluto leader. Of course, Kazama's illusion did not make them kill each other, but made them believe they had killed him. This way, they could see the results of what would happen after they believed they had killed him. So in a few exchanges, the crowd thought they had completely torn Kazama to pieces and turned him to dust. At this moment, when everyone saw that they had finally dealt with the killer Kazama, they believed they had avenged the masters of the Heavenly King's Hall and Dragon King's Hall. This made everyone extremely happy. Then, they immediately began to cheer. Meanwhile, the leader of Pluto, who was also trapped in the illusion, was very happy as well. After all, he regarded Kazama as his eternal enemy, and now seeing his most powerful enemy killed made him very happy. However, the Pluto leader immediately glared angrily at the master of the Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall, who was cheering and spreading the news. At that moment, the cheering crowd felt a chill creeping up behind them, leaving them puzzled. They immediately turned to the Pluto leader with confused expressions and asked, "What do you mean? Pluto leader? You clearly said you wanted to join forces with us, yet now you dare to glare at us. Do you want to turn against us?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing their angry accusations, the Pluto leader burst into laughter. He never expected that Feng Jian was already dead, yet the crowd still dared to act arrogant in front of him. So, with a wild laugh, the Pluto leader struck down those who had previously cursed at him, knocking them to the ground. He then glared at the crowd and said, "You bunch of dog bastards, what do you think you are? You dare to call yourselves brothers with me, the Pluto leader? Let me tell you, the reason I was so smiley and wanted to join forces with you is not because I genuinely wanted to, but because I knew that my own strength was not enough to kill Feng Jian. That's why I allied with you. However, you dog bastards actually thought you could stand on equal footing with me. This is something that makes me laugh and cry at the same time. Therefore, now I must tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes to vent my rage. And before you die, I want to tell you a truth. Your Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master is indeed a very good friend of Feng Jian. And it was not Feng Jian who deliberately left you two behind. It was because they were killed by me to save Feng Jian. Haha. What? You dog bastard. Upon hearing this from the Pluto leader, the crowd erupted in rage, unable to contain their anger. They had genuinely believed the Pluto leader's lies before, thinking that Feng Jian had killed their boss. They had been working hard to deal with Feng Jian, believing that only after killing him could they truly avenge their Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master. But now, hearing the Pluto leader's words, they realized they had been targeting the wrong person all along. Feng Jian was not the murderer of their Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master. Moreover, not only was he not the murderer, but he was also a good brother of the Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master. Yet they had killed the good brother of the deceased Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master. Therefore, the crowd was filled with anger and shame, and they all rushed toward the Pluto leader, cursing. But given their strength, how could they possibly defeat the Pluto leader? Within moments, they were knocked to the ground by him. Ha ha ha. You dog bastards, today I swear to kill you. Just when the crowd thought they were about to be killed by the Pluto leader, suddenly, a figure blocked their way. Author's note. Chapter 267, Another Scheme. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Feng Jian, who had broken the illusion. At that moment, the crowd was taken aback by Feng Jian's unexpected appearance, especially the Pluto leader, who had previously used tricks to have the crowd kill Feng Jian and clearly saw Feng Jian's dead body. But now, Feng Jian was standing in front of him unharmed, a situation the Pluto leader could never have imagined, regardless of whether the Pluto leader could imagine it or not. The fact was in front of him. Feng Jian was still alive and kicking. The crowd, realizing they had mistakenly killed Feng Jian, felt a mix of regret and relief upon seeing him suddenly come back to life. They immediately surrounded Feng Jian, offering apologies. If it had been ordinary people, they would have been beaten black and blue in an instant. After all, these people had just tried to kill him and wished to tear him to pieces. Anyone in that situation would be furious. However, Feng Jian understood that although the crowd had harbored murderous intentions against him, it was because they had been deceived by the Pluto leader, not because they genuinely thought that way. Therefore, with a compassionate heart, Feng Jian immediately forgave them. He then earnestly spoke to the crowd. Everyone, I have told you repeatedly that I am not the murderer of your Heavenly King Hall and Dragon King Hall Master. You didn't believe me, but now you have heard the truth from this Pluto leader. Now you should believe that I am innocent, right? Of course, at this moment, the crowd already felt very guilty towards Feng Jian. So upon hearing his words and seeing that he did not kill them, they all felt immense admiration for him and vowed to follow Feng Jian's lead, doing whatever he instructed. Meanwhile, the Pluto leader was momentarily stunned to see Feng Jian resurrected. Upon seeing Feng Jian appear again and noticing that the crowd had quickly turned from his allies to Feng Jian's subordinates, the Pluto leader was filled with rage, knowing that he was not a match for Feng Jian and had relied on the crowd's strength to kill him. But now, seeing Feng Jian resurrected and the crowd turning against him, the Pluto leader realized that if this continued, he would surely be killed by Feng Jian and the others. Therefore, in a moment of panic, the Pluto leader immediately turned to flee. Unfortunately, Feng Jian had already anticipated this move and did not give him the chance to escape. Instead, he unleashed all his skills, blocking the fleeing Pluto leader in an instant. At that moment, the Pluto leader could not believe that Feng Jian, just resurrected, still had such powerful strength. This was truly unexpected for him. Realizing he was on the brink of death, the Pluto leader hurriedly voiced his doubts. Feng Jian, you little brat, what trick did you use? I remember you didn't have the technique to resurrect before. Why are you able to come back to life now? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Feng Jian saw that the Pluto leader was clearly at death's door, but still refused to back down. Therefore, Feng Jian did not immediately kill him, but instead prepared to make him understand before he died. He coldly replied to the Pluto leader, let me tell you, you dog bastard, I knew I wasn't your match before, so I used an illusion technique. In other words, what you killed before was not my true body, but an illusion. So now, I have merely dispelled the illusion. I am not truly resurrected, and thus, killing you is as easy as pie. What? As soon as the leader of Pluto heard Feng Jian's words, he was immediately taken aback. Then, with a quick thought, the leader of Pluto came up with a cunning plan. If this strategy succeeded, not only could he completely escape Feng Jian's pursuit, but perhaps he could also turn the tables and make a spectacular comeback. The author has something to say. Chapter 268, Pursuit to the End. The cunning plan of the leader of Pluto was to feign weakness. Although the feigned weakness strategy was quite low level, and the leader of Pluto had used it against Feng Jian many times before, he was determined to continue using it this time. The reason was that through multiple battles with Feng Jian, the leader of Pluto had realized that Feng Jian was actually very kind-hearted. Therefore, at this moment, the leader of Pluto understood that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, and that he must first ensure his own survival before attacking Feng Jian. So at that moment, the leader of Pluto directly knelt before Feng Jian. Feng Jian, however, could hardly believe that the leader of Pluto, who had previously wished to tear him into pieces, would now beg for mercy. This was something Feng Jian never expected. The sudden turn of events left him stunned. When the leader of Pluto saw Feng Jian's hand, which was originally prepared to attack him, stop midair, he immediately thought his plan had succeeded and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He then pretended to speak to Feng Jian. I say, little brother Feng Jian, as the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. We were both from another world, and now that we are in this fantasy world, why don't we join forces and achieve something great together? Why do we have to fight each other? Isn't that just making a fool of ourselves? Besides, with our combined strength, we can completely overturn this entire fantasy world. Don't you think so? At that moment, the surrounding cultivators, upon seeing the leader of Pluto as shamelessness, were furious. They pointed at him and began to curse. The leader of Pluto, who was already worried about the possibility of things going awry while trying to please Feng Jian, was enraged to see others daring to insult him. He immediately retaliated by angrily cursing back. You bastards, what do you think you are? How dare you act tough in front of me? Before he could finish, Feng Jian slapped him several times, sending the leader of Pluto crashing to the ground. The leader of Pluto could not believe that he had just begged for mercy and even apologized. Yet Feng Jian still dared to attack him. This left him in utter disbelief. Before the leader of Pluto could react, Feng Jian sternly said to him, let me tell you, don't think that just because Feng Jian, am kind-hearted, you can act tough in front of me. You bastard, you have done so much evil in the past. I, Feng Jian, have long wanted to tear you apart. So don't even think about getting forgiveness from me. What? You? At this moment, the leader of Pluto realized that his feigned weakness had failed. He became furious and revealed his evil side once again. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Feng Jian had intended to pursue the leader of Pluto, but he knew that the leader had laid a hidden trap before leaving, aiming to blow up all the cultivators present, to ensure the safety of everyone. Feng Jian had no choice but to temporarily halt his pursuit of the leader of Pluto and instead help the others. When the crowd realized they had wronged Feng Jian, yet he still helped them without holding a grudge, they were filled with gratitude and tears. They expressed their desire to join forces with Feng Jian to deal with the leader of Pluto. Seeing that the crowd had completely submitted to him and that his strength had further increased, Feng Jian was naturally very pleased. After using his superb medical ninjutsu to heal everyone, he quickly decided to pursue the leader of Pluto once more. After all, in this fantasy world, his nemesis was the leader of Pluto, and he must tear him apart. Chapter 269, A Terrible Mistake. However, Feng Jian greatly underestimated the leader of Pluto's intentions. Based on his years of combat experience with the leader of Pluto, Feng Jian thought that the leader was known for his vindictiveness and refusal to yield. Therefore, although the leader of Pluto could hide for a time, he would definitely not stay hidden for long. As soon as the leader of Pluto regained his chakra, he would surely come back to seek revenge. However, what Feng Jian did not expect was that the leader of Pluto seemed determined to hide, showing no signs for Feng Jian to track him down. This left Feng Jian somewhat surprised. After all, he was resolutely determined to kill the leader of Pluto. But if the leader continued to remain hidden, there was nothing he could do, no matter how powerful he was. Although the leader of Pluto's strength was currently inferior to his, if the leader truly wanted to escape, Feng Jian would not be able to find him anytime soon. Thus, Feng Jian had no choice but to let his subordinates use a swarm tactic to search for the leader of Pluto. However, one of his subordinates immediately stopped Feng Jian's decision. This subordinate politely refused, not in an angry tone, as they had just been saved by Feng Jian. Naturally, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of their savior. When Feng Jian heard this subordinate refuse him, he was surprised but did not scold him. Instead, he earnestly asked, "Why are you refusing my perfectly good suggestion? What's the reason?" The subordinate, hearing Feng Jian's inquiry, immediately smiled and said, "Lord Feng Jian, you may not know, but our fantasy world is vast. We are currently in a very small area. Even if you send us all out to search, it would take a long time to find that bastard leader of Pluto. Moreover, if during this time the leader of Pluto finds an even stronger ally and wipes us out, we would be doomed. Oh, then what do you suggest we do?" The subordinate thought for a moment, immediately laughed loudly again. "Good. I have previously served as the military advisor of the Dragon King Hall, providing strategies for him. Now, I happen to have a plan to offer to you, Lord Kazama. You should know that this plan of mine is unprecedented and unparalleled. It is. All right. Just hurry up and say what your plan is." Kazama had always been straightforward and preferred to speak his mind. Therefore, seeing this subordinate rambling on, Kazama naturally urged him. However, Kazama had forgotten that this person was notoriously petty. If Kazama hadn't urged him from the beginning, perhaps this person wouldn't have said much. But now that Kazama had urged him, the person immediately became furious and cursed Kazama's ancestors in his heart. Of course, these were all internal curses. After all, Kazama was very powerful, and this person naturally didn't dare to curse him to his face. So he could only suppress his anger and continue to speak to Kazama. This plan is very simple. It's a strategy of sowing discord. A strategy of sowing discord? That's right. The reason the leader of the Pluto faction escaped is not just because he fears you alone, but because he fears our alliance, which is why he ran away. After all, he knows that two fists can't fight four hands. But as long as we have a conflict among ourselves and let the leader of the Pluto faction know about it, won't we be able to lure him over and then kill him? Not bad. This plan is indeed somewhat interesting. At this moment, upon hearing this, Kazama immediately expressed his agreement and nodded. What? My plan is so brilliant, and you only say it has a little merit? At this moment, the subordinate was enraged upon hearing Kazama's response. He had originally thought Kazama would praise him, but to his surprise, Kazama did not praise him at all. This naturally made him even angrier. This also led to things developing in an uncontrollable direction later on. Chapter 270, Revenge for a Grievance. Of course, at this time, Kazama still did not know what this person was thinking. After all, Kazama was a man of strong character, and he wouldn't be as petty as this person. However, as the old saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. This doesn't mean allowing honest people to be bullied, but rather that petty people are very vengeful. Therefore, due to this person's deep jealousy and hatred towards Kazama, he immediately changed his approach to the plan. This approach was that although he told Kazama's subordinates to create conflicts with Kazama to attract the attention of the Pluto leader, he actually intended to incite everyone to attack Kazama. However, he also knew that everyone admired Kazama very much. After all, Kazama had just rescued them from the Pluto leader, and these people were known for their loyalty and righteousness. Thus, it was absolutely impossible to make them turn against Kazama. Therefore, at this time, he lied to everyone, saying that Kazama ordered them to really attack him and to do their utmost to take him down, preferably to cripple him. When the crowd heard what he said, they immediately did not believe him. This person had already anticipated that they would not believe him, so he was not flustered. Instead, he sneered at everyone and said, "I say, everyone, I, like you, am a subordinate of Brother Kazama, and we all regard him as our savior and benefactor. How could I possibly deceive you? If you don't believe me, then let's go ask Lord Kazama to clarify it How about it? What do you say? All right, let's go. At this moment, the crowd, filled with doubt, headed towards Kazama's base. At this time, since Kazama had previously set up a plan with this person, where the attack from everyone was merely a fade, when he heard the crowd's inquiry, Kazama immediately smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He said it was a strategy aimed at luring out the hidden Pluto leader. At this point, the crowd still wanted to ask further questions, but this person was worried that too many inquiries would reveal the truth. Therefore, he hurriedly said to everyone, I say, everyone, I've already told you that I am not deceiving you. Why don't you believe me? Now Lord Kazama is still in seclusion, and if you continue to disturb him, that would be too ungrateful, don't you think? All right. At this moment, the crowd, being too sincere, didn't think much and immediately fell for this person's trick. Following this person's arrangement, they began to launch a frenzied attack on Kazama. Initially, Kazama thought everyone was just pretending and that it would suffice to pass the message to the Pluto leader. However, he did not expect that the crowd would really start punching and kicking him. Although Kazama had some doubts in his heart, he believed that since they were acting, they should act convincingly. After all, the Pluto leader was not a fool. If he noticed something amiss, wouldn't the plan of Kazama and the others be in vain? With this thought in mind, Kazama did not refuse the crowd's attack. Meanwhile, the hidden Pluto leader indeed heard this news and fell into Kazama's trap. He was immediately overjoyed and rushed towards the place where Kazama and the others were fighting without a second thought, completely unaware of why the crowd was attacking Kazama. This was not because the Pluto leader was too foolish, but because he had long wanted to tear Kazama to pieces and scatter his ashes. At this moment, upon seeing the Pluto leader appear, Kazama was also overjoyed. He immediately signaled to the crowd to cooperate with him to kill the Pluto leader. However, the crowd continued to attack Kazama fiercely, targeting his vital points continuously. If it weren't for Kazama's great strength, he might have truly been defeated by the crowd. This sudden turn of events shocked Kazama and caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 271. No credit, no hard work, I say, everyone. What exactly do you mean? Why are you attacking me so fiercely? At this moment, although Kazama was extremely angry and furious, he still had a kind-hearted nature. Therefore, he did not immediately retaliate against the crowd, but instead inquired again. However, the crowd, having been previously incited by the traitor, believed that while they were attacking, Kazama would definitely plead for mercy. However, they did not need to stop because all of this was merely Kazama playing along with them. Therefore, when the crowd heard Kazama's inquiry, they did not cease their attacks, but instead intensified them, attacking Kazama with increasing ferocity. They knew Kazama was strong, and their combined efforts alone were insufficient to harm him. However, they forgot that although Kazama was powerful, he was not just facing them alone. He also had to deal with the Pluto leader, who was equally formidable. At this moment, the Pluto leader was completely confused. He did not understand why the crowd, who had just submitted to Kazama, were now attacking him like mad. He only knew that if he did not kill Kazama completely, he would have no good days ahead. Thus, the Pluto leader immediately roared in anger. Immediately, he unleashed all his skills, vowing to tear Feng Jian into pieces. At that moment, Feng Jian realized that if he didn't demonstrate all his abilities, he would likely be killed by the combined forces of everyone and the leader of Pluto. Thus, Feng Jian had no choice but to activate his nine-tailed Sharingan, along with the violent power of the 10 tails. In the blink of an eye, he defeated everyone, including the Pluto leader who sought to take his life. Due to Feng Jian's overwhelming strength, the others didn't even have time to react before they were left severely injured. At this point, the Pluto leader, also heavily wounded, understood that if things continued like this, he would truly be killed by Feng Jian. So, he tried to escape again, waiting for a better opportunity. However, Feng Jian was determined not to let him escape again. After all, as the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. Having let the Pluto leader escape twice before, how could he allow it to happen a 3rd time? Therefore, Feng Jian immediately killed the Pluto leader completely. Meanwhile, the others, having no idea what was going on, saw that they were just acting alongside Feng Jian, but ended up getting severely injured by him. How could they not be furious? They immediately pointed their fingers at Feng Jian and started cursing him. At that moment, Feng Jian was also confused because he didn't know that the others had been incited by the traitor. He only knew that they had attacked him without reason earlier and were now cursing him. How could such a thing happen in this world? Filled with rage, Feng Jian shouted at them, "You people are really something. You wanted to take my life before, and now after I thwarted your conspiracy, you turn around and curse me, blaming me for being merciless. I ask you, who is truly heartless and ungrateful, you or me. Of course, it's you who is heartless and ungrateful. At that moment, the traitor, seeing that his plan had succeeded, stood up and joined the others in cursing Feng Jian. You, Feng Jian, we kindly cooperated with you to lure out the Pluto leader. Even if we didn't gain any merit, we at least put an effort. But you actually treated us like this. Fine, if that's the case, let us go down together. What? Upon hearing the traitor's words, Feng Jian finally understood that all of this was caused by the traitor, which instantly filled him with rage. Chapter 272. Dare to frame me, Feng Jian struck out with a palm, hitting the traitor until blood flowed from all 7 orifices and he was on the verge of death. However, Feng Jian still underestimated the traitor's abilities. Although the traitor's strength was inferior to Feng Jian's, his life-saving skill was soul transfer. This meant that when his life was in serious danger, he could immediately transfer his original spirit to the nearest person. Of course, the target he transferred to must not be stronger than himself. Otherwise, he would be killed by that person before he could transfer. Thus, even though the traitor was extremely angry about being crippled by Feng Jian, he was not afraid at all. He coldly smiled and directly transferred his original spirit to another person. At that moment, Feng Jian was enraged to see such a bizarre and vicious ability. After all, the method of soul transfer was the most despicable. It was hard for anyone to accept that their hard-earned body could be taken away by someone else. Consequently, Feng Jian became even angrier and immediately charged at the traitor's new body. Although Feng Jian knew that this person had been possessed by the traitor, the others did not. After all, their strength was not high, and they did not have Feng Jian's powerful insight. Therefore, when they saw that Feng Jian first killed the traitor and then turned to attack others, they became even more terrified. The crowd quickly began to attack Feng Jian while angrily cursing him. Feng Jian, you bastard! We clearly didn't provoke you before, yet you dared to attack us first. How can this be tolerated? Yes, we have no enmity with you, and we were your companions before, even following your orders to attack the Pluto leader. Yet now you don't appreciate it. It really infuriates me. That's right. Although our strength may not be as great as yours, we are not afraid of anything. Today, we'll fight you for real. Everyone, you're misunderstanding me. At this moment, Feng Jian saw that he was clearly dealing with the traitor, but the others had misunderstood him and were still trying to attack him. Feng Jian hurriedly gestured for them to stop and explained. He wasn't afraid of them. He knew they were all men of integrity and couldn't just kill them. If he killed them, wouldn't he become a murderous demon king? What difference would there be between him, the traitor, and the Pluto leader? Unfortunately, although Feng Jian was powerful, his eloquence was quite average. Therefore, after explaining for a long time, the others still did not give up their anger toward him. At this moment, the traitor, seeing his plan working smoothly, felt even more pleased. So he continued to feign innocence and said to the crowd, "Everyone, you must help me. The reason this bastard Feng Jian is attacking me is that he has set his sights on my wife. What? My wife and I were very loving. But this villain Feng Jian has been coveting her. He even said that if I didn't give her up, he would kill me. Now he has really come for me. You must help me." What? It infuriates me. At this moment, Feng Jian never expected to be slandered as a villain by this traitor. Chapter 273. I'm very sorry. After a few exchanges, Feng Jian immediately killed this person. At this time, when the other ninjas saw Feng Jian going on a killing spree, they were shocked. Although they knew they were no match for Feng Jian, they wouldn't give up easily. They understood that if they gave up now, they would definitely be killed by Feng Jian. Since both resisting and not resisting would lead to death, they might as well resist and die. That way, it wouldn't be too humiliating. Therefore, they immediately launched a siege on Feng Jian, using water and fire techniques and other attacks. However, Feng Jian did not want to kill them. Although he had the strength to do so, he knew he couldn't. After all, they were all innocent, having been deceived by the traitor. Therefore, Feng Jian directly used his ultimate illusion technique, the Great Unity with 6 paths having God, forcibly making everyone realize that he was not a bad person, but a good one. Although it was a forceful illusion imposed on them, at the very least, it allowed everyone to see the truth. Although this result is not the most satisfying for him, at least it prevented everyone from dying. Otherwise, if he had truly exerted all his strength, everyone would surely have perished. After that, the people were affected by KazamaGains' divine power and immediately recognized him as their master. Begging for mercy, with a compassionate heart, KazamaGains naturally did not harm them any further. At this point, he saw that the people of the Datamu tribe had either submitted or perished, and he felt he had opened up a new world for the Datamu clan. Although he didn't know whether they would head towards peace or destruction in the future, it should be up to them to decide. After all, he was a person from Earth and could not intervene too much. Thus, KazamaGains immediately used the celestial manipulation technique to return to Earth. By now, Earth had suffered heavy casualties from the surprise attack by the Daytamu tribe, and almost no one was left alive. Seeing that he had intended to bring peace to the ninja world, but instead had caused so many deaths, KazamaGains was filled with sorrow and anger. He immediately prepared to use the rebirth technique to revive everyone. Although this technique had limitations on the number of people it could revive, it was still better than the current desolation. Moreover, this could be considered his last effort. However, just as KazamaGains was about to cast this technique, a phantom figure suddenly appeared. It was the Grim Reaper. KazamaGains was taken aback. That's right. Now the souls of both your kind and the Daytamu tribe have been devoured by me. I'm enjoying this immensely, and you actually want to revive them? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this traveler, I was the one who gave you the system. You think you're so powerful? Now that you have completed my task, you can go die. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by him. Upon hearing the Grim Reaper's words, KazamaGains was furious and immediately unleashed various ninja techniques. But to the Grim Reaper, they were utterly ineffective. Ha! Ignorant human, I am a god. Your mere ninja techniques are nothing to me. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to tear KazamaGains apart, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Indeed, he had been hit by KazamaGains' poison dust technique. KazamaGains had initially attacked mindlessly, not knowing that this technique would actually work on the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper was also unaware that even as a god, he could still suffer from diarrhea. As the Grim Reaper panicked in shock, KazamaGains quickly collected the garbage expelled by the Grim Reaper and immediately gained his powers, completely defeating him. He then activated the Grim Reaper's 6 Paths Daytamu rebirth technique, instantly reversing time in the ninja world back to the early days of Naruto. However, KazamaGains died from exhausting his chakra. Fortunately, his soul also traveled back in time to the Konoha era. This is the world of Naruto. Watching Naruto on the podium performing ShadowClone jutsu, KazamaGains realized he had returned to the place where his dream began. He could start over and ensure eternal peace for the ninja world. It turns out that an ending is also a beginning. Summary ding. You have picked up the discarded pipe of the 3rd Hokage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fire release, great fireball technique. Ding. You have picked up expired milk discarded by Naruto. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the multi-shadow clone technique. Ding. You have picked up a large band-aid discarded by Sakura. Catching a rogue. The protagonist travels to Konoha Village without any bloodline limits, without the Nine-Tails assistance. But the protagonist has a garbage collection system that can extract the unique abilities of the discarders from the garbage.